In the third year of famine in the Great Qian dynasty, the imperial court actually began providing wives to men. This was not through matchmaking or arranged marriages. Instead, the government would personally escort the women to various villages, and all eligible men had to choose one of them to take home and marry. Refuse to marry? Defy the imperial decree, beheading. Marry her but then raze her to death? Still beheading. The reason is actually quite simple. Years of war, coupled with natural disasters and famine, have led to a sharp decline in the population of the Great Qian dynasty, especially among the male population, who have suffered heavy casualties. In an effort to quickly restore the population, the imperial court issued a decree for forced marriages. As a result, an extremely absurd scene unfolded in Dai village in the past few days. Those poor men who couldn't find wives in the past now look worried and distressed when they see the women sent by the government. I haven't had enough to eat for almost 3 days, and now they're throwing a woman at me. Are they trying to kill me? You're lucky. My family just got 2 more last month, and now the 4 of us are fighting over 1 pot of wild vegetable soup every day. These days, having a wife is no longer a blessing. Another mouth to feed is like another death knell. There was constant chatter at the village entrance, but Su Lang, who was standing at the front of the crowd, barely had the strength to speak. His lips were chapped, his body was thin, and he looked frail, as if he could collapse at any moment if a gust of wind blew him down. Little Su. Village Chief Zhang Sihai looked at him with pity. It's your turn. Hurry up and choose one. After you choose, the officials have to go to the next village. Su Lang raised his head, looked at the officials in front of him, then glanced at the group of women behind them, and then touched his stomach, which was already aching from hunger. He had only one thought in his mind: this time travel was just too unlucky. 3 months ago, he was transported to this ancient, otherworldly place by accident, and became a young man with the same name as him in Dai village. When other people transmigrate, even if they don't become princes or nobles, they should at least have something to eat. But Su Lang was different. The original owner's parents died early, and the whole family did not survive the war and famine, leaving him only a dilapidated thatched hut with drafts everywhere, and an empty grain jar. After 3 whole months, Su Lang's biggest dream had long since changed from traveling freely in another world to simply having a good meal. And just when things seemed to be going well, the government came and offered him a wife. Young Master Su, hurry up and choose. The head constable, Li Si, patted the long sword at his waist, his expression already showing some impatience. You're the only unmarried man left in the village. The imperial court has decreed that all eligible men must get married and have children. You must take one back with you today. Su Lang smiled bitterly. Sir, I'm starving to death myself. That's your problem. Li Si gave him a cold look. You must take the person, and the authorities will come back to check in 7 days. If the person runs away or starves to death, you will still be held accountable. Many villagers around Su Lang were casting sympathetic glances at him. This kid from the Su family is finished. He's already so thin he's practically half dead. If we add another person, it's hard to say whether they can survive 7 days. Let's quickly choose someone stronger. At least they can go out and dig for wild vegetables. Su Lang sighed in despair, and could only look up at the women behind the officials. But what he saw made him pause in surprise. Among the crowd, 3 women stood out. The woman on the far left was tall and slender, and even in her old clothes, she couldn't hide her heroic spirit. However, when she looked around, there was a clear sense of resistance in her eyes. The woman in the middle had a gentle and refined demeanor, quietly keeping her head down. Even though she had fallen to the point of being forced into marriage by the government, her every move still carried the grace of a well-bred lady. The woman on the far right was clearly much more timid. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, and her clear, large eyes were filled with unease. The 3 women had completely different temperaments, yet all possessed looks far surpassing those of ordinary village women. Su Lang had to admit that all 3 women were very beautiful. If he had the ability, he would love to bring all 3 back with him. But with his current small frame, let alone supporting 3 at the same time, he would struggle to support even just one. But just then, a clear system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is making a major life choice. The wife favorability system has been officially activated. The host will receive corresponding rewards for each wife he marries. Each wife has an independent favorability rating, and whenever the favorability rating reaches 100 points, the system will regularly distribute a generous reward. Rewards include food, meat, money, farm tools, blueprints, unparalleled martial arts skills, movement techniques, physical enhancements, storage space, high-yield crop seeds, and various special items. New player quest issued: choose your wife. Quest description: the quantity and quality of your wives, including their looks, figure, and luck, will determine the richness of your new player gift pack. Please choose carefully. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Lang's despair was instantly replaced by boundless joy. At this moment, he finally saw hope for his long-term survival in this cruel and chaotic world, and even for his gradual rise to power. He raised his head and looked at the three women again. This time, the previous hesitation was gone from his eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented determination. Li Si, having waited for a long time, was clearly getting impatient. Su Lang! Are you going to choose or not? If you keep dawdling, I'll pick it for you. Seeing this, village chief Zhang Sihai quickly stepped forward and whispered, Xiao Su, don't hesitate any longer. Listen to your uncle, looks don't matter, just pick someone strong. In this world, being able to work and survive is more important than anything else. The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement. Everyone felt that, given Su Lang's current situation, it was already a miracle that he could support a woman. But the next second, Su Lang suddenly raised his hand. Sir? Li Si frowned. Speak. Su Lang first pointed to the tall, spirited woman. This one. Then, he twirled his finger, placing it on the gentle-looking woman in the middle. And this one. Finally, he pointed to the woman with an uneasy expression. This one too. Li Si didn't even react for a moment. What do you mean? Su Lang grinned. It means, I'll marry all three of them. The entire village entrance fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Su Lang as if he were a madman. Several breaths passed before the crowd erupted in chaos. What? 3? Has Su Lang gone mad? He doesn't even know if he'll have anything to eat today, and he dares to ask for 3 at once? This isn't about getting married, it's like he's tired of living. Even the village chief, Zhang Sihai, was getting anxious. Lang boy, don't be reckless. You might not even be able to support one of them. How much would 3 women eat in a day? The authorities will come to inspect again in 7 days. If something really happens, do you even want your life? At that moment, all 3 women looked up. The tall woman frowned deeply, the gentle woman's face paled slightly, and the most timid one subconsciously shrank back. Clearly, no one could have imagined that this man, so thin he was practically starving, would choose all 3 of them. Li Si stared at Su Lang for a moment. Are you sure? Yes. If anyone is missing or anything happens after 7 days, you will be fully responsible. Understood. Su Lang replied without hesitation. To others, it was 3 mouths he needed to feed. But what Su Lang saw was the first glimmer of hope for him to survive in this famine-stricken world. Moreover, the system had already made it clear enough. The more numerous and of higher quality the women, the greater the reward. Why should he choose only one of these 3 women? Okay. Li Si was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to find a place for all the women, but now that someone was willing to take them all at once, he naturally didn't want to interfere. Soon 3 marriage contracts were placed in front of Su Lang. He pressed his fingerprints and affixed the official seal, and the marriage contracts officially took effect. From that moment on, these 3 women officially became Su Lang's wives in name only. Li Si put away the relevant documents, turned around, and left with his group of officials. Before leaving, he only left one sentence. I will come back in 7 days. At that time, everyone must be here. As the officials gradually disappeared into the distance, the discussions at the village entrance grew louder and louder. Some mocked, some were envious, and some were already convinced that Su Lang's family wouldn't last more than a few days. But Su Lang didn't hear a word he said. He looked down at the 3 marriage contracts in his hand, and finally couldn't help but smile. In this era of famine, he was barely able to support himself. But from this day forward, everything will be different. He will rise step by step to become a powerful figure in this chaotic and turbulent world, doting on his wife and protecting his family, living a wonderful life that countless people envy. This Su kid must be starving. He actually dares to order 3 at once. Su Lang clutched the 3 marriage contracts that felt light yet incredibly heavy in his hands, completely ignoring the noisy discussions around him. He turned around and looked at his 3 wives in name only. The 3 women were also sizing him up, but there was no joy in their eyes. The tall and slender Murong Yenran's eyes were full of resistance and disgust, as if looking at Su Lang even once would be an insult to her. The gentle and graceful Hua Yurong sighed softly, lowering her head as if she had resigned herself to her fate. However, her slightly trembling, slender shoulders still betrayed her inner unease. The youngest, Xiajiro, looked bewildered and terrified, clutching her clothes tightly with her small hands, and timidly hid behind Hua Yurong. Su Lang took in all 3 of their reactions. He wasn't surprised by this. Any woman forced by the authorities to marry a man who was so thin he looked like he might die at any moment would probably not be in a good mood. What's more, there were 3 women following this man. "Let's go, ladies, let's go home." Su Lang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. But to the 3 women, his smile was no different from that of a death knell. The surrounding villagers' laughter grew even louder. "Haha, so he's already calling for his wife. Su Lang, do you have any leftover food at home? Don't let your new bride run away hungry tonight." Zhao Eru, a village ruffian who usually idles away his days, was scanning Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran with his lecherous eyes, his gaze full of lust. "Su Lang, you can't support so many people by yourself. Why don't you share some with your brother? Your brother still has some food stored at home. I guarantee your sister-in-law won't go hungry." He said this in an extremely flippant manner. Everyone has a love for beauty. The reason they chose those burly women was simply to have someone to work with during this year of famine, so they could survive together. But now, looking at the 3 stunningly beautiful women beside Su Lang, what man wouldn't feel a pang of jealousy? Jealousy grows wildly like weeds. Su Lang paused slightly, turning to look at Zhao Eru. He didn't get angry, nor did he retaliate. He simply looked at him calmly. But it was precisely this one glance that sent a chill down Zhao Eru's spine, and he swallowed back all the harsh words that followed. Su Lang ignored him and, with the 3 women, headed straight for the most secluded corner of the village. Along the way, the villagers kept pointing and whispering, their gazes filled with pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, feeling like needles sticking out of their backs. The 3 women lowered their heads further and further. Especially Murong Yenran, who came from a family of martial arts champions, had never suffered such humiliation before. At this moment, her fingernails were almost digging into the flesh of her palms. Before long, the 4 of them finally arrived at their home. But it was more like a dilapidated shack that looked like it could collapse at any moment than a home. The thatched walls let in drafts from all sides, and the roof had several large holes, allowing a direct view of the sky. A gust of wind would cause the entire house to creak and groan. The house was completely bare, with nothing but a makeshift bed, made of broken planks and a chipped earthenware jar. Upon seeing this scene, Xiajiro almost burst into tears, but Hua Yurong quickly pulled her back. Hua Yurong's face was equally pale, but she still gently comforted her. "Sister Jiro, don't cry. Since we're here, let's make the best of it." Murong Yenran was trembling with rage, her pretty face turning completely ashen. Was this her destiny? From a once powerful daughter of a military family, she has fallen to the point where she has to squeeze into a place worse than a pigsty with a starving man. "Ladies, please make yourselves at home," Su Lang said with a smile, seemingly oblivious to their emotions. "Sit?" Murong Yenran finally couldn't help but sneer. "Sit where? On the floor? The floor is quite clean," Su Lang replied seriously. Murong Yenran felt as if she had punched cotton, and her chest felt incredibly tight. Hua Yurong gently tugged at Murong Yenran's sleeve, then bowed to Su Lang and whispered, "Husband, we're both hungry." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiajiro's stomach rumbled in perfect unison, and her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Su Lang nodded. It's time to eat. I'll go cook. Cook? The three women were stunned at the same time. In this house, even a mouse would leave with tears in its eyes if it came in. What could he possibly cook? Was he supposed to boil the northwest wind? Su Lang offered no explanation and simply turned and walked out of the hut. As soon as he left, the previously oppressive atmosphere inside the hut instantly exploded. I can't take it anymore. I'd rather be beheaded by the authorities than spend my life with someone like this. Murong Yenran lowered her voice, but the determination in her tone was impossible to hide. Sister Yenran, calm down, Hua Yurong quickly advised. Running away from an arranged marriage is a capital offense, and it will also implicate your family. Family? Murong Yenran gave a bitter laugh. My father died in battle, and my mother passed away from illness. I have no family left. Even if I, Murong Yenran, am to die, I will die standing up. I will never suffer such humiliation. Xiajiro was terrified and could only sob softly. I don't want to die. I'll listen to Sister Yurong. Hua Yurong sighed and could only continue to persuade. The government will be back to investigate in 7 days. Where can we escape to? There's famine everywhere, and it will only be more dangerous outside. At least here, we still have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Even Hua Yurong herself felt a little guilty when she mentioned the words. Sheltered from the wind and rain. This dilapidated house in front of her would probably be more noisy inside than outside once it rained. Shelter from the wind and rain? Hua Yurong, open your eyes and take a good look. Is this a place for a human to live? Murong Yenran pointed to the roof full of holes above her head. I'd rather die outside than starve to death here. Just as Murong Yenran was about to completely lose control of her emotions, Su Lang's consciousness sank into her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's quest. Choose your wife. Beginner's gift pack has been issued, please check. Marriage reward in progress. It's here. Su Lang was overjoyed. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100 gene of fine rice x1, 100 gene of wheat flour x1, 20 gene of dried cured meat x20, 10 gene of fresh vegetables x10, 30 eggs x30, and a seasoning gift pack x1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained exclusive storage space x1, 10 cubic meters, time frozen, absolutely fresh. Looking at the various supplies piled up in the system space, Su Lang was so excited that he almost jumped up. Food. This is food. In this famine-stricken era when human life was worth less than grass, this food was the key to survival. With the storage space, Su Lang's worries were completely eliminated. He no longer had to worry about his belongings being discovered by others, which could lead to his death. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and continued checking the rewards. Marriage reward settled. Host has married 3 high-quality wives in one go, reward doubled. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level craftsmanship skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level culinary skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Physique Enhancement X2. The next moment, a flood of knowledge about architecture, carpentry, and mechanical devices rushed into Su Lang's mind, as if he had been studying these things for decades. At the same time, the cooking techniques, heat control, and processing methods of various cuisines have all become crystal clear. More importantly, a warm power instantly flowed through Su Lang's limbs and bones, and he could clearly feel that his originally weak body was being strengthened at an extremely fast speed. His previously unsteady and weak steps gradually became steady, his sore limbs regained their strength, and even the intense hunger in his stomach was relieved. Great! Su Lang was overjoyed. The divine-level craftsmanship skill could not only be used to repair houses, but could even be used to create more practical things in the future. His divine culinary skills could transform even the most ordinary ingredients into rare delicacies. As for physical enhancement, it was his most fundamental guarantee for surviving in this chaotic world. With these things, how could Su Lang possibly worry about not having a good life in the future? With a slight thought, he took out a small handful of rice, a palm-sized piece of cured meat, and a few fresh green vegetables from his storage space. We can't take too much at once. We have to do it gradually. Otherwise, taking out a large amount of food all at once might frighten them. Su Lang went to the back of the thatched hut, built a simple stove with a few stones, and took out the only broken pottery jar from the hut. He then started a fire, washed rice, and chopped meat. The whole process was smooth and efficient, without any hesitation. Meanwhile, the argument inside the thatched hut hadn't stopped. Hua Yorong, stop trying to persuade me. We're on different paths, so we can't work together. If you're willing to accept your fate, I won't stop you. I'm leaving now. Murong Yenran's attitude was resolute, and after saying that, she turned and rushed out of the hut. Sister Yenran! Hua Yorong and Xia Zhihua panicked, and quickly reached out to grab her. But just then, a rich fragrance, so strong it seemed to make one's soul tremble, wafted in from outside without warning. That wasn't the bitter smell of boiled grass roots and tree bark, nor the earthy smell of clay. It was the genuine aroma of meat. The aroma was infused with the rich, distinctive fragrance of rice, almost forcefully filling the nostrils of the three women. Their movements ceased abruptly. The arguing and weeping also vanished in that instant. Inside the thatched hut, only 3 increasingly clear sounds of swallowing saliva remained. Murong Yenran's foot, which was about to step out the door, froze in midair. Chapter 3. Tonight, the 3 of you will serve me together. Murong Yenran's raised foot froze in midair, and Hua Yorong and Xia Zhihua also stopped pulling at each other, all 3 pairs of eyes looking towards the door of the thatched hut. A rich aroma of rice grew stronger as Su Lang slowly walked in, carrying a chipped earthenware pot. The pot contained snow-white rice, topped with glistening cured meat and green vegetables. Steam rose from the pot, and the aroma was so enticing that it was hard to look away. In these years of famine, tree bark was almost completely gnawed away, and white rice and meat existed only in legends. The 3 women held their breath. Hua Yorong's eyes reddened. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten such clean white rice. Xia Zhihua stared at Su Lang and the food with disbelief, her little head filled with only one thought: how could this man who was starving to death conjure up divine food? Only Murong Yenran quickly suppressed her shock, crossed her arms, and sneered. Who knows if it was stolen or robbed? What if I get beheaded tomorrow if I eat it? Though her words were forceful, her gaze was fixed on the cured meat. Then, her stomach growled loudly, making her blush deeply with embarrassment. Su Lang placed the earthenware jar on the broken wooden board and said with a smile, Ladies, please don't be shy, sit down and eat. He then added slowly, After all, they are all my wives. If you eat your fill, you'll have the energy to serve your husband tonight. Hua Yorong and Xia Zhihua blushed instantly, while Murong Yenran's chest heaved with anger as she gritted her teeth and cursed. Shameless! Yes, I am shameless, Su Lang readily admitted, picking up the largest piece of cured meat and stuffing it into his mouth in front of the 3 of them. After being simply cooked by a master chef, the cured pork was incredibly savory and fragrant, the fat melting in your mouth, transforming ordinary ingredients into something 10 times more delicious. Su Lang closed his eyes to savor it, then shoveled down another mouthful of white rice. So delicious! If I don't eat now, it'll be gone. The aroma of food mingled with the sounds of chewing, hooking the 3 women's stomachs like a seductive treat. Hua Yorong was the first to succumb, walking to the wooden plank and giving a slight curtsy. Husband, thank you. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 30, slightly favorable. Su Lang was overjoyed. There would be a reward for accumulating 100 points, and a super prize for 1,000 points. He pushed the food in front of Hua Yorong. Wife, eat quickly, eat more. Hua Yorong carefully picked up a mouthful of rice, and tears welled up the moment it entered her mouth. The sweet taste made her feel alive again. Seeing this, Xia Zhihua could no longer hold back. She ran to Su Lang's side and, mimicking Hua Yorong's timid tone, said, Sister Hua is already calling you husband, so I'll call you husband too. Ding! Xia Zhihua's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 40, full of trust. Su Lang chuckled. The little girl's affection for him was growing rapidly. He moved the earthenware pot closer to her. Eat up, you little glutton! Thank you, my husband! Xiajiro cheered and immediately buried her head in her food. Hua Yurong ate with delicate grace, Xiajiro ate with relish. Only Murong Yanran stood alone, her stomach growling hungrier and her heart filled with increasing torment. To eat would mean submitting to this scoundrel. Not to eat, she might truly starve to death tonight. Dignity and survival were locked in a fierce struggle within her mind. Su Lang deliberately picked up a piece of fatty cured meat and waved it in the air. Both the first and second wives will get to eat, but some people won't get any. Murong Yanran was so angry that her body stiffened. If you want to eat, come over and call me husband. Su Lang laughed. You're dreaming. Then you two hurry up and eat, there won't be any for her after you finish. Su Lang turned to urge Hua Yurong and Xiajiro. Xiajiro couldn't help but persuade. Sister Yanran, come and eat, the food is really delicious. These words utterly crushed Murong Yanran. She, the daughter of a martial arts champion, had been driven to this point by 2 traitors and a rogue. But her stomach was growling louder than anyone else's. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all her inner struggle had turned into resignation. She walked to the wooden board and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Husband. Ding. Murong Yanran's favorability +10. Current favorability -20. Extreme disgust. Su Lang almost laughed out loud. Although it was still a negative number, going from -30 to -20 was progress. He deliberately put on a stern face. Speak louder, I didn't hear you. Murong Yanran's phoenix eyes widened, wishing she could pounce on him and bite him to death. Su Lang, however, picked up the last piece of meat. Fine, don't talk about it then, this piece of meat. Husband! This time, Murong Yanran almost shouted. That's more like it. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction and handed her the chopsticks. But you came late, so you can only be the third wife. Rongrong and Jiro are both your older sisters. I'll kill you! Murong Yanran took the chopsticks, almost stabbing Su Lang directly, but seeing the glistening cured meat in the earthenware jar, she ultimately suppressed her murderous intent. She shoveled a large mouthful of rice into her mouth, then picked up the cured meat, as if she were biting not meat, but Su Lang's bone. But the next moment, only 2 words remained in her mind. So delicious! Su Lang watched the 3 beauties eating without a care for their image, his heart filled with satisfaction. He glanced at the 3 women's stunning faces and undeniably graceful figures, a burning smile appearing on his lips. Eat slowly, don't choke. The 3 women looked up and saw Su Lang with a smile they couldn't understand on his face. He slowly said, After you've eaten my food, from today onwards, you belong to me, Su Lang. Tonight the 3 of you will serve me and have my babies. Chapter 4. The first wife's back aches, the second wife's insomnia. Su Lang's words were too blunt, and the air in the thatched hut instantly froze. Murong Yanran spat and threw down her wooden chopsticks, her pretty face flushed red. Shameless rogue! You're dreaming! Hua Yurong lowered her head in embarrassment, clutching the hem of her dress tightly with both hands. Serving her husband was a wife's duty, but with the 3 of them together, she found it hard to accept. Xiajiro was both afraid and curious, hiding behind Hua Yurong, and couldn't help but secretly peek at Su Lang, thinking that her husband was really too bold. The 3 women reacted differently, but Su Lang wasn't angry. He slowly took out 3 marriage contracts and waved them in front of them. It's written in black and white, with the official seal. From the moment you pressed your fingerprints, you became my lawfully wedded wives. He slammed the marriage certificate onto the wooden board. Husband and wife sharing a bed is a matter of course, am I right? Murong Yanran was speechless. She could curse Su Lang for being shameless, but she couldn't deny the marriage contract. In this world, the law was more important than human life. Su Lang also put away his playful attitude and looked at the 3 of them seriously. I know you feel wronged and look down on me, a penniless wretch. This dilapidated house really doesn't look like a place for a human to live. But this is only temporary. From today onwards, as long as I have food to eat, I will not let you go hungry. Within a month, I will definitely let you live in a big brick house with tiled roof, and have meat to eat every meal. Having just eaten that pot of cured meat rice, His words actually had some persuasive power. Hua Yurong raised her head, her eyes filled with emotion. For a man in such dire straits to still make such a promise, that sentiment was truly rare. Xia Jiro's eyes shone even brighter. A large brick house with tiled roofs, meat at every meal, that was practically a life of luxury. Only Murong Yenren crossed her arms and sneered. Anyone can talk big. A month? If you can do that, I'll change my name. Though her words were tough, her aura had weakened somewhat. This man certainly didn't seem like the starving ghost she had imagined. Su Lang didn't argue further and looked directly at Hua Yurong. My lady, it's getting late, Hua Yurong immediately understood his meaning, and her heart suddenly raced. She took a deep breath, blushed, and curtsied. Husband, I'll serve you. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 40. Full of trust, Su Lang was overjoyed. Hua Yurong's obedience was the key to breaking the deadlock. Good wife. Then, he rummaged through the corner and found some broken planks and thatch, and started working in front of the three women. God-level craftsman's skill, activated. Without any tools, he used only his hands to build a simple partition from the broken planks and thatch, dividing the small hut into two sides. Yurong and I will stay here, and Yenren and Jiro will stay on the other side. Get some rest. Murong Yenren was trembling with anger, but there was nothing she could do. If she really made a scene, it would only attract the government's pursuit, not to mention that she had just eaten Su Lang's meal. Without a word, she pulled the still unresponsive Xia Jirua and angrily walked to the other side of the partition. As night deepened, the moonlight filtering through the hole in the roof dimmed. Hua Yurong was so nervous that her whole body stiffened. Su Lang held her cold little hand and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. The warmth of his palm gradually relaxed her. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and finally nodded resignedly. At the other end of the partition, Murong Yenren and Xia Jiro lay side by side on the hay, either able to sleep. Sister Yenren, I'm a little scared, Xia Jiro whispered. Scared of what? Murong Yenren turned over so her back was to the partition, but her ears involuntarily perked up. Soon, rustling sounds came from next door, followed by Su Lang's hushed voice and Hua Yurong's barely audible reply. The rickety wooden bed then creaked and groaned, the sound particularly clear in the quiet night. Hua Yurong's suppressed moans drifted over intermittently, initially filled with tension, but later taking on a different meaning. Xia Jiro was so frightened that she buried her face in the straw, but still couldn't help eavesdropping, her face burning red. Sister Yenren, what are they doing? Why is the bed making such a loud noise? Murong Yenren lay stiffly, her hands tightly covering her ears, but the sound seemed to penetrate her palms and drill straight into her mind. Her cheeks burned, and images of the neighbor's apartment uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Humiliation, anger, and a strange, unwilling to acknowledge emotion grew within her. That night was destined to be sleepless. The creaking of the broken bed was even more agonizing than Hua Yurong's soft moans. The next day, just as dawn broke, Su Lang opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated, his body brimming with explosive power. Last night, far from leaving him exhausted, actually invigorated him. The effects of Physical Enhancement X2 were truly remarkable. This system is amazing. He glanced at Hua Yurong, who was still fast asleep. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, yet her sleeping face was captivatingly beautiful. Su Lang tiptoed out of bed and had just stepped out of the cubicle when he saw Murong Yenren and Xia Jiro also sitting up. Xia Jiro had heavy dark circles under her eyes and looked tired and dazed. Murong Yenren was even more disheveled, her hair was messy, her phoenix eyes were bloodshot, and she looked irritable and listless. At this moment, Hua Yurong slowly walked out, supporting her aching back. Seeing the state of the two people next door, she was first taken aback, then realized what was happening, and her pretty face flushed red. Although her back ached, she had at least fallen asleep. But Murong Yenren and Xia Jiro seemed to be having an even harder time than she, the person in question. Chapter 5 Physique X2 is indeed powerful. As soon as Su Lang opened his eyes, he saw two pairs of bloodshot eyes staring intently at him from the other side of the partition. Xiajiro had heavy dark circles under her eyes and was yawning sleepily, while Murong Yanran had messy hair and a grumpy face. Seeing Su Lang walk out looking refreshed, Murong Yanran's resentment intensified. After a whole night of commotion, this bastard acted like nothing happened. His double physique was definitely not just for show. Su Lang chuckled inwardly. You've been eavesdropping, now you know how painful it is, right? Ignoring Murong Yanran's almost murderous glare, he walked to a corner, and with a thought, took out half a jar of rice and a few eggs from his storage space. Lighting the fire, rinsing the rice, and cooking the porridge were all done in one smooth motion. Before long, the sweet aroma of rice filled the entire thatched hut. Hua Yorong, supporting her aching back, walked out of the partition. Seeing Su Lang busy at work, her pretty face immediately turned red, and she quickly stepped forward and said, "Husband, let me do it." She was still walking a little unnaturally, her legs slightly weak, so Su Lang pressed her shoulders down and made her sit down obediently. He leaned close to Hua Yorong's ear and whispered with a wicked smile, "You must be exhausted from last night, right? I'll do this kind of rough work, you can rest." Hua Yorong blushed to the roots of her neck, gently punched him, and whispered, "Husband, aren't you tired?" "I'm not tired, I can still manage tonight." Murong Yanran, standing by the partition, heard everything clearly. She was practically grinding her teeth in frustration. This was utterly shameless, spewing sweet nothings so early in the morning. Xiajiro, however, didn't think much of it. Blushing, she ran over and squatted down beside the stove to add firewood. "Husband, let me help you start the fire." The little girl did it with great skill, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Lang with admiration. For a moment, Su Lang cooked porridge, Xiajiro attended the fire, and Hua Yorong sat gently watching from the side, and the small thatched hut suddenly felt a bit like home. Murong Yanran sat alone in the corner, her stomach growling uncontrollably. She felt too embarrassed to go and help, but staying put made her feel like an outsider. Soon, the congee was cooked, and the eggs were done. Su Lang served everyone a bowl of congee and an egg. In this year of famine, congee and eggs were rare delicacies. Hua Yorong and Xiajiro sipped their porridge, their faces full of satisfaction. Murong Yanran finally couldn't resist the aroma and silently picked up her bowl as well. However, her eating posture still carried an air of arrogance, as if she weren't eating Su Lang's food. Hua Yorong ate a few bites, then put down her bowl, picked up the egg in front of Su Lang, and carefully peeled the shell little by little. Holding the whole, white, tender egg to her lips, she said softly, "Husband, you eat first." Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart. Without reaching out, he opened his mouth and bit the egg, deliberately touching her fingers lightly. Hua Yorong pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, her pretty face turning red again. Su Lang chuckled indistinctly. "Eggs peeled by my wife are so fragrant." "You're so glib," Hua Yorong scolded playfully, but her heart melted with sweetness. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 60. Falling in love with you, ding! Xiajiro's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 50. Admiration and dependence. Xiajiro looked on with envy and clumsily peeled her own egg, clearly wanting to hand it to Su Lang as well. Murong Yanran was both angry and annoyed, cursing the two traitors in her heart. In less than a day, they had been bribed by this scoundrel with a bite to eat. She angrily stuffed the egg into her mouth and chewed it forcefully, as if she were chewing Su Lang's flesh. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, minus 15, dislike reduced. Su Lang was slightly taken aback. Even this arrogant woman's favorability had increased. It seemed that a stable diet and a peaceful environment were more effective than sweet words. He glanced at the system panel. Hua Yorong had 60 points, Xiajiro had 50 points, and Murong Yanran had minus 15 points. They were still far from the 1,000-point grand prize draw. But they were not far from the 100-point favorability reward. Hua Yorong and Xiajiro alone were not enough. They also had to take down Murong Yanran, this tough nut to crack. Just as Su Lang was plotting how to win over his proud third wife, the dilapidated wooden door of the thatched hut was suddenly kicked open. With a loud bang, several shady-looking villagers barged in, led by none other than Zhao Eru, the village thug who had harassed the 3 women yesterday. They came drawn by the aroma of rice porridge, hoping to see if Su Lang had found something to eat, but they were all stunned when they entered. 3 stunningly beautiful women were eating breakfast around Su Lang, their bowls filled with snow-white rice porridge, and there were eggshells on the table. Zhao Eru's eyes instantly turned red, a mixture of jealousy, greed, and hunger swirling within him as he stared intently at the 3 women and the porridge in their bowls. Why was it that Su Lang, this skinny monkey, not only had 3 angelic wives but also white rice to eat? Su Lang, you're living the high life here, with 3 beauties hidden away. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Several thugs surrounded them, their murky eyes sweeping over the 3 women without restraint, instantly shattering the warmth in the room. Hua Yurong and Xia Jiro hid behind Su Lang in fright, while Murong Yenran's pretty face turned cold, and she immediately stood up on guard. Su Lang slowly put down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and calmly looked at Zhao Eru. What is it? Zhao Eru grinned maliciously, pointing at Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran. I've had my eye on these 2 girls since yesterday. You can't possibly serve them all by yourself, so why not share them with the brothers? The thugs immediately burst into laughter. Su Lang, however, chuckled and replied, Want to play with women? Go home and play with your mother. Oh, by the way, you don't have a mother, sorry about that. Chapter 6. First glimpse of talent. Zhao Eru's filthy face instantly turned a deep liver color. With a roar, his burly but frail body lunged at Su Lang. A stench wafted towards them, and Hua Yurong and Xia Jiro screamed in fright, instinctively hiding behind Su Lang and clutching his clothes tightly. Murong Yenran's pretty face turned cold. She abruptly stood up, taking a step to meet him. Her fierce spirit as a daughter of a military family was fully aroused. She wasn't afraid of these thugs. But Su Lang raised his hand to stop her, saying indifferently without turning his head, Don't let these filthy things soil your wife's hands. Murong Yenran was slightly taken aback, but Zhao Eru laughed in anger, his gaze sweeping over her unabashedly, his mouth full of foul language. The thugs behind him also joined in the jeering, mocking Su Lang for being as thin as a bamboo pole and unable to protect the woman in his family. Hua Yorong and Xia Jiro trembled with anger, but dared not utter a sound out of fear. Murong Yenran's pretty face turned deathly pale, and she was seething with rage. She originally intended to teach Su Lang a lesson, to beat him half to death before she intervened to save him, and to make him understand who was truly capable of fighting in this family without her, Murong Yenran. Just as her thoughts were turning, Su Lang made his move. Facing Zhao Eru's punch again, he didn't curse or waste words. He simply turned slightly to the side, the movement as light as brushing aside a fallen leaf. Zhao Eru's seemingly inevitable punch grazed the corner of Su Lang's clothes. Because he used too much force, he himself staggered a step. Murong Yenran's pupils constricted sharply. Such a reaction speed was definitely not what an ordinary starving person should have. Before she could even figure it out, Su Lang had already stepped into Zhao Eru's arms, his right hand flashing as he grabbed the other's wrist and twisted it outwards. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed in the thatched hut. Zhao Eru let out a pig-like scream, his thick arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the pain causing him to collapse to his knees on the spot. The local thugs were completely dumbfounded. Their boss, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had lost an arm in the blink of an eye. Su Lang didn't stop. He kicked Zhao Eru in the chest, sending him flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the crumbling thatched wall. The hut shook violently. The remaining men finally reacted. One of them, his eyes red, grabbed a fire poker and roared as he smashed it against Su Lang's head. The other 2 flanked him from the left and right. Su Lang didn't even look, raising his leg to deliver a clean and decisive side kick. The thug at the front, before his fire poker could even fall, was sent flying backward as if hit by a galloping horse, landing unconscious on the ground. Immediately afterward, Su Lang's figure blurred, appearing like a ghost in front of the man on the left. A fist rapidly enlarged in the thug's eyes, and with a dull thud, his nose collapsed on the spot. Blood mixed with tears spurted out, and the man fell backward to the ground, never to rise again. When only one thug remained, the man was already terrified and turned to run with a scream. But he had only taken one step when he felt a tight grip on the back of his neck. Su Lang had grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him off the ground like a chicken. The man kicked wildly, his face turning purple, but he couldn't break free from that iron-like hand. With a thud, Su Lang casually tossed him next to Zhao Eru. The whole process took only a dozen breaths. The 4 menacing thugs, one with a broken hand, one unconscious, one disfigured, and one half-dead, lay on the ground, groaning and writhing. The thatched hut fell silent, save for the groans of the thugs and the increasingly rapid breathing of the 3 women. Hua Yorong and Xia Jiro, hiding behind Su Lang, were completely stunned. How could their husband, who was so thin he looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, suddenly become so powerful? Xia Jiro's heart pounded like a drum as she gazed at Su Lang's not-so-tall, yet incredibly reliable back, her eyes shining brightly. Her husband was so handsome. Murong Yenran, on the other hand, seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place, her mind blank. She had imagined Su Lang beaten black and blue, kneeling and begging for mercy. She had also imagined him bleeding from the head, waiting for her to come to his rescue in a fit of rage. But she never expected it to be such a complete and utter crushing defeat. How could Su Lang's frail body unleash such terrifying strength and speed? His clean and efficient movements, his ruthless and decisive nature, were something that ordinary farmers could never possess. She had actually been thinking of waiting until he suffered before saving him. What a ridiculous joke! Shock, shame, and curiosity surged within Murong Yenran. Who exactly was this man? Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 15, shocked and curious, ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 70, devoted and admiring, ding! Xia Jiro's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 70, admiration and dependence. System notifications rang out one after another, and Su Lang was in a great mood. A fight had actually increased his favorability rating so quickly, especially with Murong Yenran, that fiery woman, who had finally climbed out of the negative. It seemed that, in the end, a man still had to settle things with his fists. He brushed off imaginary dust from his hands, turned to his 3 stunned wives with a smile, and then slowly walked towards Zhao Eru, who was clutching his severed arm and trembling. Su Lang squatted down, picked up the fire poker from the ground, weighed it in his palm, and looked at Zhao Eru with a smile. His voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down Zhao Eru's spine. "Just now, who did you say you were going to play with?" Zhao Eru was terrified. I was wrong, Grandpa, I was wrong." Too late. Su Lang raised his fire poker. He had no intention of letting these scoundrels get away with it. Chapter 7. Where did the favorability come from? Zhao Eru, tears streaming down his face, kept kowtowing to Su Lang. "Grandpa, I was wrong, I'm not human, I'll never dare to do it again." Su Lang still had a smile on his face, but he held the fire poker in his hand even more skillfully. He turned to look at his 3 wives, whose faces had turned pale. "Ladies, turn your heads away. What's about to happen is a bit bloody, don't be scared." Hua Yorong and Xiajiro immediately closed their eyes and turned around. Only Murong Yenran stood frozen in place, staring intently at Su Lang. She wanted to see what this man was going to do. Su Lang looked at Zhao Eru and said calmly, "In your next life, remember to be a good person." The next second, the fire poker whistled down and slammed down. Zhao Eru's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. The 2 remaining thugs, still awake, were so frightened that they made strange noises in their throats and fainted on the spot. The thatched hut fell into a deathly silence. Su Lang casually tossed aside the fire poker, as if he had only dealt with a minor matter. "So noisy!" Hua Yorong and Xiajiro couldn't help but turn around, and their faces turned pale at just one glance. They almost vomited. Murong Yenran wasn't much better off. Born into a military family, she had witnessed battlefield carnage, but never such a calm and swift execution. Su Lang killed people as easily as stepping on an ant. You killed someone!" Murong Yenran's voice trembled slightly. Su Lang glanced at her and said frankly, "Yes, kill them. These scoundrels run rampant in the countryside, bullying men and women, and have taken at least 2 lives. The government did nothing during the famine years, which is why they have survived to this day. If the government won't intervene, I will. Keeping them alive will only harm more people. I'm acting on behalf of heaven, understand? Murong Yanran was speechless. She understood the reasoning, but Su Lang's indifferent demeanor was more chilling than the killing itself. What was hidden deep within this man? Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability +5. Current favorability 20. Curiosity deepened. Su Lang didn't explain anymore, dragging the corpses of Zhao Eru and several thugs into the mass grave outside the village. When he returned, the blood on his hands and face had been wiped clean, as if nothing had happened. He looked at his 3 still shaken wives and suddenly grinned. What's wrong? All scared out of their wits? Don't worry, I'm only ruthless to bad guys. I'm too tender for my own wives. Xia Jiro burst into laughter through her tears, and Hua Yorong breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Su Lang, her eyes filled with fear, admiration, and above all, reassurance. This man was ruthless, but he was protecting them. Murong Yanran snorted coldly, turning her head away, her tense shoulders subtly relaxing. Su Lang glanced at the 3 women and noticed that they were still wearing the tattered, coarse cloth clothes they had been wearing when they were escorted there, covered in stains and patches. Hua Yorong, in particular, was disheveled, with a tear in her collar. My clothes are worn out, I need to get new ones. He walked to a corner, pretending to rummage through the clothes, but actually took out a bag of white rice and a few boiled eggs from his storage space. I'll take these to town, and see if I can exchange them for some fabric. The 3 women were stunned. In years of famine, a single grain of rice could cost a life. Su Lang was actually willing to give up such precious grain just to buy them cloth to make clothes? Hua Yorong's eyes instantly reddened, and Xia Jiro opened her mouth, speechless. Murong Yanran's heart also felt as if it had been struck a heavy blow. When her father was still alive, he had also loved her in this way. Husband, we'll go with you. Hua Yorong spoke first. Xia Jiro nodded quickly. Yes, we'll go together, and we can look after each other on the way. Su Lang thought for a moment, and agreed. Someone had just died in the thatched hut, and it was indeed inappropriate to leave them there. After quickly packing up, the 4 headed out of the village. Along the way, they saw countless starving people, skin and bones, their eyes vacant, some lying down, some sitting, like walking corpses. A man, pulling his 7 or 8-year-old daughter along, pleaded desperately with a passing caravan. Sir, please have mercy. I'll sell you my daughter, half a cake, no, just a small half will do. The girl was pale and thin, being pushed around by her father, either crying nor making a fuss. Not far away, a man was punching and kicking his newlywed wife. You worthless wretch! I married you and now I can't even find food to eat! The woman curled up on the ground, clutching her head, and cried out in despair. Stop hitting me! Just kill me! The horrific scenes before their eyes deeply shocked the 3 women. Xia Jiro wept silently, while Hua Yorong, her face deathly pale, clutched Su Lang's sleeve tightly. If they hadn't met Su Lang, would the girls who were sold and the women who were beaten have suffered the same fate? Even the usually strong Murong Yanran fell silent. She suddenly felt that the man who could kill, joke, and even give them food to change their clothes wasn't so hateful after all. Just as the 4 silently traversed this living hell, system notifications suddenly blared incessantly. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability +10. Current favorability 80. Completely devoted. Ding! Xia Jiro's favorability +10. Current favorability 80. Completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability +15. Current favorability 35. Favorability doubled. The series of prompts completely baffled Su Lang. He stopped and turned around blankly. All 3 wives were following behind him with their heads down, not even glancing at him. This was strange. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was his favorability rating skyrocketing? Chapter 8. Both wives fell for themselves. Especially Murong Yanran, that fiery steed, whose favorability rating climbed from negative to 35, which Su Lang found eerie. He immediately asked the system in his mind. Hua Yorong and Xia Jiro are both at 80, almost full. Can their favorability rating continue to rise after it's full? The system responded quickly, stating that a favorability score of 100 represents unwavering devotion, but it's not the upper limit. Affection can accumulate indefinitely. More importantly, the system will issue a special reward every time a wife's favorability score reaches a multiple of 100. Su Lang's heart pounded. Hua Yorong and Xiajiro were only 20 points away from 100, which was practically 2 rewards right in front of him. He had won over Hua Yorong bit by bit, while Xiajiro was more like a treasure girl, seemingly able to win him over on her own without him having to put in much effort. As for Murong Yenren, although 35 points isn't high, she's at least out of danger, and her future looks promising. Su Lang suppressed his excitement, and led the 3 women towards the center of Qingshu town. The town was even more desolate than the village entrance. The streets were deserted, most shops were closed, and the occasional passerby looked listless and weak from hunger. The 4 of them quickly found the only cloth shop open in town. The dilapidated storefront had a faded signboard, and the cloth inside was covered with a thick layer of dust. A gaunt man was slumped over the counter. When someone entered, he lazily raised his head and weakly asked what he wanted. Su Lang cut to the chase. "Boss, how much for the cloth?" Boss Zhang waved his hand and said that money couldn't fill an empty stomach these days, so he wouldn't sell the cloth for money, only in exchange for food. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lang pulled a large handful of fine rice from the cloth bag behind him. Each grain was snow-white and plump, standing out starkly in the dimly lit shop. Boss Zhang's breath hitched, and the 3 women were all stunned. Hua Yorong quickly grabbed Su Lang's sleeve, her face full of heartache. "Husband, so much rice is such a waste. We can save it to make porridge, enough for us to eat for several days." Xiajiro also muttered softly. The clothes were still wearable. Exchanging grain for cloth was really not worth it. Murong Yenren was even more direct, coldly saying, "Su Lang, are you crazy? How much can a grain of rice be exchanged for now? You're trying to exchange fine rice for a few feet of rags?" Although her tone was cold, it concealed an urgency that even she herself didn't realize, clearly showing that she was also heartbroken for her family. Before Su Lang could speak, a muffled thud came from behind the counter. The previously half-dead boss Zhang suddenly knelt down, staring intently at the handful of white rice, his thin body trembling uncontrollably. "Rice, it's white rice!" The next second, the man in his 40s suddenly burst into tears, crawled to Su Lang's feet, and pleaded with him while clinging to his legs. "Sir, please sell me some rice. I have a 6-year-old daughter who hasn't eaten for 3 days and will starve to death if she doesn't eat soon. I don't want money. You can take any cloth in the shop you like, take it all. I just beg you for some rice to save my daughter." The heart-wrenching, desperate cries struck the 3 women's hearts like a heavy hammer. Hua Yorong and Xiajiro's eyes instantly reddened, while Murong Yenren froze on the spot, speechless for a long time. They had just thought Su Lang was being wasteful by exchanging rice for cloth, but now they truly understood that this handful of fine rice in Qingshu town didn't represent just a few feet of cloth, but a life. And their husband was willing to give up this life-saving commodity just to buy them a few new clothes. Guilt, emotion, and shock welled up within her at the same time. Hua Yorong stared intently at Su Lang's profile, feeling that this usually somewhat frivolous man harbored the deepest tenderness in his heart. Xiajiro was even more moved. In her eyes, Su Lang was simply the best person in the world. Murong Yenren was deeply shaken. She looked at her father kneeling and begging for his daughter, then at Su Lang, who had silently sacrificed for them. She suddenly realized that this man, who had been forced upon her by the government, wasn't so bad after all. Just as the 3 women were lost in thought, system notifications sounded one after another. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 100, utterly devoted. Ding! Xiajiro's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 100, utterly devoted. Ding! Murong Yenren's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 55, deeply moved. Done! 2 perfect scores! Su Lang was overjoyed, but his face remained impassive. He bent down and helped Mr. Zhang, who was crying so hard he was almost fainting, to his feet. Then, he poured the large handful of fine rice into Mr. Zhang's trembling hands. "Take this rice and use it to make porridge for your daughter. As for the cloth, you can give her whatever you think is appropriate. The words had barely left his lips when the system beeped again. Ding! Detected that the favorability of both wives has reached 100 points for the first time. Calculating special rewards. Ding! Rewards being sent. Chapter 9 Sulang's White Moonlight. Ding! Detected that the favorability of both wives has reached 100 points for the first time. Calculating special rewards. Congratulations, host, for receiving a food gift pack. 500 jin of fine rice, 500 jin of wheat flour, and 100 jin of dried cured meat. Congratulations, host, for receiving a physique enhancement X2. As the notification sounded, a warm current, far stronger than before, instantly surged into Sulang's entire body. His bones crackled slightly, his muscles became even more resilient, and power churned within him. His body, already strengthened once, received a double boost, and his physique was now 4 times that of an ordinary person. Before Sulang could calm down from his excitement, the system beeped again. Congratulations, host, you have received a super seed gift pack, 100 jin each of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. Congratulations, host, you have acquired god-level hunting skills. Sulang's heart pounded. Food and physical strength were only enough to keep him alive. These 2 things, however, were the foundation for his complete transformation. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn were all high-yield crops. With these, where would he ever lack food again? His godlike hunting skills transformed into countless experiences flooding his mind, tracking, setting traps, archery, and combat. It was as if he had already spent decades honing his skills in the deep mountains. This meant that he would have a continuous supply of meat in the future. Sulang suppressed his elation and, when he came to his senses, saw Boss Zhang kneeling on the ground, hugging his legs and crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. His 3 wives beside him were all looking at him with shock and emotion. Life was truly becoming more and more hopeful. Boss, get up quickly, the ground is cold. Sulang bent down and easily helped the thin Boss Zhang up with one hand, as if it were effortless. He then stuffed the remaining rice into Boss Zhang's arms. Take this to make porridge for your daughter, the child is more important. Clutching the sack of rice, Mr. Zhang's voice trembled as he said, Sir, you're like a second parent to me. He then turned and rushed into the back room, quickly returning with a bunch of keys. Take any fabric you like in the shop. There's more in the storeroom. You can take it all. In years of famine, a bag of rice could save a life. By exchanging these unsold cloths for rice, Boss Zhang felt he had gotten a tremendous bargain. Hua Yurong walked to Sulang's side, gently tugging at his sleeve, her eyes as tender as water. Husband, I want to use the finest cloth to make you a new set of clothes. Xiajiro immediately nodded. Yes, my husband will definitely look the best in new clothes. Even the usually awkward Murong Yanran turned her head and whispered. That's fine too. Sulang immediately smiled. All right, whatever the ladies say. Boss, bring out the best fabrics. Mr. Zhang hurriedly brought out several bolts of fine cotton cloth and thick, durable linen, and the 3 women immediately surrounded them. They discussed which color was suitable for an outer garment, which fabric for an inner garment, and even thought about making new skirts for each other, displaying a rare joy like that of ordinary girls. Finally, Sulang took away 5 bolts of high-quality fabric, enough for each of the 4 to make 2 or 3 sets of clothes. After leaving the fabric shop, the 3 women hugged the fabric, their faces full of long-lost joy, but Xiajiro quickly became worried again. Husband, we've used so much rice, is there enough food left at home? Hua Yurong patted her lightly. Don't ask such questions, your husband knows the answer. Murong Yanran didn't speak, but the hand holding the cloth tightened a little. The better Sulang treated them, the more afraid she became that this stability was just a fleeting illusion. Sulang simply smiled and offered no explanation. The system's secret couldn't be told to anyone yet. The 4 of them walked towards the village, the atmosphere much more relaxed than before. But as they approached the entrance to Day Village, a sudden burst of crying and cursing shattered the silence. Uncle Zhao, we clearly agreed on 2 jin of flour, you can't go back on your word. Get out of my way, you old fool, don't push your luck. A group of villagers stood around the locust tree, all with their heads down and blank expressions. In the center of the crowd, a burly man with a fierce face was roughly pulling at a young woman. The woman was dressed in coarse cloth, but it couldn't hide her delicate features. She was none other than Li Xiuji, the village's famous beauty. Her father, Li Qing, knelt on the ground, clinging tightly to the burly man's leg, tears streaming down his face. Su Lang was stunned for a moment. Before transmigrating, Su Lang's ideal woman was Li Xiuji. But now, Su Lang's ideal woman was Hua Yurong. His wife was beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. Why would he be thinking about any other, white moonlight? Clutching 2 dusty little bird eggs, Li Qing pleaded desperately. I sold my daughter to you in exchange for 2 pounds of flour to save her life. You only give me 2 bird eggs. How are we supposed to survive? The burly man, Zhao Dahu, looked impatient. He was Zhao Errou's older brother, and the only hunter in the village. Relying on his hunting skills and the meat he had to eat, he acted arrogantly, and no one dared to mess with him. It's your family's good fortune that I've taken a liking to your daughter. How dare you haggle? Zhao Dahu kicked Li Qing in the chest, and the old man fell to the ground on the spot, clutching his chest and coughing painfully. Immediately afterward, Zhao Dahu grinned maliciously and hoisted the struggling and crying Li Xiuji onto his shoulder. Little beauty, come home with me for some meat! The villagers dared not speak out against his anger. In this world, whoever has food is the boss. Hua Yurong and Xia Jiro turned pale and instinctively moved closer to Su Lang. Murong Yanran, however, was filled with rage. She couldn't stand such bullies who relied on their power to bully others, and she raised her foot to step forward and reprimand them. But a warm hand pressed down on her shoulder. Su Lang had already stood in front of the 3 women, firmly protecting them behind him. He looked at Zhao Dahu, then at Li Qing, who was groaning in pain on the ground, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Zhao Dahu, carrying Li Xiuji, turned around and bumped into Su Lang and his group. His gaze swept over Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran, and a lewd light immediately appeared in his eyes. Oh, where did these young ladies come from? They're much prettier than that girl Li Xiuji. Chapter 10. Your brother misses you. Zhao Dahu carried Li Xiuji on his back, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over Hua Yurong, Xia Jiro, and Murong Yanran. He had thought Li Xiuji was pitiful enough, but he hadn't expected that these 3 women in Su Lang's family would be so outstanding. Hua Yurong was gentle and voluptuous, Xia Jiro was lively and charming, but what truly stirred his heart was Murong Yanran, clutching the cloth and with an icy expression. Despite her tattered clothes, she couldn't hide her heroic spirit and arrogance, like an untamed wild horse, making Zhao Dahu's desire grow stronger with each glance. Zhao Errou said yesterday that Su Lang, that good-for-nothing, had 3 beautiful wives. He didn't believe it at first, but now that he'd seen it, his brother had clearly underestimated him. As for Su Lang, Zhao Dahu didn't take him seriously at all. Everyone in the village knew he was a sickly man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. Su Lang, you're so lucky! Zhao Dahu grinned maliciously, throwing Li Xiuji heavily to the ground. He pointed at Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran, arrogantly saying, Let me play with your 2 wives for a few days, and I'll let you off the hook. Several lackeys immediately started jeering, saying that Tiger was doing him a favor by taking a liking to his woman. They also mocked Su Lang's thin and weak appearance, saying he couldn't possibly serve 3 women. Su Lang was still weighing whether or not to provoke the village bully for Li Xiuji. After all, Li Xiuji was someone his predecessor couldn't let go of, not his. Getting into trouble for someone he wasn't close to was indeed not worth it. But Zhao Dahu dared to set his sights on his wife, and that completely changed the situation. Daring to touch his woman wasn't a question of whether it was worth it or not, it was courting death. A sycophant chuckled obsequiously. Brother Tiger, what a lucky day! Li Xiuji plus these 3, that makes 4 beauties! Zhao Dahu laughed triumphantly. That's right! I'm marrying 4 wives today! Su Lang, bring out those 3 marriage contracts and put your fingerprints on them. He had already taken Hua Yurong and the other 2 women as his own. Hua Yurong and Xia Jiro turned pale and hid behind Su Lang. Murong Yanran trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently, her icy gaze almost piercing Zhao Dahu. At this moment, Li Xiuji, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to her feet. Instead of crying, she stood in front of Su Lang. Looking at him, her eyes were filled with anxiety and determination. Brother Su Lang, go quickly, don't worry about me, this has nothing to do with you. After saying that, she turned around and knelt down before Zhao Dahu, kowtowing heavily. Uncle Zhao, I'll go with you, I'll do whatever you say. Please let Su Lang go, he's not well, he can't take your abuse. The surrounding villagers were all stunned, their eyes filled with sympathy and pity as they looked at her. Zhao Dahu was also taken aback for a moment, then laughed even more wildly. Little beauty, you're quite loyal. Don't worry, after I've dealt with this good-for-nothing, I'll treat you properly. Su Lang looked at Li Xiuji kneeling on the ground, protecting him with her thin shoulders, and his heart stirred slightly. Originally, he only wanted to break Zhao Dahu's legs, but now it seemed he had to let the two brothers go down and reunite. Su Lang stepped forward, pulled Li Xiuji up from the ground, and shielded her behind him. Then, he looked at Zhao Dahu and smiled. You want to play with my women? And you want my marriage contract? Zhao Dahu's face darkened. What? You piece of trash, you think you can resist? Su Lang held up 3 fingers, his smile growing even brighter. I'll give you 3 numbers. Kneel down and kowtow to my 3 wives to apologize. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. The entire room fell silent instantly, everyone staring at Su Lang as if he were a madman. The next moment, Zhao Dahu and his henchmen burst into laughter, saying he must be starving to death to dare make brother who kneel down. Zhao Dahu laughed until tears almost streamed down his face, clenching his fists and approaching step by step. You little bastard, today I'll show you what death is! His fist, as big as a casserole dish, slammed into Su Lang's face with a vicious gust of wind. Su Lang didn't move, but just as the fist was about to touch him, a figure in cyan was faster than Zhao Dahu. Murong Yanran had made her move. She lightly touched the ground with her toes, and like a ghost, she circled around to the side of a lackey, delivering an elbow strike to the back of his neck. Before the man could even scream, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Murong Yanran spun around and kicked the other man precisely in the knee. With a crack, the lackey screamed and fell to his knees, unable to stand up again. Her attacks were swift and ruthless, targeting joints and weaknesses. There were no superfluous movements, yet each strike rendered the opponent incapable of fighting. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 henchmen were down, and the last one, clutching a wooden stick, froze in place, too terrified to approach. Murong Yanran stopped, not even glancing at the others, and coldly said to Su Lang, "This big one is yours." This wasn't a suggestion, it was her confidence that Su Lang could handle it. Zhao Dahu's fist stopped in front of Su Lang's nose, and he dared not strike again. Murong Yanran's 2 moves just now had made him realize that this woman was a trained fighter. Su Lang looked at Murong Yanran, who stood in front of him with a heroic and spirited air, and felt a surge of passion in his heart. This woman usually complained about him, but when it mattered, she was always the first to protect him. Su Lang turned to look at Zhao Dahu, whose expression was shifting between anger and uncertainty. His smile gradually faded, leaving only a chilling calm. Your younger brother Zhao Eru. He misses you. Chapter 11 Getting a Wife for Free? Zhao Dahu was stunned. Zhao Eru? Wasn't that his younger brother's name? Su Lang said his brother missed him. What did that mean? He had no idea that Zhao Eru had long been thrown into a mass grave by Su Lang, and his body was probably already in the belly of wolves. In Zhao Dahu's view, Su Lang was merely putting on a show. The only one he truly feared was Murong Yanran, who stood in his way. This woman was swift and fierce, with an icy demeanor that genuinely intimidated him. But no matter how skilled she was still just a woman. Could she possibly defeat him, the local thug leader of Qinshui town? As for Su Lang, she remained the same useless piece of trash in his eyes, someone everyone could bully. Rage overwhelmed his fear, and Zhao Dahu sneered. You little bitch, not bad kung fu, but I'm not hitting women today. He bypassed Murong Yanran and stared intently at Su Lang. You little bastard, you think you're safe hiding behind women? Die. As long as he crippled Su Lang, these women would be at his mercy. Zhao Dahu swung his fist, as big as a clay pot, and smashed it towards Su Lang's head with a whooshing sound. Murong Yanran frowned, about to retaliate, but Su Lang gently pressed down on her shoulder. My dear Yanran, you've worked hard. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This kind of trash doesn't need your help. Murong Yanran turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of surprise and doubt. Had this guy gone mad? The next second, Su Lang took a step forward to meet Zhao Dahu's fist. He neither dodged nor blocked, but instead threw a punch head-on. Zhao Dahu's face was filled with cruelty. In a contest of strength, who in the entire Qinshui town could beat him? He could almost see the gruesome sight of Su Lang's broken arm. The onlookers gasped in shock, all believing that Su Lang's arm was ruined. Li Xiuji was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Bang! Two disproportionate fists collided, producing a dull thud like a drumbeat. Instead of the expected broken bones and splinters, a crisp sound of bones shifting rang out. Ouch! Zhao Dahu let out a painful groan, his burly body staggering back 5 or 6 steps, his face instantly turning a deep purplish red. His iron fist hung limply, his fingers twisted and curled, the back of his hand red and swollen, clearly indicating a serious injury. Then look at Su Lang, who only took half a step back before regaining his balance. He shook his numb fist, his expression unchanged. The entire arena fell silent. That notorious good-for-nothing Su Lang had actually injured Zhao Dahu, the tyrant of Qinshui town, with a single punch? The remaining lackeys were so frightened that they dropped their sticks, their legs going weak. Murong Yanran's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She knew best how heavy that punch had been. Compared to when he dealt with Zhao Eru, Su Lang's strength had increased even further. Just how many secrets did this man hold? Su Lang felt the surging power within him, and his heart was filled with exhilaration. He walked step by step toward Zhao Dahu, his smile as cold as frost. I told you I'd give you 3 counts. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it, and now it's too late to leave. Zhao Dahu clutched his injured hand, both shocked and furious. You dare! Su Lang laughed. See if I dare. Before he finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Zhao Dahu in the knee. If that kick landed, Zhao Dahu would be bedridden for months, if not crippled. Stop! Fighting in the street? Do you want to end up in jail? A loud shout rang out, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. Li Si, the head constable of Qinshui town, rushed over with 2 of his men. Looking at the standoff and then at Zhao Dahu's pained expression, Li Si asked in a deep voice. What's going on? Is there no law anymore? Upon seeing Li Si, Zhao Dahu preemptively accused him. Boss Li, I bought my wife with grain, but Su Lang tried to steal her and even assaulted me. Li Si's sharp gaze fell on Su Lang. Did you do it? Before Su Lang could speak, Li Xiuji rushed out and knelt down in front of Li Si with a thud. Sir, it has nothing to do with Brother Su Lang. It was Zhao Dahu who tried to rob me and even tried to beat Brother Su Lang. Brother Su Lang was just defending himself. Li Si glanced at the limp lackey and the groaning thug on the ground, and he understood most of the situation. Zhao Dahu had been bullying men and women in town for a long time, and Li Si was well aware of it. He just hadn't expected that this time he'd run into Su Lang. Li Si sneered. Zhao Dahu, it's you causing trouble again. You were in the wrong today, but if there's a next time, I'll throw you in jail. Get out! Zhao Dahu was filled with resentment, staring intently at Su Lang, his hand already reaching for the dagger at his waist. If Li Si hadn't been there, he would have wanted to stab Su Lang to death on the spot. Su Lang, you just wait! He threw down a harsh threat, clutching his injured hand as he slunk away. His venomous gaze told him this matter would not end easily. The commotion subsided temporarily, the onlookers dispersed, and Li Si gave Su Lang a warning look before leaving with his men. Soon, only Su Lang's family and Li Xiuji and her father, kneeling on the ground, remained at the street corner. Li Qing was filled with lingering fear. He knew Zhao Dahu was vengeful, and although they had escaped unscathed today, he feared the father and daughter would have no future. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, quickly knelt down in front of Su Lang, and cowed out several times. Su Lang, thank you for saving Xiuji. But we've offended Zhao Dahu, and we're sure to have a tough time from now on. He looked up, his eyes pleading. I'll sell Shioji to you for free. I just beg you to give her a bite to eat, to let her live. I'll do anything for you. Su Lang was overjoyed. He'd gotten a gentle, kind, and beautiful young woman as a wife for free? Li Shioji's favorability rating would definitely be easy to boost, and he could even get a big gift package when he married her. This deal was too profitable. But he couldn't show it on his face, so he could only look at Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and Xiajiro with feigned difficulty and sigh. Uncle Li, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that you know my family's situation. The more mouths we have, the more burdens we have. Li Shioji's body trembled suddenly, and she slowly raised her head, her tear-streaked face filled with despair. Brother Su Lang has already saved her once, so why should she have to take responsibility for her? He already has 3 beautiful sisters-in-law, and life is already difficult enough. How can she be a burden to him? She bit her pale lips, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she stood up and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, thank you. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. After saying that, she turned and stumbled away in the direction Zhao Dahe had left. I'm going to find Zhao Dahe. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for Brother Su Lang, I'll do whatever he says. I just want Brother Su Lang to be safe and sound. Chapter 12. The ladies begged me to marry. This scene stunned everyone. Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and Xiajiro looked at Li Shioji and felt that this girl, who would rather sacrifice herself than implicate her benefactor, was too foolish and too kind. Hua Yorong was the first to come to her senses. She rushed forward and grabbed Li Shioji tightly from behind, looking at Su Lang with tears in her eyes. Husband! Her words, full of pleading and reluctance, gently touched Su Lang's heart. Su Lang had already agreed 1,000 times in his heart, but he had to keep a straight face. Especially with Murong Yanran, that fiery horse. If he acted too hastily, the goodwill he had worked so hard to build up would probably fall back down. He sighed, feigning struggle, and put on a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. I, Su Lang, am an upright man. How could I take advantage of someone in distress? These 3 ladies are all legally married by the government. They are people I have sworn to treat well for the rest of my life. If I were to take Shioji today, wouldn't it make me look frivolous and lustful? You understand me. These words were meant to appease the 3 women, and also to test Murong Yanran's attitude. But to Li Shioji, they were the final blow. Her last remaining hope was shattered. Yes, Brother Su Lang is a hero. How could he want a burden like her who only causes trouble? He already has 3 fairy-like sisters-in-law. What right does she have to hope for more? The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became, yet the more grateful she felt. She was convinced that Su Lang was rejecting her in this way to avoid embarrassing her. Sister-in-law, let me go! Li Shioji struggled desperately, crying and shouting as she tried to break free from Hua Yorong. It's my fault for dragging Brother Su Lang into this mess. I can't be a burden to you anymore. I'll go find Zhao Dahe. As long as he stops causing you trouble, I'll do anything. This resolute determination to repay even unto death instantly struck Hua Yorong and Xiajiro at their most vulnerable point. They seemed to see their former selves reflected in it. If the government hadn't assigned them to their husbands, one had been sold into slavery on the street, and the other had suffered beatings from her husband, their fates might not have been any better than Li Shioji's. Tears immediately streamed down the faces of both women. Husband! Xiajiro ran to Su Lang's side, grabbing his clothes and shaking him while crying. Sister Shioji is so pitiful, let's help her. I'll just eat less and share my food with her. The little girl cried with tears streaming down her face, her words innocent yet revealing the purest kindness. Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart and patted her little head. Silly girl, with your husband here, how could I let you go hungry? Murong Yanran, who had been watching coldly with her arms crossed, was also moved at this moment. Looking at Li Qing, who was kneeling on the ground crying until he was almost fainting, and then at Li Shioji, who would rather walk into the trap than burden her benefactor, a surge of chivalry welled up in her heart. Her father was a martial arts champion who died on the battlefield protecting the people. Leaving someone in distress was never the Murong family style. Murong Yanran snorted coldly, turning her head away, unwilling to let anyone see her reddened eyes. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. It's better than sending her to her death. Her voice was low and slightly trembling, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. It's done! Su Lang, seeing that the time was right, immediately stepped in to smooth things over. He cleared his throat, his face full of difficulty and helplessness. Since the three ladies are all so kind-hearted, I, Su Lang, am not heartless. I can't just stand by and watch them die. He looked at Li Xiuji, who had stopped struggling and was staring blankly at him. Miss Xiuji, I can marry you. But... Su Lang's tone suddenly turned serious. Our family values reason. Do all three ladies truly agree to this? I asked them several times. Since they agreed, they have to get along well from now on, no going back on their word, and no bringing up past grievances. Su Lang silently gave himself 100,000 thumbs up. That was truly brilliant. Hua Yurong and Xiajiro, fearing he might change his mind, quickly nodded. I agree. Me too. All eyes immediately fell on the only person who hadn't given a clear answer. Murong Yenran's pretty face flushed instantly, and her grip on the cloth tightened. She had only mentioned adding more chopsticks, not asking Su Lang to marry her. Had something gone wrong? To publicly agree to her husband marrying another woman would be worse than death for her. Yet, she couldn't bear to watch Li Xiuji jump into a fire pit if she didn't agree. After holding it in for a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. What are you looking at me for? She said, turning her head away in a fit of embarrassment and anger, and coldly snorted. Just an extra pair of chopsticks. So, Sister Yan'an agrees, right? Xiajiro happily chimed in. Well done, little girl, you'll be rewarded tonight. Su Lang mentally gave Xiajiro another thumbs up. She agreed, Murong Yenran said, pouting. She felt like Su Lang had tricked her, but she had no proof. Chapter 13 Successfully Marrying the White Moonlight. Great! This is such a wonderful thing. Su Lang was already overjoyed inside, but he deliberately put on a pained and troubled look on his face and walked to Li Qing, who was still kneeling on the ground. He pretended to rummage through the cloth bag, but actually took out a few boiled eggs from the storage space, and then took out a small bag of heavy fine rice, which weighed a full 5 caddies. Uncle Li, get up first. Su Lang shoved the things into Li Qing's rough, withered hands. Li Qing looked down and froze. This is white rice? Or polished rice? It must weigh 5 or 6 pounds, right? He trembled, asking incredulously. You're really willing to trade so much rice and eggs for my daughter? Originally, Li Qing only dared to hope for 2 caddies of rice, but unexpectedly, Su Lang gave him 5 caddies of fine rice. This rice, cooked into porridge and served with some wild vegetables, would be enough to feed the family of 3 for a while. Su Lang nodded calmly, but seriously corrected him. This is a betrothal gift, not a buyout of your daughter's future. From now on, Xiuji will be my 4th wife. She can come back to her parents' home anytime she wants. Upon hearing this, Li Qing completely broke down, clutching the rice bag and weeping uncontrollably, repeatedly kowtowing to Su Lang. Great benefactor! You are our family's great benefactor! Li Xiuji, standing to the side, was also stunned, tears silently streaming down her face. Her father had sold her to exchange for food to feed her younger brother. Although she didn't resent it, she always felt like a piece of merchandise, abandoned by her own family. But Su Lang told her that this was a betrothal gift. He wanted to marry her, not buy her. Just as Li Xiuji was feeling emotional, a warm, large hand gently grasped her cold, small hand. Xiuji, as long as I have food to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Su Lang's voice wasn't loud, but it inexplicably reassured her. Li Xiuji's body trembled slightly as she let him hold her hand, bowing her head and weeping. Yet, a flower seemed to bloom in the cold corner of her heart. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 60, devoted to you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying your 4th wife. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super Well Blueprint X1. Physique Enhancement X2. A warm current surged through his body again, and Su Lang immediately felt full of power. Having triggered double effects 3 times previously, His physique was now 8 times stronger than an average person's. While an average adult male's punch carried about 60 to 70 Jin of force, his punch felt like 500 Jin. Let alone fighting 8 people alone, even if one person faced 100, as long as the opponents were unarmed, he might not be unable to fight them off with just his fists and feet. Su Lang even felt that he could kill a bull with a single punch. What surprised him even more was the blueprint for the super well. In years of famine, food was important, but water was even more important. Only with water could they cultivate the land and truly settle down. Moreover, Li Xiuji had already gained a high level of favorability shortly after marrying into the family. The favorability of Hua Yorong, Xia Jiruo, and Li Xiuji was also relatively easy to raise. With them around, the system's rewards would naturally be plentiful. Su Lang couldn't help but scrutinize Li Xiuji. She wasn't as fair and delicate as Hua Yorong, nor did she possess the outstanding temperament of Xia Jiruo and Murong Yanran, but she had a naturally endearing, somewhat naive charm. Although she was slender, her oval face still had a touch of baby fat, her round eyes were bright and expressive, and her lips were full, giving her a unique charm. If Hua Yorong could score 98 points, Xia Jiruo and Murong Yanran 95 points, then Li Xiuji would at least score 92 points. Of course, everyone has their own beauty, and one cannot judge solely by appearance. After returning to the thatched hut with their newlywed fourth wife, the group of 5 fell silent. The small hut was already cramped for 4 people, and now with Li Xiuji added, there was barely any room to stand. Inside, there was only a bed made of broken wooden planks, a rickety partition, and a small patch of dry grass. How were they supposed to sleep? Hua Yorong's face flushed first. She had personally experienced her husband's prowess. From dusk till dawn, that bed hadn't had a moment's peace. Now, with Li Xiuji added to the mix, she dared not think any further. Xia Jiruo and Li Xiuji were still bewildered, feeling only awkwardness. Murong Yanran, clutching the bolt of cloth, stood at the doorway, frowning, unsure where to put her feet. This place is so shabby, it's practically uninhabitable. Seeing the women's embarrassed expressions, Su Lang immediately made up his mind. He had to move, and he had to move right away. But even with 8 times the strength, he couldn't possibly build a house big enough for 5 people all by himself in a short time. He had to find someone to help him. In times of famine, the most effective way to hire people is with food. However, the food stored in the system cannot be taken out directly. It's too conspicuous and could easily attract trouble. It seems it's time to try out the newly acquired ability. Yorong, Jiruo, you two take Xiuji to familiarize herself with the place first, and cook for her while you're at it. Hua Yorong asked worriedly. Husband, where are you going? Su Lang raised his chin, gazing at the rolling mountains beyond the village. Just going out for a stroll, to see if I can hunt some game for the ladies, to have an extra dish for dinner, he said, brandishing the wood-chopping knife in his hand, his face full of confidence. Divine hunting skill activated. Upon hearing that he was going into the mountains, Hua Yorong and Murong Yanran's expressions changed simultaneously. No, it's too dangerous, Murong Yanran hurriedly objected. Hua Yorong also tugged at his sleeve. Husband, I heard on the way that several strong laborers went into the mountains and never came out again. Everyone says there are black bears in there. Su Lang patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll just wander around the outskirts. Without waiting for the women to try and dissuade him further, he picked up his wood-chopping knife and strode out of the thatched hut. The area around the village was desolate. Not only were there no wild rabbits or pheasants, but even the grass roots and tree bark had been completely devoured by starving people. To find prey, one must venture into remote, untouched forests. Su Lang gripped his machete tightly, his steps unwavering, and quickly entered the dark forest. The light in the forest dimmed instantly, the smell of decaying leaves and damp mud assaulted his senses, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the rustling sound of his footsteps over withered branches and fallen leaves. Just hunt some wild game and cook a few pots of thin porridge, and you can attract a lot of labor. He didn't venture deep into the area rashly, but instead cut down a small tree, peeled and polished the bark, and then sharpened one end to a point. After crafting 3 wooden spears, Su Lang slung them over his shoulder, gripped his wood-chopping knife, pushed aside the waist-high ferns in front of him, and stepped into the deeper darkness. Chapter 14. Another unbearable night. The moment Su Lang stepped into the deep mountains, his entire demeanor changed. His previously casual gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's. Activating his god-level hunting technique, every trace in the forest became clear information in his eyes. The wind carried the scent of broken grass, half a shallow footprint remained in the soil, and a few gray hairs clung to the tree bark. These things that ordinary people would never pay attention to quickly sketched out the route and size of a wild rabbit in Su Lang's mind, and even the time it left was clearly determined. He did not rush to chase after it, but slowly followed the tracks and soon found a gray rabbit nibbling on grass roots behind the bushes. Su Lang paused, raised his hand and pulled out a sharp wooden stick from his back, then flicked his wrist. The stick shot through the air and, with a soft thud, pinned the rabbit to the ground. The rabbit twitched twice and then went completely still, killed instantly. Su Lang pulled out the wooden stick, picked up the rabbit's carcass, and weighed it in his hand. It weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds, quite plump. Just then, a slight rustling came from the nearby bushes. Su Lang's ears twitched, and he casually threw out a second stick. With a short, sharp cry, another gray rabbit rolled out of the bushes, also pierced through by the blow. In the blink of an eye, he had 2 rabbits in his grasp. Su Lang then found an old locust tree nearby, climbed up, and retrieved 5 or 6 bird eggs. This trip into the mountains had been quite fruitful. Inside the thatched hut, 4 women sat around a wooden table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The wild vegetable porridge had been cooked long ago, and the chopsticks were neatly set out, but no one touched it. They were all waiting for Su Lang to return. "It's been so long, why hasn't my husband come back yet? Could something have happened to him?" Xiaojiro's face was pale as she kept glancing towards the door. Murong Yenren coldly rebuked her for talking nonsense, but her fingers, gripping the hem of her clothes, had turned white, clearly indicating her extreme anxiety. Li Xiuji clasped her hands together, praying incessantly. Although Hua Yurong gently comforted everyone, saying that Su Lang would be all right, the worry in her eyes was undeniable. Just as everyone was getting restless, Su Lang's voice finally came from the doorway. "I'm back." The 4 women turned around abruptly, and were all stunned for a moment. Su Lang was carrying 2 fat rabbits in his left hand and a handful of bird eggs in his right, looking as relaxed as if he had just gone for a stroll. "Rabbit! My husband caught a rabbit!" Xiaojiro was the first to rush over, jumping and skipping around, hugging his arm. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji also gathered around, staring at the 2 rabbits, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. In these days, even grass roots were hard to come by, meat was more precious than gold. Zhao Dahu, the village hunter, would be lucky to catch even 1 rabbit after a whole day in the mountains, but Su Lang returned with 2 in a short time. Murong Yenren stood there, her mind in turmoil. Just how many more skills did this man possess that she didn't know about? "Husband, can we have rabbit meat tonight?" Xiaojiro shook Su Lang's arm, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Lang gently pinched her nose, then shook his head with a smile. "Rabbits aren't for eating, they're for building houses." Late into the night, the 5 of them were still huddled together on the wooden bed, the 4 women's faces flushed, none of them uttering a sound. Li Xiuji had just entered. According to custom, it was her turn to serve her husband tonight, but with so many people around, she was too embarrassed to utter a sound. On the other side, Murong Yenren was breathing rapidly, clearly not asleep either. Just as Li Xiuji was about to faint from her inner turmoil, Su Lang suddenly turned over and lazily spoke. "I haven't consummated my marriage with Jiro and Yenren yet, Xiuji, you'll have to wait in line." His words instantly stunned all 4 women. Hua Yurong immediately lowered her head, Xiaojiro gasped softly, and Li Xiuji was so ashamed she almost fainted. Murong Yenren blushed to her ears, feeling both ashamed and angry, wishing she could kick this scoundrel off the bed. After dinner, Hua Yurong took Su Lang's measurements, intending to make him a new set of clothes first, and then make some for herself and her sisters. Su Lang, with his arm raised, felt Hua Yurong's soft hands roam over his body, and soon his mind began to wander. What was supposed to be just taking measurements ended up being taken on the bed. That unreliable wooden bed creaked and groaned all night long. Li Xiuji was tense all over, too ashamed to hide, when suddenly she was hugged by Xiajiro, whose face was flushed red. Murong Yanran, standing nearby, gritted her teeth in anger, but could only keep her eyes open until dawn. The next morning, Su Lang walked out of the thatched hut, looking refreshed. Hua Yorong was exhausted, while Murong Yanran, Xiajiro, and Li Xiuji had dark circles under their eyes and looked completely listless. The first victims of his enhanced physique had actually become his wives. Su Lang watched this with immense satisfaction, and after finishing breakfast, he took the 2 dead rabbits to the large locust tree in the center of the village. Many starving people basked listlessly in the sun, their eyes vacant, as if they had lost all hope of survival. Su Lang cleared his throat and shouted, "Fellow villagers, who is willing to help me build a house? I'll provide meals. Not only will there be rabbit meat, but also wild vegetable and bird egg soup tonight. It won't fill you up, but everyone will get some." The moment the words left his mouth, the entire square fell into dead silence. All the numb gazes were fixed on the 2 plump rabbits in Su Lang's hands. The next second, everyone went crazy. Chapter 15. Finally, we can be together. Meat! It's rabbit meat! And wild vegetable porridge! God, am I dreaming? The 2 rabbits in Su Lang's hands instantly captivated the souls of all the starving people. Those who were lying on the ground waiting to die struggled to their feet, their eyes gleaming with a terrifying green light, and rushed towards him frantically. "Stop the hell! Su Lang roared, forcefully silencing the restless crowd. His cold gaze swept over the faces contorted with hunger, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Want to eat? Want to eat meat? Fine. But those who are lazy and cunning, those who love to eat and do nothing, get the hell out of here." He pointed at a tall, thin man. "John San, last time the government distributed grain, you stole Widow Wang's share, get out. Zhang Youfu, you have the strength to beat your wife but not the strength to work, get out too." Su Lang named several of the village's scoundrels and lazybones in one breath. The men turned pale, but dared not refute him, and could only slink away. In the past, they would have pounced on the rabbit long ago. But Zhao Dahu and his gang of lackeys had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Su Lang and his wife yesterday, so who would dare to provoke him easily? At this moment, a sturdy and honest-looking young man stepped forward and tentatively called out, "Brother Lang?" The newcomer was none other than Su Lang's childhood friend, Wang Erniu. Su Lang nodded and said, "Erniu, you're in. Pick 8 more reliable and hard-working men, don't give me any bad apples." Wang Erniu immediately perked up and quickly selected 8 strong men. Su Lang tossed him a rabbit with satisfaction and immediately ordered, "Let's go, get to work." The house was to be built on a flat, open space next to the dilapidated thatched hut, not far from a small ditch. Lacking bricks, they built the foundation with stones. Lacking tiles, they chopped wood to build a thatched roof. The 10 men immediately split up, some moving stones, others chopping wood. But the more they worked, the more alarmed Wang Erniu and the others became. Su Lang was like a master craftsman who had been doing this for decades. He explained everything clearly, from how to lay the foundation to how to cut the mortise and tenon joints in the wood. Everyone just had to follow his instructions. "Brother Lang, when did you learn how to build houses?" Wang Erniu asked, carrying logs and sweating profusely. Su Lang brushed the mud off his hands and casually replied, "I learned from an old carpenter for a few days before." After saying that, he turned and went into the thatched hut. "You all get to work, I'll cook for everyone." The hut was already filled with the aroma of meat. A broken pot was stewing rabbit meat, and the fragrance of oil wafted out. Another pot was a wild vegetable and bird egg soup, but the bird eggs were too small, and the soup was bland. While no one was looking, Su Lang took out 7 or 8 eggs from his storage space and cracked them into the pot. He then grabbed 2 large handfuls of flour, mixed them into a batter, and used chopsticks to break them into plump white dough balls. The once bland and watery wild vegetable soup instantly transformed into a thick and tempting broth. The men working outside, drawn by the aroma, practically drooled, and their hands pounded even harder. Wang Erniu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, work harder! Anyone who slacks off won't get anything to eat!" On the other side, Hua Yurong was carefully tailoring new clothes for Su Lang using the fabric she had exchanged yesterday. Murong Yenren, Xiajiro, and Li Xiuji were also helping out, but each of them was more disheveled than the last. Xiajiro's eyes were filled with tears from being pricked by the needle, and Li Xiuji couldn't thread the needle for a long time. Murong Yenren was even more annoyed. She was skilled with knives and spears, but a small embroidery needle was more difficult to handle than a 1,000-pound spear. Damn it! Her hand slipped, and the needle pierced her fingertip, drawing a drop of blood. Just as she was about to throw away the needle and thread in embarrassment and anger, a large hand grabbed her wrist. How could you be so careless? Su Lang walked in carrying rabbit meat and wild vegetable soup. Seeing the blood on her fingertip, he frowned and put her finger directly into his mouth. Murong Yenren froze instantly, her face flushing red to the roots of her neck, her heart pounding. This rogue, how dare he do this? Su Lang sucked away the blood for her, then noticed the needle marks on Xiajiro and Li Xiuji's hands, and felt a pang of heartache. You silly girls, why are you doing this? Xiajiro lowered her head and whispered, My husband must be tired after a long day. We wanted to make you a new dress. Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart and handed her the bowl, saying, Eat first. You need to be full to have the strength. I saved the best leg meat for you. The four women looked at the glistening, tender rabbit leg and felt a surge of warmth and joy in their hearts. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability +5. Current favorability, 105. Love is growing stronger. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability +10. Current favorability, 65. Heart fluttering. Ding! Xiajiro's favorability +5. Current favorability, 105. Love is growing stronger. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability +10. Current favorability, 70. Devoted admiration. Outside, Wang Ernyu and the others were wolfing down their food around 2 pots. Large chunks of rabbit meat, snow-white dumplings, and thick egg drop soup. They had never tasted such delicious food in their lives. One man cried between bites, I haven't tasted meat in almost a year. Brother Lang, you're like a second parent to us. The way everyone looked at Su Lang completely changed, filled with heartfelt awe and worship. With the combined benefits of godlike craftsmanship and the availability of meat, the construction progressed at an astonishing pace. By evening, a spacious and sturdy wooden house had risen from the ground. Although not yet topped off, its structure was many times stronger than the dilapidated thatched hut. The 4 women, including Hua Yorong, stood in front of their new house, their faces beaming with happiness. Finally, they had a decent home. When they first married Su Lang, they thought they would starve to death in a few days. Who could have imagined that this man could turn the tide and save them from hunger, even allowing them to eat meat every day? The 4 women gazed at Su Lang's thin figure, tears welling in their eyes. System notifications also sounded repeatedly, and their favorability rating continued to rise. Su Lang looked at the spacious new wooden house, then at the 4 beautiful women beside him, and rubbed his hands together excitedly. This house is wonderful! Now, we can finally consummate our marriage together! Chapter 16 Outwitting Murong Yenran. Su Lang's words, We can finally consummate our marriage together, instantly froze the warm atmosphere that had just begun to rise in the new wooden house. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji blushed deeply, lowering their heads and not daring to look at him. Xiajiro, however, blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity, clearly not understanding the meaning of his words. Only Murong Yenren blushed, then crossed her arms and glared coldly at Su Lang. You scoundrel! Don't even think about it! Su Lang, however, seemed oblivious to her anger. He slowly walked up to Xiajiro and Murong Yenren, stroking his chin as he began to ponder seriously. Yorong is the eldest daughter-in-law, and Xiuji has just entered the family, so there's no rush for the wedding night. He changed the subject and looked at the 2 of them. But Jiro and Yenren haven't consummated their marriage yet, so there has to be a proper order. Yenren is the 3rd wife, and Jiro is the 2nd wife, but Jiro is still young. Su Lang deliberately threw the difficult problem at Murong Yenran. Yenran, who do you think should keep me company tonight? These words were absolutely vicious, clearly putting Murong Yenran in a very difficult position. If she were to decide for herself who would serve her in bed first, would she still have any face left as a daughter of a powerful family? But if she didn't say anything, Su Lang, That scoundrel would most likely choose Xiaojiro, who was completely obedient to him. The thought of having to stand behind the little girl made Murong Yanran feel a tightness in her chest. She is the daughter of the Murong family. How could she lose to Xiaojiro? Xiaojiro, however, hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. She looked at Su Lang, then at Murong Yanran, whose chest heaved with anger, and asked softly, "Husband, should I go first?" "No!" Murong Yanran practically shouted it out. She glared at Su Lang, then looked at Xiaojiro, who had an innocent face, and said through gritted teeth, "I accept that Hua Yorong is the boss. But why should she, a little girl, be ranked ahead of me? Tonight I'll take the lead." As soon as she said it, her face turned bright red, and she immediately turned her head to the side, refusing to look at anyone again. Su Lang was secretly overjoyed, but feigned helplessness on his face. "Since Madame Yanran insists, then I have no choice but to agree." He patted Xiaojiro's head and comforted her with a smile. "It's not that your husband doesn't love you, it's just that your sister Yanran is too impatient. Be a good girl and wait in line, it'll be your turn tomorrow." Xiaojiro nodded as if she understood, pouting slightly, looking somewhat aggrieved yet also secretly expectant. Su Lang didn't delay any longer. He pulled up the ashamed and indignant Murong Yanran and headed towards the newly built master bedroom. "Let's go, Lady Yanran, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." As soon as the master bedroom door closed, Hua Yorong pulled Xiaojiro and the awkwardly Shioji into the adjacent second bedroom. As soon as Murong Yanran entered the master bedroom, she was stunned by the huge bed in the room. The room was simply furnished and filled with the fresh scent of wood, but the bed in the center was ridiculously large. It could easily sleep 5 people, let alone 2. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and muttered under her breath, "What a pervert, making the bed so big!" Su Lang, with his sharp ears, immediately turned around and grinned mischievously. "Madame Yanran, you misunderstand. I'm thinking about the long term. In the future, when we have more children, 1 or 2, 3 or 4, how will we have enough beds to sleep them all?" Murong Yanran was speechless, stumped by this absurd logic. She could only watch helplessly as Su Lang approached step by step, her heart pounding faster and faster, her body gradually stiffening. The atmosphere in the adjacent bedroom was equally agonizing. The 3 women lay in bed, none of them able to sleep. The wooden partitions of the new house were better soundproof than the thatched hut, but noises from next door could still be heard intermittently. First came the faint rustling of clothes, then Murong Yanran's suppressed gasp, followed by the soft creaking of the bed, making the sound even more unbearable. Xiaojiro leaned close to Hua Yorong's ear and whispered, "Sister Yorong, what are they doing? Is Sister Yanran in a lot of pain? I think I heard her crying." Hua Yorong's cheeks burned, and she quickly covered her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense, go to sleep." But the faint sound made sleep a luxury. Li Xiuji lay on the outermost side, her body taut and her breathing cautious. She felt like an outsider who shouldn't be there, her heart filled with inferiority. Hua Yorong is gentle and virtuous, and is her husband's first wife. Xiaojiro is lively and lovely, and is deeply loved by her husband. Even Murong Yanran, who has the worst temper, knows martial arts and is beautiful and charming. She was just a village girl who was sold by her father and almost fell into the hands of a local bully. Su Lang's willingness to take her in was already an immense favor. How could she dare to ask for more? Listening to the commotion next door, she felt both envious and apprehensive. That night, the 3 women in the second bedroom were all preoccupied with their own thoughts, their cheeks flushed, and they couldn't fall asleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahu, at the east end of the village, was drinking alone in frustration. "Damn it, where the hell is that little bastard Zhao Eru?" He kicked over the wine jar and roared at the last remaining lackey. "It's been 2 days. Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with Su Lang's women? He didn't even get rid of them, and now he's disappeared." The man trembled with fear. "Brother Tiger, I've searched all the places Second Master frequents, but there's no one there. Not only Second Master, but Lu San and Wang Wu, who follow him, have all disappeared as if they'd vanished into thin air." Zhao Dahu's movements suddenly stopped. He recalled the scene at the village entrance yesterday, where Su Lang forced him back with a single punch, and he also remembered Su Lang's terrifyingly calm face. He also recalled that sentence that had puzzled him at the time. Your younger brother, Zhao Eru, misses you. A chill suddenly shot up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Zhao Dahu suddenly stood up, his body trembling slightly with anger, his bloodshot eyes filled with mad hatred. Su Lang and Eru must be in trouble. He turned around, took the hunting knife off the wall, and gripped it tightly in his hand. If you dare touch my brother, I'll make your whole family pay with their lives. And all your wives will become my wives, Zhao Dahu's wives. Chapter 17 Eightfold Physique, Truly Invincible. After a night of debauchery, the next morning, Murong Yenren walked out of the master bedroom, supporting her back. Her handsome face, though spirited, showed signs of fatigue and embarrassment, yet her eyes held a hint of allure that she herself was unaware of. The three women outside the door gave her different looks. She was immediately both ashamed and annoyed. She snorted coldly and turned to tidy up the fabric she had changed yesterday, pretending to be busy. Su Lang, however, felt refreshed and invigorated, realizing that his 8 times strong physique was indeed impressive. Even someone as skilled in martial arts as Murong Yenren couldn't withstand it. With 8 times the physique, she's truly invincible. He looked out the window. The sky was overcast, and a chilly north wind was blowing. The weather was clearly getting colder day by day. Su Lang stretched his limbs and said to Hua Yurong, who was boiling water, Our clothes are too thin. Cloth alone is not enough. Without cotton, we can't withstand the cold at all. Hua Yurong nodded with concern. Husband, in this year of famine, it's hard to find even cotton seeds, let alone cotton. Su Lang smiled and picked up the leftover machete from yesterday. If we don't have cotton, we'll make fur. He went into the courtyard, picked out a tough mulberry tree, chopped it down a few times, and began to work on it. With the help of his divine craftsmanship and divine hunting skills, his movements were incredibly skillful, and he completed the selection, peeling, shaping, and polishing of materials in one go. The women were dazzled by the sight, and Su Lang even rubbed a sturdy bowstring out of the peeled bark. Before long, a simple yet powerful longbow took shape in his hands. Next, he shaved straight arrow shafts, sharpened arrowheads with a wood-chopping knife, and plucked long hairs from the rabbit in the pot to make fletchings. A simple yet deadly set of hunting tools was thus completed. Xia Jiro's eyes widened, her face full of admiration. Husband, you can even make bows and arrows? Su Lang weighed the longbow in his hand, then easily drew it to its full length, the bow making a creaking sound. He laughed and said, I know a little. You guys cook the meal and wait for me to come back. I'll bring you some good animal hides to make winter clothes. After saying this, he slung his longbow over his shoulder, tucked his wood-chopping knife into his waistband, and headed back into the deep mountains. Meanwhile, in Zhao Dahu's dilapidated house at the east end of the village, he hadn't slept all night, and his eyes were bloodshot. On the table were a hunting knife, a rough hunting bow, and a flask of arrowheads quenched with molten gold. This is a poison secretly prepared by hunters in the mountains. It will cause infection upon contact with blood, and those who are hit by the arrow will not live for long. Zhao Dahu knew that Su Lang was a skilled fighter, and that woman, who was as cold as an iceberg, was not to be trifled with either. Forcing his way in would be suicide. But he was a hunter, and what hunters excel at most is patience and surprise attacks. He stroked the cold arrowhead, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Su Lang, you just wait. Nightfall will be your death day. He intended to treat Su Lang's family as the most cunning prey, waiting for them to be most relaxed before delivering a fatal blow. After entering the deep mountains, Su Lang was noticeably more composed than yesterday. With a bow and arrow, he no longer needed to proceed cautiously. As he walked through the forest, it was as if he were surveying his own territory. Soon, he found a group of pheasants pecking at grass seeds in an open area. Su Lang drew his bow and knocked an arrow without the slightest hesitation. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, and a pheasant that was foraging for food with its head down fell to the ground on the spot. The chickens were startled and scattered in all directions, flapping their wings, but Su Lang remained calm and fired another arrow. The slowest flying, plump pheasant fell straight down from midair. He went forward to collect his prey. Together with the rabbits from before, the harvest was sufficient. The fattest pheasant, in particular, was quite heavy when held in my hand, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds. Su Lang said with satisfaction. If we take this back and stew it in soup, it will definitely be so juicy. He wasn't greedy and immediately went down the mountain, but before he even reached the village entrance, he was stopped by Wang Erniu and several men. Several people surrounded him, their faces full of flattery. Brother Lang, you went into the mountains again? 2 pheasants and a rabbit, that's amazing. Some people swallowed hard with envy. Brother Lang, your skills are even better than the old hunters in town. How do you do it? Wang Erniu slapped the man on the back of the head. What do you know? This is called skill. Brother Lang is a capable man. Can he be compared with ordinary people? Then he rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly. Brother Lang, are we still building the house today? We've been waiting for your instructions since early this morning. They had a good meal and meat yesterday, and they were all hoping that Su Lang would give them more work to do. As long as there's food to eat and meat to eat, it doesn't matter who you work for, especially since the job Su Lang gave you could save your life. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Su Lang already had a plan in mind. Although the main structure of the house was completed, it still lacked a courtyard wall, and more importantly, there was no well in the house. Don't rush to build a house, let's dig a well today. Wang Erniu was immediately in a dilemma. Brother Lang, drilling a well is a technical job, and no one in our village knows how to do it. Su Lang hoisted the prey onto his shoulder and smiled confidently. Nobody knows how, but I'll teach you. The super well blueprints were activated, and knowledge about water source exploration, well location, and reinforcement instantly flooded his mind. He led Wang Erniu and 2 of the strongest men toward their new home. Along the way, the villagers looked at the prey on Su Lang's shoulder and the man following behind him excitedly, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Envy, jealousy, and a hint of barely concealed awe. This Su Lang is really different from before. When they got home, the 4 women were clumsily doing needlework in the yard by daylight. Upon seeing the prey still dripping blood on Su Lang's shoulder, all 4 pairs of beautiful eyes lit up simultaneously. My husband! Xiajiro was the first to drop her needlework, rush over and hug Su Lang's arm, refusing to let go. She stared at the fattest pheasant, her eyes sparkling. You're amazing! You caught so many delicious things again! Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji quickly came to greet him, one helping him unload the game and the other fetching water to clean it up. Looking at Su Lang's tall and straight back, Li Xiuji secretly made a vow in her heart. Her husband had been incredibly kind to her, and she had no way to repay him. She could only wait until it was her turn to serve him in bed to repay him properly. Murong Yenren remained seated, her gaze fixed on Su Lang. This man always manages to redefine her understanding of things. He just went through that kind of thing yesterday, and today he's full of energy, going hunting in the mountains and bringing back so many things. What exactly is his physical strength made of? Seeing Su Lang surrounded by several women, Murong Yenren suddenly felt a strange sense of irritation, along with a hint of pride. This remarkable man is her husband. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, yet she didn't dislike it. How to secretly increase favorability in Chapter 18. When Xia Jirua saw Wang Erniu and the others following behind Su Lang, she immediately pouted and tugged at his sleeve, muttering aggrievedly. Husband, are we going to share meat with them again today? She had her eye on the fattest pheasant ever since Su Lang walked in. Her mouth was practically watering. If it's divided up again, how many bites will I still have left? Seeing her greedy look, Su Lang couldn't help but pinch her chubby little face and whisper in her ear. Don't worry, this fattest one is reserved just for you, and I won't give it to anyone else. Xia Jirua's eyes lit up instantly, and she grabbed Su Lang's arm and shook it, overjoyed. My husband, you're the best! Ding! Xia Jiruo's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 115, love you to the bone. Su Lang chuckled to himself. This silly girl's favorability rating was just too easy to raise. Hua Yorong walked over, naturally took the rabbit and the smaller pheasant, and prepared to go to the backyard to clean them up. Li Xiuji quickly picked up the bucket and went to help. Su Lang put the fattest pheasant into the kitchen alone, and then led Wang Erniu and the others to the open space next to the new house. The knowledge of the super well blueprint had clearly surfaced in his mind. He pointed to a flat area and gave the order directly. Start digging from here, dig 3 feet first. Keep going when you see damp soil, until you find water. Wang Erniu scratched his head, looking doubtful. Brother Lang, is there really water here? The river is quite far from here. Su Lang glanced at him. Just dig, what are you talking about? If you can't dig it out, you won't get a single drop of the broth today. Upon hearing about the meat broth, the men immediately perked up, grabbed their tools, and began digging. Su Lang gave a few more instructions on reinforcing the well wall, and seeing that they were working enthusiastically, he returned to the kitchen with satisfaction. In the kitchen, Hua Yorong was squatting down plucking feathers from a pheasant, her movements very practiced. Li Xiuji filled a bucket with water and hurried off to the river bank. Su Lang walked behind Hua Yorong and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Hua Yorong's body stiffened, her cheeks quickly flushed red, and she stopped what she was doing. Husband! Let me do it, don't tire out my dear wife! Su Lang said this, but his hands were restless as he reached under her clothes and gently caressed her waist. Let me see if you've lost weight these past few days. Hua Yorong's breathing became erratic, and she went limp in his arms, pleading softly. Husband, there might be other people outside. They're busy, what are they afraid of? Su Lang turned her around and kissed her against the stove. Hua Yorong already liked him, and last night she endured listening to the noise all night long, so she couldn't bear it any longer. An hour later, Hua Yorong, feeling weak all over and with a flushed face, pushed Su Lang. Husband, this really can't go on. If this continues, they won't have anything to eat. Please, please let me go. Su Lang then released her and kissed her hard on the lips again. All right, I'll let you off the hook for today. Hua Yorong quickly straightened her clothes and rushed out of the kitchen as if fleeing, only to bump into Li Xiuji, who was standing at the door with vegetables in her hand, looking bewildered. Li Xiuji's face instantly turned red. Clearly she had heard everything just now, and she lowered her head and tried to run away. Hua Yorong was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. She turned around and ran back to her room. Su Lang took over the kitchen, and with his god-level culinary skills, the pheasant and rabbit were quickly prepared. The chicken was stewed until tender and fragrant, the rabbit meat with bones was simmered with wild vegetables and dough balls into a pot of rich soup, and the aroma filled the yard. He specially selected the fattest chicken legs, wings, and best cuts of meat, placed them in a large bowl, and brought them into the main house. The scene inside the house warmed Su Lang's heart. The four women actually sat together, holding the fabric they had exchanged yesterday, and clumsily tried to make new clothes for him. Even Hua Yorong, who had just been through a lot, and Murong Yanran, who had initially glared at him, both lowered their heads and sewed diligently. Xia Jirua and Li Xiuji had many needle marks on their fingers, so their skills were not very good, but Su Lang appreciated their good intentions. It was definitely worth spoiling them. Stop what you're doing and eat first. Su Lang placed the best meat dishes on the table. These were specially picked for you. The four women looked at the glistening, fragrant meat, and then at Su Lang, and their hearts warmed instantly. The next moment, system notifications sounded one after another. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 125, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 95, deeply in love. Ding! Xia Jiruo's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 135, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 25. Current favorability, 95, deeply in love. Seeing the favorability rating secretly skyrocketing, Su Lang's mouth almost stretched to his ears. The ladies were actually secretly trying to increase his favorability. That's really going too far. Chapter 19 Feelings Heat Up. After saying that, Su Lang prepared to let them eat first, as he still had to go out and do other things. Seeing that he was about to leave, Hua Yorong quickly asked, Husband, aren't you going to eat? Su Lang looked at the best bowl of meat on the table, then at the four pairs of eyes staring at him, and felt a warmth in his heart. This is especially for you, eat quickly, don't wait for me. Hua Yorong pushed the bowl in front of him and said softly, Husband, you work the hardest leading everyone, so you should eat first. Xia Jiruo nodded repeatedly. If my husband doesn't eat, we won't eat either. Li Xiuji and Murong Yanran didn't say anything, but their meaning was equally clear. Su Lang found it both amusing and touching, and deliberately put on a stern face. Have you all gone too far? You don't even listen to me? He pointed at the meat, his tone leaving no room for argument. Eat quickly, I have to keep an eye on them digging the well. I'll just grab a bite with Ernie and the others later. This meat is so good, it won't taste good if it gets cold. The four women's hearts softened at his domineering yet caring demeanor. Murong Yenren turned her face away, her ears slightly red, and muttered softly. Who needs your permission? Su Lang ignored her, turned and left, silently calculating in his mind. Murong Yenran and Li Xiuji's favorability ratings had both reached 95. Only one last step was needed to get 2 more big gift packages. He just hoped that no more physical enhancements would be given, otherwise, his 4 wives might not be able to withstand it. Drilling a well is much faster than building a house. With Su Lang, a god-level engineer, providing precise positioning and command, and with Wang Erniu and the others having eaten their fill of meat, they were full of energy for their work. Half a day later, cheers suddenly came from the bottom of the well, and a spring of water gushed out. At first, the water was very murky, but it gradually became clear. Water's coming out! Water's really coming out! Wang Erniu and the others dropped their tools and jumped for joy. After lunch, everyone left satisfied. Su Lang, however, stopped Wang Erniu, who was about to go home, and put the remaining rabbit head and wild vegetable soup into a broken earthenware jar, stuffing it into his hands. Erniu, take this back and let your wife and kids try it. Then, he stuffed 2 jean of flour into his hand. Looking at the still steaming earthenware jar, Wang Erniu's eyes immediately reddened. Brother Lang, I can't accept this. Your family isn't well off either. Stop talking nonsense! Su Lang slapped him. We grew up together, like we were kids. Why are you being so polite with me? Here you go! Over the years, Wang Erniu has helped him a lot, but he himself is so hungry that he is skin and bones and can't really help anymore. Su Lang added, I'm going into the mountains tomorrow. You can come with me and learn some hunting skills. Wang Erniu could no longer hold back. Tears instantly streamed down the face of this 7-foot-tall man. He nodded heavily, hugged the pottery jar, and walked away, turning back to look at it every few steps. As night fell, Su Lang, who had been busy all day, returned to the new wooden house. As soon as he entered, he smelled the tempting aroma of meat. The main house was dimly lit by oil lamps, and 4 beautiful young women sat upright, all waiting for him. On the table was the bowl of chicken from lunch, with the 2 fattest chicken legs untouched. Why haven't you eaten yet? Su Lang asked, both annoyed and amused. Hua Yuan got up and pulled out a chair for him. Let's eat together when my husband comes back. Su Lang felt a deep jolt in his heart. This was home. He sat down and no longer refused. Okay, let's eat together today. He picked up a chicken leg, but first held it to Xiaojiro's mouth. Jiro, you take a bite first. Xiaojiro's face flushed instantly, and she shook her head shyly. Husband, you eat. Just eat what I tell you to eat. Su Lang pretended to be angry. She then carefully took a bite, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with happiness. Afterwards, Su Lang handed the chicken leg to Hua Yorong, Li Xiuji, and Murong Yenran. Murong Yenran wanted to refuse, but under his gaze, she blushed and took a bite. The 5 of them shared a chicken leg, which was quickly emptied, and the other one was eaten in the same way. The room was filled with a warm and ambiguous atmosphere. After the meal, Su Lang cleared his throat and glanced at Murong Yenran and Xiaojiro. According to yesterday's agreement, shouldn't it be our Jiro's turn tonight? Xiaojiro's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. She nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Although her voice was soft, her eyes held a hint of anticipation. Murong Yenran spat. Shameless! All you ever think about is this kind of thing. Yet, a strange pang of sadness welled up inside her. She'd been thoroughly exhausted by this man last night, and today he was already eyeing someone else. Was he really made of iron? Su Lang said in a serious tone. When the men of the Great Qian die in battle, the government provides wives to encourage childbirth. Isn't that just to encourage people to have children? Your husbands aren't being despicable. They're willing to drain themselves dry for the sake of the Great Qian. Pa! Murong Yenran blushed to the roots of her neck, and Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji were so ashamed that they couldn't lift their heads. Xiajiro, however, looked on with pure admiration. My husband is so great, I want to have his child. Just as the atmosphere inside the room was becoming increasingly ambiguous, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. Thump! Thump thump! The group was taken aback. Who would come so late? I'll go take a look. Su Lang frowned, got up, unlatched the door, and opened the wooden door. A dark figure fell straight into his arms from outside the door, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled his nostrils. Su Lang instinctively hugged the person who came, and upon closer inspection, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was Wang Ernia. He was covered in blood, with a deep knife wound on his chest that exposed bone, and half a blood-stained wooden stick stuck in his abdomen. He looked like a blood-soaked man. Brother Lang Lang, Wang Ernia gripped Su Lang's arm tightly, blood gushing from his mouth. Run! Zhao Dahu is going to kill you! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ernia's head lolled to the side, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 20 Rage. Killing Intent. Su Lang was completely stunned as he held Wang Ernia, who was still warm in his arms but was quickly growing cold. Thick, fresh blood soaked through his clothes, and the metallic smell assaulted his nostrils, making his stomach churn. Ernia! He looked down at his childhood friend's ashen face. That face, which always wore a simple, honest smile, was now completely devoid of color. Wang Ernia's chest was cleaved open by a knife, and a thick wooden stick was still stuck in his abdomen. His injuries were horribly gruesome. Hearing the commotion, Xiajiro and the others rushed out of the house and screamed in fright when they saw the bloody scene at the door. Xiajiro's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground. Li Xiuji's legs went weak, but fortunately Hua Yorong caught her in time. Hua Yorong suppressed her fear as she examined the injuries, and said in a trembling voice, Ernia is still breathing, he can still be saved, husband, quickly bring him inside. Murong Yanran reacted the fastest, immediately rushing to Su Lang's side, her martial arts aura suddenly exploding. Careful! No sooner had he finished speaking than a whooshing sound came from the darkness outside the courtyard, and a black arrow shot straight at Su Lang's face. Su Lang instinctively hugged Wang Ernia and leaned back. The arrow grazed his face and embedded itself in the door frame, its tail humming and vibrating. Come inside quickly! With bloodshot eyes, Su Lang dragged Wang Ernia into the house and slammed the wooden door shut. Murong Yanran gripped the wooden door latch and stood guard at the door, shouting, You Rong, take them to the second bedroom, away from the doors and windows! The next moment, several arrows pierced through the wooden door and wall, embedding themselves firmly in the ground. Xiajiro and Li Xiuji huddled together, trembling in a corner, not daring to utter a sound of crying. Outside, Zhao Dahu's smug yet resentful voice drifted in. Su Lang, you coward, get out here right now! That idiot Wang Ernia was eavesdropping on my conversation and even tried to tip you off. I'll just stab him and let him know what happens when you meddle in other people's business. Su Lang gently put Wang Ernia down, his teeth grinding together. He remembered when he was a child, Wang Ernia would always follow behind him, calling him, Brother Lang, repeatedly. I remember Wang Ernia sharing half of the only cornbread in the house with him, and I also remember how he cried like a child that afternoon while hugging the broken pottery jar. Anger exploded in Su Lang's heart, burning him with pain all over his body. He slowly stood up, the sadness and shock in his eyes completely gone, leaving only an extremely cold killing intent. Su Lang walked to the wall and took down the mulberry wood longbow that he had just made that afternoon. Zhao Dahu. His voice was eerily calm, yet it carried a chilling madness. Didn't you want me to leave? I'm right here. He pressed himself against the wall, drew back the bowstring, knocked the sharpened wooden arrow, and carefully listened for any sounds outside. Zhao Dahu was still laughing wildly. Finally dare to speak? You want to shoot at me? Your broken bow, you think you can hurt me? As he spoke, Zhao Dahu kept shifting his feet, trying to find the right spot to fire. Now! Su Lang caught the faint footsteps and instantly determined Zhao Dahu's location in his mind. He turned abruptly and shot an arrow at the wooden wall. Die! The wooden arrow pierced the wall and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately outside came Zhao Dahu's suppressed screams, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Tiger! You've been hit by an arrow! The henchman's exclamation rang out, and Zhao Dahu was both shocked and frightened. Impossible! How could he know where I was standing? He struggled to draw his bow and retaliate, but Su Lang had already knocked a second arrow following his panting. Snap! The sound of wood breaking rang out, and Zhao Dahu screamed again. My bow! My eyes! The second arrow struck the hunting bow with pinpoint accuracy, and the broken bow slammed into Zhao Dahu's left eye, instantly blinding him. The lackeys panicked completely. They originally planned to kill Su Lang with a poison arrow, then set the house on fire to destroy the evidence. Who would have thought that Su Lang could hit Zhao Dahu repeatedly even through the wall? Run! Run! One of them threw down his torch and turned to run wildly out of the village. The firelight illuminated the courtyard, where Zhao Dahu lay on the ground, clutching his bleeding right chest, with his hunting bow broken in two at his feet. Trying to run away? Su Lang sneered, kicked open the door, and drew his bow. The first lackey to flee was shot in the back, and before he could even scream, he collapsed. 2 more arrows were fired, and the remaining 2 men were killed instantly, one with a pierced neck and the other with an arrow to the head. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Dahu, dragging his injured body and desperately crawling backward, remained in the courtyard. Su Lang walked towards him step by step, drawing his longbow to its full extent once more. Don't kill me! Master Lang, I was wrong! I'll kowtow to you, please spare my life! Su Lang did not answer, but simply released the bowstring. The arrow pierced Zhao Dahu's thigh, pinning him to the ground. Ah dash! Zhao Dahu's piercing screams shattered the deathly silence of the night. Chapter 21 Self-Blame. A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence of the village. Zhao Dahu stared at the trembling wooden arrow stuck in his thigh, his face contorted in pain. He crawled forward using both his hands and feet, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Fear completely overwhelmed the bully. Don't kill me! Master Lang, I was wrong! I was really wrong! Zhao Dahu was in tears, kowtowing frantically to Su Lang as he approached step by step, his voice trembling. I'll give you all the money, and I even have land, you can have it all! Spare my life, please! Su Lang's face was expressionless, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with only coldness. He drew his mulberry longbow again, the creaking of the bowstring seeming like a death knell for Zhao Dahu. No dash! The wooden arrow shot through the air and pierced Zhao Dahu's other thigh, his shrill screams echoing through the village once again. Zhao Dahu thrashed about like a mad dog pinned to the ground, but Su Lang remained unmoved and knocked another arrow. With a soft thud, Zhao Dahu's right arm, which he was waving and pleading for mercy, was also pierced by a wooden arrow. The excruciating pain and despair completely shattered his mind. He stopped begging for mercy and screaming, and only managed to squeeze out a strange, eerie laugh from his throat. He raised his face, which was covered in blood and mud, and stared at Su Lang with resentment, as if he had seized the last chance to hurt him. Ha ha ha, kill me! Su Lang, do you think you've won? You've lost utterly. You'll never sleep peacefully again, you'll dream about him every single night. Su Lang's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart instantly. Just then, Hua Yorong spoke softly. Husband, Erniu is all right. I've already stopped the bleeding. Su Lang stared at Zhao Dahu's crazed face, not giving him a chance to continue. The last wooden arrow, carrying all of Su Lang's strength, pierced through Zhao Dahu's laughing mouth and exited through the back of his head. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the whole world finally fell silent. Su Lang threw away the longbow, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, and turned back into the house to take care of Erniu. Fortunately, Ernia's life was saved in the end. Brother Lang. Ernia's face was deathly pale, and he weakly asked, Are you all right? It's all right, I've already killed Zhao Dahu. Su Lang was filled with self-blame. If Li Si hadn't suddenly stopped him, he would have dealt with Zhao Dahu long ago, and Ernia wouldn't have been injured. That's good. After Ernia finished speaking, he fell into a deep sleep, but fortunately his breathing had stabilized. It's good that there's no danger, Murong Yanran whispered to comfort her. Su Lang simply nodded, but the pent-up frustration in his chest lingered. The 4 women stayed up all night, their hearts aching at the sight of his distraught state. As the sun rose and the morning light shone into the room, dispelling some of the chill, Su Lang finally slowly raised his head. Hua Yorong's eyes were red and swollen, Murong Yenren looked haggard, and Xia Jiro and Li Xiuji also looked unwell. Su Lang looked at them and said, word by word, "I'm going to the county town. I can't let you live in fear with me all the time. I still have to support you and have you give me sons and daughters." After saying that, he propped himself up and walked towards the kitchen, where he saw the fattest pheasant that he had specially saved yesterday. An idea then settled in his mind. Many people died this time. Although Zhao Dahu was the one who provoked them first, 4 people still died. In chaotic times, human life is worthless, but the government cannot completely ignore it. This matter must be settled. Su Lang picked up the pheasant, turned to the women and said, "I need to go to town and talk to Chief Constable Li Si. I'll go with you." Murong Yenren was the first to step forward. She was worried about Su Lang's current state and feared he would suffer if he went. "If they act unreasonably, I can still protect you." Su Lang glanced at her and shook his head. "With your fiery temper, you'd be more of a hindrance than a help." "You!" Murong Yenran's pretty face turned red with anger and anxiety. She stomped her foot and abruptly turned her head to the side. "Humph! I was just worried about you. You don't appreciate kindness. Go ahead and do it yourself, who cares?" Chapter 22 Calming the Storm. "You're acting like you've lost your soul. Going to town alone is like going to your death. Those wolves in the yamen won't even spare your bones." Murong Yenren gritted her teeth and cursed, her words fierce, but anyone could see that she was clearly worried about Su Lang. Hua Yorong also advised, "Husband, let Sister Yenren accompany you. She knows martial arts and can protect you." As she spoke, she took out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom and stuffed it into Su Lang's hand. "This is some wound medicine I made before. Take it with you, just in case you need it." Xia Jiro and Li Xiuji, their eyes already red from crying, tugged at his clothes and sobbed. "Husband, you must come back safely. We'll be waiting for you at home." Seeing the worried looks on the women's faces, Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to pat each of their heads. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He then looked at Murong Yenren and teased her deliberately. "With your temper, if you come along, even if everything was fine, you'll cause trouble. Stay home and take good care of the house for me." "You! Su Lang, you bastard!" Murong Yenren stomped her foot in anger, her pretty face flushed red. "You've wasted my kindness. It would be better if you died out there, then I could remarry." She abruptly turned her head away, refusing to look at him again. Su Lang smiled, picked up the pheasant, and strode out of the courtyard gate. The cold morning wind on his face helped clear his confused mind a bit. As soon as Su Lang's figure disappeared at the village entrance, Murong Yenren immediately turned around, pulled a dagger from her boot, and handed it to Hua Yorong. "You all wait at home, I'll follow them secretly. If those corrupt officials dare to try anything, I'll risk my life to bring him back." Before she finished speaking, she had already gathered her strength and leaped away, disappearing behind the house in a few bounds. Dei village is not far from the town. When Su Lang arrived at the yamen, he quickly found the constable Li Si, who was yawning. Li Si glanced sideways, lazily picking his teeth. "What are you doing here? Where did you come from?" Without a word, Su Lang placed the heavy pheasant on the table. With a thud, the plump pheasant, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, gleamed in the sunlight. Li Si's eyes lit up immediately. He grabbed the pheasant, weighed it in his hand, and said greedily, "Good heavens, brother, Officer, this is just a small token of my appreciation," Su Lang said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Something happened in Dei village last night." He recounted what had happened the previous night, portraying himself as a good citizen who was oppressed by a bully and rose up in resistance. "Zhao Dahe led his men to break into my house at night, intending to harm my wives. In a moment of panic, I accidentally killed them." Li Si's smile vanished, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, staring at him with a forced, insincere smile. "Accident? You killed Zhao Dahu and 3 brothers all by yourself? Su Lang, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? 4 lives lost. If this case gets reported, losing your head is the least of your worries. Unless..." Su Lang sneered inwardly, but feigned fear on the surface, pulling out a cloth bag as if to take out some loose silver. but his hand trembled, and the cloth bag fell to the ground. The opening of the bag came undone, and the snow-white, crystal-clear rice rolled all over the ground. Oh dear, the journey was bumpy. This is rice I brought back for my wife. Su Lang squatted down to pick up the rice, but Li Si's breathing stopped. He stared intently at the polished rice, his Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes almost glowing green. He hadn't seen such good rice many times in all his years as a constable. Hey, Brother Su, what are you doing? Li Si's expression changed instantly, and he grabbed Su Lang, being overly enthusiastic. Zhao Dahu and his gang were local tyrants who bullied and oppressed the villagers, committing countless evils. You've done a great service by ridding the people of this scourge. He spoke righteously, but his feet quickly shoveled the rice to his side. I've decided on this case for you. It'll be called infighting among the bandits, a deadly fight. They deserve to die. From now on, if anything happens in Day Village, just say my name, Li Si. Anyone who dares to touch you is going against me. This policeman. Still calling me officer? Fourth brother. That's more like it. Li Si patted his shoulder, smiling warmly. From now on, you'll be my little brother. Su Lang then said. Fourth brother, from now on, whenever I hunt wild game, I'll bring it to you first. Half an hour later, Su Lang walked out of the yamen and let out a long breath. A case involving 4 lives was settled with a pheasant and 2 pounds of fine rice. This world is truly fucking awful. He turned into an empty alley, suddenly stopped, and spoke to the empty corner of the wall. Aren't you tired after following me all this way? Why aren't you coming out? Do I have to invite you, Lady Yanran? The figure behind the corner froze, and Murong Yanran walked out hesitantly, her face showing both surprise and annoyance. How did you find me? I learned my tracking skills from my father. They're more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Su Lang turned around and sized her up, then curled his lip and said, With your pathetic skills, you can't even fool a wild pheasant in the mountains, yet you think you can fool me? He walked up to her, saw that she was both embarrassed and angry, and suddenly laughed. However, since you're so worried about your man, I'll pretend I don't know. Who's worried about you? Murong Yanran's face flushed instantly, and she retorted defiantly. I'm just afraid that if you die, I'll be a widow. I don't want to be a widow at such a young age. He spoke with a tough tone, but his eyes were full of lingering fear and relief at finally being able to let go. Su Lang chuckled and said, I won't let you be a widow. Tonight I'll make you a blissful wife. Pa! I knew you were all frivolous. Murong Yanran blushed and stomped her foot, but still quickly followed Su Lang, muttering to herself. I don't know what I see in you, humph. Chapter 23 Didn't sleep well again last night? Su Lang and Murong Yanran walked one after the other on the way back to the village, the atmosphere somewhat subtle. Don't do such foolish things again, Su Lang said first. Who did something stupid? Murong Yanran retorted stubbornly, but her steps unconsciously moved a few paces closer. I'm just afraid you'll mess things up and drag everyone down with you. Su Lang didn't argue with her. It wasn't until they returned to the courtyard gate that the exhaustion from the tense night finally overwhelmed him. As soon as the door opened, Xiaojiro rushed out and threw herself into Su Lang's arms, crying out, Husband! You're finally back! I thought you weren't coming back! Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji also hurried over, their eyes red, clearly having not slept all night. Hua Yorong didn't say anything, but carefully checked Su Lang to see if he was injured. She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was all right. Li Xiuji stood timidly to the side, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him, which warmed Su Lang's heart. All right, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Su Lang patted Xiaojiro's back to comfort her. Xiaojiro looked up and saw Murong Yanran, and immediately pouted. Humph, you went out with my husband, making us worry at home. Murong Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to retort but couldn't bring herself to say it, so she could only turn her face away. Su Lang led the group into the house, then took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, which contained a few dark, unremarkable seeds. This is the super seed he obtained, and it will be his key asset for survival in the future. Don't just stand around, come and help. Su Lang walked to the corner of the yard and turned over the soil. If we plant these, we won't have to worry about food shortages anymore. Xiaojiro leaned closer and asked curiously, Husband, What kind of seed is this dark thing? Good stuff. Su Lang smiled and carefully buried the seeds in the soil. Several women immediately got to work. Hua Yurong was skilled and obviously used to farm work. Li Xiuji watered the plants carefully. Although Murong Yanran was unfamiliar with the task, she rolled up her sleeves and helped out. Xiajiro was clumsy, either watering too much or tamping down the loosened soil, which made Su Lang laugh. Silly girl, come here, I'll teach you. Su Lang took her hand and taught her how to loosen the soil and cover it with soil. Under the sunlight, several people were busy working around the newly turned soil, and there was finally some relaxed laughter in the yard. In the evening, the atmosphere at the dinner table became even stranger than during the day. Xiajiro was restless, her face flushed, and she kept stealing glances at Su Lang before quickly lowering her head to eat. Murong Yanran, however, had a cold expression and ate with a fiery temper. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji exchanged a glance, silently lowered their heads, and dared not utter a single word. After the meal, Su Lang cleared his throat and called out, "Jiro," before Xiajiro suddenly stood up. I understand," she blurted out, her face flushed, and ran into the master bedroom as if fleeing. "You lecherous bastard!" Murong Yanran muttered under her breath, put down her chopsticks, and returned to the second bedroom. Su Lang touched his nose and then went into the master bedroom. Xiajiro was sitting nervously on the edge of the bed, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. "Husband," she said, her voice trembling. "They said it would hurt a lot. Don't be afraid, your husband will treat you well." Su Lang pulled her into his arms and gently comforted her. Xiajiro's body stiffened, but she didn't flinch, she simply closed her eyes in embarrassment. Soon, only subdued noises filled the room. In the second bedroom, Hua Yurong, Murong Yanran, and Li Xiuji lay on one bed, none of them able to sleep. The sounds coming from next door irritated Murong Yanran more and more. She rolled over, pulled the blanket over her head, and muttered under her breath, "Bastard! Jiro is still so young, doesn't he know to be gentler? Yanran, keep your voice down." In the darkness, Hua Yurong sighed softly. She was silent for a moment before whispering, "My husband's stamina is too much for one person to handle. Perhaps in the future, we sisters can work together to keep him entertained." "He's dreaming," Murong Yanran retorted angrily. Despite this, a jumble of thoughts involuntarily surfaced in her mind, making her feel both ashamed and angry, and she cursed herself for thinking such things. Li Xiuji's face was burning hot, and she quickly buried her head in the quilt, not daring to breathe too heavily. The next morning, Su Lang walked out of the master bedroom feeling refreshed, thinking that the 8 times physique was truly a wonderful thing. He went into the yard and stretched, his joints cracking loudly. Turning his head, he saw Hua Yurong, Murong Yanran, and Li Xiuji, all with dark circles under their eyes, listlessly boiling water. Su Lang chuckled inwardly and deliberately walked over to ask, "Oh, ladies, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well again last night?" Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji blushed immediately and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Only Murong Yanran raised her head and glared fiercely at Su Lang. Her angry expression, coupled with her dark circles, was not frightening at all, rather, it was somewhat comical. Su Lang leaned closer to her, lowered his voice, and chuckled mischievously. "Why are you angry, my wife? Are you envious? How about we do it together tonight? You're dreaming." Murong Yanran instantly bristled, and without thinking, she threw a small punch at Su Lang's face. "You shameless bastard! Go to hell!" Chapter 24. The widow kneels at the door. Murong Yanran's punch, accompanied by the whooshing sound of wind, went straight for Su Lang's face. Su Lang didn't dodge, nor did he blink. He simply raised his hand and firmly grasped her snow-white wrist. His strength didn't seem great, but it stopped Murong Yanran's powerful punch in midair, preventing it from advancing even an inch. "You!" Murong Yanran was both ashamed and angry. She tried desperately to pull her hand back, but Su Lang's hand was like an iron clamp, not moving an inch. "Let me go! I won't let go!" Su Lang smiled, and with his other hand, he naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Murong Yanran's mind went blank. She, a daughter of a military family, had been so easily subdued by this rogue and even held in his arms. Su Lang! You're asking for it! In her shame and anger, she swung her other hand at him, but Su Lang easily caught it as well. Su Lang clasped her hands behind her back, leaned down and whispered in her ear with a smile. My wife has thrown herself into my arms so early in the morning, how can I, as her husband, be so insensitive? Who threw themselves at me? Let me go! Murong Yenan struggled desperately, but her strength was nothing compared to Su Lang's 8 times stronger physique. Su Lang was too lazy to argue with her anymore, so he simply picked her up by the waist. Murong Yenran gasped in surprise, her feet suddenly leaving the ground as she instinctively grabbed his neck. Before she knew it, she had been carried into the master bedroom and thrown onto the large bed. She had just started to get up when Su Lang's tall figure loomed over her. What do you want to do, Jiro? She's tired, now it's your turn, my beloved Yenran. After an unknown amount of time, the room finally quieted down. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability plus 15. Current favorability, 110, Sundara. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, conquer the daughter of a military family. You are rewarded with a generous gift pack. Su Lang felt refreshed and smug as he looked at the unconscious Murong Yenran beside him. The daughter of a military family is truly formidable. Open the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 caddies of top-quality pork belly, 100 caddies of fine northeast rice, and the whirlwind knife technique, beginner level. The next moment, a large amount of knowledge about swordsmanship flooded into Su Lang's mind. From basic chopping, slashing, sweeping, and thrusting techniques to various power generation skills and exquisite variations, everything seemed to be an instinct he had mastered after years of hard training. Su Lang's eyes lit up. This finally made up for his shortcoming of having great strength but no martial arts skills. In the future, when he encounters danger, he will no longer have to rely solely on his bow and arrows and his fists to fight. He flexed his wrists and felt that he could now pick up any knife and perform a decent set of whirlwind knife techniques. Looking up, I saw that the sun was already high in the sky. It was already noon. Su Lang got dressed and walked out of the master bedroom. In the living room, Hua Yorong, Xia Jiro, and Li Xiuji were sitting around the dining table. The food on the table was still steaming, but no one touched their chopsticks. My husband! When Xia Jiro saw him come out, she immediately stood up, her face full of concern. She has recovered somewhat, but she still walks a little awkwardly. Why don't you eat first? Su Lang asked. Hua Yorong smiled gently and said, Wait for my husband and sister Yenren to come together. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the master bedroom opened. Murong Yenren, supporting her waist, slowly walked out. Although she had changed into clean clothes, her flushed face and disheveled hair were impossible to hide. 3 pairs of smiling eyes looked over at the table at the same time, and her pretty face instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. When she heard Hua Yorong say, Waiting for my husband and sister Yenran to be together, she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. Snort! Murong Yenran snorted heavily, sat down at the table, buried her head in her rice, and refused to look at anyone. The meal was both ambiguous and awkward. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Thump! Thump thump! Su Lang put down his chopsticks and got up to open the door. Outside the door, a ragged, emaciated woman knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to Su Lang. The visitor was none other than Widow Wang from the village. Master Su, please have mercy and give me something to eat. My child hasn't eaten for 3 days. Her forehead struck the gravel ground, and blood quickly flowed down her face. Her voice was filled with despair. Not far away, many villagers were peering out at the scene. They were equally hungry and numb, yet harbored a glimmer of hope, clearly waiting for Su Lang to make the first move. Su Lang's face instantly turned cold. No! He uttered only 2 words before closing the door without hesitation. Back at the table, Xia Jiro bit her chopsticks and whispered, Husband, Widow Wang is quite pitiful. Don't we still have some food at home? Why don't we give her a little bit? Before Su Lang could speak, Murong Yenran said coldly, Silly girl, if you give her a bowl of rice today, the whole village will be kneeling at our door tomorrow. When the time comes, will you give it to me or not? Xia Jiro was stunned. If you save one, 100 will come, and then their whole family will be dragged into the abyss. She finally understood that Su Lang wasn't cold-blooded, but rather protecting the family. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Su Lang held even more admiration and affection. After the meal, Hua Yurong cleared away the dishes and said worriedly, "Husband, we don't have much rice and meat left at home. The food in the jar is almost gone. Of the 2 pheasants we hunted yesterday, one was given to Li Si, and the other was eaten at noon." Although there was still grain and pork in the system space, Su Lang couldn't keep conjuring things out of thin air, otherwise his wives would become suspicious sooner or later. "I'm going to the mountains again." Su Lang stood up, preparing to take his bow and arrows and head out. "Husband, be careful." The 4 women spoke in unison, their faces filled with worry. Su Lang is no longer the frail man he once was. He has broad shoulders and a majestic figure, and has become the sole pillar of this family. Su Lang pushed open the door, preparing to enter the mountain. Outside the door, the widow Wang was still kneeling there. She stopped kowtowing and crying out, but knelt upright on the ground like a lifeless statue, her eyes empty and dead. Su Lang stopped and looked down at her. Widow Wang trembled slightly, slowly raised her head, and looked at Su Lang with desperate eyes. "If you want to eat, you can." Su Lang's words instantly broke the deathly silence. A glint immediately appeared in Widow Wang's eyes. "Come with me into the mountains to hunt." But the next sentence made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. "If you come back alive, you'll have food to eat. If you don't dare, then get lost." After saying that, Su Lang didn't look at her again, and strode off toward the depths of the mountains. Chapter 25. Want to eat? You'll pay with your life. Widow Wang remained kneeling on the spot, Su Lang's cold words like a poisoned awl, piercing her already numb heart. Go into the mountains? That's a place even Zhao Dahu wouldn't dare to venture deep into. Legend has it that there are blind black bears in there, and those who go in might not come out alive. Zhao Dahu used to only dare to hunt around the foot of the mountain, and if he was lucky, he could only catch a little food every 2 or 3 days. Now, the prey near the mountain has been almost exhausted, and without going deep into the mountains, it is impossible to hunt anything. But venturing into the deep mountains isn't about finding food, it's about risking your life. After hearing this, the surrounding villagers began to whisper among themselves. Some cursed Su Lang for being crazy, while others felt that by sending the widow into the mountains, he was clearly forcing her to her death. But some people reminded everyone to keep their voices down, as they all still remembered how Zhao Dahu died. Now, Su Lang was even more ruthless than Zhao Dahu, and no one dared to provoke him openly. Su Lang stopped and slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the hungry, numb faces like a knife. Everyone he saw lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. You are the same. Su Lang's voice was devoid of any warmth. Anyone who is starving to death and can't wait for the government's millet can come with me into the mountains. I can't guarantee you'll come back alive, but if you do, you'll have meat to eat. The scene fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to move. The deep mountains are full of wild beasts. Who would be willing to risk their life for a few bites of meat? Although the millet distributed by the government was mixed with sand and chaff, at least it was enough to keep us alive. They might dig up some wild vegetables and gnaw on some tree bark. No matter how tough life got, it was still better than going into the mountains to die. For these people, staying alive was more important than anything else. Su Lang looked at their timid and hesitant appearance, and found it all laughable. When Zhao Dahu was terrorizing the village, no one dared to resist him. They would even avoid him at the mere sight of his shadow. Now that Zhao Dahu was dead, these same people dared to kneel at his doorstep, using pity and morality to force him to share his grain. Did they really think Su Lang was an easy target? In chaotic times, excessive kindness is a deadly poison. Su Lang, too lazy to say anything more, turned to leave. Just then, a timid yet determined voice came from behind the crowd. Brother Su! Su Lang paused. A short but stocky man squeezed through the crowd and ran quickly to him. This man was Zhang Xing from the village, his face trembling with nervousness. Su Lang looked at him. You also want to go into the mountains? Zhang Xing nodded vigorously, not daring to look Su Lang in the eye, and whispered while clutching the hem of his clothes. My mother gave birth to another brother from me a few days ago. There's really no food left at home, so I'll go to the mountains and try my luck." As he spoke, he looked up, his eyes full of pleading. "If you catch any game, you take the lion's share, and I'll just ask for a little bit to make a bowl of soup for my mother to help her recover." The Great Qian dynasty suffered heavy casualties from years of war. In order to encourage people to have more children, the government issued a strict order: any family that gave birth to a son would receive 10 caddies of rice. The rice was mixed with a lot of impurities and was not considered refined rice at all, but in those years of famine where people ate each other, it was still a life-saving food for countless families. Zhang Xing's mother risked her life to give birth to the child for those 10 pounds of rice. But after the child was born, she was so weak that she couldn't get out of bed and couldn't even get a hot meal. Su Lang looked at Zhang Xing's face, which was filled with filial piety and determination, and his heart stirred slightly. They are all men who are willing to risk their lives for their families. "Okay." Su Lang only said one word. "Go back and find a handy tool, a machete or a shovel will do. I'll wait for you at the village entrance." Zhang Xing's eyes lit up instantly, and he bowed repeatedly with excitement. "Great! Thank you, Brother Su! Thank you, Brother Su!" After saying that, he turned and ran wildly towards his home. The villagers watched this scene with complex expressions, including shock and confusion, but mostly pity. Another one who's reckless. A moment later, at the village entrance, Zhang Xing came running, panting, carrying a rusty wood-chopping knife. He had even changed into his best clothes, though they weren't much better than his old ones. "Brother Su, I'm here!" Su Lang nodded, said no more, and turned to walk into the deep mountains. Zhang Xing, carrying a knife, followed closely behind him. Their figures pierced through the morning mist, their desolation tinged with a poignant and indomitable spirit. Widow Wang remained kneeling, gazing in the direction where the two had disappeared, and finally, 2 streams of murky tears flowed from her empty eyes. The deeper you go into the mountains, the dimmer the light becomes. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and the forest was filled with the damp, rotten smell. The bird song and insect chirps gradually faded away, leaving only the rustling sound of 2 people stepping on withered branches and fallen leaves. Zhang Xing was so nervous that his hands were sweating profusely. He gripped the wood-chopping knife tightly and dared not stray too far from Su Lang. Suddenly, Su Lang, who was walking ahead, stopped and raised his hand to signal him not to move. Zhang Xing froze and asked in a low voice, "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Su Lang did not answer, but silently raised his other hand and pointed to the wet mud not far ahead. Zhang Xing looked in that direction and froze instantly. 3 steps away, a huge footprint was clearly visible on the muddy ground. The footprint was larger than the combined feet of 2 adult men, deeply embedded in the soil, with 5 clear claw marks along its edge. Chapter 26 God-Level Archery. A huge footprint clearly proclaimed who owned this forest. Black Bear. Zhang Xing's face turned pale instantly, the wood-chopping knife in his hand clattered to the ground, and he trembled like a leaf in the wind. "A bear is a bear," he stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Su Lang ignored him, focusing only on the footprints, his mind rapidly churning with knowledge of the God-level hunting techniques. Judging from the depth and size of the footprints, this is an adult male black bear weighing over 400 pounds, the absolute overlord of the mountains and forests. Although Su Lang possessed 8 times the physical strength, he was unwilling to fight such a ferocious beast head-on. The bear's hide was thick and its flesh tough, and he had 4 wives waiting for him at home. There was no need to risk his life for a piece of unpalatable meat. "Pick up the knife and let's go around it." Zhang Xing suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly grabbed his wood-chopping knife, following closely behind Su Lang, barely daring to breathe loudly. At the same time, several hooligans from the village sneaked up to Su Lang's new wooden house, led by the rogue Han Xiaoxiang. He looked at the wooden house, and then thought of the 4 beautiful women inside, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. A starving wretch actually has food to eat and 4 wives. He's really hit the jackpot. His younger brother reminded him that Zhao Dahu had fallen into Su Lang's hands, so it was best not to cause trouble. Han Xiaoxiang scoffed. "Zhao Dahu is just underestimating his opponent. Su Lang has gone into the mountains, what can his women do to cause trouble?" After saying that, he strode to the door and kicked it open. "Open the door! We know you guys have food, so bring some out and let us guys have a taste." Otherwise, I'll just go in and get some myself. Hua Yorong, Xia Jiro, and Li Xiuji inside the room immediately changed their expressions. What should we do? It's Han Xiaoqiang and his gang. Xia Jiro's face turned pale. Hua Yorong forced herself to remain calm. Don't be afraid, hold the door shut. At this moment, Murong Yanran, who had been sitting in the corner with a cold face, suddenly stood up, walked straight to the door, and pulled open the latch. She looked at Han Xiaoqiang and uttered only one cold word. Roll. Han Xiaoqiang paused for a moment, then revealed a lewd smile. Little lady, you have quite a temper. Your man's not home. Are you lonely and want your brothers to come in and keep you company? Before she could finish speaking, Murong Yanran unleashed a powerful whip kick, striking him squarely in the stomach. With a thud, Han Xiaoqiang flew 3 meters backward and crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to get up for a long time. The villagers and his henchmen were all dumbfounded. No one expected that this tall and slender woman would be so ruthless. Murong Yanran turned to close the door, but Han Xiaoqiang, supported by his underlings, got up and stormed into the courtyard in a fit of rage. You bitch, I'm going to kill you today! But as soon as he reached the door, a cold glint was already pressed against his throat. Murong Yanran had somehow gotten into a grip on the dagger, her voice devoid of any warmth. Take one more step, and you'll die. Han Xiaoqiang froze, and the entire room fell silent. Only then did the villagers realize that Su Lang's new bride was no weak woman at all. No wonder Su Lang dared to challenge Zhao Dao. It turns out there was such a ruthless character hidden in his family. The way everyone looked at the wooden house changed from jealousy and resentment to awe and fear. Deep in the mountains, Su Lang and Zhang Xing bypassed the Black Bear's territory and continued walking in. Suddenly, the bushes beside us shook violently, and a huge wild boar with protruding tusks roared and charged out, bringing a stench to our faces. Wild boar! Zhang Xing was terrified and turned to run away, not even bothering with his wood-chopping knife. Su Lang stood still, nocked an arrow, and moved with lightning speed. When the wild boar charged within 10 meters, the first arrow pierced the air and accurately struck its left eye. The wild boar let out a painful howl, but its momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Su Lang nocked another arrow and shot it through the boar's right eye. Blinded, the boar went completely berserk, still charging at Su Lang with its momentum. Su Lang remained calm and fired 2 arrows in quick succession. One arrow pierced the wild boar's throat, while another pierced its head through its open mouth. Bang! The wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, crashed to the ground, sliding several meters along the ground before finally stopping less than a foot away from Su Lang's feet, its blood quickly staining the soil red. Zhang Xing ran a long way before daring to turn back, and when he saw this scene, he was completely petrified. In the blink of an eye, an adult wild boar dies? He looked at Su Lang, who seemed calm and collected, and opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Come and help! Su Lang kicked the wild boar. The smell of blood will attract other animals, so drag it away quickly. Zhang Xing snapped out of his daze and scrambled back, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Su, you're like a god descended from heaven. This wild boar weighs at least 300 jin. We're rich! It took the two of them a great deal of effort to drag the wild boar out of the mountains. As dusk fell, they emerged from the dense forest, both exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Zhang Xing plopped down, panting heavily. Brother Su, I'm too tired to go any further, let's rest for a while. Su Lang nodded. Zhang Xing immediately untied his water pouch and handed it over with a grateful expression. You've worked the hardest, you drink first. Su Lang didn't think much of it, took the water pouch, and tilted his head back to drink. The moment his Adam's apple bobbed, the honesty and gratitude in Zhang Xing's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by ruthlessness and determination. He quietly picked up the rusty wood-chopping knife beside him. He swung the sword down hard at Su Lang's unsuspecting neck. Chapter 27. You want to kill me? A cold wind swept across the blade, carrying the stench of rust and sweat. The rusty woodcutter's knife was already close to Su Lang's neck. Su Lang's body reacted faster than his brain. He didn't retreat or block, he just leaned back abruptly. The blade grazed his Adam's apple, leaving a thin line of blood. Su Lang pushed aside the water pouch, spilling water all over the ground, but his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Xing in front of him. Zhang Xing, who had just looked so honest, now had a ferocious expression. Su Lang instantly understood that a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds was a gold mine in this year of famine. The mountains are remote and sparsely populated. If Zhang Xing kills him, he can devour the wild boar for himself. Once back in the village, if he tells anyone Su Lang was carried off by a black bear, who will investigate? There's no logic to this world. His attack missed its mark, and Zhang Xing went completely mad. Roaring, he raised the knife with both hands and brought it down fiercely on Su Lang's head. He had already broken all pretense of civility, and would show no mercy. He calculated that the distance was too close, and Su Lang wouldn't have time to use his bow and arrows. But Su Lang didn't even frown. He simply drew the short sword from his waist. As Zhang Xing's wood-chopping axe cleaved down, Su Lang instantly internalized the whirlwind blade technique. He didn't take the blow head-on, but instead stepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the powerful slash. At the same time, the short sword moved upwards in a cunning, upward motion. With a soft thud, Zhang Xing's scream was choked in his throat. He looked down at his right wrist, where a deep, bone-revealing wound was slashed open, and blood was gushing out wildly. His hand instantly lost its grip, and the wood-chopping knife clattered to the ground. Zhang Xing staggered backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why Su Lang had such skills. Su Lang wouldn't give him a chance to think. He immediately followed, his short knife, without any fancy moves, stabbing Zhang Xing hard into the chest. Zhang Xing's body stiffened, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed to his knees. Blood continued to gush from his mouth, leaving only desperate gurgling sounds in his throat. "Brother Lang, I was wrong. I'm going to see Mom too, and my newborn brother as well." He reached out his uninjured hand, trying to grab Su Lang's trouser leg, his eyes full of pleading. Su Lang looked down at him, his face expressionless. "I didn't kill you." His voice was eerily calm. "You were killed by wild animals in the mountains." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lang drew his short knife and, in Zhang Xing's despairing gaze, swiftly sliced it across his neck. The surroundings fell completely silent, leaving only a corpse and the enormous wild boar. Su Lang remained silent for a moment, then bent down and tore off Zhang Xing's tattered clothes, wiping the blood off the knife. Then, relying on his brute strength, 8 times that of his own body, he tied a rope to the wild boar's hooves and dragged his prey step by step towards the outside of the mountain. When the wild boar, the size of a calf, was dragged to the village entrance, the entire village was in an uproar. The villagers who had been sunbathing and gnawing on tree bark at the village entrance all stood up, craning their necks as if they had witnessed a miracle. "Good heavens, is that a wild boar? At least 300 jin! Su Lang took it all by himself? Where's Zhang Xing? Didn't he go into the mountains with Su Lang?" Whispers continued to rise, but Su Lang ignored them. He expressionlessly dragged the wild boar through the crowd, his clothes stained with blood that didn't belong to the boar. The villagers unconsciously made way for him, and looking at his cold face, they didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, no one dared to feel jealousy or envy anymore, only fear remained. In their eyes, Su Lang had become like a devil. Back home, Su Lang kicked open the courtyard gate. The 4 women inside rushed out almost simultaneously. Seeing Su Lang return safely, and then seeing the enormous wild boar, the group was so shocked they covered their mouths. Xiajiro was the first to react, joyfully throwing herself into Su Lang's arms, her face full of adoration. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji also gathered around, their joy impossible to hide. Only Murong Yenren quickly approached and carefully examined the bloodstains on his body. "Are you injured?" "It's not my blood," Su Lang replied calmly. Murong Yenren breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered her voice and asked, "Where's Zhang Xing?" Su Lang glanced at her. "Feed it to the bear." Murong Yenren stiffened slightly, but ultimately said nothing and silently retreated to the side. At this moment, Xiajiro tugged at Su Lang's sleeve, pouting as she complained. Not long after Su Lang left, Han Xiaoqiang arrived with his men, intending to kick down the door and steal the grain. If Murong Yenren hadn't kicked Han Xiaoqiang away, they wouldn't have known what to do. Upon hearing this, Su Lang's cold expression finally changed. He looked down at Xiajiro's face, which was full of dependence and grievance, and a violent yet satisfied emotion rose in his chest. A bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. He gently patted Xiaojuo's head and said calmly, "I know." Then, Su Lang turned to look at the women. "You guys deal with this pig first." After saying that, he walked straight out of the courtyard. Hua Yurong asked worriedly, "Husband, where are you going?" Su Lang didn't turn his head, his voice chillingly cold. "I'm going to teach those cowards a lesson." Chapter 28 Establishing Authority. Su Lang walked straight out of the courtyard gate, but instead of going to Han Shaoqiang's house at the east end of the village, he walked around the village. The village roads were full of potholes, and the villagers everywhere were emaciated and pale from hunger. Upon seeing Su Lang, they reacted as if they had seen a demon, lowering their heads and keeping their distance, not daring to meet his gaze. In the corner, a little boy, so thin he was just skin and bones, was licking his fingers. Seeing Su Lang approach, he shuddered and turned to run away. "Stop!" The little boy stood frozen in place, trembling like a withered leaf in the wind, not daring to even turn his head. Su Lang took out a still warm egg and tossed it into the boy's arms. The oiled paper unfurled, and the aroma filled his nostrils. The little boy stared intently at the egg, his mouth instantly watering. "Want some?" The little boy nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with longing. "Go to the town government office for me and find Constable Li Si," Su Lang said calmly. "Tell him that his younger brother, Su Lang, hunted a 300-pound wild boar and invited him over for dinner tonight." He paused, then added, "Also tell him I'm at Han Shaoqiang's house, waiting for him to come and we'll deal with those good-for-nothings together." Although the little boy couldn't understand, he memorized every single word. "Did you remember?" "Got it. I'm going too." Su Lang waved his hand. The little boy stuffed the egg into his mouth and ran off towards the edge of the village like a madman. Killing people is not difficult for Su Lang, but what he wants is not simply to kill a few thugs. He wanted to make an example of him, to let the whole Day village understand that no one could touch Su Lang or his family. Han Shaoqiang's dilapidated house was not much different from Su Lang's old thatched hut. Even from a distance, the boasting could be heard coming from inside. "What is Su Lang anyway? He just got lucky." Han Shaoqiang laughed loudly in his hoarse voice. "His wives are all so beautiful they could be squeezed for water. That kid is really lucky." Someone nearby egged him on. "Brother Chang, let's sneak over there tonight and teach him a lesson. I'll also go and see what it's like to have a wife provided by the government." A burst of lewd laughter erupted from inside the house. The villagers passing by heard it but only quickened their pace, none daring to utter a word. Su Lang walked to the door, and without knocking, kicked it open. With a loud crash, the broken wooden door shattered into pieces, splinters flew into the room, and the laughter abruptly stopped. Han Shaoqiang and his cronies stared blankly at the doorway. Su Lang, radiating coldness, stepped in, and they instinctively backed away. "Su Shilong?" Han Shaoqiang dropped the grass root in his hand, but still tried to sound tough. "What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless in broad daylight." Without saying a word, Su Lang rushed forward and punched him hard on the bridge of his nose. Click! With his nasal bone broken, Han Shaoqiang screamed and fell backward, blood gushing from his nose. "Brother Chang!" The thugs were both shocked and furious, and they grabbed stools and sticks and charged over. Su Lang dodged the wooden stick by sidestepping, grabbed one man's wrist with his other hand, and twisted it forcefully. The man's arm twisted into an odd angle on the spot, the wooden stick slipped from his hand, and before the scream could stop, Su Lang kicked him away. The man knocked over two of his accomplices behind him, and in the blink of an eye, all of them were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Su Lang walked up to Han Shaoqiang and stepped on his chest. Han Shaoqiang coughed up blood, his face deathly pale with pain, but he still stubbornly insisted. "If you dare hit me, I'll never let you get away with this." Su Lang increased the pressure on his feet, and Han Shaoqiang felt as if his sternum was about to shatter, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Master Lang! I was wrong! Spare me!" The area outside was already crowded with villagers, all craning their necks to watch the scene with a mixture of fear and excitement. Just then, someone outside the crowd suddenly shouted, "The police are here! Constable Li Si is here!" The villagers immediately made way for them, and many secretly gloated. With so many people injured, Su Lang is definitely dead this time. No matter how arrogant he is, would he really fight with the police? Han Xiaoqiang, as if grasping at a straw, struggled to reach out his hand. Officer Li! Save me! Su Lang is going to kill me! Li Si led 2 constables into the courtyard and was taken aback when he saw the mess and bloodstains in the room. Everyone thought he would draw his sword and take someone down, but to their surprise, Li Si only glanced at Han Xiaoqiang and walked straight up to Su Lang with a smile on his face. Oh, it's Brother Su! Why bother getting angry with this kind of trash? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Si raised his foot and kicked Han Xiaoqiang hard in the face. Pa! Han Xiaoqiang, are you tired of living? Li Si spat a wad of phlegm in his face. Brother Su's wife is officially registered with the government. She's there to produce offspring for the great Qian dynasty. If you dare to have any crooked thoughts, you're going against the government and the imperial court. I'll deal with you today. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The villagers were completely stunned. Even the thugs groaning on the ground forgot to cry out in pain. They never expected that Li Si would not only not arrest Su Lang, but would instead stand up for him. After Li Si finished cursing, he grabbed Su Lang's shoulder and deliberately raised his voice. Su Lang is my brother, Li Si's brother. If anyone dares to mess with him again, don't blame me for turning ruthless. He suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, and the 2 constables drew their swords at the same time. A flash of light, and the onlookers retreated in terror, Han Xiaoqiang's face turning ashen. Seeing that his intimidation had been enough, Li Si immediately put on a smiling face. Brother Su, I heard you hunted a big wild boar? Come on, let me go take a look. Let's not waste time with these bastards. Su Lang remained calm and simply hummed in response. Then, to everyone's stunned silence, he raised his foot and stomped hard on Han Xiaoqiang's knee. Ah! Han Xiaoqiang's shrill screams echoed through the courtyard as Su Lang crushed his kneecaps on the spot. Chapter 29: Su Lang's terrifying reputation. Han Xiaoqiang's screams were no longer human-like. The excruciating pain of his kneecap being crushed by a foot caused him to convulse, his eyes to roll back, and he fainted on the spot from the pain. The courtyard was deathly silent. The villagers watching were pale-faced and their legs were trembling. By crippling a man's knee in front of the officials, Su Lang was not just ruthless, he was insane. Li Si's 2 men gripped the hilts of their knives, their faces filled with astonishment, unsure how to react for a moment. Li Si acted as if he hadn't seen anything, affectionately putting his arm around Su Lang's shoulder and smiling even more brightly. Brother Su, excellent method! To deal with this kind of rock in the latrine, you have to be ruthless. Don't worry, I'll frame him for plotting a rebellion and attacking government officials and their families, and he'll spend the rest of his life in jail. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached every villager's ears clearly. Everyone felt a chill run from their feet to their heads, and they finally understood that Su Lang was not only ruthless, but also had the support of the government. From now on, probably no one in Dai village will dare to provoke him again. Su Lang merely twitched the corner of his mouth without saying a word. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Li Si could already smell the aroma of meat and urged impatiently. Don't let this trash delay our business. I came here for the meat. Where's that big wild boar? Su Lang gave a nonchalant reply and left with Li Si and 2 constables, leaving behind a mess in the courtyard and a group of villagers who were trembling with fear. When Li Si got back to his house, he saw the large wild boar with its belly cut open in the yard from afar, and his eyes lit up instantly. My goodness! This thing is huge! He rushed into the yard, marveling at the wild boar, but upon closer inspection he froze. The wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, had been thoroughly cleaned, its hair shaved off, and its internal organs neatly arranged. The entire process was efficient, and without any delays. Brother Su, do you have such a skilled person in your family? Before Su Lang could speak, Xiaojiro ran out of the house, hugged his arm, and raised her little face to show off. Of course, it was all done by Sister Xiuji. She cleaned up such a big pig all by herself in no time. And the black seeds that my husband planted were also watered and cared for by Sister Xiuji every day. Li Xiuji, whose face was red from the smoke by the stove, quickly lowered her head upon hearing the praise. I didn't do anything special, These were just things I was supposed to do. Although Xia Jiruo joined the family before Li Xiuji, she was the youngest and always obediently called her and Hua Yurong, elder sister. Su Lang watched Li Xiuji busy herself but avoiding eye contact with him, and a slight thought stirred in his heart. Although this girl was timid and insecure, she was diligent and capable. She spoke lightly, but her face was covered in sweat, clearly indicating that she was quite tired. Don't just stand there, start stewing the meat. Fourth brother is coming to visit today, so pick out some good cuts of meat. Hua Yurong gently agreed and busied herself with Xia Jiruo and Li Xiuji. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the earthenware pot, and large chunks of pork tumbled in the pot, stewing until tender and flavorful. The two constables stared at the pot, their mouths practically watering. Li Si also untied the wine gourd from his waist, uncorked it, and the rich aroma of the wine immediately spread out. Brother Su, let's drink until we drop today. I heard you hunted a wild boar, so I specially brought my treasured wine, which I haven't been able to bring myself to drink. The two sat facing each other at the table, eating meat heartily and drinking wine from large bowls. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Si, his face flushed, patted Su Lang on the shoulder and slurred his words as he made a promise. Brother Su, don't worry, with your fourth brother here, no one in Dai village will dare to lay a finger on you. Even if you encounter someone that fourth brother can't handle, you don't need to be afraid. He lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously in Su Lang's ear. The county magistrate in town is my brother-in-law. My wife is his younger sister. Su Lang paused for a moment as he held up the wine bowl. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He originally thought Li Si was just a local bully with some power, but he never expected that he had a connection with the county magistrate. It seems that the pheasant and 2 pounds of rice were well worth the money. Li Si patted his chest and continued. From now on, anyone who dares to mess with you is messing with me. Messing with me is disrespecting the county magistrate. The meal lasted until evening, and Li Si was already completely drunk, being helped out by 2 of his men. Su Lang personally escorted them to the door, and then had Hua Yurong bring over 2 pig hind legs tied with straw rope, each weighing at least 20 jin. He stuffed one into Li Si's arms and handed the other to the constable next to him. Fourth brother, this little bit of wild game is nothing but a token of my respect. Please take this as a tribute to the county magistrate on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Li Si, who was still half asleep, immediately sobered up a bit. He stared at Su Lang and grinned. Good. Good brother. I, Li Si, accept you as my younger brother. After Li Si left, the courtyard finally quieted down. When Su Lang returned to the house, several women had already cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and the remaining pork was piled up in the corner. But in his mind, he saw Zhang Xing's pleading eyes before he died. My mom and my newborn brother. Su Lang was silent for a moment before speaking. Yurong, pack 10 caddies of meat for me. Hua Yurong was taken aback for a moment, but did not ask any further questions, and simply nodded in agreement. Soon, she wrapped 10 pounds of pork, with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, in a large lotus leaf and handed it to Su Lang. Su Lang carried the heavy load of meat out of the courtyard and headed straight for the dilapidated thatched hut at the west end of the village. That was Zhang Xing's home. The door was ajar, and a dim oil lamp shone from inside. Su Lang pushed open the door and entered. He saw an elderly woman with gray hair, who looked to be in her 50s, leaning weakly against the headboard, holding a baby in her arms. In fact, Zhang Xing's mother was only 40 years old, but she looked so old because of the hardships she had endured. When she saw Su Lang, her cloudy eyes first showed confusion, then turned to fear. Su Lang didn't explain, but simply walked over and placed the bag of pork, which was still leaking oil, on the dilapidated table. The old woman stared at the package of meat, completely stunned. Zhang Xing came with me to the mountains to hunt. Su Lang finally spoke, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. We encountered a bear on the road. He was carried away. Chapter 30. I love how you blindly worship me. The old woman stared at the package of pork on the table, still seeping oil. Her cloudy eyes were first blank, then filled with immense grief. She opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. She could only hold the sleeping baby in her arms tightly, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Su Lang didn't say anything more and turned to leave. This 10 pounds of flesh wasn't out of pity or guilt, but simply out of compassion for the newborn child who knew nothing. In this messed up world, that's all he can do. Stepping out of the dilapidated hut, the night wind whipped at his face, chilling him to the bone. On his way back, Sulang spotted a familiar small figure in a corner. It was the same little boy who had run to town to deliver the message for him during the day. The child peeked out from the shadows, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Sulang. "Come over!" The little boy shuddered in fright and turned to run away. Sulang calmly repeated, "I told you to come here." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The boy froze on the spot, then slowly walked out, head down, barely daring to breathe. "Afraid of me?" Sulang asked. The boy lowered his head even further, his voice trembling. "I saw you touch Uncle Han's leg." The scene in front of Han Xiaoqiang's house that afternoon had clearly terrified him. Sulang, however, laughed, pulled a bag of steaming cooked meat from his pocket, and threw it directly into Han Xiaoqiang's arms. The aroma of meat wafted into his nose, and the little boy, holding the meat, froze in shock. "I, Sulang, am ruthless only to my enemies. You've helped me, and I won't treat you unfairly. Come to my house tomorrow at noon, and there'll be plenty of meat." After saying that, Sulang stopped looking at him and left. He never wanted to owe anyone anything. When I got home, the yard had been cleaned up. A little light shone through the crack in the door to the second bedroom, but it was quiet inside, while the door to the master bedroom was tightly closed. Hua Yurong and the others were clearly very sensible. Sulang pushed open the door and entered. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, Li Xiuji sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed. She had changed into clean clothes and carefully combed her hair. Her delicate face was particularly beautiful under the lamplight. Hearing the door open, she trembled, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her face flushed crimson. "Husband and wife." Sulang sat down next to her, not in a hurry to do anything, but just looked at her and suddenly smiled and said, "Xiuji, do you know? Of all the girls in the village, you were the one I liked the most." Li Xiuji suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Back then I thought you were the most beautiful woman in our village. When we were little, we even went to the river to catch fish together." As she recounted past events, Li Xiuji's nervousness gradually turned into shyness. Of course she remembered, but later, due to the difference between men and women, the two slowly drifted apart. She stole glances at Sulang. The man before her was no longer the thin, silent boy she remembered. He had broad shoulders, a strong profile, and especially those deep eyes that made one's heart race if looked at for too long. "My husband, you're not the same as before," she said softly. Sulang asked with a mischievous grin. "So, do you like me now or me before?" Li Xiuji bit her lip, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "I like them all." Sulang stopped teasing her and gently pulled her into his arms. She froze at first, then softened and quietly leaned against his chest. "My husband, I will take good care of you and do any kind of work." "Silly girl." Sulang lowered his head and kissed her. The lamplight flickered, and subtle noises rose again inside the room. The night passed, and Sulang woke up refreshed. Looking at Li Xiuji, who was still fast asleep beside him with rosy cheeks, he felt quite pleased with himself. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 115, devoted to each other. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission. Equal distribution of rain and dew. And you are rewarded with a generous gift pack. Open the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained lightness skilled shredding snow without leaving a trace, beginner level, and 100 caddies of top quality pork belly. The next moment, a flood of techniques on body movement, footwork, breath control, and leaping techniques rushed into his mind. Sulang felt his body become much lighter, as if he could easily leap onto the roof. This light-footed skill came at just the right time. From now on, when I go into the mountains, with my god-level hunting skills and the Gale Blade technique at my side, even if I encounter a bear, I can escape even if I can't beat it. After getting dressed and going out, Sulang saw Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and Xia Jiruo sitting listlessly in the courtyard boiling water, all sporting identical dark circles under their eyes. Li Xiuji, supporting her back, limped out. Upon seeing the three women, her pretty face flushed red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Su Lang chuckled and deliberately cleared his throat. What's wrong, ladies? Didn't you sleep well again last night? Hua Yurong just smiled gently. Xiaojiro pouted and glared at him resentfully, while Murong Yenren looked up and glared at him fiercely. Su Lang leaned closer and said with a smile, Anyway, you're all my women, so let's not distinguish between master bedroom and secondary bedroom anymore. We can all sleep together, it'll be more lively. You're dreaming! Murong Yenren instantly bristled and threw a punch at his face. Su Lang easily grabbed her wrist, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear. Want to try it? I guarantee it'll be more comfortable than sleeping alone. Get out! You shameless bastard! Murong Yenren struggled in shame and anger, but she couldn't break free from his grasp. Su Lang patted her and released her with satisfaction. At breakfast, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became both romantic and strange. After the meal, Hua Yurong took out a brand new blue coarse cloth short shirt with fine stitches, which clearly showed that she had put a lot of thought into it. Husband, this is what I made for you. Try it on to see if it fits. Su Lang changed out of his old clothes. After undergoing an 8-fold physical transformation, he had been completely reborn. His originally thin frame had become tall and upright, with smooth and powerful muscle lines. The simple coarse cloth shirt he wore did not make him look shabby at all. On the contrary, it accentuated his heroic spirit, making him look like a sharp sword about to be drawn from its sheath. The four women in the room were all stunned. Hua Yorong's eyes were full of tenderness, Li Xiuji's face was full of admiration, and even Murong Yenran's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement and complexity. Wow! My husband is so handsome! Xiaojiro was the first to rush to his side, her little face tilted up, her eyes full of admiration. Seeing the four women's infatuated expressions, Su Lang felt a surge of pride. I love how you guys blindly worship me. Chapter 31. Can we finally sleep together under the same covers? After breakfast, Li Xiuji went to tend to her vegetable garden as usual, but she froze on the spot as soon as she entered the yard. Overnight, a neat patch of lush green rice seedlings, several centimeters tall, sprouted from the previously barren land. My God! Xiaojiro followed behind, rubbing her eyes in shock. Hua Yurong and Murong Yenren were also speechless. The seeds were planted just 2 days ago, and they've grown like this today. It's practically a miracle. Xiaojiro ran to Li Xiuji's side, her eyes full of admiration. Xiuji, how did you grow it? It's amazing! Hua Yurong couldn't help but admire her, saying that her skills were even better than those of the old farmers in the village who had farmed the land their whole lives. Li Xiuji blushed deeply, clutching the hem of her clothes as she whispered. It wasn't me, it was my husband who gave me the best seed. Su Lang simply smiled and offered no further explanation. The fewer people who know about the super seed, the better. At noon, the little boy who had delivered the message for Su Lang arrived at the courtyard gate on time, just as expected. He peeked around, clearly wanting to eat the meat but also obviously afraid of Su Lang. Su Lang, carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup, simply called him in. To everyone's surprise, the little boy smelled the aroma of meat, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he gritted his teeth and shook his head. Master Su, I don't drink meat soup. Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Afraid I'll poison you? No! The little boy hurriedly waved his hand, mustered his courage, and looked up, saying, I want to go hunting with you. I don't want to go hungry all the time, and I don't want to rely on others for charity. Su Lang looked at him. In those eyes, which appeared unusually large due to hunger, lay a stubbornness and fierceness beyond his years. Zhang Xing, who came into the mountains with me the day before yesterday, has died deep in the mountains, did you know that? The little boy trembled, but still nodded vigorously. I'm not afraid of death. Starving to death is death anyway, being eaten by a bear is death anyway, so I might as well take a chance. Su Lang smiled and stuffed the meat soup into his arms. Okay. But finish the soup first, so you'll have the strength to go hunting with me. The little boy stared at the fatty meat in the bowl, his eyes suddenly reddening, and he squatted down to wolf it down. What's your name? Lu Shirtu. Is anyone still at home? Lu Shirtu replied vaguely. No, they've all starved to death. Su Lang remained silent for a moment. Having more helpers in the mountains meant that they could help carry prey like rabbits and pheasants. After finishing the last sip of soup, Lu Shitu straightened his back and called out, "Brother Lang!" Upon entering the deep mountains again, Lu Shitu was so nervous that his hands were sweating profusely, while Su Lang strolled around as if he were in his own backyard. With the skill of treading snow without leaving a trace, his speed and agility far surpassed what they had been before. He hadn't gone far when Su Lang suddenly stopped, listened intently for a moment, and then fired an arrow. The arrow pierced the air, and a thud came from the bushes, but then silence fell. Lu Shitu ran over and saw that a plump wild rabbit had been shot through the heart, and was already dead. Just as he was about to cheer, Su Lang parted the grass and discovered an even fatter rabbit hiding inside. Su Lang patted the rabbit's belly and said calmly, "It has babies." He handed the bough to Lu Shitu, picked up the mother rabbit, and said, "Don't kill this one, take it back and raise it." Lu Shitu took the longbow and stared at Su Lang's retreating figure, utterly shocked. Brother Lang could even tell if a rabbit was pregnant? The two continued deeper into the area and soon encountered two more pheasants foraging for food. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two arrows were fired almost simultaneously. The pheasant didn't even have time to scream before its neck was pierced by the arrows. Lu Shitu was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, Su Lang was not an ordinary hunter at all, but a mountain god, a god of hunting. Su Lang picked up the pheasant and weighed it in his hand, in a good mood. "Perfect, this is the pheasant I'll give to Lady Giraud. She loves chicken legs the most." In the evening, the two returned home laden with their loot. As soon as Xia Giraud saw the lively mother rabbit in Su Lang's arms, she screamed and pounced on it, carefully taking it and holding it in her arms, so happy that she wouldn't let go. Su Lang gently pinched her nose. "You're practically drooling, aren't you craving rabbit meat?" "No way!" Xia Giraud ran away, clutching the rabbit. Su Lang asked from behind, "Braised or spicy?" Xia Giraud hesitated for a moment, and Su Lang added, "There's also a male one." "I eat spicy food." She immediately changed her mind. Su Lang smiled and made a sturdy rabbit cage out of wood and rattan. Before Lu Shitu left, he gave him a pheasant. Lu Shitu waved his hands repeatedly, saying it was too valuable. Su Lang, however, said, "Take it. Anyone who dares to steal your chicken can say they are my underling, Su Lang." Lu Shitu's eyes were red-rimmed. He knelt down with a thud and cowed out 3 times. "Brother Lang's great kindness, I will never forget it." Then, he left carrying the pheasant, turning back to look at it every few steps. Su Lang carried another pheasant into the kitchen and saw Hua Yorong washing rice. He lifted the rice jar and glanced at it. "There's not much rice left." While Hua Yorong wasn't paying attention, he took out dozens of kilograms of refined rice from his system space and poured it directly into the rice container. The rice container, which was almost empty, was instantly filled to the brim. Hua Yorong turned around and was so surprised that she covered her mouth. "Husband, where did so much rice come from?" Su Lang remained expressionless. "I traded it for cured meat in town last time, and I forgot about it in a corner." At dinner, fragrant stewed chicken and spicy rabbit were laid out on the table, and the atmosphere was more harmonious than ever before. After finishing his meal, Su Lang looked at the 4 beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, and felt a surge of desire within him. "I think we shouldn't distinguish between master bedrooms and secondary bedrooms anymore. Wouldn't it be more lively if everyone slept together?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Hua Yorong, Murong Yenren, Xia Giraud, and Li Xiuji all blushed and lowered their heads, none of them daring to speak. Su Lang grinned mischievously and added to the stakes. "Whoever sleeps with me, I'll take them to town tomorrow to go shopping, buy them new clothes, jewelry, whatever they want." "Me! Me! Me!" Xia Giraud was the first to burst out, raising her hand excitedly, her face full of excitement and anticipation. Hua Yorong, Murong Yenran, and Li Xiuji blushed, feeling both ashamed and angry, but none of them dared to refute them. Chapter 32 Dreams Come True. Xia Giraud's clear me was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji blushed, and even Murong Yenran, who always had a cold face, had an unnatural blush on her ears. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh, and leaned down to kiss Xiaojiro's smooth forehead. Good girl. The little girl was so overwhelmed by the reward that she squinted her eyes happily and nestled softly in his arms. Su Lang gave her a look, and Xiaojiro immediately understood. She ran to Li Xiuji's side and hugged her arm affectionately. Sister Xiuji, please say yes to your husband. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we sisters could be together every day from now on? Li Xiuji was timid to begin with, and when she was shaken by her, she was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look up. She only responded with a soft, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Now, Su Lang looked at the gentlest one, Hua Yorong. Hua Yorong's heart skipped a beat, and she bit her lip worriedly, saying, Husband, we sisters will all do as you say, but it's your health. Don't worry. Su Lang pulled her into his arms and laughed. Don't you know how capable I am? Since we're family, it'll be more lively if we sleep together from now on. Hua Yorong's cheeks burned as she leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and finally nodded shyly. Only Murong Yenren remained. She stood to the side with her arms crossed, her pretty face cold, like a little wife who had been isolated. Humph, dream on! Shameless! Su Lang grinned mischievously and cornered her against the wall. Lady Yenran, they've all agreed, except for you. Are you perhaps afraid? Who's afraid? Murong Yenran immediately bristled, puffing out her chest. I, a daughter of a military family, would be afraid of a scoundrel like you. Come on then, whoever's afraid is a little dog. She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. This was exactly what Su Lang wanted. Su Lang smiled even more broadly. Okay, you said it yourself? Since all four of them nodded, Su Lang cleared his throat and prepared to set some rules for the household. Yu Rong is gentle and virtuous. She will be our matriarch from now on. Hua Yorong blushed and responded gently. Yenren has a bit of a temper, but I like her, so she's my second wife. Murong Yenren snorted and turned her head away, but a slight smile crept onto her lips. Jiroa is lively and lovely, she is third sister. Hee, thank you, my husband. Xiaojiro jumped up happily. Xiuji was hardworking and capable, and in the end, she became the fourth lady. Li Xiuji lowered her head shyly, but her heart was filled with sweetness. With their titles and ranks settled, the hearts of the women were finally at ease. Su Lang waved his hand and said, Get some rest. I'll take you to the county town tomorrow. Xiaojiro's eyes lit up, but Hua Yorong thought of the family's grain and wild-boar meat. Husband, should we use that meat to exchange for something? In this year of famine, silver is not as valuable as grain. Silly girl, so much raw meat won't last more than a few days. It would be a waste if it's spoiled. Su Lang flicked her nose. While it's fresh, we'll exchange it for some useful things, and also get you new clothes and jewelry. He knew very well that there were still several hundred kilograms of meat in the system's warehouse, so this was nothing at all. Upon hearing about new clothes and jewelry, the four women's eyes lit up with anticipation. No woman could dislike such things. That night, the headboard of the master bedroom was packed full of people, and the atmosphere was more lively and complicated than ever before. Who wants to go first? If no one speaks, Lady Giraud, you set an example for them. My husband is annoying. The next day, Su Lang felt refreshed. As soon as he checked the system, a series of notifications sounded. Hua Yurong's favorability increases by 5 points, reaching 130, making her completely devoted to Hua Yurong. Murong Yenran's favorability increased by 5 points, reaching 120, showing a clear difference between her words and actions. Xia Jiruo's favorability increased by 5 points, reaching 130, indicating she is deeply in love with her. Li Xiuji's favorability rating increased by 5 points, reaching 125, and she remained devoted to him. Su Lang was satisfied and went to the kitchen to have Hua Yurong wrap 10 caddies of the best pork belly in lotus leaves. In the courtyard, Xia Jiruo was squatting in front of the rabbit cage, carefully feeding the mother rabbit freshly picked grass while muttering to herself. After making all the preparations, the family of 5 locked the courtyard gate and set off for the county town. Date Village was not far from the county town. They arrived in half an hour. Despite the famine, the county town was still more prosperous than the village. People came and went on the streets, most of them looking pale and sickly, but at least they were still struggling to survive. Suddenly, a rich, sweet aroma of caramel wafted into everyone's nostrils. "It's roasted sweet potatoes!" Xiaojiro exclaimed, pointing to the stall in front of her. An old man stood guarding a large iron barrel, roasting sweet potatoes until they were dripping with oil. Many people around stared intently at the golden sweet potatoes, constantly swallowing their saliva, but no one dared to buy them. Xiaojiro licked her lips, looking adorably greedy. Su Lang smiled and pulled her forward. "Uncle, how much are the sweet potatoes?" The old man weakly held up 5 fingers. 5 copper coins each. This price was enough to buy a small bag of brown rice mixed with sand, and the women secretly gasped in astonishment. Su Lang cut about half a pound of marbled pork from the pork basket on his back. "Would this be enough to trade for 4? The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. These days, meat is much more expensive than copper coins or gold, so he quickly picked out 4 of the biggest and most fragrant sweet potatoes, wrapped them in oil paper, and handed them over. Su Lang distributed the piping hot sweet potatoes to his 4 wives. Xiaojiro was the most eager. She blew on them twice and took a big bite, panting heavily from the heat, but she couldn't bear to spit them out. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji ate in small bites, their faces full of happiness. Even Murong Yanran, unusually, didn't complain and ate with relish. The system notification sounded again, and the favorability rating of all 4 people increased by 5 points. A few roasted sweet potatoes were enough to win him favor, and Su Lang was in a great mood, feeling that his wife was really simple and easy to please. Just then, a ragged beggar, reeking of foul odor, approached with a broken bowl. "Grandpa, please have mercy and give me some food." "Get out!" Su Lang frowned and shouted coldly. The beggar trembled at the menacing aura emanating from him and scrambled away. It wasn't that he lacked compassion, but many other beggars were watching from afar, and if he softened his heart, even more would pounce on him. Not far away, several richly dressed young men had already set their sights on Su Lang's family. Especially when they saw the 4 women beside him, each with a different appearance but all stunningly beautiful, their eyes were filled with lust. Where did this country bumpkin come from, bringing 4 such beautiful women with him? The young man at the head of the group, waving a folding fan, had a lewd look on his face. Several others laughed and surrounded them, blocking the path of the family of 5. Xiaojiro's face turned pale, and she quickly hid behind Su Lang. Li Xiuji gripped his sleeve tightly, her head bowed, not daring to look at him. Hua Yurong frowned slightly and approached Su Lang without making a sound. Murong Yanran, however, took half a step forward with a cold face, her hand already on the dagger at her waist. "My lady, let me handle this." Su Lang pressed Murong Yanran down. This was something he should do himself. Chapter 33 I Am Your Father. With his slicked back hair and powdered face, Li Yunfei waved his folding fan, his thieving eyes brazenly sweeping over the 4 women, including Hua Yurong, as if he were selecting merchandise, clicking his tongue in admiration. His henchmen immediately started jeering, saying that Su Lang was quite lucky with women. Li Yunfei raised his fan and pointed at Su Lang, adopting a condescending posture. "These young ladies, I'll borrow them for a few days. When I'm done playing with them, I'll return them to you, and I promise they won't be missing any limbs. You'd better be sensible, or I'll protect you from now on. If you're not, none of you will have a good time." Seeing this, the surrounding people all kept their distance, and no one dared to provoke this spoiled brat in the county. Su Lang was too lazy to waste words. When dealing with this kind of person, taking action is always more effective than talking. Before anyone could react, Su Lang suddenly raised his leg and kicked Li Yunfei hard in the stomach. With a thud, Li Yunfei curled up like a shrimp, his folding fan slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, his handsome face contorted in pain. "You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is?" He clutched his stomach and roared angrily. Su Lang looked down at him and asked in return, "Then do you know who my father is?" Li Yunfei was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously asked, "Who?" Su Lang grinned. "My dad is your grandpa." Some people around couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Yunfei's face turned a deep shade of liver. Humiliation and anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. Su Lang sneered. "You've got some nerve, daring to flirt with your mother? You bastard, you don't know what's good for you. All of you, get him and beat him to death. My dad will take responsibility if anything happens." Several lackeys, who had been eager to fight, rushed towards Su Lang with strange cries upon hearing the order. Su Lang stood still. When the first person threw a punch, he simply turned slightly to the side, and the fist grazed the corner of his clothes, missing the target. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang lightly touched the ground with his toes, and like a ghost, he approached another follower, his fingers like knives, and with lightning speed, he slashed at the other's wrist. With a crack, the bone broke. The man screamed and staggered backward, his arm dangling at an unnatural angle. Before the remaining people could even see clearly, Su Lang had already rushed into the crowd. A karate chop to the neck struck someone, and they instantly rolled their eyes back and fainted. A whip kick struck his knee, and another person screamed and fell to his knees, unable to get up again. In the blink of an eye, all of Li Yunfei's henchmen were lying on the ground, groaning in pain, while the entire street was eerily silent. Xiajiro was the first to come to her senses, clapping her hands excitedly. "My husband is so amazing!" Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Su Lang's tall and straight back with eyes full of admiration and reassurance. Murong Yenren remained silent, but her heart was in turmoil. Previously, Su Lang's fighting style relied entirely on brute force, which, while fierce, lacked finesse. But just now, his footwork was elusive and agile, his attacks were cunning and ruthless, each strike aimed directly at his opponent's most vulnerable joints. This is not brute force at all, but truly superb skill. How many secrets is this man hiding? Ding! Xiajiro's favorability +5. Current favorability, 145, deeply in love. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability +5. Current favorability, 145, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability +5. Current favorability, 125, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability +5. Current favorability, 120, tsundere. A series of system notifications sounded, and Su Lang felt relieved. Although Li Xiuji was the last to marry into the family, she was from the same village as him and had been saved by him. On their wedding day, she already had 60 points of favorability, which had now even surpassed that of Murong Yenran. Su Lang walked up to Li Yunfei, who was still lying on the ground groaning. He panicked when he saw Su Lang approaching. "Don't come any closer! My dad is... I am your father!" Su Lang interrupted him directly. "But from now on, I sever my father-son relationship with you, you unfilial son." After saying that, he kicked her again, then turned around and took Xiajiro's small hand. "Let's go, my husband will take you to buy jewelry." He strode away with his 4 wives, not even glancing at the group of good-for-nothings on the ground again. Li Yunfei clutched his stomach, his face contorted with venom as he roared. "You bastard, you just wait! I'll never let you get away with this!" Su Lang led the 4 women to the golden pavilion and picked out an exquisite gold hairpin for each of them. Xiajiro held the hairpin up and down her head, looking as happy as a child. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji were also delighted with it, their faces flushed with happiness. Murong Yenren verbally complained that it was tacky, but she still carefully put the gold hairpin into her bosom. A woman's happiness is sometimes that simple. After leaving the golden pavilion, Su Lang went to the blacksmith's shop and took a fancy to a horizontal sword hanging on the wall. The blade is long and slender with smooth lines, gleaming with a cold, menacing light. "Boss, how much is this knife?" The shopkeeper, beaming, said. "Sir, you have a good eye. This is a fine knife forged from tempered steel, capable of slicing a hair in 2. What would you like to trade for it?" Without wasting any words, Su Lang directly handed over the remaining silver coins and the last 3 caddies of pork. "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper didn't even glance at the loose change. His eyes were glued to the juicy, fatty pork, and his eyes immediately crinkled with a smile. "That's enough, that's more than enough!" Su Lang picked up the horizontal sword, casually twirled it, and the blade cut through the air, emitting a slight hum. "This isn't exactly a peerless sword, but it's more than enough. With it, combined with the whirlwind sword technique, his strength can reach another level." The group returned home laden with their purchases, in high spirits. But as they reached the street corner, preparing to leave the city and return home, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a large crowd. The person in the lead was none other than Li Yunfei, who had just been kicked down by Su Lang. His face was still swollen, but his expression was smug and ferocious. Standing beside him were not only a dozen burly men wielding sticks, but also several people dressed as government officials. They've come for revenge. Chapter 34. This is your Uncle Su. The street was instantly blocked, and Li Yunfei could hardly hide his smugness. Behind him followed a dozen or so burly men wielding clubs, each looking fierce and menacing. Several of them were dressed as government officials, with knives at their waists, exuding an imposing aura. Xia Jiro turned pale with fright, clutching Su Lang's sleeve tightly and hiding behind him. Li Xiuji trembled all over, lowering her head and not daring to look any further. Hua Yorong frowned, shielding her two younger sisters even more tightly. Only Murong Yenren remained, her hand still resting on the dagger at her waist, her eyes filled with coldness. Su Lang shielded the four women behind him, still holding his newly bought sword in his hand, too lazy to even sheath it. It's troublesome, but it's just in time. I can use this steel knife to test its sharpness. Li Yunfei, clutching his still painful stomach, roared venomously. You bastard, let's see how you run this time. If I don't break all four of your limbs today, I'm not a Li. The head constable immediately stepped forward and shouted, feigning concern. You audacious scoundrel! You've committed violence in the street and even injured young Master Li. Guards, seize him! Several constables drew their swords and were about to step forward when a lazy yet powerful voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Stop it, all of you! The constables froze, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for Li Si as he strode over. Li Yunfei immediately felt like he had seen a savior, pointing at Su Lang and shouting, Father! This bastard hit me and dares to defy the law. Arrest him and cut off his head. Su Lang raised an eyebrow. It turned out that this slick-haired fellow was Li Si's son. Li Si's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He completely ignored his son and instead strode up to Su Lang, smiling warmly. Oh, Brother Su! What's wrong? Why are you arguing with these ignorant fools? This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Li Yunfei was stunned. His own father actually called this country bumpkin who beat him up, brother. Brother Li Si? Su Lang feigned surprise. What a damn coincidence, it's you! Li Si laughed loudly, put his arm around Su Lang's shoulder, then suddenly turned around and kicked Li Yunfei hard in the butt. You little bastard, you're blind! Do you know who this is? This is my good brother, your father! You dare mess with him? You're asking for trouble! Li Si grew angrier the more he thought about it, and kicked Li Yunfei twice more. Li Yunfei was kicked so hard he rolled on the ground, completely stunned. Dad, why did you hit me? He hit me first. I'll beat you up. Li Si glared angrily. He knew his son's character all too well, and seeing the four stunningly beautiful women around Su Lang, he could easily guess the whole story. Li Si bowed to Su Lang with a smile and said, My son is unruly, and I have spoiled him. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Brother Su. After saying that, he pointed at Li Yunfei on the ground and shouted sternly, Get over here and kowtow to your Uncle Su to admit your mistake. Uncle Su? Li Yunfei's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. Calling a guy about his age who had beaten him up, uncle, was worse than death to him. No! He retorted, his neck stiff. Li Si's face darkened, and he drew his sword, pointing the blade at his son's throat. Say that again! Li Yunfei shuddered, knowing that his father was truly enraged this time. He could only grit his teeth and crawl humiliatingly to Su Lang's side. Uncle Su! Xia Jiro couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth, but her big, crescent-shaped eyes were full of schadenfreude. Li Yunfei was so angry that he trembled all over, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Lang patted his shoulder with a smile, adopting an elder's tone. Good boy. When you see your aunts in the future, you must be polite, understand? Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji couldn't help but smile, and even Murong Yenran, who had been keeping a cold face, had a slight upturn at the corner of her lips. Li Yunfei felt his blood surging, his vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Su Lang ignored him and took out the last 3 caddies of pork from his basket, stuffing it into Li Si's hands. Fourth brother, you've come at the right time. Take this game back with your drinks. Li Si declined verbally, but his hand accepted the gift steadily, and his smile became even brighter. "Brother Su, it's still early, why don't you come to my house for a while, and we brothers can have a couple of drinks?" Su Lang glanced at the sky, then looked at the 4 women behind him, and shook his head, saying, "Let's skip it for today. It's getting dark, and I have to go back to Day Village. I'll definitely pay a visit another day." Li Si knew that the world was not peaceful, and it was indeed dangerous to be out there with 4 beautiful women, so he did not insist on keeping them. Before leaving, he leaned close to Su Lang's ear and whispered, "The Yamen has a lot of work to do lately, and they might be giving out wives to bachelors again in a couple of days. If there are any pretty ones, I'll save them for you." Li Si himself dared not remarry, but he kept thinking about giving Su Lang benefits. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled and said, "Then thank you very much, 4th brother. 4th brother, you really are my brother. We're brothers, we're practically family." After exchanging a few more polite words, Li Si left with his group, satisfied. Su Lang, after confirming that the women hadn't heard what he said, then led them back to the village. As I passed the tea stall, several traveling merchants were whispering among themselves. "Have you heard? The capital has changed drastically. His Majesty died of illness a few days ago, and now several princes are almost fighting over the position. Wouldn't the world become even more chaotic then?" Some people, however, didn't care at all. "What does it matter to us who becomes emperor? As long as the government can provide food on time every week, that's fine." Su Lang felt nothing after hearing this. He looked at the 4 women beside him. Even Murong Yenran, a daughter of a military family, had suffered hardship and displacement, and was eventually given to him by the government as supplies. In this world, just being alive is already a blessing. As dusk fell, the group finally returned to Day Village. Looking into the distance, they saw a large crowd gathered in front of their brand new wooden house. Su Lang frowned immediately. Upon closer inspection, Lu Shitu was holding a rusty iron shovel in front of the courtyard gate, his thin body standing ramrod straight. Behind him stood several thin teenagers, confronting a group of hungry, bloodshot villagers. "Get out of the way! This is Brother Lang's house. Anyone who dares to trespass, I'll fight them to the death." Lu Shitu's voice still carried a childish tone, but it was filled with determination. "When Brother Lang comes back, you will all be in deep trouble." Chapter 35. Everyone vies to become Su Lang's concubine. The villagers, their eyes bloodshot with hunger, suddenly became bolder when they saw that there were only a few thin boys behind Lu Shitu. "What are you afraid of? They're just a few children. Su Lang might not even be here yet. Let's rush in and grab the food." Someone started shouting, and the crowd immediately stirred. Even knowing they might be beaten to death, they felt it was better than starving to death. Lu Shitu gripped the shovel tightly, his thin body trembling, yet he stubbornly stood in front of the door, not retreating an inch. Just as the villagers were about to rush forward, a cold voice came from behind the crowd. "I'd like to see who dares to touch my home." The noise stopped abruptly, and everyone turned around stiffly. Su Lang stood in the setting sun, carrying his newly bought sword, the blade gleaming with a cold, menacing light, with Hua Yurong and several other women following behind him. He simply stood there, yet the murderous aura emanating from him made everyone feel suffocated. "Su Lang is back!" The villagers, who had been so aggressive just moments before, fell silent instantly, retreating and automatically making way for Su Lang. When Lu Shitu saw him, his eyes immediately reddened, his tense body finally relaxed, and he called out, "Brother Lang," in a tearful voice. Su Lang walked up to him, rubbed his messy little head, and then helped the village chief, who was slumped on the ground, to his feet. The village chief sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Everyone is starving, I can't persuade them. They're all fellow villagers, please don't hurt them." Su Lang nodded, helped the village chief to sit down on the stone stool, then turned around and glanced at all the villagers. Those he targeted all lowered their heads guiltily, not daring to meet his gaze. "I, Su Lang, never give alms to lazy people who have hands and feet. But I won't just stand by and watch my fellow villagers starve to death. If you want food you can, but you have to exchange it for your strength." Everyone was stunned. In a year of famine, the land was desolate. What work could someone with strength do? A villager mustered his courage and asked, "Brother Lang, if I'm willing to work, Will I really have food to eat? Certainly. The crowd erupted in cheers. Some people shouted that they were strong, while others knelt down and kowtowed, saying that as long as they were given food, their lives would belong to Su Lang. Looking at these villagers whose hopes had been rekindled, Su Lang already had a plan in mind. With so many super seeds piled up in the system space, it's impossible to know when he and a few women will be able to plant them all. These people in front of us are readily available labor. He pointed to a large tract of wasteland next to the wooden house. From now on, turn over this land. Whoever does a good job will have meat porridge tonight. The words, meat porridge, exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. They hadn't smelled meat in so long, and the villagers thanked them profusely, rushing home to get their hoes and shovels. Before long, dozens of people rushed into the wasteland and started working enthusiastically, afraid of missing this meal. Su Lang then instructed Lu Shitu and the others to cut down saplings and fence off the wasteland. If they were too weak, they should ask adults for help. Lu Shitu immediately ran away with his companions, his eyes no longer showing the fear he had shown before. Hua Yorong and the other girls were somewhat stunned as they looked at the busy scene before them. Xiaojuro couldn't help but ask, "Husband, why are you opening up so much land?" Su Lang remained calm and said that he had found some wild rice seeds in the mountains and wanted to try growing them. Then he instructed Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji to cook porridge, adding plenty of wild vegetables and chopped wild boar meat, making sure that everyone who worked was well fed. Before leaving, he wrapped up a large piece of meat separately and stuffed it into the village chief's hand. The village chief quickly declined, but Su Lang said that the village chief had taken good care of him in the past, so he should take the meat. The old man held the meat in his hands, and his eyes immediately welled up with tears. As night falls, several large pots are set up in front of the wooden house, and the steaming meat porridge emits a rich aroma. The villagers, exhausted from working all afternoon, could barely straighten their backs, but their eyes lit up with an astonishing gleam when they smelled the aroma of meat. While the ladies weren't paying attention, Su Lang took out a few more pounds of fine rice from his spatial storage and threw it into the pot, making the porridge thicker and thicker. "Dinner's ready!" At Su Lang's command, the villagers spontaneously formed a long queue. When the first bowl of thick porridge with minced meat and wild vegetables was handed to him, a burly man burst into tears. He didn't rush to eat, but instead knelt down with the bowl in his hand and kowtowed deeply to Su Lang. "Thank you, Brother Lang!" Others also knelt down and kowtowed, a scene that was both heartbreaking and shocking. Su Lang remained silent. He knew very well that as long as a person was well fed, their heart would be at peace. After finishing their porridge, most of the villagers went home satisfied, but a few young women lingered, reluctant to leave. A pretty widow, carrying an emptied bowl, swayed her hips as she walked up to Su Lang, her watery eyes staring straight at him. "Brother Lang, there are no men in my family, so I can't do anything. Although I'm not as pretty as your wife, I eat less and I'm obedient." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. A young woman who was not married at the same time blushed and came up to him. "Brother Lang, I can do any kind of work. I don't need any title. I just want to be with you and have a full meal." In an instant, more women gathered around. Some say that Su Lang promised to marry her when they were young, some are willing to be her concubine, and some even say that she would be willing to be her maid. Xiaojuro and Li Xiuji stared in disbelief, while Hua Yorong frowned, clearly displeased. Before Su Lang could speak, a cold shout suddenly came from the side. "Get out of here, all of you!" Murong Yenran stood beside Su Lang at some point, arms crossed, her pretty face as cold as ice. She stared at the group of women, her tone chillingly cold. "If you don't get out of here, I'll break your legs! You think you can mess with my husband, Murong Yenran's husband?" Chapter 36 The Troublesome Little Demon. The women were stunned by Murong Yenran's imposing presence, their faces paling, and they wisely fled the courtyard. The courtyard finally quieted down, but Murong Yenran's anger had not subsided at all. She turned around, glared fiercely at Su Lang with her phoenix eyes, snorted heavily, and punched him in the chest with her small fist. The punch wasn't very forceful, it was more like a playful tantrum. Su Lang took the opportunity to grab her small hand and, smiling, pulled her into his arms. "What's wrong, are you jealous?" "Who's jealous?" Murong Yenran's pretty face flushed red. She struggled a couple of times but couldn't break free, so she simply leaned against him. I just can't stand those shady women getting close to you. As she spoke, she looked up and questioned. If I hadn't come out just now, were you planning to take them all? Su Lang looked completely innocent. How could that be? My heart is already full of my 4 wives, there's no room for anyone else. Hua Yorong, Xiajiro, and Li Xiuji felt their cheeks burning, but their hearts were filled with sweetness. Murong Yanran spat at him. You smooth talker! Despite her outward complaint, the resentment she felt vanished without a trace. Xiajiro even said with a smile, Sister Yanran is truly amazing. After a minor disturbance, it became completely dark, and the villagers went home, savoring the taste of the meat porridge. Su Lang called out to Lu Shitu, who was about to leave. Shitu, don't make the brothers sleep on the streets anymore. Lu Shitu was stunned. Su Lang pointed to the dilapidated thatched hut not far away. That's where I used to live. It's broken, but it can keep out the wind and rain. You'll live there from now on. Lu Shitu's eyes immediately reddened, and the several teenagers behind him were also too excited to speak. The next moment, they all knelt on the ground. Brother Lang, you are our second parents. From now on, our lives belong to you. Get up, all of you. Su Lang helped them up. Just follow me and work hard from now on. These children have a good foundation, and he wants to expand his power, but he lacks loyal and reliable people. As long as they follow him sincerely, he will certainly not treat them unfairly. Yes, Brother Lang! The boys replied in unison, their voices exceptionally loud. As the night deepened and all was quiet, the women returned to their rooms to rest. Su Lang sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, his mind racing with calculations. He had heard people in the city say that the emperor was dead and that several princes were vying for the throne. The world was already in turmoil, and now that the struggle for the throne has begun, chaos will only arrive sooner. Before long, bandits will run rampant, outlaws will rise up everywhere, and the government will be too busy to deal with its own problems. Remote villages like Day Village could become lambs to the slaughter at any moment. He cannot sit idly by and wait for his death. We must unite the villagers and turn them into our own force. Even if we don't aspire to rule the world, we must at least have the ability to protect ourselves and not let outsiders bully us and the women. Having food is not enough. We also need weapons and people willing to fight to the death. Just as Su Lang was pondering how to organize the militia, the door quietly opened a crack, and a small head peeked out. The person who arrived was Xiajiro. Husband, it's late, why aren't you asleep yet? She wore only a thin undergarment, and tiptoed behind Su Lang, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. The warmth and softness of her body pressed against him, and Su Lang's thoughts were instantly thrown into disarray. He smiled wryly and pulled the troublesome little devil into his arms. I'm thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Xiajiro snuggled closer to him, her little hands becoming restless. Are you thinking about how to make the older sisters like you more? Su Lang sighed, picked her up by the waist, and carried her towards the master bedroom where 4 stunningly beautiful women lived. Forget it, we can think about serious matters tomorrow. Tonight, let's deal with these little devils first. The next morning, the villagers, who had tasted success the day before, didn't need to be urged. As soon as it was light, they carried their tools and rushed to Su Lang's door. Su Lang took out a large bag of black seeds wrapped in burlap from the house. Today, plant all these seeds. The villagers stared at the dark, strangely shaped seeds, their minds filled with doubt. Could these things really grow into crops? Su Lang didn't explain, but simply pointed to the earliest vegetable garden in the corner of the yard. Everyone crowded around to take a look, and they all gasped in shock. The rice seedlings that had just sprouted yesterday have grown to more than half a meter tall overnight. Clusters of small golden flowers have also appeared on the emerald green stems. At this rate, they will bear fruit soon. My God, this is a miracle! This is clearly a divine seed, Su Lang said calmly. After we finish planting, I'll give the rest to you, so you won't have to come to my house for meals every day. Give it to us? The villagers couldn't believe it at first, then they all knelt down and kowtowed desperately to Su Lang and the vibrant land. This is exactly the effect Su Lang wanted. He didn't need to direct the subsequent sowing. The villagers treated each seed like a precious treasure, carefully burying it in the soil. After finishing his work, Su Lang distributed the remaining seeds to everyone, telling them to take them back to their own land and plant them so that they could be self-sufficient in the future. The villagers held the divine seed with tears of gratitude, and kowtowed again in thanks. At noon, as usual, there was plenty of meat porridge, and the villagers ate with gusto, their mouths greasy with oil. However, Hua Yurong quietly frowned. "My lord, there's not much wild boar meat left, and we don't have much rice or flour either. If we keep eating like this, we probably won't last more than a few days. Winter is coming soon, and it will be even harder to hunt in the mountains." Su Lang nodded and gently flicked the tip of her nose. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He turned to Lu Shitu, who was teaching some of his friends boxing in the courtyard, and shouted, "Shitu, pack up this afternoon, come hunting in the mountains with me." "Yes, Brother Lang," Lu Shitu replied excitedly. However, no sooner had Su Lang finished speaking than a figure tumbled and crawled into the yard. It was Zhang Chaoe, the village chief's son. His face was deathly pale, his whole body was trembling, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, screaming through his sobs. "Brother Su Lang, something terrible has happened. The bandits from Black Wind's stronghold just massacred the neighboring Willow Creek village. They're heading straight for our day village." Chapter 37. Not even as good as a woman? Bandits. Black Wind's stronghold. These words, like icy knives, pierced the hearts of everyone present. Near Day Village? Who doesn't know the infamous reputation of Black Wind's stronghold? That group of people burns, kills, robs, and commits all sorts of evil deeds, killing without batting an eye. As soon as Zhang Chaoe finished speaking, the courtyard fell into a deathly silence, followed by a complete panic. "Bandits are coming! Run! It's over! It's all over now!" The villagers, who had just been immersed in the joy of the meat porridge and the divine seed, suddenly cried out and scattered in all directions, scrambling and crawling back to their homes. Su Lang frowned and looked at Lu Shitu and the other boys. "Who among you runs the fastest?" "Me!" A boy immediately stepped forward. It was Zhu Zi. Su Lang took out the waist token Li Si had given him and stuffed it into his hand. "Go to the county town immediately and find Constable Li Si. Give him the waist token. Tell him that the Black Wind bandits have arrived and that he should bring reinforcements immediately." "Yes, Brother Lang." Zhu Zi gripped the waist token tightly, turned around, and rushed out of the village like a madman. Su Lang then looked at the others. "Go and call all the men in the village out. Tell them that if they don't want their wives and daughters to be violated, they should bring their weapons and gather at the village entrance." Several teenagers, their eyes red, rushed into the chaotic village in different directions. Su Lang took a deep breath, grabbed the sword from the corner of the wall, and was about to rush to the village entrance when Murong Yenren grabbed his arm. She had already drawn her dagger, her pretty face cold, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. "I'll go with you." Su Lang pressed her hand down and looked directly into her eyes. "You stay." "Why?" "Protect them." His gaze fell on Hua Yurong, Xia Jiro, and Li Xiuji, the three women already pale with fright. "You are more important than my life." Murong Yeren stiffened, looking into his serious eyes, all her rebuttal stuck in her throat. Finally, she nodded vigorously, biting her lip, and said, "If you die, I'll take them with me and remarry." Su Lang chuckled and pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take me." After saying that, he picked up his knife and strode towards the village entrance. The village was in complete chaos, filled with cries and pleas for mercy. The boys shouted for help, but the men all hid in their homes, blocking the doors and windows, ignoring the shouts from outside. Just then, a slender figure walked out of Su Lang's wooden house. It is Li Xiuji. She had slipped out unnoticed, clutching a kitchen knife tightly in her hand. Her face was deathly pale, and her body was trembling, yet her steps were unusually firm. Li Xiuji said nothing, but silently walked to Su Lang's side and stood at the front. A frail woman and several boys around 12 or 13 years old stood in the middle of the chaotic village, holding makeshift weapons. This scene stung Su Lang's eyes, and anger instantly surged to his head. "You son of a bitch! All of you, get the hell out here!" Su Lang mustered all his strength and let out a roar that seemed to shake the entire Day village. The men hiding inside the house all shuddered, Do you think the bandits will let you go if you hide in your home? Su Lang's voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. You think they won't rob you just because you have no food? Let me tell you, they'll steal your wives, rape your daughters, and finally burn you and your house to ashes. He grabbed Li Xiuji and pulled her in front of him, shouting sternly, You bunch of cowards! Look at Xiuji! Even a weak woman in your eyes dares to fight with a knife, while you grown men only dare to hide like turtles. You sons of bitches are not even as good as women! These words were like slaps to the face of every man. After a moment of silence, someone finally kicked open the wooden door. A burly man, his eyes bloodshot, charged out carrying a hoe. Damn it, let's fight them! I'm going too! I have an elderly mother and a daughter at home. Anyone who dares to touch them, I'll kill them! One wooden door after another opened, and men rushed out carrying hoes, shovels, sickles, and pitchforks. The village chief also arrived, leaning on a cane and carrying a rusty wood-chopping knife. Su Lang, count this old bone of mine in! Soon, 40 or 50 men gathered at the village entrance. They were dressed in rags, armed with all sorts of weapons, some even wearing iron pots as helmets, but each of them had a fierce determination driven to the brink of despair. Su Lang looked at the crooked but united team and nodded. Capable of fighting. Just then, a cloud of dust billowed up from the dirt road leading to the county town outside the village. They're here! Zhang Chaoe, who was on lookout duty, let out a desperate scream. Everyone tensed up and looked in that direction. At the horizon, more than 20 figures, shrouded in overwhelming killing intent, were sweeping towards the village. The leader rode a tall horse and dragged a gleaming ghost-head saber in his hand. They're here! Su Lang gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 38: The Strength of a Military Family's Daughter. More than 20 bandits arrived amidst billowing dust and a heavy stench of blood, getting closer and closer to the village entrance. The villagers gripped their hoes and pitchforks, their hands trembling violently. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped their throats tightly. Su Lang didn't look back at them. He strode up the watchtower built by the crooked old locust tree at the entrance of the village. Looking down from the top, his view suddenly opened up. The leader rode a magnificent black horse, clad in tattered iron armor, and held a ghost-headed saber that gleamed with a dark red, cold light in the setting sun. Upon seeing the armor, Su Lang's pupils constricted. These people were no ordinary bandits. They were deserters who had been to battle and killed people. No wonder Black Wind's stronghold is so infamous. It turns out it's just a group of soldiers who ruled the mountain. Yet, these soldiers went so far as to massacre Willow Creek Village. They deserved to die. If they were ordinary bandits, the villagers could put up a fight because of their numbers. But against these fierce deserters, charging in would only mean certain death. Before they even enter the village, we must first dampen their spirits. Su Lang immediately took down the mulberry wood longbow, nocked an arrow, and completed the action in one smooth motion, his eyes fixed on the armored man. The bowstring was drawn to its fullest extent, and an arrow tore through the air, striking the opponent's face like a black lightning bolt. Bite! With a crisp sound, Ma Jizhong, the second in command, didn't even blink. He simply flipped his wrist and precisely flicked out his ghost-head saber, knocking the arrow away. Is that all you've got? Ma Jizhong grinned coldly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his expression full of contempt and cruelty. What a fast blade! Su Lang's heart sank. He knew this guy was definitely a tough opponent, and one arrow wouldn't be enough to kill him. Since that was the case, he immediately turned his arrows around and aimed them at the horses of the bandits behind Ma Jizhong, firing 3 arrows in succession. Pft! 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 The arrow pierced flesh, and the 3 war horses reared up with mournful cries, throwing their riders to the ground. Before those men could even get up, the hooves of galloping horses behind them had already trampled them mercilessly, and the sound of bones shattering could be clearly heard. Brother Lang is awesome! Excellent archery! Seeing this, the villagers' fear lessened, and they burst into a suppressed cheer. Ma Jizhong was furious, never expecting that such a sharpshooter was hidden in this small village. Charge! Kill them all, leave no one alive! Leave the women! He roared and spurred his horse forward like a cannonball, followed by bandits who brandished their knives and guns and charged straight at the village entrance. The villagers' newly ignited hope was instantly extinguished by the overwhelming murderous intent. A daring villager raised a pitchfork, intending to poke the horse's leg, but was slashed by Ma Jizhong with a casual stroke of his knife. The head flew into the air, spraying blood everywhere, instantly drenching the faces of those nearby. The headless corpse took 2 more steps forward before collapsing heavily to the ground. Such a bloody scene completely shattered the villagers' defenses. Devils! They are devils! Run! The formation was thrown into chaos in an instant. Su Lang leaped down from the watchtower, using the treading snow without a trace technique, and landed lightly on the ground, blocking Ma Jizhong's path. Get out of my way! Ma Jizhong roared, and his ghost-headed halberd, carrying immense force, cleaved down on his head. Instead of retreating, Su Lang advanced, drawing his newly purchased sword with a fierce motion. Clang! The clang of metal against metal echoed through the village entrance, sparks flying everywhere. The force emanating from the blade was astonishing, but Su Lang's physique had already been enhanced, and he took the blow without any difficulty. For an ordinary person, the weapon would probably have been thrown from their hand, and their arm would have broken on the spot. Ma Jizhong was equally shocked. His strike was enough to split a strong ox in 2, yet this seemingly weak young man had managed to block it head-on. Kid, you've got some skills, but that's enough for now. Yeah? Su Lang grinned, his eyes filled with a chilling glint. Grandpa hasn't shown his swordsmanship yet, so I'll use you as a practice tool. The 2 immediately engaged in combat, but the remaining bandits had already charged into the villagers like tigers among sheep. Screams rang out one after another. How could these villagers, who made a living by farming, possibly fight against the ruthless bandits who killed without hesitation? In just one exchange, 7 or 8 people fell to the blade. Lu Shita's eyes were bloodshot. He clung tightly to the leg of a bandit with his thin body and bit down hard. You little bastard! The bandit, in pain, kicked him away, then raised his steel knife and grinned as he slashed at Lu Shita's head. At this critical moment, a cold, sharp light flashed from the side. Pfft! The bandit's sinister smile froze instantly. He looked down in disbelief and saw a deep, bone-revealing line of blood on his neck. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but blood blocked his throat, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Murong Yanran held a blood-dripping dagger in her hand, her pretty face pale with anger, but her phoenix eyes burned with overwhelming killing intent. Without pausing, she dropped the dagger and picked up the blood-stained steel knife from beside the corpse. The moment her slender fingers gripped the hilt of the knife, her entire demeanor changed. She was once like a rose with thorns, but now she is like a peerless sword that has been fully drawn from its sheath. Get out of the way! She turned around and gave a cold shout to the terrified Lu Shitu, then moved to face another bandit who was slaughtering villagers. The blade flashed and disappeared in an instant. The bandit didn't even see how she made her move. He only felt a chill on his neck, and then the whole world was plunged into eternal darkness. A single, clean, and swift strike to the throat. Su Lang, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Ma Jizhong, caught a glimpse of this scene and his heart was filled with shock. Is this the true strength of a daughter of a military family? As expected of my wife. Chapter 39 Su Lang's all-out slash. Murong Yanran's blade was as fast as a flash of light, each move aimed directly at vital points, without any superfluous movements. Her petite figure weaved among the burly bandits, like a dance of death itself. Blades flashed, blood splattered, and corpses fell one after another. Ma Jizhong, who was entangled in a fight with Su Lang, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. He was first startled, but then the horror in his eyes turned into excited lust. What a wild horse! He grinned maliciously and quickened his attack, his ghost-headed saber forcing Su Lang to retreat continuously. After I kill your lover, I'll teach you a lesson! These words completely ignited the killing intent in Su Lang's heart. The image of the villagers' tragic deaths was already weighing heavily on his mind, and now, hearing Ma Jizhong's foul language, his rage instantly overwhelmed his reason. You're asking for it. Su Lang's voice was low and cold, as if it came from hell. The next moment, he stopped blocking, pushed off with his feet, and suddenly used the treading snow without a trace technique, turning into a fleeting afterimage and approaching Ma Jizhong's left side from an unpredictable angle. Ma Jizhong's expression changed drastically. He never expected Su Lang to be so fast, and could only hastily parry with his sword. Su Lang didn't care about the ghost-headed knife at all. He poured all his terrifying power, 8 times that of an ordinary person, into the horizontal sword in his hand. The first move of the Gale Blade technique, Split manhwa. This strike had no fancy techniques, only the ultimate power and speed. When the blades clashed, producing a deafening roar, Ma Jizhong felt an irresistible force coming from the blade, as if he had been hit head-on by a charging elephant, and the ghost-headed knife flew out of his hand on the spot. Puff! He coughed up blood, his hand split open, and the bones in his arm creaked under the strain. Ma Jizhong's sinister smile froze completely, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. This is not human power at all. But he didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before Su Lang's second strike landed. A chilling blade swept across the neck, and a head flew into the air. The headless corpse remained standing in the same spot, blood gushing from its neck, a column of blood more than a meter high that sent chills down everyone's spine. Bang! The corpses fell heavily to the ground, and the entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the headless corpse on the ground. The second in command is dead! A bandit screamed in terror, shattering the silence. The ferocity on the faces of the remaining dozen or so bandits vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling aura. Their most capable second in command was killed by Su Lang with just 2 strikes, and he couldn't even hold onto his weapon. Run! Let's retreat first, then go back and fetch the chief! Someone shouted first, and the bandits immediately panicked, turning their horses around and desperately fleeing. None of them will leave! Su Lang spoke coldly, directly sentencing them to death. He and Murong Yenan exchanged a glance, and the 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 sharp knives, instantly plunged into the chaotic bandit group. Chase them! We can't let them get away! Lu Shi, too, holding a machete, gritted his teeth and chased after him. The villagers finally came to their senses, suppressed their fear, and rushed towards the fleeing bandits. Su Lang stood alone at the pass, his momentum unstoppable. His swordsmanship was bold and unrestrained, each strike heavy and domineering. Any bandit who dared to stand in his way either had their weapons knocked away or were cut down along with their horses. Murong Yanran, on the other hand, was agile and ruthless with her sword, targeting the legs of horses and the throats of bandits, often taking their lives with a single strike. The villagers, who had been trembling with fear at the sight of the bandits, were now completely dumbfounded. As they watched Su Lang wield his sword like a god of war, slaying enemies, and then watched Murong Yanran's beautiful figure weave through the blood-soaked scene, their fear was finally replaced by anger. Kill! With bloodshot eyes, someone swung a hoe and smashed it hard at a bandit who had fallen off his horse. Kill these sons of bitches! Avenge Uncle 3! The suppressed fear, upon seeing hope, completely transformed into a raging inferno. The villagers, wielding hoes, pitchforks, and sickles, charged madly at the already terrified bandits. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. When the last bandit was beaten to death with hoes by the angry villagers, the village entrance had become a scene of carnage. The stench of blood mixed with the smell of dirt hit me, so pungent it was nauseating. The villagers dropped their weapons and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The joy of surviving the ordeal was intertwined with the grief of losing loved ones, and many people finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Hua Yorong, Xiajiro, and Li Xiuji also rushed over. Seeing Su Lang, covered in blood and standing at the village entrance like a god of death, they felt no fear, only heartache, admiration, and reassurance. My husband! Xiajiro was the first to throw herself into Su Lang's arms, hugging his waist tightly, burying her face in his blood-stained chest, and bursting into tears. Su Lang gently patted her back, then looked at Zhang Chaoyue who was walking over. Zhang Chaoyue's face was filled with reverence, yet also with an overwhelming sadness, and she spoke with trembling lips. Brother Su Lang, 11 people have died in our village, 8 seriously injured and 5 slightly injured. Su Lang's heart sank immediately. My husband, I have some knowledge of medicine. Hua Yurong looked at the wounded soldiers groaning all over the ground, her face turning pale with anxiety. But there are no medicinal herbs, nor any wound medicine. Women, come here! Su Lang ordered decisively. Go find clean cloths and press them against the wounds of the seriously injured. We can't let them bleed to death. Everyone else, immediately go find hemostatic herbs. Take whatever you can. The chaotic village immediately began to save itself. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly rang out outside the village entrance. Zhu Zi arrived with a large group of people dressed as constables, led by Li Si. But when they saw the horrific scene of corpses strewn across the village entrance, and blood flowing like a river, all the constables were so shocked that they reined in their horses. Li Si stared dumbfounded at the corpses of bandits scattered on the ground, then at Su Lang, who stood amidst a mountain of corpses and sea of blood, holding a horizontal sword, his entire body radiating a murderous aura that was almost tangible. Did Su Lang do this? The people of Black Wind's stronghold were completely wiped out. Even the second-in-command died here? This is a wanted criminal who has been on the run for a long time. Fourth brother, you've finally arrived. Su Lang looked at the officials who arrived late and was speechless. Sure enough, the movie didn't lie to him. The government officials always only came after everything was over. Chapter 40 Delivery. Your woman and food have arrived. Brother, did you kill all these people? Li Si stared at the corpses strewn all over the ground, blood flowing down the soil, and then at the sword in Su Lang's hand still dripping blood. He froze. The dozens of constables he brought were also pale-faced, and several new recruits were retching against the wall, not daring to look at him for long. Li Si carefully examined the corpse, his heart filled with even greater shock. Ma Jizhong, the second-in-command of Black Wind's stronghold, the ruthless bandit who had been wanted by the county government for 2 years and had a reward of 50 taels of silver on his head, was now dead. Su Lang was covered in blood, exuding a murderous aura, like a demon who had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I killed him, Su Lang said calmly. Li Si snapped back to his senses, dismounted, and hurried to meet him, his face full of guilt and lingering fear. Good brother, I'm late. I'm sorry to have startled you. He spoke, but his eyes were scanning his surroundings. Although many villagers had died or been injured, most of the Black Wind stronghold bandits, who were still alive, had perished here. Li Si immediately made a decision and leaned closer to Su Lang, lowering his voice. This is a tremendous achievement. I will bring these bandit heads back to the county government later and report to the magistrate truthfully that you, Su Lang, led the villagers of Dai village to fight bravely and wipe out the bandits. I, Li Si, just arrived in time to help with the aftermath. Su Lang glanced at him. Although Li Si was a seasoned veteran, he wasn't trying to steal credit. He only wanted to gain a reputation for recommending Li Si to the county magistrate. Then thank you very much, fourth brother. We're brothers, no need for formalities. Li Si laughed, then turned and shouted at the constables. What are you all standing there for? Treat the wounded and count the corpses. The constables were overjoyed and immediately got to work. Su Lang then beckoned to Lu Shitu. Shitu, collect the bandits' weapons and war horses. These are our spoils of war. Lu Shitu looked on with admiration and immediately led several teenagers to search the place. There were more than 20 swords, spears, and clubs, as well as 7 intact war horses. In a year of famine, these things represented a considerable fortune. Su Lang figured it out. It would be perfect for arming the village militia. But the more he looked, the more something seemed off. Black Wind's stronghold had just massacred Willow Creek village. Their spoils shouldn't have consisted only of weapons and horses. What about the grain they stole, and the women they abducted? Just then, the sound of a cart rolling and the laughter of several men came from the dirt road leading from the village entrance to Liushi village. Hurry up! The second-in-command and his men have probably already taken the village. Let's slow down, or those people will have snatched all the good stuff. Another lewd voice rang out. I'm not after gold or silver. I caught a pretty young woman in my cart. When I get back to the mountain stronghold, I'll be the first to have some fun. The sound grew closer and closer. Su Lang was startled at first, then smiled. Black Wind Village actually offered them grain and women. He winked at Li Si and pointed to the dirt road. Li Si immediately understood, raised his hand to silence everyone, and the constables quietly hid in the bushes and behind the houses. Not long after, 4 bandits pushed 2 carts loaded with goods into the village entrance, chatting and laughing. When they saw the horrific scene before them, with corpses strewn everywhere and blood flowing like rivers, their laughter abruptly stopped. What's going on? Where are the second in command and the others? When the scarred man at the head of the group saw Su Lang in the middle of the pile of corpses, covered in blood and smiling with a knife in his hand, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. But one of the tall, thin men hadn't quite grasped the situation yet, assuming Su Lang was just a villager who had miraculously survived, and walked over with a sinister grin. Kid, you're lucky to be alive. Grandpa hasn't had enough killing yet, so I'll start with you. Su Lang's smile widened even more. No, you are the ones who slipped through the net. The moment he finished speaking, he had already dashed out. The tall, thin man felt a blur before his eyes, and a cold glint of light rapidly magnified in his pupils. With a soft plop, his head shot skyward. The remaining three were terrified. Scarface let out a strange cry, dropped the cart, and ran away. But he had only taken 2 steps when he tripped over the corpse on the ground, falling and getting his face covered in mud. A cold, sharp knife was immediately placed against his neck. The other 2 bandits were also hacked down by Li Si and the constables who rushed out of the bushes. Hero, spare my life! Good man, spare my life! Scarface trembled with fear, his crotch soaked. Su Lang, too lazy to waste words, swiftly brought down his knife, and the surroundings finally fell silent. He walked to the first cart, lifted the tarpaulin, and found it filled with sacks containing millet, flour, and pheasants and rabbits with their legs tied, weighing more than 100 pounds in total. On the second cart, however, were 10 women tied up. Their clothes were disheveled, some had blood stains on their bodies, their mouths were stuffed with rags, their faces were covered in tears, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair. It wasn't until they saw Su Lang that a glimmer of hope rekindled in their lifeless eyes. Stone, come help! Su Lang and Lu Shitu untied the ropes and removed the rags from their mouths. After the women regained their freedom, they hugged each other and wept bitterly, then knelt down before Su Lang. Thank you, benefactor. I thought I was going to die. Su Lang looked at the grain on the cart, then at the villagers who had lost their loved ones and were still immersed in grief, and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Li Si. Fourth brother, this grain is ill-gotten gains stolen from Liushi village. I want to share it with the suffering villagers. Li Si looked at Su Lang and nodded to himself. This kid isn't greedy for money, and he knows how to win people's hearts. He's definitely someone to be reckoned with. Brother, you're right. The stolen goods should be returned to the people. You decide how to divide them. Thank you, fourth brother. Su Lang turned around and said loudly to the villagers, Fellow villagers, this grain was obtained with our lives. Families who were killed or wounded in this battle will receive an extra share, and the rest will be distributed according to the number of people. The villagers were extremely grateful and knelt down to worship him. After distributing the grain, Su Lang's gaze fell on the 10 women. They had stopped crying and were just standing timidly together, looking at him with eyes that were a mixture of fear, gratitude, and dependence. To them, Su Lang was the one who pulled them back from hell. But what should be done with these 10 women? Chapter 41, Waiting to be Retaliated Against? The 10 rescued women huddled together, like startled quails, staring at Su Lang with fear, gratitude, and bewilderment. They had lost their homes, their husbands were dead, and they had just escaped from bandits, but they didn't know where to go next. The blood-soaked, demon-like man before them had become the only piece of driftwood they could cling to. Su Lang looked at them and sighed inwardly. They were all pitiful. The bandits only robbed young and beautiful women. The older ones had probably already died in Willow Creek Village. You should find a place to rest first. I'll figure out how to accommodate you after the wounded are treated. He paused for a moment, then said, Whether you stay or leave is up to you. But in such chaotic times, where could a woman go? Leaving here meant either starving to death or falling into the hands of another group of bandits. The 10 women remained silent for a moment, then quietly huddled together in a clean corner, waiting for Su Lang's instructions. Hua Yurong walked over and said softly, Sisters, come with me. There's hot water inside. Let's wash up first. She led the group of distraught women into the wooden house, while the widest open space in the village had become a makeshift camp for wounded soldiers. The villagers gathered a pile of herbs, and Hua Yurong knelt on the ground, quickly identifying their properties. This is poisonous and cannot be used. This stops bleeding, and this should be crushed and applied to the wound. She truly lived up to her family's reputation as a physician. She could distinguish useful and useless medicinal herbs from a pile of weeds at a glance. Stone, pound these into mud. Understood, Sister Yorong. Lu Shitu immediately led several boys to find stones and began grinding medicine with a clanging sound. Su Lang and Li Si, along with experienced constables, were responsible for cleaning the wounds and bandaging them to stop the bleeding. A man had been stabbed in the thigh, the wound so deep that the bone was visible. Su Lang applied the medicinal paste, and the man screamed in agony. Bear with it! Don't move if you want to live! Su Lang kept working, tightly wrapping the wounds with strips of cloth. Xiajiro and Li Xiuji were also busy, brewing medicinal soup under Hua Yorong's direction and feeding it bowl by bowl to the seriously wounded. After a long period of work, the condition of most of the injured has finally stabilized. Su Lang shouted to the crowd. Chaowe, come here! Zhang Chaowe rushed over, his face full of respect. Brother Lang, what are your orders? Cook something for the wounded first, then distribute the spoils. Weapons should be given to Stone and the others first, as well as the men who charged ahead. Although Lu Shitu and his companions were young and hadn't killed many people, everyone had witnessed their ruthless and reckless actions just now. The villagers had no objections. They survived this battle thanks to Su Lang and Murong Yanran, and also to these people who dared to fight. Lu Shitu excitedly picked out a sharp waist knife and held it in his hand, reluctant to put it down. After the weapons were distributed, it was time for food and meat. But just as Zhang Chaowe was about to speak, a discordant voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Why shouldn't I get a share? My rice jar is empty too. The speaker was Han Xiaoqiang, who stood with his neck stiff and looked self-righteous. Zhang Chaowe frowned and asked, Han Xiaoqiang, where were you when we were killing the bandits? I have difficulty walking, so I can't go up. The surrounding villagers immediately showed disdain. All the men had been called out by Su Lang to fight, but Han Xiaoqiang hid at home and refused to come out. Su Lang came over, and Zhang Chaowe explained what had happened. Han Xiaoqiang was a little hesitant when he saw Su Lang, but looking at the white rice and flour, he still forced himself to explain. Su Lang, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just that you stepped on my leg at the village entrance last time, and my knee still hurts. As he spoke, he deliberately took 2 steps with a limp. Su Lang laughed, and the next second he kicked him hard in the stomach. With a thud, Han Xiaoqiang curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, his face turning green with pain. Go to hell! The women and children in the village all came out with knives to fight each other. Even Uncle Wu, who has bad legs, joined in with his crutches. Su Lang stared down at him, his voice icy. You're a grown man, is this even a reason? You're just a coward who's afraid of death. If you had dared to come out and kill the bandits just now, I might have let bygones be bygones. But now I despise you. After speaking, Su Lang looked around at all the villagers and announced loudly. I'm making this clear today. Those who participate in killing the bandits will receive their share of grain according to their merits. Those whose families have died will receive 3 extra portions, and those who are seriously wounded will receive 2 extra portions. As for those who hide at home, watching their fellow villagers fight desperately, waiting for the grain they risk their lives for, they won't get a single grain. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over the few villagers who had bowed their heads in shame. Anyone who disagrees, step forward now and have a go at me, Su Lang. The entire arena fell silent. Those who hadn't dared to fight were terrified and didn't dare utter a single word. Han Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, trembling with rage, not daring to utter another word. He knew very well that if he said another word, Su Lang would cripple him on the spot. The distribution of grain continued, and the villagers who received the grain and meat finally showed joy on their faces, as if they had survived a disaster. Murong Yanran stood to the side without saying a word, her eyes shining as she gazed at Su Lang. That once frail young man had now become the pillar of this family, and even the entire village. My father and brothers were like this before, she murmured softly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Han Xiaoqiang got up from the ground and watched the crowd enthusiastically distributing the food, his eyes almost overflowing with resentment. He snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone that everyone could hear. What are you so proud of? You killed the second leader of Black Wind's stronghold and slaughtered more than 20 of their brothers. Just wait, once the Black Wind stronghold's leader finds out about this, none of you will survive. I might starve to death, but you'll definitely be killed, ha ha ha. The joy that had just risen at the village entrance froze the moment these words were spoken. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. A villager who had just received his meat trembled so much that he dropped his bowl without even noticing, and his face turned completely pale. It's over, the leader of Black Wind's stronghold. That devil! An old man's lips trembled as he said in terror. I heard that person wasn't human at all, but a demon crawled out of hell, a ruthless killer who even eats human hearts raw. It's over, it's really over. Chapter 42. Another runaway princess has arrived? Han Xiaoqiang's vicious curse before leaving was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the villagers' joy at receiving their share of grain. We're doomed! We killed his brother. The leader of Black Wind's stronghold will definitely come to massacre the village. That's a demon king who eats people without spitting out the bones. The villagers were deathly pale, and the meat porridge in their hands seemed to grow heavy. Han Xiaoqiang looked at the fear on their faces, a morbid pleasure on his lips. But the next moment, a figure rushed in front of him with a strong gust of wind. Snap! Su Lang raised his hand and slapped Han Xiaoqiang across the face, making him spin half a circle on the spot before falling to the ground with a thud. The village entrance fell into a deathly silence. Su Lang shook his numb hand and stared down at him. You didn't die this time because everyone risked their lives to save you. If you dare to disrupt my army's morale again next time Black Wind's stronghold comes, I'll be the first to tie you up at the village entrance and send you out as a greeting gift. When Han Xiaoqiang met Su Lang's icy gaze, he was instantly terrified, and his crotch became soaked. Roll! He felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and fled home as fast as he could, locking the door tightly behind him. Su Lang turned to the terrified villagers, his voice echoing throughout the area. What's the use of being afraid? If we hadn't resisted today, we would be the ones lying on the ground now. With me here, if the Black Wind Stronghold's leader dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. When you were fighting so hard today with hoes and pitchforks, did you ever imagine you could win so easily? Fighting doesn't necessarily mean you'll die. Fear is what truly means waiting to die. As the villagers gazed at Su Lang standing amidst a mountain of corpses and sea of blood, their fears slowly dissipated. Yes, with Brother Lang around, what are they afraid of? After distributing the grain, Su Lang looked at the 10 women he had rescued from Liuxi village. They had changed into clean clothes, and although their faces still bore traces of tears, they were no longer as disheveled as before. Since you don't plan to leave, settle down in Dai village, Su Lang said to them. Master Li Si is here too, no one can force you. There are plenty of bachelors in the village, you can choose for yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the unmarried men in the village lit up. These 10 women were all abducted by bandits. They were young and pretty, far more attractive than the girls in the village who were always starving. A dozen or so bachelors immediately surrounded them, vying to introduce themselves. Some said they owned land, others said they were strong enough to hunt, and still others brought out the pheasant they had just been allocated, promising her that she could eat meat every day from now on. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on the same girl. Su Lang followed the gaze and couldn't help but pause in surprise. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure, snow-white skin, and an oval face so delicate it looked like she had stepped out of a painting. Her aloof yet fragile temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of Murong Yanran. These bachelors, who originally just wanted to find a capable and virtuous wife, had their minds turned up when they saw that Su Lang had married 4 fairy-like women. What if they get lucky and marry a beautiful wife? In an instant, everyone surrounded the girl, arguing heatedly. Get out of my way, I've got my eye on her. Why should I? Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Don't come any closer. I won't choose anyone. The girl was so frightened that she hugged her arms tightly, her face turned pale, and tears were about to fall. Shut up, all of you! Murong Yanran gave a cold shout, walked over and shielded the girl behind her, glaring at everyone with murderous intent in her phoenix eyes. Can't you see she's unwilling? Anyone who dares to take another step forward, I'll break their legs. The bachelors were intimidated by her imposing presence, and could only reluctantly back down, choosing from the remaining 9 women instead. The 9 women understood that it was already difficult to find someone to rely on in such chaotic times, so they reluctantly followed the men away. In the blink of an eye, only the most beautiful girl remained on the field. Su Lang walked up to her, stroked his chin and smiled. They've all found their place, what about you? Don't even think about coming to my house to freeload, we don't have much food either. You! The girl's pretty face turned red with anger, and she stomped her foot hard. Xiaojiro, feeling soft-hearted, quickly ran over and took her hand. Husband, please let her live with us. She's so pitiful. Don't be afraid, my husband is a very good person, and my sisters and I won't bully you. I don't want to. The girl refused without hesitation, glaring at Su Lang with her neck stiff. I'd rather starve to death outside than eat a single bite of his food. Su Lang laughed. Didn't Murong Yenren look down on him back then? Now her favorability rating is off the charts. He really doesn't believe he can't handle this little firecracker. But this young girl's figure and temperament clearly indicate that she is a well-bred lady raised in luxury. How could she have fallen into the hands of bandits? Hua Yurong walked over at this moment and said softly, It's getting late, let's take her home first. The girl looked at the dim sky, then at the desolate village around her, bit her lip, and finally acquiesced. Back in the cabin, the girl remained huddled in a corner, her face full of vigilance, and she didn't say a word. Su Lang asked, What's your name? After hesitating for a long time, she finally managed to squeeze out 3 words through gritted teeth, Jiang Jiaowei. Ginger? Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. The imperial surname of the great Qian dynasty is Jiang. And then, recalling the news a few days ago that the emperor had passed away and several princes had fought tooth and nail for the throne. Could this woman be a runaway princess? Night fell completely. Hua Yurong, along with Xia Jira and Li Xiuji, were busy brewing medicine and caring for the wounded, their faces showing exhaustion. Murong Yenren, having just survived a bloody battle, was also on the verge of collapse. Su Lang felt sorry for his wives, so he said, You all go and rest. I'll cook tonight. His physical abilities are 8 times stronger than those of ordinary people, so this amount of fighting and busyness is nothing to him. My husband is so good! Xia Jiro cheered happily. Soon, Su Lang went into the kitchen and stewed the remaining wild boar meat, fat pheasant, and cured meat together in a large pot. The broth boiled, and its aroma quickly filled the entire wooden house. Jiang Yaowe had been starving all day, and when she smelled the irresistible aroma of meat, her stomach immediately started growling. She quickly covered her stomach, her pretty face turning bright red, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. But those eyes couldn't help but drift towards the kitchen. I really want to eat it, what should I do? Chapter 43 The Law of It's really good. Gurgle. In the quiet wooden cabin, an untimely rumble of a stomach was particularly clear. Jiang Zhaowe, sitting in the corner, instantly blushed, clutching her lower abdomen tightly, wishing she could disappear into the ground. The aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen was so overpowering, it felt like countless tiny hands scratching at her insides. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh at her embarrassed and annoyed expression. He carried a large earthenware pot out of the kitchen, inside which were stewed wild boar and chicken until tender. The thick soup shimmered with a golden sheen, and the aroma wafted straight into one's nose. Dinner's ready! Xia Jiro and Li Xiuji cheered and ran over to set out the bowls and chopsticks, while Su Lang deliberately sat not far from Jiang Zhaowe, picked up a piece of pork skin with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, and ate it with gusto, his mouth dripping with oil. For someone who had been starving all day, that sound was worse than torture. Jiang Zhaowe stubbornly turned her head away, biting her lip to avoid looking, but the rolling of her throat and the increasingly loud rumbling of her stomach had already betrayed her. Murong Yenren couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at Su Lang and punched his arm. She knew her bastard husband was deliberately teasing her, but she also knew he would never really let Jiang Zhaowe go hungry. Xia Jiro, with her softest heart, filled a large bowl with meat and took Jiang Zhaoyue's cold little hand. Sister, let's eat together, you've been hungry all day. My husband is such a good man. Jiang Zhaohui stared at the glistening chunks of meat in the bowl, struggling for a long time. Su Lang's stew looked simple, but the taste was surprisingly good. Few knew he possessed godlike culinary skills. However, in these years of famine, he had to maintain his rural background and didn't flaunt his culinary talents. Even a simple stew was enough to be a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Jiang Zhaohui was terribly hungry, but she still didn't reach out. Instead, she looked up at Su Lang. Su Lang smiled faintly and said only 2 words. Eat. The 2 words sounded like permission, but they also filled Jiang Zhaohui with humiliation. However, hunger ultimately overcame her pride. She took the bowl and ate slowly and carefully, her manners remaining elegant and proper even though she was starving. Su Lang and Murong Yanran exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. This Jiang Zhaohui was definitely not from an ordinary family. Could she really be some princess who had fled from disaster? The meal ended in a subtle yet warm atmosphere. Murong Yanran wiped her mouth and suddenly asked, "Husband, your swordsmanship was very skillful when you fought the bandit leader today." Hua Yurong and the others also looked over. Su Lang's swordsmanship was wide and powerful, domineering and fierce, unlike any skill that ordinary mountain people could learn. "Oh, this?" Su Lang was prepared and made up a story without changing his expression. "When I was a child, I met an old beggar who was starving to death in the mountains. I gave him half a cornbread. He said I had extraordinary bones and insisted on passing on a set of peerless sword techniques to me." He embellished the scenes from his past life's martial arts stories, and the women actually believed most of them. Xiaojiro's eyes sparkled. "So my husband had such an extraordinary encounter!" Even the usually composed Murong Yanran was skeptical. After all, there might indeed be extraordinary people in this world who live a carefree life, and while this explanation was far-fetched, it was also the most reasonable one. Just then, system notifications sounded one after another. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 135. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 145. Ding! Xiaojiro's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 145. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 140. Su Lang was secretly pleased. A fight had actually increased his favorability rating so quickly. In a few more days, the 4 ladies' favorability rating would reach 200, and the system would be able to issue 4 more rewards. For every 100 points of favorability gained, the system rewards you with abilities such as physique, swordsmanship, and agility. So what will you get with 1,000 points of favorability? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he could clearly feel that the way the girls looked at him had changed. Before, it was gratitude and dependence, but now it was more admiration and love. Xiaojiro, in particular, practically clung to his side, constantly calling him "Husband is the best," which made Su Lang feel quite comfortable. Only Jiang Zhaohui sat in the corner, head down and silent, clearly in a bad mood. "By the way, Yanran," Su Lang turned and asked, "why didn't you choose a long sword when we were distributing weapons this afternoon? No matter how sharp a dagger is, it's still too short, and it's at a disadvantage against long weapons." Murong Yanran did not answer, but took out the dagger that had been wiped clean of blood from her bosom and handed it to him. The dagger was simple and unremarkable, still in its sheath. The moment Su Lang drew his sword, a soft hum rang out. The blade was as smooth as autumn water, reflecting no light even in the firelight, as if it could swallow the light itself. His heart skipped a beat, and he picked up the iron fire poker from the kitchen and casually ran it across the fire. With a whoosh, the thumb-thick iron rod was silently sliced in 2, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Su Lang gasped in shock. This was truly a weapon that could cut through iron like mud. In close combat, having this dagger in hand would make one virtually invincible. Good stuff. He stroked the blade with delight before handing it back to Murong Yanran. But every inch longer is better. I'll buy you a more suitable weapon next time we go to town. Thank you, my husband. Su Lang's joking expression vanished, and he said in a deep voice. The leader of Black Wind's stronghold discovered that Ma Jizhong and the others hadn't returned. They might be fine for a short time, but if it goes on for too long, they'll definitely send someone to investigate. Although we won today, we've also been completely exposed. Murong Yenren nodded solemnly. Black Wind's stronghold had been able to entrench itself for many years, and even the government couldn't do anything about them. Their leader was definitely not simple, and they had to prepare in advance. Su Lang looked out the window and saw Lu Shitu leading several teenagers in the courtyard of the thatched hut, brandishing the weapons they had captured, their faces flushed with excitement. It's time to train them. These 7 boys were his most loyal followers. With proper training and the weapons they had seized from the bandits, they would eventually become a formidable force. As night deepened, Su Lang grinned and said, "It's getting late, you all come and keep me company while I sleep." Hua Yurong asked with some concern. "Husband, you've been busy all day. Are you feeling all right?" Su Lang patted his chest, his face full of confidence. "Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem." He scooped up Xiajiro, who was closest to him, in his arms. The little girl was beaming with joy, much bolder than her older sisters. Su Lang carried her straight to the large communal bed that could sleep 7 or 8 people. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji exchanged a glance, then looked at Murong Yenran, and finally could only blush and follow. In the next room, Jiang Zhaowe pulled the blanket over her head, her pretty face flushed red. This person clearly has some talent, yet he indulges in such unrestrained debauchery. It's utterly absurd. Chapter 44. Jiang Zhaowe's past. The muffled sounds coming from the next room seeped through the thin wooden walls and into Jiang Zhaowe's ears, making her feel uncomfortable like needles. Her face flushed red from her neck to the tips of her ears. She was so angry that she pulled the blanket over her head, cursing Su Lang in her heart as a lecherous scoundrel, shameless and despicable. There were clearly guests at home, yet he dared to be so unrestrained. He simply had no sense of shame. No matter how she tried to hide, the voices wouldn't go away, and instead made her thoughts even more chaotic. She recalled the pathetic state she had been in, disguised as a eunuch, as she narrowly escaped death from the heavily guarded palace. Then I recalled how, during our escape, those once bustling towns had become almost deserted, and the roadsides were littered with people who had starved to death. Later, she fell into the hands of those ruthless bandits, and watched as they stormed into Liuxi village and slaughtered the unarmed villagers indiscriminately. At that moment, she thought she was going to die, but she survived in the end because Su Lang saved her. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhaowe felt a mix of emotions. This man didn't seem so bad after all. He was covered in blood when he killed people, but he was protecting the village. He was domineering, but he made sure everyone had food to eat. As for the women around him, their eyes were filled with love and happiness, without any sign of reluctance. Wrong! Jiang Zhaowe shook her head violently, forcefully shaking off these absurd thoughts. How could she possibly have feelings for Su Lang? She was the princess of the great Qian dynasty, the once most favored Princess Zhaowe. But now, everything has changed. The emperor's death sent shockwaves through the court and the country. His elder brother, the crown prince, who was supposed to inherit the throne, died mysteriously on the eve of his coronation, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The third brother, who held military power and guarded the border, also died on the battlefield against the northern barbarians, ultimately dying on the battlefield. The remaining younger brothers were controlled by their ambitious uncles, becoming their puppets who held the emperor hostage to command the other lords. She can never go back. Upon returning to the palace, she will not be greeted by family, but rather used as a tool for political marriages and as a bargaining chip in the power struggles of various factions. But if she doesn't return to the palace, where in this vast world can she find a place to stay? Jiang Zhaowe became increasingly saddened as she thought about it, tears streaming down her face and soaking the rough pillowcase. Sometime later, the house next door finally quieted down. Exhausted and lost in thought, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she was wearing a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, sitting in a strange and noisy wedding hall. She was led to the bridal chamber after bowing to heaven and earth. A man dressed in a bright red wedding robe walked over with a smile and reached out to lift the red veil from her head. The moment Jiang Zhaowe saw that face clearly, she froze. It was Su Lang. Ah! Jiang Zhaowe cried out and sat up in bed. It was already bright outside the window. The next morning, Su Lang walked out of the master bedroom feeling refreshed and immediately saw Jiang Zhaowe, who had dark circles under her eyes and was staring at him with a complicated expression. "What are you looking at?" Su Lang stretched. "You ate my food yesterday, so you have to work today. My family doesn't support idlers." After saying that, he whistled as he went into the kitchen and began preparing breakfast. Hua Yurong then got up and naturally went into the kitchen to help. Xia Jiro and Li Xiuji carried wooden buckets, preparing to fetch water from the stream. Jiang Zhaoe sat on the edge of the bed, watching this busy yet heartwarming scene, and gently bit her lip. Unwilling to eat and drink for free, she hesitated for a moment, and then silently followed behind Xia Jiro. Of all the women, only this seemingly innocent little girl showed the most obvious kindness towards her. After breakfast, Hua Yurong and the others were about to water the vegetable garden when Xia Jiro suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "The rabbit! The rabbit has had babies!" Inside the rabbit cage made of branches, 6 or 7 pink and fluffy little rabbits were huddled under the pregnant mother rabbit, so cute that they melted one's heart. Xia Jiro squatted beside the cage, her eyes sparkling, and carefully touched the bottom of one of the little rabbits with her finger. "Wow, so cute!" Su Lang walked over, smiled, and ruffled her hair. "Do you like it?" Xia Jiro nodded repeatedly, smiling very happily. Jiang Zhaoe, who was not far away, watched this scene with a slightly dazed look in her eyes. Su Lang spoke with Xia Jiro for a few words, then got up and found Zhang Chaoe at the village entrance, who was directing the villagers to clean up the bloodstains. "Chaoe, come here for a second." "Brother Lang!" Zhang Chaoe rushed over. Su Lang pointed to the 7 tall horses tethered under the old locust tree and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, these horses will be fed by the village and treated as strategic resources." Zhang Chaoe nodded emphatically. He certainly understood the value of the horse. Su Lang then said, "Notify the village that starting today, I will be teaching everyone martial arts at the village entrance. Men aged 15 to 40 who want to learn are welcome to come." Zhang Chaoyue's eyes lit up instantly. The villagers all witnessed Su Lang's skills yesterday. If they could learn even a move or two, they wouldn't be helpless against bandits in the future. "Don't worry, Brother Lang, I'll go right away." Su Lang watched him run away, his expression calm. He had no interest in being the village chief, and even less desire to deal with those trivial matters. Supporting the village chief's son, Zhang Chaoe, would not only make things easier, but also repay the old village chief for the favor he had received in the past. All he needs to do is control the village's core armed forces. Soon, Zhang Chaoyue's loud voice resounded throughout the entire Day village. "Listen up, folks! Brother Lang is going to personally teach you Kung Fu at the village entrance to protect our homeland. Those who want to learn skills, hurry up and gather at the village entrance." After a brief silence, the entire village erupted in excitement. One by one, wooden doors were pushed open, and men who had just experienced a bloody battle, their faces still showing fear, walked out with red eyes. They clutched the blood-stained weapons they had been given the day before, but hope rekindled in their eyes. Soon, 20 or 30 young men gathered at the village entrance. They looked at Su Lang, who stood tall and straight in the morning light, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Han Shaoxiang, who was in the corner, covered his swollen face and looked at this scene. The resentment and jealousy in his eyes were almost tangible. Su Lang's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, seeing Lu Shitu and several teenagers standing at the front, as well as many more unfamiliar yet resolute faces. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He finally has his team. Chapter 45 Bandits' Night Raid on Day Village. Su Lang stood at the entrance of the village, facing 20 or 30 men carrying various weapons. Their eyes held fear and the bitterness of being forced into a corner, but even more so, they displayed a ruthless determination born from having no other options. Su Lang's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. "Whether you used to farm or hunt, from today onwards, you are all warriors. I won't teach you fancy martial arts, I'll only teach you 3 moves." He drew his sword, and the morning light fell on its blade, giving it a chilling, sinister feel. "First move, slash!" Su Lang stepped forward and slashed with his sword, a strong wind whistling out. "Second move, stab!" The blade spun, aimed straight ahead, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. "Third move, slash!" With a horizontal slash, a cold light flashed. Just these 3 moves, practice them to death. Treat the wooden stake like the bandit's neck, practice them 1,000 times a day, until your hands tremble when you hold chopsticks. There are no profound techniques, only the simplest and most direct way to kill. Yes! The crowd roared, their eyes red, as they swung their weapons and repeatedly chopped, stabbed, and sliced at the wooden stake. Soon, only the sounds of weapons cutting through the air and heavy breathing remained at the village entrance. They all understood that in chaotic times, if their weapons weren't strong enough, they would be at the mercy of others. In the corner, Han Xiaoxiang covered his still swollen face and spat disdainfully. What's the use of practicing these moves? When the leader of Black Wind's stronghold comes to kill them, these people will all die anyway. At noon, during the midday training session, dust suddenly billowed up from the dirt road leading to the county town. Zhang Chaoe, who was on lookout, changed his expression and was about to warn others when he realized that it was not bandits coming, but a group of soldiers dressed in constables' uniforms. Leading the group was Li Si, accompanied by a slightly overweight middle-aged man on a tall horse with a smile on his face, who was none other than Wang Defa, the magistrate of Anping County. "Brother Su Lang!" Li Si called out from afar. After dismounting, Wang Defa quickly walked up to Su Lang, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "You are Su Lang? Indeed, heroes emerge from among the young." Su Lang cupped his hands in greeting. "This humble subject, Su Lang, greets your excellency, the county magistrate." Wang Defa waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the villagers' training, his eyes filled with even greater approval. Li Si immediately recounted the battle of the previous day, especially highlighting Su Lang's heroic act of turning the tide and killing the notorious bandit Ma Jizhong. Wang Defa nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, then waved his hand and said, "Men, bring the reward." 2 constables carried in a wooden box. When the box was opened, it contained 100 taels of silver, and several bolts of bright cloth were placed next to it. The villagers were stunned. 100 taels of silver was something they might never see in their entire lives. Su Lang knew very well that in chaotic times, 10,000 taels of gold were not as valuable as a granary of grain, and this silver might not be enough to buy much grain. However, he had to give the magistrate face, so he immediately showed a look of surprise and gratitude and made a move to kneel down. "This humble subject is unworthy of such kindness from your excellency." Wang Defa quickly helped him up, his smile growing even warmer. "This is what you deserve. You have rid Anping County of a scourge, and I will reward and punish you fairly." After a few polite words, Wang Defa finally revealed his true purpose. "Su Lang, I see you have exceptional courage. Why don't you become a constable in the county government? I guarantee you a bright future." Su Lang had anticipated this, and replied sincerely, "Thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I was born and raised in Day Village, and with the banditry still raging, I am truly worried about my fellow villagers. This humble subject is willing to stay here and guard this place for you, sir." These words not only demonstrated loyalty but also saved face for the county magistrate. Although Wang Defa felt regretful, he still patted him on the shoulder and praised him highly. "What a loyal and righteous man! If Day Village is attacked by bandits again, I will definitely send troops to reinforce it immediately." It was clear that Su Lang had no intention of entering the county government office. His interest quickly waned, and he left with his men in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Back in the cabin, the women's eyes lit up when they saw the brand new fabric. Xiajiro picked up the pink fabric and held it up against herself, saying, "Husband, I want to have a new dress in this color made." Hua Yurong touched the thick cotton cloth and smiled with relief. "With this cloth, everyone can wear a thicker coat when it gets cold." Murong Yenran picked up the black fabric and nodded, saying, "This fabric is sturdy and suitable for making training clothes." Li Xiuji stood to the side, her eyes filled with envy and joy, but she never dared to reach out. Su Lang saw this and immediately stuffed the softest sky blue silk into her arms. "Here, make yourself a new set of clothes." Li Xiuji's pretty face instantly turned red. Holding the cloth, she lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, husband." In the corner, Jiang Zhaoe was arranging herbs for Hua Yurong. Hearing the noise, she subconsciously looked at the exquisite fabrics. Her eyes were slightly dazed. These things used to be nothing more than ordinary objects to her. Su Lang noticed her expression and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that this aloof woman was slowly beginning to integrate into the family. As night deepened, Su Lang was preparing to strengthen his bonds with his wives when Hua Yurong said with concern, "Husband, you've had a long day. You should rest early." "It's all right, I'm in great shape." Su Lang grinned mischievously and pulled the 4 women into his arms. In the next room, Jiang Zhaohui covered her head with a blanket, her pretty face flushed red. This man not only did it once, but he did it every night. He had absolutely no self-control. Just as she was feeling ashamed and indignant and lost in thought, a rapid gong sounded outside. Immediately afterwards, a villager's piercing scream shattered the night sky. "Bandits! The bandits from Black Wind's stronghold have broken in! Everyone, get ready!" Su Lang stopped moving instantly, exchanged a glance with Murong Yanran in his arms, and both saw the doubt and seriousness in each other's eyes. Something's not right. It's only the second day. Even if the Black Wind Stronghold's leader received the news, he shouldn't be able to gather his forces and attack so quickly. There must be something fishy going on here. "Yu Rong, Ji Ruo, Xiu Ji, take Xiao Yu and hide in the cellar immediately. Don't open the door for anyone unless I tell you to." Su Lang's voice was cold and left no room for argument. Hua Yurong and the others turned pale. Just as they were about to speak, Su Lang interrupted them sharply. "Listen to me!" He rolled out of bed and grabbed the knife from the corner of the wall. Murong Yanran didn't say a word and quickly changed into a black outfit. The two stood side by side at the door, one on the left and one on the right. Flames soared into the sky not far away, and shouts of battle and cries of agony blended together completely. Chapter 46. A traitor has emerged in the village. Flames soared into the sky, and shouts of battle and the sharp clanging of gongs struck everyone's hearts like death knells. "Husband," Xiaojiruo said, her voice trembling with tears, while the other women's faces were filled with fear and worry. Su Lang glanced back at them and softened his voice. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Before he finished speaking, he used the snow treading without a trace technique, and his entire body shot into the night like an arrow, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Murong Yanran chased after him out the door, only to find Su Lang already dozens of meters away. He disappeared around the corner of the village road in a few leaps. She was shocked. This man's strength had improved once again. "Brother Lang! Sister Yanran!" Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and several other teenagers, carrying the weapons they had been given yesterday, followed after them with red eyes. The western end of the village was already in chaos, with several thatched huts ablaze and half the night sky bathed in orange light. Cries, pleas for mercy, and the muffled thuds of blades piercing flesh mingled together, as dozens of Black Wind Stronghold bandits were slaughtering the villagers in a frenzy. A man rushed out of the house, but before he could even raise his hoe, he was slashed to the ground. Su Lang arrived at the edge of the battlefield and his gaze instantly locked onto the towering giant in the center of the crowd. This man was nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, and he carried a Guangdong broadsword as wide as a door panel, the blade of which was covered in blood. Hikui, the leader of Black Wind Stronghold. Hikui grinned maliciously and swung his knife, slicing a man in his 50s in half at the waist along with the machete in his hand. Blood and entrails were splattered all over the ground, yet he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking quite pleased. Then, he set his sights on a woman who was holding a child and slumped on the ground. "Sister-in-law Wang!" Su Lang's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately took out the mulberry wood longbow, drew the bow, and nocked an arrow. 2 arrows tore through the air, striking Hikui's face and the wrist holding the knife, respectively. Hikui's expression changed drastically. He abandoned the killing and suddenly thrust his Guangdong sword upwards. With 2 crisp clangs, he deflected both heavy arrows. Su Lang's heart sank. This man's knife was fast, and his strength was even greater. But that one moment was enough. He dropped his longbow, drew his sword, and with a leap, charged towards Hikui. Just as Hikui finished blocking the arrow, he saw a sharp gust of wind rushing towards him, and he hurriedly parried with his own sword. With a loud clang, sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force traveled along the blade, causing Su Lang to feel pain in his tiger's mouth and stagger back 3 steps, leaving deep footprints beneath his feet. Although he had 8 times the physical strength, he did not have 8 times the weight. He was merely knocked back but was not injured. Hikui retreated 7 or 8 steps, nearly falling as he stumbled, and the sinister smile on his face froze completely. He suppressed the metallic taste in his throat and looked down to see a tiny, rice-grain-sized notch on the blade of the steel broadsword. This kid looks thin, but his strength is even more terrifying than Ma Jizhong said. Hikui stared intently at Su Lang, his voice hoarse. Did you kill Ma Jizhong? Su Lang frowned. The other party actually knew about this. I killed him, he sneered. You're next. Instead of getting angry, Hikui laughed, his eyes revealing greed. Kid, interested in following me? Once we take Umping County, you'll be the deputy commander, with money and women to your heart's content. Not interested. Su Lang stared at him and asked in a cold voice. I'm more curious about why you arrived so quickly and how you know that I killed Ma Jizhong? Hikui laughed loudly, raised his Guangong sword, and pointed it at a figure huddled in the corner not far away. Of course someone will tip me off. Su Lang looked in the direction of the knife tip, and in the firelight saw a face twisted with resentment and jealousy. Han Xiaoqiang. At that moment, Su Lang understood everything. The surviving villagers also realized what had happened and immediately began to curse angrily. Han Xiaoqiang, you traitor! How dare you collude with bandits? How can you face those villagers who were killed? Han Xiaoqiang showed no remorse, instead shouting angrily. Bah! Why does Su Lang get to live a life of luxury and have so many beautiful women, while I have to suffer? You have grain but won't share it with me, and you even dare to hit me. He then turned to Hikui, his face full of flattery. Bossy, hurry up and kill Su Lang. And his wives, each one a beauty, are all yours to offer. A surge of violent killing intent exploded in Su Lang's chest in an instant. Without further ado, he brandished his sword with the force of thunder and slashed at Hikui once more. As he rushed out, he saw that Murong Yanran had already arrived. Yanran! Protect the villagers and clear out these small fry. Leave Hikui to me. Murong Yanran looked at Su Lang's bloodshot eyes, nodded vigorously, and turned to charge into the bandit group. Hikui was far stronger than Ma Jizhong, and Su Lang knew this would be a tough battle. But he knew even better that he couldn't delay. Every second he hesitated could mean the tragic deaths of villagers. A swift and decisive victory. Su Lang abandoned his defense, and poured 8 times the strength of an ordinary person into his horizontal sword. Whirlwind blade technique. The blade flashed like a storm, each strike faster and heavier than the last, a desperate, life-or-death fighting style that enveloped Hikui's vital points. You're insane! You want to fight to the death? Forced into a corner, Hikui's expression changed drastically, and he could only desperately parry with his heavy Guangong sword. Clang, 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 clang. The dense clang of metal echoed throughout the village, and sparks exploded between the two men like fireworks. Chapter 47 Kill! 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 Hikui had completely lost his mind. His Guangong broadsword, weighing 80 pounds and the weapon that made him famous, was now as fragile as paper. Every time he clashed head-on with Su Lang's sword, the terrifying force made his arms feel like they were about to split open. His tiger's mouth was already cracked, and blood flowed down the hilt of the sword, making it so slippery that he could barely hold the sword. But Su Lang on the other side was like a tireless killing machine, his blade moving faster and faster, his power seemingly inexhaustible. Hikui had roamed the mountains and forests for over a decade, killing countless people. For the first time, he saw a purer killing intent in someone's eyes than in his own. It wasn't for money, nor for women, but a destructive desire to completely erase him from the world. When another earth-shattering collision occurred, and Hikui looked down, his pupils shrinking sharply. On the Guangong great sword, forged from fine steel, a half-finger-deep nick was actually cut by that seemingly ordinary horizontal sword. In that moment of distraction, Su Lang moved. A crimson light surged in Su Lang's eyes. He shifted his feet and, like a ghost, circled around to Hikui's left, unleashing a sweeping attack with his Gale blade technique. No! Hikui roared in terror, trying to parry with his sword, but the broadsword was too heavy, and at close range, there was no time to defend. With a soft splatter, a jet of blood shot into the sky, and a thick arm was severed on the spot. Hikui clutched his empty left shoulder, letting out a shrill scream as blood gushed out like a fountain. In the corner, Han Xiaoqiang's fawning and gloating expression froze instantly, his face turned pale, and his teeth chattered. Even the ruthless gang leader he had his arms severed by Su Lang with a single blow. It's over. With only one thought in his mind, Han Xiaoqiang turned and fled frantically into the darkness outside the village. Having lost an arm, Hikoe was rendered powerless. Seeing Su Lang, covered in blood and approaching again with his sword drawn, he finally felt fear. Don't kill me! All the gold and silver treasures in the stronghold are yours, and all the women are yours too! Su Lang's face remained expressionless. The only response he received was a cold glint of light from a blade. Pfft! Hikoe's massive head rolled to the ground, his copper bell-like eyes still holding an unbelievable fear. Su Lang didn't even glance at the corpse. His gaze was fixed directly on Han Xiaoqiang's fleeing figure. Stone! Yes, Brother Lang! Lu Shitu, his eyes red, responded after having just killed the bandit. Bring that traitorous scoundrel back alive! Lu Shitu immediately drew his knife and, along with Zhu Zi and several teenagers, chased after Han Xiaoqiang. Su Lang turned and charged into the other side of the battle. With his addition, the bandit lines, which were already teetering on the brink of collapse under Murong Yanran's onslaught, crumbled instantly. Su Lang's sword strikes were wide and sweeping. With each strike, a bandit would scream and fall to the ground. Murong Yanran's dagger, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, flashed through the crowd, each strike precisely slicing open the enemy's throat. One is firm, the other gentle. One uses force to overcome all techniques, the other uses skill to overcome all obstacles. The two work together flawlessly. This was no longer a battle, but a massacre. When the last bandit was beheaded by Su Lang, the village fell into a deathly silence, with only the crackling sound of burning thatched huts and the suppressed sobs of the survivors. Su Lang and Murong Yanran stood side by side, covered in blood, so much so that they couldn't tell whether it was the enemy's or their own. Zhang Chaoe, his eyes bloodshot, led the villagers to count the casualties. After a long while, he walked tremblingly to Su Lang. Brother Lang, 32 people have died in the village, including 5 children and 7 elderly people. 41 were injured, 15 were seriously injured, and a few others probably won't make it. In the end, this 7-foot-tall man squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Su Lang's heart sank heavily. 32 lives, and several of the seriously wounded might also die. Looking at those faces lying in pools of blood, unable to open their eyes again, a raging fire almost consumed his reason. Just then, footsteps were heard at the village entrance. Lu Shitu returned carrying a long, blood-dripping knife, while Zhu Zi and another boy dragged the limp Han Xiaoqiang and threw him roughly in front of Su Lang. Upon seeing this traitor, the villagers' sorrow instantly turned into hatred. Han Xiaoqiang, you beast! You're the one who killed my father! Kill him! Cut him into 1,000 pieces! An elderly woman who had lost her son rushed forward like a madwoman and bit Han Xiaoqiang's ear. Han Xiaoqiang screamed and knelt down, kowtowing, his face covered in snot and tears. Brother Lang, I was wrong. I was really confused for a moment, please forgive me. Su Lang looked down at him, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Die. That's too easy for you. He looked at Lu Shitu. Sever his Achilles tendons. Save him first, and after that, let him know what it means to wish he were dead. Han Xiaoqiang's wailing stopped abruptly, leaving only desperate fear. Without hesitation, Lu Shitu raised his knife and brought it down. After 2 screams, the surroundings finally quieted down. Hua Yurong suppressed her grief and began directing all the women to boil water, find clean cloths, and apply medicine, and bandage the wounded. Jiang Zhaowe also ran out of the cellar. Seeing the corpses and wounded all over the ground, her face turned pale, but she still gritted her teeth and went forward to help. But she was in a flurry of activity, pressing on the wound and hitting the bone, causing the wounded to scream in pain. When she changed the dressing, she tore open the newly bandaged wound. The man was in so much pain he was almost crying. Girl, were you sent by bandits to kill me? After messing things up several times, Jiang Zhaowe dared not step forward again. She could only stand helplessly to the side, watching Hua Yurong and the others who were busy and sweating profusely, tears welling up in her eyes. For the first time, she felt utterly useless. At that moment, A shadow carrying a strong smell of blood enveloped her. Jiang Zhaowei looked up and saw Su Lang standing in front of her. He was covered in blood, his face smeared with flesh and blood of unknown origin, and the murderous intent in his eyes had not yet dissipated, like a demon who had just walked out of hell. She froze in fright, instinctively taking a step back, and then saw Su Lang extend his blood-stained hand, immediately closing her eyes. The expected slaps and shoves did not come. A warm, large hand gently landed on her head and patted it. Chapter 48: The Little Princess's Favor. Jiang Zhaowei froze completely. That hand had just crushed the bandit's throat and ordered the traitor's Achilles tendons to be severed, and was covered in blood and brain matter. Yet when that hand, reeking of blood, landed on her head, the movement was as light as stroking a feather. "You can learn it slowly." Su Lang's voice was hoarse from the fighting, but this simple word of comfort was like a warm current that broke down Jiang Zhaoyue's cold and proud defenses. Her nose tingled, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which rolled down her cheeks in large drops. After escaping the palace, she experienced betrayal, pursuit, and hunger, and was almost humiliated by villains, witnessing the coldness and warmth of human nature. But this was the first time that someone had not looked down on or mocked her when she was clumsy and felt useless. Instead, they had patiently comforted her. Seeing her tearful face, Su Lang's heart softened, and he used his other, slightly cleaner hand to wipe away her tears. Jiang Zhaowei instinctively wanted to dodge, but when she met his bloodshot yet still clear eyes, her body inexplicably stopped. She let the rough fingertips brush against her cheek, leaving a faint red mark, and her heartbeat gradually became erratic. The wounded were treated until dawn. Thanks to Hua Yorong's medical skills and a large amount of herbal medicine, most of the seriously injured villagers were finally pulled back from the brink of death. After a night of fighting and treatment, everyone was exhausted. Looking at the wounded who were pale from blood loss, Su Lang frowned. "Stone! Yes, Brother Lang! Go to the biggest pot in the village, I'll take some fine rice and cured meat, and cook a pot of meat porridge for everyone to nourish their bodies." The surrounding villagers were all stunned. In a year when even bran was scarce, fine rice and cured meat were more precious than gold. With red eyes, Jiang Zhaowei advised, "Brother Lang, these things are too valuable. The person is almost gone, why would you save anything to breed? Go now!" Soon, a large iron pot was set up at the village entrance, and snow-white refined rice and fatty and lean cured pork were put into the pot, filling the village with the aroma of rice and meat. Everyone who smelled the aroma swallowed hard, and Su Lang then turned around and went back to the wooden house. The women inside were exhausted and almost collapsed. Hua Yorong was pale and could barely stand against the wall. Although Murong Yenran was in good health, she was exhausted from a night of fierce fighting and was leaning against the table with her eyes closed, resting. Xia Jira and Li Xiuji were already curled up asleep in the chairs, their little faces still bearing traces of tears. Su Lang felt a pang of pain in his heart, and stepped forward to pick up Hua Yorong. "Husband!" Hua Yorong let out a weak cry of surprise and tried to struggle, but Su Lang held her down. "Don't move, go to sleep." He gently placed Hua Yorong on the large communal bed, and then carried Xia Jira and Li Xiuji over. When it was Murong Yenran's turn, she opened her eyes and said wearily, "I can walk by myself." "Don't be so reckless." Su Lang was too lazy to say anything more, so he simply picked her up and placed her steadily next to the other three women. The four stunningly beautiful women fell into a deep sleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. Su Lang covered them with blankets and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around, only he and Jiang Yaowei were left in the room, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Jiang Zhaowei stared at his clothes, which were almost soaked in blood. After hesitating for a long time, she said in a low voice, "You're covered in blood. Go wash up." After saying that, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't dare to look at him. She then silently brought a bucket of water and placed it in front of him. Su Lang couldn't help but laugh. He took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined and powerful body, and began to clean off the bloodstains. Jiang Zhaowei stole a glance, her face turned even redder, and she quickly turned her head away, but her heart was pounding uncontrollably. To ease the awkwardness, she whispered, "You're really amazing. Of all the great generals I've ever met, none seem to compare to you in terms of might." She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. Su Lang paused in his wiping motion, then asked with a smile. Really? Which generals have you met, and when? Jiang Zhaoyue's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around abruptly, her eyes flashing with undisguised panic. I don't know. I just heard it from someone else. She was clearly feeling incredibly guilty, but she stubbornly tried to appear calm, which almost made Su Lang burst out laughing. This girl is indeed related to the Jiang family, whose surname is Huang. However, Su Lang did not pursue the matter further, only touching on the subject briefly. After washing away the bloodstains and changing into clean linen clothes, he felt much refreshed. Looking at his well-defined face, high nose bridge, and those eyes that always carried a hint of mockery, Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly found this man to be quite attractive. Su Lang then went into the kitchen and cooked porridge with rice, cured meat, and wild vegetables. Soon he brought out 2 bowls of fragrant wild vegetable and meat porridge. Eat. After the two finished their porridge in silence, Su Lang stood up and said, When you Rong and the others wake up, remember to let them have some too. Are you going out? Jiang Zhaoyue asked subconsciously. Su Lang nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. So many people have died in the village, this debt cannot be left unpaid. I'm going to interrogate that traitor. If possible, I'll take down Black Wind stronghold to eliminate any future troubles. Jiang Zhaoyue stood up abruptly, her voice filled with genuine worry. What if Han Shaoxiang is lying and deliberately luring you into a trap? That place is a bandit's den. Su Lang looked at her and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to make him tell the truth. In a corner of the village, the stench from the abandoned pigsty was overwhelming, and Han Shaoxiang was thrown into the filth like a rotten mud. The angry villagers had already beaten him beyond recognition, the tendons in his legs had been severed, and he could only crawl on the ground with difficulty. When Su Lang stood at the entrance of the pigsty, blocking the only light, Han Shaoxiang slowly raised his swollen head. Those eyes, covered in blood and pus, struggled to open a crack. There was no longer any fear or pleas for mercy in the cracks, only a deep-seated hatred that was as solid as a tangible substance, and extremely venomous. Chapter 49 Bloodbath at Black Wind Stronghold. Han Shaoxiang raised his head, his eyes, which were covered with pus and blood, filled only with an intense, unyielding resentment and hatred. Su Lang met his gaze, said nothing, and simply walked towards him step by step. With a bang, Su Lang kicked Han Shaoxiang in the swollen face, the sound of bones breaking clear and piercing. Han Shaoxiang flew backward like a broken sack, crashed into a stone wall, and slid to the ground, spitting out blood and foam mixed with broken teeth. He tried to scream, but only a hissing sound like a broken bellows escaped his throat. Su Lang didn't stop. He walked up to him and stomped on him repeatedly. The dull thuds of impact and cracking bones echoed continuously. This was not an interrogation, but a blood debt avenged for the 32 villagers, the children, and the elderly. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lang finally stopped, his chest heaving violently, and the bloodshot in his eyes fading slightly. Han Shaoxiang was no longer human. He lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of rotten flesh, his slightly rising and falling chest a testament to his continued existence. The resentment in his eyes had long since vanished, leaving only a deep-seated fear. How many people are left in Black Wind Stronghold? Su Lang's voice was as cold as the winter wind. He didn't bring more than 30 brothers, and almost all of them came. With his last breath, Han Shaoxiang hoarsely said, There are only a few gatekeepers and cooks left in the village. Su Lang nodded, just as he had guessed. He knew that Ma Jizhong had died in Dai village and that he would surely send out all his forces to avenge him. He came to ask this question simply to confirm it. Su Lang then turned and left the place filled with stench and despair, never looking at Han Shaoxiang again. The villagers will naturally deal with the fate of this traitor. At the village entrance, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other boys were holding large bowls and wolfing down meat porridge. After the bloody battle, they were starving. Upon seeing Su Lang appear, the 7 immediately put down their bowls and stood up straight. Brother Lang! Are you full? Su Lang asked, looking at them. We're full, the 7 responded in unison. Then come with me to kill someone. Su Lang spoke calmly, but the eyes of the 7 boys lit up instantly. They had witnessed Su Lang kill Hikui with their own eyes, and they had also personally cut down those arrogant bandits. The blood has been shed, and courage has been thoroughly forged. At this moment, they felt no fear or hesitation, only excitement, determination, and an almost fanatical faith in Su Lang. "Bring the horse out!" Soon, 8 tall horses were brought to the village entrance. Su Lang mounted his horse and looked at the 7 youthful faces behind him, which were filled with murderous intent, and nodded slightly. "Set off!" 8 riders charged out of Dave village, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust, like a yellow dragon sweeping across the morning sky. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the foot of a precipitous mountain. The village, built of giant trees and rocks, is nestled against the mountain, with only a narrow mountain path leading to the village gate, flanked by steep cliffs on both sides. This is Black Wind Village. On the watchtower, a drowsy bandit heard the sound of hooves, lazily poked his head out, and was about to ask a question. "Call out!" An arrow pierced the air and landed precisely in his mouth, exiting through the back of his head. The bandit didn't even utter a sound. He swayed and fell straight off the watchtower. "Rush!" Su Lang sheathed his longbow, drew his sword, and charged ahead towards the half-closed gate of the stockade. Lu Shitu and his 6 companions roared excitedly and followed closely behind. With a loud crash, 8 warhorses smashed through the wooden gate and charged straight into the village. "Enemy attack!" The village instantly descended into chaos, with several bandits who were gambling hastily grabbing their weapons. "Kill!" Lu Shitu was the first to leap off his horse, wielding his knife with both hands and slashing down fiercely, splitting a bandit, who had no time to react, in 2 along with his dominoes. Blood and brain matter splattered all over his face. He wiped it away casually, and lunged at the next person with red eyes. Zhu Zi used his speed to circle around behind the enemy, and plunged his short sword into the back of a bandit. The battle erupted instantly. Su Lang did not make a move directly, but instead rode on his horse, drew his longbow, and stared intently at the entire battlefield. He wanted these 7 boys to face this battle on their own. This is their coming-of-age ceremony. A young boy was forced to retreat repeatedly by the fierce bandits, and he was about to be stabbed in the shoulder. "Call out!" The arrow flew silently, striking the bandit's wrist as he gripped his knife. The long sword slipped from his hand, and the bandit screamed in agony. The boy seized the opportunity and roared as he stabbed the other man in the stomach. The battle was over in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. When the last bandit was beheaded by Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, the entire Black Wind stronghold fell completely silent. The 7 boys, all wounded, stood tall, panting heavily, their faces beaming with ecstasy. They wiped out a bandit den on their own. "Brother Lang, we did it!" Lu Shitu, carrying a blood-dripping knife, excitedly ran up to Su Lang. "Not bad." Su Lang dismounted. "Go and count the spoils of war." The boys cheered and rushed into the rooms, and soon, exclamations of surprise echoed from all sides. The village contained hundreds of kilograms of grain, cured meat, better weapons and armor than those in their possession, as well as gold, jewels, and ornaments. Everything was moved to the center of the village. Weapons and armor were piled up like small mountains, and grain and meat filled the open space. The opened wooden crate was filled with yellow and white substances that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Lu Shitu and the others stared wide-eyed with excitement at the wealth they had never seen before in their lives. Su Lang didn't take any of this to heart. He slowly swept his gaze across the entire Black Wind stronghold, climbed the stronghold wall, stroked the cold, hard boulders, and then looked at the only narrow path leading to the outside world. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is practically a natural military fortress. Compared to Dave Village, which is drafty and has no shelter, this place is hundreds of times safer. A bold idea suddenly began to grow wildly in Su Lang's mind. What if all the villagers were moved here? Chapter 50. Brother Lang, I've saved 2 of the prettiest ones for you. Once the idea of moving the entire Dave village here emerged, it grew wildly like weeds and could no longer be suppressed. Su Lang stood on the cold stockade wall, looking down at the narrow mountain path that was the only way to the outside world. This place was called Jixianshan, a line of sky. As long as a checkpoint was set up and a dozen archers were stationed there, even if an army came, they would have to pay a heavy price. This place is a natural fortress, much safer than the open and flat Day village. The Great Qin dynasty is currently in turmoil, and the bandits are just the beginning. If warlords seize power in the future, or even large-scale armies attack, Day village will be unable to hold out. Only here can it become his base. But now is not the time to relocate the village. The imperial order has not yet completely collapsed. To rashly occupy the mountain would be tantamount to rebellion. Once the world becomes more chaotic, this Black Wind stronghold will be his place of refuge. Brother Lang, everything's been counted! Lu Shitu's shout interrupted his thoughts. Su Lang walked down the stockade wall, looked at the spoils piled up on the open ground, and ordered, "Take all the grain and weapons, and hide the gold and silver jewelry for now, they're not of much use now." Just as the boys were about to make their move, Su Lang suddenly raised his hand and listened intently. Besides the sounds of wind and birdsong, there was also a suppressed sob coming from the large wooden house where He Kei lived. Su Lang drew his sword and entered the house, followed by Lu Shitu and the others. The house was lavishly furnished, with a huge tiger skin spread on the floor, and the whimpering sound was coming from under the tiger skin. He kicked aside the tiger skin, revealing a black iron pull ring. Su Lang grabbed the ring and pulled it up sharply. The heavy wooden board creaked open, and a mixture of sweat, tears, and despair wafted out. Below them was a pitch-black cellar, where a dozen pairs of terrified eyes were staring intently at them. A dozen or so women, dressed in tattered clothes, were crammed into the cellar. When they saw Su Lang covered in blood and carrying a knife, they assumed another band of bandits had arrived and immediately huddled together in fear, screaming incessantly. "Don't be afraid, the bandits of Black Wind's stronghold are all dead." Su Lang sheathed his knife, squatted down and said, "We are villagers from Day village, and we came here specifically to kill these beasts." The women couldn't believe it. After a long while, a woman in her 30s crawled out, trembling, and asked, "Are you really not bandits?" "If I were a bandit, why would I lie to you? I would just attack directly." The woman knelt down with a thud and cowed out repeatedly, "Benefactor, please save us." The other women, as if grasping at a last straw, crawled out of the cellar, weeping, and knelt down in a group. Su Lang waited until they calmed down a bit before asking, "Where were you captured from? Is the village still there?" The crying, which had just stopped, started again. Some say the village was massacred, leaving only them. Others say her husband was beheaded by bandits while protecting her. Home gone, family gone, a group of helpless women with almost no way to survive in this chaotic world. Su Lang frowned, and finally sighed. "Since you have nowhere to go, come back to Day village with us first. Whether you survive or not depends on yourselves. He can save lives, but he won't support a group of people for nothing." The women thanked him repeatedly, vowing to serve him like cattle and horses. Afterward, Su Lang locked the gate from the outside with thick iron chains, hid the gold and silver treasures back in the dungeon, and set off on his return journey with 8 warhorses carrying grain and weapons. At the entrance of Day village, all the surviving villagers were looking towards the mountains and forests, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly heavy. Su Lang only took 7 teenagers to raid the bandits' den, and no one knew if they would ever return. Hua Yorong, Murong Yenren, Xiajiro, and Li Xiuji stood at the front of the crowd, their faces filled with anxiety. Xiajiro clutched Hua Yorong's clothes tightly, on the verge of tears. "Sister Yorong, will my husband be all right?" Hua Yorong's face was pale, but she still tried to comfort him, saying, "No, my husband is so strong, he will definitely be all right." Murong Yenren remained silent, pacing back and forth, gripping the dagger tightly. Li Xiuji clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed incessantly. Not far away, Jiang Zhaoe stood alone, gazing at the empty mountain path, her mind in turmoil. That lecherous, domineering, and rude man had shown her tenderness in a crucial moment. She desperately hoped he wouldn't die. She immediately denied it in her mind. She was only worried about not having a place to eat, not about him. Just then, the crisp sound of horses' hooves came from deep in the mountains and forests, and everyone's heart jumped into their throats. When Su Lang appeared from around the corner of the mountain road on his tall horse, the village entrance was initially silent, but then erupted into thunderous cheers. "He's back! Brother Lang is back!" Xiajiro rushed forward crying and clung to Su Lang, who had just dismounted. "Husband, you scared me to death!" Su Lang chuckled and patted her back. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji, their eyes red with tears, gathered around him, carefully checking if he was injured. Murong Yanran finally released the dagger, her phoenix eyes filled with unconcealed affection. Jiang Yaoe stood there, looking at Su Lang surrounded by the women. Seeing his confident smile, her panicked heart calmed down for some reason, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Fellow villagers! Su Lang raised his hand and announced loudly. Black Wind Stronghold is completely wiped out from today onwards. Not a single bandit inside will be spared. I will slaughter them all. The entire Day village was instantly in an uproar. Brother Lang is awesome! Brother Lang is a god descended from heaven! The villagers gazed at the war horses laden with grain and weapons, their eyes filled with fervent worship. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability plus 10, currently 145. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 25, current 165. Ding! Xiaojuo's favorability plus 30, currently 175. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 20, currently 160. Su Lang was in a great mood upon hearing the system notification. As expected, Ji Rua still admired him the most. He ordered Lu Shitu and others to distribute food and weapons, and every villager who had survived the bloody battle received a better weapon. The whole village was immersed in the joy of surviving the calamity and the success of their revenge. At this moment, Lu Shitu pointed to the dozen or so uneasy women behind him and asked loudly, Brother Lang, what should we do with these women? Should we distribute them to everyone as wives like last time? As he spoke, he leaned close to Su Lang's ear and whispered, Brother Lang, I saved the two prettiest ones for you. Chapter 51 is getting more and more suspicious. Hey, you little rascal! Su Lang put his arm around Lu Shitu's shoulder, his expression somewhat serious. Instantly, Lu Shitu turned pale with fright and stammered, Brother Lang, You're a smart kid, I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Su Lang had a grin on his face. Brother Lang, you scared me to death. Lu Shitu's tense body relaxed instantly. Hee, which two women are they? Point them out to me. Just as Su Lang was about to speak, a beautiful figure swept past like the wind. Ouch! Lu Shitu let out a scream. His ear was already tightly twisted by Murong Yanran's slender hand, turned a full 180 degrees. You little brat, what did you just say? Murong Yanran's eyebrows furrowed, her phoenix eyes flashing with murderous intent. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day long? Are you itching for a beating? Ouch! Ouch! Sister Yanran! I was wrong! I was wrong! Lu Shitu winced in pain and quickly looked to Su Lang for help. Brother Lang! Save me! Su Lang, instead of trying to save them, laughed at the sight. He walked over, patted Lu Shitu on the shoulder, and said in a serious tone, Kid, your brother isn't that kind of person, so it's your sister Yanran's fault for teaching you a lesson. Yanran, pinch him hard, don't give me any face. Pfft. Xiaojuro was the first to burst out laughing. The surrounding villagers also burst into laughter, instantly dispelling the previously heavy and awkward atmosphere. Lu Shitu covered his bright red ears, chuckled foolishly, and didn't feel the pain anymore. After the laughter subsided, the problem remained. The dozen or so women knelt on the ground, trembling, looking at Su Lang with almost pleading eyes. Su Lang stopped smiling and looked around at the villagers present. Fellow villagers, these are all poor people whose homes were killed by the beasts of Black Wind Village. Is there anyone here who would like to take them in? As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers, who had been so lively just moments before, fell silent. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with hesitation. The last time wives were distributed was by a forced order from the government, and they were even given a life-saving grain. But now, in these times of year, which family isn't tightening their belts to make ends meet? Adding another mouth to feed is adding an enormous burden. Seeing the villagers' reactions, the hearts of the dozen or so women sank lower and lower. The woman at the head of the group kowtowed, weeping. Please, benefactor, don't send us to the authorities. We'd rather die than be treated like livestock and passed around. They knew that once they were taken away by the government, the best outcome would be to be sent to another village to become a tool for encouraging childbirth, their fate left to chance. Su Lang frowned. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Just then, a one-armed man stepped out from the crowd. He had lost his arm in the previous bloody battle. He walked up to the woman who looked the strongest and most capable, and said in a muffled voice, "My wife died, and we need someone to cook. Come with me." The woman was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, and cowed out repeatedly, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, brother." Once someone took the lead, 3 or 4 more bachelors who had lost their wives or lacked a breadwinner stepped forward and each took a few of the stronger-looking women. Even so, 10 women remained in the open space. The rest were either too young or too weak. They didn't look like they could do heavy work. Su Lang sighed, just about to suggest that they stay in the village and do odd jobs to earn a living. Lu Shirtu sneaked over and whispered in his ear, "Brother Lang, those 2 are the prettiest." As he spoke, he gestured with his chin toward the corner. Su Lang followed his gaze and looked at the brat. "He's quite loyal." 2 slender girls were kneeling side by side at the very back of the crowd. They wore tattered, coarse cloth clothes, and their faces were covered in dust and tear stains, but that couldn't hide their exquisite features, which were as beautiful as those in a painting. Most importantly, those 2 faces look exactly alike. They are twins. Seemingly sensing Su Lang's gaze, the twin sisters trembled, raised their heads, and looked at Su Lang with eyes that were a mixture of fear, despair, and a trace of expectation. Immediately, as if they had made up their minds, they helped each other and crawled to Su Lang. Bang! 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 The 2 girls cowed out 3 times to Su Lang, their foreheads bleeding from the force of the blows. One of the girls, who looked like the older sister, raised her head. Although her voice trembled with fear, it was unusually clear. "My benefactor and I are sisters from Yuzhou, daughters of merchants. On our escape route, our parents and servants were all killed by bandits. My sister and I were just captured by Hikue and imprisoned in the dungeon. Before we could even be violated, you, my benefactor, rescued us." The younger sister, also sobbing uncontrollably, said, "You killed Hikue, you are our greatest benefactor. We have nowhere to go and nowhere to be home. We only ask to stay by your side, to serve you like cattle and horses for the rest of our lives. Please take us in." After saying that, the 2 sisters laid down on the ground again, their thin shoulders trembling violently. "If our benefactor dislikes us sisters, we will repay your great kindness in our next life." "Hey!" Su Lang was overjoyed. "Is this system starting to exert its power? Picking up a runaway princess while out and about, taking down a bandit's den, and getting a pair of amazing twins as a bonus? This deal is a great one." He was secretly pleased, but his face remained impassive. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Murong Yenran, who was staring at him coldly with a half-smile. The will to survive instantly surged. Su Lang cleared his throat, deliberately not agreeing immediately. Instead, he turned to Murong Yenran and asked loudly in a consultative tone, "Yenran, what do you think we should do about this?" Upon hearing this, not only Murong Yenran, but also Hua Yorong and the others beside her were stunned. Murong Yenran's heart trembled. She never expected that Su Lang would take the initiative to ask for her opinion in front of so many villagers. This is clearly a sign of respect for her status as the legal wife. A warm current instantly flowed through her body, washing away any jealousy she felt because of the twins. Looking at the 2 pitiful twin sisters crying on the ground, and then at Su Lang's questioning eyes, her heart softened completely. She stepped forward, helped the 2 sisters up, and sighed. "In this world, women are like rootless duckweed. Since they have nowhere to go, let them stay." After speaking, she looked at Su Lang, and in her beautiful phoenix eyes, there was no trace of coldness left, only an unyielding tenderness. "My husband, it's up to you to decide." Su Lang felt relieved and immediately said to the twins, "All right, since my wife has spoken, you can stay in my house from now on and work as maids for now." "Thank you, my benefactor." "Thank you, madam." "No, thank you, sir." "Thank you, madam." Overjoyed, the 2 sisters wept and quickly changed their address, then respectfully performed a curtsy to Su Lang and Murong Yenran. The older sister introduced herself with grace and poise. "This servant is Li Qinghuan." The younger sister lowered her head shyly and said, "This servant is Li Qingyao." Although they were daughters of merchants, the 2 sisters experienced the destruction of their family and a life of hardship. They showed no signs of being spoiled, but rather a strong resilience. Just then, the system notification sounded in Su Lang's mind again. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 150. Ding! Huayorong's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 170. Ding! Xiajiro's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 180. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 165. Su Lang was stunned. These have a favorability rating? Just because I asked a question? System, are you cheating again? Looking at the two beautiful twin sisters in front of him, and then at the girls behind him who were full of love for him, he was not angry at all. On the contrary, he loved his wife even more. Life seems to be getting more and more unpredictable. Chapter 52, Taking in the Twins. Su Lang accepted the twins. The other women were also staring intently at Su Lang. They were all rescued by Su Lang, and they all knew that Su Lang was the most respected person in the village. But they were ultimately not as beautiful as Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao. Even such exceptional twins could only serve as slaves and maids, so what right did they have? The atmosphere became awkward again. Several bachelors picked out the ones who could work, and the remaining 10 were either thin or young, and clearly not skilled at working in the fields. In years of famine, if a family had to feed even one extra mouth, it could bankrupt the entire household. Su Lang glanced at the villagers' evasive gazes, knowing exactly what was going on. He looked at Zhang Chaoe. Chaoe, are there still a few empty houses in the village that no one lives in? Yes, there are. Zhang Chaoe paused for a moment, then nodded. They're all pretty shabby and drafty. As long as it's habitable, it's fine. Su Lang waved his hand and made a decision. First, settle them in, and then give each of them 5 caddies of grain. As for the government, I'll talk to them. Chief Constable Li and the county magistrate will still give me that much face. I can guarantee you won't be taken away by the government, but after you finish the 5 caddies of grain, you'll have to rely on yourselves. That was a very assertive statement. The villagers looked at Su Lang with a mixture of admiration and awe. Being able to speak with the county magistrate is a much more impressive skill than killing a few bandits. The 10 women were overjoyed, kowtowing repeatedly and crying, "Thank you, young master! Thank you, benefactor!" With the matter resolved, Su Lang looked at Lu Shi and the other 7. You lot, take your weapons and food, and hurry back to your rooms to eat. Yes, Brother Lang! The 7 teenagers were no more than 14 or 15 years old, and the youngest was only 12. They don't care about women, nor do they understand social etiquette. With brand new weapons in their hands and enough food to fill their bellies, their faces beamed with pure joy as they chattered and ran back to the thatched hut where they had lived before. Su Lang watched their retreating figures, feeling quite gratified. A pack of wolf cubs needs to be fed before they can follow the alpha wolf to bite people. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Su Lang and Zhang Chaoe at the village entrance. Su Lang pointed to the newly captured warhorses, making a total of 11, including the previous ones. You're in charge of these horses. Brother Lang, with so many horses, fodder is a big problem. Zhang Chaoe looked worried. Now it's hard to even find a blade of grass in the fields. People aren't even getting enough to eat, so where are we going to feed the horses? I'll figure something out. Su Lang patted him on the shoulder. You take care of it for now. Later, tell the villagers that if anyone can get hay or beans to feed the horses, they can bring them to me to exchange for meat. Switch to meat. Zhang Chaoyue's eyes lit up instantly. This is fantastic news. Don't worry, Brother Lang. I guarantee I'll feed these horses until they're plump and strong. After explaining everything, Su Lang led his large women's army back to his own wooden house. As soon as they entered the house, the twin sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, didn't even have time to drink water before they immediately started working. The older sister, Qinghuan, was quick and efficient. She picked up a broom and began sweeping up the bloodstains and dirt on the ground. The younger sister, Qingyao, ran to the kitchen and saw that the water vat was empty. Without saying a word, she picked up a wooden bucket to fetch water. I'll do it. Seeing her thin and frail appearance, Xiajiro felt a little sorry for her and took the wooden bucket from her. Li Qingyao blushed and quickly waved her hand. No, 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 madam, it's all right for me to do it. It's what I should do. The two of them called each other servant so naturally, and their survival instincts were so strong that Su Lang was somewhat impressed. Fortunately, enough space was left when the house was built. Su Lang gave the innermost small room to the twin sisters. The two went inside, expressing their gratitude profusely. Before they could even make the bed, they rushed out again. One went to the kitchen to help with cooking, while the other took a rag, knelt on the ground, and carefully wiped the dust off the tables and chairs. Their diligent and conscientious manner softened the hearts of the women who were initially wary. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of sympathy in each other's eyes. Murong Yenren crossed her arms and leaned against the door, watching the two busy, slender figures. She didn't say anything, but the coldness on her face had dissipated considerably. In the corner, Jiang Zhaohui watched all this silently, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She was also rescued by Su Lang. But the twin sisters knew their place as soon as they entered the house. They worked like slaves, risking their lives to earn a full meal and a place to live. What about myself? What else have I been doing all this time besides eating and drinking for free? Helping to treat the wounded is clumsy, and will only make things worse. Cleaning the house? She never even picked up a broom. Cooking? She can't even start a fire. She's like a vase placed in a room, she's pretty but useless. A strong sense of shame and helplessness welled up inside me. Once upon a time, she was a princess of the great Qian dynasty, of noble birth, and these chores were naturally done by palace maids and eunuchs. But now she is nothing. Looking at Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao's busy figures, and then at her own fair and delicate hands without even a callus, she began to doubt herself for the first time. Does she really have to become a maid like them in order to survive here? No! She is Princess Zhaohui, the Emperor's most beloved daughter. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she extinguished it herself. Princess? What kind of princess is a runaway princess who can't even go home and can't even get enough to eat? After a simple lunch, the atmosphere in the house was warm and peaceful. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji took out the fabric that the county magistrate had given them and began to sew thick winter clothes for their family. After feeding the adorable little rabbits, Xia Jura joined them and enthusiastically tried to learn needlework, though she kept clumsily pricking her fingers. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao were in the kitchen, washing all the pots and pans until they were spotless, and filling the water tank with water. Jiang Zhaohui sat alone on the edge of the bed, looking at this busy yet harmonious scene, feeling like an outsider, out of place. Just then, Su Lang, who was wiping his sword, stood up. Ladies, I'm going out for a bit. Husband, where are you going? Hua Yurong stopped her needlework and asked worriedly. Go into the mountains. Su Lang sheathed his sword behind his back and picked up the mulberry wood longbow that he had seized from Black Wind's stronghold. The weather is getting colder and colder. In a few days, heavy snow will block the mountains, making it difficult to hunt. I need to take advantage of this time to hunt more game, make more animal skin coats for you, and also store more dried meat for the winter. He walked to the door, called out to the thatched hut not far away. Stone! Pillar! Come hunting with me in the mountains! Here he comes! Brother Lang! From the thatched hut next door, 7 boys rushed out instantly, each one full of energy, carrying bows and arrows and weapons seized from Black Wind's stronghold. Grab your gear and come with me into the mountains! Yes! Watching Su Lang lead the 7 teenagers and disappear from the sight of the group of people, Jiang Zhaoyue's heart tightened for no apparent reason. This man. He seems to never know fatigue. It was already late autumn, and the mountains were eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the howls of unknown wild animals in the distance. Su Lang walked at the front, his steps light, like a raccoon moving through the night. Autumn sunlight is already insufficient, and the dense forests in the deep mountains make it so dark that visibility is less than 5 meters in some places. Fortunately, Su Lang's physical condition, which is 8 times that of an average person, also gives him night vision far beyond that of an average person. In his eyes, this dark forest was no different from daytime. Lu Shitu and the other 6 followed behind Su Lang, their faces filled with excitement and nervousness. This was the first time they had gone hunting in the mountains with Su Lang at night. Keep your mouths shut and walk quietly, don't disturb the prey, Su Lang whispered without turning his head. Yes. The boys immediately fell silent, and like Su Lang, they crouched down and moved forward cautiously. After walking for about half an hour, Su Lang suddenly raised his hand, made a stop gesture, and lowered his voice. Something big is coming! Everyone on high alert! Chapter 53 Reap the benefits of others' labor and reap a great harvest. Big stuff. These 3 words were like 3 buckets of ice water poured over the heads of the 7 boys, instantly cooling down most of their excitement. The surrounding darkness seemed to come alive all at once. The rustling of leaves in the wind sounded like the whispers of a monster. The occasional howls of wolves in the distance sent chills down one's spine. Brother Lang Lang. Zhu Zi's voice trembled as he gripped the short knife tightly in his hand. Be quiet, everyone, climb the tree! Su Lang's voice was very low, yet it carried an unquestionable command. The 7 boys dared not slack off and climbed towards the thickest trees nearby, using both their hands and feet. Although their movements were somewhat clumsy, their survival instincts unleashed unprecedented potential. Su Lang did not climb the tree immediately. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's even in the darkness, were fixed on a thicket of bushes a few dozen meters ahead. A strong smell of blood wafted through the air, mixed with the distinctive stench of wild animals. After confirming that the boys had all climbed to a high enough place safely, Su Lang lightly touched the tree trunk with his toes and, like a monkey, silently climbed up a thick horizontal branch. He brushed aside the leaves in front of him. The sight before him caused his pupils to shrink slightly. Under the moonlight, on erect open ground, a large Sika deer lay in a pool of blood, its throat bitten off, clearly dead. On either side of the deer carcass, 2 enormous creatures stood facing each other. On the left is a wild boar with protruding tusks and bristles standing on end like steel needles. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds. On the right is a giant bear, taller than an adult when standing, its entire body jet black. It is standing upright, and its sharp claws, as large as palm leaves, gleam with a chilling light in the moonlight. Wild boar and black bear. These 2 top predators of the mountains and forests actually clashed over this deer. Su Lang's heart warmed instantly. Good heavens! This is like a windfall. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Roar! The black bear launched the first attack. With a roar, its massive body, accompanied by a gust of wind, pounced on the wild boar. The wild boar was not to be outdone. It lowered its head, its 2 sharp, short sword-like tusks aimed at the black bear's belly, and charged forward fearlessly. Bang! A muffled thud. The black bear's giant paw slammed hard onto the wild boar's back, making a crack sound as bones shattered. The wild boar's tusk successfully slashed 2 deep, bone-revealing gashes into the black bear's abdomen. Blood instantly stained the ground red. The 2 giant beasts were completely bloodthirsty, tearing, charging, and slamming at each other wildly. The bear roars, the pig squeals. The sounds of claws tearing flesh and fangs piercing bodies compose a primal and bloody symphony of violence in the silent mountains. The 7 boys in the tree watched in terror, their faces turning deathly pale. Just watching a battle of this level makes my legs go weak, let alone participating in it. Su Lang, however, watched with great interest. Beat! Hit them harder! It would be best if they both perished together. The battle lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In the end, both giant beasts were at their last gasp. Half of the wild boar's body had been torn apart by the black bear's sharp claws. It lay on the ground, barely breathing. The black bear wasn't in much better shape. Its body was riddled with bloody holes from the fangs, especially the 2 wounds on its abdomen, where its intestines were almost spilling out. It panted heavily, staggered a couple of steps, and finally collapsed next to the wild boar with a loud thud, motionless. Chance! A glint of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly took the mulberry wood longbow from his back, bent the bow, and nocked an arrow. Call out! Call out! 2 arrows, one after the other, whistled through the air like 2 deadly streaks of black light. The first arrow, with perfect accuracy, pierced through the eye socket of the dying wild boar, penetrating its entire brain. The second arrow landed firmly on the black bear's enormous head. Done! Su Lang put away his longbow, leaped down from the tree, and landed steadily on the ground. "Come down, everyone, it's all right now." Upon hearing Su Lang's summons, the boys in the tree felt as if they had been granted a pardon and slid down one by one, their eyes filled with fervent worship as they looked at Su Lang. "Brother Lang! Your wife is amazing!" Lu Shitu was the first to rush over, his face flushed with excitement as he looked at the two enormous corpses on the ground. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and figure out a way to get these three big guys back." Su Lang hadn't finished speaking. A sudden change has occurred. Just as Lu Shitu ran to the black bear and was about to touch its glossy fur, the black bear, which should have been dead, suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes. There was no sign of death there, only endless violence and cunning. "It's playing dead." "Roar!" The black bear let out a deafening roar, and its intact paw, with immense force, slammed down towards Lu Shitu, who was standing right next to it. "It's over." Lu Shitu's mind went completely blank. He watched helplessly as the bare paw, bigger than his head, rapidly enlarged in his pupils, while his body seemed nailed to the spot, unable to move even the slightest bit. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. "Careful!" At the critical moment, a dark shadow, like an arrow released from a bow, instantly rushed in front of Lu Shitu. "It's Su Lang!" Leave no trace in the snow. He didn't even have time to draw his sword. Just before the bear's paw landed, Su Lang kicked Lu Shitu in the butt, sending him flying. He then rolled over at an extremely tricky angle and landed under the black bear. Pfft! A dull thud as a sharp blade pierced flesh. Su Lang's sword, which had been drawn from its sheath at some point, plunged from bottom to top into the black bear's soft jaw, the tip of the blade emerging from the top of its head. The black bear's massive body suddenly stiffened. The bare paw, which had been raised high, stopped in midair. The fierce glint in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless disbelief. Boom! The enormous corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole world fell silent. Lu Shitu fell several meters away. Looking at the bear carcass so close to him, he trembled with fear and his face turned ashen. He was so scared he almost peed his pants. Su Lang got up from the ground, walked up to him, and looked down at him. "Remember, in the mountains, never trust any corpse that looks dead." Su Lang's voice was very calm. Lu Shitu was so ashamed that he wanted to disappear. He suddenly got up from the ground, knelt down in front of Su Lang with a plop, and cowed out heavily. "Brother Lang! Thank you for saving my life! All right, men, what kind of behavior is this, crying and sobbing like this?" Su Lang pulled him up, saying, "Be more careful in the future and don't make this mistake again." Having learned this lesson, everyone became much more cautious on the way back. A bear, a wild boar, and a deer. They weigh over 1,000 kilograms in total. It took 8 people a great deal of effort to make a makeshift trolley out of wooden strips and vines, which they managed to pull with great difficulty. Just as they were about to leave the mountains and forests, 2 gray figures suddenly darted out of the bushes. They are 2 plump wild rabbits. Before Su Lang could even knock his bow, 2 soft, whoosh sounds rang out from the side. 2 arrows accurately pinned the 2 fleeing rabbits to the ground. Su Lang turned around in surprise. At the end of the line, a thin boy named Xiao Bao stood somewhat bewildered, holding up his bow. He was one of the 7 boys, usually quiet and unassuming. "Did you shoot that?" Su Lang asked. I don't know either." Xiao Bao scratched his head, his face turning bright red. "I just felt they would run there, so I shot." "Feel?" Su Lang walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and looked into his clear yet slightly bewildered eyes. "This kid is a born sharpshooter." "Well done." Su Lang's praise was simple and direct. Xiao Bao's eyes lit up instantly, and he straightened his chest. When Su Lang returned to the village entrance with 7 teenagers, dragging 3 enormous creatures and a bunch of small prey, the entire village was in an uproar. "Oh my God! It's a bear! And a wild boar! A deer! It's a deer! Such a huge prey! It must weigh over 1,000 pounds! Brother Lang is truly a god descended from heaven!" The villagers gathered around, their eyes gleaming with greed as they stared at the mountain of prey, their mouths practically watering. Zhang Chaoe also rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing this scene, she was so excited that she could hardly speak. Su Lang stood atop the pile of prey and announced loudly to all the villagers. I think Chao has already told you. Now, I'll say it again. 5 pounds of fodder in exchange for 1 pound of meat. Those who want meat, get moving! Boom! The crowd erupted. In these times when even grass roots and tree bark are almost completely eaten away, meat is life. In an instant, all the villagers, regardless of age or gender, went mad, grabbing sickles and baskets and rushing to the outskirts of the village, frantically searching for anything they could feed the horses. Su Lang carried the prey home. The women beamed with joy upon seeing so much meat. Hua Yorong rushed to the sick deer immediately, and began to examine it carefully. She raised her head, a charming blush spreading across her gentle, pretty face, and looked at Su Lang, saying softly, My lord, these are wonderful things. Deer blood, deer antler, and deer penis. I will make some tonics for you to help you recover your strength. She was always worried about Su Lang's health. Even someone as strong as iron couldn't withstand it if it happened every night. Su Lang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Goodness! My wife is so sensible! He rushed over in one stride, picked Hua Yorong up by the waist, and whispered a wicked smile in her ear. It is still Lady Rong who understands me best. Tonight I'm going to reward you properly. Chapter 54 Life is getting better and better. Hua Yorong's gentle and pretty face was so red it looked like it could bleed. Held in Su Lang's arms, feeling the man's masculine aura mixed with blood and sweat, her heart almost melted. Husband. She buried her head shyly in Su Lang's chest, her voice barely audible. Su Lang laughed and kissed her hard on the smooth forehead before putting her down. I'll remember the reward for now, I'll collect it tonight. Now we need to focus on the important matters. A bear, a wild boar, and a deer. 3 enormous objects were piled up in the yard, like 3 small mountains. Skin, dub one, and cut the meat. A massive project was thus launched. Several women seemed to instantly transform into the most professional butchers. Hua Yorong took out a set of exquisite small knives and skillfully began to process the sick deer. The deer blood was carefully stored in an earthenware jar, and the deer antlers were cut off intact. As for that good stuff that all men know about, she carefully wrapped it in oiled paper, intending to make it into a medicinal wine later. Murong Yenran, carrying a dagger, faced off against the tough-skinned wild boar. She seemed quite interested in this kind of rough work, her movements swift and decisive, her skill so impressive that Su Lang secretly nodded in admiration. Xia Jiro and Li Xiuji were in charge of boiling water and making soup. Huge bones, with meat still attached, were thrown into the pot, and soon, the rich aroma of bone broth filled the entire courtyard. The newly arrived sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, put in even more effort. They dared not touch the most precious deer, nor deal with the most ferocious bear. They simply picked up a kitchen knife and cut the wild boar meat into evenly sized strips, preparing to make cured meat. That desperate drive to prove himself was heartbreaking to watch. There was only one person in the courtyard, who seemed out of place. Jiang Aowe. Watching the busy figures of everyone in the bloody scene, she gritted her teeth, picked up a knife, and wanted to help cut the meat. But how could her hands, which had never even held a needle, possibly cut meat properly? Hiss! The blade slipped, almost cutting off his own fingernail. Startled, she quickly let go, and the knife fell to the ground with a clatter, splattering a small amount of blood. She tried to help start the fire, but the thick smoke made her eyes water. She wanted to help carry the water, but her frail body simply couldn't lift the full bucket. For a moment, she stood helplessly in the middle of the courtyard, watching everyone else have their place, while she alone felt like a superfluous piece of trash. A strong sense of humiliation welled up in my heart. Just then, Su Lang's voice came from the side. Go and rub the cut meat strips with salt. Jiang Zhaowe looked up abruptly, and saw Su Lang pointing to a large bowl of chopped pork next to her. This job requires neither strength nor skill. She paused for a moment, then silently walked to the basin, stretched out her fair and delicate hands, and began to clumsily rub salt on the bloody strips of meat. The cold, sticky touch made her very uncomfortable, but she didn't utter a sound. She just kept her head down and earnestly repeated this simple action over and over again. After a flurry of activity, it was getting late. Su Lang looked at the mountain of meat and waved his hand. Stone! Here I am, Brother Lang! You and Juzi carry these 300 jin of meat back with us. Eat as much as you want. Come back for more if you're not full. Yes, Brother Lang! Lu Shirtu stared wide-eyed at the large pile of still warm fresh meat, too excited to speak, and could only nod heavily. After instructing his underlings, Su Lang sorted the remaining meat into different categories. They kept the bare paws and some of the more valuable parts for themselves, made most of the wild boar meat into cured meat, and gave the rest to the villagers to exchange for hay for the horses. In chaotic times, having war horses can greatly increase the strength of an army. More than 1,000 pounds of meat were arranged meticulously. The cabin was bustling with activity at dinner time. The rich bone broth, paired with the fragrant roasted meat, made everyone's mouth water. However, with so many people, the originally spacious room became crowded. That 8 immortal table simply couldn't seat so many people. The sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, consciously refrained from sitting at the table. Instead, they ladled out bowls of soup, took a piece of roasted meat, and quietly squatted in a corner of the room, eating it in small bites. Su Lang saw this and thought to himself that he would have to make an even bigger table tomorrow. A family should sit together and eat together in an orderly fashion. What a pity! These twin sisters are so well behaved and sensible, yet they didn't marry me. Their names aren't even on the system's favorability panel. Otherwise, there would be 2 more rewards. However, it's comforting to know that the other 4 are almost at the max level. Murong Yenran's favorability rating, 150. Hua Yurong's favorability rating, 170. Xia Jiruo's favorability rating, 180. Li Xiuji's favorability rating, 165. All of them are over 150. Judging from the system's usual behavior, the reward for breaking through 200 favorability will definitely be much more generous than that for 100. What could it be? Su Lang's heart was filled with anticipation. After dinner, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, the 2 sisters, brought over a basin of steaming hot water for washing feet. Sir, we'll help you wash your feet. No need, I can do it myself. Su Lang waved his hand. As a modern person, he was really not used to this kind of feudal landlord-like enjoyment. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the twin sisters knelt down with a thud, their eyes instantly turning red. Sir, is there something we did wrong that you find objectionable? It is our duty as maids to serve our masters. Please, sir, don't send us away. The 2 of them wept bitterly, their tears falling like pear blossoms in the rain. Their sight was truly pitiful. Su Lang had no choice but to sit down and let those 2 soft, boneless little hands take off his shoes and socks and gently massage his feet. From the corner, Jiang Yaowe witnessed everything. She bit her lip tightly, her heart churning with turmoil. Make her kneel on the ground like those twins and serve a man's feet? She can't do it. She is the high and mighty princess of the great Qian dynasty. But if I don't do this, what else can I do? Free food and drink, just to be a useless pretty face? She can't stay a parasite forever. This man, though domineering and rude, gave her a place to stay and a sense of security she had never experienced before. Marry him? Be his wife, or his concubine? No! Absolutely not. But she couldn't bring herself to be a maid. Jiang Yaowe became increasingly agitated as she thought about it, and for the first time, she felt a deep disgust for her so-called princess status. Night has fallen. Su Lang and his 4 wives returned to the master bedroom early. Jiang Yaowe slept alone in the second bedroom, while the twin sisters slept in another room. Soon, a familiar, blush-inducing sound came from next door. Jiang Yaowe covered her head with the blanket, her pretty face burning hot. That lecherous scoundrel! He's a hopeless womanizer. He'll die from a woman's body sooner or later. Although she was cursing in her heart, upon hearing the suppressed yet joyful sounds, she inexplicably lost her initial aversion and instead became accustomed to them. In another room. In the darkness, 2 pairs of bright eyes were quietly open. Sister, master is so amazing! Li Qingyao, the younger sister, said in a very low voice, with a hint of innocent amazement and curiosity. Back home, father would only have 1 concubine accompany the master at most each night. But there were 4. Stop talking, said Li Qinghuan, her voice filled with shyness. What's there to be afraid of? Nobody can hear us anyway. Li Qingyao moved closer to her sister, her eyes shining brightly in the darkness. She paused, then asked softly in a dreamlike tone. Sister, when do you think we'll be able to truly serve the master? Chapter 55 Jiang Awe is missing? The next day. Before dawn, a long queue had already formed in front of Su Lang's large wooden house. Almost everyone in Dai village who was still breathing was mobilized. The men carried and shouldered the loads, the women held and lifted them, and even the half-grown children carried handfuls of withered hay in their arms, gazing longingly at the tightly closed wooden door. The numbness and despair of the past were gone from their eyes. In their place was an almost fanatical expectation. Meat! 5 pounds of fodder can be exchanged for 1 pound of meat. Zhang Chaowe stood at the front of the line, holding a smooth wooden board and a piece of charcoal pencil, meticulously helping the villagers weigh and record their progress. Zhang San's family, 13 caddies of hay, 7 caddies of straw, a total of 20 caddies, remember that. Aunt Li, there's dirt mixed in your fodder. No way. Take it back and clean it before you come back. Brother Lang said it has to be fair. He has now become Su Lang's head butler, standing ramrod straight and speaking with an air of confidence. The villagers weren't annoyed. They chuckled, put down the fodder, and waited for Zhang Chaowe to record the weight. Soon, the hay piled up on the open ground became a small mountain, weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Brother Lang! Brother Lang! Zhang Chaowe, along with several villagers, excitedly ran to the door of the wooden house and shouted at the top of their lungs. The door creaked open. Su Lang walked out yawning. Behind him were Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the other 3. Each of them had a rosy complexion and bright, sparkling eyes, like delicate flowers nourished by rain and dew, radiant and beautiful. Looking further inside, Jiang Zhaowei and the twin sisters both had huge dark circles under their eyes. One was because her mind was in turmoil, while the other 2 had genuinely been eavesdropping all night. Su Lang's gaze swept across the faces of the women, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. He walked to the haystack, looked at the wooden plank Zhang Chaowe handed him, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's start cutting the meat. Su Lang drew his sword, and with a swift stroke, he precisely sliced off large chunks of fresh, bloody flesh. When the first villager received the heavy piece of meat from Su Lang, a 7-foot-tall man burst into tears. With a thump, he knelt down on the ground. Thank you, Brother Lang! Thank you, Brother Lang, for saving my life! His kneeling was like toppling the first domino. All the villagers who received the meat spontaneously knelt down, their voices of gratitude rising and falling. Brother Lang is truly our living bodhisattva. With this meat, my child can survive until the new year. At this moment, the villagers' admiration and respect for Su Lang reached an unprecedented peak. After all the villagers had finished exchanging their money, Su Lang cut off a large piece of bare hind leg meat weighing nearly 30 pounds and stuffed it into Zhang Chaoyue's arms, who was still engrossed in calculations. Chaoyue, you've worked hard these past few days. I can't let your efforts go to waste. Take this back and give it to your parents to help them recover. No, Brother Lang, this is unacceptable. I was just doing my duty. Zhang Chaoyue looked at the large piece of marbled bear meat and was immediately flattered, waving his hands repeatedly. Stop talking nonsense, just take it. Su Lang glared at him. Zhang Chaoyue immediately dared not say another word. Holding the heavy piece of meat, he felt a surge of heat rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and a feeling of urgency to die for a friend welled up in his heart. At lunchtime, a circle of stunningly beautiful women sat around the extended new dining table, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The aroma of bone broth, mixed with the smoky fragrance of roasted meat, is incredibly tempting. Su Lang's gaze swept around the table, only to find that one person was missing. He frowned. Where is Jiang Zhaowei? The laughter and chatter at the table fell silent instantly. Hearing the question, Xiaojiro lowered her head guiltily, twisting the hem of her clothes with her small hands, and whispered. Sister Zhaowei said she also wanted to contribute to the family, and couldn't just eat and drink for free, so she took a small knife and went to the back mountain saying she wanted to hunt some wild rabbits. Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, until it was almost inaudible. She told me not to tell you, my husband, That she used to learn hunting from her father, and that we shouldn't worry. Before he could finish speaking. Smack! Su Lang slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table, making a crisp sound. His face instantly darkened. Have you studied hunting? For nobles, hunting was merely a recreational activity, accompanied by a large number of subordinates. They would hunt rabbits and deer, rarely encountering any ferocious beasts. But the mountains far from the village are home to wild beasts. Ordinary adult men wouldn't dare go. She was a pampered princess. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! A chilling aura emanated from him, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees. Murong Yenran's eyebrows furrowed, and she asked urgently, When did she leave? We've been walking for over an hour already. Seeing Su Lang's frightening expression, Xia Zhirou's eyes reddened, and large tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to cry. More than an hour! Su Lang's heart sank heavily. What kind of place is this mountain forest in late autumn? Predatory beasts are most aggressive and hungriest when they are storing up fat for winter. She was a delicate princess who couldn't even hold a knife properly. Going into the mountains alone was no different from handing over a clean piece of pork belly to a hungry wolf. That damn woman! Su Lang was extremely anxious. Without saying a word, he suddenly stood up, grabbed the horizontal sword hanging on the wall and the captured mulberry wood longbow. He said to the women in a deep voice, You all stay home and wait, don't go anywhere. I'm going to find her and bring her back. The words had barely left his mouth. As soon as Su Lang stepped out of the wooden house, he used the snow treading without a trace lightness skill to its fullest extent. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage and disappeared instantly on the path leading to the mountain forest. Anger and worry were intertwined in his heart. That damn arrogant princess! It's one thing to bicker with her all the time, but now she's actually risking her life. There's such a worry. If something happens to her. Su Lang dared not think any further, and his pace quickened even more. The dense forest blocked out the sun, making the light dim and the silence terrifying. There was no trace of Jiang Yaowe to be seen. Su Lang forced himself to calm down. He stopped and slowly closed his eyes. Silently chant in your mind, activate God-level hunting technique. In an instant, the whole world seemed different to him. The wind is no longer just the wind. A faint, lingering fragrance, belonging to Jiang Yaowe, wafted in the wind. The faint ripples of air left by her passing still lingered in the air. On the ground, the grass, lightly trampled, with its broken marks, looked so fresh it seemed right before my eyes. On a tree trunk not far away, a nearly invisible, pale yellow fabric fiber was swaying gently in the breeze. Countless pieces of information flooded into Su Lang's mind like a tidal wave. These seemingly disparate clues were quickly integrated, analyzed, and connected in his mind. Ultimately, it transformed into an incredibly clear, shimmering guiding line that stretched deep into the mountains and forests. This is the direction. Su Lang suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. He transformed into a phantom once more, swiftly pursuing the invisible thread. Chapter 56 Giant Python Entangling Her. Deep in the mountains and forests, the light grew increasingly dim. Su Lang's figure moved like a ghost flying close to the ground, rapidly traversing among the tangled roots of trees. After the God-level hunting technique was activated, the invisible trail left by Jiang Yaowe became as clear in his perception as an ink line in broad daylight. He followed the trail, his anger gradually being replaced by deep worry. The footprints on the ground were of varying depths and were messy. In several places, there were obvious signs of stumbling and slipping. This is not a hunt at all, but a desperate escape for one's life. This woman is courting death. Su Lang's face grew increasingly gloomy. Giggle dash. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the grass ahead. Several brightly feathered and plump pheasants were startled and flapped their wings to fly to the treetops not far away. Normally, this would be a delicious treat delivered right to your door. But Su Lang didn't even lift his eyelids, and his feet didn't stop for a second. His mind was filled with thoughts of the dangers that woman might face. After chasing for about half an hour, the scene before him made his heart sink. At the foot of a steep slope, there were scratch marks in the soil from struggling. At the end of the scratches, a pink embroidered shoe lay there all alone. These are Joyue's shoes. Su Lang bent down and picked up the shoe. The shoes were covered in mud, but when you touched them, you could still feel a trace of the woman's warmth, and you could smell that familiar, faint fragrance. She's in danger. He didn't even care that his shoes had fallen off while running. At that very moment, from the depths of the valley not far ahead, a woman's shrill scream could be faintly heard. That voice was filled with helpless sobs and the despair of dying. Help! It's Jiang Zhaoyue's voice. Su Lang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He will no longer hold back even the slightest bit of his strength. Boom! A terrifying force 8 times that of an ordinary person erupted beneath their feet. He charged madly toward the source of the sound like a cannonball fired from a gun. The bushes and thorns that blocked his way were smashed to pieces by his powerful body, leaving fine bloodstains on his body. He was completely unaware, with only one thought in his mind. Hurry up! Faster! When Su Lang rushed into the valley like a whirlwind, the scene before him made his eyes widen in horror, and a surge of rage rose straight to the top of his head. In the open space of the valley, Jiang Zhaoyue was being tightly bound by a giant python as thick as a water bucket, covered with dark yellow spots. Those terrifying muscles were contracting in circles, and her frail body was already emitting soft, crackling sounds as if her bones were about to break under the strain. Her usually proud and rosy face was now bluish-purple, her mouth agape from lack of oxygen, yet she couldn't utter a sound. The small dagger she used for self-defense had already fallen several meters away. Her eyes, which were always clear and bright, were now filled with endless despair and tears, and her pupils had begun to dilate. She was about to pass away. You beast! Let me go! Su Lang let out a thunderous roar, which shook the entire valley. The giant python seemed startled by the roar, its coiling motion pausing slightly. Its enormous, triangular head slowly turned towards Su Lang, its cold, vertical pupils flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. Su Lang had already grasped the mulberry wood longbow on his back, but looking at the sight of it twisted like a pretzel, he abruptly stopped himself from knocking the arrow. It's too tight. He dared not use a bow and arrow. If this arrow is not fired carefully, it will pierce through the snake's body and directly enter Jiang Zhaoyue's body. In the blink of an eye, Su Lang instantly threw away his longbow and drew the horizontal sword from his back. With a sudden burst of strength from his legs, he pounced forward like a tiger descending a mountain. He neither cut off the snake's head nor its body. He grabbed the snake's tail, which was thicker than his thigh, and was slowly swaying on the ground. Get up, you son of a bitch! Su Lang's arms bulged with veins, and he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, unleashing the terrifying power of 8 times his physique without reservation. He actually managed to pull the huge, heavy snake's body outwards and create a tiny gap. Cough, cough, cough! It was this tiny gap that allowed the dying Jiang Zhaoyue to inhale a breath of life-saving air, cough violently, and refocus her unfocused eyes. She saw the man, covered in blood, who looked like a god descended from heaven, wrestling with a giant python with his bare hands. It's Su Lang! The python was in pain and was completely enraged. Its enormous triangular snake head suddenly turned around, opening its blood-red maw, which was big enough to swallow an adult's head, and with a nauseating stench, it snapped at Su Lang's head like lightning. Su Lang neither dodged nor avoided. His other hand was already poised to strike. Just as the snake's head snapped down, he swung his horizontal sword and, with incredible precision, struck the giant python's vital spot at an extremely tricky angle. Pfft! The blade pierced the flesh. The hard scales were cleaved open by the gale blade technique. The foul-smelling snake blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Su Lang. Hiss dash! The giant python let out a shrill hiss. Despite the excruciating pain, it did not loosen its grip. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and the force of its constriction suddenly intensified. Giggle! Just as Jiang Zhaoyue caught her breath, she let out another painful groan, feeling as if her bones were being crushed inch by inch. Su Lang, dimple, I don't want to die. Wah, please save me! Damn it! Fearing he might hurt Jiang Zhaoyue, Su Lang dared not cut the snake in half with a single stroke. Instead, he frantically slashed at the slippery snake, using the continuous pain to attract its attention. Pfft! Pfft! One slash. And another. Each cut left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the giant python. This trick worked. The giant python finally gave up on its prey that was about to be caught. With a sudden swing of its massive body, it flung Jiang Zhaoe away like a rag doll. Instead, it used its mountain-like body to entangle Su Lang, the culprit who injured it. Good timing! Su Lang had been waiting for this opportunity. He suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding the snake's fatal bite. With all his might, he thrust the horizontal knife in his hand upwards into the giant python's relatively soft lower jaw. The blade tip sank in. The blade pierced through. Finally, it pierced through its enormous skull. The giant python's massive body suddenly stiffened. That frantic twisting motion came to an abrupt halt. The murderous glint in his cold, vertical pupils vanished quickly, leaving only endless disbelief. Boom! The enormous snake carcass crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The whole world fell silent. Su Lang, panting heavily, pulled out his sword and shook off the blood and brain matter. He turned and walked a few meters away to the woman curled up on the ground, trembling, gasping for fresh air. Chapter 57. Entering the tiger's den again. It's good that you're all right. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoe was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lang, panting heavily, stared at the muddy snake corpse without relaxing for a moment. He carried the still-dripping scalpel and walked over step by step. He then stabbed the huge snake's head several more times until the entire snake's head was chopped to pieces before he stopped. The creatures in the mountains and forests are very cunning. Who knows if this beast will play dead like that black bear before? After doing all this, he turned around and walked toward the woman who was curled up on the ground, still trembling violently. Jiang Zhaoe was still in the position where she had been thrown out, curled up in a ball, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. She was trembling all over, like a leaf about to wither in the cold wind. Su Lang walked up to her, squatted down, and looked at her disheveled appearance. Somehow, the anger in his heart dissipated, leaving only an indescribable sense of helplessness and pity. He reached out, wanting to pat her on the shoulder. But just as she reached halfway out, Jiang Zhaoe suddenly looked up as if she had been startled by something. That pretty face, covered in mud and tear stains, was etched with the bewilderment of someone who had survived a catastrophe and a deep-seated fear. When her gaze finally focused on Su Lang's familiar face, her eyes, which had been holding back from completely breaking down, instantly burst forth. Wow dash! A piercing wail echoed throughout the valley. She couldn't hold on any longer. Like a child who had found someone to lean on, she suddenly threw herself into Su Lang's arms, hugged his neck tightly with both hands, and burst into tears. It was as if all the grievances, resentment, fear, and despair accumulated over this period of time were being released through these scalding tears. The soft, fragrant body in his arms trembled violently. Su Lang could even feel that her scalding tears had soaked his front. At the tip of my nose, I could smell her unique, virginal fragrance, mixed with the scent of earth and the stench of snake blood, creating a complex and stimulating aroma. That damn woman. What a troublesome person who never lets you have an easy time. Su Lang cursed inwardly, but his raised hand eventually landed gently on her trembling back, patting it clumsily, one pat at a time. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something reproachful, but looking at her like this, all the words stuck in his throat, and in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. It's all right now. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness and gentleness that he himself hadn't noticed. It's all right, I'm here. Just 5 simple words. But it was like a warm current that could wash everything away, instantly shattering the last dam in Jiang Zhaoyue's heart, which she had been struggling to hold up with pride and stubbornness. She cried even harder. The previous sharpness and fear were gone from the cries. Only endless grievance and dependence remained. The person was crying so hard they were almost breathless. Wah, I thought I was going to die. I was so scared just now, that snake was so tempting, I felt like my bones were going to break. She buried her face tightly in Su Lang's chest, as if only in this way could she draw a trace of warmth and strength that made her feel at ease. Su Lang held the soft beauty in his arms, feeling her amazing elasticity and warmth pressed against him, but he felt no romantic feelings whatsoever. From the torn clothes, one could see bruises on Jiang Zhaoyue's body. But now was not the time to worry about these things. It had gotten completely dark. In the valley, the giant python's corpse was emitting an overwhelming, pungent smell of blood. In this perilous mountain, this smell is a deadly signal, soon attracting more, even more terrifying, predators. We must leave immediately. Don't cry, be good. Su Lang's voice turned serious, carrying an undeniable command. We have to leave here immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, a wadash! A terrifying roar, seemingly capable of shaking the mountains and forests, suddenly came from the other end of the valley. The howl carried an air of supreme majesty and cruelty, as if the true master of this vast mountain forest was announcing his arrival. Tiger's roar! Jiang Zhaoyue's crying stopped abruptly. Instead, a fear 100 times stronger and more profound than when facing the giant python before was now present. Her whole body stiffened, and she forced back her sobs, leaving only her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Damn, just what I feared most has happened! Su Lang's expression also became extremely solemn at that moment. Mountain King! Judging from that sound, it's definitely a fierce tiger with piercing eyes and a white forehead in its prime. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's mouth. Quick! Climb the tree! Su Lang made a quick decision, pushed Jiang Zhaoyue out of his arms, grabbed her cold hand, and ran towards a tall, thick, ancient tree that required 2 people to hug. At this moment, Jiang Zhaoyue's legs were so weak from fright that she couldn't even stand up, let alone run. When Su Lang pulled her, she collapsed to the ground. I can't walk anymore. Her voice was choked with sobs, filled with despair. Su Lang was too lazy to waste any more words. Time waits for no one. He bent down and swiftly grabbed her slender waist with one hand, while his other hand unceremoniously supported her round, firm, and incredibly elastic buttocks. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed her upwards. Get out of here! Ah! Jiang Zhaoyue let out a short gasp, her pretty face instantly turning as red as if it were about to bleed. She could clearly feel a large, hot hand firmly imprinted on her most intimate place. But under the immense threat of death, this sense of shyness was instantly swept away by the instinct for survival. She clung tightly to the rough tree trunk, ignoring the chafing on her delicate hands, and used both hands and feet to climb upwards with all her might. Su Lang followed closely behind, like a guardian angel, protecting her beneath him. His hand would even occasionally push against her pert buttocks to help her gain leverage. The two had just climbed onto a thick tree branch more than 10 meters off the ground and stood firm. A huge, black and yellow figure appeared in the valley with elegant yet deadly cat-like steps. Its shape was clearly visible in the moonlight. It was a colossal creature, over 3 meters long and nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. Eyes bulging and forehead white. Its scarlet tongue was sticking out from time to time, licking the snake blood that stained its mouth. A pair of tiger eyes, as big as copper bells, gleamed with a sinister light in the darkness, fixed intently on the 2 fresh prey in the tree. Jiang Zhaoyue had never seen such a ferocious beast before. In the palace, all she had ever seen were sickly tigers locked in cages. But what lies before us is the true king of the mountains and forests. The overwhelming sense of oppression from the top of the food chain almost suffocated her on the spot. Their souls were scattered. She no longer cared about the boundaries between men and women, or the dignity of a princess. She screamed and clung tightly to Su Lang's arm, trembling uncontrollably, as if only in this way could she draw a sense of security. The mountain lord seemed more interested in the 2 moving snacks on the tree than the cold snake carcass on the ground. It raised its head, let out a low growl from its throat, and revealed its sharp canines that could easily bite through a person's neck. The next second, its powerful hind legs suddenly exerted force, and its muscles bulged high. The enormous body, accompanied by a foul stench, lunged fiercely towards the tree trunk where the 2 were. Chapter 58 Growing Favor. Bang! A loud bang. The tiger's claws, sharp as knives, carved several deep, bone-revealing grooves into the ancient tree where the 2 were nestling, sending wood chips flying everywhere. What? What if it comes up here? What if it breaks the book? Jiang Zhaoyue was so frightened that she let out a suppressed scream and clung tightly to Su Lang's body, wishing she could meld herself into his bones. It's all right, it's all right. Su Lang held the woman in his arms tightly and comforted her softly. His brows were furrowed tightly together. The strength and jumping ability of this mountain tiger far exceeded Su Lang's imagination. However, it was ultimately too heavy. Although its sharp claws could dig deep into the tree trunk, they could not support its massive body to continue upwards. Halfway up, it lost its grip and, with a screeching sound, slid down. Roar dash! After several failed attempts, the king of the forest was thoroughly enraged. It stopped trying to climb and stared intently at the two people in the tree with its scarlet tiger eyes. It paced back and forth around the tree unwillingly, occasionally letting out a muffled roar that made the leaves on the tree rustle. In the ever-deepening darkness, man and tiger engaged in a silent standoff. Su Lang's expression was extremely solemn. The mulberry wood longbow was left beside the giant python's corpse in the chaos of the rescue. Now, he only has a horizontal sword in his hand. In this cramped space on the tree branch, it's impossible to fully utilize the advantages of the gale blade technique. Should we go down and fight this tiger hand to hand? That would be tantamount to courting death. The mountain lord seemed to have lost patience as well. It ignored the two unreachable snacks on the tree and instead went to the giant python's carcass, which reeked of blood. Snap! Snap! The sounds of bones shattering and flesh being torn apart were chillingly clear in the silent valley. Jiang Zhaohui watched as the tiger easily tore open the python's tough skin and swallowed large mouthfuls of snake meat. Her stomach churned, and she almost vomited on the spot. Looking at Su Lang's profile, so sharp and resolute in the moonlight, she felt a surge of self-reproach, regret, and lingering fear. If she hadn't run away so impulsively. If she hadn't insisted on proving herself. Su Lang wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation just to save her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I dragged you into this. Her voice was heavy with sobs, barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Su Lang didn't even turn around to look at her, but simply said, It's no use saying these things now. Save your energy and don't make a sound. There was not a trace of blame in his tone. But it was precisely this calm that made Jiang Zhaoyue's heart feel as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing her unbearable pain. Soon, the mountain lord had finished eating most of the giant python, and its belly was visibly swollen. It let out a blood-smelling burp, but instead of leaving, it walked to the base of a big tree, lazily lay down, licked the blood off its paws, and dozed off. But those tiger eyes, as big as copper bells, remained half open, never leaving the tree for even a moment. It actually decided to wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. It's over! Jiang Zhaoyue's heart sank to the bottom. The two were completely trapped in a desperate situation where they had run out of ammunition and food. The night grew deeper and deeper. The temperature in the mountains plummeted, and the damp, cold wind swept through like a knife, chilling you to the bone. Jiang Zhaoyue was only wearing a thin silk dress, which was already soaked with sweat from running and struggling with the giant python. Now, the cold wind made her lips turn purple and her teeth chatter uncontrollably. She curled up into a ball. Su Lang looked at her pitiful, trembling appearance and sighed inwardly. He silently took off the clothes that Hua Yirong had made by hand and draped them over her without saying a word. Put it on, or you'll freeze to death before the tiger eats you. The outer garment, imbued with the man's burning body heat and intense masculine aura, instantly enveloped Jiang Zhaoyue's icy body, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. She froze completely. She looked up blankly at Su Lang, who was only wearing a close-fitting undershirt. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on his sharply defined face. His eyes, which always carried a hint of mockery and domineering, were now filled with composure and determination. At this moment, Jiang Zhaoyue's heart began to pound uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. To save space and keep each other warm, she snuggled into Su Lang's arms, the two of them pressed tightly together with almost no gap between them. She could clearly feel his strong, powerful heartbeat and the scorching heat of his body, which emanated from his thin clothes. Aren't you cold? She buried her face in his chest, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I'm physically strong and not afraid of the cold. Su Lang spoke concisely, his eyes still warily fixed on the dozing tiger beneath the tree. Jiang Laowe stopped speaking and just greedily absorbed the warmth from his body. She was filled with mixed emotions. This man is rude, domineering, and lecherous. But it was this man who saved her from danger time and time again, giving her a sense of security she had never felt before. For the first time, she began to think seriously. If If you really had to marry him and become one of his many women, it didn't seem like such an unacceptable thing. Why don't you hold me tighter so I won't be so cold? Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. In Day Village, Su Lang's wooden house was brightly lit, as bright as day. Hua Yurong, Murong Yenran, Xia Jiruo, Li Xiuji, and the newly arrived sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, all 6 women sat around the newly made long table, and none of them went to sleep. The food on the table had been reheated again and again, but no one had the heart to touch it. Everyone's face was filled with the same anxiety and worry. It's so late, why haven't my husband and sister Jiaowei returned yet? Xiajiro was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, and her voice was already trembling with sobs. They must be on their way back. Li Xiuji clasped her hands together and kept chanting prayers for the 2 of them. Although Hua Yurong was also extremely anxious, she still tried to remain calm and comforted everyone. Don't panic, everyone. My husband is so capable, he will definitely be fine. Let's wait a little longer. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao stood silently to the side, watching the anxious looks of the other mistresses. Their hearts were pounding with anxiety, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Time passed, second by second. The night outside the window grew darker and darker. Murong Yenran's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, grew heavier and heavier. She gripped the dagger at her waist tightly, pacing back and forth in the room, her beautiful phoenix eyes already filled with anxiety and unease. Finally, she stopped. No, I can't wait any longer. Murong Yenran, the most fiercely independent woman, suddenly stood up, her beautiful, spirited face filled with determination. I have to go find him. She grabbed the razor-sharp dagger from the table and turned to leave. Chapter 59 Jiang Maowei reveals her identity. Sister Yenran, don't be impulsive. Hua Yurong reacted quickly and grabbed her. Murong Yenran's hand holding the dagger was still trembling slightly, and her beautiful, spirited face was covered with tears and a resolute expression. But my husband... Murong Yenran's phoenix eyes were filled with tears, and she stamped her feet anxiously. What if something happens to him? You must trust your husband. Hua Yurong's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. She forced herself to calm down and said, word by word. He's so capable, he often hunts in the mountains, he'll definitely be able to handle it. What if he comes back safely and you're missing again? Wouldn't that make him even more worried and more likely to take risks? Hua Yurong's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Murong Yenran's anxious heart. She bit her bright red lips, her full breast heaving violently, and finally sat down helplessly. But the hand gripping the dagger was so tight that the knuckles turned white, and it refused to let go. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xiajiro was already lying on the table, sobbing softly, her shoulders shaking, looking extremely pitiful. Li Xiuji had already clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and was chanting incantations, praying for Su Lang and Jiang Zhaowei in the most devout way. The 2 newly arrived sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, exchanged a glance and silently got up. They dared not say anything, but simply went to the stove and made the fire burn even brighter. They expressed their concerns in this simplest way, ready to have hot water and a hot meal as soon as their owner returned. The hearts of all the women in the room were clenched tightly. Their gazes, again and again, unanimously turned to the tightly closed wooden door, hoping that familiar figure would push the door open and enter in the next second. Outside the wooden house, the cold wind howled. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other boys, each holding a weapon, sat around the door of their simple thatched hut, their faces filled with anxiety and solemnity. No! It's past midnight and Lang Ji still hasn't returned. Something must have happened. Lu Shitu slapped his thigh and stood up abruptly. The boys also learned that Su Lang had gone into the mountains to find Jiang Zhaowei. Their still childish faces were filled with a fierceness that belied their age. Let's go find Brother Lang. Zhu Zi also stood up. He was usually honest and kind, but now his eyes were full of a fierce glint. Yes. Let's go find Brother Lang. Our lives were given to us by Brother Lang. Now that Brother Lang is in trouble, we can't be cowards. A boy shouted excitedly, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. 7 teenagers, their blood boiling with passion. In their simple belief, It is only natural to repay kindness and share hardships. They picked up the weapons they had seized from Black Wind's stronghold and were about to rush out of the courtyard to search for the person on the mountain. But just as they rushed to the courtyard gate, they were blocked by Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran, who had come out to check after hearing the commotion. "What are you all going to do? Go back here!" Murong Yanran was already extremely irritated, and seeing that they were still causing trouble, she immediately shouted sternly. "Sister Yanran, we're worried about Brother Lang, we want to go find him," Lu Shirtu said, his eyes red and his neck stiff, refusing to back down. Hua Yurong looked at these boys with their youthful faces but determined eyes, felt a warmth in her heart, and sighed. She stepped forward, her voice soft yet carrying a convincing power. "Children, we know your intentions. But it's dark and the road is dangerous. Wild beasts roam the mountains. If you go in, you will not only be of no help, but you will also become a burden to your husband. Trust your brother Lang, he will definitely come back safely. Now all you need to do is rest up, guard the village, and wait for his return. If any of you disobey, when your husband returns, he will disown you as his brother." Hua Yorong's words were like a clear spring, extinguishing the flames in the hearts of the young people. Although they were extremely unwilling, reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. They looked at each other, then silently lowered their heads and obediently went back into the house. They understood that Hua Yorong was right. As Su Lang's first wife, Hua Yorong was gentle on the outside but resilient on the inside. She didn't compete or fight for anything and managed the household very well. To some extent, she represented Su Lang. Even Murong Yanran never considered competing with Hua Yorong for anything. Lu Shirtu and the other boys stopped talking. All they can do for Langda now is wait and trust. Above the ancient tree, the cold moon hangs like a hook. Su Lang and Jiang Gaowe had been staying up in this tree for half the night. Both of them were exhausted. Jiang Gaowe had already fallen into a deep sleep in his warm embrace, but her long eyelashes were still trembling restlessly, clearly indicating that she was sleeping very uneasy. Su Lang looked down at the face in his arms, which was still breathtakingly beautiful even though it was covered in mud, and felt a mix of emotions. This woman is a huge problem. But ironically, he couldn't bear to get rid of this troublesome thing. Just then, the person in my arms stirred and slowly opened their eyes. "Are we still alive?" Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of confusion from just waking up. "He's still alive for now," Su Lang said succinctly. Jiang Zhaowe then realized that they were still in the tree, and below the tree, the terrifying mountain lord was still lying there like a black sculpture, motionless. Fear struck again. This time, however, she didn't scream. Instead, she instinctively hugged Su Lang's arm even tighter. In the deathly silence, she suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, as if she were talking in her sleep. "Su Lang, actually I lied to you." Su Lang raised an eyebrow, remained silent, and waited quietly for her to continue. "Actually, I..." Jiang Zhaowe buried her face deep in Su Lang's chest, her voice muffled, tinged with self-mockery and bitterness. "My family is in the capital. My father used to be the most powerful person in the world." She paused, as if using all her strength, before uttering those few words. "I am Princess Jiang Zhaowe of the Great Qian Dynasty." "Princess?" Su Lang felt a slight ripple in his heart, but quickly calmed down. This woman always carried an innate air of nobility and arrogance. She truly was born into a noble family. "I was right. But how could a princess have fallen to such a state?" He didn't ask any questions, he just listened quietly. Jiang Zhaowe seemed to have gone all out, revealing all her secrets. "When Father Emperor passed away, my elder brother, who should have been the crown prince, suddenly died. Several of my uncles also died suddenly. They rebelled and fought for the throne, killing each other and turning the capital into a living hell. I didn't want to be captured by them and used as a bargaining chip to win over their power, and I didn't want to be sent to the grasslands to marry those barbarians who eat raw meat and drink blood, so I secretly ran away." Her voice was filled with endless sadness and confusion. "I thought that with my abilities, I could at least survive, but I was wrong, terribly wrong. I can't do anything, I can't even get enough to eat, and I was almost raped by bandits. If it weren't for you..." At this point, she could no longer continue, and her thin shoulders began to tremble violently again. Su Lang could feel that the front of his clothes was once again soaked with hot tears. He sighed, raised his hand, and gently patted her back. All right, stop crying. So what if you're a princess? You're in the same boat as me now, stuck in a tree by a big cat and can't get down. His half-joking, half-comforting remark caused Jiang Zhiyue's crying to pause slightly. She raised her head, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, fixed on Su Lang in the cold moonlight. Aren't you afraid? I'm a huge problem. Those royal uncles are definitely sending people looking for me. If you take me in, it will bring you death. Afraid? Su Lang scoffed. I've already slaughtered dozens of bandits from Black Wind's stronghold. Why would I be afraid of your few royal uncles who only know how to fight amongst themselves? If they dare send men here, I'll chop them down like I would a bandit. Chapter 60. A narrow escape. Temperatures rise again. Su Lang's words were domineering and arrogant, yet they possessed a magical power that brought peace of mind. Jiang Zhiyue looked at him, at his eyes that shone brightly even in the darkness, and her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she felt that the tiger dozing under the tree wasn't so scary after all. As long as I'm in this man's arms, it seems like nothing will matter even if the sky falls. That? Jiang Zhiyue bit her lip, her voice as soft as the wind, carrying a hint of cautious anticipation that she herself was unaware of. Will you kick me out? The words had barely left his mouth before Su Lang could answer. Roar dash! Beneath the tree, the dozing mountain tiger suddenly opened its copper bell-like eyes and let out a roar that shook the valley. The entire century-old tree began to shake violently. The tiger's roar that shook the mountains and forests was like a heavy hammer, slamming into Jiang Zhiyue's heart. The entire century-old tree was shaking violently in the terrifying sound waves, as if it would be uprooted at any moment. Tigers roar! Even their voices are so powerful! Jiang Zhiyue was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She clung tightly to Su Lang's arm, forgetting even to breathe. However, at that moment, from the depths of the distant mountains and forests, a wild boar's cry, sharp and piercing to the extreme, suddenly rang out. The voice was filled with the pain and resentment of dying, mixed with a frenzied rage. Immediately afterwards, another tiger roar rang out. Unlike the powerful and domineering roar of the mountain lord under the tree, that voice was higher and more anxious, filled with maternal anger and worry. The tiger that had been dozing under the tree suddenly sprang up from the ground. Its copper bell-like eyes instantly locked onto the direction from which the sound came, and a low, woof, sound came from its throat. Its huge body paced back and forth restlessly. Su Lang's heart suddenly stirred. Judging from this noise, could it be that the lair of this mountain lord has been raided by some foolish wild boar? Really? The mountain king hesitated for a moment, sometimes looking up at the snacks, so close to him on the tree, and sometimes looking at the commotion coming from afar. Ultimately, the instinct to protect the family triumphed over the desire for food. Roar dash! It roared at the two people in the tree with great resentment, as if declaring that these two prey would be it sooner or later. Immediately its massive body spun around, its limbs exerting force, transforming into a streak of yellow and black lightning, rushing towards the source of the sound and quickly disappearing into the endless dark forest. The valley returned to its deathly silence. Let's go, now's the time! Su Lang's spirits lifted, and his nerves, which had been taut to the extreme, finally relaxed. He exhaled a long breath, feeling that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The two of them used their hands and feet, and could even be described as tumbling and crawling, as they slid down from the tree, which was more than 10 meters high. When my feet touched solid ground again, a feeling of exhaustion, as if I had survived a disaster, welled up inside me. Jiang Zhiyue's legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately Su Lang caught her in time. But Su Lang had no time to appreciate the soft, delicate body in his arms. After Jiang Zhiyue regained her footing, Su Lang immediately let go of her hand, not to comfort the still-shaken princess, but to rush straight to the giant python's corpse not far away. He rummaged through the pile of bloody, stinking snake carcasses for a long time before finally picking up his beloved mulberry longbow and the quiver full of arrows. Bow and arrow in hand, a powerful sense of confidence and self-assurance instantly returned to Su Lang. Even if that mountain lord returns, he now has the means to launch a long-range counterattack, and no longer has to be passively trapped in the tree waiting to die like before. Run! He grabbed Jiang Zhaoyue's cool, smooth little hand, and relying on the super-strong sense of direction granted by his god-level hunting technique, he identified the direction of the village and ran off without looking back. Jiang Zhaoyue was held tightly in his strong hand, feeling the continuous warmth and strength coming from his broad palm. The fear that had penetrated to the bone in her heart miraculously dissipated. She didn't want to think about anything, didn't ask anything, and simply followed in his footsteps, completely entrusting her fate to this man. The two traveled rapidly through the dark mountain forest. The will to survive unleashed a potential in Jiang Zhaoyue that even she could not have imagined. Her legs, which usually get tired after walking just a few steps, were now full of strength, and she managed to keep up with Su Lang's pace without becoming a burden. However, she was, after all, a pampered princess, and could not withstand such a desperate escape. Not long after he started running, his foot slipped and he stepped on a wet, moss-covered stone, instantly losing his balance. I'm not moving anymore! She cried out in pain and fell heavily to the ground. A piercing pain shot through her right ankle, causing her vision to go black and almost making her faint. What's wrong? Can you still walk? Su Lang immediately stopped, frowned, and quickly returned to her side to ask. Jiang Zhaoyue bit her pale lips and tried to stand up from the ground, but as soon as she put her right foot down, the excruciating pain made her pretty face turn as white as paper, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Tears welled up in my eyes again, much to my dismay. She looked at Su Lang and could only shake her head helplessly. I'm holding you! Su Lang's actions, however, showed no hesitation. He bent down and, to Jiang Zhaoyue's surprise, scooped her up in his arms. A perfectly executed princess carry. The sudden feeling of weightlessness caused Jiang Zhaoyue to let out a short gasp involuntarily. Instinctively, she stretched out her arms and hooked them tightly around Su Lang's neck, burying herself completely in his broad and solid chest. My nose was instantly filled with a strong and pleasant masculine scent. The smell, a mixture of sweat, blood, and earth, carried a reassuring masculinity that inexplicably calmed her wildly beating heart. Su Lang was carrying a nearly 100-pound person, but his pace did not slow down at all. His terrifying physique, 8 times that of an ordinary person, was on full display at this moment. The rugged mountain road was as smooth as flat ground under his feet, and every rise and fall was as steady as a rock, demonstrating amazing physique and endurance. Jiang Zhaoyue looked up, staring intently at the man's sharply defined chin in the moonlight. She could clearly see the stubble on his chin, and the veins bulging on his neck from exertion. This man is so powerful, so reliable. Her stunningly beautiful face had turned so red it looked like it could bleed. Although she was now dressed in rags, covered in mud, and with disheveled hair, looking as wretched as a little beggar, there was no longer a trace of the princess's arrogance and aloofness in her eyes, which shone brightly in the moonlight. Instead, there is an unyielding tenderness and infatuation. At this moment, she was no longer the high and mighty princess of the great Qian dynasty. She was simply a little woman rescued from danger by the man she loved and held tightly in his arms. Chapter 61. Crying and then wanting to be my wife? When the warm, scattered lights of day village finally came into view, Jiang Zhaoyue, who was being held in Su Lang's arms, had a face as red as if it could bleed. If only this journey home could be a little longer. But as soon as this thought arose, it was replaced by another, stronger thought. Shame. We're about to enter the village, and everyone will see us soon. She was being held in this position by a man. Jiang Zhaoyue was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She buried her face even deeper into Su Lang's firm chest and pleaded in his ear in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Put me down. Just help me walk. It's not good if someone sees us. Su Lang paused, looked down at the woman in his arms who had buried her face in her hands, revealing only a pair of bright red ears, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He did as he was told and gently placed her on the ground. As soon as Jiang Zhaoyue stood still, the excruciating pain in her right ankle made her turn pale instantly. Her body went limp, and she was about to fall. Su Lang reacted quickly, stretching out his long arm to pull her into his arms again and hold her firmly. Trouble! He cursed under his breath. However, The previous sternness and impatience were gone from his tone. He didn't pick her up in his arms again, but instead squatted down neatly in front of her, his broad back facing her. "Get on, I'll carry you." Looking at that figure, which wasn't particularly tall but was as solid as a mountain, Jiang Zhaoyue's pretty face flushed red again. He hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her arms and obediently climbed onto his broad back, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Lang lifted her up with both arms, steadily supporting her pert buttocks, and easily carried her on his back, striding towards the village. "Wow, that's something special!" Su Lang couldn't help but say. This time, it was even more intimate than the Princess Carrie earlier. Jiang Zhaoyue's full, soft breasts pressed tightly against his firm, warm back muscles without reservation. Through 2 thin layers of clothing, she could clearly feel the strength of his back muscles bulging and his heartbeat as strong and powerful as a drumbeat. The unprecedented intimacy made her heart pound, and her blood seemed to boil. "What?" Jiang Zhaoyue didn't hear clearly. "I said you're quite heavy." Su Lang now. Jiang Zhaoyue pouted, a little angry, but still leaned her head against Su Lang. As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, the two saw the crowd of people waiting anxiously. Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, Xia Jiro, and Li Xiuji, all 4 ladies stood at the front, their pretty faces filled with worry. Behind them, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other teenagers, along with Zhang Chaoue, the village chief's son, all held up blazing torches, illuminating the entire village entrance as bright as day. The village's key figures were all waiting for him to return. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Zhaoyue was instantly overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. It's all because of her. If it weren't for her willful and unreasonable behavior, why would everyone be here freezing and terrified in the middle of the night? She buried her face deeply in Su Lang's back, not daring to look at the worried eyes of the crowd, wishing she could disappear on the spot. Su Lang looked at the familiar yet anxious faces before him, and at the firelight that had been lit for him, and his heart was suddenly warmed. An unprecedented sense of belonging welled up within me. He called out to the villagers. "I'm back. I'm sorry everyone was worried about me, everything's all right now." His voice, steady and powerful, was like a reassuring pill, instantly calming everyone's hearts. "Lang Ji is back. That's wonderful. I knew Brother Lang was destined for good fortune." The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they had survived a disaster. The ladies all breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Jiro was so happy that she cried tears of joy. "My husband, he's finally back." Back in the warm wooden cabin, the sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, immediately ran over with a basin of steaming water. Hua Yorong, disregarding Su Lang's exhaustion from the journey and her own fatigue, immediately knelt down and carefully lifted Jiang Zhaoyue's ankle, which was swollen like a steamed bun, to examine it thoroughly. "It's okay, it's just a sprained muscle, the bones are fine." She took out a bottle of ointment with a cool, medicinal scent from her small medicine pouch and gently massaged the wound with her soft, delicate hands, her movements gentle yet professional. Hua Yorong's gentleness, like a warm current, completely shattered Jiang Zhaoyue's last psychological defenses built with pride and stubbornness. She couldn't hold back any longer. "Wow dash!" Jiang Zhaoyue grabbed Hua Yorong's arm and burst into tears. "Sister Yorong, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, I dragged everyone down with me." "Silly girl, why are you crying?" Hua Yorong gently patted her back and softly comforted her. "It's good that you're all right and back." She paused, then spoke slowly and firmly, word by word. "We are a family, so you must not act so stubbornly in the future." Family. These 3 words struck Jiang Zhaoyue's heart like a heavy hammer. She cried even harder, but she also felt more at peace while crying. Su Lang looked at this scene, and then at the food on the table, which was obviously just heated and was still steaming. These women went hungry while waiting for them to return. A warm feeling surged within him. He waved his hand, breaking the somewhat somber atmosphere. All right, stop crying. No matter how big the problem is, we need to fill our stomachs first. Dinner's ready!" The warm atmosphere instantly dispelled the chill of the night, and all the previous fears. After the meal, just as everyone was busy clearing away the dishes and preparing to rest, Jiang Zhaoyue, who had been keeping her head down and remaining silent, suddenly stood up. She limped over to Su Lang. This action instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. She mustered all her courage, lowered her head, and spoke in a trembling voice, yet with an unprecedented determination. I can't do anything right, I can't even be a good maid. I'm a huge problem. She raised her head, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, shimmering with tears, and looked straight at Su Lang. If you don't mind me being such a huge burden. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and uttered the words that silenced the entire room. I want to be your wife. In an instant, the entire room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hua Yorong, Murong Yenren, Xiajiro, Li Xiuji, and the twin sisters, all eyes were fixed on the two in shock. Su Lang was deeply shocked as he looked at the stunning princess before him, who had shed all her arrogance and pretense, leaving only helplessness, dependence, and a trace of humble pleading. Then he grinned. He reached out and forcefully lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Being my wife isn't for you to enjoy a life of luxury. His voice carried a hint of mockery, yet also an undeniable air of authority. Not a single woman in our Su family is idle. Jiang Zhaowe met his eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight. Her eyes were filled with tears, but her gaze was incredibly firm. I know! I will learn! Chapter 62 Possessing Dragon Aura, 16 times Stronger Physique. Good! Su Lang laughed heartily. The tense atmosphere in the room was finally broken. After saying that, he added, What do you ladies think? Murong Yenran, the most fiery-tempered of them all, was the first to step forward. She raised her beautiful phoenix eyebrows, walked up to Jiang Zhaowe, scrutinized her from head to toe, and finally nodded. Xia Jiro, on the other hand, was carefree and thought it was great to have gained another sister. Li Xiuji silently clasped her hands together, a relieved smile on her face, happy that this woman who had suffered so much had finally found her place. As a woman myself, I know how cruel this chaotic world is to women. Perhaps I felt a little jealous, but that doesn't matter anymore. Su Lang saved their lives as well. Why should Su Lang be stopped from saving another woman? In the end, it was Hua Yurong, the first wife, who stepped forward. She walked to Jiang Zhaoyue's side, gently took her cold little hand, and her eyes, which were always like spring water, now carried a reassuring dignity and solemnity. Sister Zhaowe, in these chaotic times, it is an immense blessing that we sisters can come together. With one more sister, there is one more source of strength. We welcome you. Her words, gentle yet forceful, set the tone for the entire matter. With Hua Yorong's statement, Murong Yenran's scrutinizing attitude lessened considerably. She stepped forward, stared into Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes, and spoke in a serious tone. You can be my sister, Murong Yenran, but remember this, once you enter this door, there is no Princess Zhaowe, only women of the Su family. She paused, then her tone became even more serious. If you ever dare to act so recklessly again and run off into the mountains by yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless as your older sister and punishing you according to family rules. Although the words were harsh, the phrase, as the older sister, was a direct and indirect form of acceptance. As Jiang Zhaowe listened to these words of admonition, she felt no resentment at all. Instead, she felt an unprecedented surge of warmth. She knew that they had truly accepted her. With tears in her eyes, she nodded heavily. All right. Since no one has any objections. Seeing this harmonious scene, Su Lang felt reassured. He waved his hand and made a decisive decision. Then what are we waiting for? There's no time like the present, let's get it done tonight. There were no elaborate betrothal rites, no elaborate wedding ceremony. In this small wooden house, with heaven and earth as witnesses and the wives present as guests, they performed the simplest yet most solemn marital ceremony. Su Lang pulled the still somewhat dazed Jiang Zhaowe and knelt down side by side in the center of the room. I bow to heaven and earth. The two of them solemnly kowtowed to the dark night sky outside. Bowing to the parents twice. Su Lang looked at Hua Yurong and the others and grinned. Hua Yurong blushed slightly, but accepted the bow with composure. They were the elders of this family. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Su Lang turned around to face Jiang Zhaowe. The moment their foreheads gently touched, Jiang Zhaowe could no longer hold back, and scalding tears streamed down her cheeks. She felt the burning heat and unwavering strength emanating from his forehead, and an unprecedented sense of belonging welled up within her. From now on, this will be her home. This man was her everything. Just as the two completed their ceremony and their foreheads touched. In Su Lang's mind, the system's notification sound exploded like a thunderclap from the heavens. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully married the chosen one, of royal blood, triggering an SSS-level special reward. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's initial favorability is locked at 80. Congratulations, host, you have received the Heavenly Empress gift pack. Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. SSS-level reward. Initial favorability, 80. Good heavens! Did I just marry a wife? No! I married a walking gold mine. Before he could recover from his ecstasy, the system's voice rang out again. Reward 1, Storage Space Upgrade. Space increased 100-fold, current capacity, 1,000 cubic meters. Boom! Su Lang felt a sudden jolt in his mind. His consciousness sank into the system space, and the small 10 cubic meter warehouse, which was originally filled with various dried meats, grains, and weapons, instantly transformed into a huge space the size of half a basketball court. It was empty. Utterly empty. Not to mention storing food for the whole family for the winter, there's more than enough space to store food for all the villagers in Day Village. Now, I have absolutely no worries. However, this is not the end. Reward 2, Dragon Chi Tempering. The host's bloodline merges with that of the royal family, receiving nourishment from the dragon's energy, doubling their physical strength. Current physical strength, 16 times that of an ordinary person. The words had barely left his mouth. A scorching energy, several times more terrifying than any previous enhancement, suddenly erupted from his body. That energy was domineering and scorching, like golden magma, instantly surging through his limbs and bones, frantically washing over and tempering every inch of his muscles, every bone, and every cell. Su Lang felt as if he had been thrown into a blazing alchemy furnace. He clenched his fists tightly. Crack! Crack! His joints cracked like popping beans, and an unprecedented, explosive sense of power filled his entire body. 16 times the physique of an average person? It's probably more than that. Su Lang could feel that something had been added to his body. Dragon energy returning to its source? What exactly is this thing? The subtle changes in my body are not yet clear to me. But Su Lang knew very well that his fate, or rather his destiny, had undergone a tremendous change. This is interesting. A burning excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Husband? Hua Yurong watched as Su Lang suddenly froze, his expression shifting, and she called out softly with some concern. Fine. Su Lang came to his senses, feeling the terrifying power surging within his body. Looking at the group of charming women in front of him, and the stunning princess who had just become his woman, his heart burned with passion. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Hua Yorong and Murong Yanren exchanged a glance, immediately understanding each other, and both revealed mischievous smiles. Without saying a word, the women stepped forward and, half pushed and half forced, pushed Jiang Yaowe, who was blushing and almost fainting with embarrassment, into the bridal chamber, master bedroom, that had already been prepared. Sister Jiaowe, you must serve your husband well tonight. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Tonight my husband will be very gentle. With a bang, the door slammed shut. In an instant, only Su Lang remained in the room. He felt the terrifying power surging like a river within his body, and looking at the tightly closed door, he felt a surge of evil fire rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. On their wedding night, coupled with the 16 times increased physique they had just acquired. Tonight, I'm afraid someone might die. I wonder if Xiaowei can handle it? Chapter 63 Searching for Jiang Yaowe? The night was as dark as ink. Dawn will break in less than 2 hours. Inside the master bedroom, red candles flickered, illuminating the beautiful couple. Su Lang sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the stunning princess who had just been half-forced by Hua Yurong and the other women. Jiang Zhaowe lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her dress in her hands. The clean silk dress she had just changed into could not hide her current unease and anxiety. The mud on her body had been carefully wiped clean, and her sprained ankle had been carefully bandaged with ointment by Hua Yurong, but her beautiful face still showed the paleness of someone who had survived a disaster and a deep sense of exhaustion. Having spent a whole night living in fear in the deep mountains and then fleeing for her life for so long, her mental and physical strength had long been exhausted to the limit. Looking at her exhausted appearance, Su Lang felt the anger that had been rising in his heart due to the sudden increase in his physical strength subside. He reached out and gently put his arm around her still trembling shoulders. "Can it still hold on?" Jiang Zhaoyue's delicate body trembled, and she slowly raised her head. Her shimmering eyes looked at him in the candlelight, and she nodded stubbornly. She bit her pale lips, her voice barely audible, yet carrying a resolute determination. "Today is a wonderful day for my husband and me. My sisters have all fulfilled their duties as wives, and I want to do the same too." After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, her pretty face turning so red it was almost bleeding, and she clumsily pressed her soft red lips to hers. Cool, soft, with a hint of girlish innocence and trembling. Su Lang's heart fluttered, and he turned around and hugged her tightly, taking the initiative instead of being passive. A night of passion. Su Lang looked at the stunning beauty in his arms, who had already fallen asleep from exhaustion and whose eyes still had tear stains, and his heart softened. He knew that with his terrifying physique, 16 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, if he really let loose, he could probably keep this pampered princess from getting out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. But looking at her tired yet content sleeping face, he ultimately chose gentleness. Getting the first blood is enough. There is ample time. He gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, adjusted her position to make her more comfortable, then held her tightly in his arms and closed his eyes. Outside, the cold wind howled. Inside the house, a peaceful night's sleep was enjoyed. The next day, as dawn broke, there was already movement inside the wooden house. Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, Xiajiro, and Li Xiuji all got up very early. They tacitly avoided disturbing the 2 people in the master bedroom, and quietly began their busy day. The sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, had already boiled water and cooked fragrant rice porridge. "Let's eat first, and then we'll make something new after my husband and Zhao Wei get up," Hua Yorong spoke up. After breakfast, Xiajiro carried a small wooden bucket and skipped and hopped to the backyard. The gray rabbit in the backyard gave birth to a litter of fluffy baby rabbits. After being carefully fed these past few days, the baby rabbits are slowly growing up and are quite adorable. Murong Yanran, holding a wood-chopping knife, chopped the firewood piled in the yard into even pieces and stacked them neatly. She was a martial artist. While not as strong as a man, her strength was precise, each strike clean and swift. Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji carried buckets and walked into the newly cultivated vegetable garden next to the courtyard. The twin sisters finished cleaning up the dishes and came to help. Thanks to their meticulous care, this land, which the villagers thought could never grow anything in the cold autumn, is now a delightful expanse of lush green. "Sister Xiuji, look!" Hua Yorong pointed to a row of soil where tender shoots had just sprouted, a hint of surprise on her face. Li Xiuji leaned over to take a look and covered her mouth in surprise. In the moist soil, rows of lush green rice seedlings were stubbornly breaking through the earth, their leaves still adorned with glistening dewdrops, brimming with vitality. "It's sweet potato sprouts! And wheat!" Li Xiuji's voice trembled with disbelief. "My God, they've only been planted for a few days, and they've already grown so tall! Don't these seeds care about the climate?" Looking at the rice seedlings that were still growing strong in the cold autumn wind, and then at the wheat growing well next to them, her admiration for Su Lang deepened even further. "I don't know where my husband found these seeds. These things are able to grow so quickly in the cold autumn season. This is simply a miracle." It's not just Su Lang's vegetable garden. The entire village of Dai was immersed in an almost frenzied joy. The villagers who received the seeds from Su Lang were pleasantly surprised to find that the sweet potato and wheat seeds they planted according to Su Lang's instructions had all sprouted lush green shoots. "It's growing! It's really growing!" An old farmer knelt on the edge of his field, looking at the hopeful green expanse, tears streaming down his face. He kowtowed several times towards the direction of Su Lang's wooden house. "Brother Lang is truly a living bodhisattva. He's a celestial being who descended to save us. With this food, we'll never have to go hungry again." The villagers spread the news, and the whole village was in an uproar. Their gratitude and admiration for Su Lang reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. In their simple understanding, what else could make grains sprout and grow in autumn but a god? Noon. Su Lang got out of bed feeling refreshed. A physique 16 times stronger than others is truly extraordinary. Even after only 2 hours of sleep, he was still so energetic that he seemed capable of killing a bull with a single punch. He glanced at Jiang Zhaowe, who was still fast asleep beside him. Her beautiful sleeping face was serene and peaceful, like that of an innocent child. Su Lang smiled, gently tucked the blanket around her, and then got up to get dressed. As soon as I stepped out of the master bedroom, I saw Jiang Zhaowe waiting anxiously in the yard, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot plate. "Brother Lang! You've finally gotten up!" Upon seeing Su Lang, Jiang Zhaowe felt as if she had seen a savior and rushed over to greet him. "What's wrong? Are you in a real crisis?" Su Lang raised an eyebrow as he looked at him. "It's more urgent than having my eyebrows burned." Jiang Zhaowe wiped the sweat from his forehead, lowered his voice, and said nervously, "Officer Li Si from the county is here." "Li Si?" Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. This fourth constable is the kind of person who only visits the temple when he needs something. What's he doing here? They said they came to the village to check the population. Jiang Zhaoyue's voice lowered even further. "Look at those wives the government sent out before. Are they all settled in yet? Are they pregnant or not? Population verification?" Su Lang nodded. "This is standard procedure." However, something still felt off. The imperial court is in complete chaos. How can a county constable have the time to meddle in such trivial matters in the countryside? And Jiang Zhaowe swallowed hard, his expression becoming even more strange and tense. He was also carrying a painting, asking around the village about it. "Painting?" "Yes, a painting." Jiang Zhaowe nodded heavily. He leaned close to Su Lang's ear and said, word by word, in a voice that could be heard by only the two of them. "I peeked at the painting, and the person in it looks like your new neighbor. Jiang Daowei." Chapter 64. My woman, not even the king of heaven can take her away. Su Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. Chief Constable Li Si. Holding Jiang Zhaoyue's portrait, he went from house to house in the village asking about her. A chilling sensation shot up his spine and instantly to the top of his head. Trouble has finally come knocking. Moreover, it came faster and more directly than he had expected. He forced himself to calm down, looked at Jiang Zhaoyue's face, which was pale with tension, and asked in a deep voice, "What are the villagers saying?" "Nobody said anything." Jiang Zhaoyue's voice trembled, but his tone carried a hint of relief and lingering fear. "Brother Lang, don't worry. In our village now, who hasn't received your kindness? Even if that Constable Li Si just came to ask questions, or even if a knife were held to your throat, no one would betray you. My father was the first to stand up and say that the women in the village were all uncouth women who had fled famine, and they had never seen such a beautiful fairy in a painting. Everyone else echoed him, saying they had never seen anything like it." Jiang Zhaowe wiped away a cold sweat and continued. "Judging from the demeanor of that Constable Li Si, everyone knows this is no simple matter. Zhao Dahu, Han Shaoxiang, and their gang who had grudges against you in the village are all dead. Of the remaining ones, who doesn't remember your kindness? They all say they've never seen you before, and then they sent me here to get some advice from you." Su Lang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, no traitors emerged from the village. As long as everyone in Dai village is united and works together, hiding Jiang Zhaowe will not be a difficult task. But this incident also served as a wake-up call for him. This indicates that the influence of Jiang Zhaoyue's uncles has begun to infiltrate outwards. This is no longer the kind of fighting and killing that happens in the Black Wind stronghold. This is a power struggle within the imperial court. "Where is he?" Su Lang asked. "We're still in the village, having tea in the village chief's courtyard." "Okay, I'll go and meet him." Su Lang patted Jiang Zhaowe on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. He straightened his clothes, his face showing no sign of panic, and walked steadily toward the village chief's house. In the village chief's courtyard, Li Si was drinking a bowl of coarse tea with some impatience. Beside him were 7 or 8 constables with knives at their waists, each with an arrogant expression, looking at the ragged villagers around them with disdain in their eyes. When Su Lang appeared at the courtyard gate, Li Si's impatient face instantly broke into a smile. "Fourth brother!" Su Lang shouted with a smile. "Hey! Brother, you've finally arrived!" Li Si quickly got up and warmly greeted Su Lang, affectionately patting his arm. "Fourth brother, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up so I could prepare some food and drinks." Su Lang replied with a smile, as if the two were old brothers who hadn't seen each other for years. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Siping stepped aside, pulled Su Lang aside, and his smile vanished, replaced by a mysterious expression. He carefully took the scroll from his pocket and slowly unfurled it. "Brother, I've come today on a secret order from above to carry out a very important task." He lowered his voice, pointed to the stunningly beautiful woman in the painting, who was smiling radiantly and exuding an air of nobility, and asked, "Have you ever seen this woman?" Su Lang's gaze fell on the painting. The painter's skill was extremely high. He captured almost 7 or 8 parts of Jiang Zhaoyue's charm in the painting. In particular, that innate arrogance and nobility are vividly portrayed on the page. He remained calm inside, but his face subtly revealed a hint of amazement and confusion. "Never seen it before." Su Lang shook his head, then clicked his tongue in amazement, and said, "What a beautiful woman! Fourth brother, whose daughter is she? Or is she a wanted criminal?" "Shh!" Startled, Li Si quickly made a shushing gesture and nervously looked around. He leaned close to Su Lang's ear and said excitedly and greedily in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Brother, this is an incredible fortune! A powerful figure with connections everywhere is looking for a concubine who ran away from home. If we can find her, not only you and me, but even the county magistrate will benefit. Gold, silver, and a promotion are just around the corner." "Concubine?" Su Lang sneered inwardly. It seems that someone at Li Si's level doesn't have access to the real core secrets. He only knew that this was an opportunity to gain wealth and status, but he had no idea that the woman in the painting was the great Qian princess who could stir up the winds and clouds of the world. That makes things easier. Su Lang remained calm, then changed the subject, a hint of distress on his face. "Fourth brother, speaking of women, I do have a problem that I'd like to ask for your help with." "Oh? Please speak freely, brother." Li Si patted his chest and made a grand promise. "As you know, a few days ago, I led a group to wipe out Blackwind's stronghold." Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Li Si's expression instantly changed, and a deep sense of awe appeared in his eyes. "I rescued more than a dozen innocent women from the village who had been abducted. They've all been settled in the village now, but as you know, the government only has a limited number of wives available, and many of them are still unmarried. Could you do me a favor and let them stay in the village for now, and we'll find them good families later?" "Hey! I thought it was something big!" Upon hearing this, Li Si breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. Li Si had already checked all those women. None of them were the person he was looking for. "It's nothing. Brother, your annihilation of Blackwind's stronghold is a great achievement for the people. The county magistrate has praised you several times, saying that you have the courage of 10,000 men, but it's a pity that you have no interest in an official career. Otherwise, I would have to give you my position as head constable." Li Si readily agreed and became increasingly friendly towards Su Lang. He couldn't afford to offend a tough guy who could single-handedly take down dozens of ruthless bandits. He had to befriend him. As for the woman in the painting, since the whole village says they've never seen her, it's probably true that she never did. Li Si and his men made a show of touring the village, and finally left dejectedly amidst the enthusiastic farewell from Su Lang and the entire village. The atmosphere inside the wooden cabin was extremely heavy. After Su Lang recounted the whole story to the women, everyone's hearts sank. Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the others all had worried expressions on their faces. Jiang Zhaoyue's pretty face, which had just regained a little color, was now deathly pale, completely devoid of any color. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her pearly teeth biting her lips so hard that her nails almost dug into her flesh. She knew that she was a huge problem, and that she had ultimately dragged everyone down with her. There was a long silence. She suddenly raised her head, and her usually aloof and proud eyes were now filled with determination and a tragic resolve to face death. "I won't be a burden to anyone." Her voice was hoarse and trembling. If it really can't be kept secret anymore, I will walk out on my own and will never implicate you. What nonsense are you spouting? Murong Yanran was the first to shout sharply. She grabbed Jiang Zhaoyue's icy hand, her phoenix eyes wide. We're family. If you say such things again, don't blame me for being impolite as your older sister. Yes, Sister Zhaoyue, your husband is so capable, he must have a way. Xiaojiro's eyes were also red, and she held her other hand tightly. Hua Yurong gently pulled her into her arms and patted her back softly. We are a family. Seeing this scene before him, Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart. He stepped forward and forcefully pulled the still trembling, stunningly beautiful princess out of Hua Yurong's arms, making her face him. He pinched her pointed chin, forcing her to raise her head. Listen carefully. Su Lang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable strength and domineering presence. My wife, without my permission, not even the heavenly king himself can take her away. That statement is incredibly arrogant. But it was also extremely domineering. Jiang Yaowe was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the man before her, at his eyes that shone brilliantly in the darkness, and her heart, which had been chilled by fear and despair, was instantly filled with a surge of warmth. This man. For her sake, they even dared to disregard the future emperor. She didn't choose the wrong person. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 100, completely devoted. Ding! Affection level has reached maximum, triggering a special bond reward. Heavenly Phoenix Body. Celestial Phoenix Body. After uniting with the host, it can slowly increase the host's dragon energy purity, and can give birth to offspring with innate dragon veins. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level riding skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Chaotic Annihilation Spear Technique, Beginner. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fine Steel Silver Dragon Spear. What? As expected of the Princess of Dakian, the reward is so generous. Su Lang was startled, before he could even examine the reward closely. Hua Yurong, Murong Yanran, Xiaojiro, and Li Xiuji, the four women looked at Su Lang's imposing and domineering appearance, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, their hearts filled with an unprecedented sense of security and pride. Ding! Hua Yurong's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 180. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 160. Ding! Xiaojiro's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 190. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 175. The twin sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, who stood by and witnessed the whole thing, were so envious that their eyes turned red. If only I could become the master's true woman. Even if it's just a concubine, I'd be willing. Chapter 65 Trouble Never Ends. The weather in November was already bitterly cold. The north wind felt like knives cutting my face. With this temperature, it's almost snowing. Heavy snow could close the mountain at any time, making it virtually impossible to go hunting then. Although Su Lang had more food in his space than he could eat, he couldn't conjure it up out of thin air. There has to be a reason. We need to keep working hard. Su Lang looked at his wooden house, which was warm and cozy. The newly built Kong, heated brick bed, was burning hot, and the room was filled with the aroma of food and the pleasant scents of the women. After experiencing a life-or-death crisis and the panic of her identity being exposed, Jiang Aowe changed completely. She was no longer the spoiled princess who would throw tantrums and need to be coaxed. Instead, she became exceptionally quiet and well-behaved. She would quietly help Hua Yurong tidy up the house, clumsily picking vegetables and starting a fire, just like Li Qinghuan and her sister. Although she was always in a flustered state, her usually cool eyes held a touch of human warmth. Su Lang found her cautious manner amusing but said nothing. Before it snows, I'll take Stone and the others into the mountains again. Su Lang walked into the thatched hut and looked at the 7 teenagers who were busy eating. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the others are at the age of rapid growth, and each of them has an astonishing appetite. They are practically gluttons. Are you full? Su Lang looked at them wolfing down their food and asked. I'm full, Brother Lang. Lu Shitu wiped his mouth and stood up straight. Now that you're full, don't just sit around. Grab your gear and come with me into the mountains. Go into the mountains? The 7 boys were all taken aback. What? Scared? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Don't be afraid. We're excited. We're running low on meat at home, and we're waiting for Brother Lang to ask us to go hunting. Brother Lang, let's go get our weapons! Zhu Zi was the first to shout, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The other teenagers were also instantly fired up, and they all straightened their chests. Ever since they followed Su Lang to take down Black Wind's stronghold and personally killed those bandits, the bloodlust in their bones has been completely unleashed. They were no longer the beggars who could only wait to die at the village entrance. They were Lang Ji's soldiers. Soon, the 7 boys were fully armed. They held weapons seized from Black Wind's stronghold. Although some were worn, they were all polished to a shine. Lu Shi, too, in particular, polished the sword that Su Lang had given him until it gleamed, treasuring it like the plague. Set off! Seeing the excited teenagers, Su Lang's emotions were also stirred up. These 7 people are all part of his team. Stepping back into these perilous mountains, the 7 teenagers' mindsets were completely different. They are no longer the green recruits who would be terrified at the sight of a wild boar. The eyes of someone who has killed are different from those of someone who hasn't. Their eyes had lost some of the innocence of children, and gained more of the wariness and ferocity of wolf cubs. Su Lang walked at the front, activating his god-level hunting technique, so that no movement within a radius of several miles could escape his perception. Instead of deliberately seeking out large predators, he led the boys to hunt small prey such as rabbits, pheasants, and roe deer on the outskirts of the mountains. This is for training purposes. Xiao Bao, 30 steps to the left front, under that crooked tree. Su Lang shouted in a low voice without turning his head. In the group, a small, thin boy who looked only 11 or 12 years old suddenly raised his short bow. His name is Xiao Bao. He is the youngest of the 7 boys. He is usually quiet and reserved, but he has a pair of sharp eyes that are far beyond ordinary people, as well as a natural talent for archery. Su Lang intends to train Xiao Bao. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air. With a piercing scream, a plump fox that was munching on grass roots fell to the ground, its throat pierced by an arrow. Excellent archery! Zhu Zi and the others cheered. A shy yet proud smile appeared on Xiao Bao's face. With Su Lang's precise command and the teenagers' concerted efforts, they achieved more and more. They resembled a well-coordinated hunting team, efficiently reaping life in the mountains and forests. It was late at night, and the moon was high in the sky. They didn't encounter a single wild beast, but everyone was covered in prey. There were all sorts of animals, including wild rabbits, pheasants, foxes, and roe deer, weighing a total of 300 jin, 150 kilograms. Go back! At Su Lang's command, the group returned laden with their heavy prey. However, when the familiar outline of Day Village came into view, the smile on Su Lang's face froze instantly. A chilling coldness shot straight to the top of my head. At the village entrance, torches blazed brightly, turning half the night sky a blood red. Dozens of soldiers dressed in standard armor and carrying long guns surrounded the entire village entrance, making it impossible to pass through. The somber atmosphere was 100 times more intense than when Constable Li Si had come last time. Here we go again! Moreover, this time, it's a regular army. Su Lang's heart sank suddenly. Zhao Wei has been exposed. Seeing this scene, Lu Shi too and the others behind him instantly turned red-eyed, instinctively gripping their weapons and radiating a bloodthirsty aura. Just then, a figure tumbled and crawled out of the village. It's Zhang Chaowei, the village chief's son. Brother Lang Lang! You're finally back! Zhang Chaowei ran up to her, breathless, her face ashen with fear. What's going on? Su Lang's voice was so cold it sounded like ice shards could fall out. They're here looking for someone again. Zhang Chaowei, panting heavily, said urgently. This time it's a general. A very young general. He's also carrying a portrait. Su Lang's fist clenched so tightly it made a cracking sound. Just as I expected. But Zhang Chaoyue's next words stunned him completely. Brother Lang, besides looking for Miss Xiaowei, they're also looking for someone else. Who? Your wife Yan Ran. What? Su Lang's pupils contracted violently. Looking for Murong Yanran? Wasn't her father a martial arts champion who died in battle? What other identity does she have? Could it be? An absurd and terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Brother Lang, you should go back and check on him. Zhang Chaoyue's voice was trembling with tears as he pointed in the direction of Su Lang's wooden house, his face filled with fear and anxiety. That young general specifically asked to see Lady Yanran. Right now your Lady Yanran is standing at the door, holding a knife, confronting that general. Boom! A boundless killing intent, like a volcanic eruption, exploded from Su Lang's body. His prey scattered on the ground with a whoosh. The next second, he became a blur, pushing his snow treading without a trace technique to its limit, and sprinted wildly towards home like a madman. You dare touch my woman? I don't care what kind of general you are. I'll take your life. Protect your sister-in-law. Follow Brother Lang. Upon seeing this, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the others instantly went berserk. He threw his prey away, grabbed his knife, roared, and charged forward like a pack of fearless wolf cubs. Chapter 66 Brother-in-law? The night wind whipped up a sky full of murderous intent. Su Lang moved as fast as a ghost. The mountain path beneath his feet seemed like flat ground to him, and with each step he left a deep footprint on the ground. His terrifying physique, 16 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, was pushed to its limit at this moment. The wind howled in my ears, the trees on both sides rushed backward, and the whole world seemed to turn into a blurry stream of light. There was only one thought in his mind. You dare touch my woman? Die. Protect your sister-in-law. Behind them, Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, along with 7 other teenagers, also unleashed beast-like roars. Their youthful faces were now filled with a mad, fearless frenzy, and the weapons in their hands reflected a bloodthirsty light in the firelight as they followed closely behind Su Lang. Like a pack of wolf cubs descending from the mountain in search of food, they rushed towards the village shrouded in firelight. When Su Lang's figure rushed into his yard like a cannonball, the scene before him caused his already boiling killing intent to instantly burst through the top of his head. Torches stood in rows in the courtyard. Dozens of soldiers clad in iron armor, wielding long spears, surrounded the small wooden hut, their chilling and murderous atmosphere almost freezing the air itself. And at the very center of the encirclement, Murong Yenran's pretty face was frosty as she held the dagger that could cut through iron like mud, facing off coldly against the young general in silver armor. The general was tall and handsome, and his features bore a striking resemblance to Murong Yenran. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Murong Yenran was complex, containing heartache, anger, and an undeniable command. Hua Yorong, Xia Jiro, Li Xiuji, and the Li Qinghuan sisters all stood pale-faced, blocking the doorway and protecting the master bedroom behind them. Their faces were filled with fear and determination. Yanran! My husband! Upon seeing Su Lang, Hua Yorong and the others felt as if they had found their pillar of support, and they instantly cried out in surprise. Su Lang had no time to respond. His gaze was fixed on the young general who dared to point a weapon at his woman. Boom! A terrifying killing intent, 100 times more terrifying than a tiger in the deep mountains, suddenly erupted from Su Lang's body. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Murong Yenran. His broad back, like an insurmountable mountain, firmly protected her behind him. Is he Su Lang? The young general's pupils contracted sharply, his heart trembling at the almost tangible killing intent emanating from Su Lang. Exactly. Su Lang's voice was so cold it seemed to come from the deepest hell. My husband, he... Murong Yenran was about to explain. Yenran, step back! The young general interrupted her with a sharp shout. The silver-white spear in his hand suddenly trembled, its tip twirling in the air in a dazzling display, emitting a piercing buzz. I'd like to see what you're capable of that makes you so arrogant. Before the words were even finished. Whoosh! A silver lightning bolt tore through the night sky. The spear seemed to come alive in his hands, transforming into a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying an incomparably fierce wind, and piercing straight for Su Lang's throat. The spear flashes like a dragon. What a fast gun! This shot was fast and ruthless, fired at a tricky angle, sealing off all of Su Lang's escape routes. However, Su Lang didn't even blink. Just as the tip of the gun was about to touch his skin, clang! A crisp, metallic clang resounded through the night sky. Su Lang had drawn his sword from his waist without anyone noticing. He didn't even use any fancy sword techniques. He simply slashed down with one stroke. Violent. Pure power. Bang! Swords and spears clashed, sparks flew. An unimaginable force surged wildly along the gun barrel toward the young general. What? The young general felt an overwhelming force strike him. His tiger's mouth trembled violently. His entire arm went numb instantly, and the spear in his hand almost flew out of his grasp. The terrifying power contained in that strike sent him staggering back 3 large steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground, before he finally managed to regain his balance. His gaze toward Su Lang instantly shifted from scrutiny and disdain to horror and disbelief. What terrifying brute force! However, Su Lang gave him no chance to breathe. He forced his opponent back with a single strike, then stomped his foot and charged forward like an arrow. The horizontal sword in his hand transformed into an impenetrable net of blades, whipping up a gust of wind that frantically enveloped the young general. Whirlwind blade technique. The young general was terrified and hurriedly brandished his spear, desperately trying to block. Clang! 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 In the courtyard, a series of rapid, thunderous clanging sounds suddenly erupted. Sparks flew, swords clashed, and guns flashed, dazzling and terrifying the surrounding soldiers. Their proud young general, the young hero who struck fear into the hearts of barbarians on the battlefield, was now being overwhelmed by a country bumpkin. Moreover, it was a complete and utter crushing defeat, with no chance of fighting back. Every strike from Su Lang was powerful, heavy, and incredibly violent. The young general felt that each strike of the opponent's sword was heavier and faster than the last, making his arms numb and his blood surge. He could only defend passively, and didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. Die! Su Lang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Seizing an opening in his opponent's parry, he suddenly changed his stance with his horizontal sword. At an uncanny angle, it bypassed the gun barrel and struck straight at the opponent's neck. This strike was as fast as lightning. The young general's pupils dilated to their maximum size in an instant. The shadow of death completely enveloped him. He can't escape it. At this critical moment. Stop! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Murong Yenren rushed over without hesitation, spreading her arms wide and standing firmly between the two of them. He's my brother! My own brother! Murong Tsinghai! Buzz dash! Su Lang's sword, powerful enough to split stone tablets, came to an abrupt end less than an inch from her snow-white neck. The sharp blade even severed a few strands of her flowing hair. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Su Lang was stunned. Yenran's biological brother? My brother-in-law? Su Lang looked down at the woman in his arms, who was crying her eyes out and trembling with fear, and then at the young general opposite him, who was also shocked and panting heavily after surviving the ordeal. He was momentarily speechless. What the hell is going on? Elder brother. Murong Yenren turned around, looked at her brother, and tears streamed down her face. Murong Tsinghai looked at his sister, whom he had lost and found again, and then at his brother-in-law, who had almost killed him and was now looking completely bewildered. His expression was extremely complicated. He really just had a brush with death. It turns out that he did not die in battle, but was seriously wounded and fell into a coma. After waking up, he returned to the capital after many twists and turns, and was promoted to junior general for his military achievements. Over the years, he had been secretly searching for his sister's whereabouts. Finally, from a dusty official document, they discovered that the younger sister had been treated as a refugee and betrothed to this remote day village. So, under the pretext of searching for the princess, he rushed over with his personal guards in a great hurry. Unlike Constable Li Si, Murong Tsinghai knew Jiang Zhaoyue's identity. Unexpectedly, upon meeting her, he was almost killed by his brother-in-law with a single knife. Knowing the other party's identity, Su Lang's murderous intent gradually subsided. He sheathed his sword, and the atmosphere in the room finally eased. But before he could say anything, Murong Tsinghai's handsome face, which had recovered, instantly darkened. He stepped forward, pulled Murong Yenren behind him, and looked at Su Lang with a scrutinizing and cold indifference. Considering you took good care of my sister, I won't hold what happened earlier against you. His voice carried an innate arrogance and an unquestionable command. However, my sister, Murong Tsanghai's sister, is of noble birth and would never marry a country bumpkin like you. It's even more impossible for her to share a husband with so many women. Yanran, come with your brother. Chapter 67 Conflict, Standoff, and Slaughter. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. The words, Yanran, come with your brother, carried an unquestionable command, striking everyone's hearts heavily. However, Murong Yanran just bit her lip tightly and stood there motionless. She didn't look at Su Lang, but instead raised her head and looked directly at her older brother, whom she hadn't seen for many years but who was still familiar to her. Brother, I'm not leaving. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. Murong Tsanghai's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of displeasure and confusion appeared on his handsome face. Yanran, are you confused? Look where you are! Look at him! He pointed at Su Lang, his tone full of contempt and disgust. A peasant who can't even get enough to eat. Relying on his brute strength, he takes over a village and lives with a bunch of women. You are my sister, Murong Tsanghai's sister, the daughter of a martial arts champion. Your destiny is the general's mansion in the capital, the harem of princes and nobles. Not this dilapidated wooden house with a leaky roof. What are you going to do if you go back with him? Continue to be his plaything? These words were harsh and malicious, like sharp knives stabbing deeply into Murong Yanran's heart. Her delicate body trembled, and her pretty face turned deathly pale instantly. Yes, in other people's eyes, and in the eyes of my high and mighty general brother, wasn't I just a plaything being taken over by a country bumpkin? Can. She took a deep breath, and a stubborn flame ignited in her phoenix eyes, which always carried a hint of heroism. Brother, you're wrong. She slowly shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the sisters in the courtyard who cared about her, and finally landing on Su Lang's broad and sturdy back. I used to look down on him too. I thought he was rude, I thought he was lecherous, I thought he was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. But... Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a deep-seated dependence and tenderness that she herself was unaware of. But when I was starving to death, he gave me a hot meal. When I was surrounded by bandits and was waiting to die in despair, he descended from the sky like a god and saved my life. In this chaotic world where human life is worth less than a dog's, he gave me a home, and gave me a sense of security and warmth I had never experienced before. Now that I have married him and we have bowed to heaven and earth, I, Murong Yanran, am his in life and in death. No matter who I am, no matter what my status was before, from now on, I am just Su Lang's wife. His words were powerful and resounding. It was like a resounding slap across Murong Tsanghai's face. He was completely stunned, staring incredulously at his sister who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, someone he no longer recognized. Is this still the same proud, willful, and arrogant Yanran? She actually said such things for a country bumpkin? Humiliation. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged through him instantly. Foolish! You're completely bewitched! Murong Tsanghai was furious. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of a general. He took a step forward, grabbed Murong Yanran's wrist, and tried to forcibly drag her away. Even if I have to tie you up, I'll take you back to the capital. Ah! Murong Yanran cried out in pain. However, Murong Tsanghai's hand hadn't had time to exert force yet. A large, iron-like hand reached out with lightning speed and gripped his wrist tightly. It's Su Lang. He had turned around at some point, and his face, which always carried a hint of mockery, now held only a chilling, killing intent. Didn't you hear what my wife said? His voice was calm, yet it struck Murong Tsanghai's heart like a heavy hammer. Let go! Murong Tsanghai roared angrily, straining his wrist as he tried to break free. But Su Lang's hand remained as still as an unshakable mountain. Instead, Su Lang's fingers slowly tightened. Crack! A sickening cracking sound of bones dislocating rang out clearly. Dash! A sharp pain shot through him, and Murong Tsanghai let out a muffled groan. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and he involuntarily loosened his grip on Murong Yanran's hand. Su Lang then pulled Murong Yanran behind him, using his body to completely separate her from her enraged brother. He looked at Murong Sanghai's face, contorted with pain and rage, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. You! Murong Sanghai trembled with rage, and with his other hand he gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. You want to die? You're the one who's asking for it. Su Lang's voice remained calm, yet it carried a domineering power capable of destroying the world. He took a step forward, and that palpable killing intent enveloped Murong Sanghai once again. She chose me. If you truly care about her and wish us well, I'll respect you as a man and call you brother-in-law. I'll treat you to this wedding toast. If you think you can use your pathetic status to forcibly separate us. Su Lang grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Then let's see if the knife in my hand agrees. The words had barely left his mouth. Clang! A synchronized sound of swords being drawn echoed through the night sky. The dozens of personal guards that Murong Sanghai brought drew their swords from their waists in unison. The cold blades reflected a chilling glint in the firelight, and were all aimed at Su Lang. An atmosphere of impending doom instantly filled the entire courtyard. The air was thick with tension. A bloody battle is about to break out. However, at that very moment, protect Lang Ji! Protect your sister-in-law! Suddenly, a chaotic and angry roar came from outside the courtyard. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other teenagers, armed with weapons, charged in like a pack of enraged wolf cubs. Without a word, they rushed to Su Lang's side, shielding him and the small wooden house behind them, and using their tender bodies to meet the dozens of cold blades. Their eyes showed no fear, only a fearless madness and determination. Murong Sanghai looked at the 7 teenagers, paused for a moment, and then revealed a disdainful sneer on his face. Do you think these few immature kids can stop his battle-hardened personal guards? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But his cold smile froze on his face before it could fully bloom. Because more footsteps echoed from all directions of the village. Who dares to touch Brother Lang? Let's fight them! Fire! More and more lights are breaking through the darkness. The village chief's son, Zhang Chaoe, was the first to rush over, carrying a rusty pig-slaughtering knife. Behind him are many more villagers from Dai village. Old, young, male, female. They had no decent weapons. Some people were carrying hoes, some were carrying machetes, some were carrying pitchforks, and some were even just picking up a thick wooden stick. They were ragged, emaciated, and looked like a mob. But their faces showed the same kind of madness, a willingness to risk everything. Silently and firmly, they stood behind the 7 boys, behind Su Lang. A huge crowd of people completely surrounded the courtyard. Hundreds of eyes, filled with hatred and determination, stared intently at Murong Sanghai and his soldiers wielding sharp blades. At this moment, Murong Sanghai was completely dumbfounded. The disdain and arrogance on his face vanished, replaced by endless shock and disbelief. What's going on here? How could a simple country bumpkin, with a single call to arms, inspire the entire village to fight to the death for him? How is that possible? Looking at this group of troublemakers, who dared to confront the government soldiers with hoes and sickles, a surge of anger rose straight to the top of his head. You're rebelling? Murong Sanghai's roar echoed through the night sky. The response he received was Zhang Chaoyue's voice, which was trembling with tears, yet incredibly loud. Rebel? Pa! With red eyes, Zhang Chaoyue pointed at the soldiers in iron armor and roared hoarsely. Where were you soldiers when we were starving to death? Where were you officials when my parents were dying? My husband and my son both died in battle, and the court didn't care about us. It was Su Lang. It was Su Lang who gave us food and made sure we had enough to eat. It was Brother Lang. It was Brother Lang's wife who gave us the medicine and saved the lives of everyone in our village. Today, anyone who dares to lay a finger on Brother Lang will have to step over our dead bodies first. Step over it. Let's fight them. Hundreds of villagers roared in unison. The sound coalesced into a towering wave, overwhelming the murderous aura of the dozens of elite soldiers. Murong Sanghai looked at the group of villagers who seemed to have gone mad, and at the man who was being protected by everyone like a star. He was struck dumb and stood there stunned. Chapter 68 Threatening Suicide. Murong Sanghai looked at the group of villagers who seemed to have gone mad, and at the man who was being protected by everyone like a star. He was struck dumb and stood there stunned. A lieutenant clad in armor strode forward, leaned close to his ear, and spoke in a low voice, yet with a chilling, killing intent. "General, these unruly people have gathered to resist the Imperial Army, which is tantamount to treason. Should they be executed on the spot?" Murong Tsunghai's pupils suddenly contracted. A village massacre? He spent half his life on the battlefield, killing more people than there were living people in this village. But those were barbarians who ate raw meat and drank blood on the battlefield. They were the enemy. These people in front of us are unarmed citizens of the great Qian dynasty. He could despise them, he could rebuke them, but to order the slaughter of these people who were only trying to repay a debt of gratitude was unacceptable. He can't do it. In that moment when his mind was in turmoil, and he was hesitant. Whoosh! A cold light suddenly shone in the firelight. It's Murong Yanran. She had somehow broken free from Su Lang's protection, and the dagger in her hand was resolutely held against her snow-white neck. The sharp blade instantly slashed through the delicate skin, drawing out a streak of blood. "Elder brother!" Her voice was shrill and desperate, like a cuckoo weeping blood. "This matter arose because of me, Murong Yanran. If you really want to force them, if you really want to turn this place into a river of blood, then you'll have to step over your sister's corpse first. I, Murong Yanran, will atone for my sins with my death today." This scene stunned everyone present. "Yanran! Don't want!" Hua Yorong and Xia Jiro let out a terrified scream, almost collapsing to the ground. "Lady Yanran!" The twin sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, were so frightened that their pretty faces turned pale and tears welled up in their eyes. Behind them, in the master bedroom, beneath the wooden door leading to the cellar, Jiang Zhaoyue was curled up in the darkness, completely unaware of the earth-shattering events unfolding outside. Su Lang's heart clenched suddenly. He wanted to rush over, but the cold dagger made him hesitate and dared not make the slightest move. "Yanran! Put down the knife!" The first to break down was Murong Tsunghai. Looking at the bright red stain on his sister's neck, and at the resolute determination in her eyes that said, "Better to die than live," this young general, who was decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, felt a deep-seated fear for the first time. He roared hoarsely at the guards behind him. "Put your knives away, all of you!" Clang dash! The dozens of guards dared not disobey in the slightest, and sheathed their swords in unison. Seeing this, Su Lang immediately turned around and shouted in a deep voice at the group of villagers and teenagers behind him who had turned red in the eyes. "Everyone, stand back! Put your weapons away!" Although Lu Shitu, Zhang Chaoe, and the others were unwilling, they dared not disobey Su Lang's orders. A bloody massacre that was about to erupt was temporarily quelled thanks to Murong Yanran's desperate fight. The atmosphere in the courtyard remained so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Murong Tsunghai stared intently at Su Lang, his gaze seeming as if he wanted to devour him alive. "What kind of bewitching potion did you give him?" He couldn't understand how his proud, phoenix-like sister would risk her life for such a man. He took a deep breath, trying to make a final effort. "Yanran, wake up! He has so many women around him, he doesn't truly love you. You're just one of his many women." These words stung Murong Yanran once again. But this time, she did not back down. She put down the dagger, looked at her brother who was so concerned that he lost his composure, and suddenly asked a question. "Brother, is your general's mansion only home to your sister-in-law?" With just one sentence, Murong Tsunghai was rendered speechless. He certainly has more than one. Let alone him, in this era, which man with any status or position doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, now that war and famine have passed, the imperial court, in order to increase the population, is practically forcing all men to marry more wives and have more children. His use of this reason to attack Su Lang is completely unfounded. Seeing her brother's handsome face flushed red, Murong Yanran's heart finally settled down. She knew she had won. Seeing that reasoning was ineffective and that his sister was determined to be adamant, Murong Tsunghai's anger was reignited. He transferred all his resentment onto Su Lang. He stepped forward, pointing his silver spear at Su Lang, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. "Fine. Since my sister is bewitched, I'll make sure she gives up completely today. Let's resolve our issues like men do. Let's have a 3-match contest. If you can beat me in 2 of those matches, I'll acknowledge you as my brother-in-law and never interfere in your affairs again. But if you lose," his voice turned cold and cruel, "then you will cripple yourself and disappear from my sister's sight forever." Su Lang sneered inwardly. Disable yourself from martial arts? This brother-in-law is really trying to have his cake and eat it too. Before he could even speak, Hua Yorong and Xia Jira behind him became anxious. "Husband, don't agree to him. This isn't fair." "Yes, Brother Lang. He's a general, he must know everything. Don't fall for his tricks." Seeing this, Murong Tsunghai's lips curled into a cold smile of smug confidence. "What? Scared? If you can't compete, then get the hell out of here." Su Lang raised his hand to reassure the women. He looked at Murong Tsunghai and asked with great interest, "What are we competing in?" Murong Tsunghai's eyes darted around. In their previous exchange, he had already experienced Su Lang's brute strength and unpredictable swordsmanship. In close combat, he had no chance of winning. We must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. The first competition is archery. The second match is a horse battle. These 2 skills were what he was most proud of and most proficient in as a cavalry general. He refused to believe that a country bumpkin could possibly outdo him, a seasoned general, in these 2 areas. These words immediately caused an uproar among the villagers. Many people have witnessed Su Lang's archery skills. But a horse battle? No one has ever seen Su Lang riding a horse. This is too much. Brother Lang isn't even going to the battlefield yet. Exactly. How can you compare these? A general comparing his horsemanship with a commoner, do you have any shame? Lu Shirtu and the others were so angry that their faces turned red, feeling that the other party was utterly shameless. However, Su Lang's face showed no sign of tension. I even felt a little amused. God-level horsemanship, chaotic world-destroying spear technique, and a newly acquired fine steel silver dragon spear. Is this brother-in-law sent by heaven to help me practice my new skills? This business is such a perfect fit. Okay, I promise you. Su Lang uttered 4 words crisply and decisively. My husband! Brother Lang! Behind me, a chorus of gasps and expressions of worry rose up. Everyone thought Su Lang was crazy for agreeing to such an obviously unfair bet. Murong Tsunghai was overjoyed, fearing he might go back on his word, and immediately shouted, "Good! A promise is a promise! Everyone present is a witness!" He could almost see himself leaving with his sister after Su Lang's crushing defeat. Just then, Xia Jiro, who hadn't said much, timidly raised her hand and asked a question that everyone was concerned about. "So, what's the 3rd match about?" The words had barely left his mouth. Su Lang and Murong Tsunghai looked at each other almost simultaneously, and said the same thing in unison. "There will be no 3rd game. Because I'm going to win 2 games in a row." Chapter 69 Establishing Authority with 3 Arrows. The atmosphere in the courtyard became eerie because of those words that were uttered at the same time. There will be no 3rd game. Because I'm going to win 2 games in a row. One of them is a battle-hardened general who said this because he has absolute confidence in his professional abilities. The other was a mysterious country bumpkin who spoke with an arrogance that inexplicably convinced people. Murong Tsunghai snorted coldly, his contempt undisguised. A country bumpkin, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He didn't bother with any more words and directly ordered his deputy behind him in a deep voice. "Bring the bow! Set up the target!" "Yes, General!" Upon receiving the order, the Deputy General immediately directed 2 personal guards to carry a heavy wooden target and walk quickly towards the outside of the courtyard. They didn't stop nearby, but walked a full 150 paces before setting up the target in front of a thick tree that required 2 people to hug. This distance exceeds the effective range of an ordinary archer. The night was deep, the firelight flickered, and the bullseye 100 paces away appeared to the average person as just a blurry little black dot. "So far? How could you possibly hit it? This is outrageous. This isn't a competition at all, it's deliberately making things difficult for us." The villagers of Day Village were instantly in an uproar, filled with righteous indignation, feeling that the general was utterly shameless. Hua Yorong, Li Xiuji, and the other girls were even more anxious. their pretty faces turning pale as they nervously watched Su Lang. Only Xiaojuo's clear eyes still shone with blind adoration for Su Lang. She firmly believed that her husband was omnipotent. Brother! You! Murong Yenren also felt that her brother had gone too far, and was about to speak. Murong Tsunghai gave her a cold glance and interrupted her. On the battlefield, things change in an instant. 150 paces is merely the starting distance for a mounted archery charge. If he doesn't even have this much skill, how can he protect you? After saying that, he ignored everyone and took a black iron bow from his personal guard. The bow is heavy and exudes a cold metallic luster, clearly indicating that it is no ordinary item. Murong Tsunghai took a deep breath, stepped forward with his left foot, and pulled back with his right foot, assuming a standard bow-drawing posture. He didn't knock an arrow immediately, but closed his eyes as if he had become one with the night wind around him. When he opened his eyes again, the fierce killing intent that belonged to a general on the battlefield soared into the sky. Whoosh! The bow is drawn to its fullest extent, and the arrow flies like a shooting star. A spiked arrow, with a piercing whistling sound, tore through the night. Everyone only saw a dark shadow flash by, and then a muffled thud came from afar. I got it! A sharp-eyed soldier, holding a torch, shouted loudly. However, this is just the beginning. Murong Tsunghai didn't even look at the result. His arms moved so fast it was dazzling. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows shot through the air almost simultaneously. 3 arrows in a row. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The soldier holding the torch ran to the target and raised the torch high. In the firelight, 3 wolf-tooth arrows, arranged in a triangular shape, were firmly embedded in the red bullseye, their fletchings still trembling slightly. All 3 arrows hit the bullseye. General, you are mighty! Excellent archery! The dozens of guards behind Murong Tsunghai erupted in thunderous cheers, their faces filled with pride and admiration. This archery skill is enough to take the head of a general amidst a vast army. The villagers' chatter abruptly ceased. They were completely stunned by this incredible archery skill. The hearts of Hua Yorong, Li Xiuji, and the other girls sank to the bottom. Finished. How could anyone possibly win? Go, Langji! Lu Shi, too, his face flushed, shouted the first cheer. Go, Langge! Zhu Zi and several other teenagers also roared, trying to use their voices to salvage some of Su Lang's momentum. Su Lang smiled, patted the cold, nervous hands of Hua Yorong and Xiaojuro beside him, and gave them a reassuring look. Rest assured. He casually uttered 2 words, then stepped forward and took a very ordinary wooden bow from Xiao Bao, which had been seized from Black Wind's stronghold. The bow was rough, and the bowstring was worn. Compared to Murong Tsunghai's iron-rimmed bow, it was practically a fire poker. Murong Tsunghai looked at the broken bow in his hand, his sarcasm growing even stronger. Su Lang, however, did not care at all. He didn't even adopt a standard posture. He simply stood there casually and knocked 3 ordinary arrows onto the bowstring. 1 bow and 3 arrows. He actually wanted to emulate the general and shoot 3 arrows with 1 bow. Everyone was stunned. Even Murong Tsunghai frowned, thinking that this guy was just trying to attract attention. However, Su Lang did not shoot immediately. He simply stood there quietly, as if feeling the flow of the wind. The next second, his hand moved. Buzz dash! The sound of the bowstring vibrating was short and muffled. The 3 arrows, one after the other, transformed into 3 streaks of black light and vanished into the night in an instant. That's too fast. So fast that no one could see the trajectory of the arrow. All they heard was a series of dense and strange sounds coming from afar. Snap! 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 The sound was crisp and clear, like the sound of firewood being split open. All eyes were fixed on the soldier holding the torch in the distance. The soldier was stunned. He stared blankly at the target in front of him, his expression changing from confusion to shock, and finally to horror, as if he had seen a ghost. He raised the torch, trembling, and brought it close to the bullseye. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence in an instant. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed and craned their necks, trying to see the unbelievable scene clearly. Under the firelight, The 3 wolf-tooth arrows that were originally embedded in the bullseye have disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. They were neatly divided in 2 from the middle. The arrow shaft, split in the middle, lay scattered on the ground. The 3 ordinary feathered arrows belonging to Su Lang were firmly planted in their original positions. They arrived first despite starting later. 1 arrow, piercing another. 3 arrows fired simultaneously, all 3 arrows breaking through. This is hardly archery. This is divine intervention. Silence. After a deathly silence. Boom dash! The crowd erupted in cheers. We won! Brother Lang won! My God! How did they do that? Brother Lang is a god! Brother Lang is truly a god descended to earth! The villagers erupted in cheers more enthusiastic than ever before. Their gazes towards Su Lang were no longer filled with admiration, but with awe. It is the same kind of awe that mortals have when they look at gods. Lu Shitu and the other boys were so excited that they jumped and danced, almost shouting themselves hoarse. Wow dash! Xiajiro was the first to throw herself into Su Lang's arms, her bright eyes filled with admiration. Husband! Husband, you're so amazing! I knew you were the best! Hua Yorong and Li Xiuji were also so excited that their pretty faces turned red, and their beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. This man always manages to create unimaginable miracles. Murong Yenran stood there stunned, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She looked at the man who seemed so nonchalant, as if he had only done something trivial, and then at her brother whose face had turned extremely grim. One's heart sank completely. No, impossible! The deputy general behind Murong Tsunghai was the first to cry out in shock. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. He strode forward, shoved aside the terrified soldier, and personally inspected the target. When he picked up the arrow shaft that had been split in 2 on the ground with trembling hands, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. What terrifying force and what precise control that requires. General. The lieutenant's voice trembled. This. Shut up! Murong Tsunghai's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. He stared intently at Su Lang, his gaze as if he wanted to skin him alive. We lost. The defeat was complete and utter, without a doubt. His 3 arrows in quick succession just now looked like child's play in front of the opponent. That's not fair! The lieutenant, however, was unwilling to accept this. His face flushed red as he forcefully argued. Both hit the bullseye. At most, it's a draw. A draw? Su Lang smiled. He looked at Murong Tsunghai, whose face was ashen, and slowly began to speak. All right. If General Murong could also use the same method to strike the target with my arrows. Even if I lose this match. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. Are you kidding me? Such incredible archery skills are something that even the most skilled archer in the entire Great Qian dynasty might not be able to achieve, let alone a general. Murong Tsunghai's fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. He knew that the other party was giving him a way out, but this way out was even more embarrassing than a direct slap in the face. He stared intently at Su Lang, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. You won the first match. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers erupted in cheers that were as loud as a tsunami. However, the joy did not last long, because everyone remembered that there was a second round. Murong Tsunghai looked at Su Lang, a cold cruelty flashing in his eyes. He would never underestimate this country bumpkin again. The second match is a horse battle. Life and death are left to fate. Chapter 70. The Dragon Raises Its Head. Horseback battle. Life and death are determined by fate. Murong Tsunghai's cold and cruel voice echoed in the courtyard, causing the villagers, whose joy had just begun to rise, to sink to the bottom once again. Does Su Lang know how to ride a horse? Does he have a long weapon? What could he possibly use to fight a battle-hardened cavalry general? But horseback combat is a real, life-or-death struggle. One is a battle-hardened general who crawled out of piles of corpses. The other was just a country bumpkin who knew a little about farming. How can you compare them? This is not a contest, it's a one-sided massacre. My husband, this is unacceptable. He's trying to kill you. Hua Yurong could no longer remain calm. She gripped Su Lang's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Yes, my husband! Let's not compete anymore. We can just admit defeat, and there will be another round. Xia Jiruo's eyes were also red from crying, her little face full of resolute determination. Li Xiuji was so frightened that she couldn't speak. She could only look at Su Lang with pleading eyes filled with tears. Rest assured. Su Lang remained calm and composed. He patted Hua Yorong's hand and then reached out to gently stroke Xia Jiruo's tear-streaked face. Wait me a moment. He turned around and, amidst a crowd of worried and puzzled gazes, walked into the master bedroom. I'll go get a suitable weapon. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Murong Sanghai looked at the tightly closed door, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Weapon? What decent weapons could a peasant possibly have? It was nothing more than scrap metal seized from bandit dens. Before his silver spear, forged from refined steel, it was utterly vulnerable. Inside the room, Su Lang had a sudden thought. System, bring out everything from the Empress's gift pack. Ding! The silver dragon spear of fine steel has been retrieved. Su Lang held the spear, and in his mind, he began to recall the chaotic annihilation spear technique. Countless blurry figures wielding long spears were frantically rehearsing in his mind. Whether it's stabbing, picking, sweeping, or chopping, every move he made carried a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. That is not martial arts of the mortal realm. It is a path of slaughter capable of killing gods and destroying Buddhas. A few breaths later, Su Lang snapped out of his daze and looked at the silver dragon spear in his hand. A lifelike silver dragon coils around the shaft of the spear, its mouth wide open, swallowing and spitting out the incomparably sharp spear blade. Great gun! Su Lang was filled with admiration, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He weighed the spear in his hand, feeling the surging power within him and the domineering spear technique in his mind. The smile on his lips became increasingly playful. Brother-in-law, you're practically offering yourself up for death. He pushed open the door and went out again. When he appeared before everyone, holding that fine steel silver dragon spear, the entire courtyard fell silent instantly. All eyes were drawn to the silver spear in his hand, which gleamed with a dazzling, cold light. So beautiful! The sleek gun barrel, the imposing dragon pattern, the sharp blade. This is no ordinary weapon, it is a divine weapon that should only exist in the heavens. This is... Murong Sanghai's pupils suddenly contracted, and the confident smile on his face instantly froze. He stared intently at the spear in Su Lang's hand, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. With his keen eye, he could tell at a glance that this gun was no ordinary weapon. Both the materials and the workmanship are far superior to the general's sidearm that I am so proud of. How is this possible? Where did a country bumpkin get such a divine weapon? Su Lang seemed oblivious to his horrified expression, casually slamming his spear to the ground with a dull thud. He murmured a sigh to himself. Sigh, this gun we seized from Black Wind Stronghold was too heavy, and we never had a chance to use it. Today it can finally be put to good use. One sentence made all the villagers look like they suddenly understood. It turns out to be a treasure from Black Wind Stronghold. That makes sense. Only Murong Sanghai was roaring wildly in his heart. Fart. Do those chickens and dogs of Black Wind Stronghold deserve to possess such divine weapons? You're kidding me. Just then, Lu Shitu led a jet-black horse out from the backyard. That horse was the most magnificent among the horses Su Lang had brought back from Black Wind Village, and he named it Big Black. Although it couldn't compare to the armored war horses that Murong Sanghai brought, it was still a spirited and untamed horse with strong hooves. Brother Lang, watch out! Lu Shitu handed over the reins, his eyes filled with worry. Fine. Su Lang patted him on the shoulder and mounted his horse. The movements were fluid and graceful, extremely elegant. It was as if he wasn't riding a horse for the first time, but rather a knight who had spent his entire life with his warhorse. As Murong Sanghai watched his skillful mounting motion, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Without saying a word, the two men led their horses out of the courtyard and onto the wide threshing ground outside the village. Dozens of soldiers, holding torches, illuminated the area as bright as day. The villagers and Su Lang's wives stood at a distance at the gate of the courtyard, all on tenterhooks, their hearts pounding in their throats. Xiaojiro and Li Xiuji were so nervous that tears welled up in their eyes. They clasped their hands together and kept praying for Su Lang. Hua Yurong tried to remain calm, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner unease. Only Murong Yenan stared intently at the two people in the arena, her hand already secretly gripping the dagger at her waist. She had made up her mind. If Su Lang is in even the slightest danger, she will rush to his aid without hesitation. Even if it costs me my life, I'd trade it for his. An atmosphere of grim determination filled the air. The general will surely win! Kill that brat! The soldiers were in high spirits, believing that their general had simply been careless in his archery. When it comes to real horse battles, even 10 Su Langs tied together wouldn't be a match for the general. Murong Tsunghai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart. He looked at the man opposite him, riding a poor horse and wielding a divine weapon, and the killing intent in his eyes surged once more. No matter what extraordinary adventures you have, in the face of absolute strength and experience, everything else is meaningless. Kill! A loud shout. Murong Tsunghai spurred his horse's flanks, and his war horse shot off like an arrow, neighing as it transformed into a black lightning bolt and galloped towards Su Lang. He held his spear horizontally in front of him, the tip drawing a cold, straight line in the firelight, aimed directly at Su Lang's heart. This is the simplest, yet most deadly, cavalry charge on the battlefield. Charge forward without fear of death. However, Su Lang seemed not to see this thunderous blow, remaining quietly seated on his horse, motionless. The spear tip was about to pierce his chest. My husband! Brother Lang! Hua Yurong and the others, along with Lu Shitu and the others, let out a desperate scream. At this critical moment, Su Lang made a move. He shifted his body slightly to the side, and slid off the horse's back at an incredible angle. Whoosh! Murong Tsunghai's determined shot grazed his nose, narrowly missing its mark. The two horses passed each other. Murong Tsunghai missed his first attack, and immediately flicked his wrist, turning his spear from a thrust into a sweep, which swept horizontally towards Su Lang's back with a whistling wind. This move was as fast as lightning. However, Su Lang was even faster. While dodging, he even had the leisure to pull off a fancy move. He braced himself on the saddle with one hand, used the momentum to spin around, and drew a beautiful arc in the air with his feet, flipping directly from one side of the horse to the other. The entire movement was graceful and elegant, full of pleasing beauty. Good! I don't know who was the first to cheer. The villagers erupted in thunderous cheers. Su Lang landed steadily on the horse's back, feeling the spiritual connection between himself and the horse, brought about by the divine riding skills, and a wonderful sense of unity between man and horse. He felt a sense of joy. Great, it feels really good. Warm-up complete. It's time to get serious. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Murong Tsunghai, who had turned his horse around again, his face filled with shock and anger, preparing to charge once more. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Chaotic Annihilation Spear Technique. First move, dragon raises its head. Roar dash! The fine steel silver dragon spear in his hand seemed to come alive. A faint dragon's roar echoed through the night sky. Su Lang clamped his legs together, and Dehei Xian understood, standing upright and letting out a high-pitched screech. The next second, he and his horse transformed into a streak of silver light, taking the initiative to meet the charging Murong Tsunghai. His move was earth-shattering. Chapter 71. With just one strike, the outcome was decided. What? Murong Tsunghai's pupils dilated to their maximum size in an instant. He only felt a burst of silver light before his eyes, and a domineering and terrifying spear intent, as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart, completely enveloped him. He didn't even have time to think. He could only rely on his fighting instincts to hold the spear horizontally in front of his chest and desperately parry. Clang dash! A deafening clang of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Sparks flew everywhere. Murong Tsunghai felt an overwhelming force coming from the tip of the opponent's spear, which caused his tiger's mouth to split open and bleed profusely. My entire arm went numb instantly. His warhorse let out a mournful cry, and was so shaken by the terrifying force that it staggered back 7 or 8 steps, almost collapsing to the ground. One strike. Just one strike. The outcome is decided. The villagers, the women, and the soldiers were all stunned and speechless by this domineering shot. They stared blankly at the man who stood proudly in the arena, holding a silver spear, like a god descended from heaven. Murong Tsunghai gasped for breath, looking at his trembling right hand, which could barely hold the gun. She looked at the man opposite her who was completely unharmed and whose breathing was not even slightly disordered, her face filled with horror and despair. We lost. We lost again. And it's just one move. This time, the loss was even more thorough and decisive than the last. Su Lang, however, gave him no chance to catch his breath. He turned his horse around and raised his silver spear once more. This time, the spear tip was aimed at Murong Tsunghai's throat from afar. The chilling killing intent made Murong Tsunghai freeze. The second match is over. Su Lang's voice was calm, yet it sounded like a final judgment. You lost. These 3 words, like 3 invisible mountains, crashed down, crushing all of Murong Tsunghai's pride and dignity to dust. The threshing floor was deathly silent. The only sound is the crackling of a burning torch. Murong Tsunghai sat blankly on the horse, the excruciating pain from his tiger's mouth far outweighing the shock and humiliation in his heart. He looked down at his slightly bent and deformed silver spear, then at the man opposite him who hadn't even broken a sweat. My mind went completely blank. What the hell kind of monster is this? His archery skills were divine, which was one thing. That marksmanship, that power. This is a power that no ordinary person could possess. He recalled the words he had uttered so confidently in the courtyard not long ago. There will be no third game. Because I'm going to win 2 games in a row. At that moment those words were like an extremely loud slap, repeatedly striking his face, leaving a burning pain. That's such a slap in the face. It's like sticking your face out and letting someone slap you hard with the sole of a shoe. The group of guards behind him were all petrified. They stared wide-eyed at their general's disheveled appearance, their mouths agape and their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. That young general who was invincible on the battlefield and regarded barbarian warriors as nothing more than weeds. Incredibly, he was defeated in one move by a country bumpkin? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The silence was broken by a wild scream of joy. My husband! Murong Yenren was the first to rush forward. Like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, she pounced on Su Lang without hesitation. Instead of helping her brother, she bypassed him and rushed to Su Lang's horse, her beautiful eyes fixed on the imposing man who seemed like a peerless hero. The worry and fear from before were gone from those eyes. Only an almost fanatical worship and obsession remained. She was born into a military family and admired strength in her bones. At this moment, Su Lang was 10,000 times more dazzling in her eyes than any prince or nobleman in the world. If he were to don armor, what an unparalleled and magnificent hero he would be. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability has increased by 40. Current favorability 200. Deeply in love. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. A series of system notifications rang in Su Lang's mind. What? My brother-in-law's assist was amazing. Even a proud woman like Lady Lianyan gained 40 points of favorability. That's incredible. As expected of a loving older brother, he's really generous when it comes to giving out perks. Su Lang was secretly delighted. He didn't even have time to look at the specific reward. His face remained expressionless. He simply dismounted and caught Murong Yenran, who rushed towards him, in his arms. We won! My husband won! Xia Jira and Hua Yorong, crying and laughing, rushed over and surrounded Su Lang. Wah, my husband, you scared me to death! I knew it! My husband is the best! Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability plus 20. Current favorability 200. Ding! Xia Jiro's favorability plus 20. Current favorability 210. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability plus 20. Current favorability 195. The women chattered excitedly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The fear that had been so intense earlier had now turned into tears of happiness. The villagers behind them erupted in a thunderous cheer. The only thing that Su Lang regretted was that he hadn't increased the twins' favorability rating. It seemed he would have to find time to recruit these two sisters. Brother Lang is awesome! Brother Lang is a god! The entire Day village was in an uproar. Compared to the jubilation and excitement on this side, Murong Tsunghai and his personal guards appeared extremely silent and desolate. Every soldier's face was filled with confusion and frustration. Su Lang comforted the women in his arms, but his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the distraught brother-in-law. I wonder if this guy is trustworthy. If you cheat, well, I have to let him know today why the flowers are so red. As if sensing Su Lang's icy gaze, Murong Tsunghai shuddered, snapping out of his humiliation and shock. He took a deep breath and dismounted. His movements were somewhat stiff, and he even staggered a little. He didn't look at his sister, nor at the cheering villagers. He just stared intently at Su Lang. That look in his eyes was incredibly complex. There was anger, resentment, and jealousy, but more than anything, there was a sense of powerlessness and resignation. After a while, he squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. You win. He closed his eyes, as if using all his strength, before uttering the next sentence. I will not take Yanran away again. Upon hearing this, Murong Yanran and Hua Yurong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and genuine smiles appeared on their faces. However, Murong Tsunghai's next words made everyone's heart sink once again. But! He suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp glint of a general rekindled in his bloodshot eyes. I will not leave. I have come here on a secret order from a nobleman in the capital to search for a wanted criminal. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the scroll depicting Jiang Zhaoyue's portrait once again. Until we find her, my troops will be stationed at the entrance of Dai village. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. These words instantly made the expressions of Su Lang, Hua Yurong, and the others who knew the truth turn serious. Is Murong Tsunghai really going to stay here forever? This is like having a powder keg that could explode at any moment placed on your own doorstep. Su Lang's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. However, he still maintained that calm and composed expression on his face. Do as you please. He uttered 3 words indifferently, then ignored Murong Tsunghai, put his arms around his women, and turned to walk towards the wooden house. His calm and composed demeanor made it seem as if he didn't take a general and his dozens of personal guards seriously at all. Murong Tsunghai watched his arrogant back, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but in the end, he could only let out a powerless sigh. We can't beat them, we really can't beat them. Chapter 72's rewards are amazing. Inside the wooden cabin, it was warm and cozy, like springtime, in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere outside. After confirming that Murong Tsunghai had led his men to set up camp at the village entrance, Su Lang went to the master bedroom and knocked on the wooden plank leading to the cellar. Knock, knock, knock. It's all right, come out now. I heard Su Lang's voice. The wooden planks were slowly pushed aside. A petite figure, like a startled rabbit, suddenly darted out of the darkness and plunged into Su Lang's arms. Wah, my husband is Sister Rong, Sister Yanran, Sister Jiro, Sister Xiuji. Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't say anything. She just clung tightly to Su Lang's waist, buried her face in his chest, and burst into tears. I'm so scared that I'll never see my husband again, never see you all again. She was down there, listening to the shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, and the screams of women outside. Her heart was pounding in her throat. She thought she had dragged everyone down with her. She thought that Su Lang had already done this to protect her. Only now, feeling the familiar, warm yet domineering aura emanating from this man, did her heart, which had been hanging in midair, finally settle down. The immense fear and resentment of surviving a disaster burst forth instantly. Okay, it's all right now. Su Lang gently patted her trembling back and comforted her softly. Hua Yurong and Xia Jiro also gathered around, looking at the princess with heartache. She was usually as proud as a little peacock, but now she was crying like a child. Su Lang held her, sat down on the edge of the bed, and told her everything that had happened. After hearing Su Lang's casual account, Jiang Yaoyue was completely dumbfounded. Her little head was buzzing with excitement. The other person is actually Yenran's older brother? Moreover, 2 matches took place. In one match, he struck first despite being behind, his arrow piercing the enemy's arrow, a truly divine skill. In another match, he defeated his enemy in a single move, displaying unparalleled dominance. That was a general who struck fear into the hearts of barbarians on the battlefield. She was so easily crushed by her own husband. She looked up at the man in front of her, her eyes brimming with tears. That face, which always carried a hint of cynicism, seemed taller and more reliable in her eyes now than ever before. For his own sake and for Sister Yenran's sake, he dared to confront the soldiers and even risk his life against the general. This man wasn't just boasting, he genuinely had the power to disregard even the King of Heaven. That heart, chilled by fear and despair, was once again filled with a scalding warmth, even hotter and more turbulent than before. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 30. Current favorability, 130, completely devoted. Alright, stop crying, or you'll turn into a little kitten. Su Lang reached out his finger and gently scraped her pretty nose, which was covered with tears. He then looked at Hua Yurong and the others. Although the women hadn't cried, their eyes were red, clearly indicating that they were still quite frightened. None of you are allowed to look down. Su Lang deliberately put on a stern face. No matter how big the problem is, I'll handle it. He stood up and glanced at the twin sisters who were equally frightened and standing timidly to the side. Qinghuan, Qi Niao, go make something to eat, everyone is hungry. Yes, sir. Li Qiniao reacted the fastest, quickly pulling her still somewhat dazed sister along as they dashed into the kitchen. A terrifying crisis seemed to have passed just like that, thanks to Su Lang's forceful suppression. That night Su Lang did not act up. The women's minds are stretched to the limit, and they need to rest. He told everyone to go back to their rooms and go to sleep, while he took out a thick blanket from his system space and spread it on the living room floor. The horizontal sword is on the left, and the silver dragon's spear is on the right. He lay there fully clothed, eyes closed, breathing steadily, but his ears, like radar, were constantly picking up on every rustle and movement within 100 meters of the outside. Looking at the man lying on the ground, who exuded such domineering power and arrogance, the women felt an unprecedented sense of peace. With him around, the sky won't fall down. It was late at night. Su Lang's consciousness sank into the system space. Let's tally up last night's rewards. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability has exceeded 200, triggering a special bond reward. Congratulations, host, you have received a premium seasoning gift pack containing 500 caddies of refined salt, white sugar, spices, etc. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 300 caddies of various high-quality medicinal herbs. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 300 caddies of refined lard, 500 caddies of high-quality cured pork. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability has exceeded 200, triggering a special bond reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Gale Blade Technique Mastery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 refined steel broadsword. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1000 gene of high-quality potatoes. Ding! Xia Jiroa's favorability has exceeded 210, triggering a special bond reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Chaotic Annihilation Spear Technique Mastery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 300 gene of gold. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1000 gene of high-quality rice seeds. What? Su Lang's heart was filled with a storm of emotions. As expected of the reward for 200 favorability points, it's a huge improvement compared to the previous 100. Putting aside the mountains of food and meat, the upgrade of those 2 skill books alone was enough to shake him to his core. Proficient. A mastery of a system is not the same as being proficient in the sense that ordinary people understand it. That is a master's realm that has reached a state of perfection, almost reaching the Tao. Almost the instant the reward arrived, countless insights into swordsmanship and spearmanship flooded into his mind like a burst dam. If the previous Gale Blade technique was merely sharp in his hands then, now, every slash carries the unparalleled mastery of a master, like a gazelle leaping over a cliff, leaving no trace. And that Chaos Annihilation Spear technique is even more terrifying. From beginner to expert, it's a qualitative leap. If the previous move, Dragon raises its head, relied on brute force and the advantage of divine weapons, now, he is confident that he can achieve earth-shattering results with just an ordinary wooden gun. With such power, where in this world can't we go? An unprecedented surge of pride welled up in his heart. At the same time, I'm even more excited for the 1,000-point lottery. What an amazing reward that will be. Nothing happened that night. Murong Tsunghai kept his promise and only sent troops to surround several key roads at the village entrance, without causing any further disturbance. Just as dawn was breaking, there was a gentle knock on the gate of Su Lang's house. It's Lu Shitu. Behind him followed several teenagers, including Zhu Zi, each carrying a bloody prey on their backs. Brother Lang! When Lu Shitu saw Su Lang, his eyes lit up, and he quickly put down the 2 plump roe deer on his shoulders. You ran away in such a hurry yesterday that you left all the game at the village entrance. We thought we couldn't let it go to waste, so we had the villagers pick it up and bring it to you. Su Lang looked at the prey of all sizes and waved his hand. No. Take these things and share them with the villagers. Ah? Lu Shitu was stunned. Brother Lang, you're the one who hit this. My family has plenty of food, so we don't need this little bit of meat. Su Lang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Seeing Su Lang's serious expression, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the others exchanged glances, all seeing deep shock and gratitude in each other's eyes. Brother Lang actually said he didn't want over 100 pounds of meat. What confidence that is! Then, on behalf of the villagers, thank you, Brother Lang! Lu Shitu bowed deeply, then led the boys away, carrying their prey, filled with excitement. They knew that the village would be able to eat meat again today. The aroma of food filled the wooden house. Su Lang took out a portion of the newly obtained lard and gave it to the twins. The stir-fried wild vegetables all had an enticing meaty aroma. The family sat around the table, eating a hot breakfast. After last night's terrifying experience, the meal tasted especially delicious, and the atmosphere was unusually relaxed. Jiang Zhaowe shoveled rice into her bowl, occasionally stealing glances at the man beside her who was eating heartily, her pretty face slightly flushed. Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran ate, while whispering intimately to each other, occasionally letting out a soft laugh. Everything seemed so warm and beautiful. However, at that moment, Su Lang suddenly paused in his act of picking up food. He put down his bowl and chopsticks. The room fell silent instantly, and all the women's eyes turned nervously to him. Su Lang's ears twitched almost imperceptibly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Murong Tsunghai has arrived. What? Hua Yurong and the others' faces turned pale in an instant. Jiang Zhaowe was so frightened that she almost jumped off the stool. Don't worry. Su Lang raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling them to calm down. He was all alone. His gaze shifted to Jiang Zhaowe. Lady Zhaowe, I'm sorry to trouble you, but please go back to your cellar and hide for a while. Jiang Zhaowe nodded her head, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and quickly got up and, under Xia Jiro's cover, swiftly slipped into the cellar. The rest of you, remain still. Su Lang picked up his chopsticks again, slowly took a bite of food, and put it in his mouth. I want to see what tricks my brother-in-law is up to this morning. The words had barely left his mouth. Outside the courtyard gate, a clear sound of footsteps approached from afar. Finally, it stopped in front of the wooden house. It's here! I got carried away writing again. This chapter is 3,000 words long, which is equivalent to 4 chapters for other people, hee hee. Chapter 73. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Knock, knock, knock. The knock was neither too loud nor too soft, carrying a deliberate politeness, yet revealing an undeniable stiffness. The laughter inside the room abruptly stopped. Hua Yurong and Murong Yenran's faces drained of color instantly, and they nervously clenched their hands, instinctively looking at Su Lang. Su Lang, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He swallowed the last bite of food in his mouth, picked up the cloth next to him, and slowly wiped his mouth. Go open the door. He gave instructions to the twin sisters who had already stood up in fright. Yes, sir. Li Qingyao was bolder. She walked to the door and unlatched it. Outside the door stood a tall and straight figure. It is Murong Tsunghai. He changed out of his cold armor and into an ordinary blue cloth robe. His handsome face showed signs of fatigue and an undeniable haggardness. Especially when he saw a table full of women surrounding Su Lang, with Su Lang sitting calmly in the main seat. A fleeting look of humiliation and resentment crossed his eyes. The atmosphere in the room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Elder brother. It was Murong Yanran who broke the silence. She stood up, her voice tinged with a mixture of emotions, including heartache. The single word, brother, seemed to drain all of Murong Tsunghai's strength. Looking at his sister, whom he had lost and then found again, his sharp eyes finally dimmed, turning into a long, helpless sigh. A defeat is a defeat. After a night of calm, he had to admit that the man in front of him was a monster he couldn't understand at all and absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Perhaps my sister's choice wasn't out of sheer madness. Su Lang took in all of this, a faint smile curving his lips. For the sake of Lady Yanran, as long as this brother-in-law doesn't do anything reckless, he won't mind giving him some face. Please sit down. Qinghuan, serve tea to General Murong. Su Lang spoke calmly. This sound made Murong Tsunghai frown slightly. General? It seems that he did not acknowledge Su Lang as his brother-in-law, and Su Lang did not acknowledge himself as his brother-in-law. In the end, Murong Tsunghai suppressed his ridiculous arrogance, stepped in, and sat down on an empty stool next to the table. Hua Yurong and the others didn't dare to breathe loudly, sitting upright and not even daring to touch their chopsticks. Li Qinghuan carefully placed a cup of hot tea in front of Murong Tsunghai, then quickly retreated to her sister's side like a startled rabbit. Murong Tsunghai did not touch the cup of tea. He remained silent for a long time, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before finally looking intently at Su Lang. Su Lang, you're a talented person. His voice was hoarse and dry. Come with me. Staying in this desolate and barren place is a waste of your potential. As long as you're willing to come with me, I guarantee you'll be promoted to a high-ranking position and bring glory to your ancestors. He threw out his biggest bargaining chip. In his view, this was an irresistible temptation for any man. However, Su Lang simply picked up the teacup, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and didn't even lift his eyelids. Not interested. Those three simple words completely choked Murong Tsunghai, leaving him with a whole set of prepared arguments stuck in his throat. His face darkened, and he said unhappily, Why? A man born in troubled times should make a name for himself and achieve great things. Do you want to spend your whole life holed up in this small mountain village, being a village chief and fooling around with a bunch of women? Su Lang finally raised his head. He looked at Murong Tsunghai and smiled. General Murong, you are mistaken. If it were a foreign invasion now, with barbarians knocking on the gates and asking me, Su Lang, to protect my home and country, I would not hesitate to be the first to sign up for the army, and I would have no regrets even if I died on the battlefield. But now, Su Lang's smile turned somewhat cold. Now it is your princes who are fighting bloody battles for the dragon throne, causing the people of the world to be displaced and starving. You recruited me not to protect our country, but only so that your master could step on the corpses of his own people to sit in that position. Oh! I have no interest in fighting this kind of battle. His words were powerful and resounding. Like an invisible hammer blow, it slammed hard into Murong Tsunghai's heart. He was completely stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Yes, he never thought about those things. Born into a military family, loyalty to the emperor and serving the country were beliefs ingrained in his very bones. When the emperor passed away, among the princes, Prince Jing was known for his virtue, so it was only natural for him to serve Prince Jing. But Su Lang's words were like a sharp knife, tearing away the gorgeous cloak called loyalty and righteousness, and revealing the bloody truth of power struggles beneath. I will serve Prince Jing. Prince Jing is kind-hearted and has a good reputation. If he ascends the throne, it will be a blessing for all the people. Murong Tsunghai subconsciously tried to defend himself, but his voice had lost the confidence it had before. Su Lang sneered inwardly. How good can a usurper be? If they were truly kind-hearted, they wouldn't be searching the entire world for a defenseless little princess. However, he couldn't be bothered to say these words. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Seeing Murong Tsunghai's flushed face, Su Lang knew that his words had planted a thorn in his heart. That's enough. An awkward silence fell over the room once again. Murong Yenan looked at her brother with heartache in her eyes. She stepped forward and gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, please don't blame your husband, that's just his temper. Murong Tsunghai turned his head and looked at his younger sister, who had completely sided with outsiders. The bitterness in his heart was like that of bitter melon. He reached out and touched Murong Yenran's head, his voice softening. Yenran, our parents are gone. In this world, only my brother and I are left. Your brother is genuinely doing this for your own good. Upon hearing this, Murong Yenran's eyes instantly reddened, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Elder brother. The brother and sister's warm conversation finally eased the tense atmosphere in the room. Murong Tsunghai's hostility towards Su Lang also dissipated considerably. He knew that he could no longer take his sister away, nor could he win over this man. Staying here would only bring shame upon ourselves. He stood up, took one last look at Su Lang, and his expression was complicated. I have orders to hunt down the wanted criminal. My men will continue the search in the nearby villages. I will not bother you again for the next few days. This can be seen as a disguised promise to Su Lang. Su Lang nodded noncommittally. Noon. At the entrance of Day Village, dozens of soldiers clad in armor sat in twos and threes, munching on dry, hard military rations. They all looked gloomy and listless, their expressions as dull as chewing wax. However, at that moment, an irresistible aroma of meat wafted out of the village without warning, carried by the wind. The aroma was rich and enticing, carrying the smoky scent of roasted oil and a unique fragrance of some kind of spice, like invisible little hands frantically drilling into the nostrils of every soldier. Gulp! Someone couldn't help but swallow hard. This seemed to ignite a fuse. Gulp! Gulp! The sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell in waves. All the soldiers stopped eating their flatbreads and, in unison, like a pack of hungry wolves bewitched, began sniffing the air as they headed towards the village. Chapter 74. Real Man, this is how it should be. My goodness! What kind of meat is this? How can it smell so good? A young soldier was drooling. It's barbecue! It's definitely barbecue! Another veteran, with his eyes closed and a look of pure bliss on his face, exclaimed. This skill is even better than the chef at the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Beijing. The fragrance is getting stronger and stronger, more and more overpowering. There is no shortage of meat in the village now. Part of it consisted of prey hunted by Su Lang, which the villagers traded for fodder. Another part consisted of cured and smoked meats seized from Black Wind Village. Most of the meat came from the horses that died during the bandits' massacre of the village. After Su Lang gave instructions, Zhang Chaowei cut up the horse meat and distributed it to the villagers. The villagers preserved the horse meat by pickling, smoking, or storing it in sealed jars in well water. Now every household is stewing meat, and the aroma of the meat is so strong it's almost irresistible. Especially during famine years. The soldiers' rations suddenly lost their appeal. This dry ration is practically pig swill. A bold soldier approached the lieutenant, fawningly whispering, Boss, how about we send someone to the village to ask if we can get some meat in return? That's right, boss. We'll trade them our military rations. We won't eat their food for free. I'm so hungry. I haven't tasted meat in almost a year. The soldiers echoed his sentiments, all staring expectantly at the deputy general. The deputy himself was also extremely tempted and was hesitating whether to ask the general for permission. Just then, a cold voice rang out behind them. Who dares to go? Murong Tsunghai had somehow appeared behind them, his handsome face covered in frost. Anyone who dares to go, I'll break their legs right now. A furious shout silenced all the soldiers instantly, who all lowered their heads and dared not utter another word. Murong Tsunghai's gaze passed over them and landed on the village where smoke curled from chimneys and the aroma of meat filled the air. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He knew it was Su Lang's doing. This man is not only incredibly strong in martial arts, but he also has such means that he can make the entire village live a life of luxury. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere had long since returned to its warm and inviting state. After Murong Tsunghai left, Su Lang went to the master bedroom and knocked on the wooden planks of the cellar. Lady Xiaowei, come out. Murong Tsunghai is gone. The wooden board was pushed aside, revealing Jiang Zhaoyue's tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Su Lang, she could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms, bursting into tears again. My husband blames me. I've dragged everyone down with me. The little girl felt genuinely guilty. She felt like a jinx, bringing trouble wherever she went. Su Lang held her, feeling both amused and exasperated, as he felt the delicate body trembling in his arms. He reached out and pinched her plump, collagen-rich cheeks, deliberately putting on a stern face. All right, stop crying. If you really feel guilty, don't just talk the talk but walk the walk. Su Lang's gaze swept over her with ill intent, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tonight, let's work harder and try to give my Su family an heir as soon as possible, to continue the family line. It would be even better if it were twins. Ah? Jiang Zhaoyue instantly forgot to cry, and her pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple. She raised her head, her large, watery eyes filled with shame, indignation, and disbelief. That bastard husband of yours. What kind of time is this to be thinking about this kind of thing? My husband! Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran blushed and gave a reproachful laugh, feeling both shy and amused. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted from the oppressive atmosphere to an ambiguous yet relaxed one. Seeing the women's shy and bashful expressions, Su Lang felt a surge of satisfaction. However, jokes aside, we still need to talk about serious matters. The smile on his face slowly faded, and he became serious. All right, everyone sit down. I have something important to say. Seeing that he looked off, the women immediately stopped joking and sat up straight, watching him nervously. Su Lang's gaze swept over every woman present. Hua Yorong's gentleness, Xia Jiro's adoration, Murong Yanran's infatuation, Li Xiuji's dependence, Jiang Zhaoyue's shyness, and the twin sisters' obedience. These are all his women, his family whom he would protect with his life. What happened today is just the beginning. Su Lang's voice was low and solemn. Murong Tsunghai is backed by Prince Jing. Now, these princes are probably fighting tooth and nail over the dragon throne. What do they lack most at times like this? They're soldiers. They're human. I'm certain that it won't be long before the imperial court, or rather those princes, will begin large-scale conscription. At that time, Dei village will be the first to bear the brunt. Murong Tsunghai has witnessed Su Lang's strength, and he will definitely come to Su Lang again when recruiting soldiers. These words turned all the women's faces deathly pale instantly. Conscription. In this era, for ordinary people, these two words are almost synonymous with death. 9 out of 10 men won't pay back. Moreover, as Su Lang said, if it is about protecting one's home and country, then as a man, it is one's duty to do so. But now, it's about helping those princes fight for the throne. They are different in nature and meaning. Then what should we do? Xia Jiro turned pale with fright and grabbed Su Lang's arm tightly. Wherever my husband goes, we will go. Hua Yuron was the first to declare, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yes. We'll all follow our husband. In life I am yours, in death I am yours. Murong Yanran and Li Xiuji also spoke up one after another without the slightest hesitation. Even the twin sisters mustered their courage and said softly but firmly, We will follow Master for the rest of our lives. Looking at their faces, which were filled with trust and determination, Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart. That's exactly the attitude he wants. Don't worry, I've already planned my escape route. Su Lang stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the endless black mountain range in the distance. The sweet potatoes and wheat we planted earlier will be ready for harvest in a few days at most. A domineering smile curved his lips. After this batch of grain is harvested, I'll take you, and all the villagers of Dei village, and move away. Move away? Where to? Jiang Waowei asked subconsciously. Su Lang turned his head, staring intently at them, and uttered a place name, word by word. Black Wind Stronghold. What? Apart from Hua Yurong, who already knew, the other women were all stunned. Black Wind Stronghold? That bandit's den? Husband, do you mean? Murong Yanran was the first to react, her beautiful phoenix eyes flashing with shock and a hint of excitement. Su Lang grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. In chaotic times, if you want to survive, you can't be a lamb to the slaughter. Since this world won't give us a way to survive, then we'll carve out a way for ourselves. Be king of the mountain! Boom! These 4 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the minds of all women. Become king of the mountain. This is treason. It's a capital offense that will result in the confiscation of property and the extermination of the. But for some reason, when Su Lang said it, it carried a sense of heroic passion and self-righteousness that made people's blood boil. Yes, the government is unreliable, the imperial court is unreliable. Rather than waiting to be conscripted and used as cannon fodder, why not take control of your own destiny? I agree. Murong Yenren was the first to step forward, her pretty face flushed with excitement. A true man should act like this. She has the blood of a warrior flowing in her veins. Compared to farming in the village, the future of ruling the mountains and competing with the world was much more appealing to her. I agree too. I support whatever my husband does. Xiaojiro raised her little hand, her eyes sparkling. The others nodded in agreement. Around this man, they seemed to have become accustomed to this madness. I also want to go crazy with Su Lang. He was born to be Su Lang's man. He died because of Su Lang. Chapter 75, mobilizing the entire village to relocate Black Wind Village. The next few days were peaceful. Murong Tsunghai and his soldiers searched several nearby villages but found nothing, so they did not linger. On the morning of his departure, he came again alone. This time, he didn't go inside. He simply called out to Murong Yenren from the courtyard gate. The brother and sister stood outside the courtyard, looking at each other in silence. Brother, are you leaving? In the end, it was Murong Yenren who spoke first, her voice somewhat hoarse. Murong Tsunghai nodded. He reached out, intending to pat his sister's head as he did when they were children, but his hand froze in midair halfway through. He looked at his sister, who now belonged entirely to another man, and felt a mix of emotions. Yenren, take good care of yourself. All those words ultimately amounted to just this one pale and powerless statement. Don't worry, her husband treats me very well. Murong Yenren bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Murong Tsunghai remained silent for a moment, then took out a heavy gold coin from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Take this money. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, go to the prefectural capital and have someone send me a message. Elder brother. Murong Yenren clutched the bag of money, and tears finally streamed down her face. She knew this might be the last time she and her brother would see each other. When he followed Su Lang to Black Wind's stronghold, he found that one was a general of the imperial court, and the other was a bandit who occupied the mountain. When they meet again, it will probably be on the battlefield. Murong Tsunghai felt his heart breaking as he watched his sister shed tears, but he could only harden his heart and turn away. I'm leaving. He didn't turn around, but strode towards the village entrance. His silhouette was desolate and forlorn. Murong Yenren stood there, watching her brother's back disappear into the morning mist, tears streaming down her face. Su Lang stood under the eaves, taking in all of this. Then, he walked over to Murong Yenren's side. He held this spirited yet tender-hearted woman in his arms, until the sound of the soldiers' horses' hooves completely disappeared into the distance. Su Lang's gaze instantly turned as sharp as a knife. It's time to take action. After comforting Murong Yenren, Su Lang strode out of the courtyard and headed straight for the village chief's house. As he walked, he addressed the villagers he encountered along the way in a deep voice. Go! And call everyone in charge in the village to the threshing ground. Tell them I have something incredibly important to announce. A moment later, the threshing ground in Day Village was packed with hundreds of villagers. Everyone was whispering and discussing, wondering what major event had occurred. Su Lang walked expressionlessly onto a stone platform used for drying grain. His gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over every bewildered and confused face below. The entire threshing ground fell silent instantly. All eyes were on this godlike man. Su Lang took a deep breath, and his voice, like thunder, resounded in everyone's ears. Listen up, everyone! From today onwards, pack all your belongings. Take all your food. 3 days from now, I will take you away from here. Leave here? These 4 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of all the villagers. The entire threshing ground fell into a deathly silence in an instant. After the deathly silence came a deafening uproar. What? Leave here? Brother Lang, why? We've already planted the crops, and the harvest is almost here. Yes. This is our home. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. The villagers were completely bewildered, their faces filled with confusion, panic, and resistance. It's hard to leave one's homeland. For these farmers who had never traveled far from home in their entire lives, leaving their village and going to an unknown place was worse than death for them. Looking at the restless faces below, Su Lang didn't explain, but simply raised his hand again and pressed it down. That invisible pressure silenced the noisy discussions once again. Everyone stared at him expectantly, waiting for him to give an explanation. I know what you're thinking. Su Lang's voice remained calm, yet it carried a power that seemed to see into people's hearts. But have you ever thought about how, after His Majesty's death, several princes have already fought tooth and nail for that chair? What is most needed in war? He paused, then uttered two words one by one. Human life! The general who came a few days ago was just the beginning. I guarantee you, it won't be long before the imperial conscription notices are posted in every corner of our village. At that time, none of you, your sons, or your husbands, any male between the ages of 13 and 60, will escape. Boom! If what I felt just now was shock, now it is utter terror. Conscription. These two words, like two cold, towering mountains, crashed down on the hearts of every villager. They are not people who haven't experienced it. A few years ago, the great Qian dynasty went to war with the northern barbarians. Dozens of able-bodied men were conscripted from the village, but in the end, only one of them returned alive, and he had a broken leg. Those bloody memories are an eternal pain for the entire Day village. Brother Lang, is this for real? I asked, my voice trembling. Asked villager Zhang Dafu. I never lie. Su Lang's gaze sharpened. Now you have two paths before you. The first option is to stay. Wait for the government's conscription order, then be dragged in as cannon fodder, to fight to the death against the brothers of a prince whose name you don't even know. If you're lucky, you might survive, or even be promoted and bring glory to your ancestors. If you're unlucky, you might die on the battlefield, and there won't even be anyone to collect your body. His voice, cold and cruel, shattered all false illusions. The second way. Su Lang grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Follow me. Let's go to the mountains. Let's go to Black Wind's stronghold. We'll take over the mountains and become kings ourselves. If the imperial court won't give us a way to survive, we'll forge our own. If the government doesn't care about our lives, we'll become our own government. They'll call us thieves, bandits, and outlaws. I don't care. I only have one question for you. Su Lang's voice suddenly rose in pitch, like rolling thunder. Do you want to be those prince's dogs, ready to be slaughtered at any moment? Or do you want to be with me, Su Lang, someone who can stand tall, eat meat with gusto, and drink wine from large bowls? His words were truly thought-provoking. The entire threshing floor was completely silent. All the villagers were completely stunned by Su Lang's outrageous yet incredibly tempting words. Become king of the mountain. This is treason. Su Lang is right. In this world, being a submissive citizen means death. Being a soldier means death. Since death is inevitable either way, why not follow Brother Lang and live a life of glory? Pa! A furious curse broke the silence. It's Zhang Chaowei. With red eyes, he was the first to rush out of the crowd, stand under the stone platform, point in the direction of the county town, and shout at the top of his lungs. Join the army? To bring glory to one's ancestors? Bah! My father was the village chief his whole life, working himself to the bone, and he never even got a full meal. This damned government, has it ever cared about us? It's Brother Lang! It's Brother Lang who gave us food! It's Brother Lang who made us live like human beings! I don't care about any imperial court or princes. I only recognize Brother Lang. With a thud, he knelt down directly in front of Su Lang and kowtowed heavily. Brother Lang! From this day forward, my life, Zhang Chaoyue's life, belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I'll go with you. We'll become kings of the mountain. Let's go with Brother Lang. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other teenagers rushed out in unison, knelt down beside Zhang Chaowei, their eyes filled with fervor and determination. Their lives were given to them by Su Lang. This completely ignited the fire in the hearts of all the villagers. Count me in! Damn it! They've rebelled! They've rebelled! That's right! Rather than starve to death by conscription, it's better to eat meat with Brother Lang. Wherever Brother Lang goes, we'll go. Go with Brother Lang! Go with Brother Lang! Hundreds of villagers, regardless of age or gender, raised their arms and shouted. For the first time, a light called hope and madness burst forth on those numb, hungry faces. The way they looked at Su Lang was no longer admiration, but fanaticism. As long as this man gives the order, they dare to follow him and defy the heavens. Chapter 76 Conscription Order. Looking at the excited villagers below, Su Lang felt a surge of pride in his heart. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Good! Since everyone trusts me, Su Lang! From now on, everyone, go home and pack your things. Harvest all the crops in the fields, whether ripe or unripe. Not a single grain is to be left behind. 3 days. I'm only giving you 3 days. 3 days from now, we will leave Day Village and move into Black Wind Stronghold. The next 3 days. The entire Day Village was engulfed in an unprecedented, frenzied rush of activity. Everyone was like a wound-up machine, running at full speed. The men, in the fields, wielded sickles, harvesting the crops that held all their hopes. Whether it was the already golden wheat or the still somewhat green sweet potato vines, they were all ruthlessly harvested and dug up. The women, meanwhile, packed up all their belongings at home, pots and pans, clothes and bedding. The children, carrying baskets, followed behind the adults, picking up the fallen ears of wheat and sweet potatoes. In Su Lang's courtyard, the atmosphere was even more lively. Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, along with 7 other teenagers, volunteered to take on the harvesting work for Su Lang's family's dozen or so acres of land. Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji were not idle either. They took the twin sisters and packed up all the things in the house, sorting them into categories. Even Jiang Xiaowei, the most noble of them all, took off her beautiful dress and put on coarse linen clothes. Clumsily, yet earnestly, she did what she could with Xia Jiruo. Looking at this bustling scene, and at the complex expressions on the women's faces, a mixture of worry for the future and excitement and anticipation, Su Lang felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is his home. Busy times fly by. Another day has passed in the blink of an eye. By early morning, the village's food and belongings had been mostly packed up. Su Lang was standing on the edge of the field, watching Lu Shitu and the others dig out the last batch of sweet potatoes from the ground. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire village in a warm golden hue. Everything seemed so peaceful and full of hope. However, at that very moment, Brother Lang! Something terrible has happened! A villager, stumbling and crawling, ran frantically from the direction of the village entrance, his face filled with terror. Su Lang frowned. What's the panic? Officials! So many officials! The villager shouted breathlessly. Officials? Su Lang's face remained expressionless. As expected. Let's go take a look, Su Lang said. Under the crooked willow tree at the village entrance, a dozen or so yamen runners had already begun posting notices. The man in the lead, dressed in the official uniform of a constable, was none other than Li Si, whom we haven't seen in a long time. Behind him, a dozen or so constables were posting notices in prominent locations throughout the village. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. He saw clearly the 2 large, blood-red characters at the very top of the notice, written in a flamboyant style. Conscription order. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Moreover, it happened even faster than he had anticipated. Brother Lang! What do we do? The officials are here. We can't escape now? It's over. It's all over. Everything's ruined. The villagers, who had just been immersed in their bright hopes for the future, were instantly brought back to reality when they saw that familiar official robe. Fear, like a plague, spread among the people. The faces that had just been brimming with hope were now filled with nothing but ashen despair. However, Su Lang's face showed no sign of panic. He patted the shoulder of the villager next to him who was trembling with fear, and a cold smile even appeared on his lips. What's the panic? The sky hasn't fallen yet. After saying that, he ignored the chaos behind him and strode slowly toward the village entrance. Fourth brother, what brings you here? Brother Sue. Ha ha ha, I've missed you so much. Judging by their demeanor, they're here to investigate a major case? His Highness Prince Jing's military order, conscript soldiers. Li Si changed the subject, patted Su Lang's shoulder forcefully, his eyes full of admiration and a hint of envy. But speaking of which, brother, with your extraordinary skills, now is the perfect time for you to make your mark. With your abilities, once you're on the battlefield, wouldn't you be like a tiger among sheep? Becoming a marquis or general is just around the corner. When the time comes, I'll have to cling to your coattails beforehand. Upon hearing this, Su Lang simply smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Fourth brother is joking. I'm just a farmer, how could I have that kind of ability? As the two were exchanging pleasantries, the Yamen runners had already posted conscription notices all over every corner of the village. Boss, they're all pasted up. Li Si nodded and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Su Lang. Brother, I have official business to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. I'll leave someone here to handle the registration, so you'll have to help me out and not make things difficult for me. After saying that, he gave Su Lang a meaningful look, then led his men away toward the next village. Li Si left. The Yamen runner who stayed in the village instantly became the center of attention. He cleared his throat, picked up the roster and pen, and walked arrogantly to the stone platform in the threshing ground. He shouted with an air of official authority. Come here and line up! Report out all the men in your families. From 13 to 60 years old, not a single one can be missing. Anyone who dares to conceal or fail to report will be treated as a deserter and executed without mercy. The cold words sent a chill down the spines of all the villagers, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They instinctively turned their pleading eyes to Su Lang. Su Lang moved. Swift as lightning. A precise and merciless chop struck the constable on the back of the neck. Well! The constable's eyes widened suddenly, his expression froze, and he collapsed limply to the ground in disbelief. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without a single unnecessary movement. Ah! The villagers gasped in surprise, their faces turning deathly pale. Fighting as a government official? Su Lang ignored their shock. He turned around, and a terrifying light flashed in his deep eyes. His voice was like an icicle in the dead of winter. What are you all standing there for? A loud shout jolted everyone awake from their shock. Zhang Chaowei! Here! Brother Lang! Zhang Chaowei replied quickly, startled. Bring the horses out! Load all the packed grain, meat, and ironware onto the carts. Lu Shi too! Zhu Zi! Here! The 7 boys roared in unison. Tie this guy up tight! Gag him! Throw him into that haystack over there! Yes! You roam! Yen Ran! You take all the women and children, count the number of people, and bring all the light belongings you can carry. Good! The commands were clear, decisive, and left no room for doubt. The villagers, who had been gripped by panic and despair, seemed to have found their pillar of support at this moment. The fear in their hearts was instantly replaced by a desperate madness. This is outrageous. Following Brother Lang is rebellion. The entire day village was like a war machine that had been activated instantly, running at an unprecedented speed. On the other side, Lu Shi too directed several teenagers to move the last few bags of packed grain from Su Lang's yard onto a cart. However, as he moved it, he scratched his head, his face full of confusion. He whispered to the pillar next to him. Pillar, don't you think something's a little strange? What's wrong, Stone Bro? I saw with my own eyes the grain harvested from Lang Ji's dozen or so acres of land. It was piled up like a small mountain. Lu Shi too gestured. Kiki, look at this now, in this yard, including what we just loaded onto the truck, it's only about 1 truckload at most. Did that small mountain of grain simply vanish into thin air? It wasn't just him. Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the other girls stood behind Su Lang, looking at the not-too-exaggerated cart, their beautiful eyes filled with incomprehension and worry. They knew how much grain Su Lang had stored up, enough to feed the whole family for a year. But now, is this all there is? Could it be that the situation is urgent, and there's no time to transport it away? Everyone was filled with questions, but in such an emergency, there was no time to look for the food. Su Lang took in everyone's expressions. He offered no explanation. He merely glanced at the cart loaded with all his belongings, and a subtle, amused smile appeared on his lips. My warehouse is beyond your imagination. He had already stored the vast majority of the grain in the system space. Set off! Su Lang's gaze passed over the crowd and looked towards the black mountain range in the distance, which resembled a lurking behemoth. Chapter 77. The soundproofing is too good, I'm not used to it. Set off! Su Lang didn't waste any more words and pointed his spear forward. At a command, the mighty procession, like a long, earthen yellow dragon, left the village where their ancestors had lived for generations and slowly marched toward the unknown Black Mountain Range. The journey took several hours, long and bumpy. Because there were elderly people and children with us, we took several breaks in between. Stone Pillar, you two stand guard and keep watch around the area. Even during his rest periods, Su Lang did not let his guard down. Yes. The 7 boys, armed with weapons, scattered in all directions. Before dark, when the group finally arrived at the towering gate of Black Wind Village, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight of this fortified mountain stronghold, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is hardly a bandit's den. This is practically a military fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The towering stone walls, the sturdy arrow towers, and the treacherous mountain path leading to the stronghold, even someone unfamiliar with military matters could tell that this was a good place. My God, are we going to live here from now on? Even if government troops came, they wouldn't be able to break through to this place. The villagers gasped in amazement. Their previous trepidation and unease were instantly replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. Looking at the excited faces of his fellow villagers, Su Lang felt a surge of pride in his heart. Before he could even give any instructions, the village chief's son, Zhang Chaoe, had already taken the initiative and squeezed out of the crowd with a tattered booklet in hand. Fellow villagers! Listen to me! He stood on a high rock and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Lang gave the instructions long ago. I've already registered all the houses in the stronghold. Families with large populations, including the elderly and children, will be given priority for the largest stone houses. They'll be allocated by household. The rest of the young and strong will live in wooden houses and tents first. There's definitely enough space. Let's work together again to build an even better house. Of course, those who stay in tents can get a pound of meat to eat these 2 days. He had a loud and clear voice, and he arranged the accommodations for each household in a clear and orderly manner. This kid is a talent. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, which saved him a lot of trouble. The largest stone house was naturally reserved for Su Lang. That used to be the residence of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief. It was not only the largest and best located, but the furniture and furnishings inside were also already made. Under Zhang Chaoyue's methodical command, the villagers quickly found their new homes. Night falls. Throughout Black Wind Village, warm bonfires lit up the landscape. Wisps of smoke rose from the fires, and the aroma of food mingled together, dispelling the chill of the mountains. Children chased and played in the village's spacious square, while adults gathered together, excitedly discussing their future lives. Su Lang stood on the second-floor balcony of his new home, overlooking this kingdom that belonged to him, looking at the faces that had rekindled their hope, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. From today onwards, he is no longer alone. The lives and fortunes of more than 300 people were all tied to him alone. Pressure can also be a driving force. The candlelight flickered in the room. The women had already prepared hot water and were helping Su Lang bathe and change. After a long day, they all looked tired, but their beautiful eyes shone with a sense of peace and contentment. Su Lang changed into a clean set of casual clothes and looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women in front of him, each with their own unique charm. A surge of anger rose within him. He pulled Xiajiro, who was closest to him, into his arms, and his large hands began to roam over her body. My dear husband! Xiajiro instantly went limp, her pretty face turning so red it looked like it could bleed. Su Lang's gaze, like a tiger surveying its territory, slowly swept over Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and Li Xiuji, finally landing on the proud princess who was pretending to make the bed and dared not look at him. These days, there's been fighting and moving, it's been tough and terrifying. His voice had a slightly husky, magnetic quality. Tonight I'm going to give you a proper reward. A wicked smile crept across his lips, and with his other hand, he pulled Jiang Zhaowe close to him, pressing her tightly against his body. Especially you, Lady Aowe. Su Lang's lips almost touched her pretty face, which was flushed with shame and indignation. You've been at my Su family's house for so long, and you've never had a long talk with me about life. Tonight we'd better have a good chat. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Let me go! Jiang Zhaowe was both ashamed and angry. She struggled symbolically for a moment, but found that she was already weak all over and could not muster any strength. Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran also had blushing faces and spring-like eyes. They lowered their heads and dared not speak, but their slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed their inner expectations. The night is still long. In another, smaller stone house connected to the main house, the twin sisters were lying on a bed. In the dead of night, not a sound could be heard from next door. The younger sister, Li Qingyao, tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She nudged her older sister beside her. Sister, this stone wall is too thick, we can't hear anything. She complained softly, a hint of inexplicable disappointment in her voice. The old wooden house was better. You! The older sister, Li Qinghuan, blushed instantly. She pinched her younger sister's waist, feeling both embarrassed and angry. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Go to sleep! Li Qingyao stuck out her tongue before obediently closing her eyes. A night of nourishment. The next day, early in the morning, Su Lang felt refreshed and full of inexhaustible energy. 16 times stronger physique, that's amazing. One man defeated 5 women, leaving them utterly defeated. Looking at the women around him, they were all radiant, their skin so supple it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it, and their eyes and brows exuded a languid and charming allure. The twin sisters had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The family sat around the table, the atmosphere warm and lovely. While eating, Su Lang noticed that the twin sisters seemed a little off today. They would often exchange glances, looking as if they wanted to say something but couldn't, as if they had something on their minds. Finally, when Su Lang put down his chopsticks, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao exchanged a glance, as if they had made up their minds, and stood up from their seats, walking over to Su Lang. Then, with a thump, he knelt down. Master! It was Li Qingyao, who was always the bolder one, who spoke up. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was unusually firm. The two sisters exchanged a glance. The younger sister continued, We sisters have something we'd like to offer to you, sir. Chapter 78, Taking Down the Twins. Give me something? Su Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the two sisters kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, yet stubbornly raising their heads, and felt a sense of curiosity. These two sisters, ever since they were rescued, have been well-behaved and diligent, never making any demands. What's wrong with me today? What is it? Get up and say it. Su Lang's voice was calm. Hua Yurong and Murong Yanran also stopped what they were doing and looked over curiously. No. Li Qingyao bit her lip and shook her head. We won't get up unless the master agrees. Her older sister, Li Qinghuan, was blushing with embarrassment, and almost buried her head in her chest, but she had no intention of getting up. This surprised Su Lang somewhat. Good. He nodded, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms. I want to hear what it is that must be presented in this way. Li Qingyao took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and spoke in a trembling but incredibly clear voice. We sisters want to present our family heirloom to the master. A family heirloom? Su Lang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What extraordinary treasure could two down-on-their-luck merchant daughters possess? It's nothing more than gold and silver jewelry. What he has in abundance right now is gold and silver. Master, please don't laugh. Li Qingyao noticed Su Lang's indifference and became anxious. Our Li family was once one of the wealthiest merchants in Yunzhou. My father had long foreseen that the world was going to fall into chaos. So, before the whole family fled, my father converted more than 90% of the family's wealth into gold bars and jewelry and buried them in a very secret place. Only my sister and I know about that place. After we were captured by the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold, I was afraid I would forget, so I secretly hid the map of the treasure in a crack in the dungeon. Boom! These words were like a thunderclap. The room fell into a deathly silence instantly. Hua Yorong and Murongeren were so shocked that they covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The smile on Su Lang's face slowly froze. He stared intently at Li Qingyao's small face, which was filled with tension and seriousness. 90% of the family fortune? One of the wealthiest merchants in Yunzhou? That must cost a fortune. He thought of the mountains of gold and silver treasures in the Black Wind Stronghold cellar, a wealth that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Judging from what this girl is saying, her family's treasure is even greater than that. Sir, you saved our lives. You took us in, provided us with food and clothing, and treated us like family. Li Qingyao's eyes reddened, and her voice trembled with tears. In this chaotic world, my sister and I are all alone and helpless. Guarding such a large amount of treasure will only bring us death. This money can only be of its greatest use in your hands, sir. Please, sir, accept it. After saying that, she and her sister Li Qinghuan kowed out heavily to Su Lang. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the quiet room. It also struck Su Lang's heart hard. Looking at the two frail yet incredibly determined figures on the ground, he felt an indescribable surge of emotion. This is hardly a family heirloom. These are clearly two burning, unreserved hearts. Stand up. Su Lang stood up, walked over himself, and helped the two sisters up from the ground. His movements were very gentle. Where's the map? Take me to get it. The dungeon of Black Wind Stronghold was dark and damp. Su Lang, carrying an oil lamp, followed Li Qingyao to the innermost corner. Li Qingyao stopped in front of an inconspicuous corner brick and carefully used her fingers to pry out a small roll of something tightly wrapped in oiled paper from the crack in the stone. She held the oil paper roll in both hands and handed it to Su Lang. Su Lang took it and opened it. Inside was a piece of high-quality sheepskin, on which a very complex-looking map was drawn with special ink, and marked with many symbols that he could not understand. Is this place far from here? Su Lang asked. Reporting to Master, it's in a desolate mountain about 30 li outside Yunzhou city, Li Qingyao replied. It's about 400 li to ride there from here. More than 400 miles. Not far, not near. Su Lang carefully put the map away and tucked it into his pocket. This money came at just the right time. He was worried about how to support these hundreds of people, recruit soldiers, and expand his strength, all of which would cost money. With this huge sum of money, our funding problems for a long time to come will be solved. You two sisters are truly my lucky stars. Looking at the two charming twins in front of him, Su Lang was in a great mood and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch one of their noses. The sisters' faces turned bright red instantly, and they lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe. You just gave me such a large sum of money like that? Su Lang teased them deliberately. Aren't you heartbroken? I don't feel bad about it. Li Qingyao mustered her courage, raised her head, and her big, watery eyes were filled with admiration and trust. This money will all belong to the Master from now on. We sisters will all belong to the Master too. Su Lang smiled. Looking at the two sisters, their shy yet expectant expression stirred something within him. People alone are not enough. The curve of his lips became playful. I can't accept such a large sum of money for nothing. How about this? Consider this treasure as your dowry. From today onwards, you two are my women, Su Lang's women. Ah? The two sisters looked up at the same time, their minds went blank with a buzz. Happiness came so suddenly. They thought that being able to serve as maids and attend to the Master for their entire lives would be an immense blessing. To my utter surprise, the Master actually wanted to take them in. What? You don't want to? Su Lang deliberately put on a stern face. Yes. Yes. We are willing. Li Qingyao was the first to react, so excited that she was incoherent. She grabbed her still-dazed sister and tried to kneel down again. This servant belongs to the Master in life and in death. I would be content to be the Master's concubine. I would never dare to compete with the ladies for his favor. Su Lang grabbed them and stopped them from kneeling. What wives and concubines? He frowned, feigning displeasure. My women, Su Lang's women, are all equal, regardless of rank or social status. He turned his head and looked at Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the other girls who had followed him without him noticing, and asked loudly, Yorong Yanran, don't you agree? Hua Yorong and Murong Yanran exchanged a smile that was gentle and tolerant. My husband is right. Hua Yorong took the initiative to step forward, took Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao's cold little hands, and said softly, From now on we're family. You can't just kneel down all the time, understand, my two sisters? The word sister brought tears to the eyes of Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, who could no longer hold back their emotions. They threw themselves into Hua Yorong's arms and cried like children. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have officially recruited Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, triggering double bond rewards. Congratulations, host! You have received 500 caddies of refined rice. 500 caddies of pork. Ding! Li Qinghuan's favorability has increased by 30. Current favorability, 120, completely devoted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained new recruit training manual, mastery. Ding! Li Qingyao's favorability has increased by 30. Current favorability, 120, completely devoted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Art of War, mastery. A series of system notifications rang wildly in Su Lang's mind. What? Su Lang's heart was filled with a storm of emotions. New recruit training manual? Sun Tzu's Art of War? And they're all at the expert level. This system really doesn't intend to let him be a peaceful mountain king anymore. This is forcing him to rush towards that dragon throne. Chapter 79 Su Lang's Ambition. He brought his two newly acquired beautiful wives and the priceless treasure map back to the main house. Su Lang's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. He sat in the chair, his mind lost in thought. The two newly acquired skill books transformed into two massive torrents of information, surging wildly into his consciousness. New Recruit Training Manual, Mastery, from the selection of new recruits, physical training, and drill discipline, to the skills of using various basic weapons, and even the tactics of squad-coordinated combat, everything was deeply imprinted in his mind like a brand. Now, he can train a group of unarmed farmers into a battle-hardened, disciplined army within 3 months, even with his eyes closed. And that book, The Art of War Mastery, is even more terrifying. The 13 chapters on military strategy, initial planning, combat, strategic attack, military formation, and military momentum were no longer just words on paper. They transformed into countless classic battle simulations that played out repeatedly in his mind. He seemed to have personally experienced one magnificent war after another, transforming from an observer into a peerless general who strategized and won battles from afar. If Su Lang before was just a reckless man with explosive fighting skills, now he has the real capital to become a regional overlord and contend for supremacy. Husband? Husband? Hua Yorong's gentle call pulled Su Lang back to reality from his shocking realization. He opened his eyes and saw a series of concerned, pretty faces. The twin sisters, who had just been taken into the room, stood shyly to one side, their tear stains still wet on their faces, but they couldn't hide the joy and happiness in their eyes. I'm fine. Su Lang smiled, and in that smile was a newfound confidence and domineering aura that he had never shown before. From today onwards, our family has 2 new members. His gaze swept over the women. From now on, Qinghuan and Qingyao will be your own sisters. No one is allowed to bully them, do you understand? I know, my husband, Xia Zhiruo replied sweetly. We're too busy spoiling them. Murong Yanran and Li Xiuji also nodded with smiles. In this family, Hua Yorong was undoubtedly the head wife, gentle and virtuous, managing everything in an orderly manner, and everyone respected her greatly. Now that they have 2 more legitimate younger sisters, they are naturally happy. Looking at this room full of stunningly beautiful women, some plump and some slender, all now completely devoted to him, Su Lang was filled with boundless pride. With such a virtuous wife and beautiful concubines, what more could a husband ask for? All right, everyone, stop standing there. Su Lang stood up and waved his hand. Today is our first day in our new home, and it's a double celebration, so we must have a proper celebration. We had a tough time at home before we went out to get our best cured meat, but things are different now. We should definitely celebrate. You Rome, go check how much wine is left in Black Wind Stronghold's warehouse. Let's all drink until we drop tonight. Yes, sir. Yes, my husband. The women responded with sweet, melodious voices, and the entire stone house was instantly filled with laughter and joy. Night fell again. In the square of Black Wind Village, a bonfire blazed even brighter than yesterday. Large pots were placed on the fire, simmering with fragrant horse meat soup. Su Lang generously distributed the wild boar meat he had captured and the cured meat he had secretly kept to all the villagers. The space was crammed full. Now that he has 7 wives, he can easily increase their favorability, so Su Lang doesn't care about the cost of food. More than 300 people gathered around the campfire, eating meat and drinking soup heartily, their faces beaming with happiness and contentment. This was the most sumptuous and reassuring meal they had ever eaten in their lives. Su Lang had his reasons for doing this. Only stability and happiness can make everyone dependent on Black Wind Stronghold and follow them wholeheartedly. It will also dispel everyone's homesickness. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Zhang Chaoue, her face flushed, walked up to Su Lang, carrying a broken bowl full of horse meat soup. Brother Lang! He knelt down with a thud and raised the bowl in his hand high above his head. I, Zhang Chaoue, am tongue-tied and don't know how to speak. On behalf of Dai Village, no, on behalf of the more than 300 villagers of Haifengshai, I offer you this bowl of wine. From now on, all our lives belong to you. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. If you tell us to kill, we will never set fires. Behind him, Lu Shitu Zhu Zi, and the young men who had changed into uniform leather armor, were patrolling the area with long swords, all knelt down on one knee with a whoosh. We will follow our chieftain to the death. We swear to follow our chieftain to the death. The sound waves rose higher and higher, resounding through the sky. All the villagers, regardless of age or gender, spontaneously stood up and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Their gazes toward Su Lang were filled with fervent worship and awe. At this moment, Su Lang was no longer the brother Lang, who led them to escape. Rather, they are the only god in their hearts. He is the one and only king of this mountain stronghold. Su Lang stood on the high place, looking down at the fervent and loyal faces below, and listening to the thunderous shouts of loyalty. He didn't say anything, but simply took the bowl of meat soup that Zhang Chaoue handed him. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. Good! A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak. Su Lang put the bowl down, raised his hand, and pressed it down. The bustling square fell silent instantly. All eyes were on him, waiting for their new king to issue his first command. Su Lang's gaze swept over the spirited young men below, who were holding weapons. These are his future team. But right now, that's far from enough. They were just a group of farmers with weapons, far from being real soldiers. Zhang Chaoue! Su Lang shouted in a deep voice. Here! Zhang Chaoue straightened his back abruptly. Starting tomorrow, you, Lu Shitu Zhuzi, and all men between the ages of 15 and 40, must assemble at the stronghold's training ground. Su Lang's voice was cold and authoritative, carrying an undeniable air of iron-bloodedness. I don't care how you lived before. But from this day forward, you will only have one identity. Those are my soldiers, Su Lang's soldiers. I will train you myself. If you're afraid of hardship and fatigue, you can quit. But if you stay, you must obey all my orders. Even if it means your death. Did you understand? I understand. Dozens of strong young men roared in unison, their voices echoing across the surrounding area. In their eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only endless fervor and excitement. Join the army. Join Lang Ji's army. This is 1,000,000 times better than being cannon fodder for those princes. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. What he wanted was this fearless and indomitable spirit. His gaze shifted to several elderly craftsmen in the crowd. Blacksmith Wang, carpenter's son! We're here! two gray-haired old men quickly squeezed out of the crowd and stood respectfully in front of Su Lang. Starting tomorrow, all the blacksmith shops and carpentry workshops in the mountain stronghold will be open for business. Su Lang's voice was firm and resounding. I need you to forge me 300 sets of standard armor, 300 refined swords, and 5,000 armor-piercing arrows in the shortest possible time. I'll give you the blueprints tomorrow. It's time to make a name for ourselves in this chaotic world. But tonight is the most important night for our wedding night. Chapter 80 A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As the banquet ended, the noisy square gradually quieted down, leaving only the crackling bonfire and a few young men on night watch. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the men, Su Lang returned to the stone house at the very top of the mountain stronghold. The room was brightly lit by candlelight. Hua Yorong and Murong Yanran had already made all the preparations. The newly laid bedding exudes the fresh scent of sunshine and soapberry. The air was filled with the faint, sweet, and alluring scent of a young girl, mixed with the steam from her bath. The two sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, had changed into brand new red wedding dresses and were sitting side by side on the bed. They lowered their heads, nervously twisting the hem of their clothes, their pretty faces flushed red as if they were about to bleed, and even their ears were burning hot. Upon hearing the door open, both sisters trembled almost imperceptibly. Husband, let's go back to our room first. Hua Yorong looked at the scene and smiled gently. She tugged at Murong Yanran and Xia Jiro's sleeves with a kind heart. The women understood immediately, each giving Su Lang a knowing look before quietly slipping out and closing the door behind them. In an instant, only Su Lang and the twin sisters, who were so nervous they could hardly breathe, remained in the room. Su Lang slowly walked to the bedside. He didn't speak, he just watched them quietly. That extremely aggressive gaze made the two sisters tense up even more. Raise your head. Su Lang's voice was deep and hoarse. The two sisters dared not disobey, and trembling, they slowly raised their heads. Those two identical yet uniquely charming faces were filled with shyness, nervousness, and an undisguised anticipation. Especially the younger sister, Li Qingyao, was bolder, and her big, watery eyes shone with a resigned, almost worshipful light. Su Lang smiled. He reached out and gently lifted their chins. From today onwards, you are my women, Su Lang's women. Are you scared? The two sisters looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. I'm not afraid. Li Qingyao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet exceptionally firm. It is our sister's blessing to be able to serve the master. Very good. The curve of Su Lang's lips became increasingly amused. He leaned down and kissed each of their equally luscious red lips. Tonight let me, your husband, treat you well. The candle flame was blown out by a gust of wind. The room was filled with enchanting beauty. The next day, before dawn, Su Lang opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. His physique, 16 times stronger than others, made him almost tireless. He glanced around. The twin sisters, like two contented cats, were sleeping peacefully in each other's arms. Even their long eyelashes were still glistening with tears. Whether from the exhaustion of the previous night or from sheer happiness, it was hard to tell. Su Lang quietly got up and dressed. As soon as I stepped out of the room, I smelled a rich aroma of rice porridge. Hua Yorong was carrying a steaming bowl of breakfast when she came out of the kitchen. When she saw Su Lang, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Husband, you're awake? Come and have breakfast. Several women were already at the dining table. When they saw Su Lang, their pretty faces flushed slightly, and their eyes held a mixture of reproach and curiosity. Husband, where are Qinghuan and Qingyao? Xia Zhuo couldn't help but ask in a low voice. They're exhausted, let them get some more sleep. Su Lang ate his meal in large mouthfuls and answered casually. One sentence made the women present even more ashamed and dare not raise their heads. After finishing breakfast, Su Lang wiped his mouth, and his expression became serious. Wan the blacksmith and his men are too old. He looked at Hua Yorong and said, I asked last night, and the youngest of the two blacksmiths in the village is almost 60. They can make hoes and sickles, but to forge the weapons and armor in my blueprints, they would be too slow and the quality would not be up to par. Hua Yorong nodded. This was also a concern of hers. What does my husband mean? We're hiring. A glint of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. In times of chaos, what is most precious? It is not gold or silver, nor food, but talent. Especially artisans. He stood up, walked to the door, and waved to Zhang Chaowei and Lu Shitu, who were patrolling outside. You two come here. Brother Lang! The two of them rushed over. I have a mission for you. Su Lang looked at them. Take a few people, and enough food and dried meat, and go to Anping County. Anping County? Zhang Chaowei was taken aback. That's right. Su Lang nodded. Go to the county town and invite all the blacksmiths, carpenters, leatherworkers, and other skilled craftsmen you can find to the mountain stronghold. Tell them that if they come to my Black Wind stronghold, they will not only be provided with food and lodging, but also have meat at every meal, and they will also receive wages every month. As long as the skills are good, they can name their own terms. Su Lang's voice carried an undeniable air of dominance. Grain, meat, even gold and silver, it's all possible. Remember, we only want the best craftsmen. Money is not a problem. Zhang Chaowei and Lu Shitu were thrilled and replied in unison. Yes. Brother Lang! We guarantee to complete the mission. After dismissing the two men, Su Lang arrived at the training ground of the mountain stronghold. Dozens of young men were already waiting there, as he had requested. Looking at this group of new recruits, who, although in good spirits, stood crookedly and in a loose formation, Su Lang's brows furrowed imperceptibly. A mob. But it's okay. With his new recruit training manual, Mastery, in hand, he is confident that even the worst recruit can be trained into a wolf cub within 3 months. Listen up, everyone! Su Lang's voice, like a thunderclap, rang in everyone's ears. From this moment on, forget your peasant identity. Here you have only one name, soldier. My words are law. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to military law. For the rest of the afternoon, the entire drill ground echoed with Su Lang's cold shouts and the painful cries of the new recruits. As evening fell, the first day of training came to an end. Su Lang looked at the group of new recruits who were exhausted and collapsed on the ground like dead dogs, and nodded in satisfaction. He returned to the stone house, where several women had already prepared dinner. Seeing that they were all wearing only thin clothes, Su Lang's heart stirred. Winter is coming soon. It's time to prepare some decent winter clothes for our women. Wild boar and bear skins are too rough to be used for close-fitting clothing. We need to get some good stuff. For example, fox fur, or even better. Also, the warehouse is full of cured meat, and Su Lang also wants to hunt more wild game so that his wives can have a taste. After all, my wives are so sensible, I have to treat them well too. Chapter 81 Su Lang fights the tiger. You guys eat first, I'm going out for a bit. Su Lang picked up the silver dragon's spear and longbow hanging on the wall, then turned and walked out of the mountain. Husband, it's getting dark, where are you going? Hua Yurong asked worriedly. Go and make some winter clothes for you. Su Lang's voice came from afar, carrying a hint of laughter. With one man and one gun, their figures quickly disappeared into the twilight of the deep mountains. This time, his goal was very clear. Head straight into the deep mountains. With his godlike hunting skills and superhuman physique, Su Lang navigated the complex mountain forests, as if walking on flat ground. The sky had completely darkened. From time to time, the howls of unknown wild beasts echoed through the forest, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Su Lang, however, was not afraid at all. His ears were like radar, capturing every movement around him. Sudden! He stopped in his tracks. From the bushes not far ahead came a faint, crunching sound, like bones being chewed. A strong smell of blood drifted over on the wind. Su Lang's eyes narrowed instantly. He silently pushed aside the branches in front of him. Under the moonlight, a tiger of enormous size is lying on top of a wild deer carcass that has been gutted and is feasting on it. The colorful fur gleamed with an oily sheen under the moonlight. Those massive muscles exuded an explosive sense of power. It was the same mountain lord who had forced him and Zhang Zhaowei to climb the tree and dare not come down. What a small world! Last time, with Zhaowei around, I couldn't easily retrieve things from my spatial storage, and you forced me to climb a tree. This time, I'll show you what Su Lang fighting the tiger really means. A cold, slightly excited smile slowly curved the corners of Su Lang's lips. He slowly took the longbow off his back and casually tossed it on the ground. Against something this big, bows and arrows are pretty much useless. He turned his hand and gripped the cold, silver dragon spear. An unprecedented fighting spirit burned fiercely in his chest. The tiger seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised its head, its copper bell-like eyes staring intently at Su Lang. It let out a low roar that shook the mountains and forests, and blood dripped from its mouth down its white fangs. Su Lang grinned. "It's that same tiger from last time. Come!" He flicked his spear, the tip pointing directly at the tiger. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of domineering arrogance. "Today, I'll use your tiger skin to make new clothes for my wives. Roar dash!" A deafening roar from the tiger stirred up a foul wind, causing the fallen leaves in the forest to dance wildly. The striped tiger suddenly exerted force with its forelimbs, its massive body transforming into a yellow-black lightning bolt, opening its blood-red maw and lunging fiercely at Su Lang. The overwhelming sense of oppression was enough to terrify any ordinary hunter on the spot. However, Su Lang's face remained completely expressionless. Too slow. With his dynamic vision now 16 times stronger than his current physical condition, the mountain lord's movements appeared as if they were images slowed down countless times. Just as those gleaming white fangs were about to touch his throat, Su Lang moved. He didn't even step back, he just slightly turned his body to the side. "Call!" The tiger's massive body almost brushed past him, just missing the hem of his clothes. The force of the wind it generated made his long hair fly backward. "Now!" Su Lang's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly flicked his wrist. The silver dragon spear in his hand, like a lurking poisonous dragon, was drawn from its sheath in an instant. Chaotic Annihilation Spear Technique. There are no fancy moves, only the simplest, most direct, and most deadly straight thrust. Pft! The cold spear tip, with unparalleled penetrating power, pierced through the tiger's soft belly without any hindrance. The spear tip pierced through its body and was deeply embedded in the ground behind it. A woo-woo dash! A piercing, distorted scream echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. The tiger's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twisting and struggling wildly. Warm blood gushed out like a spring, instantly staining the ground beneath it red. Its large, bronze bell-like eyes stared intently at Su Lang, filled with pain, resentment, and a trace of incomprehensible fear. It doesn't understand. Why does this seemingly weak human possess such terrifying strength and speed? Su Lang did not give it a chance to continue thinking. His arm muscles bulged, and he suddenly twisted it. Snap! With a crisp sound, the spear shattered the tiger's internal organs. The once arrogant mountain lord suddenly jerked its body, its massive head slamming heavily to the ground, the light in its beastly eyes quickly dimming. There was no sound at all. From the moment the tiger pounced to the moment Su Lang was killed with a single shot, the entire process took only a few breaths. Su Lang slowly drew his spear, and the blood on the tip dripped down the shaft and onto the ground. He looked at the enormous creature on the ground and felt a surge of satisfaction. Last time you chased me so hard I had to climb a tree, but today, I've finally gotten my revenge. He stepped forward and carefully examined the tiger skin. Intact and undamaged. There's only a tiny, inconspicuous hole on the abdomen. With a little stitching, it's completely undetectable. This tiger skin could definitely be used to make several top-quality winter coats for the ladies. His gaze then fell on the half-eaten wild deer. The area that was eaten was mainly the hindquarters. The forequarters of the venison, weighing over 100 pounds, remained intact. Especially the pair of newly grown antlers, still covered in down, and the very valuable deer penis, are still there. Nice one. I'll have Lady Yorong take care of it later and make a few jars of medicinal wine. With my own 16 times stronger constitution, plus 7 beautiful wives, how can I not nourish myself? Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. He looked around and confirmed that there was no other living person in this deep mountain forest besides himself. After acting for so long, it's time for a break. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The tiger carcass weighing hundreds of kilograms and the half of the wild deer on the ground vanished into thin air and were all stored in his system space. After doing all this, Su Lang did not linger. God-level hunting skills, fully activated. In his eyes, the entire deep mountain had transformed into a giant treasure map filled with resource points. Where there were rabbit burrows, pheasant flocks, and fox dens, everything was clearly presented in his mind. What followed was a one-sided, frenzied massacre. Su Lang's figure transformed into a ghostly apparition in the forest. He would sometimes draw his bow and nock an arrow, and every arrow would hit its mark, shooting down birds that were dozing on the treetops. Sometimes they would set up simple traps to catch entire broods of wild rabbits in one fell swoop. When he encountered a wary fox, he didn't even bother to use an arrow. Instead, he activated his lightness skill, struck first despite being behind, and stepped on the fox's tail. In less than 3 hours, Su Lang's prey in his system space has piled up like a mountain. Pheasants, rabbits, roe deer, foxes, a dazzling array of wild game. A rough calculation suggests it probably weighs 2,000 or 3,000 gene. That's about it. Any more than that would be a bit too much. Su Lang stopped what he was doing with satisfaction, determined the direction, and headed towards Black Wind's stronghold. Chapter 82: A Great Harvest. When he was almost at the foot of the mountain village, he found a secluded spot and stopped. The performance is about to begin. He took out the complete tiger, hundreds of pheasants and rabbits, and several plump roe deer from the system space. He used tough vines to tie the prey together in batches, making several huge bundles. Then, he deliberately rolled around on the ground a few times to make his clothes look dirty and messy, and smeared mud on his face. Finally, he took a deep breath and began to drag the several hundred-pound prey, step by step, with great difficulty, toward the mountain stronghold. Whoosh! He walked along, panting heavily, his face contorted with exhaustion. Once they reached the restricted area of the mountain stronghold, Su Lang mustered all his strength and shouted at the top of his lungs toward the mountain stronghold. Zhu Zi! Xiao Bao! Come out and meet me! So much wild game, damn it, I'm exhausted! His voice was filled with exhaustion, yet also carried an undisguised sense of pride. Black Wind Stronghold, atop the highest arrow tower. Xiao Bao was watching the movements below the mountain with vigilance. He was one of the 7 boys who followed Lu Shitu and joined Su Lang's forces. He was sharp-witted and had a great talent for archery. Hearing Su Lang's shout, he was startled and quickly poked his head out. I only glanced at it. He froze completely. What did he see? Their longa was dragging a mountain. No, a small mountain. A small mountain made up of all sorts of prey. The most eye-catching thing was that striped tiger, bigger than a calf. My goodness! Xiao Bao rubbed his eyes hard, and after confirming that he hadn't seen wrong, he let out a thunderous shout. Quick! Someone come quick! Brother Lang is back! Brother Lang brought back a big tiger! And lots of meat! His voice was distorted with extreme excitement. This sound was like a thunderclap thrown into a calm lake. The entire Black Wind stronghold instantly erupted in excitement. What? Brother Lang is back? They even killed a tiger? Zhang Chaowei and Lu Shitu, who were training on the training ground, were the first to react. They dropped their weapons and rushed towards the mountain gate like madmen. The villagers who were preparing dinner also rushed out of the stone house, their faces filled with shock and elation. Inside Su Lang's stone house, hearing the commotion outside, Huayorong, Murong Yanran, and the other girls tensed up and rushed out. When they saw the figure dragging a mountain of flesh, slowly walking down the mountain, they were all so shocked that they covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Especially when they saw that majestic tiger, they felt an unparalleled sense of pride and honor. These are their men. My husband is so amazing! Li Qingyao's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't wait to serve him in bed. How did this guy manage to bring back so much prey? Murong Yanran stared in disbelief, her phoenix eyes wide with disbelief. She practiced martial arts freely and knew very well where the limits of humanity lay. Her husband, however, seemed to have long surpassed the limits of human capability. My husband is certainly no ordinary man. What ordinary man could have so many wives, and every single day? Huayorong muttered softly to herself, and then all the sisters blushed. Then, the gaze directed at Su Lang became even more intense. The situation is different now, the roles have reversed. Before it was Su Lang who desired the women's bodies, Now, it's the women who desire Su Lang's body. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 210, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 210, completely devoted. Ding! Xia Jiruo's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 220, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 205, completely devoted. Ding! Jian Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 140, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qinghuan's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 130, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qingyao's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 130, completely devoted. A series of system notifications rang in Su Lang's mind. Su Lang was overjoyed. Having more wives was great. Each wife gave him 10 points of favorability, which added up to 70 points. If this continues, the system will give out a reward very soon. Xiuji's favorability rating has reached 200. Let's see what rewards we can get. Su Lang hurried over to check. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 205, completely devoted. Congratulations, host! You have received 500 caddies of top-quality pork belly, 500 caddies of fine northeast rice, and 100 bolts of exquisite cloth. Congratulations, host! You have acquired BNK's medical skills, beginner. This time it's medical skills? Su Lang was overjoyed. Although Hua Yurong was also skilled in medicine, it was clearly not enough for the whole village to have only one doctor. In particular, once war breaks out, casualties will increase. It's not enough to rely on Hua Yurong alone. Now that I understand medicine, I can greatly improve the survival rate of the villagers. Soon, Zhang Chaoe and Lu Shitu, along with dozens of young men, rushed towards Su Lang. When they saw the mountain of prey, everyone gasped and looked at Su Lang as if he were a god. Brother Lang! You fought all of this by yourself? Zhang Chaoe asked, stammering. Nonsense! Su Lang rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Quick! Give me a hand! Carry all these things to my yard! Yes, Brother Lang! The crowd responded in unison, and together they carried the pile of prey up the mountain with great joy. The entire Black Wind stronghold was immersed in a sea of joy. Su Lang was welcomed back to his stone house as if he were surrounded by stars. The women gathered around with concern, offering tea and water. While enjoying the service of his wives, Su Lang looked at the mountain of prey piled up in the courtyard, feeling extremely smug. The villagers gathered outside the courtyard, pointing and marveling at the enormous tiger. Brother Stone, look at this tiger, it's so majestic. The pillar was filled with tiny stars. Lu Shitu nodded. He was more attentive than the others. He stepped forward, reached out and stroked the glossy tiger skin, feeling the aura of the king of beasts. Lu Shitu's hand gently brushed across the colorful tiger skin. He felt a rough yet smooth sensation on his fingertips. He could feel the solid muscles beneath the fur, muscles that had once contained explosive power. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Even in death, the might of this mountain lord was terrifying. And Lang actually hunted down such a huge creature from the deep mountains all by himself and dragged it back. What terrifying power this is! All right, everyone stop crowding around. Su Lang enjoyed the hot towels handed to him by the women. He wiped his face and casually tossed the towels into the basin, making a crisp sound. He stood up and glanced at the excited young men in the courtyard. Zhang Chaoe! Here I am, Brother Lang! Zhang Chaoe snapped to attention and immediately straightened his back, like a soldier awaiting inspection. Take some men and deal with these wild rabbits, pheasants, and those roe deer. Su Lang pointed to the mountain of prey. Tonight, we'll give the brothers an extra meal. Plenty of meat. Our soldiers cannot train on an empty stomach. Yes, Brother Lang. Zhang Chaoe replied excitedly. There's meat to eat. Following Brother Lang has these advantages. Oh, right. Su Lang added. You guys skin this tiger completely, being careful not to damage it. Distribute the tiger meat too, so everyone can have a taste. As for the tiger bones. He paused, a mysterious smile curving his lips. Keep it for me, I have a very important use for it. Chapter 83. The world is in even greater chaos. Su Lang looked at Zhang Chaoe, his voice calm but carrying an unquestionable command. Tiger bone. This stuff is incredibly nutritious. He now has 7 beautiful wives, all of whom are eager to be fed. If he doesn't take good care of himself, how can he give them all his love? Even though it strengthens the body, we should cherish it, shouldn't we? He plans to use ancient prescriptions recorded in BNK's medical texts to try making some medicinal dishes and wines to strengthen the body. Yes, Brother Lang! Zhang Chaoe quickly agreed, then remembered something, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. By the way, Brother Lang, there's progress on the recruitment. Oh? Tell me about it. Su Lang raised an eyebrow. As you instructed, I went to Anping County with Shi. A hint of lingering fear and relief appeared on Zhang Chaoyue's face. We recruited a total of 4 blacksmith masters, and they also brought 6 half-grown apprentices with them, making a total of 10 people. Carpenters are easier to find, there are 22 in total, including masters and apprentices. But the county town is in a lot of chaos right now. Zhang Chaoyue's expression turned somewhat grim. Brother Lang, thank goodness we left early. The world outside is truly in chaos right now. How so? During our half-day trip to the county town, we personally witnessed several groups of soldiers, claiming to be from different princes, snatching people from the city. Any man who looked strong enough would be tied up with ropes and dragged away. One family refused to comply and tried to hide their son, but the soldiers chopped them up on the spot. They even burned their house. Zhang Chaoyue's voice was trembling. They not only robbed people, but also food. The dried meat we brought was almost stolen by a patrol of soldiers. If we hadn't run fast, we probably would have been. All of this was within Su Lang's expectations. The struggle for power among princes is a bloodbath that consumes lives and burns through money and resources. When order collapses, what difference is there between so-called government officials and soldiers and bandits? They were even more terrifying than bandits. Because they wore official robes, they could commit murder and arson with impunity. Ha, that's human nature! Instead, a cold smile curved at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. This chaotic world is the perfect stage for people like him. Now that things have fallen into chaos, we must seize the time and build up our own strength. Night. Back in the stone house, a rich aroma of wine mixed with the scent of herbs wafted towards us. Hua Yurong carefully placed the processed tiger bones and deer penis into a huge earthenware jar, and then poured in the strong, clear liquor. My husband, I have already prepared this tiger bone wine according to the ancient method. When she saw Su Lang return, she smiled gently, a charming blush rising on her cheeks. But this wine is extremely strong, so you must take good care of yourself and not drink too much. The way he seemed to want to say something but held back warmed Su Lang's heart. As expected of his tolerant wife, she is so sensible. Master, you must be tired after training the soldiers and hunting today. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao came over with a basin of hot water and squatted down without saying a word to wash Su Lang's feet. Those 2 identical pretty faces were filled with heartache and longing. Su Lang didn't refuse and generously enjoyed the service from the 2 sisters. On the other side, Xia Jiro and Li Xiuji were also diligently massaging his back and legs. Although Murong Yanran and Jiang Zhaowe did not make a move, their beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, filled with curiosity and a hint of inquiry. He was surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful women who showered him with concern and care. I wouldn't trade this life for an emperor. Night. Su Lang looked at the power strips on the bed and hesitated for a moment. Which one should he start with? The next day, early morning. The training ground was filled with a murderous aura. Stand up straight. Haven't you eaten? Line up. Line up. Even pigs can stand in more orderly lines than you. Su Lang, holding a long whip, patrolled back and forth like a ruthless, devilish instructor. Dozens of young men are gritting their teeth and undergoing the most basic formation training. Sweat soaked through their clothes, and pain was etched on every face. But no one dared to complain, and no one dared to quit. The way they looked at Su Lang was not only with awe, but also with a kind of fanatical worship. because they knew that Brother Lang was training them like real soldiers. It's so that they can survive in this chaotic world. Just as Su Lang was preparing for the next training session. Woo 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 dash! Suddenly, a rapid horn blared from the arrow tower high in the mountain stronghold. This is a warning signal. Something's up. Su Lang's gaze sharpened instantly as he looked up at the arrow tower. Xiao Bao was waving the flag frantically and shouting at the top of his lungs. Brother Lang! A troop of soldiers has come down from the mountain. Officers and soldiers? Su Lang frowned. He calmed the somewhat agitated recruits, temporarily handed over the training to Zhang Chaoe, and then, carrying his silver dragon spear, strode towards the mountain gate. When he stood on the stockade wall, he indeed saw a group of about 40 or 50 people below the mountain path. They wore uniform armor and carried spears. Their military bearing, however, was somewhat inferior to that of Murong Sanghai's personal guards. The leader, riding a tall horse, was clad in silver armor and had a long sword at his waist. He looked like a general. Their flag was embroidered with a flamboyant Yan character. Yan Wang's men? They've found Black Wind's stronghold. Su Lang sneered inwardly. Soon, the group of soldiers stopped 100 meters away from the mountain gate. A messenger rode forward, arrived at the gate, reined in his horse, and with an arrogant look on his face, raised his head and shouted in a hoarse voice. Listen up, bandits on the mountain! We are the vanguard generals of the anti-rebel army under His Highness Prince Yen, and General Zhou's personal guards. General Zhou has given an order. Considering the difficulty you faced in occupying this mountain, we are giving you a chance to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Quickly open the mountain gates, offer up all your grain and women, and submit to us. The messenger's chin was practically pointing to the sky, and his words were full of condescension and disdain. If you dare disobey, once the general's army arrives, we will raze your Black Wind stronghold to the ground, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. He seemed to think that these words would be enough to terrify the rabble on the mountain, making them wet themselves and beg for mercy on their knees. The walls of the mountain stronghold were deathly silent. All the villagers and new recruits who heard this showed expressions of anger. Offering food and women? This isn't an offer of amnesty. It's clearly treating them like pigs and sheep to be slaughtered at will. Su Lang's face, however, showed no sign of anger. He even laughed. But that smile was chilling. He turned around, ignoring the messenger still shouting down the mountain. His gaze fell on Xiao Bao, who was already drawing his bow and arrow and looking furious. Su Lang remained silent. She simply reached out and gently patted Xiao Bao's shoulder. Xiao Bao was startled. He instantly understood what Brother Lang meant. The anger in his heart instantly transformed into a chill and killing intent. Without the slightest hesitation, the bow is drawn to its fullest extent. Buzz! The bowstring twanged. A sharp wolf-tooth arrow, like a black lightning bolt, tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and shot towards the arrogant messenger down the mountain. Chapter 84, Massacre. Pfft! A dull thud as a sharp weapon pierced flesh sounded particularly jarring in the silent valley. Down the mountain, the arrogance and disdain on the messenger's face froze instantly. He looked down in disbelief at the wolf-tooth arrow that had penetrated deep into his chest, its fletching trembling slightly. You guys! He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only large gushes of blood flowed out. His body went limp, and he fell straight off the tall horse with a thud, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The entire mountain path fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The dozens of soldiers down the mountain were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that these mountain bandits would dare to shoot and kill His Highness the Flame King's messenger without a word. Is this insane? They've rebelled! They've rebelled! A bunch of bandits! Kill them! The silver-armored general at the head of the group was the first to react. His face instantly turned a deep liver color, filled with shock and anger. He drew his long sword from his waist, pointed it forward, and roared hoarsely. Charge! Raze Black Wind's stronghold to the ground, leave no one alive! Kill them! Enraged, the soldiers roared like a hornet's nest that had been poked, brandishing their spears and charging madly up the only narrow mountain path. On the stockade wall, The villagers and new recruits who had just been filled with righteous indignation turned pale at the sight of this fierce charge, and many of them instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Su Lang's face, however, remained expressionless. He looked down at the group of soldiers crammed into the narrow mountain path like lambs to the slaughter, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Madness. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, "When besieging an army, leave an opening, do not pursue a desperate enemy." But this group of people plunged headlong into this formidable and easily defensible location. He turned around, ignoring the tense faces behind him, and issued an order in a voice devoid of any emotion, one that baffled everyone. "Open the gate!" "What?" On the stockade wall, everyone thought they had misheard. "Open the gate of the village? Isn't that just asking for death? Brother Lang?" Zhang Chaoyue's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "How can we open the door? If they rush in, we're finished. We should use the terrain to our advantage." Su Lang didn't explain, but simply glanced at him coldly with his deep eyes. Just one glance. Zhang Chaoyue felt as if he were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. All the remaining words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a single word. "I said open the door!" Su Lang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. This time, no one dared to question it. "Open the door!" Lu Shita's slightly immature face was now filled with fervent trust. He was the first to respond, letting out a furious roar as he turned and charged toward the gate of the village. "Open the door!" Zhu Zi and the other 3 boys followed without hesitation. Squeak dash! The heavy stone and wood gate slowly opened amidst a teeth-grinding scraping sound. A tragic and heroic atmosphere of desperation instantly spread. "Kill!" As soon as the gate of the village opened a crack, Lu Shita's thin figure was the first to squeeze out. In his hand, he held a heavy horse-slaying sword that seemed completely disproportionate to his size. He picked out that knife himself from the Black Wind Stronghold's armory. "Fight to the death for Brother Lang!" With a roar, his small body shot out like a cannonball, fearlessly charging headlong into the dark mass of soldiers rushing towards him. "Kill! Kill!" Pillar and 5 other boys, wielding spears, followed closely behind. 6 teenagers formed the simplest yet sharpest arrow. Boom! The 2 torrents collided violently. On the narrow mountain path, deafening shouts of battle and the thunderous clang of clashing weapons erupted in an instant. Puff! Lu Shitu's horse-slaying saber was powerful and heavy. With one strike, he cleaved the soldier at the forefront in 2, along with his shield. Blood splattered all over his face. He didn't care at all, wiped his face, and his eyes turned bloodshot, like a demon crawling out of hell. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He swung his saber like a madman, each strike using all his strength. Behind him, the spears of Zhu Zi and the others, like venomous snakes emerging from their holes, kept piercing through the gaps in the shields, each time taking away a precious life. This completely ignited the fighting spirit in the hearts of all the new recruits. "Let's fight, Brother Stone! Killing 1 is enough to make it worthwhile. Killing 2 is a bonus. For Lang Ji! Kill them!" The recruits, who were initially somewhat fearful, instantly turned red-eyed when they saw those 6 reckless teenagers. They roared and swarmed out of the village gate to join the bloody massacre. The entire mountain path had been completely transformed into a blood and flesh millstone. Although the soldiers were well trained, they were unable to maneuver effectively in the narrow terrain, and their numerical advantage was completely negated. They were stuck on the mountain road, those in front couldn't retreat, and those behind couldn't rush forward. Su Lang stood on the high stockade wall, like a cold sculpture. He had somehow switched to using a longbow. His gaze, like that of a hawk, surveyed the entire battlefield. He did not make a move. He is waiting. He was using this most brutal and bloody battle to temper his soldiers. Sudden! A soldier bypassed Lu Shitu's front and viciously stabbed him in the back. Lu Shi too was engrossed in fighting the enemy in front of him, and was completely unaware. At this critical moment, buzz! A slight tremor of the bowstring. The soldier who launched the sneak attack froze abruptly as an arrow pierced his eye socket and exited through his brain with pinpoint accuracy. Su Lang slowly lowered the bow. His movements were so fast that almost no one could see them clearly. On the nearby arrow tower, Xiao Bao was already in a frenzy of fighting. His bow and arrows never stopped. With every arrow fired, a soldier on the mountain path would inevitably scream and fall to the ground. With their superior vantage point, every arrow hits its mark. The battle has completely turned into a one-sided massacre. The silver-armored general watched his men fall one by one, his heart breaking with terror. He couldn't understand why these bandits were so good at fighting. And so reckless. Retreat! Retreat now! He finally got scared, turned his horse around, and tried to run away. However, it was too late. Trying to run? Su Longa's voice, like the pronouncement of death, came from the stockade wall. The silver-armored general felt a chill on the back of his neck. When he looked up, he met Su Lang's cold and ruthless eyes. There was also a black arrow aimed at his brow. No. Pfft. The arrow pierced the air. One arrow to the throat. With their commander dead, the remaining soldiers completely collapsed. They abandoned their armor and weapons, crying and screaming, and fled down the mountain. Leave no one alive! Su Lang's icy voice rang out again. Lu Shitu and his men, like tigers descending the mountain, gave chase. Soon, the shouts of battle gradually subsided. The narrow mountain path was littered with corpses lying haphazardly. Blood pooled into a stream, flowing slowly down the stone steps. A fishy smell filled the air. All the survivors were leaning on their weapons, panting heavily. Their bodies and faces were covered in the blood of the enemy and their own. But their eyes were frighteningly bright. We won! They actually defeated the soldiers. Su Lang slowly walked down from the stockade wall and came to them. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs, looking at their king with eyes that were a mixture of worship, awe, and fanaticism. Well done! Su Lang's voice was very calm. He walked up to Lu Shitu, looked at the young man covered in blood who was still gripping the broadsword tightly, reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Then, his gaze swept over everyone. Strip them of their armor and weapons! From this moment on, these are ours! Oh! The crowd erupted in a deafening cheer, a sign of relief at having survived the ordeal. Don't get too excited yet. Su Lang's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, instantly extinguishing everyone's excitement. He pointed to the corpse on the ground, his voice icy. This time, they underestimated their enemy and walked headlong into a dead end. Next time, they won't be so stupid. If you want to survive, if you want your women and children to be able to eat meat and drink wine here in peace, you must be even more ruthless and fierce than you are today. Su Lang's voice grew heavier with each sentence, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. Did you understand? I understand. Dozens of men, who had just survived a bloody battle, roared in unison with all their might. The sounds merged into a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley for a long time. Chapter 85 Weapon Replacement, Combat Power Enhancement. The smell of blood had not yet dissipated. On the mountain path, the body had been dragged aside, but the dark red stain that had seeped into the cracks of the stone steps could not be washed away. After the cheers, led by Zhang Chaoe, everyone excitedly and clumsily began to peel off the armor and weapons from the corpses. This was the first time they had killed someone with their own hands, and also the first time they had seized their own spoils. On everyone's face was a mixture of relief at surviving a disaster and an indescribable excitement. Su Lang stood aside, watching quietly. This victory was within his expectations. But the performance of these new recruits, especially Lu Shitu and his group of teenagers, exceeded his expectations. That fearless and ruthless spirit was the makings of a born soldier. Brother Lang! Lu Shitu excitedly ran over, dragging a horse-slaying saber taller than himself. That knife was taken from the silver-armored general who was shot dead by Su Lang with an arrow. The blade was thick and heavy, with a cold, gleaming light, clearly a fine piece of steel forged through repeated tempering. This knife is heavy! I like it! Lu Shitu's face was covered in blood and dust, making him look like a little kitten, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Su Lang nodded. This kid's innate superhuman strength, paired with this heavy sword, is a perfect match. Pillar! Su Lang called out again. Here I am, Brother Lang! Zhu Zi also ran over, holding a strangely shaped serpent spear in his hand, its tip curved like a snake and extremely sharp. "You're fast, and this spear is tricky. It suits you perfectly. And you, Xiao Bao." Su Lang's gaze fell on the small, thin figure still on guard atop the arrow tower. He casually tossed the silver-armored general's longbow up there. Then, Xiao Bao caught it steadily, and when he saw the bow in his hand, he was so excited that he almost jumped off the arrow tower. It was a composite bow made of fine ironwood and cow horn, with animal bones inlaid on the bow limbs. Just one look was enough to tell that it was 100 times better than the hunting bow he used before. "Thank you, Brother Lang!" Xiao Bao's voice was trembling with tears. As for the remaining weapons, they were all standard-issue spears. Su Lang gave each able-bodied young man a pole. When these men held the heavy spears in their hands, their entire demeanor changed. They are no longer farmers wielding hoes and sickles, but true warriors holding sharp blades. In the era of cold weapons, the spear was undoubtedly the king of the battlefield. "Oh! Weapons have appeared! If anyone dares to come here again, I'll stab their mother to death. With Brother Lang by our side, we will be invincible." The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Su Lang's gaze fell again on the pile of armor that had been stripped off. He stepped forward, picked up a breastplate at random, and tapped it with his finger. Ding ding! The sound was a little muffled. He frowned slightly. These armors were all basic leather armors, with only a few thin iron plates inlaid in the key areas. Its defensive capabilities are barely adequate. It's fine for dealing with bandits, but when it comes to facing the armor-piercing arrows of a regular army, it's no different from being made of paper. "Wang the blacksmith!" Su Lang turned around and called out. "This old man is here!" Among the crowd, an old blacksmith with gray hair quickly squeezed out. "These armors are rubbish." Su Lang threw the breastplate in his hand on the ground. "From today onwards, the blacksmith shop is to go into full operation. I want you to melt all these iron plates down and remake them. Build me a brand new suit of armor according to the blueprints I gave you. The Longa iron armor has extremely high requirements for iron materials and craftsmanship, and ours." Blacksmith Wang looked troubled. "I'll add more manpower. As for the iron, we'll use these weapons to remelt them." Su Lang's voice brooked no argument. "I only care about results. With Jia, the brothers can live." Looking into Su Lang's unwavering gaze, when the blacksmith felt a chill run down his spine and nodded heavily. "Yes. This old man will risk his life to make it for you, Brother Lang." Noon. After a bloody battle, there was no celebratory wine, but there was plenty of meat. In the square, large pots were simmering with fragrant tiger bone and meat soup. The soup was milky white, and the rich aroma of meat filled the entire village. Each person's broken bowl was filled with meat soup, and they were also holding steaming hot roasted sweet potatoes in their hands. In this chaotic world, this is practically the life of a god. "Following Brother Lang means I get to eat meat every day. It's worth it." "That's right. Damn it, we used to be slaves to the landlords, and we couldn't even get a full meal. Now this life is so good, it's worth dying for. From now on, anyone who dares to go against Brother Lang, I'll be the first to stab them to death." The villagers' faces beamed with genuine happiness and contentment. The way they looked at Su Lang was no longer simple awe, but a kind of fanatical worship. They ate and drank their fill. No one went to rest. The new recruits, who had just experienced a bloody battle, returned to the training ground on their own initiative without Su Lang's prompting, and began an even more intense training session. The shouts of battle were louder than ever before. Every one of them knew that they were only alive today because of Lang Ji's command and the training they had undergone during this period. To continue living, to protect this blissful existence, I must become stronger, more ruthless. Looking at this group of death warriors, who were already showing signs of wolfishness, Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. But he knew that these people alone were far from enough. Black Wind Village has over 300 people. They need to eat and survive. They can't always rely on him to hunt, nor can they always depend on the system. You must have your own foundation. That is land and food. Su Lang left the mountain stronghold alone without saying goodbye to anyone. He needed to find suitable land nearby to cultivate. Soon, Su Lang circled around to the back mountain of Black Wind's stronghold. After crossing a mountain ridge, a breathtaking view suddenly opened up before us. He saw a huge valley basin. This basin is very large, flat, and the soil looks extremely fertile. Most importantly, a clear stream meanders through the valley. Naturally fertile land. Su Lang was overjoyed. This place is truly a treasure bestowed by heaven. Once the land is cultivated, it will be more than enough to support not only 300 people, but also 3,000. He was excitedly planning how to cultivate this land and how to irrigate it. An extreme sense of danger suddenly came from behind. That's an intuition for killing intent that can only be honed through countless battles. Su Lang didn't even have time to turn around. The body's instincts have already reacted before the brain. He stomped his foot and moved 3 feet to the left like a ghost. Call out dash! A streak of dark light flashed past him, almost grazing his nose. Clang! A loud bang. It was a jet-black iron spear. The spear, with unparalleled force, slammed into a rock not far in front of him. The entire spear hummed due to the immense force. Su Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. What incredible strength! If this spear were thrown at a person, it would definitely pierce through their body. He whirled around, his gaze sharp as lightning, shooting toward the direction from which the spear had been thrown. On a hillside about 100 meters away, a figure stood quietly. It was a woman dressed in coarse linen clothes, with her long hair casually tied back, and her face seemingly covered in dirt. In her hand she was also carrying a spear of the same type. At that moment she also noticed Su Lang. Their eyes met. The woman seemed to be stunned for a moment, but then a terrifying killing intent flashed in her eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she tensed her arm muscles, assumed a throwing stance, and aimed the second spear at Su Lang once more. Chapter 86 Moon's Slave. This woman is truly ruthless. Su Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing that her first attack missed, the woman's murderous intent intensified, and without hesitation, she once again assumed a throwing stance. Not again? An inexplicable anger rose within Su Lang. He couldn't even be bothered to hide anymore. Just as the woman's arm muscles bulged and the second spear was about to fly out of her hand, Su Lang made a move. Instead of retreating, he took a sudden step forward and stood before the iron spear stuck in the rock. He gripped the cold spear shaft with one hand. Get up! A low shout. The muscles on Su Lang's arms bulged up instantly, like writhing dragons. Snap! A sickeningly crisp sound. He actually pulled the iron spear, which was deeply embedded in the hard rock, out with just one hand. It even brought down a large chunk of broken rock. On the opposite hillside, the woman, who was about to throw, suddenly froze. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on her filthy face. What terrifying force! Is this even human? In that moment of distraction. Call out dash! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out again. This time, it's Su Lang. He threw the heavy iron spear back at it as if it were a javelin. Its strength and speed far surpassed those before. 2 identical spears collided violently in midair, like 2 black dragons meeting. Clang dash! A deafening clang of metal resounded throughout the entire valley. Sparks flew everywhere. The woman's spear was knocked away by an unparalleled force, tumbling through the air before landing far down the hillside. Before she could even get her footing, a ghostly figure had already appeared in front of her. Leave no trace in the snow. Su Lang's movement technique was incredibly fast. Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared. The cold, sharp blade was already firmly held against her slender neck. With just a slight movement of Su Lang's wrist, it was a fine head that rolled to the ground. The woman froze completely. She could feel the bone-chilling coldness from the blade against her neck, and the faint smell of blood. She could even smell the strong, masculine, and aggressive aura emanating from the man in front of her. Who is it? Su Lang's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. Why did you ambush me? The woman didn't answer, she just stared intently at him, her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and a hint of resolute determination. Kill me if you want! Her voice was hoarse and cold. I won't say anything. Heh, they're pretty tough. Su Lang smiled. He licked his slightly chapped lips, and his eyes became playful, like a wild beast scrutinizing its prey. Kill you? That's too easy on you. He deliberately leaned closer, almost touching the woman's ear, and spoke slowly and deliberately in his magnetic voice. I don't like playing with corpses. Before he could finish speaking, his free hand suddenly reached out and grabbed directly at the woman's coarse linen dress at her chest. The woman's face changed drastically, and terror finally appeared in her eyes. What are you going to do? What are you doing? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Su Lang's lips. I'm the leader of Black Wind Stronghold. What do you think I'm going to do? You little wench, you may not be very pretty, but you have a nice figure. If you don't talk, I'll skin you alive, tie you up at the entrance of the stronghold, and let my hundreds of brothers who have been starving for half their lives line up and have some fun with you. These words were like the most vicious curse, causing the woman's body to tremble uncontrollably. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. You shameless! You beast! Go ahead and curse louder. Su Lang's smile grew even more wicked. My men love your fiery temper. You! A flash of extreme humiliation and despair crossed the woman's eyes. The next second, she suddenly straightened her neck and deliberately charged towards Su Lang's blade. Better to be a broken piece of jade than a whole piece of tile. Su Lang raised an eyebrow. She really is a strong-willed woman. But how could he possibly let her have her way? Just as the blade was about to slit her throat, Su Lang flicked his wrist, withdrawing the blade half an inch. At the same time, his other hand moved with lightning speed, delivering a precise chop to the back of her neck. Bang! The woman groaned, her body went limp, and she was about to collapse. Su Lang pulled her into his arms and made her lean against him. Sizzle! A sharp, tearing sound. With a swift stroke of his sword, Su Lang ripped a huge gash in the fabric of her clothes on her shoulder. Large swathes of snow-white, delicate skin and those exquisite collarbones were instantly exposed to the air. I don't have that much patience to waste with you. Su Lang's icy voice, like the whisper of a demon, rang in her ears. This is the last chance. The delicate body in his arms trembled violently. That chilling killing intent and the coldness on her shoulder finally shattered her last line of defense. Tears of humiliation streamed down her dirty cheeks. I'll talk. Her voice, choked with sobs, was filled with endless despair. My name is Yu, and I am Her Highness the Princess's servant. I've learned that the last place the princess was seen was near Black Wind Stronghold. I'm here to see the princess. Moon's slave? Princess? Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Which princess? Princess of the Great Qian Dynasty, Jiang Zhaowe. Yu said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. What? It really is Jiang Zhaowe's maid. Su Lang was speechless. He had wiped out Black Wind Stronghold and rescued Jiang Zhaowe, and now he had become the new master of Black Wind Stronghold. This maid is only coming now. This efficiency is just too touching. However, they are quite loyal. How do you prove it? Su Lang did not immediately sheath his sword, remaining vigilant. Your Highness, there is a small red mole below your left shoulder blade. Yunu's voice was still trembling. She hated eating celery the most, and loved listening to stories about the lands beyond the Great Wall. Her eyes were peach blossom eyes, and her height. These details are something outsiders could never know. Su Lang's last remaining doubts were dispelled. He slowly sheathed his sword. Come with me. He released the woman's hand and turned to walk towards the mountain stronghold. Suddenly finding her arms empty, Yu stumbled and nearly fell. She watched Su Lang's retreating figure, her eyes filled with wariness and confusion. Where are you taking me? She instinctively covered her torn clothes, her voice tinged with wariness and a barely perceptible hint of shame and indignation. Didn't you want to see your princess? Su Lang said coldly without turning his head. Yuanu was stunned. Does he know where the princess is? Could it be that the princess has fallen into the hands of these bandits? The thought of that possibility made Yunu's heart sink to the bottom. She stared at Su Lang's retreating figure with a look that seemed to want to devour him alive. What have you done to Her Highness the Princess? I'm warning you. If you dare lay a finger on a hair on Her Highness's head, I'll haunt you even in death. And you want to take me back to the village? Let me tell you, I'd rather die than do that. Su Lang stopped, turned around, and looked at her with an expression as if she were an idiot. Shut up, I'm not interested in someone like you. He looked Yu Nu up and down, a hint of undisguised disdain on his lips. Although Yu Nu's face was dirty, her figure and facial features were not bad. Once she was cleaned up, she could be considered a pretty girl. But compared to Su Lang's room full of stunningly beautiful women, they were indeed no match. Yu Nu was so angry at his words that she trembled all over, and her pretty face turned bright red. No one in her life has ever dared to describe her appearance like that. But she couldn't refute it. Because this man is too powerful. Didn't you want to see the princess? Su Lang was too lazy to waste any more words with her. Keep up. After saying that, he walked off towards Black Wind's stronghold on his own. Yuanu stood there, watching his departing figure, then glancing in the direction of the mountain stronghold, her eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. In the end, she gritted her teeth, covered her bleeding hand and torn clothes, and limped after him. The two walked along the mountain path, one in front of the other. Soon, the tall and menacing gate of Black Wind's stronghold came into view. On the stockade wall stood sentries holding long spears and wearing leather armor. After entering the village, there were hundreds of men practicing. That chilling aura made Yu Nu's heart leap again. Is this really a den of bandits? Why do the bandits here seem more imposing than any government troops she has ever seen? Just as she was lost in thought, Su Lang, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. He turned around, a strange expression on his face that was neither a smile nor a frown. Oh, right, there's something I need to tell you beforehand. Yuanu's heart tightened. Your princess. Su Lang paused, the curve of his lips becoming even more playful. She is now my wife. Chapter 87 Deep Affection Between Master and Servant. Is that your wife? Yu Nu's pupils suddenly contracted, and in an instant the term, bandit's wife, came to mind. Of course, the best scenario would be if she were the bandit's wife. What she feared most was that the princess would be imprisoned, treated like a human being, and arbitrarily abused by all the bandits. Yu Nu dared not think about it anymore. Suppressing her anger, Yu Nu continued, How is the princess now? Fine. Su Lang said calmly. Fine? Yu Nu was completely stunned. Looking at the amused, even smug smile on Su Lang's face, a chill ran from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. What a wonderful, pretty good. These three words, spoken by a mountain bandit, coupled with his previous shameless and utterly vulgar remarks. Princess, a golden branch and jade leaf, a peerless beauty whose beauty could topple kingdoms, how could she possibly be good after falling into the hands of such a beast? In an instant, countless unbearable images flashed through Yu Nu's mind. Her body trembled violently with extreme anger. Her eyes, which had just stopped crying, instantly turned bloodshot. Inside burned a flame of hatred powerful enough to consume everything. She stared intently at Su Lang, her eyes filled with a desire to devour him alive and grind his bones to dust. Beast! Once I see the princess and confirm her safety, I, Yu Nu, will risk my life to tear you, you villain, to pieces. Su Lang took in her expression, which looked as if she wanted to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. But in my heart, I was overjoyed. This little maid is quite loyal and rational enough. Of course, he's also a ruthless person. Su Lang ignored her and turned to continue walking towards the mountain stronghold. Yu Nu gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in her hand and neck, and limped after him, pressing him relentlessly. She must see the princess with her own eyes. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of the village. Brother Lang! Lang Ji is back! The sentries on the stockade wall, upon seeing Su Lang, immediately saluted respectfully, their eyes filled with fervent worship. Yuanu's heart sank once again. How could the discipline in this bandit's den be so strict? This man wields absolute authority in this mountain stronghold. This made her plan to rescue the princess even more unlikely. Passing through the village gate, a bustling scene comes into view. On the training ground, dozens of young men were sweating profusely as they drilled, their shouts of battle deafening. In the distance, the clanging of metal being struck echoed from the blacksmith's shop, wisps of smoke rose from the chimney, and a faint aroma of meat wafted through the air. The villagers came and went, and although they were simply dressed, their faces were filled with a peaceful and contented smile. Is this really a den of bandits? Yuanu was completely lost. Everything here was completely different from the raging, murderous, looting, and chaotic den of thieves she had imagined. In her daze, she had already arrived at the stone house at the very top of the mountain stronghold. "My husband, you're back! Husband, are you tired?" The door opened, and two identical, charming girls greeted him with smiles, one on each side, and affectionately tried to take Su Lang's arm. "Husband?" The moon slave's pupils trembled once again. This villain actually has two such beautiful wives? And judging from their faces full of happiness and adoration, they were clearly doing it willingly. Yuanu's heart sank to the bottom little by little. "Good." Su Lang smiled, reached out and patted the bottoms of the two women, then looked past the twin sisters and into the house. The smile on his face became even more playful. "Lady Xiaowe, look who I brought to you!" The word Lady Xiaowe sent a shiver down Yuanu's spine. She suddenly looked up, past the two girls at the door, and peered into the house. A slender young woman dressed in a pale yellow silk dress walked out of the house. The girl had skin as white as snow, bright eyes and white teeth, and her jet black hair was simply tied up. Her face had a healthy rosy glow from being well nourished. That face was the face that Yu knew had longed for day and night, the face etched in her heart. "Your Highness!" "Jiang Xiaowe!" Their eyes met. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Jiang Xiaowe stared in disbelief at the figure at the door, dressed in rags, his face stained with dirt, looking utterly disheveled, yet still staring intently at her. Immediately, her beautiful phoenix eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Moonlight slave?" A trembling call was like flipping a switch. Thump! Yu Nu could no longer hold on, her knees buckled, and she knelt heavily on the ground. "Your Highness!" The grievances, worries, fears, and longing that had accumulated over countless days and nights finally erupted at this moment. "Your servant has finally found you!" Large tears rolled down her dirty face, leaving two clear tear tracks. She cried like a child. "Moon slave!" Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes also reddened. She lifted her skirt and ran out quickly, embracing Yu Nu, who was kneeling on the ground, tightly in her arms. The master and servant embraced and wept bitterly. Nearby, Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the other girls couldn't help but have tears well up in their eyes as they watched this touching scene. Only Su Lang stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, a calm smile on his face that said, "Everything is under control." I cried for a long time before my emotions gradually calmed down. Jiang Zhaowe helped Yu Nu stand up, held her cold hand, and looked at her wounds and tattered clothes with heartache. "What happened to you? Where have you been these past few days?" Yu Nu disregarded her own feelings. She suddenly grabbed Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, pulled her aside, and asked in a low, urgent voice, her tone trembling with tears. "Your Highness! Are you all right?" As she asked the question, she nervously looked Jiang Zhaowe up and down, her eyes filled with worry. "Did that villain do anything to you?" Although she spoke very softly, everyone present could hear her. The twin sisters and Xia Jiro all wore strange expressions. Murong Yanran rolled her eyes. "This girl really doesn't know how amazing our husband is." Jiang Zhaoyue's pretty face flushed red instantly, so red it looked like it could bleed. She stomped her foot in embarrassment, and glared at the man next to her who was still watching the show. Then, she turned her head and said to Yu Nu in a serious tone, "Moon slave, how dare you be so rude? He's not a villain!" Jiang Zhaowe took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision, puffed out her already well-developed chest, and spoke clearly, word by word. "This is my husband, Su Lang." Boom dash! A loud buzz seemed to explode in Yu Nu's mind, as if a thunderclap had broken out. It's one thing for the princess to call this thief her husband, but why does she do it so shyly and naturally? It's as if it's perfectly natural. The expression on Yu Nu's face was incredibly fascinating. From anxiety and worry, to bewilderment and blankness, and finally to complete emptiness. She opened her mouth, looking at the princess with a shy, even happy and sweet expression, then turned her head to look at Su Lang, who had an innocent expression that said, "See, I didn't lie to you." My worldview completely collapsed at that moment. Chapter 89 The Army Presses In. Yu Nu was stunned for a long time before she finally found her voice. She carefully checked Jiang Zhaoyue's body again, and found that she was indeed unharmed, and her complexion was even better than when she was in the palace. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. But what followed was even deeper confusion. What exactly happened? Your Highness, this. Let's go inside first and talk about it then. Hua Yuan walked over gently and took Yu Nu's hand. Young lady, you still have injuries. Let me treat them for you first. Yu Nu was half pushed and half forced into the stone house. When she saw this room full of stunningly beautiful women, some plump and some slender, all gathered around Su Lang in a friendly and harmonious manner, like sisters, she finally understood. Your Highness is not the first. They might not even make the top 5. She looked at Su Lang with an extremely complicated expression. Who exactly is this man? He was clearly a bandit leader, yet he possessed so many stunning beauties, and each of them seemed to be completely devoted to him. Your Highness, I wish to stay here in the future. After receiving bandages from Hua Yuan, Yu Nu made a decision. She looked at Jiang Zhaoyue with unwavering determination in her eyes. This servant will protect you. She was worried. Even if Su Lang isn't a bad person, she's seen too many palace intrigues and women, so she has to stay by the princess's side. Moreover, the world is in chaos, and several princes are vying for the throne, all wanting to find the princess and use her identity to rule the world. Returning to the so-called court would be a dead end. Staying here, beside this seemingly strong man, might actually be the safest option. All right. Before Jiang Zhaoyue could even speak, Su Lang agreed on her behalf. He crossed his legs and sized up the stubborn but capable maid. My wives are all weak and helpless, so they really need a capable bodyguard by their side. His words earned him a big eye roll from Murong Yanran. But he didn't say anything. Murong Yanran could tell that Jiang Zhaoyue and her servant Yu Nu had a deep bond. Gurgle dash. Just then, an untimely but clear sound came from Yu Nu's belly. Her face instantly turned bright red. During these days, in her search for the princess, she endured wind and rain, sometimes hungry and sometimes full, and hardly ever had a decent meal. Xiuji, go and prepare some food for Sister Yuanu. Hua Yurong said understandingly. Soon, a steaming bowl of meat porridge and several golden brown roasted sweet potatoes were placed in front of Yu Nu. Smelling the enticing aroma, Yu Nu no longer cared about etiquette and began to wolf down the food. As the warm food slid into her stomach, a long-lost feeling of happiness almost brought her to tears again. She wolfed down her food while secretly taking in this bizarre home. The scales in her heart began to slowly tip. Perhaps Your Highness has truly found someone you can entrust your life to. In the following days, Black Wind Village flourished. With his newly recruited craftsmen and apprentices, one the blacksmith worked day and night, forging iron in his furnace, producing a steady stream of brand new armor, sharp spears, and swords. On the drill ground, the recruits' training was beginning to show results. Their ranks were neat, and their killing intent was gradually becoming apparent. Especially Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, those few teenagers, under Su Lang's personal guidance, their martial arts skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and they have already shown some signs of becoming fierce generals. Everything is moving in a positive direction. That morning, Su Lang was in the courtyard, instructing Yu Nu on how to use a spear. The maid's marksmanship was powerful and forceful, but lacked variation. Su Lang gave her a few pointers, which greatly benefited her. At the same time, the gaze directed at Su Lang was no longer purely one of hatred, but rather tinged with awe and curiosity. How does this bandit leader know everything? Just then, Brother Lang, something terrible has happened! A series of urgent and panicked shouts came from outside the mountain stronghold. Su Lang turned his head to look. Zhang Chaowa strode over, lowered his voice, and said, People from the imperial court have arrived. This time it's a regular army. A huge, dark mass, at least 1,000 people. They've surrounded our Black Wind stronghold. Zhang Chaoyue's voice trembled slightly, a tremor she couldn't quite conceal. Thousands of people. Those were thousands of regular soldiers, clad in armor and wielding swords. Even if you include all the people in Black Wind stronghold who can still breathe, There are only a little over 300 of them. The only ones who can really fight are the few dozen new recruits who have just seen blood. How do we fight this? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. In the courtyard, Yu Nu, who had just gained some understanding of spear techniques thanks to Su Lang's guidance, suddenly turned deathly pale. She knew better than anyone what an army of thousands meant. That's an absolute power that can easily crush any counterfeit. However, Su Lang showed no sign of panic. He even had the leisure to slowly and methodically hand the spear back to Yu Nu. What's the panic? Su Lang's voice was as calm as if he were talking about today's weather. He turned his head to look at Zhang Chaoue, raising an eyebrow slightly. What's the pretext you're using? Zhang Chaoue was somewhat calmed by Su Lang's composed demeanor, but his voice was still hoarse. It's the character Yan. Brother Lang, it must be reinforcements from that group last time. We killed the Flame King's soldiers, and they've come for revenge. Flame King? A cold smile slowly curved the corners of Su Lang's lips. It really is a persistent ghost. Fine, he said casually. Is that all right? Zhang Chaoue was stunned, her mind a little blank. With a massive army pressing in, how can things be all right? After training for so long, it's time to put them to the test. Su Lang's gaze swept over the new recruits who had become agitated at the sound of the commotion on the training ground not far away, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Let's go take a look. He didn't take the 1,000-man army seriously at all, casually picked up the silver dragon spear hanging on the courtyard wall, and strode towards the mountain gate. My husband! The door of the stone house was pushed open, and Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and several other women quickly walked out, their faces filled with worry. They had heard the commotion outside long ago. Husband outside. Hua Yorong's voice trembled slightly. Fine. Su Lang turned around and gave them a reassuring smile. Just a few flies, buzzing around annoyingly. You all stay inside, we'll have a celebration banquet anytime. After saying that, he left without looking back. His leisurely stroll made it seem less like he was facing a massive army and more like he was taking a walk in the back mountains. The women in the room, looking at his tall and reassuring back, actually felt their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, truly relax. These are their men. Even if the sky falls, he can hold it up. Yu Nu stood in the courtyard, gripping the cold spear, watching Su Lang's back with an extremely complex expression. Man. This man is an absolute man. That's an army of 1,000 men. How dare he? Chapter 89 Shoot him in the mouth. On the stockade wall. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweating, and they nervously swallowed. Below the mountain path, a dark mass, like a black tide, completely surrounded the Black Wind village. Under the sunlight, the cold, sharp light reflected from the armor and spearheads was so intense it hurt the eyes. The sheer oppressive atmosphere alone was enough to make it hard to breathe. Gulp! One of the new recruits couldn't withstand the pressure, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Just then, a steady footstep came from behind. Su Lang has arrived. As soon as he stepped onto the village wall, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. Those faces, filled with fear and unease, instantly calmed down when they saw Su Lang's excessively calm expression, as if they had found a pillar of support. Lang Ge. Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi came forward. Their faces were also pale, but their eyes burned with a fighting spirit of determination to die. Su Lang didn't say anything, but just patted them on the shoulder and walked to the front of the stockade wall. His gaze passed over the dark mass of people below, and landed on the very front of the army. There stood a dozen or so spears. At the tip of each spear was a bloody, unseen human head. The heads, with their varied hairstyles and ferocious faces, were clearly those of bandit leaders from the nearby mountains. In this chaotic world, Black Wind's stronghold was naturally not the only bandit stronghold. To kill the chicken as a warning to the monkey. What a classic, yet incredibly boring trick. Su Lang's gaze finally landed on the general riding a black warhorse in the center of the army formation. He was a burly general with a full beard, clad in heavy iron armor, with eagle-like eyes, and exuding an intense aura of killing intent that could only be honed in the crucible of countless battles. At first glance, he looks like a seasoned and valiant general. The bearded general didn't speak, but stared indifferently at Su Lang on the stockade wall with his cold eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. Beside him, a young general who looked like a deputy general spurred his horse forward a few steps, his face filled with undisguised arrogance and contempt. He pointed his whip at the bloody heads in the distance, his voice echoing throughout the valley. "Listen up, bandits on the mountain! Do you see these heads? All the bandits from Black Tiger Mountain, White Wolf Ridge, and Broken Soul Ridge who dared to defy His Highness the Flame King's divine might. This is their fate. Our General Zhou, mindful of heaven's benevolence towards life, will give you one last chance." The lieutenant's voice suddenly rose, filled with a condescending tone. "Open the gates of the village immediately, offer up all your grain and women, bind your hands, and kneel down to surrender. Perhaps I can spare your lives and make you slaves in the army. If you dare to resist, once my army breaches the stronghold, I will raze this place to the ground. All men will be executed by slow slicing. All women will be forced into prostitution. Not a single chicken or dog will be spared." These extremely vicious words instantly turned the faces of everyone on the stockade wall ashen. Anger, humiliation, and that uncontrollable fear. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Su Lang. However, Su Lang's face still showed no sign of anger. He even gave a slight smile. "Again, it's about food and women. Can't you come up with something new? You always use the same old thing. I'm sick of hearing it." He turned around, ignoring the deputy general who was still shouting down the mountain. His gaze fell on Xiao Bao beside him. Xiao Bao was clutching the iron bow tightly, his face tense, his body trembling slightly with anger and tension. "Xiao Bao," Su Lang said. "Here you are! Brother Lang!" Xiao Bao suddenly jumped up. "Are you scared?" Su Lang's voice was very soft and gentle. "It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. After all, the other side has thousands of people. But fear doesn't mean being afraid to face it, or being afraid to draw your sword. After fear comes courage." Xiao Bao was stunned for a moment, then used all his strength to shake his head violently, puffed out his chest, and shouted loudly, "I'm not afraid. Following Brother Lang, I'm not afraid of death." "Very good." Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. He turned around again, facing the dark mass of troops below the mountain. Seeing no reaction on the stockade wall, the deputy general assumed the bandits were terrified and his disdain deepened. "A bunch of idiots! Kneel down now!" Just then, Su Lang made a move. He took a step forward and stood on the edge of the crenellations of the stockade wall. The mountain wind blew his clothes and long hair, making them flutter. He slowly raised the silver dragon spear in his hand, but instead of pointing it at the enemy, he casually slung it over his shoulder. The entire action was filled with casualness and disdain. He didn't roar or howl. He spoke in a very calm, even somewhat lazy tone. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to have a peculiar penetrating power, clearly reaching the ears of everyone at the foot of the mountain. "Who gave you the guts?" Su Lang's gaze fell on the arrogant deputy general, and a cold yet amused smile appeared on his lips. "How dare you talk to me like that? Xiao Bao, shoot it in his mouth." Chapter 90 Overwhelming Power. "Xiao Bao, shoot it in his mouth." The moment the words fell, buzz dash! A resounding tremor, far deeper and more powerful than that of an ordinary bowstring, rang out. There was no trace of tension in Xiao Bao's eyes anymore. Lang Ji's orders are his absolute authority. The bow is fully drawn, then release. The terrifying power of the iron body bow erupted instantly. A jet-black wolf-tooth arrow, like a bolt of vengeful lightning, tore through the air and emitted a piercing shriek. Down the mountain, the arrogance on the deputy general's face had not yet faded. He didn't even realize it. The next second, pfft! The black lightning bolt shot in with perfect accuracy from the lieutenant's open mouth. The immense penetrating force pierced straight through the back of his head. It brought up a clump of hot, red and white brain matter. The lieutenant's body stiffened abruptly on horseback. The light in his eyes was instantly swallowed up by the endless darkness. Bang! The body fell straight off the horse and landed on the ground, where it remained motionless. The entire venue was deathly silent. The thousands of soldiers below the mountain were completely dumbfounded. Their deputy general just died like that. He was shot through the head with an arrow. Are these bandits really that arrogant? On the stockade wall, the new recruits who had just been so frightened that their legs went weak were stunned when they saw this scene. Then, a surge of hot blood rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Good! I don't know who was the first to shout it out. Brother Lang is awesome! Little Bao is awesome! The suppressed fear instantly transformed into fervent worship and soaring fighting spirit. The deathly silence below the mountain was shattered by the deafening cheers. The burly, bearded general, Zhao Baishan, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He looked at his lieutenant's lifeless body, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes, but more so, a murderous rage. What a formidable Black Wind stronghold! What a reckless bandit leader! Stubborn to the end! Zhao Baishan suddenly drew his sword from his waist, pointed it forward, and his voice was like rolling thunder, echoing through the valley. Archers, launch! Give me a piece of my mind, raise Black Wind's stronghold to the ground. Release the arrows! At the order, the swordsmen and shieldmen in the front row immediately spread out to both sides, and hundreds of archers drew their bows and aimed at the stockade walls on the mountain top. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, a dense rain of arrows, like a swarm of locusts sweeping across the land, blotted out the sun and roared with death as it poured down on the stockade walls. Raise your shields! Zhang Chaoue shouted at the top of her lungs. The new recruits hurriedly raised the crude wooden shields they had captured. However, Su Lang's side had already gained an absolute advantage in terrain. Looking down from a high vantage point, counterattack! Su Lang's voice rang out calmly. The soldiers on the stockade wall began to fire arrows in retaliation. Before anyone knew it, Murong Yanran and Yun Nu had also climbed onto the stockade wall, each holding a longbow. Back in the village, Rong and Jiro needed Murong Yanran's close protection. But in the Black Wind stronghold, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, her martial arts skills finally found a place to be used. Yun Nu was even more decisive, as she had never had any good feelings towards Yan Wang's people. Whoosh! Murong Yanran was heroic and valiant. With one arrow, an enemy archer fell to the ground. Yun Nu's archery skills are ruthless and precise, and she specifically targets those who look like minor leaders. But the most terrifying of them all are Su Lang and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao's arrows are fast, accurate, and ruthless. He seemed tireless. Every arrow he shot took a life. Su Lang, on the other hand, didn't even aim. He simply drew the bow and shot the arrow casually. But every arrow he fired seemed to have eyes, always able to pass through the gaps in the shield at the most tricky angles, accurately hitting the enemy's throat or eye socket. In an instant, arrows rained down from the walls and above the stockade. However, the casualty ratio showed a shockingly one-sided disparity. Although the Yen King's army had a large number of soldiers, they were shooting upwards, which greatly reduced the power and accuracy of their arrows. Most of their arrows landed on the sturdy stockade walls or were blocked by wooden shields. Su Lang, on the other hand, was positioned high above, and each arrow he shot carried the added force of gravity, making them incredibly lethal. A brief exchange of shots. Hundreds of corpses lay on the mountain path, their screams echoing everywhere. On the Black Wind stronghold side, only a few unlucky guys were grazed on the arms and legs by stray arrows. None of them were seriously injured. Zhao Baishan looked at the scene before him, his face turning ashen. He had fought countless battles, but he had never fought such a frustrating one. The opponent's arrow was incredibly accurate. Especially that bandit leader, he's a monster. Just then, he sensed an extreme danger closing in on him. He suddenly looked up and met Su Lang's cold and ruthless eyes on the stockade wall. Su Lang has already set his sights on him. Raise your shields! Protect the general! Zhao Baishan's personal guards reacted quickly, immediately raising several heavy iron shields high to protect him completely. Ding ding ding! Several arrows struck the iron shield, scattering sparks, but failed to penetrate. Su Lang was indeed very strong, but the arrows were all ordinary and couldn't penetrate the shield at all. Oh! Seeing this, Su Lang put down his bow. He casually took a heavy standard-issue spear from a recruit next to him. To everyone's astonishment, he held the spear in one hand, the muscles on his arm bulging like a coiling dragon. 16 times stronger physique, unleashing full power. Break! A low shout. He used the spear in his hand as a javelin and hurled it out. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a black afterimage, spinning with a terrifying whistling sound that tore through the air, and slammed down hard into the tortoise shell made of iron shield below. Zhao Baishan hid behind the shield, only to hear an unprecedented shriek, which set off alarm bells in his mind. The next second, clang dash! A deafening explosion. Like a battering ram, it slammed heavily against the city gate. Snap! Those shields, made of fine iron, shattered into pieces as easily as if they were made of paper. Those soldiers carrying shields had their arms broken off. Ah! They screamed in agony. The spear, after shattering the shield, continued its momentum, pinning a guard holding the shield to the ground, armor and all. The immense force tore a gruesome gash through the entire shield array. Zhao Baishan and his personal guards were all thrown off balance by the terrifying impact. Now! Xiao Bao! Exist! Shoot him! No need for further explanation. A glint flashed in Xiao Bao's eyes, and the 3 arrows he had prepared were instantly released. 3 arrows in quick succession. Pft! 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 Caught off guard, Zhao Baishan only had time to dodge to avoid vital points. His left shoulder was instantly pierced through by 3 wolf-tooth arrows. Blood instantly stained his armor. Chapter 91 Decapitation Operation. Ugh! A sharp pain shot through him, and Zhao Baishan let out a muffled groan, his face filled with agony and disbelief. How is this possible? How could a human possibly throw a spear with such terrifying force? However, Su Lang was no longer willing to give him time to think. Xiao Bao succeeded in his attack. Su Lang picked up the silver dragon spear by the wall, his cold gaze locking onto the wounded enemy general below. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Stone! Pillar! Exist! 2 teenagers, covered in blood, yet their eyes burned with a frenzied fighting spirit. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. Bring 40 brothers and charge with me! Take his dog's head! Kill! At Su Lang's command, he leaped directly down from the several-meter-high stockade wall. He wielded the silver dragon spear, and like a god of death descending from the sky, he smashed fiercely into the enemy ranks below. Boom! Dust flying everywhere. Su Lang's figure moved with unstoppable momentum, his silver dragon spear transforming into a silver dragon, each tremor and thrust bringing forth a storm of blood and gore. Ordinary soldiers were no different from weeds in his eyes. Kill! Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, leading 40 new recruits who had just gone on a killing spree, surged out of the open gate like tigers descending a mountain. Cover! On the stockade wall, Xiao Bao, Murong Yenran, and others frantically fired arrows, clearing obstacles in front of the charging troops. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. Su Lang has only one goal. Zhao Baishan. Once this general is killed, the thousands of soldiers will be leaderless and their fighting capacity will drop rapidly. Su Lang was like the sharpest knife, tearing a bloody alley through the enemy's formation. The spear swept across, and none could stand in its way. Less than 10 breaths. He had already covered a distance of nearly 100 meters, and was now about 10 meters away from Zhao Baishan. Quickly, stop this person! Protect the general! The guards around Zhao Baishan screamed at the top of their lungs, desperately trying to reorganize a human wall in front of him. However, it didn't work. Su Lang's steps did not falter in the slightest. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. With each step he took forward, the palpable killing intent suffocated the soldiers in front of him, as if an invisible hand were gripping their throats. Zhao Baishan clutched his blood-soaked shoulder, his expression shifting from rage to horror, and finally, pure fear. He was a battle-hardened general under the command of the Flame King, who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and had taken at least 800, if not 1,000, lives on his hands. He had seen the barbarian warriors of the north, those monsters born with superhuman strength, capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart. Even Toba Jigang, who is known as the #1 expert among the barbarians, is absolutely not as terrifying as this man in front of him. This is not human. This is a demon in human skin. He's a demon who crawled out of hell. At this moment, Zhao Baishan, this fierce general, couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. He wanted to run away. Stop him! Stop him, you bastard! Zhao Baishan roared hoarsely, his voice sharp and distorted with fear. He jerked the reins, urging his warhorse to retreat in a panic. Whoever kills this man will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and promoted 3 ranks. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. No. There must be fools among them. Kill! The gold is mine! With a roar, the eyes of an exceptionally burly soldier instantly turned bloodshot with greed. He abandoned his defense, raised his ring-pommel sword with both hands, and viciously slashed at Su Lang's neck from the side. Su Lang didn't even glance at him. Just as the opponent's blade was about to reach his body, he casually flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A streak of silver light, moving at incredible speed. The soldier's forward momentum abruptly halted, and the ring-pommel sword in his hand clattered to the ground. The next second, his enormous head shot into the sky. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, splashing all over the faces of his companions. One shot to the throat, and then decapitation. The fluid and graceful killing motion sent a chill down everyone's spine, from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. However, the allure of gold still caused another person to lose their senses. He was a small, thin soldier. Knowing he was no match for Su Lang head-on, he rolled around, trying to grab Su Lang's legs to create an opportunity for his comrade. Ridiculous. Su Lang's steps did not stop. Just as the soldier was about to pounce at his feet, he casually lifted his foot slightly. Then it fell. Pfft. The silver dragon spear's hilt, with its sharp ferrule, carried unparalleled force, precisely piercing the soldier's back from top to bottom. The tip of the gun protruded from his chest and was driven deep into the ground. The soldier's body twitched twice, then fell silent. Aya! I'll fight you to the death! The third soldier, blinded by greed, let out a desperate roar and charged head-on at Su Lang. A hint of impatience finally appeared on Su Lang's face. He didn't use any more tricks. He simply thrust the silver dragon's spear in his hand forward. Puff! The soldier's body was like tofu hitting a red-hot iron rod. It was easily pierced through. Su Lang didn't even stop. He continued walking forward 2 more steps while still holding the corpse in his arms. Then, the spear swung. Bang! The body was thrown out, knocking over several soldiers who were trying to rush forward. He killed 3 people in a row. The entire process was so smooth and seamless that he didn't even pause for a second. Chapter 92 Slaying. This completely shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Gold may be good, but you need to be alive to enjoy it. Splash dash. Centered on Su Lang, the surrounding soldiers retreated in terror as if they had seen a ghost, creating a vacuum zone several meters in diameter in front of him. No one dared to take another step forward. They looked at the man, covered in blood yet unharmed, like a demon, and their eyes were filled with nothing but primal fear. On the stockade wall, everyone was stunned. Yu Nu's pretty face, stained with blood, was deathly pale. She gripped the spear tightly, her palms sweating profusely. She has practiced martial arts since childhood, is an excellent marksman, and considers herself a master. But today, she finally understood what it meant to be out of this world and to be out of this world. No! That man can no longer be called a human being. That's God. He is a war god who walks among mortals and wields the power of killing. She watched Su Lang's retreating figure, her eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. Such a war god would probably not be content to be just a bandit leader. His ambitions are likely considerable. Princess, you're with a man like this. Was it really the right choice? Murong Yenran stopped drawing her bow, her beautiful, spirited eyes fixed on the invincible figure below, the light in her eyes growing brighter and brighter. This is the man who truly belongs to Murong Yenran. Standing tall and invincible against 10,000 men. Kill! Follow in Lang Ji's footsteps. Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, leading the 40 new recruits, had already arrived close by. As they looked ahead at the figure who had carved a path of flesh and blood for them, their worship and fervor reached their peak. They wildly brandished their weapons, killing off one by one those who had been terrified by Su Lang and tried to harass them from the flanks. The entire battlefield presented a bizarre scene. Su Lang walked alone at the front. Behind him followed 40 fierce and ruthless assassins. They were like a red-hot branding iron, forcefully burning through the army formation of thousands. Su Lang strolled leisurely across the path paved with corpses and fear, finally stopping in front of Zhao Baishan. At this moment, this fierce general under the command of King Yan had been helped off his horse by his personal guards. He was clutching his bleeding shoulder, leaning against one of the guards, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper. He looked at Su Lang, who was so close to him, and all that remained in his eyes was endless despair. "Who exactly are you?" Zhao Baishan's voice was dry and hoarse. "Surrender to the imperial court and serve the Yan king, and I can guarantee you a bright future. It's better than you becoming a bandit. Power! Women! Gold! I can give you anything you want, anything you desire." Zhao Baishan spoke rapidly, his voice even trembling slightly. However, Su Lang did not answer. He simply stared at him with those cold eyes as if he were looking at a dead man. What Zhao Baishan can give, Su Lang can also take himself. They could even steal even more. Su Lang slowly raised the silver dragon spear in his hand, the tip of which pointed at Zhao Baishan's brow. "No! General, run!" Several loyal guards around Zhao Baishan roared, raised their swords, and were about to charge forward. "Get out of my way!" Zhao Baishan suddenly pushed them away. He knew it was useless. In the face of such a monster, no matter how many people there are, they will only be sent to their deaths. At this moment, a surge of courage and dignity belonging to a veteran of countless battles overwhelmed the fear in his heart. "If you're going to die, die like a man!" "Aya!" Zhao Baishan suddenly broke free from the support of his personal guards, picked up a horse-slaying sword from the ground with his intact right hand, and with all his might, chopped it down at Su Lang's head. This strike, imbued with his life's work and a resolute will to die, was powerful and fierce. However, in Su Lang's eyes it was too slow. It was so slow, like a farcical drama. Just a moment before the blade of the horse-slaying sword was about to fall. Su Lang moved. A silver lightning bolt struck first, arriving before the enemy. Pfft! There was no earth-shattering collision. There was only one sound, a dull thud as a sharp weapon pierced flesh. Zhao Baishan's movements came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened, and he lowered his head in disbelief. The silver spear had somehow pierced his hard neck. The cold tip of the gun pierced through the back of his neck. Well, he wanted to say something, but only a hissing sound escaped his throat. Strength, like a receding tide, receded from my body. The saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged. He simply flicked his wrist. The silver dragon's spear emitted a soft hum. Whoosh! A huge head, covered in a thick beard, burst into the sky, dripping with blood of resentment. It traced a bleak parabola through the air. Bang! Finally, it landed heavily at the feet of the group of soldiers who were completely terrified. Those eyes, wide open even in death, remained glazed over, filled with fear and bewilderment. Decapitation strike successful? The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence in that instant. All eyes were focused on the head that had rolled to the ground. Their general. Dead? The next second. The general is dead! General Zhao is dead! Someone, I don't know who, was the first to let out a desperate scream. That scream was like a spark that instantly ignited the entire powder keg. The commander-in-chief is dead. The spirit of this army has been completely shattered. Run! A devil! He's a devil! Thousands of soldiers. No, now those killed are no longer thousands. Hundreds of soldiers completely collapsed. They abandoned their armor and weapons, crying and screaming, no longer caring about military discipline or formation. Like a flock of frightened sheep, they turned and fled frantically down the mountain. The army collapsed like a house of cards. Leave no one alive! Su Lang's icy voice, like the pronouncement of death, rang out once more. Kill! Lu Shitu and the others let out a deafening roar and, like tigers descending the mountain, chased after them. A bloody chase ensued. Su Lang did not chase after him. He slowly walked to Zhao Baishan's headless corpse, pulled the still straight silver dragon spear from the ground, and casually stuck it into the ground beside him. Then, he bent down and, as if picking up a stone, casually lifted the head that lay there with its eyes wide open in death. He carried the bloodied head, step by step, up to a nearby high ground. The mountain wind blew his blood-stained robes. He held his spoils high in the air. On the walls of the stockade, along the mountain paths, all the Black Wind village villagers and new recruits who had survived the calamity looked at that godlike figure, and that head held high. After a brief silence. "Oh! Brother Lang is awesome! Long live Brother Lang!" An unprecedented, deafening cheer rose into the sky, merging into a powerful sound wave that echoed throughout the valley for a long time. Amidst the thunderous cheers. Chapter 93 Another Great Harvest. The cheers were deafening and lasted for a long time. Everyone's face was filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster and the godlike worship of Su Lang. The chase continues. Lu Shitu returned covered in blood, carrying the Guangdong broadsword that had been hacked and chipped. His face showed no sign of fatigue, only the exhilaration of a killing spree. "Brother Lang! My knife is broken!" He held up the scrap metal in his hand and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Su Lang smiled. He walked to Zhao Baishan's headless corpse, kicked away the pieces of flesh on the horse-slaying sword, then bent down and picked up the heavy, gleaming, 100 refined steel sword. "Fine knife. Stone, catch!" Su Lang tossed it away casually. The heavy saber traced an arc in the air before being caught steadily in Lu Shita's hand. Buzz dash! As soon as I held the knife, I felt its heavy weight, and the blade emitted a slight hum. Lu Shita's face instantly turned bright red, not because of the weight, but because of excitement. "Great knife! Thank you, Brother Lang!" He held the horse-slaying sword, which was thicker than his arm, with great affection, feeling a surge of energy returning to his body. "The general's broadsword is so much better than the one we captured before." Su Lang's gaze then fell on Zhu Zi and several other boys who were also covered in blood. "You 7, each of you take 5 brothers." Su Lang's voice was calm and clear. "Didn't the Deputy General down the mountain just say that Black Tiger Mountain, White Wolf Ridge, and Broken Soul Ridge have all been wiped out by the Flame King's men? Now only the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled, along with their accumulated possessions, should remain there." A cold smile curved at the corners of Su Lang's lips. "Go bring back all their grain, gold, silver, treasures, and everything of value." "Yes." The 7 teenagers, their eyes blazing with fury, roared in unison. They understood that this was Lang Gu giving them a chance to make a contribution. "Brother Lang!" Zhang Chaohui also came over, pointing to the chaotic battlefield below the mountain, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. "The supply camp of those defeated soldiers is not far down the mountain. Our men have already gone to check, and there are 20 carts of grain and fodder. There are also hundreds of sets of spare armor and weapons. We've struck it rich again this time." These soldiers came to suppress bandits, so naturally they brought provisions, weapons, and supplies. Now it belongs to Su Lang. When Su Lang returned to the stone house on the mountaintop, he was greeted by a group of pretty faces filled with worry. "My husband!" Hua Yorong was the first to rush forward. Ignoring the strong smell of blood on Su Lang, she carefully examined him, afraid that he might have been injured in the slightest. "I'm fine." Su Lang smiled and patted her soft, jade-like hand. The sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, had already brought hot water and clean towels, and without saying a word, they began to wipe the blood off his cheeks and hands. Xia Jirua and Li Xiuji looked at him with eyes full of adoration, as if they were looking at an omnipotent god. "Sister Yanran, are you all right?" Li Xiuji asked with concern. Murong Yanran shook her head. She had only been shooting arrows on the city wall, and hadn't shed a single drop of blood. "The same applies to Yuanu." Jiang Zhaohui stood to the side, not saying a word, but her beautiful eyes also showed undisguised shock and amazement. Especially Yu Nu, she stood in the corner of the room, looking at the man surrounded by beauties, her eyes filled with extreme complexity. Is this man really just a bandit leader? After calming his wives down, Su Lang's mind drifted into the system. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 280, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 260, completely devoted. Ding! Xiaojiruo's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 290, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 245, completely devoted. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 190, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qinghuan's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 180, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qingyao's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 180, completely devoted. During this period, Su Lang gained a lot of favor with the women. Adding to the ones I just gave you, Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and Xiaojiruo, it's almost 300. Jiang Zhaowei and the twins are almost 200 years old. Li Xiuji's 245 is in the middle, but that's not important. Most importantly, system rewards can come at any time. Su Lang's heart was filled with anticipation. He stepped out of the stone house and shouted to Zhang Chaowei, who was directing everyone to clean up the battlefield. Chaowei! Let's have a victory celebration tonight. Bring out all the fine rice and flour we've captured. Give the brothers plenty of meat. Bring out the wine too. Let everyone have a good meal. All right. Brother Lang! The entire Black Wind stronghold erupted in thunderous cheers once again. Su Lang stood on the stockade wall, looking at the excited faces below, but he didn't feel much joy in his heart. This time we won. But the victory was by chance. He relied on the terrain advantage and his superhuman strength. But this time, he killed one of Yan Qing's generals and annihilated his army of over 1,000 men. The feud was now firmly established. Next time, the Yan Qing will send more than 1,000 people. It could be several thousand, or even. Su Lang didn't know exactly how many soldiers these princes had. But it's definitely several times, dozens of times, or even 100 times that of Black Wind's stronghold. At that time, how can Black Wind's stronghold, with only 300 people, defend itself? We must expand our strength as soon as possible. Recruit soldiers and buy horses. Recruiting soldiers and buying horses requires money, a huge amount of money and food. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of Yinzhou. The treasure map given by the twin sisters revealed the Li family's immense wealth in Yinzhou's city. It's time to go and get it back. Evening. The bonfire at the victory celebration was burning brightly. The entire village was filled with the aroma of meat and wine. Just then, "They're back! Stone and the others are back!" An excited shout came from the mountain gate. Everyone stopped eating and looked towards the mountain gate. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 7 other teenagers, along with dozens of new recruits, escorted fully loaded carts into the mountain stronghold. What's on the vehicle? It's grain. It's bags of grain stacked neatly. It's cloth. It's rolls of brightly colored silk cloth. There were also several heavy wooden crates. When Lu Shitu excitedly pried one of them open with a knife, everyone gasped. Golden light. Silver light. Sparkling with jewels. The box was full of gleaming gold bars and gleaming silver ingots, as well as various pearls, agates, and jade artifacts. Brother Lang! We've struck it rich! Lu Shitu, his face flushed with excitement, roared at the top of his lungs. Those thieves' dens were rolling in money! We emptied them all! The warehouses of Black Wind Stronghold were already filled with the Yan King's army's provisions and captured weapons and armor. Now that these dozen or so cartloads of gold, silver, and grain have arrived, the warehouse is so full that there's no room to even step inside. Countless treasures of gold and silver, along with bags of grain, were casually piled up on the open ground of the square, gleaming alluringly in the light of the bonfire. The strength of Black Wind's stronghold increased several times over in just one day. All the villagers and new recruits looked at the mountain of wealth, and at the man standing beside it with a calm expression, whose fervor was beyond words. Following Brother Lang, let alone rice, we could eat meat every day and still not be able to finish it. Chapter 94 Going to Yinzhou to find the treasure. The campfire gradually died down. The rich aroma of meat and alcohol still lingered in the air above the village square. The celebration banquet had ended, and the new recruits and villagers, who were drunk and staggering, were helped back by their families, still wearing satisfied, silly smiles on their faces. Inside the stone house, the candlelight flickered. A faint, warm scent filled the air, a blend of a young woman's natural fragrance and medicinal herbs. Su Lang had just finished washing up when Hua Yorong came over with a bowl of steaming hot herbal soup. "Husband, this is a calming soup. You killed too many people today. Drinking this will help you sleep better tonight." Su Lang smiled, accepted the drink, and downed it in one gulp. He looked at the room full of beautiful women, some plump and some slender, all secretly eyeing his wives, and felt a surge of passion in his heart. "Pack your things and go to bed early." Su Lang cleared his throat, his gaze lingering for a moment longer on the two identical pretty faces of Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao. "I plan to go to Yunzhou first thing tomorrow morning." "Go to Yunzhou?" The girls were all taken aback. "Husband, why so suddenly?" Murong Yanran couldn't help but ask. "We just finished a major battle, shouldn't we rest for a few more days?" "There's no time." Su Lang shook his head. "This time we killed Yan Wang's general, so next time he'll send more than 1,000 men. We must expand our strength as soon as possible, recruit soldiers, and all of this requires money." He looked at the twin sisters, a smile playing on his lips. "Qinghuan, Qingyao, it's time to put that treasure map you gave me to good use." The twin sisters' eyes lit up at the mention of a treasure map. "That's wealth accumulated by the Li family over generations, enough to rival the wealth of a nation. If we can retrieve it, we'll have more than enough to recruit soldiers and horses, let alone support a large army." "Then who will my husband take with him?" Xia Zhiro blinked her curious big eyes and asked. "Me, and Qinghuan and Qingyao." Su Lang pointed at the twins. "That map is drawn like a scribble. Without you two, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it even after several days." Upon hearing that they could travel far away with their husbands, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao both revealed undisguised joy. Hua Yorong frowned slightly. She walked to Su Lang's side and said softly with some heartache, "Husband, you just went through a bloody battle today, and you have to travel a long way tomorrow. Why don't you try to be a little more restrained tonight?" She spoke very softly, but every woman in the room was listening intently. Jiang Yaowe blushed and spat. Murong Yanran pursed her lips, feeling a little sour inside. Su Lang laughed heartily, pulled Hua Yorong into his arms, and gave her a light pat on her plump buttocks. "My lady, are you doubting my abilities?" He deliberately leaned close to Hua Yorong's ear, lowered his voice, and said in his magnetic voice, "Didn't you just experience my body last night?" Hua Yorong's face flushed red instantly, down to her ears. "Besides," Su Lang's gaze swept over a jar of wine on the table, "I also have some medicinal wine to nourish my body." That jar of wine was personally mixed by Hua Yorong, who said it could strengthen the body and improve blood circulation. In fact, given Su Lang's current physical condition, he doesn't need these things to supplement his health at all. He was simply craving alcohol. Another excuse is to party every night. Looking at her husband's self-righteous appearance, Hua Yorong felt both embarrassed and amused, knowing full well that he was just making an excuse. A night of revelry goes without saying. The twin sisters, in particular, who were about to travel far away, received extra care from Su Lang. "We can't let them get too tired, since we're going on a long trip tomorrow." The next day, just as dawn was breaking, while his wives groggily climbed out of bed, Su Lang had already finished practicing his marksmanship in the yard, looking energetic and showing no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, the sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao were still a little weak in the legs when they walked, and their eyes were full of shame and resentment when they looked at Su Lang. "Ha, I clearly held back." Su Lang remained silent. "I've had breakfast." At the entrance of Black Wind's stronghold, everything was ready. Su Lang mounted a tall black horse, his favorite horse, Big Black. He held that silver dragon spear in his hand, looking majestic and imposing. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao each rode a gentle mare, following behind him. Further back were Zhang Chaoe and Xiao Bao, each driving an empty but exceptionally sturdy four-wheeled carriage. This is a project to haul away mountains of gold and silver, so the vehicle can't be anything less than top-notch. "Husband, be careful on the road. Go early and come back early. We're waiting for you to come back." Hua Yurong and the other girls stood at the entrance of the village, waving goodbye with reluctance. Don't worry. Su Lang turned around and gave them a bright smile. When I come back, I'll bring you the most beautiful rouge and face powder in Yuzhou City. After saying that, he squeezed the horse's belly with his legs. Drive! The group of 4 people in 2 cars set off in a grand procession towards the foot of the mountain, bathed in the rising sun. Black Wind Village is more than 400 li away from Yuzhou City. Even riding a fast horse, it wouldn't take a day to get there. The group traveled for 2 hours. As the sun rose higher, we stopped by a stream to rest for a while. When Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao dismounted from their horses, they both grimaced, their little faces scrunched up. Although they knew how to ride horses, they had never experienced such a long ride before. At this moment, I felt a burning pain in my buttocks, and the inner sides of my 2 thighs were almost chafed raw. What's wrong? Su Lang looked at their distressed expressions and asked the question knowingly. Husband. The more lively Li Qingyao pouted and complained. My bottom hurts. Although Li Qinghuan didn't say anything, her tearful appearance clearly showed that she was extremely distressed. Does it hurt? Su Lang smiled kindly and said, Come, let your husband rub it for you, and it won't hurt anymore. Ah? Li Qinghuan's face instantly turned so red it looked like it could bleed, and she hid behind her sister in embarrassment. Li Qingyao blushed and spat. Husband, you're naughty! Brother Lang! Just then, Zhang Chaoe, who was feeding the horses nearby, suddenly stood up with a serious expression. Xiao Bao and I will go ahead and scout ahead to see if there are any dangers. After saying that, he grabbed the still somewhat bewildered Xiao Bao without further ado and disappeared in a flash. That's quite perceptive. Su Lang secretly praised him. He walked up to the twin sisters and was overjoyed to see their adorable, shy yet frightened expressions. However, since they were on their way, he didn't actually do anything. He simply reached out and gently pinched one of their smooth, delicate cheeks. All right, have some water and rest for a bit. We still have to keep going. Although it was just a simple gesture, it still made the 2 sisters' hearts flutter, and they shyly lowered their heads. After a short rest, the 4 of them set off again. They remained silent the entire way. As dusk fell and the sun set, the outline of a massive city finally appeared on the distant horizon. Yuzhou City is almost here. As the city walls drew ever closer, complex emotions flickered in the eyes of both Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao. This is their home, but it is also their place of sorrow. Just then, Hu dash! Su Lang suddenly pulled hard on the reins, and the black horse beneath him reared up and let out a long neigh. On the official road ahead of him, 7 or 8 men with fierce expressions and wielding swords had appeared out of nowhere. The leader, a one-eyed man, carrying a large, demon-headed sword, walked up with a sinister grin. This mountain is mine, these trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave some money to pay the toll. Chapter 95 Yuzhou. It's that same set of words again. Su Lang was almost sick of hearing it. He couldn't even be bothered to waste words with these lackeys, and simply looked at them with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. These little ants dare to block my way? Brother, those 2 girls are pretty. Hee hee, perfect timing to catch them and let the brothers have a good time. The robber's eyes roamed over Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao without restraint, uttering vulgarities. Court death. Su Lang uttered 2 words calmly. Before he finished speaking, he moved. Drive! The dark horse burst forth like a black lightning bolt. The silver dragon's spear in his hand drew a cold arc in the afterglow of the setting sun. Pfft! The one-eyed leader, his sinister grin still lingering, suddenly had a line of blood appear on his throat. He clutched his neck in disbelief, blood gushing from between his fingers, and collapsed to the ground. Su Lang didn't even glance at him. His silver dragon's spear swept left and right like the scythe of death. Pfft! Pfft! 2 more heads shot into the sky. The remaining robbers were completely terrified. Less than 3 seconds. They didn't even see what the other side was doing, and 3 of their brothers died? Demons and monsters! They screamed in terror and turned to run away. But it was too late. Su Lang was like a tiger among sheep, sweeping away the remaining bandits in less than 3 minutes. The entire process was clean, efficient, bloody. Fresh blood dripped from the tip of the silver dragon's spear onto the dry official road. Su Lang flicked his wrist, shaking off the bloodstains from the gun with the practiced ease of wiping a beloved object. The sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Their faces turned pale, but they didn't scream. Instead, they subconsciously moved closer to Su Lang. Having experienced the blood and fire of Black Wind's stronghold, they have become much bolder. As long as this man is by my side, even the bloodiest scenes bring not fear, but peace of mind. Brother Lang, are you all right? Zhang Chaowei and Xiaobao ran back. Looking at the corpses lying scattered on the ground, the two exchanged a glance and saw the awe in each other's eyes. How long has it been? It only took the blink of an eye. 7 or 8 fierce-looking robbers were all turned into corpses. Lang Ji's strength seems to have increased again. Just a few petty thieves who don't know their place, Su Lang said indifferently, as if he had only crushed a few ants. He patted the horse's head and glanced at the majestic outline of the city on the horizon. Let's go into town. Yunzhou's city. It truly lives up to its reputation as a powerful city at the prefecture level. Even in this chaotic world of war and famine, the city was still bustling with activity and lively conversation. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares rose and fell. Although the pedestrians were generally dressed simply, their faces did not show the numbness and despair of the migrants from outside the city. However, these people are no longer the same people of Yunzhou as before. During the previous war, Yunzhou fell, and countless people died. So quickly, it's back to its bustling state. Looking at this bustling scene that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao both revealed complex expressions. This used to be their home. We don't even know if their house still exists. Missing home? Su Lang reined in his horse and asked softly. No. Li Qinghuan shook her head, her voice somewhat dejected. The house was gone the moment the bandits stormed into the courtyard. From now on, Black Wind Village will be your home. Su Lang smiled, his gaze sweeping over the bustling city, a barely perceptible glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. The prosperity of Yunzhou is only temporary. Now, this place brings together people from all over the world, of different races and nationalities. Once the imperial court stabilizes, Yunzhou will be purged again. Of course, this is on the premise that the imperial court can stabilize. Su Lang's ambition grew more and more apparent as he whispered. Perhaps, this Yunzhou city will become our home in the future. The two sisters were taken aback by what they heard, then their pretty faces flushed slightly, and they softly hummed in agreement. Su Lang didn't say anything more. He took out a bag of gold from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Chaowei. Chaowei, you and Xiaobao go to the cloth shop and buy the best cotton and fabric, the more the better. It's November, and the weather is getting colder and colder. We need to buy some winter clothes for the village. All right, Brother Lang. Zhang Chaowei took the silver and immediately grabbed Xiaobao, excitedly running towards what looked like the largest cloth shop. And what about us, my husband? Li Qingyao blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Us? A playful smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. Of course, I'm going to buy some things that my wives like. His gaze swept across the area and landed on a well-appointed rouge shop not far away. Not far from the entrance of that rouge shop, 2 beggars, nearly starving to death, sat on the ground, listless and weak. Looking at most of the people, although they were dressed well, they were all pale and thin. The famine in Yunzhou hasn't improved much either. Su Lang sighed inwardly, then said, Let's go spend some money. No woman doesn't love beauty. When Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao entered the dazzling array of rouge shops, they were instantly attracted by the various beautifully packaged rouges, face powders, eyebrow pencils, and lipsticks. They carefully picked up a box of rouge that exuded a faint floral fragrance, their eyes shining brighter than any other item in the shop. They used to be young ladies, the apple of the eye of the Li family. It's been a long time since I've dressed up properly. Take whatever you like. Su Lang leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, looking quite smug. Husband, this is very expensive. Li Qinghuan hesitated. Money is a bastard, you can earn it back after you spend it. Su Lang said nonchalantly. Besides, do I look like someone who's short of money? The two sisters couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw Su Lang's confident demeanor. Yes, their husbands are divine beings who can even repel the Yan King's army. How could they be short of such a small amount of money? With their worries put aside, the two sisters were completely engrossed in the conversation. "Oh, sister, look at this color of lip rouge, it would definitely suit Sister Yorong perfectly. And this eyebrow pencil, Sister Yenren will definitely look beautiful using it. Sister Jiro has fair skin, so this peach-colored lipstick is perfect for her. This suits Sister Shioji perfectly. This piece of jewelry is quite pretty too." They chattered away, not only choosing for themselves but also making sure to include portions for the other sisters in the village. Looking at their genuine happiness, Sulang felt a warmth in his heart. Chapter 96: The Real and Fake Sulang? Soon it got dark. Zhang Chaowei and Xiao Bao also returned in a horse-drawn carriage, which was loaded with thick cotton cloth and snow-white cotton. Sulang found the largest inn in the city and booked 3 superior rooms, intending to stay there for the night. "Husband, I know you're both tired. Come on, let me put my arm around each of you, and we'll get a good night's sleep tonight. My husband is so good." The 2 girls were indeed tired. Their bottoms were still sore from riding horses all the way. Holding Sulang, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao quickly fell asleep. Nothing was said that night. The next day, early in the morning, after having breakfast, the 4 of them left the bustling city of Yunzhou and headed towards a secluded mountain forest outside the city. Following the markings on the treasure map, the carriage traveled for about half an hour. Finally, they stopped in front of a deserted valley. "This should be it." Li Qinghuan held the slightly yellowed map and carefully compared it with the surrounding terrain. "The map says to walk 100 steps east from this triangular boulder, under a crooked old locust tree." The group quickly found the old locust tree. "Dig!" At Sulang's command, Zhang Chaowei and Xiao Bao immediately picked up the shovels they had prepared and began digging with all their might. Soil flew everywhere. Clang! After digging about a meter deep, the tip of the shovel suddenly hit something hard, making a crisp sound. "We've found something! We've dug it up!" Zhang Chaowei shouted excitedly. The group quickly cleared away the dirt, revealing a thick iron plate cast from refined iron. Sulang stepped forward, inserted the butt of the silver dragon spear into the gap in the iron plate, bulged his arm muscles, and pried it upwards with a sudden movement. Creak! After a tooth-grinding sound, he pried open the iron plate, which weighed hundreds of pounds. A dark, gloomy cellar entrance appeared before them. A dull, earthy smell, mixed with metallic odor, wafted from the cellar. Sulang lit a torch and went down first. The moment the firelight illuminated the cellar, everyone gasped. In the spacious cellar, rows of heavy wooden crates were neatly stacked. There were at least 20 or 30 mouths. Sulang stepped forward and casually pried open the box closest to him. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the box, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. A whole box full of bright yellow gold bars, neatly stacked. Gulp! Zhang Chaowei and Xiao Bao swallowed hard, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. I have never seen so much gold in my entire life. Our Black Wind Stronghold's warehouse has a lot of gold and silver, but not this much gold. Yeah. The two were stunned into silence. Sulang then pried open several more boxes. Some were gleaming gold ingots, some were dazzling pearls and agates, and some were warm and translucent jade artifacts. At this moment, the wealth accumulated by the Li family over generations was displayed before them without reservation. Even Sulang was slightly taken aback by this enormous wealth. We've struck it rich. Now, let alone recruiting soldiers, it would be more than enough to raise an army of 10,000. Move! After the initial excitement came the tense and busy moving of the goods. The heavy wooden crates were carried out of the cellar by the 4 men and loaded onto the 2 sturdy 4-wheeled carriages. Soon, the 2 carriages were filled to the brim, their wheels sinking deep into the mud. It's too heavy. Brother Lang, I'm afraid we can't move this carriage. Zhang Chaowei wiped his sweat, looking worried. Sulang raised an eyebrow. He walked over to Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao's horses, untied the reins, and harnessed the 2 horses to the front of the carriage. A carriage pulled by 2 horses. 2 horses can barely manage, but we'll have to travel slowly. We don't know if the carriage can handle the weight. Sulang was a little worried because the gold was really too heavy. Then how do we get back? Li Qingyao looked at her requisition mount, somewhat bewildered. Su Lang climbed onto his big black coat, then stretched out a hand towards the two sisters with an undeniable smile on his face. Come on up, I'll show you around. Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao exchanged a glance, their pretty faces instantly turning red. 3 people riding one horse? Under Su Lang's burning gaze, Li Qinghuan lowered her head shyly. Her younger sister, Li Qingyao, half pushed and half helped her onto the horse and sat down in front of Su Lang. Su Lang pulled Li Qingyao up with a forceful movement, making her sit behind him. Hold on tight! Su Lang gave a low shout and squeezed the horse's belly with his legs. Drive! The tall black horse let out a neigh and steadily walked forward. Caught in the middle, Li Qinghuan practically shrank into Su Lang's arms, feeling the burning heat from his broad chest and the strong heartbeat, too ashamed to even lift her head. Behind her, Li Qingyao hugged Su Lang tightly around the waist, her cheek pressed against his back, feeling the incredibly reassuring masculine aura. She couldn't help but secretly curl a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. 2 carriages, laden with gold and silver treasures and covered with thick cotton cloth, slowly set off on their journey back to Black Wind's stronghold, pulled by 4 horses. The journey was safe and uneventful. As they approached the familiar Black Wind stronghold, which was now in sight, everyone relaxed. However, just as they rounded a bend in the mountain pass, "Stop!" a rough, loud shout rang out from the woods ahead. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so men, armed with knives and guns and looking even more formidable than the previous group of robbers, rushed out of the woods and blocked their path. The leader was a one-eyed, burly man with a scar on his face, carrying a familiar-looking long spear. When the scarred man saw Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao by the carriage, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. He slammed his spear to the ground and laughed wildly in an extremely arrogant tone. This mountain is mine, these trees are mine. I am Su Lang, the new master of Black Wind Stronghold. Just 2 days ago, I personally killed Zhao Baishan, a general under the Flame King. Scarface pointed the tip of his gun at Su Lang, his eyes looking as if he were looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If you know what's good for you, leave those 2 carriages and those 2 young women with you behind. I'm in a good mood today, maybe I'll spare your dog's life. The words fell. An eerie silence fell over the entire scene. Zhang Chaowei and Xiao Bao stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao were also completely taken aback. Su Lang's expression was even more fascinating. He was stunned for a moment, and then a feeling of utter absurdity welled up in his heart. Is this a case of the real Li Kui meeting a fake Li Gui? Are there people impersonating them to commit robbery? It seems that Lao Tzu is quite famous. Su Lang looked at the arrogant scarred man who called himself Su Lang. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 97 Decisive Action. Su Lang's smile seemed to have ignited some strange switch. My wife, he says he is your husband. Li Qingyao, who had been tightly hugging his waist, was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Her shoulders trembled, and she buried her head in Su Lang's back, letting out muffled laughter. Li Qinghuan blushed deeply, wanting to laugh but daring not to, curling up on the horse and trembling slightly. Puff dash! On the other side, Zhang Chaowei and Xiao Bao were even more direct. Zhang Chaowei covered her mouth, her face turning a deep purplish red, but the uncontrollable laughter still leaked out from between her fingers. Xiao Bao stared wide-eyed at the scarred man who called himself Su Lang, then looked at his real brother Lang, and burst into laughter, his voice as clear as a silver bell. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. The scarred man's single eye instantly became bloodshot, and his arrogant expression turned into a ferocious rage. Damn it! You still dare to laugh? He suddenly slammed his spear down and roared. When I killed General Yen, you were still drinking milk somewhere. You shameless bastards! Today, I'll chop you all up and feed you to the dogs. Big brother! A weasel-faced bandit next to Scarface stared intently at the 2 creaking carriages being crushed, and greedily licked his lips. Look at those 2 carts! They're so deeply buried, they must be full of grain and good stuff. Kill them! Then we can enjoy ourselves for several more months. And those 2 young women, TSK, they're way hotter than the stuff we snatched in the village. These words instantly made the bandits' eyes turn green with envy. They were originally a group of starving refugees who turned to banditry, their only purpose being to steal food and women. Now, food, treasure, and beautiful women are all laid out before you. Men, charge! The murderous intent in Scarface's single eye could no longer be suppressed. Kill the men! Leave the women alive! All the valuables are ours! Kill them! A dozen or so bandits, howling and brandishing all sorts of weapons, charged towards Su Lang. Looking at the pack of ravenous bandits, Su Lang's smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold indifference. He gently patted Li Qinghuan's back, indicating that she didn't need to be afraid. Then, he dismounted. The tall black horse, as if it understood human nature, snorted and automatically stepped back a few paces with the twin sisters on its back. Su Lang stood in the middle of the official road, holding the silver dragon spear in one hand, watching the bandits charging towards him as if they were moths drawn to a flame. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp whooshing sound rang out. The bandit with the pointed mouth and monkey-like face who was charging at the front was still fantasizing about the beautiful women and treasures that were about to be his. The next second, a wolf-tooth arrow accurately pierced his throat. The lewd smile on his face froze instantly. Well, he clutched his neck in disbelief and collapsed to the ground. It's Xiao Bao. He had already drawn his bow, his calm face showing no emotion whatsoever. Lang Ge once said that there is no need to be merciful to the enemy. Court death! Enraged by this, Scarface abandoned Su Lang and charged towards Xiao Bao and Zhang Chaohui with his gun. Choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. However, he had only taken 2 steps. A silver afterimage appeared before him like a ghost. It's Su Lang. Scarface's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't even seen how Su Lang moved. In fact, no one knows when Su Lang dismounted. A chilling sense of death instantly enveloped my entire body. Su Lang instinctively held the spear in his hand horizontally in front of his chest to block. Clang! A piercing clang of metal clashing. Scarface felt an irresistible, terrifying force coming from the gun barrel. Snap! His thick arm was actually broken by this force. The spear in his hand flew out. Ah dash! A piercing scream escaped his lips, only half of it escaping his mouth. Pfft! The tip of the silver dragon's spear pierced his heart without mercy. The last glimmer of light in the scarred man's single eye vanished rapidly. He never understood until his death. Why does this seemingly ordinary man possess such terrifying power? Su Lang drew his silver dragon's spear without expression. The remaining dozen or so bandits were all terrified. Their strongest fighter was taken down in a single exchange? Run! Run! They're tough! Fear completely shattered their pitiful courage. They dropped their weapons, cried out for their parents, and fled. But it was too late. Su Lang's figure swept into the crowd like a gust of wind. The silver spear transformed into the scythe of death. Each swing brought forth a pool of scalding blood and a life lost in despair. Less than a minute. The official road was once again calm. All that remained were corpses scattered on the ground and the overwhelming stench of blood. Su Lang, carrying the still blood-dripping silver dragon spear, walked back to the carriage. These people have absolutely no experience, and are probably refugees. They were probably forced into becoming outlaws. However, this is not a reason for them to plunder and harm others at will. Since you've raised the butcher's knife, you must be prepared to be killed in return. In this chaotic world, there is no mercy to be found. When 2 large carts loaded with gold and silver slowly drove into Black Wind Village, the entire village was in an uproar. He's back! Brother Lang is back! My God! What's that truck carrying? Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Zhang Chaohui and Xiao Bao proudly drove the carriage to the warehouse. When the cotton cloth on the cart was lifted, revealing chests filled with gold and silver jewelry, the entire Black Wind stronghold once again erupted in frenzied cheers. Su Lang ignored the noise. He took several exquisite packages off the carriage and headed straight for the stone house on the mountaintop. Push open the door. A room full of beautiful women were sitting together, seemingly talking about something. Everyone stood up when they saw Su Lang return. My husband! Hua Yurong and the others quickly came to greet them, their faces filled with longing. I'm back! Su Lang smiled and handed over the packages one by one. These are gifts I brought for you. Wow! It's Rouge from Yunzhou City! Xiaojiro was the first to open the package and exclaimed in surprise. Husband, how did you know I've always wanted this? And this lip rouge, what a beautiful color! Is this hairpin for me? Murong Yenran picked up an exquisitely crafted phoenix hairpin, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, but her expression remained aloof. Qinghuan and Qiyao picked it out, they said it suits you, Su Lang said with a smile. Seeing how much the other women loved the item, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao smiled happily. In an instant, the entire stone house was filled with the cheerful chatter of women and the fragrance of various cosmetics. Although Jiang Zhaowe didn't speak, she was playing with a string of crystal-clear pearls in her hand, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned. Yu Nu stood in the corner, watching this scene with an even more complicated expression. This man is not only a war god, but also so skilled at winning a woman's heart. Your Highness, it seems you are truly about to fall completely. In this warm and joyful atmosphere, a series of rapid, heavenly notification sounds rang in Su Lang's mind. My favorability rating has increased again. With Lady Rome and the others reaching 300 favorability points, I can participate in the lucky draw again. Chapter 98 Another Great Harvest. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 300, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 280, completely devoted. Ding! Xiaojiro's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 310, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 265, completely devoted. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 210, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qinghuan's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 200, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qingyao's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability, 200, completely devoted. A series of system notification sounds resounded in Su Lang's mind like the most beautiful music. A series of system notifications exploded in Su Lang's mind like firecrackers. It's here! A thought struck him. Ding! Congratulations, host! Hua Yorong's favorability has reached 300 points. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1,000 jin of dried pork. 1,000 jin of cured pork. 1,000 jin of premium pork. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 caddies of wheat. 1,000 caddies of rice. 1,000 caddies of refined grains. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 caddies of various commonly used and rare medicinal herbs. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 10-fold increase in system storage space. Current space, 10,000 cubic meters. Su Lang's breath hitched. 10,000 cubic meters. What does that mean? Previously, we were worried about where to put the captured and newly acquired gold and silver treasures, but now, the problem has been solved. Moreover, there is so much food and medicine. This is a godsend for the upcoming harsh winter and the subsequent recruitment efforts. Before he could even finish being happy. Ding! Congratulations, host! Xiaojiro's favorability has reached 310 points. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1,000 caddies of dried pork. 1,000 caddies of cured pork. 1,000 caddies of premium pork. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 100 refined steel broadsword. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Gale blade technique and upgraded it to Grandmaster level. Countless insights into swordsmanship flooded into his mind in an instant. Su Lang felt that if he had a knife in his hand at this moment, he could unleash a terrifying blade aura that could tear the air apart. The previous whirlwind blade technique was only at the beginner level, good enough to deal with petty thieves. Now, with his master-level swordsmanship combined with his 16 times stronger physique, his power is absolutely no less than his spear skills. Another trump card. Immediately afterwards. Ding! Congratulations, host! Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability has reached 210 points. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 caddies of dried pork, 1,000 caddies of cured pork, 1,000 caddies of premium pork. Congratulations, host. You have received a trace of dragon chi. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill light footwork, treading snow without leaving a trace, and upgraded it to the Grand Master level. Boom! Su Lang felt a mysterious and warm current flow into his head and instantly spread throughout his body. His body seemed to become lighter, and his perception of the surrounding environment became incredibly sharp. Master-level lightness skill. From then on, he could come and go as he pleased amidst the vast army. But these are not the main points. The key is dragon energy. Although it was only a trace, Su Lang could clearly feel that he had gained an indescribable aura. A kingly aura that makes people subconsciously want to believe in and follow him. This thing is invisible and intangible. But on the road to conquering the world, it is more important than any divine weapon. With it, when I raise my voice in the future, I will be able to attract a large following, and it will no longer be just empty talk. This arrogant princess is indeed my lucky star. Finally, it was the twin sister's reward. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your favorability with Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao has reached 200 points. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1,000 caddies of dried pork, 1,000 caddies of cured pork, 1,000 caddies of premium pork. Congratulations, host! You have received 10,000 taels of gold and 100,000 taels of silver. Congratulations, host! You have achieved the following. Your proficiency in the chaotic annihilation spear technique has increased to the mastery level. Su Lang's grip on the silver dragon's spear tightened suddenly. Your marksmanship has reached its peak. If his previous mastery of marksmanship meant he had grasped the form of marksmanship, his current mastery is the result of his profound understanding of the art of marksmanship. The thrust of the spear not only possessed immense power, but also carried a terrifying aura of annihilation. Our strength has surged once again. Su Lang stood there, feeling the surging power within his body and the countless new insights that had entered his mind. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. This trip to Yunzhou was absolutely fantastic. Husband, what are you laughing at? Hua Yuan looked at her husband standing there, sometimes frowning and sometimes grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing, just thinking about the future of our Black Wind stronghold. Su Lang snapped out of his reverie, his gaze sweeping over the room full of his beautiful wives, his heart brimming with pride. They have money, food, and supernatural powers. Now, all that's missing is people. Surpass! Su Lang stepped outside and shouted towards the direction of the training ground. Hey! I'm here! Brother Lang! Zhang Chaoe, who was directing people to move things, came running in excitedly. Go and send some clever brothers to the villages and towns at the foot of the mountain, and to the places where refugees gather, to spread the word for me. Su Lang's voice was not loud, but it was full of undeniable power. Let me proclaim that my Black Wind stronghold is here by inviting heroes from all over the world. Anyone who comes to seek refuge here, regardless of their background, as long as they have a clean record, will be provided with 2 meals of hot porridge every day. Those who pass the assessment and become new recruits in the village will have 3 meals a day, all of them will be full. Not only will they have white rice, but they will also be given a piece of meat every day. Zhang Chaoyue's eyes widened instantly. Daily porridge provided? New recruits can actually eat white rice and meat? Oh my God! These are conditions that even those who work as long-term laborers for landlords, let alone refugees, cannot enjoy. If this news gets out, won't people be scrambling to get in? Brother Lang, this will really increase our food consumption. Zhang Chaoyue was somewhat worried. You don't need to worry about the food. Su Lang waved his hand. Just kidding, the system just rewarded him with grain, and combined with what he had captured before, his storage space was piled up like a mountain of grain. It's more than enough to support several thousand people. What is most precious in this era? It's neither gold nor silver. They are human beings. They are people who can eat their fill and would risk their lives for you. A bowl of porridge can be exchanged for a person's labor. A bowl of rice can earn someone's loyalty. A piece of meat can be exchanged for a fearless assassin. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Zhang Chaohui did not hesitate any longer and accepted the order. Stone! Pillar! Su Lang shouted again. Exist! Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi, along with 7 other teenagers, rushed in from outside the door, standing ramrod straight with eyes shining with admiration. You 7, don't just sit idle either. Su Lang's gaze swept over them one by one, finally landing on Xiao Bao. From today onwards, you will lead all the new recruits and, with Black Wind Stronghold as the center, launch a purge outwards. I want to ensure that within a radius of 100 miles, there is not a single bandit or mountain thief. Even small gangs of 3 to 5 people must be wiped out. Su Lang's voice turned cold. I want everyone who wants to come and join us to reach the foot of our mountain safely, instead of being robbed by those scoundrels on the way. Previously, Yan Wang's soldiers had already swept through several bandit strongholds. But those were all organized bandits. The soldiers did not sweep away the small groups of bandits, so the task was assigned to Shitu and his men. Yes, sir! Mission accomplished! Lu Shitu and the others roared in unison, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. They understood that Brother Lang was giving them training and an opportunity to establish his authority. Chapter 99: Recruiting Soldiers and Training New Recruits. The next few days, the entire Black Wind Stronghold had been completely transformed into a high-speed war machine. The towns, villages, dilapidated temples, and refugee camps at the foot of the mountain. A legend is circulating everywhere. Have you heard? Su Lang, the great king of Black Wind Stronghold, is recruiting. Is that the living Yama who single-handedly slaughtered through the Flame King's army of thousands? That's right. I heard that as long as you go to seek refuge, they'll give you food. 2 hot meals of porridge every day. Really? If I join the army, I can eat white rice and meat. This news, like a boulder thrown into a stagnant pool, instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. In this chaotic world where human life is less than that of a dog, and a full meal is a luxury, this is simply a great blessing. In an instant, countless refugees, some with their families and others pale and emaciated, flocked from all directions toward Black Wind Village. They were like streams of muddy water, which eventually converged into a river leading to hope. At the same time, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and Xiao Bao transformed into the fiercest pack of wolves. They led the new recruits, who had been training for several days and had seen blood, and like a comb, thoroughly combed through the territory within 100 miles of Black Wind Stronghold. Brother, we're just a few starving people, please spare us. A small gang that had just seized control of the mountain and stolen 2 steamed buns was so frightened by the menacing group of teenagers that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Xiao Bao, expressionless, drew his bow. Brother Lang has given the order. Within 100 miles, no one shall be left alive. The arrow was shot, and blood splattered. In times of chaos, harsh measures must be taken. Kindness will only attract more wolves. In just a few days, Su Lang was known among the people as a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. To those petty villains, he was a more terrifying death-bringing Yama than the Yen King's regular army. The population of Black Wind Stronghold began to swell at an alarming rate. 3500800. After surpassing 1,000 people, Su Lang stopped recruiting soldiers. The entire village was bustling with people, a scene of vibrant activity. Su Lang stood atop the stockade wall, watching the long line of refugees at the foot of the mountain receiving hot porridge, and the new recruits on the drill ground, screaming and yelling as they were being trained by Lu Shitu and the others. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Of course, there are also timid people. But as long as they were willing to work, they could stay at home and farm. Or become an apprentice and forge weapons and armor. Or perhaps become a carpenter and build Black Wind Stronghold. The faint dragon aura emanating from Su Lang made him the center of everyone's attention and their pillar of support simply by standing there. Everything was developing in the direction he had envisioned. The air on the training ground was thick with murderous intent. Hundreds of refugees, who had just put down their hoes and begging bowls, were now shirtless in the cold November wind, holding long spears, repeating the most basic stabbing motions over and over again. Prick! Drink! The battle cries were unified and carried a fierce intensity, as if they wanted to tear a hole in the sky. However, there was not a trace of satisfaction on Su Lang's face. You over there, yes, it's you! His gaze, like that of a hawk, was precisely locked onto a new recruit who was a beat slow in his movements. The recruit, who had been slacking off, was startled and nearly dropped his gun. Brother Lang, it's me. Lu Shi too. Su Lang ignored him and just called out coldly. Exist! Lu Shi too, carrying a thick-backed broadsword, rushed out from the side of the line. Drag him away and give him 20 lashes! Su Lang's voice was devoid of any emotion. The food I distributed wasn't for you to slack off. Yes. The new recruit turned ashen-faced instantly. He tried to beg for mercy, but two veterans grabbed him and dragged him to the torture bench on the side of the drill ground. Slap! 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 The heavy military baton, whistling through the air, struck his buttocks repeatedly. Screams echoed throughout the entire training ground in an instant. All the new recruits involuntarily tensed up, their faces filled with awe. Mistakes must be punished. Punish them severely. Those who slack off during training will be punished. Those who cannot stand straight in formation will be punished. Those who cannot hold their weapons steadily will be punished. The least severe case is missing one meal. If they dare to resist, we'll break their legs and throw them out of the stronghold. More than a dozen troublemakers have been publicly executed for their insubordination, and their bodies are hung outside the mountain gate as a warning to everyone. Here, Su Lang's words are law. That's the only rule. At first, everyone thought he was a tyrant, a living devil. But this only applies to training time. Normally, Su Lang never mistreats anyone. In fact, he even helps them with things. Gradually, they discovered that their bodies were becoming stronger. The limbs, which had been weak and powerless due to prolonged hunger, began to be filled with strength. They learned how to grip their knives and guns tightly, and how to kill the enemy in the least strenuous way. Most importantly, they have enough to eat every day. White rice is served at every meal. Even more surprisingly, every 2 days, you can find oil and meat. They never dared to dream of such a life before. It was totally worth it. Su Lang looked at the faces below, which had shed their numbness and cowardice and were beginning to reveal bravery and courage, and felt a sense of calm. What he wanted was not a mob. Rather, it is a fierce and fearless army that obeys orders without question. In this chaotic world, kindness is the original sin. Showing mercy to soldiers is the greatest irresponsibility towards their lives. Just then. Report! A soldier responsible for keeping watch from the watchtower scrambled down the stockade wall, his face filled with terror. Brother Lang! Something terrible has happened. Another large army is coming down the mountain. A dark mass, even more than the Flame King's men last time. This shout instantly silenced the entire training ground. A look of fear appeared on the faces of all the new recruits. Yan Wang's men have come for revenge so quickly? However, Su Lang's face showed no sign of panic. He simply squinted his eyes slowly. Flame King? Just in time. I'll use you guys to test the mettle of my new recruits. Everyone! Su Lang's voice, like a booming bell, instantly silenced all the commotion. Take up your weapons! Climb the stockade walls! Yes! The recruits, who had just been filled with fear, miraculously calmed down after hearing Su Lang's calm voice. Instinctively, they straightened their chests, gripped their weapons tightly, and under the command of Lu Shi, Zhuzi, and others, began to orderly assemble towards the village wall. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, it was a world of difference compared to her panic last time. Su Lang did not move. He simply turned around, walked back to the stone house, and took out the silver dragon spear that was hanging on the wall. When the cold gun is held in my hand, a feeling of blood connection arises spontaneously. His entire aura changed accordingly. Laziness fades away, leaving only endless sharpness and ruthlessness. As he picked up his gun and walked back up the stockade wall. Below the mountain path, the black torrent of iron was already close at hand. Banners fluttered, and swords and spears stood like a forest. At a glance, there are at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. Moreover, their formation was disciplined and their steps were steady, far surpassing the Yen King army that he had previously terrified. This is a truly elite force. Lady Yanran? Su Lang's gaze fell on Murong Yanran beside him. She had somehow climbed onto the stockade wall, carrying the longbow in her hand. Husband, let me help you. Murong Yanran's answer was simple yet firm. Su Lang smiled and did not refuse. His gaze returned to the foot of the mountain. However, when his gaze fell upon the commander's flag fluttering in the wind at the very front of the army formation, the smile on his face froze slightly. Wrong. This flag doesn't belong to the Flame King. The banner of the Flame King features a large, flame character. The banner in front of us is embroidered with a dragon and phoenix in full bloom. Jing! A sense of foreboding flashed through Su Lang's mind, and he subconsciously looked at Murong Yanran beside him. Following his gaze, Murong Yanran also looked at the commander's flag. Just one glance. She froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Clang! The longbow slipped limply from his hand and fell onto the hard bluestone slab with a crisp sound. In that instant, all the color drained from that once vibrant and beautiful face. All that remained was endless shock and disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the figure riding a magnificent white horse at the forefront of the army. Elder brother. A soft, dreamlike murmur escaped Murong Yanran's lips. Chapter 100. What is the meaning of protecting one's home and country? That dreamlike brother, though light and airy, struck Murong Tsanghai's heart like an invisible hammer. At such a distance, he naturally couldn't hear his sister's voice clearly. But you can clearly see the lip movements. Yanran is calling out, brother. My husband, it's my brother! Murong Yanran's delicate body trembled, and she staggered. Su Lang reacted quickly and pulled her into his arms. The delicate body in his arms was cold and stiff, trembling slightly. That usually spirited and proud pretty face was now filled with only bewilderment and helplessness, all the color drained from her face. Wife? Su Lang called out softly. It's all right, I'll figure something out. Murong Yanran did not respond. She just stared intently at the figure riding a white horse down the mountain. Her beautiful eyes, which were always bright and spirited, were quickly shrouded in a layer of mist. On one side are their blood relatives. On the other side was the man she loved dearly. It would be an unbearable outcome for her to be hurt on either side. The immense shock and conflict left her mind blank, and she almost fainted. Su Lang felt a pang of pain in his heart, as he felt the trembling of the person in his arms. He didn't ask any more questions, but simply stretched out his strong arms and hugged her even tighter, using his burning chest to bring her a touch of warmth and strength. Below the mountain path, before the battle formation, Murong Tsanghai, riding on his magnificent white horse, also witnessed the scene on the stockade wall. He saw the younger sister he had been thinking about day and night, the one he had been longing for. I also saw the man holding his sister tightly in his arms. The last time he competed with Su Lang in archery and horsemanship in Day Village, he was completely defeated both times. That sense of frustration remains vivid in my memory to this day. At the same time, a sense of admiration for heroes had already taken root in his heart. He looked at Su Lang, then at his sister's dependent expression, and his handsome eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. After a moment, he seemed to have made a decision. He slowly raised his right hand. All troops, listen to my command! His voice was clear and resonant, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Retreat 100 meters! Stand by! Splash dash! Upon receiving the order, the elite troops retreated in perfect unison without the slightest hesitation, their movements swift and decisive, raising a cloud of dust. The tense atmosphere, which had been on the verge of exploding, instantly eased. On the stockade wall, all the new recruits were stunned. What kind of operation is this? They withdrew before the game even started? A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Su Lang's lips. That's interesting. It seems this brother-in-law cares a lot about his younger sister, Yanran. Since the other party has shown goodwill, I can't be stingy. Su Lang waved his hand and gave the same order. All archers, put down your bows! The new recruits on the stockade immediately obeyed the order. Elder brother! Murong Yanran finally regained some composure from her immense shock. She broke free from Su Lang's embrace, leaned against the wall, and called out in a trembling voice. Murong Tsunghai, standing at the foot of the mountain, smiled gently and nodded. Yanran, I'm so glad you're alright. Then, his gaze fell back on Su Lang, becoming sharp and complex. Su Lang! Murong Tsunghai declared loudly. I have come to recruit you on the orders of Prince Jing. His Highness Prince Jing admires talent, and having heard of your exceptional bravery, has specially sent me here. If you are willing to submit, His Highness Prince Jing can guarantee you a general's position. From then on, you will shed your bandit reputation, be ennobled and appointed as a general, bringing glory to your ancestors. Isn't that 100 times better than being a bandit leader in this mountain valley? Recruit? Su Lang smiled upon hearing this. He looked at Murong Tsunghai and shook his head. Brother-in-law, how have you been? The word, brother-in-law, made Murong Tsunghai's face twitch involuntarily. Let me ask you a question. Su Lang's voice suddenly rose, echoing throughout the entire valley. What should a great general, a fine man, do most? Murong Tsangming was taken aback, then said proudly, Of course, it is to share the emperor's burdens and protect the country. Well said. Su Lang clapped his hands and laughed, but his laughter carried a hint of desolation and mockery. Defend your country? Look at the soldiers behind you, and then look at the soldiers behind me. He pointed to the new recruits on the stockade wall, who had just been pale and thin but were now full of energy. Which one of them wasn't a poor person driven to the brink of starvation by this damned world? Which one of them wasn't a commoner whose family was destroyed by those so-called officials? This world does not belong to the emperor's family. It belongs to all the people of the world. Whose home are you protecting when you call it defending the country? And whose country are you defending? Are they those high and mighty princes who treat human life like dirt? Or are they the millions of ordinary people struggling to survive amidst hunger and war? Su Lang's voice, like a thunderclap, struck Murong Tsunghai's heart with each word. Murong Tsunghai's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. General Murong, you are a good general, but unfortunately, you are too blindly loyal. Su Lang's tone softened, yet carried a strange, infectious quality. Your sword and your gun should be pointed at the real enemy, not used to become a puppet in the royal struggle for the throne, or to point at your own compatriots. Rather than be an accomplice to a tyrant, you'd better stay in my Black Wind stronghold. Let's join forces to sweep away this chaos and restore peace and order to the world. Let all the people of this land have enough to eat. Only then will your skills be worthy of our trust. These words stirred the blood of all the new recruits and villagers on the stockade wall. Yes. Brother Lang is right. What kind of life did they live before? And what kind of life do they live now? Only by following Brother Lang can we survive. The soldiers behind Murong Tsunghai also stirred slightly, their eyes revealing complex expressions. Nonsense! Murong Tsunghai suddenly snapped out of his daze, shouting sharply and interrupting Su Lang. Su Lang! Stop spreading your lies! You want me, a dignified young general, to become an outlaw with you? That's wishful thinking. His face turned pale and then flushed. Su Lang's words were like a sharp knife, piercing through the beliefs he had always held dear, causing him to feel an unprecedented sense of unease. But his dignity and loyalty as a general wouldn't allow him to admit it. I'm asking you one last time, are you going to surrender or not? Murong Tsunghai's voice had taken on a hint of bravado. If you remain obstinate, don't blame me for being ruthless. A bandit is still a bandit. Sooner or later, you will be crushed to dust by the Imperial Army. The atmosphere froze once again. Just then, a cool and noble voice rang out from behind Su Lang. Then, General Murong, please wipe me out as well. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Jiang Zhaowe, dressed in a plain white dress, slowly walked up the village wall with the help of Yu Nu. Although she wore no makeup, her innate royal air made her stand out from the crowd, dazzling and eye-catching. Down the mountain, the moment Murong Tsunghai saw Jiang Zhaowe, he seemed to be frozen in place, completely frozen in place. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his expression shifted from shock to horror, and finally to utter disbelief. He trembled, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and his voice changed. Your Highness, Princess? Chapter 101 Your Highness. Princess? These two words, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's ears. On the stockade walls and below the mountain path, thousands of eyes instantly focused on Jiang Zhaohui. Murong Tsunghai, do you still recognize me, this princess? Jiang Zhaohui's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. Tell me then, what kind of good people are your master, Prince Jing, and my uncles? In their struggle for the throne, they didn't hesitate to kill their own brothers, even killing my underage ninth brother in their conspiracy. Now, they want to capture me and use me as a bargaining chip to control the world? Yu Nu stood beside Jiang Zhaohui, looking at Murong Tsunghai with eyes full of anger and disdain, and shouted sharply. Murong Tsunghai! You aid and abet evil, you are an accomplice to tyranny. How can you still call yourself a loyal minister and general? If you've got the guts, then step over my dead body. Today, I, Yu Nu, will live and die alongside Her Highness the Princess and Black Wind Stronghold. Every word was like a resounding slap across Murong Tsunghai's face. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently, his face ashen, and his mind a complete mess. The princess is actually at Black Wind Stronghold? He looked at Su Lang, who stood indifferently on the stockade wall, then at his younger sister, her face streaked with tears, and finally at the proud princess who was determined to protect her mistress to the death. Murong Tsunghai felt that the world he had always upheld had collapsed at this moment. He looked at Su Lang on the stockade wall, whose expression was indifferent, as if he had everything under control. Looking at my younger sister, who was crying with tears streaming down her face and her eyes full of pleading. Then I looked at that proud and unyielding princess. Murong Tsunghai felt that the black and white world he had always upheld had collapsed at this moment. This script is fucking melodramatic. Su Lang felt Murong Yanran trembling in his arms, and then looked down at his brother-in-law who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He sighed softly in his heart. The heat is almost done. If we push him any further, we might drive this capable general insane. He gently patted Murong Yanran on the back, then took a step forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Murong Tsunghai's ears. General Murong, you are a wise man. I'll give you time. Give yourself a chance to think things through. Think it through before deciding who you should point your gun at. These words were like a lifeline, causing Murong Tsunghai, who was on the verge of collapse, to suddenly raise his head. He looked at Su Lang with an extremely complicated expression. There was gratitude, confusion, struggle, and a touch of admiration. For a long time, Murong Tsunghai slowly stood up from the ground. He didn't look at anyone on the stockade wall anymore, but turned around and faced his thousands of equally distraught subordinates, and gave orders in a hoarse voice. The entire army shall retreat 3 li and set up camp. Night has fallen. 3 miles down the mountain, the camp of Prince Jing's army was equally deathly silent. Inside the commander's tent, the candlelight flickered. Murong Tsunghai didn't look at any military books. He was just wearing armor and pacing back and forth in the small tent like a trapped beast. Everything that happened during the day played out repeatedly in his mind like a nightmare. My sister's tears. The princess's question. Every word, every image was like a heavy hammer, striking his already shattered beliefs. What is loyalty? Is he loyal to an ambitious man who murdered his nephew and usurped the throne? What, then, is righteousness? Was he leading troops to besiege the bandits, protecting the princess and his sister? He didn't know. Having spent half his life in the military, this was the first time he had felt such profound confusion and powerlessness. Just then. Tread. A very faint footstep sounded in the silent tent. Murong Tsunghai turned around abruptly and shouted sharply. Who? However, what he saw was not the personal guards outside the tent. Instead, a figure appeared beside his desk at some unknown time, holding a cup of hot tea that had just been brewed on his desk. The figure stood there casually, as if he was meant to be there. It's Su Lang. Murong Tsunghai's pupils suddenly contracted. How did he get in? Outside the tent, there were his most elite personal guards, with a sentry every 3 steps and a scout every 5 steps. Not even a fly could get in, let alone a person. But Su Lang just walked in like that. Silently, as if entering an empty place. A chill ran up Murong Tsunghai's spine and straight to the top of his head. He instinctively gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist. Take it easy. Su Lang blew on the steam from the teacup, took a small sip, and moved as leisurely as if he were in his own backyard. The tea is good, He put down his teacup, looked up at Murong Tsunghai, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Brother-in-law, if you can't figure it out on your own, why not try thinking about it from another angle? Why don't you come and take a look at my Black Wind stronghold? This invitation, though seemingly casual, carried an undeniable confidence. Murong Tsunghai's face twitched uncontrollably. Go to Black Wind Village? He went alone into a den of dragons and tigers? Don't worry. Su Lang seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled. With Yanren here, what can I do to you? The words had barely left his mouth. The tent curtain was gently lifted. A trembling voice, choked with sobs, rang out. Elder brother. Murong Yanren walked in, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried all night. Upon seeing Murong Tsunghai, she could no longer hold back. She rushed forward, grabbed her brother's strong arm, buried her head in his chest, and burst into tears. Brother! I miss you so much! I thought I would never see you again! This long-suppressed cry completely shattered the last line of defense in Murong Tsunghai's heart. His hand, which had been tightly gripping the hilt of the knife, slowly loosened. His stiff body gradually relaxed, and he reached out and gently, somewhat clumsily, patted his sister's back. His tiger-like eyes were already bloodshot. Yanren misses you too. The brother and sister embraced and wept. Su Lang didn't disturb them, but simply stood quietly to the side and poured himself another cup of tea. After a long while, the crying gradually subsided. Murong Yanren raised her pretty face, which was streaked with tears, and looked at her brother, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Brother, come back with us and take a look. Go see your husband and see our home now. That place is not what you imagined. Home. Murong Tsunghai's body trembled. He looked into his sister's eyes, a mixture of dependence, happiness, and peace of mind, a look he had never seen before. He knew that his sister had found her true home. He turned his head again and looked at the man leisurely sipping his tea. Su Lang didn't try to persuade him any further. He simply met his gaze, raised his teacup, and smiled calmly. Silence. A long silence followed. Finally, Murong Tsunghai exhaled a long breath, as if to expel all the confusion and struggle in his heart. He looked at Su Lang, then at his sister in his arms, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. Good. I'll go with you to take a look. Chapter 102 Surrender. The darkness of night provided the best cover. When Murong Tsunghai followed Su Lang and his sister into the Black Wind stronghold, he tensed up completely. He thought he would find a typical bandit den. Dirty, chaotic, and filled with drunken thugs and robbed women with numb eyes. However, what came into view were 2 rows of sentries standing straight, holding long guns. Their clothing and armor were simple and not uniform. But that spirit, that ramrod straight back, and those eyes that remained sharp as an eagle's even in the darkness, that was truly remarkable. Are these damn bandits? Murong Tsunghai's pupils suddenly contracted. His elite troops are nothing special. Brother, over here. Murong Yanren tugged at his sleeve, snapping him out of his shock. Passing through the mountain gate, there is a huge training ground. Even in the dead of night, the training ground was still brightly lit, and the shouts of battle were deafening. Hundreds of shirtless men were in the cold wind, repeatedly performing stabbing and hacking motions. Their movements were far from standard, and even somewhat clumsy. But that ruthlessness, that determination to tear a hole in the sky, even made Murong Tsunghai, a veteran of the battlefield, feel a chill run down his spine. He had seen these people on the stockade wall during the day. Those were the emaciated refugees who could barely stand. It's only been a few days? How is this possible? It's completely transformed and looks like this. Su Lang, how exactly did you do that? Murong Tsunghai's voice was somewhat hoarse. Nothing. Su Lang's reply was nonchalant. Let them eat their fill, then tell them that if they don't fight hard, they won't have any food. That's all. Is it really that simple? A storm raged in Murong Tsunghai's heart. Having led troops for half his life, he knew all too well how difficult it was to train a group of farmers into soldiers who dared to fight. But the man in front of me spoke of it so casually. This guy is absolutely a genius at training troops. We bypassed the bustling training ground and continued walking in. The chaotic and disorderly scene that I had imagined did not appear. Instead, there was a rich, smoky aroma, a blend of food and firewood. In the central square of the village, several huge bonfires were burning. A group of women were gathered around a campfire, chatting and laughing as they mended clothes. Several elderly people with white hair sat around the fire, hands tucked in their sleeves, eyes half closed, with peaceful smiles on their faces. Further away, a dozen or so teenagers were chasing and playing, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. There were even a few daring young girls who, by the campfire, clumsily swayed their waists and danced out of tune, imitating the characters in the opera. This scene is too ordinary. It was just like any other night in a rural village. But this most ordinary scene instantly brought tears to the eyes of Murong Tsunghai, a man 7 feet tall. What was his purpose in fighting on the battlefield for more than 10 years? Isn't it all about protecting this most ordinary aspect of human life? But when he looked around, he saw that the entire Dakian was littered with corpses of the starving, and people were even exchanging their own children to eat. How many years has it been since he last saw such a peaceful and serene scene? This is definitely not a bandit's den. This is a haven of peace amidst the chaos of war. A home. Su Lang didn't speak. He simply watched quietly, taking in all of Murong Tsunghai's expressions. He knew that his brother-in-law's heart was in turmoil. Su Lang led him all the way to the highest point of the stockade wall. From here, you can overlook the entire Black Wind village and also see the rolling, dark mountains below. Look over there. Su Lang pointed to a flat area not far away, at the foot of the stockade wall. By the moonlight, Murong Tsunghai could vaguely see that the land was neatly divided into plots, and it seemed that something was planted there. That's the wasteland we reclaimed, and the crops we planted there have already sprouted. Su Lang's voice sounded particularly calm in the night breeze. General Murong, do you still think this place is a bandit's den? Murong Tsunghai fell silent. This is the home of thousands of people. Su Lang turned around and looked at him intently. They are all ordinary people who have been forced to live by the world. I give them food, I give them shelter from the wind and rain, and I teach them to take up arms to protect themselves and their families. These are things that you should have been doing. The weapons in your hands are meant to be used to protect the people. Murong Tsunghai's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. What are the Prince Jing, the Prince Yen, and the Prince Li fighting for? It's that dragon throne. Su Lang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Once they've finished fighting and taken those positions, who do you think they'll care about first? It's to appease the civil and military officials who fought alongside them to conquer the land. It's to win over those covetous foreign powers. It's to consolidate their hard-won imperial power. Who cares about the lives of ordinary people? Otherwise, tell me, why is there widespread famine across the great Qian dynasty, yet the treasuries under the various princes are overflowing with grain, even to the point of mold, and no one dares to open the granaries to release it? These questions, one after another, struck Murong Tsunghai's heart like heavy hammer blows. He knows. Of course he knows. These are all bloody facts. He was just deceiving himself, using that bullshit logic of loyalty to the emperor and serving the country to numb himself. Elder brother. Just then, several figures slowly walked up the village wall. Leading the group were Hua Yurong and Xia Zhiruo, who brought over a pot of hot tea and some snacks. Murong Yanran walked to her brother's side, and without trying to persuade him further, she silently poured him a cup of hot tea. Jiang Zhaowei and Yunu also stood quietly to the side. She looked at Murong Tsunghai with a complicated expression, but ultimately said nothing more. Murong Tsunghai looked at his sister's face, which had shed its immaturity and hatred, and become gentle and happy. He then looked at the former princess, who, despite her misfortune, still retained her pride. Look at this place before you, a miraculous paradise that exists amidst chaos. Finally, his gaze fell upon the man who had changed everything. Su Lang. This man possesses extraordinary talent, a compassionate heart, and the ambition and boldness to change the world. A long time. Murong Tsunghai picked up the cup of scalding hot tea and drank it all in one gulp. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Su Lang, his brother-in-law, who was nearly 10 years younger than him. He clasped his hands together and buried his head deeply. This humble general, Murong Tsunghai, is willing to follow my lord. Together with you, we will create a bright and just world for him." That cry of "my lord" was uttered with unwavering resolve, without the slightest hesitation. "It's done!" Su Lang felt relieved and quickly went forward to help him up. "Brother-in-law, you mustn't! We can just call each other brothers." Su Lang helped Murong Tsanghai up and said in a serious tone, "We'll talk things out privately. If your soldiers are here, call me Lord Dat." Chapter 103 Acceptance. On the stockade wall. Whether it was Hua Yurong and the others, or the new recruits, they were all stunned. "That's Murong Tsanghai, a general with outstanding military achievements under Prince Jing. Now, he actually knelt down in front of his own husband, Langa." Su Lang felt relieved and quickly stepped forward to help Murong Tsanghai up. "Elder brother!" Murong Yenren burst into laughter through her tears, tightly holding her brother's arm, while her other hand instinctively grabbed Su Lang's sleeve. At that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. On one side are their closest relatives, and on the other side are their dearest loved ones. They were finally no longer enemies. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the gates of Black Wind Stronghold slowly opened. Down the mountain, the elite force of Prince Jing, brought by Murong Tsanghai, numbering 1,500 men, stood in neat formation, waiting. Their faces were filled with doubt and unease. "Overnight, our general was taken to a bandit's den and hasn't come out yet. Now that the bandit's den is open, does this mean they've surrendered without a fight?" "Don't be impatient!" Murong Tsanghai raised his hand, his voice steady and powerful. He glanced at the soldiers he had personally trained, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Brothers, I have something to say to you all." All the soldiers fell silent instantly, their eyes fixed on him. "From this day forward I, Murong Tsanghai, break away from Prince Jing and join Black Wind Stronghold. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves." "What? General, you... Why is this happening?" The soldiers were in complete uproar. They'd die for their general, but follow him to become bandits? That's... "Quiet down, everyone!" Su Lang took a step forward, his voice not loud, but clearly drowning out all the noise. He pointed inside the village and said with a smile, "It's not too late to make a decision after everyone has come in and seen it." The soldiers looked at each other, and finally, led by Murong Tsanghai, they entered Black Wind Stronghold with some skepticism. The filth and chaos they had imagined did not materialize. The clean and tidy stone-paved roads, the well-planned buildings, and the new recruits sweating profusely and training tirelessly on the drill ground. All of this overturned their understanding of bandit dens. What shocked them the most were the several large, steaming iron pots in the center of the square. In the pot, large chunks of meat were stewing, and the rich aroma of meat forcefully wafted into everyone's noses, whetting their appetites and making them ravenous. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. Immediately, the sound of swallowing filled the air in the queue. Although they are elite troops, even ensuring they are not hungry and have enough to eat is a luxury on a daily basis. Even if you win a battle, you wouldn't get such treatment, a big pot of stewed meat like this. "Is this for us?" One of the bolder soldiers couldn't help but ask. "Certainly." Su Lang nodded with a smile. "This is a welcome banquet for you." He then pointed to the women distributing hot porridge not far away, and the children laughing and playing around the fire. "Look here, doesn't it look like a bandit's den?" The soldiers fell silent. This is clearly a village where people live and work in peace and contentment. A home they dreamed of protecting. Seeing the wavering expressions on his subordinates' faces, Murong Tsanghai spoke in a deep voice. "Brothers, I ask you, what is the purpose of our military service? Defend our homeland." A squad leader shouted instinctively. "Well said." Murong Tsanghai suddenly raised his voice. "But now, who are we fighting? Are they foreigners? No. They are our own people. They are our compatriots who, like us, just want to have enough to eat. Your knives are meant to protect your families, not to become tools for certain princes to fight for power. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The people are the root of this great nation. Now that the root is rotten, the country will not survive. I, Murong Tsanghai, have chosen not to become an outlaw, but to follow a wise ruler who truly cares for the people. To fight for a peaceful and prosperous world for all." These words resonated deeply. Su Lang also spoke at the opportune moment, his voice full of power. I, Su Lang, hereby promise that everyone who joins my Black Wind stronghold will have food to eat and meat soup at every meal. I will not only make sure you are well fed, but also ensure that your families are well fed and warmly clothed, so that they will no longer suffer the hardships of this chaotic world. We are willing to follow the general. I am willing to follow my lord. Someone shouted first, and then a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami echoed throughout the entire Black Wind stronghold. The soldiers were already tired of this fratricidal civil war, and Murong Tsanghai and Su Lang's words completely ignited the flames in their hearts. Defend our homeland. This is their original reason for joining the army. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Welcome everyone. He glanced at the crowd and continued. It's November now, and winter is approaching. Those of you who still have families, go find your fellow villagers, form small groups, and set off immediately to return to your hometown. Chaotic times, years of famine. I don't know how many people died. Not every soldier has a family still alive. I will give you food and travel expenses. I will also bring your families with me. I, Su Lang, cannot guarantee anything else, but in this Black Wind stronghold, I can guarantee that their dwellings will not leak, they will have clothes to wear, they will not freeze to death, and they will not starve to death. Boom! All the soldiers had tears in their eyes. With a plop, they all knelt down in unison. We swear to serve our lord to the death. We swear to serve our lord to the death. At this moment, what they are loyal to is not only Su Lang as a person, but also the hope and promise he gave to his family. At the same time, Zhang Chaowet is feeling lost lately. He scratched his head, looking at Su Lang, who was directing people to cook porridge, with a look of utter disbelief. Brother Lang, why do I have this feeling that the grain in our warehouse is like it's going to reproduce on its own? The dried meat and cured meat just keep appearing, no matter how much you eat. And the refined rice and flour, it's like magic, they never seem to run out. Zhang Chaowet was in charge of logistics and knew the contents of the granary best. This is completely illogical. Su Lang found it amusing. Each time, he would take advantage of the absence of others to retrieve some grain and dried meat from the system's space and quietly replenish the warehouse. This matter, of course, cannot be discussed. He put his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with an air of profound mystery. Perhaps it's divine intervention, protecting us. Is the divine manifest? Zhang Chaowet was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. That's right. Brother Lang is no ordinary person. It's only natural that he would receive divine protection. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. He immediately knelt down with a thud and began kowtowing to the sky. Thank you, God, for your blessings. May you continue to bless Black Wind Village with favorable weather and abundant harvests. Su Lang almost burst out laughing when he saw his devout expression. People in ancient times were so easy to fool. In the following days, the entire Black Wind stronghold was caught up in a strange flurry of activity. Nearly 1,000 soldiers, having received their rations and travel expenses, happily embarked on their journey home to fetch their wives. They gathered in small groups, looking out for each other, because in this chaotic world, it was too dangerous to be alone. Meanwhile, in Black Wind stronghold, Murong Tsanghai began his intensive training program to showcase his skills. That day, Murong Tsanghai found Su Lang, who was working on the blueprints. My lord, the population of the stronghold has surged, and thousands more families are expected to arrive. I'm afraid Black Wind stronghold will not be able to accommodate everyone. Should we begin expansion immediately? Su Lang shook his head and put down the charcoal pencil in his hand. Expansion? No matter how much we expand, this small hill can't contain our true dragon. He walked to the edge of the stockade wall, his gaze sweeping down to the vast plains below, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented ambition. It's time to seize a piece of land that belongs to us. Chapter 104 New Goals. Murong Tsanghai's body tensed up instantly. Take over territory. These words, spoken lightly by Su Lang, felt like two mountains pressing down on his heart. He knew Su Lang was ambitious, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly and so directly. Expanding the mountain stronghold is a form of development. Seizing control of the county seat is a different matter altogether. That means they will officially transform from a group of bandits, entrenched in the mountains, into a bandit who controls a region. This means that we are going to completely break ties with the entire Great Qian dynasty. My lord, does this mean we are officially going to war with the imperial court? Murong Tsunghai forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. That's a huge leap. War? Su Lang laughed, his smile carrying a hint of nonchalance. Don't worry, in this chaotic world, they don't have time to bother with us. He held up 2 fingers. The 1,500 elite troops you brought, plus the existing forces of our Black Wind stronghold, and the new recruits who are currently training, together we have 2,500 combat-ready soldiers. This number is neither too many nor too few. Whether it's Prince Jing or Prince Yen, as long as they're not out of their minds, their first thought would definitely be to recruit us, not to send a large army to attack us. Especially Prince Jing, he will appeal to your emotions and reason with you. After all, you were once his person. Su Lang's voice was full of confidence. Murong Tsunghai understood instantly. 2,500 soldiers might not seem like much in a prosperous era. The imperial army could easily wipe them out. But what time is it now? It's a chaotic world. All the princes are frantically recruiting and conscripting people. Every piece of manpower is incredibly precious. Whoever attacks them first will suffer losses in troops, thus benefiting the other princes. Therefore, winning them over is the best option. What you say is absolutely right, my lord. Murong Tsunghai's worries were largely relieved. He looked at Su Lang, his eyes filled with even more admiration. His lord, though young, had such a clear understanding of human nature and the general trend of the world. My lord, which territory do you wish to conquer? Su Lang walked to the sand table, on which was a simple map he had drawn with charcoal. His finger did not point to those wealthy and prosperous cities, but rather to an inconspicuous small county town near Yunzhou's city. Luqing. Yunzhou is an important hub for trade between various countries and Daqian. It is a place where all sorts of people mingle, and it also has the largest population. We chose a location near Yunzhou, which allows us to both attack and defend. It also makes it convenient for us to go to Yunzhou to purchase supplies and gather information on a regular basis. Su Lang drew a circle on the map with his finger. More importantly, there are many foreign merchant caravans and delegations stationed in Yunzhou's city. Even if the imperial court wanted to take action against us, it wouldn't dare to make too much of a fuss, let alone send troops on a large scale. Otherwise, if it arouses the suspicion of those foreign tribes, who think that Daqian is going to break the agreement and start a war against them, then things will get really messy. Murong Tsunghai was deeply shaken. His gaze towards Su Lang changed from admiration to shock. A true genius. This is simply an unparalleled genius. His martial arts skills are superb, but I won't say more. Their ability to train troops is nothing short of miraculous. In retrospect, this profound shrewdness and strategic vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. I really didn't follow the wrong person. But, Su Lang changed the subject. Now is not the time. He pointed out the window to the newly reclaimed wasteland. What I planted has already sprouted. We can harvest it again before the cold winter comes. Moreover, this winter will be exceptionally cold. Even more people will starve and freeze to death. Those displaced people who can't survive will do anything for a bite to eat. A meaningful smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. When that time comes, we will bring the grain and enter Luqing. Everything will fall into place naturally. Night falls. After finishing his business in the village, Su Lang dragged his somewhat tired body back to the stone house on the mountaintop. He froze as soon as he pushed open the door. Inside the house, a group of beautiful wives and concubines were all smiling at him, their gazes making him feel uneasy. My husband, you're back. Hua Yorong's voice carried a touch of coquettishness she didn't usually display, making her seem mysterious. What's wrong with you all? Su Lang asked curiously. Hee, look, my husband! Xiaojiro magically produced a neatly folded robe from behind her. It was a long, dark black robe made of the finest brocade, with intricate yet understated cloud patterns embroidered in gold thread on the collar and cuffs. The entire robe, illuminated by the candlelight, shimmered with a faint sheen, exuding an air of nobility. This was made for you by your younger sister, Shioji. Hua Yurong explained with a smile. Li Shioji stepped out from behind the crowd, her pretty face slightly flushed. She didn't dare to look Su Lang in the eye, and her voice was barely audible. I haven't seen any good fabrics. The design of this dress was drawn by Sister Jiaowei, and Qing Huan and Qing Yao helped me choose the fabric. They also gave me guidance before I was able to sew it up. She nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, afraid that Su Lang wouldn't like it. She didn't know if she had done a good job. My lord, you are now the lord of thousands of men, and in the future, you will be a man who accomplishes great things. Murong Yanran walked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of pride and tenderness. His attire should reflect that of a lord. He can no longer dress as casually as before. She grabbed Su Lang's hand and, without saying a word, pressed him down into a chair. Here, let us help you change. For a time, the air was filled with the sounds of beautiful women and the fragrance of perfume. Hua Yurong took off his old clothes, Xiajiro held the new robe, and the two sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, helped him straighten his collar and smooth out the wrinkles. Even the usually aloof Jiang Zhaowei stood to the side, a faint smile playing on her lips, scrutinizing the work she had designed herself. When that dark black robe with gold patterns was put on Su Lang, the entire room fell silent instantly. A look of amazement flashed in the eyes of every woman. People rely on clothes, and Buddhas rely on gold plating. Su Lang was already tall and upright, and years of training had left him without an ounce of excess fat, giving him a powerful presence. At this moment, after changing into this well-tailored, luxurious robe, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. That air of authority, that of someone who had long held power over people and controlled life and death, could no longer be concealed. In particular, the faint, dragon aura, emanating from him gave him an extra kind of kingly aura that made people afraid to look directly at him, yet unable to resist wanting to submit. It's really beautiful. Li Qingyao looked at her husband and murmured softly, her eyes overflowing with love. Li Qinghuan stood to the side, her face flushed, and nodded heavily. Su Lang looked at his reflection in the bronze mirror, a reflection that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and was slightly taken aback. I have to say, this outfit is really cool. He turned around and looked at the group of women in front of him, some shy, some adoring, and some gratified, and his heart was filled with warmth. He opened his arms and said with a smile, Come, let your husband hug you all and see if my new clothes have captivated my wives. Oh! My husband, you're so naughty! Ugh, I hate it! The stone house was once again filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 105 I'm going to be a father. This night was destined to be long. The long robe with its black and gold patterns was ultimately carelessly discarded on the chair. The candlelight inside the stone house burned all night. The commotion inside the stone house gradually subsided as the sky began to lighten. Su Lang lay on the large bed, feeling a little sleepy. With so many wives, even the strongest body can't handle it. In particular, the ladies are increasingly fond of. They're all scrambling to get them. This is even more exhausting than fighting an army of thousands. Su Lang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the soft warmth around him, and a wave of weariness washed over him. Forget about military training and territory grabbing. Today, court is closed. He closed his eyes, wrapped his arms around himself, and fell into a deep sleep. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the window lattice. Yu Nu carried in a tray filled with exquisite breakfast items and tiptoed in. However, when she saw the scene on the bed, she froze instantly, her pretty face turning bright red. Although she had become somewhat mentally prepared for her lord's debauched lifestyle during this time, but every time she witnessed such a sensual scene, she would still be so embarrassed that she would be at a loss for what to do, and her heart would pound like a drum. She gently placed the food plate on the table, and, almost as if fleeing, left the stone house. Standing outside the door, feeling the chill of the morning wind, Yunukai felt her burning cheeks cool down slightly. She stomped her foot, feeling both ashamed and angry, and walked towards the training ground. On the training ground, Murong Tsunghai was already dressed in military uniform, standing there with great spirit. He looked at the new recruits who were undergoing basic drills, his brows sometimes relaxing and sometimes furrowing, clearly showing that he was both satisfied and dissatisfied with the current state of the team. Upon seeing Yu Nu approach, he immediately went to greet her, clasped his hands in greeting, and asked, "Miss Yu Nu, did the Lord not come today?" Yu Nu blushed, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, and snorted in annoyance. "Haven't you heard that the Emperor doesn't hold court in the morning?" Murong Sanghai was taken aback at first, then immediately realized what was happening, and his square face instantly looked somewhat strange. He coughed twice, speechless for a moment. "My brother-in-law is wonderful in every way. He possessed great talent and strategic vision, knew how to use people effectively, was a genius at training troops, and also cared deeply for the common people. The only downside is that he has too many wives and loves to indulge in their pleasures. If this had happened in the previous dynasty, he would definitely have been a foolish emperor who would have been impeached to death by the censors. But then I thought about it again, and it seems quite normal that our Lord has superb martial arts skills, an extraordinary physique, and is more energetic." Murong Sanghai shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. His gaze fell on the other side of the training ground. There 7 teenagers were leading dozens of veterans in even more rigorous training exercises. The one leading them was Lu Shitu. This kid, only 14 or 15 years old, is already tall and strong, with a body as robust as a calf. He was carrying a Guangdong broadsword, which was the equipment that dropped after killing Zhao Baishan. A Guangdong broadsword, when wielded, is powerful and imposing. Its might not be inferior to that of adult warriors. Besides him, there is also Pillar, who is ghostly in appearance and skilled in short-blade attacks. And Xiao Bao, standing on high ground, holding a longbow, his eyes frighteningly calm. These 7 boys, who had followed Su Lang since Day Village, have long since shed their former naivety and frailty. The baptism of blood and fire quickly transformed them into true battlefield veterans. Su Lang even jokingly gave the 7 of them the title of 7 Tigers of Black Wind. Now, in the village, apart from Murong Sanghai who just joined, the 7 of them have the highest prestige. Of course, next up is Zhang Chaoe, the head housekeeper who's always clutching the ledger and looking worried. "Drink!" With a roar, Lu Shitu swung his broadsword down, cleaving a wooden shield in 2 from an old soldier's grasp. The veteran was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud, his face full of horror. This kid's strength is terrifying. After training, Lu Shitu and the others did not rest. They would each lead a small team of several people and venture into the forest behind the mountain. In the past, Su Lang would follow them to protect them. Now, Su Lang occasionally accompanies him, purely to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Because these 7 tiger cubs have already fully developed the ability to stand on their own. Time passed day by day. The weather is getting colder day by day. In mid-November, the north wind howled, and a few snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The soldiers who had returned home to fetch their wives also began to return to Black Wind Village one after another, with their emaciated families, whose eyes were full of hope. The village's population has once again experienced a surge. Fortunately, Su Lang was prepared. The new houses have already been built, but they are not enough, so let some men without families squeeze in. Try to make the elderly, women, and children as comfortable as possible. Thick cotton-padded clothes and ample food have already been distributed. Every family member who came to Black Wind Village couldn't help but burst into tears when they took their first sip of the steaming hot meat porridge. They survived. Su Lang stood on the village wall, looking at the increasingly vibrant atmosphere of human life in the village, and felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned his gaze to the reclaimed wasteland beneath the village wall. Those tender green shoots grew tenaciously in the cold wind, unaffected by the sudden drop in temperature. The super seed produced by the system is truly amazing. In about 10 more days, these potatoes and sweet potatoes will be ready. With this high-yield grain as a foundation, there will be no more worries about my plan to move to Lucheng. Everything is moving in a positive direction. However, just as Su Lang was planning his future blueprint, an even better piece of good news, without warning, came his way. That evening, Su Lang had just returned from the training ground when he was mysteriously pulled into the stone house by Hua Yurong, Xia Jiro, and several other girls. "Husband, please sit down!" Hua Yurong pressed his shoulder and made him sit in a chair, her face showing a complex expression that was a mixture of joy, shyness, and nervousness. "What's wrong?" Su Lang was completely confused. Hua Yurong took a deep breath and then slowly placed Su Lang's hand on her still flat stomach. Immediately afterwards, Li Xiuji, blushing, followed Hua Yurong's example and pulled Su Lang's other hand over, placing it on her lower abdomen. Finally, there's Jiang Jiaowei. The princess, who was usually proud and aloof, blushed and hesitated for a long time before finally walking up to Su Lang with Yu Nu's half-hearted encouragement. She didn't take Su Lang's hand, but bit her lip and said something in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "I have one too." Boom! In Su Lang's mind, it was as if countless fireworks were exploding at the same time. He was completely stunned. He glanced at Hua Yurong, then at Li Xiuji, and finally, his gaze lingered on Jiang Zhaoyue's stunningly beautiful face, which was so shy it seemed she was burying her face in her chest. 3 or 3? All 3 of them now? Am I going to be a dad? An indescribable ecstasy, like a tsunami, instantly overwhelmed him. Chapter 106, A Letter from Prince Jing. Su Lang was so happy he almost jumped for joy. His gaze shifted from Hua Yorong's pretty face, which was filled with shyness and joy, to Li Xiuji's face, which was flushed red, yet also radiated happiness. Finally, his gaze settled on Jiang Zhaoyue's stunningly beautiful face, which was buried deep in her chest, too afraid to lift it. 3 or 3? 3 at once? Am I going to be a dad? This is a triple celebration. An indescribable ecstasy erupted like a volcano that had been building up for millennia, engulfing him completely in an instant. His hands were still resting on Hua Yurong and Li Xiuji's still flat stomachs. I can't touch anything. But he could almost feel that beneath that warm skin, 3 tiny lives were quietly growing. That's his bloodline. It was the deepest bond he formed upon entering this world. Really, you have them all? Su Lang's voice trembled slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. He quickly withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Bien K's medical skills. He grabbed each of the 3 women's wrists, and gently placed his fingers on their pulses. Slippery pulse. The pulse is incredibly clear and slippery. Although the pulse is still very weak, it's definitely not wrong. It's true. It's all true. Ha 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 dash! Su Lang could no longer contain his joy and suddenly stood up, laughing loudly to the sky. The laughter was filled with boundless joy and pride, making the entire stone house vibrate. He grabbed Hua Yurong, who was closest to him, and scooped her up in his arms, spinning her around several times amidst her gasp of surprise. I have a wife named Rong, and she's going to have my baby! He put down the still somewhat dizzy Hua Yurong, and then picked up the blushing Li Xiuji. Xiuji! My darling! Well done! Finally, his gaze fell on the proud princess who was trying to run away but was held down firmly by Yu Nu. Su Lang rushed over and, amidst Jiang Zhaoyue's exclamation of both embarrassment and anger, picked her up as well. And you! My princess! Put me down! You're spinning too fast! Jiang Zhaoyue struggled desperately in his arms, her small fists pounding his chest incessantly. Su Lang ignored her completely, carrying her around several times before finally putting her down with satisfaction. From today onwards, none of you 3 are allowed to do any work. Su Lang put his hands on his hips and announced with a serious expression. Take good care of them. Feed them well and make sure they're well fed and healthy, so they grow up to be plump and healthy. Don't worry, my husband, we will take good care of our 3 sisters and the baby in your belly. The sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, quickly stepped forward and patted their chests to assure each other. They looked at the happy glow on their 3 older sisters' faces and their eyes were filled with envy. We want a baby too. Xia Zhiro pouted, tugged at Murong Yanran's sleeve, and muttered softly. Murong Yanran blushed. Although she didn't speak, her bright eyes, which were looking at Su Lang, were clearly filled with the same longing. My husband, you must keep up the good work tonight. Xia Zhiro mustered her courage and spoke loudly. Absolutely. Su Lang waved his hand, his heroic spirit soaring to the heavens. Tonight, everyone must be treated equally. The immense joy immersed the entire Black Wind stronghold in a strange atmosphere. My lord is going to have an heir. This news is even more encouraging than winning a major battle. However, amidst this joy, an uninvited guest interrupted the celebration in the village. A messenger came down the mountain seeking an audience. They were sent by Prince Jing. The atmosphere inside the command tent was somewhat heavy. Su Lang sat in the main seat, toying with a letter whose sealing wax was intact. Murong Tsunghai stood aside, his expression complex. "Open it and take a look." Su Lang handed over the letter. Murong Tsunghai took the letter and opened it. The letter was written to both of them. The contents of the letter, however, stunned Murong Tsunghai. Throughout the entire text, not a single word mentions his betrayal. Instead, he asked Murong Tsunghai in an extremely friendly tone why he had been lingering outside for so long and had not returned. "Have you encountered any difficulties?" The letter also stated that Prince Jing had heard that Su Lang of Black Wind Stronghold was a hero of the time, and if he was willing to submit, Prince Jing was willing to treat him as a brother and offer him the position of general, so that they could work together to support the country. The entire piece is about winning people over and appeasing them. What a brilliant, open scheme! This letter not only gave Murong Tsunghai a way out, but also extended an olive branch to Su Lang. If one's will is not firm, one would probably waver on the spot. Murong Tsunghai remained silent for a moment. He walked to the desk, picked up the brush, and dipped it in ink. Without hesitation, he quickly wrote a reply. The letter contained very little information. First, he expressed his gratitude to Prince Jing for his appreciation and kindness. Then, the writing style shifted. A true man is born between heaven and earth, and should serve his country and people, making unparalleled contributions. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I hope to meet you again on the battlefield in the future. Kyoto, Prince Jing's mansion. Inside the luxurious palace, decadent music filled the air. Dozens of dancers dressed in sheer veils were swaying their graceful waists. Prince Jing lay half reclined on a soft couch covered with tiger skin, enjoying grapes fed to him by a beautiful woman beside him while listening to the military intelligence report below with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Murong Tsunghai's reply, the smug look on his face vanished instantly. Bang! He suddenly opened his eyes and smashed the glass cup in his hand to the ground. Splash! Immediately afterwards, he kicked over the low table in front of him that was filled with fruits and delicacies. They've rebelled! They've really rebelled! Prince Jing's face turned ashen with rage. Pointing south, he roared. A bandit! A traitorous general! How dare they speak to me like that? The dancers and maids around them were so frightened that they all knelt down with a plop, trembling. Men! Prepare 10,000 troops for me. I will personally lead the army. I will raze that little Black Wind stronghold to the ground. I will tear Su Lang and Murong Tsunghai to pieces. Just as Prince Jing was enraged, a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's robe calmly walked out from a corner. Your Highness, please calm down. Calm down? Sir! How can you expect me to calm down? When Prince Jing saw the person who had arrived, his anger subsided slightly, but he still looked resentful. The strategist smiled slightly and shook his head. Your Highness, attacking Black Wind Stronghold now is not only not a good opportunity, but a terrible strategy. Nowadays, Su Lang enjoys a high reputation among the people. Under the guise of speaking out for the people, he has raised a large number of loyal followers. Moreover, Murong Tsunghai is a renowned general of our time, skilled in training troops, and his men are all battle-hardened elites. Even if we win through a direct assault, our army will suffer heavy losses. Wouldn't that just be giving Yan Wang and Li Wan a free ride? After hearing this, Prince Jing's anger gradually subsided. He slumped back onto the soft couch, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Then, in your opinion, what should be done? Wait. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the strategist's eyes. Wait for an opportunity. Chapter 107 Shooting Through the Official's Hat. End of November. The weather is getting colder and colder, and the north wind is like a knife. Throughout Black Wind Village, a bustling scene of harvest activity unfolded. Beneath the village walls, in that newly reclaimed wasteland, everyone stared wide-eyed at the incredible scene before them. Zhang Chaoyue's hands trembled as she dug a cluster of potatoes out of the ground. They were huge, with as many as 7 or 8 in one litter. On the other side, Lu Shitu and his group also dug out sweet potatoes as thick as an adult's arm. "Oh my God!" Jiang Chaohui hugged a potato, tears welling up in her eyes with excitement. "The gods really worked! This is a potato? It's as big as a small watermelon. This is no ordinary crop." This bumper harvest of grain laid a solid foundation for Black Wind Village. Su Lang looked at the mountain of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. It's time. He left behind Nurong Tsunghai, Jiang Chaohui, and 1,500 soldiers to be responsible for harvesting and guarding the mountain stronghold. He himself led 1,000 of his most elite soldiers, along with the 7 Tigers of Black Wind, and all the family members, elderly, and children who were willing to follow, and marched down the mountain in a grand procession. They have only one goal. Luqing. The group was large, with families in tow, so they did not move very fast. Fortunately, although the weather was cold, it did not snow. They traveled at a leisurely pace, stopping frequently, traveling by day and resting at night. When the group finally arrived at their destination at dusk, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. In the cold wind, the outline of a county town stood silently in the dim twilight. The towering city walls, like a silent behemoth, lay prostrate on the vast plain. On the city tower, a few lights flickered in the wind, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. "We've arrived in Luqing." The cold wind was like a knife. The dust and sand swirled up from the ground, stinging people's faces. In the dim twilight, the outline of Luqing resembled a silent behemoth, lying prostrate on the horizon. The tall city walls, mottled and cold, exuded a deathly atmosphere. Su Lang reined in his horse. Behind him were nearly 1,000 silent elite soldiers and thousands of families, their eyes filled with weariness and hope. They walked all day and finally arrived. This will be their new home. Luqing on the city wall. Thump! Knock knock dash! A rapid and chaotic sound of gongs and drums rang out. Immediately afterwards, the few torches that had been swaying began to shake wildly, and the sounds of chaotic footsteps and terrified shouts could be faintly heard. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Clearly, it was the soldiers guarding the city walls who discovered Su Lang's group. Thump! Knock knock dash! The drums and gongs beat faster and faster. A moment later, a middle-aged fat man wearing a bulky official robe and a black gauze hat appeared tremblingly on the city wall, surrounded by a group of constables and yamen runners who were also pale with fright. He leaned against the wall, stretching half his body out, and with all his might shouted at the dark mass of people below. "Who goes there? How dare you lead troops to besiege my Luqing? Are you trying to rebel?" The sound, sharpened by fear, was shattered by the cold wind. Su Lang did not answer. He simply spurred his horse slightly, took a few steps forward, and broke away from the group. The long dark black robe with gold patterns that the women had sewn by hand fluttered in the wind, making him appear even more upright, like a peerless spear about to pierce the sky. He stopped when he was less than 100 meters from the city gate. "Black Wind Stronghold, Su Lang." His voice wasn't loud, and it was completely devoid of any warmth or gentleness, yet it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, reaching the ears of everyone on the city wall. "Black Wind Stronghold. Su Lang. That living Yama who single-handedly slaughtered through the Flame King's army of thousands?" Boom! The city walls erupted in chaos. "It's that god of death! Why is he here? We're doomed, we're doomed!" The county magistrate, Lu Baichuan, who had just been trying to maintain his composure, felt his legs go weak the moment he heard the name. If it weren't for the constable behind him who caught him quickly, he would have collapsed to the ground. His face instantly turned pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Thousands of people! That's thousands of people! Moreover, judging from their formation, the soldiers in the front row were all menacing and clearly seasoned veterans. With just a few dozen guards in his city who could barely hold a knife, let alone defend the city, they could be drowned by a single spit from someone else. Lu Baichuan forced a mouthful of saliva, squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying, and his voice even changed tone. "So it was King Su in person. My apologies for not recognizing you in person. I was unaware of your Majesty's presence. What brings you here?" He tried to make his voice sound respectful, but in his mind he was frantically calculating a countermeasure. Seeing that Su Lang did not answer, Lu Baichuan continued to plead. Your Majesty, look at our Luqing, it's just a poor, remote place. There was a famine some time ago, and the food in the city has long been gone. Now there are starving people everywhere, and we ourselves are almost starving to death. We really have nothing to offer you. Why don't you go and take a look elsewhere? Head east. Yunzhou City is incredibly wealthy, that's more befitting of your status, isn't it? As Lu Baichuan spoke, he winked at the constable beside him. The meaning is quite obvious. Hold them off. Immediately send someone to Yunzhou City to request reinforcements. Su Lang laughed as he watched the fat magistrate's clumsy performance on the city wall. The laughter sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. Who said I came here to ask for food? Lu Baichuan was taken aback. The next second, Su Lang's voice suddenly rose, like a great bell, resounding throughout the entire plain. I'm here to deliver food to you. This shout stunned everyone on and off the city wall. Sending grain? The bandit leader, with several thousand men, didn't rob the grain. Instead, he came to deliver it. Is this some kind of miracle? Just as Lu Baichuan's mind went blank and he hadn't reacted yet, Su Lang's cold and domineering voice rang out again. Now I'm giving you two choices. First, open the city gates and welcome me into the city. From this day forward I, Su Lang, will be in charge of Willow City. I will guarantee that all the people in the city will have a meal every day and can live peacefully through this winter. 2. Su Lang paused, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Keep the door closed and put up a stubborn resistance. Then I smash that door to pieces with my own hands. At that time, I will also enter the city. However, there will be no one left alive in the city. After saying that, he didn't even look at the horrified expressions of the people on the city wall. He just turned his head slightly and gave Xiao Bao, who was not far away, a look. Xiao Bao understood immediately. She took the longbow from the horse's back with a blank expression, her movements fluid and effortless, devoid of any hint of worldly concern. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. Buzz dash! The bowstring vibrated, emitting a muffled hum. A black feathered arrow instantly transformed into a black line indistinguishable to the naked eye, tearing through the cold air with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for Lu Baichuan on the city wall. That's too fast. Everyone who was almost on the city wall only saw a black shadow flash by, and didn't even have time to react. Lu Baichuan felt a sharp gust of wind rush towards him, which terrified him so much that he instinctively closed his eyes. Chapter 108 Taking Luqing. Puff! A soft sound. The expected excruciating pain did not come. He felt a sudden lightness on his head, followed by a blast of icy wind. Lu Baichuan stiffly and slowly opened his eyes. He touched the top of his head with trembling hands. It's completely bare. He's lost his official position. He mechanically turned his head and saw that the black gauze hat that symbolized his official power was now firmly pinned to a pillar of the city gate a dozen steps behind him by an arrow. The arrow pierced right through the center of the hat. Penetrating. Gulp! Lu Baichuan swallowed hard. A warm, moist current flowed uncontrollably down his trouser leg. He was so scared he peed his pants. If that arrow had been a few inches lower. He dared not even think about it. The entire city wall was deathly silent. Everyone stared at the girl below the city wall, who had drawn her bow and whose expression remained as cold as ice, as if she were a ghost. And look at that man, who remained calm and collected throughout, as if he had only done a trivial little thing. In the suffocating silence, Su Lang's calm yet overwhelmingly authoritative voice slowly rang out. If I were to launch a direct attack, do you think it can withstand the burning of an incense stick? A deathly silence. A cold wind howled across the city wall, carrying with it a foul odor. Lu Baichuan's oversized official robe trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking like the random strumming of a pipa. On the city wall, the dozens of soldiers and yamen runners who had little will to fight dropped their weapons with a clang when they saw the arrow firmly embedded in the pillar. What's the point of fighting? That sharpshooter can take your official hat from 100 paces away as easily as picking something out of a bag. If they wanted to take your head, wouldn't that be as easy as turning their hand? Everyone looked at the nonchalant man below the city with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. My patience is limited. Now I'll count to 3. 3. A cold number slipped from his lips, like a death knell. Lu Baichuan, standing on the city wall, suddenly trembled as if he had been whipped. 2. Open! Open the city gates! Open the city gates now! Before Su Lang could count to 1, Lu Baichuan had already used all his strength to let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. He scrambled towards the winch on the city wall, pushing aside the terrified guards as he roared. What are you all standing there for? Do you want to die? Open the gate! Welcome King Su into the city! Lu Baichuan now has only one thought in mind. Live on! To hell with imperial laws and the responsibility to defend the land. He knew very well that Su Lang was not joking. Su Lang of Black Wind Stronghold has a notorious and ruthless reputation. Even Zhao Baishan, a general under the Yan King, along with 1,000 elite troops, were slaughtered by him all by himself. With only a few dozen scoundrels under my command, they wouldn't even be enough to fill someone else's teeth. Squeak creak dash. The heavy, rusted city gate, groaning under its own weight, slowly opened inward. A dim yellow light shone from inside the city, illuminating the faces outside the gates, faces that were resolute, weary, or full of hope. We won! The city gates are open! We have a home now! From the family members behind Su Lang, bursts of uncontrollable cheers and cries erupted. They traveled with their families for days and nights in the cold wind, and now they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Although Black Wind Village is quite nice, how can a mountain stronghold compare to a county town? Su Lang watched the slowly opening city gate quietly, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. It's done. As soon as the city gates were fully opened, Su Lang pulled on the reins, and his warhorse was the first to step through the city gates of Lucheng. Behind him, 1,000 elite soldiers in black armor marched in perfect unison, like a black torrent of iron, silently surging into the city. The silent yet chilling aura startled Lu Baichuan and his yamen runners, who had just opened the city gates, so much so that they all knelt down on the ground with a thud. Head buried tightly, not daring to even breathe. I, Lu Baichuan, a guilty official, respectfully welcome King Su. Lu Baichuan's voice trembled like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. I was blind and did not recognize your majesty. I have offended you. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he kowtowed frantically, his forehead hitting the cold bluestone slab with a dull thud. This humble servant is willing to offer his mansion to your majesty for residence. He also offers the meager wealth within to your majesty. He only begs your majesty to spare his dog's life. Su Lang looked down at the county magistrate, who had lost all his official authority, with a cold gaze. He didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. He then turned his attention to the county town. Just as he had expected, the city was in a state of desolation. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were boarded up, and many houses had large holes in their roofs, whistling in the cold wind. Famine, coupled with previous harassment by bandits, had already turned this small town into a lifeless place. The streets were deserted. But Su Lang could sense that behind those tightly closed doors and windows, countless eyes, filled with fear and numbness, were watching them, these uninvited guests. Stone pillar. Exist! Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi immediately stepped forward. Take your men and immediately take control of the 4 city gates. Su Lang's voice was devoid of any emotion. Tonight, in Lucheng, no one is allowed to leave. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. Once we take Lucheng, we must hold it. Tonight, we cannot let anyone escape. Yes. The rest of you, each take your family and find an empty house in the city to stay temporarily. Note, do not disturb the people or loot. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Yes. The soldiers received their orders and began to methodically arrange for the excited families. After arranging everything, Su Lang dismounted and walked to Lu Baichuan, who was still kneeling on the ground. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Baichuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and stood up shakily. Su Lang looked at him and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it struck Lu Baichuan as if he had been struck by lightning. Tomorrow morning, send someone to beat drums and gongs to inform all the people in the city. Hai Su Lang set up a porridge distribution point in front of the county government office. All residents of Lucheng, regardless of age or gender, are welcome to line up and receive a bowl of porridge and a sweet potato. Everyone gets a share. Lu Baichuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. What? A bowl of porridge? And it's all you can eat? Did he mishear? This murderer, this bandit leader, instead of entering the city to burn, kill, and loot, he chose to use his own money to distribute porridge to all the people in the city. Lu Baichuan opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to ask something. However, when he met Su Lang's deep and cold eyes, all the words instantly stuck in his throat. Thump! Lu Baichuan's legs went weak, and he knelt down heavily once again. This time, it wasn't out of fear. He called out to Su Lang, his voice already trembling with sobs. Your Majesty! My lord is benevolent and righteous. You are a living bodhisattva descended to earth, here to save the people of Lucheng. This guilty official, Lu Baichuan, is willing to serve my lord with utmost loyalty. I would gladly give my life for him. Su Lang ignored the county magistrate who was acting like a drama queen. He simply raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the desolate and quiet long street, over the closed doors and windows in the darkness. Taking over a city is very simple. But to truly bring the people in this city to life, this is just the beginning. Chapter 109: Winning over the hearts of the people. Su Lang didn't stand on ceremony and, with his many beautiful wives and concubines, moved directly into Lu Baichuan's rather large county magistrate's mansion. This fat magistrate is incompetent, but he's quite adept at extorting money from the people. Inside the mansion, pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water were all arranged in an antique style, making it much more comfortable than the simple stone houses in Black Wind Village. The only drawback: the bed isn't big enough. My husband, you're so amazing! As soon as Xiajiro entered the ornately decorated courtyard, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Like a cheerful little bird, she touched this and looked at that, her big eyes filled with admiration. Will this be our home from now on? The sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, stood somewhat reservedly to the side, looking at this place, which was similar to their hometown in Yunzhou. From a prisoner whose family was destroyed to the mistress of this mansion. It all feels like a dream. And the one who gave them all this was the man in front of them. In an instant, the women looked at Su Lang with even more tenderness, and his favorability towards him skyrocketed once again. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 310, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 290, completely devoted. Ding! Xiajiro's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 320, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 275, completely devoted. Ding! Jian Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 220, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qinghuan's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 210, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qingyao's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 210, completely devoted. Su Lang's eyes lit up. Lady Yenran's favorability rating is almost 300. I'm really looking forward to the system's rewards. Night has fallen. After a long day of travel, everyone was exhausted. Su Lang looked at the 3 pregnant women and waved his hand, directly arranging them into the largest and warmest bedroom. The 3 of you will sleep here tonight and get some rest. And what about you, my husband? Hua Yorong looked at him with some worry. Su Lang chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Murong Yenran, Xiajiro, and the twin sisters. But don't envy them, you're all tired tonight. Your husband won't bother them. Upon hearing this, the women all became the top supporters of the Overseas Chinese Federation. They were all exhausted after traveling all day. Su Lang didn't bother them anymore. He simply pulled the 4 women into his arms. On the bed, which was a bit crowded for 5 people, one of them kissed a pretty face and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, before dawn, The entire city of Lucheng was awakened by a series of clanging drums and gongs. Behind countless tightly closed doors and windows, pairs of numb yet vigilant eyes quietly opened. They heard the bailiff's desperate shouts. "Listen up, folks in the city! The newly arrived King Su has issued an order. In consideration of the hunger and suffering of the people of Lucheng, a shed has been set up in front of the county government office to distribute porridge. Everyone can go and get a bowl of hot porridge and a sweet potato. Everyone gets one. Everyone gets a share, based on the number of leaders." Distribute porridge? Everyone gets a share? At first, no one dared to believe it. After all, the news that the Yamen runners were shouting that the news of Lu Baichuan opening the city gates and surrendering last night had already spread. Who would dare to confront a bandit leader? It seems they haven't even gotten to drink the porridge yet, and they've already lost their lives. But the enticing aroma of grain seemed to have grown legs, carried by the cold wind, and seeped into every corner of the city. It seeped into the noses of every hungry person. Finally, a young woman, thin as a skeleton and carrying a similarly emaciated child in her arms, stumbled out of the dilapidated house. She knelt at the entrance of the county government office, looking at the large iron pot steaming hot and emitting a rich aroma, and burst into tears. "Can this really give us something to eat?" the woman begged, weeping. Beside the pot, village chief Zhang Sihai, along with a dozen or so old buddies who had come from Black Wind village, were stirring the porridge in the pot, their brows furious with sweat. Next to them were steaming baskets of golden sweet potatoes and plump white potatoes. Zhang Chaowei and Nurong Tsunghai are still at Black Wind stronghold, responsible for gradually moving the remaining supplies and manpower over. The task of distributing porridge naturally fell to him, the old village chief. "Of course. Come on over." Zhang Sihai helped the woman up and gave the child a large sweet potato. Once there's a first, there's a second, and a third. More and more people emerged from the dark corners. Looking at the thick rice porridge in the pot and smelling its irresistible aroma, their eyes welled up with tears. Su Lang stood on the steps of the county government office, quietly watching this scene. He watched as those people, after receiving a bowl of hot porridge and a piping hot sweet potato, trembled with excitement, wolfing down their food while wailing and sobbing. He saw an elderly man with white hair, carrying porridge and sweet potatoes, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly in his direction. He saw the young woman carefully break open the sweet potato she had been given, blow on it repeatedly, and then feed it little by little into the parched mouth of the child in her arms. Hope. At this moment, in this lifeless city, it was rekindled. "Free meals for 3 days only." Su Lang stepped forward and continued loudly. "I, Su Lang, said I would ensure you all survive this winter safely. And I will never break my promise. If you want to keep eating your fill, it's simple." He pointed to the huge wooden plank that had just been erected behind him. "Starting tomorrow, Black Wind Stronghold is hiring. Anyone with a skill, whether it's a bricklayer who can repair leaks, a blacksmith who can forge iron, an embroiderer who can sew, or even a farmer who can cultivate the land. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, you'll have food to eat. As long as you sign up to work, not only will you be able to eat your fill, but I guarantee that your family will also be able to eat their fill." Su Lang's voice suddenly rose, filled with boundless allure. "As long as you work hard enough, I guarantee that every other day your wives and children will have a meal of meat." Boom! The crowd erupted. "Eat your fill. We can still eat meat? Is there really such a good thing in this world? I'm in charge. Your Majesty. I'm in charge. I'm a blacksmith. I can forge knives. I can forge farm tools." A burly man was the first to rush out, shouting excitedly. "Me! And me! I'm a carpenter. I can sew. I may not know anything, but I have plenty of strength. Your Majesty, I'll do anything you ask." Thump! It's unclear who started it, but the entire dark mass of people knelt down in unison. "Thank you, my lord! My lord is a living Buddha! We are willing to die for our lord!" The shouts, as loud as mountains and as powerful as the ocean, resounded through the sky. Standing behind Su Lang, Lu Baichuan watched the awe-inspiring scene of thousands kneeling in worship, his entire body trembling with excitement. He knew that from this moment on, Lucheng would truly belong to the Su family. Just then, a well-dressed middle-aged man, dressed like a butler, squeezed in from outside the crowd. He walked down the steps, first bowing respectfully to Su Lang, and then took out a gold-embossed invitation from his pocket and presented it with both hands. King Su, this is an invitation from my master to you. My master has prepared a small feast in the city to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. We hope your majesty will do us the honor of attending. Chapter 110 Elegant. Absolutely too elegant. Su Lang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Baichuan, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. It seems the other party is quite wealthy. Su Lang accepted the invitation and asked, "Who is your master?" The butler had a smile on his face, bent down even lower, and lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, my master's surname is Zhang, and his given name is Shotsai." Seeing that Su Lang didn't react, he leaned closer and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "My master is the richest man in the city. Everyone in the city calls my master Zhang the rich man. Zhang Lao Kai. This name sounds like it belongs to a heartless and greedy person." Su Lang took the gold-embossed invitation, weighed it between his fingers, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. He looked at the obsequious, smiling butler in front of him and nodded slightly. "Go back and tell your master that I will be there on time tonight." "Yes, yes. I will definitely deliver it. Then I will take my leave now." The butler, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, scrambled away and disappeared into the crowd. Su Lang watched his departing figure, then looked at the crowd below the stage, their eyes filled with fervor and gratitude, their hopes rekindled by the recruitment order. The smile on his face was meaningful. Noon. In the backyard of the county government office, in the largest main hall, there was a huge round table that could seat more than a dozen people. Su Lang sat in the main seat, with his beautiful wives and concubines sitting on either side. The cooks at Lu Baichuan's residence were sweating profusely as they brought out one delicious dish after another to the table. The ingredients were all premium meat and rice that Su Lang took out from the system space. With the help of a professional chef, the flavor is brought to its fullest potential. "Wow! Husband, this is so delicious! Of course, it can't compare to your cooking skills." Xiajiro picked up a piece of crystal-clear cured meat, put it in her mouth, and her eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. "And this, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good." Li Qingyao pointed at a plate of braised pork, her mouth practically watering. Although Li Qinghuan was shy and didn't say much, her bright eyes and her constantly talking mouth said it all. The three expectant mothers, Hua Yorong, Li Xiuji, and Jiang Zhaowe, were given special attention. Murong Yanran and Yu Nu kept serving them food, their faces beaming with happy and satisfied smiles. In the village, the cooks are all villagers. Even if there are some with good cooking skills, they can't compare to the chefs in the city. Su Lang has god-level cooking skills, but after becoming the leader, he rarely cooks anymore. Therefore, the ladies enjoyed their meal very much when they saw the dishes that looked and smelled delicious. The entire hall was filled with fragrant aromas and cheerful laughter. Looking at the scene of beautiful women enjoying themselves, Su Lang felt a warm feeling in his heart. What is the purpose of conquering the world? Isn't it all for the sake of protecting everything in front of us? So that his woman could sit comfortably in such a big house, eating the most delicious food, and never have to wander again. So that all the people of the world could have such a day. It was evening. Su Lang casually picked up a blue and white porcelain vase from the pile of meager gifts that Lu Baichuan had given him. The quality is SOSO, but its biggest advantage is its large size. It would make a perfect gift. "Husband, drink less alcohol tonight." Hua Yurong stepped forward and straightened his collar, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Rest assured." Su Lang chuckled and pinched her soft cheek. "He's just a nouveau riche. What, is he going to eat me?" He turned around and strode out of the county government office. The Zhang residence is located in the very center of the county town. Its vermilion gate is flanked by imposing stone lions, and two huge lanterns hang at the entrance, illuminating half the street as if it were daytime. Before Su Lang could even get close, a chubby figure, accompanied by a group of servants, came out to greet him with a broad smile. It was Zhang Shotsai, the richest man in Lucheng. "Oh my! General Su's presence is an honor to my humble abode. Zhang Shotsai bowed deeply, his posture extremely humble, yet his voice revealed a shrewdness. General? Su Lang sneered inwardly. Everyone else calls themselves king, but when it comes to you, you become general? From bandit to general, this fat guy is definitely something else. No wonder you're the richest man. Su Lang didn't respond to his words, but simply handed over the vase in his hand casually. A small gift, nothing more. Oh, General, you're too kind. Your presence is the greatest blessing. As Zhang Shotsai spoke, his hands honestly took the vase and casually handed it to the butler behind him. He led Su Lang into the Zhang residence. Inside the mansion, everything was resplendent in gold and extremely luxurious. Inside the main hall, 7 or 8 richly dressed merchants were already seated. As soon as Su Lang entered, they all stood up abruptly, their faces showing a mixture of awe and fear. We pay our respects to General Su. All right, please sit down, please sit down. Su Lang waved his hand casually, walked directly to the main seat, and sat down with an air of authority. Zhang Shotsai gave him a wink. The wealthy businessmen immediately understood and lined up to present their prepared gift boxes. General Su, this is Lu Fu, a humble offering from me. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. General Su, this is a small token of my respect. The open gift box was filled with glittering jewels and glittering gold. There were gold ingots, neatly stacked silver notes, and various rare jewels and jade artifacts. In their eyes, Su Lang was a bandit who had stormed the city. These guys are genuinely afraid that I'll raid their homes. Su Lang didn't stand on ceremony, leaning back in his chair without even lifting his eyelids. Put everything down. There's too much stuff. Send someone to deliver it all to the county government office. Yes. I will send someone to deliver this to General Su at the county government office immediately. Zhang Shotsai hurriedly spoke up. You have quite a few people in your household. They're all servants. Zhang Shotsai quickly said with a forced smile. Su Lang nodded, as if he had suddenly remembered something. By the way, my wives are short a few maids to serve them. Go and find me a few. Su Lang stretched out his finger and tapped the table. The requirements are not high. First, you must be sensible. Secondly, it has to be beautiful. Third, he paused, looking at Zhang Shotsai's chubby face that froze instantly, and his smile became even more amused. It still has to be pretty. Puff. One wealthy businessman almost burst out laughing, but Zhang Shotsai's sharp glare made him swallow it back. Yes. Don't worry, General. I will definitely handle it perfectly for you. Zhang Shotsai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and responded repeatedly. He finally understood. This gentleman is really not polite. He welcomes everyone. All right, let's begin the banquet. Su Lang waved his hand, as if he had only mentioned a trivial matter. Zhang Shotsai felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly clapped his hands. Play music! Dance! As the sounds of string and wind instruments filled the air, a group of dancers dressed in thin gauze, with alluring figures, emerged gracefully from behind the screen, swaying their waists like water snakes. The soft, melodious music, accompanied by wafts of fragrance, instantly filled the entire hall. Interesting. I've only ever read about having nothing to do today. I'll listen to music in the brothel in books before. I never thought I'd actually hear it today. Su Lang picked up his wine glass and looked at the group of dancers in front of him, their eyes alluring and their movements bold, and watched with great interest. This is the extravagant lifestyle that wealthy people in ancient times should have. Elegant. That's so elegant. His gaze casually swept across the alluring faces of the dancers. Should we take all these singers and dancers as well? Chapter 111 King Zhou's Pleasure. Su Lang took a sip of wine, but his mind was racing with calculations. It looks good. But what can you do with it if you take it back? Can it build walls? Can it farm? Or can it fight on the battlefield? Neither is possible. They're just a bunch of pretty vases. They consume a lot of food every day just by eating. All his wives were prettier than them, and each one was a treasure, capable of managing the household, warming the bed, and now even bearing his children. Why waste precious food for a few dancers who can only sway their hips? It's not worth it. That's not worth it at all. Instead of taking it home to watch every day, I'll eventually get tired of it. Why not just let that fat Chang Shokai keep it? I can come over whenever I want to watch it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's a good idea. Su Lang mentally gave himself a thumbs up. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. Su Lang was delighted. He remained leaning back in his chair, holding a wine glass, a knowing smile on his face, as if admiring a fine dish. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments were melodious, and the dancers' figures swayed and intertwined like water snakes. Beneath the sheer veil, skin was faintly visible, and a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Accompanied by the tinkling of silver anklets, the scent constantly stirred the senses of every man present. Zhang Shotsai secretly observed Su Lang's expression and saw that his gaze remained fixed on the dancer, with a satisfied smile on his lips. He felt reassured. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems this god of death is no exception. As long as I understand his preferences, I can save my life and all the wealth in this house. Su Lang was indeed watching. They watched it very attentively. These dancers were all alluring and beautiful. In modern times, they would all be considered stars. The lead dancer, in particular, had captivating, mesmerizing eyes, and her movements were bold and fiery, almost touching his face. Elegant. That's so elegant. This is the life that the powerful and wealthy of ancient times should have lived. This is King Zhou's happiness. Noticing that Su Lang seemed to have a particular favor for the lead dancer, Zhang Shotsai immediately gave a wink to the person next to him. The lead dancer immediately understood. After the dance ended, she did not leave. Instead, she moved gracefully and swayed as she walked to Su Lang's side. She bowed gracefully, and the sweet, powdery scent emanating from her body wafted into Su Lang's nose. General. Her voice was soft and sweet, so soft it made your bones feel like they were melting. She knelt beside Su Lang, picked up the wine pot, and filled it with wine for him. Her slender fingers brushed against the back of Su Lang's hand, intentionally or unintentionally. Su Lang didn't speak, he just smiled. Since we're already here, why not enjoy it? Seeing that he did not refuse, the beauty grew bolder. She picked up the wine glass, parted her red lips slightly, and personally fed it to Su Lang's lips. The warm liquor slid down my throat. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood why King Zhou of Shang was so addicted to wine and meat that he neglected to hold court in the morning. This is fucking fun. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Shotsai quickly came over, his chubby face beaming with joy. Now that a general is in charge of Luqing, we small business owners can finally feel at ease. From now on, we will follow the general's lead without question. We swear to serve the general to the death. Yes, yes, yes. We swear to serve the general to the death. The other wealthy businessmen also stood up, holding their wine glasses, and echoed him with fawning expressions. Su Lang leaned back in his chair, letting the beautiful woman beside him massage his shoulders and serve him food, enjoying the treatment of an emperor. He simply gave a faint, A single word granted Zhang Shotsai and the others the same relief, as if they had been granted a pardon. This means Su Lang won't steal from them anymore. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the banquet has finally come to an end. Su Lang yawned and stood up. Zhang Shotsai quickly followed, bowing and scraping as he said, General, the man you requested has been prepared for you. He waved his hand. Soon 8 slender girls dressed in matching light blue dresses, heads bowed, were brought up from the backyard. They stood there in a row, their bodies trembling with fear. These were all maids carefully selected by Zhang Shotsai and several other wealthy merchants from their own mansions. Each one of them could be described as young, beautiful, and quite attractive. General, are you satisfied? Zhang Shotsai asked cautiously. Su Lang's gaze swept over the 8 girls one by one. His gaze paused slightly when it fell on one of the girls. It was that sexy dancer who fed her drinks before. At this moment, she had changed out of her revealing dance costume and was wearing the same clothes as the other maids. She lowered her head and tried to shrink herself into a ball, but her slightly trembling shoulders still betrayed her inner fear. Su Lang withdrew his gaze and nodded in satisfaction. Good. He walked up to the 8 girls and looked down at them. From today onwards, you are mine. What should you call me when you see me in the future? The girls trembled with fear, looking at each other, none of them daring to speak first. Jiang Shousai, who was standing nearby, hurriedly reminded him. Quick! Quickly call the master! Master! A few of the bolder girls called out timidly in voices barely audible. Su Lang thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Master? Too old. He curled his lips into a wicked smile. Change to another one. Call me Master. Master. This time, the voices of 8 girls rang out in unison, filled with sobs and endless fear. After all, who isn't afraid of a bandit leader? Even Zhang Laokai had to bow and scrape. Their fate. I wonder what will happen. Zhang Shousai was very savvy and immediately arranged for a spacious carriage to take Su Lang back to the county government office. Su Lang didn't stand on ceremony and directly lifted the curtain to sit down. Then, he gave a casual instruction to the 8 girls. Keep up. Thus, this scene unfolded on the quiet streets of Lucheng. A magnificent carriage was slowly moving ahead. Behind the carriage, 8 young and beautiful girls, lifting their skirts, trotted along, stumbling through the cold wind. Back at the entrance of the county government office, Yu Nu was already waiting there, and upon seeing the carriage, she immediately came forward to greet it. However, when she saw Su Lang stepping down from the carriage, and the 8 beautiful young women behind him, she was completely stunned. Her brows furrowed instantly. This smutty bastard! Where did they bring all these women back from? The princess has only just become pregnant, and he's already so eager to find someone new. An unnamed anger and worry for her princess rose in Yu Nu's heart. Su Lang naturally saw through her little scheme, but he was too lazy to explain. He walked straight into the backyard and pushed open the largest bedroom that belonged to him and the women. Inside, the lights were on. Hua Yorong, Xiajiro, and several other girls were sitting together, chatting and laughing as they made tiny baby clothes. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Upon seeing Su Lang return, they all immediately stood up. My husband! My husband, you're back! Su Lang smiled and nodded, then stepped aside to make way for the doorway. 8 timid and fearful girls appeared before the group of women. This is... Hua Yorong was stunned. Su Lang opened his arms and announced with a smile. Ladies, I have selected a few maids to serve you. Come on, choose for yourself. One for each person. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pretty faces of the women, some surprised, some curious, some thoughtful, and the smile on his lips grew even brighter. The remaining one, serve me. Chapter 112 Dancer Year. The remaining one, serve me. Su Lang's voice echoed in the hall. All eyes turned to the 8 trembling girls. Finally, the emotions converged on Su Lang's face. Xiajiro blinked, curiously sizing up the 8 maids, and whispered to Murong Yanran beside her. Sister Yanran, which one do you choose? Murong Yanran didn't speak, but looked at Su Lang with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. Hua Yorong smiled gently, stepped forward, and took Su Lang's hand. Husband, please choose first. We're not in a hurry. Her words eased the atmosphere in the room considerably. Su Lang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 8 girls once more. Without the slightest hesitation, he pointed his finger directly at the girl who had kept her head down the whole time, and whose body was trembling the most. It was that dancer at the banquet. You're the one. Upon hearing this, the other 7 girls visibly breathed a sigh of relief, their tense bodies relaxing. The chosen girl suddenly stiffened and began to tremble even more violently. Compared to serving a bandit leader, they would naturally prefer to serve a wife. May I have your name? Su Lang looked at her and asked calmly. The girl's lips trembled, and after a long while, she managed to squeeze out 2 words in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yuer. Yuer? Su Lang nodded, a playful smile curving his lips. That's a good name. He looked the girl named Yuer up and down. Her figure was indeed exquisite, with a curvaceous bust and hips, and a slender waist. Although her lowered face was not clearly visible, one could still glimpse a stunning beauty. Especially that alluring and seductive air, as if etched into her very bones, clearly indicates that she is not someone who can sit quietly and serve others. It's more like she's there specifically to serve men in bed. Raise your head. Su Lang gave the order. Yuer's body trembled again, but she slowly raised her head. A beautiful face, streaked with tears, appeared before the crowd. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, as if she had already foreseen her tragic future. Su Lang looked into her eyes and spoke slowly. "Don't be afraid, I'm easy to take care of. When you're free, give me a shoulder massage or a back rub. I'm in a good mood, can you dance for me to liven things up? It's that simple, understand?" Yue was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Lang, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Is it really that simple? Need not. No need to serve the emperor in bed? Seeing her dazed expression, Su Lang found it amusing. He is indeed lustful, but not to the point of being indiscriminate in his pursuit of women. I have no shortage of women around me, there's no need to force myself to find someone else. Seeing that Su Lang seemed to have no other intentions, Yure's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled down. She felt her legs go weak, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. "Yes, ma'am!" This time, her voice contained less fear and more relief at surviving a close call. Su Lang ignored her and waved to the other women with a smile. "All right, you can divide the remaining 7 among yourselves." "I want this one!" Xiajiro was the first to rush forward and grab the maid who looked the most lively and clever. "Qinghuan, Qingao, you two come and pick one too." Hua Yurong gently greeted the twin sisters. Soon, all 7 maids were divided up. The entire mansion seemed to have come alive with the arrival of these new members. The next 2 days, the entire city of Lucheng was swept up in an unprecedented construction frenzy. Under the immense temptation of being able to eat your fill, even meat, by working, the people of the entire city unleashed an astonishing enthusiasm for labor. The damaged houses were repaired, the block ditches were cleared, and the abandoned fields were reclaimed. The entire city of Lucheng has been swept away from its previous lifelessness, and everywhere is bustling with activity. The morning of the 3rd day, a huge commotion erupted at the city gate. A huge convoy of cars drove in from outside the city. Leading them were Murong Sanghai and Zhang Chaoe. "We've finally arrived." Zhang Chaoe, riding on horseback, looked at the city before him and couldn't help but sigh. Because they were pulling a lot of heavy loads, it took them 2 days and 1 night to walk. The people of Lucheng were in an uproar when they saw the convoy. Carriage. A seemingly endless line of horse-drawn carriages. There were dozens of them. The first few vehicles were covered with thick tarpaulins, but the heavy tire tracks showed that the contents inside were definitely not light. The truck behind was piled high with sacks. The rich aroma of grains can be smelled from a great distance. Even more outrageous, at the very back of the convoy followed thousands of soldiers, dressed in brand new armor and carrying gleaming weapons. Are these King Su's troops again? My goodness, so much food! And so many weapons! Just how wealthy is our new lord? Standing on the city wall, Su Lang looked down at the magnificent scene below, and was filled with excitement. He had Zhang Chaoe and Murong Sanghai move almost all of Black Wind Village's assets over, although he secretly replenished the warehouse with countless supplies. But when you see these dozens of large carts carrying mountains of grain, gold, and weapons parading through the streets, you can't help but sigh. Super seeds are awesome. This wave completely filled all of Liucheng's warehouses. With the arrival of the last batch of manpower and supplies from Black Wind's stronghold, the population of Lucheng officially exceeded 20,000. But today's Lucheng is well equipped with soldiers and supplies, and its people are at peace. It is no longer the poor and remote place that was once at the mercy of others. The news that Su Lang had established himself as king in Lucheng and brought peace to the region spread like wildfire throughout Yunzhou, and even to several surrounding prefectures. For a time, the attention of all parties was focused on this originally inconspicuous small county town. Prince Jing's mansion. Bang! Prince Jing once again smashed the glass cup in his hand onto the ground. You brat! How dare you bully me like this? Murong Sanghai, you traitor! The envoys he sent to recruit him were sent back. Su Lang's reply consisted of only one word. Roll. At the same time, Prince Li's mansion. You bastard! You don't know what's good for you! King Li also kicked over the low table in front of him, his face turning ashen with rage. The terms he offered were even more generous than those offered by Prince Jing. A general's position. 10,000 taels of gold. 100 beautiful women. As a result, Su Lang's reply was still the same one word. Roll. Yanwang Mansion. That's also true. 3 princes, who wielded immense power and stirred up the world, made the same move at the same time because of the same person. Flip the table. They all wanted to send troops immediately to flatten that small Luqing and tear that arrogant Su Lang to pieces. But the thought of others taking advantage of the situation made me hold back. Fighting would result in too much loss and would only benefit others. If we don't fight, we can't swallow this insult. For a time, the princes were all caught in a deep dilemma and felt frustrated. Chapter 113 Listening to Music in the Brothel. Life in Luqing is so comfortable that it leads to decadence. Su Lang lay half reclined on the soft couch, with a thick fox fur cushion beneath him. In the small stove beside him, the silver charcoal burned brightly, without a trace of smoke. In the center of the hall, the dancer named Yu was swaying her serpentine waist to the accompaniment of seductive music. Today she wore a light pink tulle dance dress, which made her skin look even whiter than snow and her eyes even more delicate. Every smile and frown exuded a captivating charm. Su Lang picked up the hot tea beside him and took a sip. This is life. Back in my blue planet, I worked 996 every day, constantly pushing myself to the limit, and in the end, I still died suddenly at my workstation. Where can I find such comfort now? During the day, he could watch beautiful women dance and listen to folk songs. At night, he would have a house full of beautiful wives and concubines waiting for him. The training was being overseen by his brother-in-law, Murong Tsanghai, who was currently watching the 2,500 new recruits diligently practice. As for defending the city, Lu Shita's 7 little tigers led the veterans on patrols day and night, more vigilant than dogs. As for repairing the city walls and developing people's livelihoods, all of these tasks were left to the head steward, Zhang Chaoe. The young man was experiencing a bittersweet mix of emotions. On one hand, he was frowning as he held the account book, and on the other hand, he was so excited by the rapid changes in Luqing that he couldn't sleep all night. Everyone has their own place. As the Lord, all he needed to do was enjoy himself, and, incidentally, make a decision at crucial moments. I've worked so hard for so long, I should enjoy myself. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. The dance is over. Yua was covered in fragrant sweat and panting slightly. She bowed gracefully and knelt by the soft couch, looking timidly at Su Lang with her watery eyes. Over the past few days, she has become less afraid. Although this new lord is capricious and has a strong murderous aura, it seems that he really just wanted her to dance to relieve his boredom, and had no other intentions. That was a good jump. Su Lang casually made a compliment. Yua was immediately flattered, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. Thank you for the compliment, master. Looking at her charming appearance, Su Lang suddenly had a thought. Entertainment options in ancient times were far too limited. Watching the same person dance every day will eventually get boring. Yua, this servant is here. Tell me, are there any brothels in this Willow City? Ah? Yua suddenly raised her head, her pretty face flushed red, almost to the point of bleeding, and even the roots of her ears burned. She stammered, Yes, master. Still open? Yes, it is. Yua's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. There was a famine a few days ago, and business was slow. We were almost forced to close down. But these past few days, you've set up sheds and distributed porridge, and the men in the city have had more strength, so business must be doing a bit better. Su Lang's lips twitched involuntarily as he listened. Good heavens, I've indirectly made an outstanding contribution to the brothels? He became interested. It's not that I really want to go out and have affairs. The beautiful women in my own home are all 100 times better than the ordinary women outside. He was simply curious. I want to experience what ancient brothels were like. Having made up his mind, Su Lang waved his hand. All right, you can go and rest now. Yes, master. Yua felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly withdrew. Su Lang changed out of his conspicuous black robe with gold patterns and put on an ordinary blue cloth robe. He then took out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and strolled out of the county government office. The streets of Luqing are no longer the desolate and lifeless place they once were. Many shops along the street have reopened, and pedestrians come and go. Although most of them are still wearing old clothes with patches, their faces show a sense of peace and hope for the future. Upon seeing Su Lang, the people would stop at a distance, bow respectfully, and call out, "My lord." In those eyes was a deep sense of awe and gratitude. Of course, most people don't know Su Lang. Su Lang nodded in response all the way, and soon found the only brothel in Luqing based on the address given by Yur. Yihong Courtyard. The name is rather cliché. 2 red lanterns hung at the entrance, and a madam was leaning against the door frame, casually eating melon seeds. When she saw Su Lang coming over, the madam's eyes lit up, and she immediately swayed her hips to greet him. "Oh my, sir, you look unfamiliar. Please come in." Su Lang didn't say anything, but casually tossed over a small piece of silver. The madam caught it with lightning speed, and the smile on her face instantly became as bright as a chrysanthemum. "Sir, please come upstairs." In the hall, a few guests sat in 2s and 3s, drinking and listening to the girls on stage singing off-key tunes. Just as Yura said, business was SOSO. Su Lang found a corner to sit down and ordered the cheapest wine, but no side dishes. During the famine years, the wine was all leftover from previous years. The girl on stage was of average appearance, but her singing skills were quite good. However, compared to Yura, this level is worlds apart. He drank his weak, cheap liquor, listening to the boasting and rambling of the other drinkers around him. "Hey, did you hear? Our lord sent all the envoys sent by Prince Jing, Prince Li, and Prince Yan with a string of insults." "Really? That's the 3rd prince." "Absolutely true. My 2nd maternal uncle's 3rd nephew works at the city gate, and saw it with his own eyes. Our lord only replied with one word, 'Get out!' My goodness, my lord is mighty." "That's right. Following our lord, we feel at ease." Su Lang couldn't help but find these comments amusing. "It seems that my actions have unknowingly earned me a huge boost in reputation." He sipped his wine slowly, listening to the music, and found it quite enjoyable. The main attraction of listening to music in brothels is the atmosphere. Just experience it. Night falls. As Su Lang emerged from the brothel, the chilly evening wind instantly sobered him up considerably. He straightened his collar, hummed an off-key tune, and slowly walked towards the county government office. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the county government office, he sensed something was amiss. Yu Nu was standing at the door, pacing anxiously back and forth. As soon as she saw Su Lang, she immediately came to greet him. "My lord! You're finally back!" Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Su Lang frowned. "What's wrong? What happened?" Yu Nu's face was somewhat pale. She pointed in the direction of the north of the city, and lowered her voice to a whisper. "You should go and take a look. Many people have come from outside the city. They are starving people." Su Lang's heart sank, and an ominous premonition welled up in his mind. If they were just starving people, Yu Nu wouldn't be so anxious. Without asking any more questions, he immediately used his lightness skill, his figure like a wisp of green smoke, disappearing at the end of the long street in a few leaps. The moment he stepped onto the north gate, even with his resolute will, he couldn't help but gasp. Beneath the city walls, a dense, dark mass of people. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Chapter 114 Shooting. These starving people were ragged, emaciated, and looked like a group of hungry ghosts crawling out of hell. Thousands of starving people, from who knows where, had gathered at the foot of Luqing. When they saw figures appearing on the city wall, it was as if they had seen a lifeline. Thump! It's unclear who started it, but the entire dark mass of people knelt down in unison. Immediately afterwards, deafening cries and pleas for help, like a landslide and a tsunami, soared into the sky, crashing against the tall city walls of Luqing, and striking the hearts of everyone on the walls. "Have mercy, sir of the city! Give us something to eat! Save the children! Please! We've heard that a living bodhisattva in Luqing is distributing porridge. We beg this living bodhisattva to save our lives!" Cries, shouts, and the wails of children mingled together, forming a torrent of despair. Su Lang stood on the city wall, his robes fluttering in the cold wind. Looking at the faces below the city, contorted with hunger and cold yet filled with hope, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Driving them away won't be so easy. Su Lang did not want to lay a hand on these unarmed civilians. But looting is only so big. Food is not unlimited. Simply letting this group of people in is easy. What about the next batch? What about the batch after that? At that time, the entire looting will be dragged down by the endless stream of refugees. Su Lang's fist was clenched tightly inside his sleeve. They won't retreat unless they kill someone. Standing atop the city wall, the cold wind made his robes flutter loudly. Since Su Lang took over Lucheng, the city has been in a state of near lockdown for the past few days. The people in the city lived in peace and contentment, busy, working, for him in exchange for food, and no one would go out and spread rumors. How did these people outside the city know that Lucheng had food, and how did they manage to gather here at such a precise time? This is no coincidence. This is an open conspiracy. There is someone behind the scenes driving these poor, starving people, using them as weapons to exhaust and wear them down. He was slowly worn down and killed in this Willow City by a constant stream of starving people. What a vicious plan! Prince Jing? Prince Li? Or Prince Yen? A chilling killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Yu Nu, carrying a sword, ran up with a pale face. When she saw the hellish scene below the city, she was stunned. She looked at Su Lang and saw him standing in the cold wind, expressionless, his eyes as cold as a block of ice that had never melted. Yu Nu's heart sank suddenly. She knew that Su Lang had murderous intent. She wanted to speak up and dissuade them, but the words wouldn't come out. What advice should I give? Should we persuade him to open the city gates, let these people in, and then let everyone starve to death? Although she was reluctant, she understood that this was the only way. Use swift and brutal methods, use bloody massacres to intimidate these starving people, instill fear in them, and make them retreat on their own. Although cruel, it was the only way to protect the more than 20,000 people in the city. Yu Nu closed her eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Su Lang ignored Yu Nu behind him. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire city wall. Bring me the bow. A guard immediately and respectfully handed over a pre-prepared iron bow. Su Lang took the longbow and then drew 3 wolf-tooth arrows from the quiver. He did not draw his bow immediately. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept rapidly across the dark mass of people below the city. He didn't look at the women and children who were crying the most pitifully, nor did he look at the old people who were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing incessantly. His gaze settled on 3 inconspicuous corners in the crowd. There were 3 men there, all dressed in tattered clothes and with soot smeared on their faces. They mingled in the crowd, also kneeling and pleading. However, under Su Lang's enhanced, god-level hunting vision, the 3 men's disguises were full of holes. Although their bodies were hunched over, the lines of their muscles were full of explosive power. Although they tried to feign numbness and despair in their eyes, the fleeting vigilance and murderous intent deep within them could not be hidden at all. Most importantly, they all have the same wolf head tattoo on the back of their necks. These are elite scouts who have been on the battlefield and seen blood. Found it. A cold smile curved at the corners of Su Lang's lips. He slowly drew back the bowstring. The bow is drawn as full as a moon. Buzz dash! The bowstring vibrated, emitting a muffled hum, like the whisper of death. The cries of everyone below the city wall seemed to be drowned out by the resounding bowstring at that moment. Everyone instinctively looked up, staring in horror at the figure on the city wall that resembled a god or demon. Yu Nu's heart was in her throat. Is he really going to go on a killing spree? Whoosh! The first arrow has been released. It transformed into a black line barely visible to the naked eye, tearing through the cold air with a sharp whistling sound, instantly traversing a distance of 100 paces. In the crowd, the expression on the face of a starving person, who was screaming, suddenly froze. Puff! The arrow pierced him precisely through the back of the heart. The immense force propelled his body forward several meters before pinning him firmly to the ground. The crowd erupted in chaos. Panic spread like wildfire. However, before they could react, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more piercing sounds rang out in quick succession. In the other 2 corners, the 2 scouts disguised as starving people didn't even have time to scream before they were pierced through the heart by the same arrows and pinned to the ground. 3 arrows. 3 lives lost. The entire city fell into a deathly silence. What followed was even greater panic and chaos. Murder! They killed someone! The starving people were terrified and scrambled backward, fearing that the next arrow would fall on their heads. Amidst this chaos, Su Lang's cold, emotionless voice, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, enveloped the entire plain. I killed 3 people tonight. If you don't get out of here by tomorrow, I'll kill 300 people. The day after tomorrow, kill 3,000. His voice suddenly rose to a high pitch, like a rolling thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. I don't care who sent you. I don't care how pathetic you are. You have 1 night to get out of my territory. Don't treat me like a living Buddha. I'm a bandit. A ruthless bandit who kills without blinking an eye. After saying that, he casually tossed the longbow in his hand to the guard beside him, turned around, and walked down the city wall without looking back. All that remained were the 3 unseen corpses beneath the city walls, and thousands of starving people, utterly overwhelmed by fear. The backyard of the county government office. As soon as Su Lang entered, Hua Yorong, Li Xiuji, and the other women immediately surrounded him. They all heard the commotion outside the city, and their pretty faces were filled with worry. Husband outside? Hua Yorong asked softly. Fine. The coldness and murderous intent that had been on Su Lang's face were gone. He smiled and opened his arms, embracing the women and enjoying their unique warmth and fragrance. They're not all starving people. There are some soldiers mixed in. Don't worry, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. He lowered his head and kissed Hua Yorong's smooth forehead. Don't worry, with my husband here, the sky won't fall down. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, the women gradually felt relieved. They believed him. No matter what happens, this man can always protect them. At this moment, on the city wall, Yu Nu stared blankly at Su Lang's departing figure, then looked at the 3 corpses below the city. Her clear, cold eyes were filled with shock and confusion. She didn't understand how Su Lang had figured out that there were soldiers hidden inside. It was pitch black and I couldn't find anything. Chapter 115 Killing Intense Shocks. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the air was bitterly cold. Su Lang was already standing on the north city wall. Beneath the city walls, it remained a dark, oppressive mass. After a night of fear and cold, the crowd seemed to have thinned out a bit. But at least 2,000 people, like a stubborn swarm of lice, clung desperately to the base of Liuqing's city walls. They dared not cry out anymore, but looked up at the city wall with eyes that were a mixture of fear, numbness, and the last glimmer of hope. They are gambling. I bet those 3 arrows last night were just to scare them. I'm so hungry, and I have nowhere to go. Moreover, there are bad people among the crowd who are fanning the flames. A cold smile appeared on Su Lang's lips. Lu Shitu. My lord! Lu Shitu immediately stepped out from behind him, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having not slept all night. Go, take a few men and drag those 3 corpses from last night back. Yes. The city gate opened a crack, and Lu Shitu, leading a dozen elite soldiers, rushed out like tigers released from their cages. The starving people below the city stirred up a commotion and retreated in fear, but they did not disperse. Soon, the 3 frozen corpses were dragged back. Search! Su Lang's voice was completely calm. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and began searching the 3 corpses. Soon, 3 identical short swords were found and presented to Su Lang. The blade is long and narrow, gleaming with a cold, eerie light, and a blurry wolf head totem is engraved on the hilt. It's a military knife. Moreover, it's a specially made military knife that only elite scouts are equipped with. Standing to the side, Yu Nu's pupils contracted sharply when she saw the 3 short swords. She looked at Su Lang again, her gaze now filled with awe and admiration, a stark contrast to the shock and confusion of the previous night. In the pitch-black night, 100 paces away, separated by thousands of chaotic crowds. How did he so accurately distinguish these 3 disguised scouts? This is no longer just a sharpshooter. This is simply supernatural. Strip them naked and hang them on the city wall. Su Lang's voice interrupted Yu Nu's thoughts. Yes. Soon, 3 naked corpses were hoisted up by ropes, like 3 pieces of dried meat, and hung high above the city gate. A cold wind blew by, and the corpse swayed slightly. The starving people below the city, looking at the 3 pale corpses and the 3 military knives hanging beside them, finally understood what was going on. Real panic began to emerge among the crowd. Some people scrambled to their feet and ran into the depths of the wilderness without looking back. If there's one, then there are 2. In just one morning, the number of people in the crowd below the city walls visibly decreased by several hundred. Inside the city, people were filled with fear and unease. The news that thousands of starving people had besieged the city and that the Lord had killed 3 of them had already spread far and wide. But this time, no one accused Su Lang of being cruel. They were all survivors of the famine, and they knew better than anyone what would happen once the city gates were opened. To preserve this hard-won life where everyone has enough to eat, everyone has shown even greater enthusiasm. Those repairing the walls worked even harder, the blacksmith's furnaces burned even brighter, and even the women sweeping the streets wanted to lick the bluestone slabs clean. They used this method to express their stance and support for their lord. The Su residents. Su Lang has returned, still lounging with his legs crossed on the soft couch covered with a thick tiger skin. Yuan knelt beside him, her soft, boneless hands gently massaging his shoulders. Her movements were much more skillful than a few days ago, and her strength was just right. With your looks and figure, how did you end up as a dancer? Su Lang asked casually with his eyes closed. Yuer's body stiffened slightly. She hesitated for a moment before speaking in a barely audible voice. Reporting to my master, this servant is originally from the Baowa Tower in Yuzhou. Baowa Tower? Su Lang opened his eyes. This name doesn't sound like a respectable place at all. This servant was once the most beautiful courtesan at Baowa Tower. Yuer's pretty face instantly turned red, and her voice was filled with a hint of shame and the bitterness of unbearable memories. Later, when Yunzhou City fell, I was lucky enough to escape and wandered all the way to Luqing, where I was taken in by Master Zhang. It turns out she was a top star in the industry. Su Lang became interested. He turned over and looked at her with great interest. That fat bastard Zhang Shuotsai, so lecherous, actually gave me such a stunning beauty like you? These words made Yuer's face turn so red it was almost bleeding. She bit her lip, her voice even lower. I heard that Master Zhang was injured by bandits and is no longer able to have sex. His intention in taking in the servant girl was that, in this chaotic world, he might have the chance to offer her to a truly powerful figure in exchange for the Zhang family's safety. Su Lang's eyes lit up instantly. He sat up abruptly, grabbed Yuer's wrist, pulled her in front of him, and stared intently into her eyes. You mean? Yuer was startled by his sudden action. Meeting his burning gaze, her heart pounded like a deer. She hurriedly lowered her eyelids and nodded gently. This servant is still a virgin. What? Su Lang cursed inwardly. This is fucking amazing. Zhang Shuotsai, that fatso, is really a talent. Just as Su Lang was feeling excited and wondering if he should develop a new instance tonight, Zhang Chaoe rushed in from outside. My lord! My lord! As soon as he entered the room, he saw Su Lang holding Yuer, whose clothes were half undone. The ambiguous posture made him blush, and he quickly turned away. My lord, did I arrive at the wrong time? Get to the point. Su Lang released his grip somewhat unhappily and said irritably. My enjoyment was interrupted, and I'm quite annoyed. My lord, it is so. Zhang Chaoe hurriedly reported. We're almost out of cotton, and we're only halfway through making winter clothes, so we're also short on cotton cloth. I'd like to take a team out of the city to Yunzhou to see if we can buy another batch of supplies. But right now, all 4 city gates are blocked by those starving people. We can't get out. Su Lang frowned upon hearing this. He stood up, walked to the window, and glanced at the northern sky. Those flies really need to be cleaned up. I see. He said it calmly. I'll go and chase them away. The atmosphere on the city wall was extremely oppressive. When Su Lang's figure reappeared on the city wall, the hearts of all the starving people below who still held on to hope clenched. Su Lang remained silent. He simply took the iron-rimmed bow from his personal guard. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. No warnings, no nonsense. Buzz dash! The bowstring vibrated. A wolf-toothed arrow, transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe, roared forth. Puff! At the very front of the crowd, a man who was still hesitating whether to leave suddenly had a bloody hole appear between his eyebrows. His expression froze at the last moment as his body fell straight backward. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the faces of those around them. Ah dash! A scream finally shattered the deathly silence. However, this is just the beginning. Whoosh! 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 Su Lang remained expressionless, his arm as steady as a rock. He drew his bow, shot the arrow, and his movements were as fast as a phantom. Every twang of the bowstring inevitably accompanies the end of a life beneath the city walls. Headshot. Piercing the heart. One arrow, one kill. In the blink of an eye, 10 more corpses lay in pools of blood. The starving people below the city walls were completely devastated. They finally realized that this man was not joking. He is not a bodhisattva. He's a devil. A ruthless killer. Run! Run! The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone scattered in panic, crying and screaming, fleeing in all directions like madmen. They only regret that their parents didn't give them 2 more legs. Su Lang's eyes were as cold as frost. He didn't stop. The bowstring continues to vibrate tirelessly. One deadly arrow after another chased after the fleeing figures, accurately reaping lives. He wants to use blood, and the most extreme fear, to tell everyone a truth. Luching is his territory. His rules are not to be challenged. Until the 30th arrow was shot, the last, slowest running starving man was pinned to the snow 100 meters away. Su Lang slowly lowered the longbow in his hand. The humming of the bowstring gradually subsided. Beneath the city walls lay devastation. On the empty plain, only 30 corpses in various poses remained, along with a trail of litter. Chapter 116 Checking Flexibility. Su Lang slowly lowered the longbow in his hand. The bow, slightly warm from being drawn repeatedly, seemed to retain the last warmth of life as it faded away. He gazed at the empty plains below the city and the 30 corpses, each in a different form, forever left on the snow, his eyes as still as a deep well. He didn't shoot randomly when he killed people. Each arrow was aimed precisely at the relatively robust young men in the crowd, whose eyes were not so dull. These are the people who are the root cause of the unrest. After the continuous shooting, the starving people no longer dared to harbor any illusions. They all ran away in fright. Even though Su Lang was as hard-hearted as iron, he did not want to personally slaughter those ordinary people who were truly unarmed and just wanted to live. He breathed a sigh of relief. Open the city gates! Su Lang's voice broke the deathly silence on the city wall. Zhang Chaoe, take your men and go to Yunzhou to purchase supplies. Lu Shi too, take some men and clean up the corpses outside. Don't let them get in the way. Yes, my lord! The 2 men accepted the order and immediately turned around to go down to the city to make arrangements. Squeak! The heavy city gates opened again, and Zhang Chaoe led a team of elite soldiers, escorting more than a dozen empty carriages, and sped off towards Yunzhou. Lu Shitu led his men, carrying sacks and shovels, to begin clearing the battlefield outside the city. Not long after, Lu Shitu came running back in a hurry, holding something high in his hand. My lord! Look at this! He presented a blood-stained token with both hands. It was a token made of black iron, cold and heavy to the touch. The front was engraved with a menacing, flame, character, while the back was a ferocious wolf head totem. Flame King! Su Lang took the token, rubbing the cold lines on it with his thumb, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. As expected. Drive the starving people to besiege the city, exhausting my food and patience. Then send scouts in to infiltrate and incite riots, working together from within and without. What a vicious and cunning scheme! Flame King. Su Lang toyed with the token between his fingers, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. You think I'm a pushover, easy to bully? Just you wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later, with interest. Back at the Su residence. The stench of blood and the chilling atmosphere emanating from the city walls were instantly dispelled by the warm, fragrant breeze. As soon as Su Lang stepped into the main hall, he saw a scene that made him unable to suppress his laughter. In the center of the hall, Yu was swaying gracefully, demonstrating a difficult dance move. Beside her, Xiaojiro and her twin sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao were clumsily imitating her. The 3 girls were all very diligent in their studies, but their actions were all increasingly comical. Xiajiro was alright. She had some dance background and her movements were quite graceful. However, her youthful face and figure made her bend over look particularly dramatic. The sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao were just there for the fun of it. Their hands and feet were as stiff as two penguins that had just learned to walk, moving in unison, turning a graceful movement into a display of the fierce power of military boxing. My husband! Xiajiro was the first to see Su Lang, and immediately, like a joyful little butterfly, she rushed over and buried her head in his arms. You're back! What are you doing? Su Lang smiled and gently pinched her pert little nose. Xiajiro hugged his arm, tilted her head up, and said somewhat shyly, You dances so beautifully, husband, you like watching us, so we want to learn too, and dance for you in the future. Su Lang was taken aback. He looked into Xiajiro's bright, expectant eyes, and then at his twin sisters not far away, who were also blushing and looking down at him. The softest part of his heart was deeply touched. These silly girls. Su Lang felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and immediately picked Xiajiro up in his arms, striding towards the twin sisters. Husband, what are you doing? Xiajiro let out a gasp. Before Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao could react, they felt their bodies lighten as Su Lang hoisted them onto his shoulders, one in each hand. Since you're so energetic, let's skip the dance practice. Su Lang laughed heartily, carrying 3 shrieking, pretty women on his back, and rushed straight into the bedroom. Come, let me check how well you've improved your flexibility. Standing in the hall, Yue looked at the door that had been slammed shut and heard the sounds of laughter and playfulness coming from inside, which made her blush. Her pretty face instantly turned as red as if it could bleed. She quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding, and hurried back. This flexibility test continued until the city lights came on. When Su Lang walked out of the room looking refreshed, Xiajiro and the twin sisters were already exhausted and collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger. The night was deep. Su Lang thought of the 3 pregnant women in a manner, Hua Yorong, Li Xiuji, and Jiang Xiaowei. Although the system has no shortage of resources, eating the same things all the time can get boring. It's time to give the ladies a change of pace and something new. Having made up his mind, he changed into plain clothes, quietly slipped out of the county government office, and headed out of the city. Not far outside the city, Su Lang stopped outside a grove of trees. Firelight flickered in the woods. It was the same group of starving people he had scared away during the day. They dared not approach Luqing any further, and could only light a few bonfires in this desolate wilderness, huddling together shivering to ward off the biting cold wind. On the outskirts of the crowd, several furtive figures were speaking in hushed tones, trying to persuade a few men who still seemed to have some strength. What's there to be afraid of? Su Lang is just one person, and his arrows will eventually run out of power. If we charge in with several thousand men, do you think he can kill them all? As long as we break into the city, we'll find food. We'll find women. Rather than starve to death, let's take a gamble. Other refugees are approaching. If there are too many people, can he kill them all? However, the men who were being persuaded all shook their heads vigorously, their faces filled with terror. No way! I'd rather die than go. That's a monster. He'll kill us. Rather than being killed, it's better to eat some grass roots. As long as you survive, that's better than anything else. A cold glint flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Are there still some who slipped through the net? It seems that the daytime deterrence was not enough. Without further hesitation, he moved like a ghost, silently disappearing into the night. Puff! A soft sound. The man in black, who was still loudly inciting others, suddenly stopped speaking, and a throwing knife appeared between his eyebrows. Who? The remaining men in black reacted instantly, drawing their swords and looking around warily. However, their answer was the scythe of death. Puff! 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 Su Lang's figure was like a ghost leaping in the darkness. Each time he appeared, it was accompanied by a flash of cold light and the end of a life. In the blink of an eye, all 6 scouts sent by the Flame King fell into pools of blood. Only one remained, and Su Lang kicked him to the ground, the horizontal blade in his hand coldly pressed against his neck. The scout was so terrified that his crotch instantly became wet. Go back and give a message to King Yen. Su Lang's voice seemed to come from the deepest hell, devoid of any emotion. "If he dares to play these underhanded tricks on me again, next time, I'll personally go and take his dog's head." After saying that, he flipped his wrist and slashed the scout's arm, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. Then he sheathed his sword, turned and left without looking back. The scout, clutching his bleeding arm, scrambled and disappeared into the darkness. Su Lang stood at the edge of the woods, his gaze sweeping over the starving people who were huddled together in fear because of the recent slaughter, not daring to even cry out. He remained silent for a moment, then finally let out a soft sigh. "There's nothing I can do to help. Luqing is currently building houses and producing cotton-padded clothes at a frantic pace. Just accommodating the more than 20,000 people in the city has already reached its limit. This winter, not all of his own people may be able to live in warm and comfortable houses. Where would we find the resources to manage the thousands of mouths outside the city? Moreover, in this vast world, how many more people are starving and unable to get enough to eat than just 2,000? He can save people temporarily, but not forever. We can save these 2,000 people, but we can't save the millions of disaster victims across the country." Chapter 117 Peace of mind is enough. The night was as deep as a pool of thick, unyielding ink. Su Lang's figure moved silently through the forest, like a ghost that blended into the darkness. With his godlike hunting skills, this mountain forest, which is fraught with danger for ordinary hunters, is nothing more than a backyard garden where he can take whatever he wants. Without much effort, he cleanly and neatly snapped the necks of 3 plump pheasants. He then went around to the stream, and by the moonlight, watched the fish swimming in the water. With a casual scoop, several palm-sized river fish jumped and thrashed in the net. Although it's not large, it's more than enough to make a pot of delicious fish soup. Su Lang casually tossed his prey into the system space, clapped his hands, and prepared to head home. On his way back, when he passed that grove of trees again, he involuntarily stopped in his tracks. In the woods, the few campfires had become extremely dim, as if they might go out at any moment. Terrified by his bloody methods, the starving people huddled together like a flock of frightened quails, shivering in the biting cold wind. The crying had ceased, replaced by a more chilling, deathly silence. Su Lang hid in the darkness, his gaze sweeping over the numb and desperate faces. He saw a mother wrap her thin, tattered clothes tighter around her and cover the child in her arms who was starving and on the verge of death, while silently humming a tuneless nursery rhyme. He saw an elderly man with white hair, trembling, carefully put a piece of grass root, still covered in soil, that he had dug out of the ground into his mouth and chew it with difficulty. Su Lang's heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He is not the Virgin Mary. But he was once an ordinary person struggling at the very bottom of society. After a long silence, he finally let out a soft sigh in his heart. "That's all. So be soft-hearted. Just be at peace with yourself." He took out a full 100 jin of crystal-clear rice and a 100 jin of pork that still had fresh blood on it from the system space. Su Lang changed into a set of ordinary coarse cloth clothes and even smeared some mud on his face to make himself look more like an ordinary person who lives a life of hardship. He carried the 2 heavy sacks and walked up to a man who still seemed to have some strength. The voice was also disguised. He lowered his voice and said, "You're all right. My name is Zhang Chaoe, and I work for King Su." The men were startled, and the starving people around them also cast terrified glances, retreating in all directions. Su Lang ignored their reactions and simply threw the 2 sacks heavily on the ground. "Take these things and go to Black Wind Stronghold." He pointed to the outline of the mountains in the distance. "That village is deserted now. Although there's no food left, at least we can guarantee you won't freeze to death this winter. Take this food with you. If you want more after you finish eating, find a way to go hunting in the mountains yourselves." Su Lang's voice was indifferent and calm. "There's nothing else I can do to help you." After saying that, he didn't look at him again, turned around and disappeared into the thick night. After he left, the entire forest fell into a long, deathly silence. Finally, the man mustered his courage and stepped forward to untie the rope of the sack. The moment the snow-white rice and the fresh meat exuding an enticing aroma are exposed to the air, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Polished rice. It was the finest rice that only wealthy families could afford. "There's meat too." Thump! It's unclear who started it, but the massive crowd of people knelt down once again in unison. This time, they were not driven by fear, but by the ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe and boundless gratitude. Zhang Nangong! Thank you, benefactor, thank you! I never expected that there would be such kind people among Su the Demon King's subordinates. A living Buddha! You are a living Buddha descended to earth! The cries and shouts of gratitude, as loud as a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, carried far and wide in the silent night. All right, I'm off. Su Lang was very frustrated. You can say Zhang Chaoe is a living bodhisattva, but why do you call me the Demon King Su? It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Su Lang retrieved the pheasants and a net full of live fish from the system when he was almost at the city gate. It was already late at night, and the city gates were long closed. He gathered his energy and used his lightness skill, his figure like a nimble night owl, easily leaping over the city wall several meters high and landing silently inside the city. Back in the backyard of the county government office, the largest bedroom was still lit up. He pushed open the door and entered, and a warm breeze mixed with various fragrances rushed towards him. Hua Yorong, Murong Yenren, Xia Jiro, and the other girls were all awake, sitting around the table, whispering to each other. My husband! Xia Jiro was the first to spot him and immediately exclaimed in surprise. All the women looked up and saw Su Lang and the prey he was carrying. Joyful smiles appeared on their faces. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Su Lang smiled and put down what he was holding. We are all waiting for our husbands. Hua Yorong stood up, walked over gently, and naturally took off his coat, which was damp with night dew. I couldn't sleep because you hadn't come back so late. Husband, you've caught a pheasant! And a fish too! Li Qingyao ran over, her eyes shining as she looked at the prey on the ground. We can make soup for the sisters tomorrow! Looking at the beautiful women before him, their faces filled with concern and love, Su Lang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This is home. The system notification sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Hua Yorong's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 320, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yenran's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 300, completely devoted. Ding! Xia Jiro's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 330, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 285, completely devoted. Ding! Jiang Zhaoyue's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 230, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qinghuan's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 220, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qingyao's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 220, completely devoted. Su Lang was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he picked up Xia Jiro and Li Qingyao, who were closest to him, one on each side. Since either of you is sleepy, that's perfect. I'm hungry too, let's have some midnight snack before we go to sleep. The night grew deeper. As Su Lang was contentedly preparing to enjoy his midnight snack, Yu Nu's figure appeared at the doorway like a ghost. Her face showed some hesitation and worry, and her gaze fell on Jiang Zhaoe, whose face was also flushed and whose eyes were unfocused. Princess Shi. Before Yu Nu could finish speaking, Su Lang interrupted her with a smile. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Before he could say anything more, Jiang Zhaoe, who was lying in his arms, suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a queen, was filled with a bit of pride and a bit of shyness as she glared at Yu Nu. You and slave, get out! Don't disturb my husband and me being affectionate! Yu Nu was stunned. Looking at her princess's insincere yet lustful expression, she could only sigh helplessly, bow and retreat, closing the door behind her. Inside the bedroom, Su Lang looked at the 7 exquisitely beautiful women in his arms, some gentle, some fiery, some innocent, and some charming, and the smile on his lips grew even brighter. Chapter 118 A Blessing for Many. Inside the bedroom, spring was in full bloom. That night Su Lang once again deeply understood the true meaning of having many people and great fortune. Until the next day. He opened his eyes refreshed when the sun was high in the sky. His beautiful wives and concubines were sleeping haphazardly around him, each with a satisfied yet tired smile on their lips. Su Lang felt a warm feeling in his heart, and was about to stay in bed a little longer. Oh, right. I reached the maximum favorability rating with Yan'an yesterday, but I haven't had a chance to check it yet. Su Lang opened the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! Murong Yanran's favorability has reached 300 points. Reward has been issued. Congratulations, host! You have received a special reward, Disguise Technique, Beginner. Congratulations, host! You have received the skill reward, Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, Beginner. Congratulations, host! You have received the following resource rewards: 3,000 caddies of refined rice, 3,000 caddies of wheat flour, 3,000 caddies of cured meat, 3,000 caddies of pork, and 3,000 caddies of wheat seeds. A series of notification sounds instantly snapped Su Lang back to reality. Disguise? Su Lang's eyes lit up instantly. This is a great product. Whether it's infiltrating enemy camps, gathering intelligence, or even doing other bad things, it's a skill that can be described as divine. And the spring and autumn period sword technique. Su Lang's heart stirred. Although he himself was more used to using a gun, this knife skill was simply tailor-made for that kid Lu Shi too. That kid has been training with Murong Songhai lately, and his ruthlessness is getting stronger, but unfortunately he still doesn't have a decent set of skills. This is great. We've upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. As for the mountains of supplies, Su Lang had become somewhat numb to them. Anyway, the system has plenty of space, so it can hold as many as it wants. With a thought, a virtual panel appeared before him, displaying a brief introduction to disguise techniques. Basic disguise techniques can change facial contours and body shape, but cannot change voice or some unique physical characteristics. At the same time, these experiences were automatically integrated into Su Lang's mind. A mischievous idea popped into his head. Judging by the time, Zhang Chaoe should be back from purchasing supplies in Yinzhou today. Why not try it out on him? Su Lang got out of bed quietly and got dressed. He walked to the bronze mirror, concentrated his mind, and began to circulate the energy within his body. In his mind, he envisioned a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an ordinary, even somewhat simple and honest face. In the mirror, his face began to undergo strange changes. His cheekbones became flatter, his chin became rounder, and even his height seemed to have decreased. His entire demeanor changed from that of a ruthless and decisive tyrant to that of an honest and simple farmer who could be found anywhere. Su Lang looked at his completely unfamiliar self in the mirror and marveled inwardly. Is this impressive even at the beginner level? If you reach the Grandmaster level, wouldn't you be able to transform into a completely different person? He nodded in satisfaction, changed into an ordinary blue cloth short jacket, and strolled leisurely toward the north gate. It was nearing dusk. Finally, a convoy appeared on the official road in the distance. Su Lang leaned against the city gate archway, squinting as he looked out. However, as the convoy approached, his brows gradually furrowed. Something's not right. The caravan returned, but all the carriages were empty. The ruts were shallow, the horses pulling the cart were listless, and the guards were all dejected, with some even bearing injuries. Zhang Chaoe, who was leading the group, looked exhausted and angry, and her lips were chapped. Something happened. Su Lang's heart sank, but his face remained that of a simple and honest man. He went up to him, pretending to be a helpful steward, and cupped his hands in greeting to Zhang Chaoe, who had just dismounted. Finally back! You must be exhausted from the journey. But where are the goods we bought? Zhang Chaoe was furious. She looked up at this, Zhang Sihai, and waved her hand weakly. Father, my need to go see the Lord is of utmost importance, and I must report to the Lord first. He was in no mood to explain to his father. Wow, that's really impressive. Even Zhang Chaoe didn't realize I'm not his biological father. Su Lang felt a surge of joy, then cleared his throat, switched back to his original voice, and said calmly, No need to report. I am Su Lang. Zhang Chaoe, who was about to walk into the city, suddenly stopped in her tracks. That sound! He turned around abruptly, staring intently at the incredible scene before him, his face filled with shock and disbelief. "My lord?" Su Lang smirked and wiped his face with his hand. That ordinary face, like ripples on water, instantly regained its original handsome and aloof appearance. Thump! Zhang Chaoyue's legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. The soldiers behind him were terrified, their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "My lord! This is divine magic!" Zhang Chaoyue stammered, thinking she was hallucinating. "All right, enough nonsense." Su Lang waved his hand. "Speak, what exactly happened? Where's the goods?" When serious matters were brought up, Zhang Chaoyue's expression instantly turned grim again. He gritted his teeth and recounted the whole story in detail. It turns out that the three princes now monopolize almost all the resources in Yunzhou, and even several surrounding prefectures. They offered high prices and frantically hoarded all strategic materials, including grain, cloth, and iron. Those merchants either dared not offend the three princes, or they simply raised prices on the spot. Zhang Chaoyue finally managed to negotiate a deal with a merchant caravan from out of town for a batch of cotton and iron, and even paid the deposit. As a result, on the day of delivery, a group of people suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, they just snatched the goods. They even said that the Yen King's mansion wanted that batch of goods. Zhang Chaoyue was so angry that she was trembling all over. When I went up to argue with them, they not only refused to return the goods, but also swallowed the deposit and injured 2 of our brothers. The remaining merchants were all like wolves. Seeing that we desperately needed supplies, they raised the prices to twice their original amount. I had no choice but to return empty-handed. Flame King! It's the Flame King again. An uncontrollable rage instantly flared up in Su Lang's eyes. The last time the starving people were driven out of the city was by King Yen. This time, it was Yen Wan who sent people to seize supplies and cut off his escape route. Good. Very good. Do you really think I'm a pushover that you can bully at will? A chilling killing intent emanated from Su Lang. The temperature around us seemed to drop a few degrees. Zhang Chaoyue was so frightened that she trembled and dared not say another word. Su Lang suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, his voice as cold as ice. How much did they steal? Cotton, cloth, and a batch of high-quality iron materials filled 20 large carts. Do you know their current route? Zhang Chaoyue was taken aback, then his eyes lit up as if he understood something. I know! I kept an eye out and sent someone to secretly follow them for a while. There weren't many of them, only about 100 guards. Relying on being the Flame King's men, they swaggered around all the way, completely unprepared. He lowered his voice, a hint of excitement on his face. Judging by their pace, they should stop and rest at Jianqing ahead tonight. City building. The map instantly appeared in Su Lang's mind. He had studied the map and the surrounding terrain quite a bit during this time. It's not far. If we ride at full speed, we can get there in half a night. As for the Flame King's troops, with so much stuff, they'll probably arrive that night. You stole my things? I'll make you cough it all up, with interest. He turned around and coldly gave orders to one of his personal guards behind him. Go, bring Lu Shitu and the other 7 of them over here. The afterglow of the setting sun cast his shadow long. Su Lang looked in the direction of the city being built in the distance, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. Tell the brothers to sharpen their knives. Let's go buying goods tonight. Chapter 119 Arson and Murder. The night wind was like a knife, stinging one's face. Su Lang led the way, followed by Murong Tsanghai and Lu Shitu, as well as 300 of the most elite Black Wind Stronghold veterans. The sound of horses' hooves was swallowed by the thick night. 300 cavalrymen, like a sharp arrow shot into the darkness, headed straight for Jianqing. My lord, judging by their pace, Yen Wang's cargo convoy should have just entered the city not long ago. Lu Shitu urged his horse forward, lowering his voice, his eyes brimming with barely suppressed excitement and fighting spirit. If we charge in now, we can catch them completely off guard. Su Lang didn't speak, but simply reined in the horses. The team behind them stopped instantly, obeying orders without hesitation. He raised his head, squinted, and gazed into the distance at the silhouette of the city, which, in the night, resembled a crouching behemoth. It's too quiet. It was so quiet, like a ghost town. His keen senses, enhanced by his god-level hunting skills, allowed him to detect an extremely dangerous aura. That wasn't a city waiting to rest, it was the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, waiting for its prey to walk right into its trap. Something's not right. Su Lang shook his head. Lu Shi too was taken aback. My lord? There's an ambush. Su Lang's voice was cold yet resolute. He dismounted and instructed Murong Tsunghai and Lu Shi too. Take your men and hide here. Do not make any moves without my order. My lord, what do you want? Murong Tsunghai's expression changed. I'll go in and take a look by myself. A playful smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Perfect, let's try out my new skills. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, he flickered and silently disappeared into the darkness ahead, leaving no trace. Lu Shi too and Murong Tsunghai exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Wow, that's fast. That movement technique is simply unpredictable. The city walls that were built are now practically useless to Su Lang. He didn't even use any disguise techniques, relying solely on his master level. Treading snow without leaving a trace, he easily flipped inside like a weightless leaf. The city was deathly silent. The streets were deserted, and the houses on both sides had their doors and windows tightly shut, without a single light on. However, when Su Lang's gaze passed through the dark windows and looked into the room, his pupils suddenly contracted. The people inside the house weren't sleeping peacefully at all. Instead, they were soldiers, each one holding a weapon, sleeping fully clothed. The entire city is like a giant military camp. Su Lang sneered inwardly. His figure moved like a ghost, and in a few leaps, he sneaked into the city center, outside a brightly lit mansion. Inside the mansion, there was a great deal of noise. General Zhou is a brilliant strategist. Su Lang is brave but reckless, and after suffering such a great loss, he will surely bring men to retaliate tonight. A lowly official with a pointed face and monkey-like cheeks was offering a toast to a burly man at the head of the table with a fawning expression. The burly man was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a full beard. He was playing with a halberd in his hand, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Upon hearing this, he let out a deafening burst of wild laughter. Ha ha! A bandit leader who rules the mountains dares to refuse the Yen King's offer and challenge our Yen King's mansion? If he dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. With these 2,000 elite soldiers, plus your divine might, General, Su Lang wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The junior official continued to flatter. Snort! The bearded general downed his drink in one gulp and slammed the cup down on the table. I've had my eye on that kid for ages. What kind of god of war is he? He's just killed some low-level bandits and starving people. If he dares to show his face in front of me, I'll smash him and his horse into mincemeat with one halberd. On the rooftop, a murderous glint flashed in Su Lang's eyes. General Zhou? Zhou Meng. He remembered that his brother-in-law, Murong Tsunghai, had mentioned to him that the Yen King had 3 fierce generals, one of whom was named Zhou Meng. He was born with superhuman strength and could lift a cauldron with one hand, making him the bravest general in the army. This must be the bearded man in front of me. Fuck you! You want to kill your father? Su Lang cursed inwardly. They stole my things and then set up an ambush here, waiting for me to walk right into their trap. You want to smash me into mincemeat? He did not act immediately. His cold gaze swept across the entire mansion, then silently circled around various parts of the city. As a result, even the last trace of concern in his heart completely disappeared. This is a ghost town. Apart from the Flame King's soldiers, there wasn't a single civilian. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Su Lang's mouth. He began collecting all flammable materials throughout the city. Dry firewood, discarded timber, and even a few buckets of tung oil carelessly tossed in a corner. Midnight 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Night, the deepest time, when people are most exhausted. Within the city walls, the first spark suddenly ignited. Next, the second point, and the third point. The hay yard in the east of the city, the carpentry workshop in the west, the vacant houses in the south, and the backyard of the mansion in the north. More than a dozen fires were quietly lit at the same time. This late autumn was already incredibly dry, with the weather parched and everything parched. The fire is fueled by the wind, and the wind fuels the fire's power. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the towering flames illuminated half of the night sky. Fire! Fire! A piercing scream shattered the deathly silence of Jianqing. Zhou Ming, who was fast asleep in his mansion with his concubine in his arms, was awakened by the thick smoke and suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the fire outside the window, which had already turned half the sky red, he was completely stunned. What's going on? He kicked open the door and roared angrily at the soldiers in disarray outside. General! Something terrible has happened! Fires have broken out everywhere in the city! Fire! Put out the fire right now! Zhou Ming's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Our supplies! Those 20 cartloads of provisions! Quickly! Move them out of here! However, due to the famine and water shortage, most of the wells in the city were abandoned, so where would there be enough water to put out the raging fire? The soldiers were in chaos, but the fire grew larger and larger. Countless houses groaned under the weight of the flames and collapsed with a crash. The entire city was transformed into a massive hell on earth. Retreat! Retreat out of the city quickly! Looking at the uncontrollable fire, Zhou Ming finally felt fear. Carrying his halberd, he led a group of personal guards, protecting the 20 carts loaded with supplies, and charged towards the city gate like a madman. However, when they finally managed to break through the crowded and chaotic crowd and reach the city gate, everyone stopped abruptly in their tracks. Outside the wide-open city gate, the firelight shone brightly. A magnificent black warhorse stood silently. On horseback, a young man dressed in black, holding a silver spear, was coldly watching them. Behind him was endless darkness. Before him was a burning city and more than 2,000 elite soldiers of the End King, running around like headless flies. He was all alone. But it was like an insurmountable mountain, blocking their only way out. Dare to scheme against me? Su Lang slowly raised the spear in his hand, the tip of which pointed at Zhou Ming, whose face was contorted with rage, inside the city. You will all die inside tonight! Chapter 120 Fierce General? Nothing special. You're Su Lang? In the firelight, Zhou Ming's large, blackened face and his thick beard revealed bloodshot eyes. He guessed the figure outside the city gate, a figure that resembled a ghost or god. That's the bandit leader who dared to provoke the End King's mansion time and time again. He's courting death. It's you! You started the fire! Zhou Ming's chest heaved violently, his anger almost burning away his reason. He set up a trap and waited here for a whole day, just to catch the turtle in a jar. As a result, instead of catching the turtle, he ended up being the one roasted over the fire. It is indeed your father, me! Su Lang responded coldly. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Ming, enraged, laughed, his laughter like the hooting of an owl, filled with violence and madness. He suddenly pointed the heavy halberd in his hand at Su Lang. Well done! Su Lang is truly remarkable. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none. All troops, listen to my command. Zhou Ming let out a deafening roar. Charge out of here! Tread this man and his horse into a bloody pulp! Take the supplies out! Quickly! The Yen King's elite troops, driven to the brink of collapse by the raging fire and thick smoke, seemed to find an outlet for their frustration upon hearing their commander's order. Driven by the instinct for survival and hatred for the arsonists, they instantly transformed into a raging torrent, roaring as they rushed toward the only path to survival, the city gate. However, Su Lang simply sat quietly on his horse, his face expressionless. He slowly raised the silver spear in his hand. Immediately, a sharp, long whistle tore through the night sky. Boom! The earth began to tremble. From the endless darkness outside the city, the thunderous sound of horses' hooves suddenly rang out. Kill! Murong Songhai took the lead, his long sword reflecting a chilling glint in the firelight. Kill! Lu Shitu and the 300 Black Wind Stronghold veterans behind him, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement, charged forward like wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days, following their lord. 300 soldiers against 2,000. It should have been a match between two very different teams. But at this moment, the soldiers of the Yen King's mansion had already been burned by the fire, their formations were in chaos, and their hearts were broken. Meanwhile, Murong Tsanghai and Lu Shirtu, leading dozens of cavalrymen, charged at the forefront, conserving their energy and displaying unstoppable morale. The two torrents collided with a deafening roar at the narrow city gate. The shouts of battle, screams of agony, the clash of weapons, and the tearing of flesh instantly intertwined into a symphony of the most primal and bloody war. Su Lang did not join the battle immediately. His gaze swept past the chaotic crowd and landed on the 20 supply wagons that the soldiers were desperately pushing and shoving out of. Good, saves me the trouble of going in and moving things again. Just then, a furious roar rang out. Su Lang! Prepare to die! Zhou Meng fought his way through the chaotic soldiers. His warhorse charged like a man, and the halberd in his hand, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, was like a black lightning bolt, aimed straight at Su Lang's head. You talk too much nonsense. Su Lang curled his lip, either dodging nor avoiding, and his silver spear rose from below to meet the attack head-on. When dash! A deafening clang of metal clashing echoed across the entire battlefield. Countless sparks exploded in midair. A terrifying force traveled through the weapons and into the two of them. Su Lang's figure swayed slightly on horseback. This force was nothing to him. This sway was mainly to dissipate the force, so that the big black thing under his crotch wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zhou Meng, along with his horse, was forced back half a step by this overwhelming force. Hissing sound dash. His sturdy warhorse let out a mournful cry that was extremely shrill. There was a crisp, snap sound. The two front legs of that warhorse were crushed by the terrifying force of the recoil. The massive horse suddenly knelt down on the ground. Zhou Meng tumbled off his horse in a disheveled state, staring at Su Lang with a look of astonishment, as if he had seen some kind of demon. The entire room fell silent. A genuine look of surprise flashed in Su Lang's eyes. What? What kind of monster is this guy? Su Lang was also somewhat surprised. With his current physique being 16 times stronger, even without using his full strength, he only managed to push the other man back half a step. Could there really be such a formidable figure under the command of the Flame King? He was surprised, and Zhou Meng was even more horrified, as if a storm had been unleashed. He was born with superhuman strength, and since his debut, he has never met an opponent in terms of power. But this young man, who didn't seem particularly burly, was actually stronger than him? How is that possible? Good! 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 Zhou Meng got up from the ground, his eyes fixed on Su Lang, as if he wanted to devour him alive. I underestimated you. Let's go again. Since we can't compete in strength, let's compete in techniques. He abandoned the sweeping, powerful slashes, turned his body, and the halberd in his hand instantly transformed into a myriad of phantoms. His moves became incredibly exquisite, cunning, and ruthless, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, aiming straight for Su Lang's vital points. However, what he saw was the increasingly intense sarcasm on Su Lang's lips. You want to compete with me in marksmanship? You're showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu, or selling the 3-character classic in front of Confucius. That's utterly self-humiliating. Chaotic Annihilation Spear Technique. The silver spear in Su Lang's hand moved. There were no phantoms filling the sky, and no tricky moves. Only a single shot that is relentless, incredibly fast, and utterly domineering. Break through everything. Destroy everything. Zhou Meng's countless halberd shadows were as fragile as paper before this spear, and were instantly torn to shreds. Pfft! Zhou Meng's movements came to an abrupt halt. He looked down, staring incredulously at the silver spearhead that had pierced his chest. Fresh blood gushed down the gun barrel. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only mouthfuls of bloody foam came out. You! Before he could finish speaking. Thump! This mighty general of the Flame King, who was said to be able to lift a cauldron with one hand, fell heavily to the ground with his tall body, his eyes still filled with endless horror and resentment. Su Lang drew his spear expressionlessly. With a flick of the spear tip, the blood droplets were wiped away. He raised his spear high, his icy voice drowning out all the shouts of battle and echoing throughout the entire battlefield. Zhou Meng is dead! At the city gate, all the Yan King soldiers who were still putting up a stubborn resistance froze in their tracks. They looked back and saw that their commander, who was like a god of war, had become a cold corpse. My last line of defense has completely collapsed. The general is dead! Run! The army collapsed like a house of cards. The remaining soldiers cried out, dropped their weapons, and scattered in all directions like madmen. Kill! Su Lang did not give them any chance. He spurred his horse and charged into the fleeing crowd, his spear transforming into the scythe of death, beginning the bloodiest harvest. After an unknown amount of time, the shouts of battle gradually subsided. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burning, a nauseating mixture. The fire that had started building the city was still raging, turning half the night sky an eerie red. At the city gate, corpses lay strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Su Lang sat quietly on the horse, his silver spear pointing diagonally at the ground, drops of blood from the spear tip falling into the dust. Lu Shi, too, covered in blood, ran over excitedly, his voice trembling. My lord! We've won! We've achieved a resounding victory! Those 20 cartloads of supplies are all here, completely undamaged. Su Lang's gaze slowly swept over the 20 fully loaded wagons, and then glanced at the city behind him, which had been reduced to a sea of fire. He spoke, his voice flat and without any inflection. See if there are any survivors, just 1 or 2 will do, send them to deliver a message to the Flame King. Just say that I, Su Lang, will accept this generous gift he gave me. Chapter 121 Victory. The fire that built the city burned for an entire night. As the first light of dawn pierced the eastern sky, this once mighty city had been completely reduced to charred ruins. The air was filled with the pungent smell of burning and the lingering stench of blood. Su Lang's team did not stop for the moment. 300 elite soldiers escorted the 20 large trucks loaded with supplies on their way home. The soldiers' faces were a mixture of exhaustion from a night of fighting and the excitement of a great victory. When they looked at Su Lang's back, they were filled with fanatical worship. 1 man, 1 gun, and he blocked an entire city. In one battle, they massacred 2,000 of the Flame King's elite soldiers and killed one of his fierce generals. Such a record is nothing short of legendary. Su Lang, however, felt no joy. His expression was calm as he replayed the previous night's battle in his mind. Zhou Ming's strength served as a wake-up call for him. If King Yan still has such fierce generals under his command, what about King Jing and King Li? The world is vast, full of hidden talents. No matter how strong you are, in the end you are only one person with 1 gun. Once surrounded by a massive army, swords will dull, horses will run themselves to death, and men will be exhausted. In the era of cold weapons, individual bravery ultimately has its limits. He needs a force capable of changing the rules of war. A power that allows his soldiers to fight 10 or even 100 times the cost of a single soldier. He had an idea. Something that seems to have never existed in this world before. Gunpowder. When Su Lang led his entourage laden with spoils of war onto the horizon of Luqing, the entire city erupted in excitement. Our Lord is back! A resounding victory! Our Lord has achieved a great triumph! We got the stuff back! This winter, with our Lord by our side, we no longer have to worry about freezing or starving to death. The people spontaneously poured into the streets, and seeing the overflowing wagons and the soldiers covered in blood but with high morale, they erupted in thunderous cheers. They don't understand military strategy or tactics. All they saw was that their lord had brought back mountains of supplies to Luqing. This winter will be more peaceful. Inside the Su residence, Hua Yorong, Xia Jirua, and the other women had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Seeing Su Lang return safely, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. My husband! I'm so glad you're all right. Surrounded by beautiful women and fragrant breezes, Su Lang's nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed. He didn't linger, offering a few words of reassurance to the women before heading directly to the county government study. He called Lu Shi too and another boy, Pan Do, to his side. Pan Do is one of the 7 tigers. He is usually quiet and reserved, but he is the most meticulous and patient of the 7. My lord! The 2 bowed deeply, their faces full of respect. Stone, what are your thoughts on last night's battle? Su Lang asked Lu Shi. Lu Shi scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, That's exhilarating. Fighting alongside our lord is exhilarating. Those Yen King's troops are all cowards. Su Lang shook his head. You only saw the pleasure, but you didn't see the danger. Last night, if I hadn't detected the ambush in advance and set fire to disrupt the enemy's formation, our 300 men charging into the encirclement of 2,000 men would have met only one fate: total annihilation. The excitement on Lu Shita's face gradually faded, revealing a look of lingering fear. Su Lang's gaze shifted to Pando. Pando, I have a task for you. My lord, please give your orders. Pando immediately straightened her back. From today onwards, you will lead your men to collect 3 things for me, both inside and outside the city. Su Lang's voice was very low. Charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. Saltpeter? Pando was taken aback. He had heard of this thing. It was used to make ice. But in the dead of winter. Yes, it's saltpeter. Su Lang's tone left no room for argument. The corners of the toilet, the mud walls of the stable, the more filthy the place, the easier it is to scrape. I don't care what method you use, the more the better. Yes. Although Pando was puzzled, he accepted the order without hesitation. Also, go find Yu Nu and have her mobilize the women in the city to help. I need these 3 things, the more the better. Yes, sir. Pando bowed and withdrew. Su Lang then summoned several of the city's best carpenters. With his god-level craftsmanship and the knowledge in his mind, he drew a relatively simple yet incredibly ingenious machine on the blueprints. Did you understand? Several old carpenters huddled around the blueprints, studying them for a long time, their faces filled with confusion and shock. This thing is somewhat like a catapult used in the military, but its structure is much smaller and more complex. My lord, what is this? You don't need to know what it is, just build it according to the dimensions on the blueprints, Su Lang said calmly. If you need any materials, just go to the warehouse and get them. Yes. After arranging everything, Su Lang finally let out a long breath. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. King Yan, I hope you will like the big gift I have prepared for you next time. Yanwang Mansion. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. 2 scouts who had miraculously escaped the inferno of the city's construction crawled and knelt in the center of the main hall, trembling all over, as they recounted everything that had happened the previous night. Bang! The glass cup in Yan Wang's hand shattered upon impact. His chest heaved violently, and his face turned a deep liver color. 2,000 elite soldiers. Zhou Meng, the fierce general. It's just gone like that. Along with the supplies that had been painstakingly intercepted, they were all burned to ashes. Useless! A bunch of useless trash! Enraged, King Yan kicked over the table in front of him. In his arms, a beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothing was terrified. She quickly stepped forward and gently comforted him. Your Highness, please calm down. It's not worth ruining your health over such a trivial matter. He hadn't finished speaking. A fierce glint flashed in Yan Wang's eyes. He drew his sword from his waist and brought it down with a swift motion. Pfft! Blood splattered. The woman's head rolled to the ground, her face still bearing a look of astonishment. So noisy! King Yan flicked the blood off his sword and roared. Men! Gather the troops for me! I will personally lead the army to raze Luqing to the ground and tear Su Lang to pieces. Your Highness, please calm your anger. An elderly man with half-white hair and beard hurriedly stepped forward, knelt down, and tried to dissuade him. Why should your Highness personally deal with a mere Su Lang? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This person is Zhao Jia, the chief strategist of King Yan. Panting heavily, King Yan suppressed his anger and asked fiercely. Then, in your opinion, what should be done? Zhao Jia turned to the 2 scouts, his voice steady. General Zhou Meng, whose bravery surpasses that of the entire army, why was he defeated so quickly? A scout replied in a trembling voice. Reporting to the strategist, that Su Lang is extremely cunning. He didn't dare to attack the city head-on, but instead set fires all over the city under the cover of night. Set fire? Zhao Jia and Yan Wang exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of disdain in each other's expressions. They automatically ignored the fact that Su Lang had single-handedly killed Zhou Meng, and assumed that Zhou Meng was thrown into disarray by the fire, which was why Su Lang was able to succeed by chance. It seems this boy is merely clever in a petty way, and prone to using underhanded tricks, Zhao Jia said, stroking his beard. Your Highness, although General Zhou Ming has fallen, we must not lose our composure and become a laughingstock for Prince Jing and Prince Li. Please, Your Highness, give me another 5,000 elite soldiers. A burly general with a stern face stepped forward from the crowd, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a booming voice. This humble general, Lu Chuan, is willing to sign a military pledge. Within 10 days we will surely take Su Lang's head and present it to the prince. Chapter 122 Manufacturing Gunpowder. The news of Su Lang's triumphant return spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Lucheng overnight. The following day, Zhang Shoucai and others brought congratulatory gifts to visit the Su residence. Welcome back in triumph, my lord! Zhang Shoucai's fat face was plastered with a fawning smile, almost squeezing his eyes into slits. With a wave of his hand, servants immediately carried up several heavy boxes behind him. This is just a small gift, nothing more. I hope my lord will accept it with pleasure. When the box was opened, the glittering gold ingots and dazzling jewels almost blinded those around them. Not only that, behind Zhang Shoucai stood 2 rows of graceful and beautiful young women, some of whom were dancers and some of whom were singers, all of whom were shyly and secretly sizing up Su Lang. These are all carefully selected by me, and I present them to you, my lord, to help you relax. Su Lang didn't even glance at the gold and silver jewelry. His attention was entirely on the group of beautiful women. Although they can't compare to you, each of them has a top-notch figure and face. That's thoughtful of you. He dismounted and casually tossed the reins to his personal guards, saying, Take them all and arrange for them to be taken to the backyard. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Zhang Shoucai was immediately overjoyed. If our lord accepts it, it means that the Zhang family's position in Lucheng is secure. For the next 2 days, Su Lang lived the decadent life he had always dreamed of. During the day, he handled some city affairs while being served by a group of beautiful wives and concubines. In the evenings, they would analyze the new dancers and singers, examining the differences in their professional skills. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. Isn't the point of winning battles to enjoy myself? The entire city of Lucheng is developing rapidly in a vibrant and positive atmosphere. Pendo and his men scraped the base of almost every toilet wall in the city, and dug out a large amount of old mud walls from the stables. Using the most primitive methods, they extracted batch after batch of saltpeter powder. Sulfur and charcoal were piled up like mountains. The super seeds that Su Lang redeemed from the system were also distributed and planted in the fields reclaimed on the outskirts of the city. Although winter has arrived, the cold weather is nothing thanks to the super seeds. In the city's blacksmith shops, the furnaces burned day and night, forging weapons and farm tools. Meanwhile, in the clothing factory, countless women sat together, quickly sewing the cotton and cloth they had salvaged into thick winter coats. The entire city of Lucheng was like a machine that had been put on fast forward, running wildly. On the streets and alleys, the faces of the people were no longer filled with the numbness and despair of the famine, but instead with smiles full of hope and energy. In their hearts, Su Lang was no longer a bandit leader, but a savior who could lead them to have enough to eat and wear and survive. Countless young women gazed in the direction of the Su residence, dreaming of one day becoming their lord's woman. Even if it meant being just a maidservant serving tea and water, they would be willing to do so. In this world, the strong possess everything. 2 days later, on the city wall, Su Lang stood beside a strangely shaped wooden implement. This thing is a bit like a catapult, but its structure is more sophisticated, and it is covered with various gears and winches. Before him stood a host of his wives, including Hua Yorong, Xia Jiro, Murong Yanran, and Jiang Zhaowe, as well as Yu Nu and Yue. On the other side, Murong Tsanghai and Lu Shitu, Pan Do, and the other 7 tiger generals also stood there with curious expressions. Husband, you called us all here just to see this wooden frame? Xia Jiro blinked her curious eyes and reached out to poke the catapult. This is no ordinary wooden frame. Su Lang smiled mysteriously and took a fist-sized package wrapped tightly in oil paper from Pan Do. He then pulled a thin thread from the package. Everyone, stand back. Su Lang gave an order. Although the women were puzzled, they obediently stepped back. Su Lang carefully placed the dark package into the leather pouch of the throwing arm. He pointed to a huge ancient tree 50 meters away, which would require 3 people to encircle. Watch closely. He picked up the tinderbox, blew on it, and lit the fuse. Laugh dash. A string of sparks flew from the fuse, and it quickly burst into flames. Su Lang calmly pulled the trigger of the instrument. Buzz! The taut tendon suddenly sprang forth, and the massive throwing arm, carrying the black package with the burning fuse, whooshed through the air in an arc, flying precisely toward the large tree. All eyes followed that tiny black dot. What exactly is its power? Just as everyone was puzzled, the black package landed on the thick trunk of the tree. Then, boom dash! An unprecedented, deafening roar suddenly exploded. Like a thunderclap from the heavens, it exploded in everyone's ears. The earth trembled violently. A violent shockwave, carrying countless wood chips and dust, swept in, making everyone's clothes flutter and almost causing them to lose their footing. Xiajiro and Li Qingyao, who were the more timid ones, let out a scream and instinctively threw themselves into Su Lang's arms. Everyone was stunned by the sudden loud noise, their heads spinning and their ears ringing. When they finally recovered from their shock and looked at the big tree again, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. That enormous ancient tree, which required 3 people to encircle and had stood for countless years, was now. It was actually blown in half. The huge upper half of the tree crown has disappeared, leaving only a charred break, still emitting thick smoke and even burning with raging flames. On the ground was a huge crater several meters in diameter, with the surrounding turf all torn away, revealing black soil. This. What kind of divine magic is this? Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the other girls all covered their mouths with their hands, their beautiful faces filled with disbelief and shock. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in Jiang Zhaoyue's bright eyes. Yu Nu stood there dumbfounded, her clear, cold eyes filled with shock. On the other side, Lu Shitu and the other 7 tiger generals all gaped, their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed a miracle. My darling! Lu Shitu muttered to himself, and the Guangdong broadsword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Murong Tsanghai, the former young general and a veteran who had been through many battles, was trembling slightly at this moment. He stared intently at the still burning tree trunk, then glanced at Su Lang, whose weathered face was deathly pale. He had fought in battles for half his life, and the strongest siege weapon he had ever seen was one that could only throw a boulder 100 paces. But this thing in front of me. This is no longer the power of an ordinary person. This is divine punishment. It's divine retribution. If this kind of thing were thrown into the enemy's ranks. Murong Tsanghai dared not think any further. He felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. With this, all military strategies, formations, and bravery will become a joke. The more people who come, the more people will die. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Su Lang changed. It was a kind of fanaticism, awe, and blind worship, like mortals looking up to gods. Su Lang was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He walked up to Pando and patted the boy, whose body was stiff from shock. Pando. My lord! Pando jolted awake, snapping back to reality. When she looked at Su Lang, her thoughts were still not fully back on track. Su Lang supported him, his expression becoming extremely serious. This stuff is called gunpowder. You've seen its power. From today onwards, the task of manufacturing and guarding gunpowder is entirely entrusted to you. Su Lang spoke slowly and deliberately, giving his earnest instructions. Remember, this thing must be kept away from any fire. Guard it closely, and absolutely no mistakes can be made. Otherwise, it won't be the trees that get blown up, but ourselves. Seeing his lord's unprecedentedly serious expression, Pando mustered all his strength, straightened his back, and responded loudly. Rest assured, my lord. Pando will guarantee the safety of this gunpowder. Chapter 123 Teaching Sword Techniques. The power of gunpowder left an indelible mark on the minds of everyone present. Pando treated every word of Su Lang's advice as a sacred decree. He personally selected the most secluded and driest storeroom in the backyard of the county government office and carefully stored the black powder wrapped in oil paper inside. The area within 20 paces of the warehouse was designated as a restricted zone, and double the manpower was assigned to guard it day and night. Any kind of fire, even sparks from the clash of metal objects, is strictly prohibited from being brought in. Early winter weather is inherently cold and dry. As long as precautions are taken, this world-changing force will quietly slumber. Noon. A cold wind howled over the drill ground of Luqian County Government Office. Su Lang gathered Lu Shitu and dozens of other elite veterans who were skilled in using the horse-slaying sword in the previous battles. Today, I will teach you a new sword technique. Su Lang stood at the front of the group, looking around at everyone. Lu Shitu, carrying his Guangong sword, was so excited that his face turned red and his eyes shone. The Lord is about to impart divine skills. At the edge of the training ground, Murong Tsanghai and Yun Nu also rushed over upon hearing the news. Murong Yanran, dressed in a close-fitting outfit and holding her sword, stood beside her elder brother. She looked at Su Lang with a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny on her handsome and spirited face. Just how many other skills does this man possess that I don't know about? It's one thing to be a master of spear techniques, but now they're even teaching swordsmanship? Stone, lend me your knife. Su Lang beckoned to Lu Stone. All right, my lord. Lu Shitu eagerly presented his incredibly heavy Guangong sword with both hands. Su Lang took the heavy broadsword with one hand, but it felt as light as nothing in his hand. He weighed it in his hand, and then his entire demeanor suddenly changed. If Su Lang with a gun is a domineering and all-destroying monarch, at this moment he, wielding the sword, transformed into a majestic and imposing ancient war god who could create heaven and earth. Watch closely! Su Lang let out a low shout and swung his broadsword out suddenly. There are no fancy moves, only the purest, fiercest, and most domineering style. A slash, a chop, a flick, a strike. The movements are expansive and bold, yet they subtly embody some profound truth. Where the blade passed, the air was torn apart, producing a muffled whistling sound. With a powerful and vigorous spirit. Each strike seemed to carry immense power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. This is the spring and autumn period sword technique. A set of battlefield sword techniques that maximizes power and momentum. The entire drill ground was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by Su Lang's fierce and powerful sword strike. Especially Lu Shitu, whose already small eyes widened to a bulge, his mouth opened so wide it could fit a fist, and drool was practically dripping from his mouth. He always felt that he was born with superhuman strength, and that this big sword was meant to be used this way. But before that, he had just been hacking around with brute force. And the Lord's sword technique. This is damn well, it's practically tailor-made for him. Wow! Absolutely amazing! On the other side, Murong Tsanghai also looked completely dazed. He considered himself proficient in all 18 martial arts and his swordsmanship was not weak either, but compared with Su Lang's swordsmanship, his own moves were simply children playing house. This swordsmanship is no longer just a simple set of moves. This is a trend. An invincible momentum that is unstoppable and crushes everything. A fierce turmoil also stirred in Yunu's clear, cold eyes. Spearmanship, archery, gunpowder, and now swordsmanship. Just who is this man? How did he learn so many skills, and become so proficient in each one? He's not even human! Meanwhile, Murong Yanran's eyes, which were filled with hatred for evil, were now gleaming with a strange light. As she looked at the man wielding a heavy sword, radiating boundless masculine hormones, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. This man is too strong. So powerful that it inspires awe, yet also compels one to draw closer. After completing a set of sword techniques, Su Lang sheathed his sword and stood still, his breathing perfectly steady. He tossed the broadsword back to Lu Shitu, who was still in a daze. You understand everything? I understand. Lu Shitu and the others seemed to wake from a dream, and shouted in unison, their voices filled with fervor. Then what are you waiting for? Start practicing. Yes. After Su Lang finished teaching the essentials of the sword technique, he walked to the side and watched Lu Shitu and the others practice diligently, sweating profusely. Before long, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Murong Yanran, holding the knife, walked to his side. Ding! Murong Yanran's favorability has increased by 10. Su Lang felt a surge of joy. This girl, though she doesn't say it, her actions tell a lot. What? You've taken a fancy to my swordsmanship? Su Lang chuckled and teased. Murong Yenren blushed and snorted somewhat defiantly. Your swordsmanship is too forceful and doesn't suit me. She paused, then couldn't help but ask. How do you know everything? You can learn something else if you want. Su Lang found her proud yet curious expression amusing. If you want to learn, say something nice and I'll teach you. You! Murong Yenren was speechless after hearing his words, and stomped her foot in anger. If she were in the room, she would call out without hesitation. But now we're at the drill ground, and my older brother is right next to me. Su Lang laughed heartily, his gaze falling on her hands that held the knife. Because of years of martial arts practice, a thin layer of calluses has formed on her hands. Su Lang suddenly reached out and grabbed her small hand. Ah! Murong Yenren was startled by his sudden action and instinctively tried to pull back. But Su Lang's hand gripped her tightly like an iron clamp, preventing her from breaking free. For a girl, her hands have so many calluses they've become rough. Su Lang placed her small hand in his palm and gently rubbed the calluses with his thumb. Let me rub it for you, otherwise it will be uncomfortable to hold you later. His words were incredibly ambiguous. His movements were extremely gentle. Murong Yenren's body froze instantly. A tingling, electric current, unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, instantly spread from my palm throughout my entire body. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and even her ears were burning. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. She tried to struggle, but she couldn't muster any strength. That bastard! How dare he do that in broad daylight? Su Lang was secretly delighted to see her looking so ashamed and indignant, yet too afraid to utter a sound. He leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. Actually, I have another sword technique that would suit you very well. It's called the whirlwind blade technique. It emphasizes speed and is most suitable for women to practice. Do you want to learn? The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Murong Yenren's body to tremble slightly. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and dared not look into his burning gaze. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a single word from her throat in a voice barely audible. Think. Then let's find a quiet place, and I'll teach you privately. Without saying a word, Su Lang grabbed her hand and headed towards the backyard. Murong Yenren was half-heartedly resisting, her heart a complete mess. We arrived at the backyard. Come on, draw your sword. Murong Yenren took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic in her heart, and drew her sword. The essence of the Gale blade technique lies in speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Su Lang stood behind her, reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, while his other hand covered the hand holding the knife. Relax your body and follow your instincts. Murong Yenren's body stiffened again. She could clearly feel the hot chest behind her and the restless hand around her waist. This is hardly teaching knife skills. This is clearly. However, Su Lang actually began to teach her the starting stance of the Gale blade technique, step by step. His movements were very professional, and his explanations were very thorough. But the way the two were pressed so closely together was really too ambiguous. As you practice, your swordsmanship transforms into a tender and affectionate style. Murong Yenren felt weak all over, her breathing became rapid, and the knife in her hand grew heavier and heavier. Finally, Su Lang simply took the sword from her hand and tossed it aside. He lifted her up in his arms and strode toward the large bed covered with thick fox fur. We can't master swordsmanship in a short time, so let's practice our flexibility first. Put me down! Murong Yenren let out a gasp, struggled symbolically for a couple of moments, and then collapsed into his arms. It was evening. The kitchen has prepared a sumptuous dinner. Ewer carried a basin of hot water to Su Lang's bedroom door, ready to serve her lord his hands and meal. As soon as she reached the door, she heard bursts of suppressed, blush-inducing breathing and playful noises coming from inside. Ewer's steps suddenly stopped. Her pretty face instantly turned so red it looked like it could bleed. This owner. He seems to never get tired. Mingming already has 7 wives in the manor, so it's one thing to do it at night, but what about during the day? He's simply incredibly brave. It's beyond human capabilities. She stood at the doorway, holding a basin of water, unsure whether to leave or stay. Her pretty face was so embarrassed that she almost buried it in her chest. Chapter 124 Urgent Military Situation. Yue stood outside the door, her hands trembling slightly as she held the basin of water. The steam from the hot water enveloped her face, but could not conceal the radiant blush on her cheeks. Standing at the door, I listened for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. She quietly took a few steps back, placed the basin of water on the wooden shelf under the eaves, turned around and walked away quickly, her heart pounding. If I don't leave soon, I won't be able to resist pushing the door open. In the past few days, her opinion of her new owner has undergone a complete transformation. When we first met, he was a lecherous man who forcibly abducted a courtesan and had a large number of wives and concubines. But slowly, she saw another side of Su Lang. He faced thousands of starving people with ruthless methods, yet secretly delivered life-saving food and shelter in the dead of night. Faced with the Flame King's provocation, he launched a swift and decisive attack, burning down the enemy's plot and reclaiming enough supplies for the entire city to get through the winter. He never exploited the people. Instead, he opened granaries to distribute grain and seeds, transforming the entire Lucheng from a desolate place into a vibrant one. This man was a ruthless and decisive tyrant to outsiders, and a hero who protected his people at home. He was a womanizer, but also a man of deep affection. He never showed favoritism to any of his many wives, and took good care of each of them. This contradictory quality, when combined in one person, creates a fatal attraction. Yue discovered that the initial fear in her heart had long since vanished, replaced by an admiration that she herself dared not even think about deeply. But she was also aware of her own identity. She was nothing more than a plaything offered up, and this thought could only be kept hidden in the deepest part of her heart. Dinner time. In a side hall of the Su residence, the newly arrived group of singers and dancers were having a meal, chattering and making a lively scene. Yue sat quietly in a corner, listening to their conversation. "Who do you think the Lord will summon tonight?" a pretty dancer asked, her face full of anticipation. "Who knows? But my Lord is truly amazing. In all my life, I've never seen such a capable and handsome man." "Yes, yes. Didn't you see it? The day our Lord led his troops back to the city, all the people in the city came out to welcome him. The scene was just like welcoming the Emperor. I heard that our Lord single-handedly killed an enemy general. That was a fierce general under the command of the King of Yen. To be my Lord's woman, even for just one night, is worth it. Keep dreaming. There are so many ladies in the manor, each one as beautiful as a fairy. How could it be our turn?" The girl's words were filled with admiration and fantasies about Su Lang. Yue then realized that she wasn't the only one who admired her lord. In this chaotic world, a strong man who can provide them with a stable life and stand tall and upright is every woman's dream. Not only them, but all the people of Lucheng are now grateful to Su Lang. Those refugees who were once on the verge of starvation now have work to do and food to eat, and their faces are filled with hope for the future. Even the ancient trees in Lucheng, which are thousands of years old, spontaneously hung red ribbons to pray for Su Lang's well-being. In Lucheng, the name Su Lang has become synonymous with God. Under Pan Dou's strict management, the gunpowder inventory had filled an entire warehouse. Su Lang ordered a halt to production and instead devoted all his energy to training troops. Inside the study, Su Lang and Murong Songhai sat facing each other, and the sand table in front of them was filled with small flags representing different types of soldiers. Warfare is based on deception. Therefore, when you are capable, make it appear that you are incapable. When you are active, make it appear that you are not active. When you are near, make it appear that you are far away. When you are far away, make it appear that you are near. Su Lang casually flicked the small flags on the sand table, explaining the essence of Sun Tzu's art of war to Murong Songhai in the simplest language. Lure them with profit, seize them when they are in disarray, prepare against them when they are strong, and avoid them when they are powerful. Murong Songhai listened with rapt attention. He was a capable general who had led troops in battle for many years and had rich practical experience. But the military theories that Su Lang spoke of opened a completely new door for him. These strategies are interconnected, taking full account of people's hearts, timing, and location. How could a bandit leader come up with this? This is clearly the extraordinary talent of a military genius. Looking at his brother-in-law, Murong Songhai felt nothing but admiration. He was a master of martial arts, a strategist, and even invented a miraculous invention like gunpowder. Following him, perhaps we can really accomplish something earth-shattering in this chaotic world. He increasingly felt that the government's decision to marry his sister to Su Lang was simply a stroke of good luck for the Murong family. The next day at noon, on the training ground, Su Lang was sparring with Murong Songhai. Neither of them used their full strength. They were simply breaking down and practicing their moves. Under Su Lang's guidance, Murong Songhai's spear technique had been completely transformed, and he was beginning to show signs of mastery. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a scout rushed in looking flustered. "Report! My lord! Commander-in-Chief! Urgent military intelligence!" Su Lang sheathed his gun and stood there, raising an eyebrow. "Speak. According to our scouts, Lu Chuang, a general under the Yan King, is leading 5,000 elite troops and is rapidly approaching our Lucheng. He is expected to arrive outside the city tonight." Lu Chuang. Murong Songhai's expression turned serious. He explained to Su Lang. "My lord, Lu Chuang is different from Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng is all brawn and no brains, but Lu Chuang is the most intelligent general under the Yan King. He is cunning in his military tactics, cautious in his character, and extremely difficult to deal with. Wise general." Upon hearing this, Su Lang smiled. His smile carried a chilling undertone. "Perfect. I want to see if his wits will still be effective in the face of absolute power." He turned around and looked in the direction where Pan Do was. "Pass down the order, prepare for battle. By the way, go and get my new baby ready." Night falls. A massive, dark army surged like a tidal wave to a place 10 miles outside Lucheng. The camp stretched out in a continuous line, torches blazed like dragons, and a chilling atmosphere soared straight into the sky. On the city wall, Murong Songhai looked at the enemy camp in the distance, filled with worry. "My lord, Lu Chuang's army is disciplined and his camp is perfectly fortified, without any flaws. In my humble opinion, we should take advantage of their unstable footing and launch a night attack to blunt their momentum." Su Lang stood beside him, hands behind his back, gazing at the sea of fire, but shook his head. "Night raid? No." His voice was calm yet full of powerful confidence. "It's pointless to always be doing these petty theft tricks." He turned his head, looked at Murong Songhai, who was full of confusion, and grinned. "Brother-in-law, times have changed. Now that we have gunpowder, why are we still playing night raids with them? That would be too beneath us. Pass on my order, let the brothers rest well and conserve their energy." Su Lang's tone suddenly rose, filled with unparalleled domineering power. "Tomorrow at dawn, we'll leave the city, set up our carriages and horses right here on this plain, and have a fair fight with them. I want to show Lu Chuang, the king of Yan, and everyone in the world just how strong the soldiers of Lucheng are." Chapter 125 Standoff between the two armies. The Su residence was a scene of peace and prosperity, filled with singing and dancing. Inside the side hall, the lights were on, and the sounds of string and wind instruments filled the air. The newly arrived singers and dancers used every trick in the book to win a moment of favor from the man in the main seat. Su Lang leaned back on the soft couch, his left arm around a graceful dancer, and his right hand holding a cup of wine that Yor had just warmed, looking quite content. This stands in stark contrast to the somber and imposing Yan King's camp 10 miles outside the city. "My lord, you will be facing Lu Chuang tomorrow. Why don't you get some rest tonight?" Yor stood aside, watching Su Lang's appearance, and finally couldn't help but whisper a word of advice. Her pretty face was filled with worry. In her opinion, with a major battle imminent, how could the commander-in-chief be so engrossed in pleasure? Su Lang finished his drink, handed the glass back to her, and then gently squeezed her soft hand. "Take a break?" He laughed heartily and straightened the dancer in his arms. "There are many ways to conserve energy and build up strength, and I know how to do it properly." He looked at Yor's face, which was filled with worry, and then changed the subject. "But you, a young, unmarried woman, watching me fool around with the ladies every day, don't you ever have any other thoughts?" Yor's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart started pounding uncontrollably, and she lowered her head in a panic. "This servant dares not have any thoughts. Is it that you dare not, or that you don't?" Su Lang's voice carried a hint of mockery. Yor lowered her head even further, not daring to reply. Su Lang stopped teasing her and waved his hand. All right, all of you step back and let me have some peace and quiet. Su Lang decided to go find his wife. They were becoming increasingly addicted to him, as if they could never be satisfied. The next day, it was broad daylight. The warm winter sun dispelled the morning mist. On the vast plains outside Luqing, two armies stood facing each other, their fortifications clearly defined. To the west was Su Lang's army. 300 elite cavalrymen from Black Wind Stronghold, fully armored, stood at the forefront. Behind them were 2,000 infantrymen, each armed with a spear and a sword at their waist. Although the formation was not perfectly orderly, each of them wore a resolute expression of fearlessness. At the very back of the military formation, a dozen oddly shaped wooden machines were covered with thick black cloth, exuding an air of mystery. To the east, the Yen King's army stretched out in a dark, imposing mass. 5,000 elite soldiers, arrayed in a strict formation, with swords and spears like a forest, exuded a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Thump! 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 The war drums sounded, deep and muffled. In the Yen King's army formation, a lone rider led the way, slowly emerging. The newcomer was clad in heavy armor, wielding a long spear, and had a stern face. He was none other than Lu Chuang, the top strategist under the command of King Yen. His gaze passed over the Luqing army formation and finally landed on Murong Tsanghai beside Su Lang. Murong Tsanghai! Lu Chuang's voice was filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. Who do we have here? It's you, you worthless traitor who seeks only personal glory! Back then, the Murong family received great kindness from Prince Jing. Instead of properly assisting Prince Jing, you ran to this Luqing and became a dog for a bandit who ruled the mountains. How can you face the fallen General Murong? Upon hearing this, Murong Tsanghai's body trembled violently. His weathered face flushed red, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Lu Chuang! You despicable and shameless scoundrel! Murong Tsanghai roared, his eyes bloodshot. Don't you know how my father died in battle? If you hadn't rushed into an ambush to steal credit and caused my father to be surrounded while trying to save you, he wouldn't have died from exhaustion. How dare you mention my father? This conversation caused a slight commotion among Su Lang's soldiers. It turns out that the commander-in-chief and the general on the other side have such a deep-seated blood feud. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuang showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. On the battlefield, life and death are preordained. Your father was incompetent and died on the battlefield. What does that have to do with me? But you, Murong Tsanghai, instead of seeking revenge for your father, you've betrayed the Murong family and become their father. You've utterly disgraced the Murong family. Enough! Murong Tsanghai could no longer suppress his anger. He suddenly turned to Su Lang and knelt on one knee. My lord! This humble general requests to fight. I am willing to personally cut off this scoundrel's head to avenge my father and establish my lord's authority. Su Lang looked at his expression, which seemed to want to devour the other person alive, and calmly nodded. Go. Don't embarrass me. Thank you, my lord! Murong Tsanghai mounted his horse, spear in hand, and charged straight to the front lines. Seeing that Murong Tsanghai had actually come out to fight, Lu Chuang on the opposite side revealed a smug smile. In his view, Murong Tsanghai was already a stray dog. His martial arts skills had been neglected for many years, so it was a good opportunity to use his head as a sacrifice. Good timing! Lu Chuang shouted and spurred his horse forward as well. On the battlefield, under the watchful eyes of thousands of soldiers, two generals are about to engage in a life-or-death duel. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, the two warhorses crossed paths in the instant, and the two long weapons, carrying immense force, collided with a deafening roar. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed across the plain. Sparks flew everywhere. After a single blow, the two were evenly matched, each reining in their horses and changing direction. A look of surprise crossed Lu Chuang's face. He hadn't expected that Murong Tsanghai's strength seemed to have increased considerably. But this was merely an accident. Again! The two charged at each other again, guns clashing and spears flying, and they fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. On the field, the two were still evenly matched, but Lu Chuang, with his fierce courage, was gaining a slight advantage. Murong Tsinghai! You really are a piece of trash! With such meager skills, you dare to come out and die! Lu Chuang attacked while making sarcastic remarks. However, he did not notice that Murong Tsinghai, who had been under his constant pressure, not only did not appear anxious, but instead revealed a sneer of triumph. Yeah? Murong Tsinghai's voice carried a chill. The next moment, the way he wielded his spear suddenly changed. No longer as conventional as before, but agile and domineering, each thrust of the spear carries a mysterious charm, directly targeting Lu Chuang's weakness. It is the essence of the spear technique that Su Lang pointed out. What? Lu Chuang was shocked. He realized that his originally impenetrable offensive had suddenly become full of loopholes. He frantically tried to block, but Murong Tsinghai's spear nearly knocked him off his horse. You! Lu Chuang was both shocked and furious. He couldn't understand why the opponent's strength had suddenly increased so dramatically. Murong Tsinghai gave him no chance to think. His spear moved like a dragon, his attacks continuous, each strike faster and heavier than the last. Lu Chuang was forced to retreat repeatedly, and before he knew it, he had been led by Murong Tsinghai to be hundreds of paces away from his own army formation. Oh no! We've fallen for their trap. Lu Chuang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately made a feint and tried to turn his horse and flee back to his own camp. Trying to leave now? Too late! Murong Tsinghai let out a loud shout, his figure blurred, and he actually arrived first after being behind, blocking his way. The spear moved like lightning, carrying the hatred and anger that Murong Tsinghai had suppressed for many years, transforming into a streak of light. Pfft! Lu Chuang froze in place. He looked down at the tip of the gun that had pierced his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. You! Before he could finish speaking, he fell off his horse and died. General! Yan Wangjun, Lu Chuang's deputy general, was furious when he saw this scene. All troops attack! Avenge the general! He drew his sword and roared hysterically. Kill! 5,000 elite Yan King soldiers, like a black torrent, launched a desperate charge towards the Lucheng army formation. Although Su Lang's soldiers were in high spirits, they still showed signs of tension when facing an enemy several times their size. Only Su Lang remained unfazed. He looked at the surging black tide and slowly raised his right hand. Pass on the order! His voice resounded throughout the entire army. Let the people of the Flame King hear the thunder from the heavens! Dispenser ready! Put! Chapter 126 Heavenly Thunder. With Su Lang's cold release, more than a dozen soldiers responsible for operating the equipment pulled the triggers sharply. Buzz dash! A dozen or so taut beef tendons emitted a dull, slapping sound. The enormous throwing arm, carrying black packages wrapped in oiled paper, whistled through the sky, forming precise parabolas as it crashed into the surging crowd. The Yan King's army, which was charging forward, didn't take these little things that fell from the sky seriously at all. Catapult? You're just throwing away these tiny little things? They're not even stones. Is this a tickle? Many soldiers even wore disdainful sneers on their faces. However, the next moment, when those black packages landed, the fuse burned to its end. Boom! 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 Boom dash! A series of unprecedented, enormous roars, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart, suddenly erupted. Without warning! At that moment, the entire world was engulfed by a blinding flash of fire. Immediately afterwards, an indescribably violent shockwave swept outwards from the dozen or so impact points in all directions. Boom! 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 Boom dash! The Yan King army soldiers at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized and torn apart by the intense heat and impact. Severed limbs, mixed with broken weapons and armor, were lifted high and fell like a torrential rain. It was as if the entire earth was trembling violently. The hard frozen soil was blasted into huge, shocking craters, billowing with black smoke. The densest part of the 5,000-strong charging formation was wiped out by these dozen or so thunderous bangs. The once mighty torrent was blasted to pieces, leaving behind huge, bloody gaps. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Only the crackling of the flames and the inhuman screams of the survivors echoed across the empty plain. In Lucheng, all the soldiers stood frozen in place. Their mouths were agape, their faces were deathly pale, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Even though they had witnessed the power of this gunpowder 2 days prior, it was only one piece. They even blew up big trees. Now more than a dozen are detonating simultaneously amidst a military formation of thousands. Torn apart and shattered to pieces, these were living, breathing people. The scene of the world being destroyed, the power that was like divine punishment descending upon the world, had completely exceeded their comprehension. Murong Tsanghai, this veteran general who had been through many battles, was also pale-faced at this moment, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He had fought in battle for half his life and had never seen such a terrifying weapon. With gunpowder in hand, how can the enemy fight back? This is no longer a war. This is a massacre. The rear of the Yan King's army was also plunged into great chaos and panic. Those soldiers who were lucky enough to escape the attack collapsed to the ground, their armor and weapons discarded, and they soiled themselves. Looking at the hellish scene before them, at their comrades writhing and howling on the ground, their limbs blown off, their last shred of fighting spirit completely collapsed. Sorcery! This is sorcery! Devils! They are devils! Run! Run! Fear, like a plague, spread rapidly. Just then, Su Lang's calm, emotionless voice broke the deathly silence. All troops, listen to my command! Charge! Kill! The word kill struck like a thunderclap, waking the still-dazed soldiers of Lucheng. Kill! Murong Tsanghai was the first to react, and a feverish flush instantly rose on his pale face. With this divine object, what great thing cannot be accomplished? He raised his spear high, let out a deafening roar, and charged out first. Kill! Die for our lord! Lu Shitu, carrying his Guangong broadsword, followed closely behind with a bloodthirsty and excited glint in his small eyes. Kill them all! Zhu Zi, Pando, and the other 7 tiger generals, along with the 300 elite cavalrymen of Black Wind Stronghold, seemed to be infused with boundless courage. Roaring, they transformed into a steel torrent and launched a counterattack. The 2,000 infantrymen behind them, their eyes red, holding their spears, followed the cavalry and charged towards the already collapsed enemy army. Su Lang did not move. He simply sat quietly on his horse, observing everything with a cold eye. Gunpowder was his trump card, meant to disrupt the balance. But soldiers must shed blood. True elites are forged in the crucible of war. The battlefield is their best whetstone. What followed could no longer be called a battle. It was a complete and utter crushing defeat. The psychological defenses of Yan Wangjun had long been completely destroyed by those dozen or so heavenly thunder sounds. Faced with the charging Lucheng army, they were completely unable to mount any effective resistance. Many people dropped their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Many others cried out and turned to run away, wishing they had been given 2 more legs. Murong Tsanghai wielded a long spear with unstoppable force. The spear moved like a dragon, and wherever it passed, men and horses fell. At this moment, the pent-up frustration and hatred in his heart were released in the most exhilarating way. Lu Shitu was like a tiger among sheep, wielding his Guangong broadsword with incredible speed and power. He brought out the powerful and unstoppable momentum of the spring and autumn sword technique to its fullest extent. Each slash carries the power to split mountains and cleave peaks. Often, a single strike can cleave 2 or 3 enemies, armor and all, in 2. Holding a spear, Zhu Zi moved nimbly through the crowd, each thrust precisely piercing the throat of an enemy. Xiao Bao, meanwhile, moved along the edge of the battlefield, drawing his bow and arrow, never missing a shot. He specifically targeted enemy officers who attempted to organize resistance. Each arrow took a life, eroding the enemy's last shred of will to resist. Even the usually calm and meticulous Pando was now in a frenzy, wielding a horse-slaying saber and forming a small saber formation with several companions, charging back and forth through the crowd with astonishing efficiency. Su Lang watched this scene, a satisfied smile curving his lips. These kids have all grown up. Lu Shitu is no longer that silly boy who only knows how to use brute force. Murong Tsanghai has regained his former glory as a martial arts champion, and is even more impressive than before. This army, which he built from scratch, is watering its glory with the blood of its enemies. The battle ended quickly. On the plains, corpses lay strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Of the 5,000 elite soldiers of the Yen King, only a few who ran fast managed to escape. The rest either died or surrendered. Covered in blood, Lu Shitu excitedly ran to Su Lang, carrying the still-dripping Guangong sword. "My lord! We have won! We have annihilated the enemy!" His voice trembled with excitement. Su Lang nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping across the bloody battlefield and landing on the distant, sprawling camp of the Yen King's army. He slowly raised his hand. "Clean up the battlefield and gather the surrendered soldiers. Take away all usable weapons, armor, and provisions." Su Lang's voice resounded throughout the entire army, carrying an undeniable authority. 15 minutes later. "All troops, march!" A guard stepped forward and asked in confusion. "My lord, where are we going?" Su Lang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. His smile was filled with endless chilling arrogance and domineering power. "Where to? Of course we'll go to the Flame King's camp and see if there's anything good or useful left. Let's not waste anything." Chapter 127 Captured Grain and Supplies. The Yen King's camp was deathly silent. The dozens of soldiers guarding the camp were also killed. Unlike the cheers and jubilation of the Luqian army, here, even the sound of the wind carried a sense of despair. When Su Lang led his men into the well-organized camp, everyone was stunned by what they saw. The grain and fodder were piled up like mountains, with bags stacked neatly. The brand-new weapons and armor, reflecting a chilling glint, were displayed in a dedicated tent. There were enough of them to equip an army of several thousand men. "My darling!" Looking at the mountain of supplies, Lu Shitu's mouth watered. "Did Lu Chuang bring his entire fortune here?" Murong Tsunghai was also shocked. He could tell that Lu Chuang was prepared for a long siege. 5,000 elite troops, carrying enough provisions and supplies, would last them for more than 3 months. But who could have imagined that on the very first day, before they even reached the walls of Luqian, their commander was killed in battle, and their army was wiped out. All the supplies that had been painstakingly transported became Su Lang's spoils of war. Su Lang paid no attention to any of that. He simply stopped in front of a corpse. It was Lu Chuang, who had just been killed by Murong Tsunghai. Blood was still seeping from the hole in his chest, and the resentment and horror on his face did not fade until his death. Su Lang bent down and picked up the spear that had fallen to the side. The spear is made of fine iron, heavy in the hand, and has a sharp tip, clearly making it a rare and valuable weapon. He turned around and looked at the pillar who was counting the spoils of war. In his hand Zhu Zi still held the ordinary spear that he had used for a long time. "Pillar! My lord!" Zhu Zi immediately ran over. "You need to replace that fire poker of yours." Su Lang casually tossed Lu Chuang's spear over. Zhu Zi caught it hastily, and the heavy feel of it, and the cold glint of the spear tip, made his eyes widen instantly. "My lord! Is this for me?" He was so excited that he could barely speak. "This is the enemy commander's weapon. Follow me, and you'll have plenty of good things like this in the future." Su Lang said it casually. "Thank you, my lord!" Zhu Zi hugged the spear, grinning foolishly, wishing he could hug it and take a nap right now. The other members of the 7 Tiger Generals looked at Zhu Zi with envy in their eyes. A thought became even more firmly established in their minds. Follow the Lord, and you'll get meat to eat, battles to fight, and even loot good equipment. Within Luqian, when that earth-shattering thunder sounded, the entire city was plunged into panic. The people rushed out of their homes, looking out of the city in terror, not knowing what had happened. Has the god been angered? Or did the earth dragon turn over? When they saw their lord's army confronting the enemy on the plains, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But what they saw next was a scene they would never forget. Heavenly lightning struck, and the enemy army collapsed. The lord's army launched a devastating counterattack. Now, seeing Su Lang leading his army, escorting an endless line of wagons piled high with supplies, returning in triumph, the entire city of Luqian was in an uproar. "Our lord is back! We won! We won! My God! What are those trucks carrying? Grain! It's grain! The people spontaneously flooded the streets. Looking at the mountains of spoils and the soldiers covered in blood but with high morale, their expressions slowly changed from ecstasy to awe. Thump! An elderly man suddenly knelt down and cowed out heavily in Su Lang's direction. Our Lord is mighty! Our Lord is a god descended from heaven to save our Luchen! His actions seemed to send a signal. Thump! Thump! On both sides of the street, tens of thousands of people knelt down in a dense, dark mass. They looked at the young man riding a black warhorse, dressed in black robes, with eyes filled with fanatical worship. At this moment, in their hearts, Su Lang was no longer the city lord, no longer the general. It is God. A living God who brings victory and food. The county government office study. Su Lang called Zhang Chaowei and Lu Shitu to his side. My lord! The two bowed deeply, their posture extremely respectful. Beyond stone. Su Lang cut to the chase. You two, make another trip to Yunzhou. Zhang Chaowei was taken aback, and then a bitter look appeared on his face. The last experience is still fresh in my mind. Su Lang saw through his concerns and gave a cold laugh. This time, you don't need to bring so much money. Tell those merchants who doubled their prices last time directly. Su Lang's tone was extremely cold and menacing. Now half price. Buy back all the cotton, cloth, and iron they have. Whoever doesn't sell. He paused for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Let him never be able to do business in Yunzhou again. The news of this victory will soon reach Yunzhou. Su Lang's reputation and ruthlessness will also spread. Yes. Zhang Chaoyue's body trembled violently, and then a surge of hot blood rushed to the top of his head. What domineering power! This is just how their lord operates. Yes, sir. I guarantee to complete the mission. Zhang Chaoyue stood ramrod straight. After arranging this matter, Su Lang added, I also plan to go to Yunzhou in a few days. Buy some nice clothes and jewelry for you, Rong and the others. Go and find the best craftsman in the city to build me a carriage. It must be big, comfortable, and luxurious. Yes. Yanwang Mansion. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. A scout who had narrowly escaped was covered in wounds and crawled to his knees in the center of the hall. Trembling, he reported everything that had happened outside Luqing. Su Lang knows sorcery. He summoned heavenly lightning. General Lu was killed on the spot. All 5,000 brothers are gone. Bang! The jade cup in Yan Wang's hand was crushed into dust by him. He suddenly stood up, his body swaying violently, his face turning from red to purple, and then from purple to white. What did you say? Lu Chuang is dead too? 5,000 elite troops wiped out? He couldn't believe his ears. That's Lu Chuang, his most resourceful and prudent general. Those were 5,000 elite troops. They were the sharpest blade in his hand. It's gone just like that. Was he wiped out by a bandit leader using so-called heavenly thunder? Puff dash. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and Yan Wang could no longer suppress it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of him red. His vision went black, and he fell backward. Your Highness! Chief Strategist Zhao Jia, along with the remaining civil and military officials in the hall, were all terrified and rushed forward to support him. Su Lang. Yan Wang leaned against Zhao Jia, panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, squeezing out the name that had brought him so much humiliation. Zhou Ming, who could lift a tripod with one hand and was the bravest warrior in the army, is dead. Lu Chuang, a general who could fight against 100 men single-handedly and was always victorious, also died. Of his 3 fierce generals, only the last one, Du Kui, remains. An unprecedented chill rose from the depths of his heart and instantly spread throughout his body. For the first time, he felt fear. If things continue like this, forget about competing with Prince Jing and Prince Li for the throne. He'll probably be worn down to death by that little Luqing, by that bandit leader named Su Lang. Chapter 128 The Three Kings. Your Highness! Chief Strategist Zhao Jia was terrified and scrambled forward to support the swaying Yan King. The civil and military officials inside the hall were all silent and trembling, not daring to even breathe loudly. Su Lang. The Flame King collapsed onto his throne, all his strength seemingly drained, leaving only endless fear and humiliation churning within him. Only one left. Now, only Duque remains under his command. Zhao Jiao was terrified. He knew that Su Lang's heavenly thunder was something that could not be countered by conventional military tactics. If this head-on confrontation continues, the Yen King's mansion will be ruined. He knelt down, trembling. Your Highness, this boy has become a major threat. His heavenly thunder is no ordinary weapon. We should not risk our lives like an egg striking a rock. Zhao Jia's teeth were chattering, but he still forced a smile and said, Why don't we temporarily avoid his attack and join forces with Prince Jing and Prince Li to eliminate this threat first? We can't sleep or eat in peace until this person is gone. To unite Prince Jing and Prince Li? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the Flame King sprang up from his throne, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Join them? He roared, his voice sharp and piercing. You expect me to bow down to those two good-for-nothings? They're waiting to see me make a fool of myself, so why would they join forces with me? This is an even more humiliating disgrace than killing him. Smack! A resounding slap landed hard on Zhao Jia's face, knocking the middle-aged man to the ground. Get out! All of you, get out of my sight! The Flame King, acting like a madman, roared. I will personally grind him to dust. With my own hands. Although he roared loudly, his trembling body betrayed his inner fear. In the end, he did not order another troop deployment. At the same time, in stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere at the Yen Prince's residence, laughter resounded throughout the Jing Prince's and Li Prince's residences. Ha! Good! Good riddance! In the Jing Prince's residence, the refined-looking Prince Jing slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with undisguised elation. The Yen Prince has lost 2 great generals and a total of 7,000 soldiers. He's now a toothless tiger. My chance to seize the world has arrived. Beside him, a goatee-bearded advisor stroked his beard and shook his head. Your Highness, although the Flame King has been killed, our true adversary may have changed. The smile on Prince Jing's face vanished. What do you mean, sir? That's Su Lang. The strategist's expression turned grave. He can summon heavenly thunder and use 2,000 new recruits to slay 5,000 elite troops. Doesn't your Highness believe that such a person, such a divine being, is the key to changing the course of the world? Prince Jing remained silent. The scene of the heavenly thunder, destroying the world, as described by the scouts, flashed through his mind. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth, uttering each word slowly and deliberately. Sir, you are right. This person and this thing must be used by me. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Murong Tsenghai. Yes. Murong Tsenghai is under Su Lang's command. He was once my man. This is a bond bestowed upon me by heaven. Prince Jing immediately stood up and paced back and forth in the hall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Someone, prepare gifts. He made a decisive decision and issued a series of orders. 10,000 taels of gold. 1,000 bolts of the finest brocade and silk from Yunzhou. Also, bring me those 10 stunning beauties from the brothel who I intend to present to the new emperor. They must be proficient in all the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and know exactly how to please a man. The strategist listening nearby was terrified. This was no small feat. Your Highness, this. Sir, there's no need for further words. Prince Jing waved his hand, walked to the desk, spread out paper and pen, dipped them in thick ink, and wrote a letter by hand. I promise him that if he submits, I will bestow upon him the title of Marquis of Jinbei. He will jointly command the military affairs of Yunzhou with Murong Tsenghai. His status will be second only to mine. On the other side, at Prince Li's residence, the atmosphere, however, was far more violent. The burly, fleshy-faced King Li was slowly scraping the words, Luqing, on the map with a small knife, his eyes filled with greed. This is interesting. His advisor, a gaunt middle-aged man with a sinister face, bowed and said, Your Highness, Su Lang is an unruly man, and I'm afraid he can't be subdued by appeasement. And what's your opinion? Use both kindness and severity. The strategist chuckled sinisterly. All right. King Li nodded, then plunged the dagger into the map, the blade sinking deep into the hilt. That's how it will be done. Pass down the order to send an envoy to Luqing. Bring him 2 gifts. King Li held up 2 thick fingers. A chest of jewels, and another chest of the sharpest weapons in my arsenal. The implication is obvious. Alternatively, accept the jewels, kneel down and submit, and hand over the secret of the heavenly thunder. Or, just wait for these sharp weapons to chop off his head. Luqing, the county government warehouse. Su Lang was completely unaware that he had become a highly sought-after prize in the eyes of 2 powerful vassal kings. He was excitedly counting his spoils. The supplies that Lu Chuang brought were truly abundant. The weapons and armor were piled up into small mountains, enough for him to double his army. The provisions were even more extravagant, enough for tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Luqing to eat as much as they wanted for several months. Looking around the mansion, surrounded by beautiful women, each one radiant with happiness, and seeing the people of the city living in peace and contentment, their faces beaming with hope. For the first time, a flame called ambition ignited in Su Lang's heart. Land ownership is king. He went to his study and unfolded the huge geomantic map. His finger touched the small city of Luqing, and then slowly traced across the entire territory of Yunzhou. Luqing is ultimately too small. In this chaotic world, if you want to truly protect the people you want to protect and live as you please, you must become the one standing at the highest point. This Yunzhou. It's time to find a new owner. Just then, outside Luqing, 2 groups of people, coming from different directions, are marching in a grand procession toward this small city. Along the way, the carriages were magnificent, and colorful flags fluttered in the wind. Dozens of large carriages were filled with rare treasures. In the central carriage, 10 stunningly beautiful women were filled with trepidation and fantasy about the future. The other group consisted of elite, fierce soldiers guarding 2 heavy crates, making their way step by step toward their destination. A new storm is about to gather in Luqing. Chapter 129 Winning Over. 2 days later, dust filled the air in Luqing. A convoy several times larger than the one that had gone there appeared on the horizon in a grand procession, with Zhang Chaowei and Lu Shitu returning laden with their loot. When the news reached the county government, Su Lang was in the backyard watching the craftsmen make final adjustments to the dozen or so launchers, to make them throw farther and more accurately. "My lord!" Before Zhang Chaowei even arrived, his excited, distorted voice rang out first. His face turned bright red as he rushed to Su Lang, gesturing excitedly with his hands and feet. "It's all done! Everything's all done!" Lu Shitu followed behind, grinning foolishly, carrying his Guangong broadsword like a victorious general. Su Lang gestured for the craftsman to continue, then turned to Zhang Chaowei. "Tell me about it." "My lord, you didn't see it!" Zhang Chaowei slapped his thigh and began to speak with great enthusiasm. "As soon as we arrived in Yunzhou, the merchants' legs went weak when they heard that we were from Luqing. The moment I mention your name, and then recount how you annihilated the Flame King's 5,000 elite troops with heavenly thunder." He cleared his throat, mimicking the terrified expressions of the merchants, and said in a high-pitched voice, "Oh dear, sir, please don't scare us. We'd rather have it for free than half price. We just beg you, Master Su, to be merciful and not strike us with lightning." "Ha ha ha ha!" The guards and craftsmen around who heard this couldn't help but burst into laughter. The entire backyard was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Su Lang's reputation has now become the most useful passport. There's no need for any threat of force. The mere mention of the name is enough to terrify those profit-driven businessmen. They not only sold all their cotton, cloth, and iron, but also proactively contacted other merchants for us, afraid that we wouldn't buy enough. Zhang Chaowei said excitedly. "The supplies we brought back this time are more than 3 times more than last time." Su Lang looked at the endless convoy and nodded in satisfaction. He called for Moon's slave. "Yuanu, take some people to take inventory of the supplies. Organize the women in the city to work through the night to ensure that every soldier and every civilian in Luqing is dressed in new winter clothes before winter arrives. In addition, iron materials are given priority to the armory, and then distributed to the blacksmith shops to reinforce the city defenses and repair houses." "Yes, my lord!" Yunu accepted the order and left, a rare smile appearing on her usually aloof face. The entire city of Luqing has once again become a huge machine running at high speed. Everywhere was bustling with activity, and the people's faces were filled with boundless hope for the future and endless admiration for Su Lang. The people's hearts and minds are united like never before. At the same time, an extremely luxurious carriage was slowly pushed out of a special workshop by the craftsman. This carriage is practically a moving palace. The car body is made of the hardest ironwood, with carved beams and painted rafters, covered in gold and inlaid with jade, so gorgeous that it is dazzling. The carriage was pulled by 4 magnificent, pure white horses, which Zhang Shouzai and his group of wealthy merchants had painstakingly collected from other places. The interior space of the carriage is ridiculously large, easily accommodating 10 people. The floor was covered with thick Persian carpets, bought at high prices from merchants from the western regions, which were soft and silent underfoot. The carriage was fully equipped with low tables and soft couches, and in one corner there was even a small ice cellar cooled with saltpeter, where fresh fruits and fine wines were stored. "My lord, are you satisfied?" The old carpenter at the head of the group asked nervously. To build this vehicle, they used almost all their knowledge and skills, and the wealthy merchants in the city spared no expense in investing gold and silver, all in an effort to please their lord. Good. Su Lang went inside and experienced it, and was very satisfied. He stepped out of the carriage and announced to Hua Yorong, Xiaojiro, and the other women who were already waiting with expectant faces. "Tomorrow, we'll take this carriage to Yunzhou City to stroll around, buy some new clothes and jewelry, and treat it as a trip." "Wow! That's great!" Xiaojiro was the first to cheer. "Long live my husband! Finally, I can go out and have fun!" Hua Yorong, Murong Yanran, and the other beauties were all overjoyed, chattering excitedly as they immediately began to plan how to dress up for tomorrow. However, just as everyone in Lucheng was immersed in this joy and busyness, the next morning, before Su Lang could set off, a city gate guard rushed over to report. "Report! My lord! A delegation of envoys has arrived outside the city. They claim to be sent by Prince Jing and request permission to enter the city to pay their respects to you." "Prince Jing?" Su Lang paused as he was about to leave. "Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao appears. Let them in." The main hall of the county government office. Su Lang sat in the main seat, with Murong Tsanghai, Lu Shitu, and others standing on either side. Prince Jing's delegation was quickly brought in. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in the robes of a third-rank civil official, followed by dozens of attendants carrying gift boxes. This humble official, Li Wenbo, chief secretary of the Prince Jing's mansion, pays his respects to General Su. As soon as the civil official entered, he bowed deeply, adopting an extremely humble posture, and his words were full of modesty and respect. Su Lang didn't speak, but simply raised his hand, indicating that he should dispense with the formalities. Li Wenbo straightened up, waved his hand, and the servants behind him immediately opened the gift boxes one by one. Golden ingots, shimmering jewels, and bolts of brightly colored top-quality brocade and silk instantly filled half the hall. That's not all. Li Wenbo clapped his hands again, and 10 young women, dressed in sheer gauze, with graceful figures and stunningly beautiful faces, walked in with light, delicate steps. Each of them was a beauty of unparalleled grace and charm, with a unique temperament. Some were pure, some alluring, and some gentle. They were the beauties that Prince Jing had carefully selected from the music and dance troupe to present to the new emperor. "General, your divine might is renowned throughout the land. Your Highness has long admired you and has prepared this humble gift as a token of your respect." Li Wenbo bowed and said, "These 10 beauties are a token of His Highness's goodwill. I hope the general will accept them." Su Lang's gaze swept over the 10 beauties, then over the glittering jewels filling the room, but his face remained completely expressionless. He simply picked up his teacup and took a small sip. "Money? Women? You think you can bribe me, Su Lang, with this little bit of stuff?" He put down his teacup and gave an instruction to Yu beside him. "Go and invite all the ladies over." Soon, Hua Yorong, Xiaojiro, Murong Yanran and a group of other wives arrived together. When Li Wenbo saw this group of women, some slender and some plump, whose beauty was in no way inferior to the 10 stunning women he had brought, he was stunned for a moment. Su Lang's luck with women is just too good. Su Lang ignored his shock. He pointed at the 10 beauties and smiled as he addressed his wives. "Ladies, what do you think of these maids that Prince Jing sent?" If you have any favorites, you can stay and be their maids. They can massage your legs and shoulders from time to time. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Hua Yorong and the others were taken aback at first, but then, looking at Su Lang's smiling face, they instantly understood their husband's intentions. All the alarm bells in their hearts vanished, replaced by a heart full of sweetness and pride. My husband's heart still belongs only to us. Li Wenbo, the envoy of Prince Jing, broke out in a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at Su Lang's nonchalant expression, a storm raged in his heart. Not swayed by wealth, nor infatuated by lust, this Su Lang is not a reckless man who can be won over by conventional means. His ambition and schemes far exceed the prince's expectations. Just as the atmosphere in the lobby became subtle and oppressive, a guard rushed in from outside the door, stumbling and scrambling, his voice tinged with panic. My lord! Another group of people has arrived outside the city, claiming to be envoys of King Li and requesting entry. King Li's men have arrived too? Li Wenbo's body trembled violently, his face filled with disbelief. Su Lang smiled. He put down his teacup, which clattered against the table with a crisp sound. You've come at the perfect time, let's meet up. I want to see what surprise this Prince Li has brought me this time. Chapter 130 I'm a fucking bandit. King Li's men arrived faster than expected. Accompanied by a series of chaotic and heavy footsteps, a burly military officer with a fierce face strode in. He was clad in heavy armor, with a curved sword at his waist, and exuded a bloodthirsty aura. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw Li Wenbo, the envoy of Prince Jing, along with the beauties and treasures he had brought. A cold snort immediately appeared on his rugged face. Snort! Then, he turned his gaze to Su Lang in the main seat, casually cupped his hands in greeting, and was extremely arrogant. You're Su Lang? Before Su Lang could reply, he waved his hand, and dozens of equally menacing soldiers behind him immediately carried more than a dozen heavy wooden crates and slammed them down in the center of the hall. Clang! Some of the boxes were opened, revealing chests full of gold and silver jewelry, gleaming alluringly under the lights. When other boxes were opened, they revealed gleaming swords and knives, their sharp edges seemingly capable of slicing through one's vision. The military officer pointed to the two boxes and got straight to the point, his voice booming so loud it shook the eardrums. Lord Su, my lord said that a wise person knows how to choose. Either accept this box of jewels, submit to my lord, and hand over the secret of heavenly thunder. Either. His hand pointed to the box of swords and knives, and he grinned maliciously. These good things will soon be used on your neck and the necks of all your people. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Murong Sanghai, Lu Shitu, and all the other generals under Su Lang's command changed color in shock. Presumptuous! Lu Shitu was the first to lose his temper. He slammed the Guangong broadsword heavily onto the ground with a loud bang, instantly cracking the hard bluestone slab. His small eyes widened as he glared angrily at the envoy of King Li. Who do you think you are to threaten our lord? Zhu Zi, Pando, and the others also drew their weapons, and for a moment, the hall was filled with tension and murderous intent. Li Wenbo, the envoy of Prince Jing, was secretly overjoyed. Idiot! The people sent by King Li were indeed a bunch of brainless idiots. Such a blatant threat is clearly pushing Su Lang towards their side. However, Su Lang's reaction completely surprised everyone. Instead of getting angry, he laughed. That smile was relaxed and carefree, as if he had heard a funny joke. He slowly rose from his seat, walked down the steps, and went straight to the burly general. Interesting. Su Lang reached out and, under the astonished gaze of the military officer, patted his sturdy shoulder heavily. I like people like you who are straightforward, unlike some people who are roundabout and troublesome. King Li's envoy was taken aback, then a smug look appeared on his face. He thought Su Lang was afraid. It seems that this so-called Lord of Lucheng is nothing more than a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, intimidated by the name of his own prince, and the threat of 5,000 elite soldiers. But the smug look on his face didn't last 3 seconds. Su Lang abruptly changed the subject, his smile instantly turning icy cold. However, appreciation is one thing. But no one has ever dared to be presumptuous in front of me, Su Lang. Before he finished speaking, Su Lang's hand, which was still on the other man's shoulder, suddenly exerted force, his 5 fingers like iron clamps, and grabbed the general's thick neck. To everyone's astonishment, he actually lifted that burly warrior, who weighed over 200 pounds, off the ground with just one hand. You! The general kicked wildly in the air, his face turning a deep purplish red, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and a sense of suffocation. He couldn't understand it. How dare he? How dare he take action in front of both sides' envoys? He couldn't understand where this seemingly not-so-strong young man got such terrifying power. Su Lang picked him up as if he were a chick, and tossed him aside casually. Bang! The general's heavy body was slammed hard onto the box of swords and knives with a dull thud. He struggled, but couldn't get up for a long time. The entire lobby was deathly silent. Whether it was Li Wenbo, the envoy of Prince Jing, or the soldiers brought by Prince Li, they were all dumbfounded and felt a chill run down their spines. Su Lang didn't even glance at the person on the ground. He walked up to the boxes and kicked them casually. I'll accept the gold. He then pointed to the 10 trembling beauties that Prince Jing had brought. Beautiful lady, I'll accept it too. Finally, his gaze fell on the box of sharp swords. These weapons look quite good, I'll accept them all. His words stunned both Li Wenbo and the military officer who had just gotten up from the ground. What? You can play it like this? They accepted the gifts but didn't do anything? And they accepted gifts from both families? Li Wenbo panicked and quickly stepped forward. General Su! This is against the rules. You accepted the gift from our prince, so you should. Rule? Su Lang turned his head, looked at him, and suddenly grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. You want to talk about rules with a bandit leader like me? He shrugged and said matter-of-factly, I'm a bandit, what are you thinking? Do bandits need to reason with each other when they're robbing people? One sentence left Li Wenbo speechless, his face turning a deep purplish red. Bandit. Yes. He's a fucking bandit. Talking about loyalty and rules with bandits. Are you crazy? Su Lang ignored the 2 envoys who were completely dumbfounded. He turned around and smiled at Hua Yorong, Xia Jira, and the other women who were already stunned. The murderous aura from before had vanished, leaving only tenderness in his eyes. Come on, ladies, let's not let these little things spoil our trip. Stone, send them out of the city. My wife, let's go to Yinzhou. Amidst the mixed gazes of awe, fear, and disbelief from everyone, Su Lang, holding Xia Jiro's hand with one hand and Murong Yanran's hand with the other, led his group of stunningly beautiful wives and walked straight out of the main hall, protected by a group of personal guards. The extremely luxurious 4-wheeled carriage was already parked in front of the county government office. Su Lang helped the women into the car one by one, and then jumped in last himself. The interior of the carriage was surprisingly spacious. The soft Persian carpet, the exquisite low table, the little eye cellar in the corner emanating a slight chill, and the copper stove burning brightly nearby all made this cold winter day feel as warm as spring. This isn't a carriage, it's practically a mobile haven. Wow! Husband, it's so big and warm in here! As soon as Xiajiro entered, she cheered and rolled around curiously on the soft couch, her voluptuous figure outlining breathtaking curves. Although Li Xiuji wasn't as extravagant as her, after sitting down, her bright eyes also curiously looked around, and she muttered softly, How luxurious! But the barely suppressed smile on her lips betrayed her inner joy. Murong Yanran, clutching her sword, sat in the corner. She looked at the warm and luxurious interior of the carriage, then glanced at Su Lang, who was surrounded by women, one on each side. A complex blush appeared on her handsome face. This man is a ruthless and decisive overlord to outsiders, yet so considerate and gentle to his family. In chaotic times, to be able to follow such a man and live such a peaceful and comfortable life is an immense stroke of luck. Su Lang sat imposingly in the center, his left arm around Hua Yorong's soft waist, while his right hand roamed restlessly over Li Qingyao's slender legs. Hua Yorong gently peeled a grape for him and put it in his mouth, her movements natural and intimate. Li Qingyao felt weak all over from his touch, her pretty face flushed, but she dared not dodge. She could only lower her head shyly and let that big hand do as it pleased. The wheels rolled on, slowly driving out of Lucheng. Inside the carriage, spring was in full bloom, and laughter filled the air. The women completely let go. They never imagined that in this chaotic world where human life was as cheap as grass, they could live such a blissful life. All of this was brought about by the man in front of me. Chapter 131. Strolling through Yunzhou. The main hall of Luqian County Government Office was in a mess. Prince Jing's envoy, Li Wenbo, and the general from Princely, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked at each other, their faces expressing the same thought. I was completely bewildered. They're used to being domineering and arrogant. They've never seen anything like this before. Money, women, and weapons offered to them, they accept them all without hesitation, then leave without a word of politeness. What's most infuriating is that you can't find a reason to refute it. They've made it clear, I'm a bandit. You're talking about rules with bandits? Are you out of your mind? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. When King Li's general realized what was happening, he was so angry that he trembled all over. He kicked over the empty box containing the swords and knives and let out a deafening roar. Li Wenbo felt a chill run through him, and his thoughts drifted further. This Su Lang is not a reckless man who can be judged by common sense. His style of doing things was lawless, yet he always managed to do it perfectly. He accepted the gifts but did not submit, thus making his stance clear while leaving the two princes with no way to retaliate. This isn't a bandit. He's a complete and utter tyrant. The news reached Prince Jing's residence. Smack! Prince Jing smashed his most beloved jade inkstone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. You brat! How dare you insult me like this? He trembled with rage, his usually refined face now twisted into a ferocious grimace. Below, the goatee-bearded strategist immediately knelt down. Your Highness, please calm down! This is absolutely unacceptable. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? Prince Jing pointed to the door and roared. I sent him money and people, and he treated them like servants, trampling my dignity on the ground. Your Highness, the strategist said urgently. That's precisely why we must not touch him. This man acts erratically and without restraint. Clearly he has something to rely on. Our army has yet to find a way to counter the power of that heavenly thunder. If we send troops now, how would we be any different from the King Yen? We would only suffer pointless losses and become a laughingstock for the King Li and the King Yen. Prince Jing's chest heaved violently. He finally gave up and slumped into his chair. Yes, thunder. That thing was the real reason he was hesitant to act rashly. Meanwhile, at Prince Li's residence. Useless! A bunch of useless trash! The burly King Li, after hearing the messenger's lament, drew his sword without a word and cleaved a decorative blue and white porcelain piece in two. Send troops! Send troops! I'm going to flatten Luqian! I'll twist Su Lang's head off and use it as a chamber pot. Beside him, the strategist with the sinister face spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, have you forgotten how Lu Chuang's 5,000 elite troops were annihilated? One sentence brought King Li's roar to an abrupt halt. His hand gripping the knife was bulging with veins, but the soaring killing intent was forcibly suppressed. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere of those two families. Inside the Yen King's mansion, however, came a long-absent sound of laughter. Ha! Good! Great! After hearing the scout's report, Yen Wang felt half-cured. He slapped his thigh and laughed until tears streamed down his face. You two old foxes schemed against me. How about it now? Your faces are all swollen from being slapped. Ha ha! He could almost see the faces of Prince Jing and Prince Li, faces that looked worse than if they had eaten shit. Thinking about it this way, the loss of his 7,000 soldiers didn't seem so painful anymore. Meanwhile, on the official road 1,000 miles away, inside Su Lang's carriage, a completely different scene unfolded. We've finally arrived in Yunzhou City. As the majestic city walls appeared on the horizon, the beauties inside the carriage cheered with excitement. Wow! What a huge city! Xiajiro was the first to peek out the window, looking at the bustling crowds and rows of shops outside, her big eyes full of curiosity. Husband, let's go for a walk! Su Lang's luxurious carriage, along with the 2 wagons and dozens of heavily armored personal guards following behind, attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered the city. The people quickly made way for the group, pointing and whispering about it with expressions of awe and curiosity. Su Lang got out of the car with his 7 wives, instantly becoming the focus of the entire scene. Hua Yorong's gentle and elegant demeanor, Xia Jiruo's charming cuteness, Murong Yanran's heroic spirit, Jiang Zhaoyue's proud and lively nature, Li Xiuji's pitiful vulnerability, and the identical, pure and captivating twin sisters Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao. 7 women, 7 kinds of ultimate beauty, standing together, it's simply dazzling and overwhelming. On the street, many men were stunned, drooling without even realizing it, until their wives pinched them hard, bringing them back to their senses with grimaces. What are you looking at? Your eyes are about to pop out. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. So all those beautiful women are his wives? My God! I'm so fucking jealous! Su Lang was already used to these gazes. With a wave of his hand, he led the women directly into the largest silk shop in Yunzhou City. My husband is now the lord of a city. It's time to change his clothes. Hua Yorong was the most considerate. She picked up a piece of fine black brocade and held it up against Su Lang's body, her eyes full of tenderness. Yes, yes, yes! I want to make my husband the most magnificent outfit ever! Xia Jiruo also chimed in. We need to make another cloak. My husband will look absolutely stunning in it. The women chattered excitedly, their first thought not for themselves, but to surround Su Lang and select the best fabrics for him. Su Lang felt a warmth in his heart, letting them compare themselves to him. The owner of the silk shop was a fat man with a bloated belly. When he saw the menacing soldiers behind Su Lang, his legs went weak. He dared not be negligent, and hurriedly came forward to greet him personally. Sir, please take whatever catches your eye. I'll give you the cheapest price. Good. Su Lang nodded, sat down in the chair, and let the ladies choose clothes for him. After buying a few outfits, Su Lang got impatient trying them on. After paying, he led the women to the jewelry shop and the clothing shop. The women's nature was completely liberated. They picked out each other's favorite hairpins and earrings, and enthusiastically went to children's clothing stores to buy a bunch of cute little clothes and shoes for their future children. The 2 sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, each held a small rattle drum in their hands. They looked at each other, their pretty faces blushing, yet filled with happy anticipation. By the end of the day, the 2 trucks following behind were completely crammed with all sorts of things. Night falls and the city lights come on. My lord, shall we stay in Yunzhou tonight? We haven't had enough fun yet. Xia Jiruo tugged at Su Lang's arm and said coquettishly. Okay, I'll do as you say. Su Lang smiled and agreed. The next day, the group went out again with great enthusiasm, ready to visit the places they hadn't had time to go yesterday. The western market of Yunzhou City is a place where many vendors sell rare and exotic items, and the crowds are mixed together. Su Lang was accompanying Jiang Zhaoyue, looking at glass beads on a western region merchant's stall, when suddenly, a commotion and a woman's cries came from not far away. The crowd quickly gathered around, but kept a considerable distance, and no one dared to step forward. He's a barbarian, don't mess with him. That woman is really unlucky. How did she end up running into this jinx? The whispers reached Su Lang's ears. He looked up and peered through the gaps in the crowd. A burly man, nearly 9 feet tall, dressed in animal skins and with a head full of braids, was grinning maliciously as he pinned a young woman to the ground, his rough hands tearing at her clothes with abandon. The woman struggled desperately, crying and screaming, but to no avail. There were hundreds or even thousands of onlookers, but not a single one dared to step forward and stop it. Su Lang stopped moving. Chapter 132: A Swift Strike. Su Lang stopped what he was doing. He looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, who was attracted by the glass beads, and then at the disgusting scene not far away. The surrounding chatter reached his ears clearly. Alas, this barbarian is called Batu. He is a fierce general under Tuoba Jin gang. He has been running rampant in the city for several days because he is a member of the barbarian delegation. That's right. I heard that this woman bumped into him by accident, and he said she dirted his animal skin and wanted to take her back as a slave to pay off his debt. Isn't it obvious that he just wanted to take her by force because she's pretty? Who dares to interfere? Tuoba Jin gang is the #1 warrior of the barbarians. Even the garrison of Yunzhou City turns a blind eye. If we ordinary people go up there, aren't we just throwing our lives away? These words instantly turned Murong Yanran's handsome face, which was usually so dashing, into a frosty expression. In broad daylight, Under the clear sky. How could such a heinous act occur? With her strong sense of justice and hatred for evil, she couldn't tolerate this. With a clang, she gripped the knife hilt, poised to charge forward. One hand gently pressed down on her wrist. It's Su Lang. Don't get your knife dirty. Su Lang didn't even turn around to look at her. He simply said something indifferently. He tilted his head slightly towards the two guards behind him. The two guards immediately understood, and without saying a word, they parted the crowd and strode over. Batu, a burly barbarian who was tearing at the woman's clothes, noticed someone approaching. He looked up and saw two men dressed in the uniforms of the great Qian soldiers. A contemptuous grin spread across his face. What? Two spineless cowards from Dakian want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? One of the guards, expressionless, said in a deep voice. Release her. Open? Ba Xiang seemed to have heard a huge joke. Instead of letting go, he tightened his grip even more, and the woman let out an even more shrill cry. Bata stood up. He was a head taller than the two guards and looked down at them, poking at one of their breastplates with his finger. I am a general under Lord Tuo Bajin Gang. You dare to touch me? Tuo Bajin Gang. Upon hearing the name, the surrounding crowd took a few steps back. The two guards hesitated for a moment. They weren't afraid of death, but rather subconsciously weighing whether it was worth offending the barbarian's #1 warrior's subordinate and causing unnecessary trouble for their lord for the sake of a complete stranger. Hesitation in that very instant. Su Lang's icy, emotionless words came from behind them. I told you to teach him a lesson, didn't you hear me? One sentence, like a thunderclap. The two guards shuddered, all their hesitation and concerns vanishing instantly. The Lord's orders are everything. The next moment, the two moved. Their movements were lightning fast, and their teamwork was impeccable. Each person delivered a clean and decisive sweeping kick, aiming directly at Batu's knee. Batu never expected that these two cowards would actually make a move. Caught off guard, his legs buckled and with a thud, his tall body fell heavily to his knees. Before he could react, another guard stepped forward and delivered a vicious elbow strike to the back of his neck. Bang! Batu's vision went black, and he fell forward, his mouth full of mud. Two bodyguards stepped forward, one of them stepping on one of his hands, while the other raised his foot and kicked him repeatedly in the face. There are no fancy moves, just the most direct and primal violence. Ah! Batu let out a pig-like scream, his teeth mixed with blood, flying everywhere as he was kicked. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. 1 second the barbarian general was arrogant and invincible, the next second he was beaten like a dead dog. The guards helped the terrified woman up and took her aside. Batu, who was being trampled on the ground, was still shouting wildly. You're all dead! You're all dead! Lord Tuo Bajin Gang will never let you go! I'll skin you alive! Su Lang accompanied the women and slowly walked over. He looked down at the bloodied and mangled face on the ground. It's so noisy! He picked at his ear, seemingly a little impatient. He turned to the guard who had kicked the man and said calmly, I've changed my mind. Now kill him! As soon as he finished speaking, the guard drew his sword without hesitation and brought it down with a swift stroke. Pfft! A huge head rolled to the ground. Batu's clamoring and wild words came to an abrupt halt. Blood stained the bluestone pavement of the West Market. Dead silence. The entire street was deathly silent. Everyone was terrified by this sudden turn of events. They killed without hesitation. Who is this person? He even dared to kill members of the barbarian delegation in the street. The woman who was rescued was also stunned. Then, she reacted and scrambled to her knees in front of Su Lang, kowtowing and crying. Thank you, benefactor! Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life! She cried for a while, then clung to Su Lang's clothes with a look of fear on her face. My benefactor, you must leave quickly! You killed Tuo Bajingang's men. He won't let you get away with this! Get out of Yunzhou City now! Su Lang looked at her and asked, Who else is in your family? The woman answered through sobs. My husband died in battle 2 years ago, and my parents-in-law also died of illness. I only have a 4-year-old son left. Su Lang nodded. A sense of unease welled up within him. The soldiers of Dakian had died in battle, yet Dakian could not protect their wives and children. Oh shit! Suppressing his anger, he added. Pack your things, take your son, and come back to Lucheng with us. As long as you can work, you'll be fed. The woman suddenly looked up, unable to believe her ears. In this chaotic world, to have food to eat and a place to settle down is such a luxury. After she realized what was happening, she kowed out heavily to Su Lang, drawing blood from her forehead. Thank you, benefactor! Thank you, benefactor! I will serve you like a slave to repay your great kindness. I spent another day wandering around Yunzhou's city. The 2 trucks were so crammed that they couldn't fit anything else in them. Su Lang, along with his satisfied wives, the newly taken-in woman, and her young son, embarked on his journey home. The luxurious carriage slowly drove out of the Yunzhou city gate and headed towards Lucheng. When the convoy had traveled about 2 or 3 kilometers outside the city, one of the guards suddenly shouted a warning. My lord! We're being pursued! Su Lang lifted the carriage curtain and looked back. In the distance, dust billowed as dozens of riders, kicking up clouds of smoke, rapidly pursued them in their direction. Judging from their attire and the warhorses they rode, they were barbarian cavalry. They were clearly there to avenge Batu. But they had no idea who was sitting in the carriage they were chasing. Dozens of barbarian cavalrymen quickly caught up, roaring and forming a crescent-shaped encirclement, surrounding Su Lang's carriage and wagon in the middle of the official road. The leading barbarian general, holding a scimitar, pointed at Su Lang's carriage and roared in broken Dacian language. Everyone in the car, get out! Swish! 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 Almost simultaneously, the dozens of guards behind Su Lang drew their long swords from their waists, the cold blades reflecting a chilling glint in the winter sun. The 2 groups of people stood facing each other on the empty official road. Chapter 133. The kill begins directly. The train carriage was filled with the warmth of spring. Outside the carriage, a chilling aura of murderous intent filled the air. The barbarian general's roar still echoed on the official road. Su Lang's personal guards had formed a semicircular sword formation, protecting the 3 carriages in the center, and coldly confronting the barbarian cavalry. The curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted by a hand. Su Lang stepped out of the car, still wearing the black brocade robe he had just bought in Yunzhou City, which seemed somewhat out of place with the tense and murderous atmosphere. He glanced at the other side. The 8 men on horseback were probably the leaders. The remaining 40-odd men were foot soldiers. In total, there were more than 50 people. An unwritten rule has long been circulating in Yunzhou. Regardless of whether it is the Yan King, the Jing King, or the Li King, any force entering Yunzhou City must not bring more than 100 guards. This is an unspoken understanding among everyone to avoid large-scale conflicts within the city. Therefore, Su Lang did not bring Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi along this time. These barbarians clearly followed this rule as well. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the person they stopped was worth an entire army. Su Lang turned around and took out the silver dragon spear, which he had never used, from a specially designed slot on the side of the carriage. As I held the gun, a cool yet familiar sensation washed over me. He weighed it in his hand, then hoisted the spear onto his shoulder and spoke calmly to the dozens of tense guards behind him. There's nothing to talk about. His words reached the ears of every soldier clearly. I'll take those 8 on horseback. The rest are yours. Don't embarrass me. There was no pre-battle mobilization, no grand pronouncements. It's that simple, that direct a command. These new recruits, who had only participated in 2 or 3 battles with Su Lang, felt no fear upon hearing these words. Instead, a burning fighting spirit ignited in their hearts. They undergo hellish training almost every day, and they have long yearned to prove their worth through a real battle. Yes! A unified roar soared into the sky. The moment the roar subsided, Su Lang moved. He did not ride a horse. Carrying his spear, he walked step by step toward the group of barbarian cavalry. When the barbarian general opposite saw Su Lang walking alone, he was first taken aback, and then burst into a wild laugh. Ha ha! Are all the men of Dacian idiots like you? Daring to come up here all by yourself? His laughter abruptly stopped. Because Su Lang, who was just a dozen steps away a moment ago, suddenly disappeared from his sight. The next instant, a terrifying gust of wind that made his hair stand on end attacked from the side. He turned his head sharply and saw a silver streak of light rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Chaotic Annihilation Spear Technique. Su Lang showed no mercy. His terrifying physique, 16 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, combined with his master-level marksmanship, unleashed a devastating power at this moment. Puff! The tip of the silver dragon spear, with its unparalleled penetrating power, pierced directly through the throat of the barbarian general. The immense force even lifted him off the horse and pinned him firmly to the ground. Sold out instantly. The other 7 barbarian cavalrymen hadn't even realized what was happening. Su Lang's figure had already transformed into a ghostly phantom, weaving between them. Leave no trace in the snow. He's too fast. They were so fast that the cavalry could only see afterimages. They were so fast that they couldn't even make the motion of swinging their swords. Pfft. Another cavalryman was struck in the waist by a spear. His body was severed in two. His upper body was still on the horse, but his lower body flew out amidst a shower of blood. Pfft. 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 Every swing and thrust of the spear sent a spray of blood into the air, precisely reaping a life. Pierced through the heart, behead, or cut in half at the waist. Not a single move is superfluous. They are all the most efficient and deadly killing moves. In just a few breaths, the 8 menacing barbarian cavalrymen were now all cold corpses on the ground. Blood stained the official road beneath Su Lang's feet. However, the dark black brocade robe he wore remained spotless. Holding a long spear, he stood silently in the center of the 8 corpses, his gaze fixed on the group of barbarian foot soldiers who were now completely stunned. Only then did Su Lang's personal guards recover from the extreme shock. Is this the strength of our Lord? This is the God they follow. A fanatical worship and a bloodthirsty fighting spirit surged wildly from the depths of their hearts. Kill! One of the guards let out the first roar. Kill them all! Kill them! Let them never dare to look down on us! Dozens of guards could no longer restrain themselves. Roaring, they transformed into a black tide and charged towards the terrified barbarian infantry. The barbarian infantry finally realized what was happening. Their leader, their most elite cavalry, was slaughtered in the blink of an eye. The man in front of me is not human. It's the devil! Run! Someone let out a piercing scream. Their last fighting spirit completely collapsed. They dropped their weapons, cried out, and ran away. But how can 2 legs outrun these elite soldiers who undergo weighted cross-country training every day? What was supposed to be a chase turned into a one-sided massacre. Su Lang's personal guards, in groups of 3 and teams of 5, brought their combined attack formations, which they had trained in daily, to their fullest potential. They caught up with one, then quickly surrounded him and hacked him to death. Occasionally, when barbarians are driven to desperation and turn to fight back, they are instantly riddled with holes by several long swords thrusting from different angles. The battle was less brutal and more a crushing defeat. After an incense stick had burned, there wasn't a single barbarian standing on the official road anymore. 7 or 8 of Su Lang's personal guards suffered minor injuries, but none of them were killed in action. Leaning on their still-dripping weapons, they gasped for breath, their faces etched with the excitement and fervor of surviving a catastrophe. They did it! They did not disgrace their lord. Inside the truck, the woman Su Lang had rescued covered her son's eyes tightly, while she herself watched the bloody scene unfold through the gap in the curtain. Her body was trembling violently. It wasn't out of fear, but out of excitement. She looked at the man who held a silver spear, standing alone above the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, like a god. A name that was revered, feared, and talked about by countless people in Yunzhou's city finally overlapped with the young face before him. It was him. The Lord of Lucheng who summoned heavenly thunder, and slew 5,000 elite soldiers of the Flame King. Su Lang. She finally realized just how extraordinary a person she had encountered was. Su Lang ignored the excited looks of his subordinates. He simply walked to the body of a barbarian, and slowly wiped the blood off his spear blade with his clothes. Having done all this, he shouldered his spear and walked toward the carriage. The cold words slowly drifted out. Clean up the battlefield, cut off the heads of these savage dogs, and hang them on the vehicle. Let's go home. Chapter 134 Beheading. Previously, when the barbarians killed soldiers of the great Qian dynasty, they liked to cut off their heads. Such headless corpses on the battlefield can more terrifyingly intimidate the enemy. Su Lang's order was to repay them in kind, and these heads would be hung outside Lucheng from now on. The heads of these barbarian soldiers were chopped off one by one. The stench of blood on the official road was carried by the wind toward Lucheng. When the convoy, laden with heads, came into view of the guards on the Lucheng city wall, everyone gasped in horror. "What is that?" A young soldier pointed at the convoy slowly approaching in the distance, his teeth chattering. The caravan was not large, consisting of 3 carriages and several dozen guards. But on both sides of each truck, ropes were used to hang mangled, bloodied, and unseeing human heads. Those heads had distinctive braids and hideous faces. "They're barbarians!" The news spread like wildfire throughout Lucheng. When Su Lang's convoy arrived at the city gate, the streets were already lined with people who had come after hearing the news. As they gazed at the 50-odd barbarian heads swaying in the cold wind, the expressions on their faces shifted from initial terror to deathly stillness, and then from stillness to an indescribable fervor. "It's a savage dog! It's a savage dog's head!" In the crowd, an old soldier with a missing arm suddenly recognized the braids. He trembled with excitement and let out a hoarse roar. That sentence ignited a powder keg. "My lord has killed the barbarian dog! My God! Our lord is truly amazing! My lord is mighty! Long live my lord!" A thunderous roar of cheers erupted suddenly. Countless people spontaneously knelt down in front of that magnificent carriage. Among them, some had lost loved ones to the barbarians, and others had their homes burned down by the barbarians. These hanging heads were not a symbol of fear for them, but rather the most exhilarating revenge. The most inspiring declaration. Su Lang's personal guards stood tall, their faces filled with pride and self-satisfaction. They escorted the convoy, moving slowly forward under the admiring gaze of the crowd. Inside the carriage, Hua Yorong, Xiajiro, Murong Yenran, and other beauties stared in astonishment through the cracks in the carriage window at the mass of kneeling people outside, who looked like madmen. This was the first time they had ever so directly experienced the terrifying prestige Su Lang wielded in this city. This is no longer about affection. This is worship. It's faith. They regarded him as a living god. The convoy stopped in front of the county government office. Su Lang got off the bus first. The cheers around him reached their peak as soon as he appeared. Just then, the woman whom Su Lang had rescued, pulling her young son, climbed down from the truck behind. She walked up to Su Lang and, without the slightest hesitation, knelt down on the ground with a thud. Holding her son, she performed the grand ceremony of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows before Su Lang, each kowtow performed with great force, leaving bloody marks on her forehead. "This servant, Li, thanks my lord for saving my life. From this day forward, the lives of my son and I belong to our lord. We are willing to serve him like cattle and horses, to be his slaves, even unto death." Her voice, poignant yet resolute, echoed throughout the entire square. This scene deepened the awe and respect the surrounding people had for Su Lang. Su Lang did not help her up. He simply accepted the bow quietly, then turned to face the people of the entire city. He reached out and pressed down. The bustling square instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on their god with the most fervent gaze. Su Lang's calm yet domineering words clearly reached everyone's ears. "Get up, everyone!" His hand pointed to the hanging heads, his tone chilling. "Any fellow citizens of the great Qian dynasty who dare to bully or insult anyone within Lucheng will suffer the same fate as these heads. Those who offend me, no matter how far away, will be punished." Dead silence. After a brief silence came an even more frenzied roar, loud enough to shake the heavens. "My lord is truly mighty! Those who offend Lucheng, no matter how far away, will be punished! Kill! Kill! Kill!" At this moment, Su Lang was completely deified in the hearts of the people of Lucheng. Barbarian camp. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. Inside the central command tent, a giant man, so burly he seemed inhuman, was shirtless, wiping a massive axe wider than a door panel with a coarse cloth. He was over 9 feet tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, and his brown skin was covered with crisscrossing scars. He is none other than Tuoba Jingang, the #1 warrior of the barbarian tribe. Just then, The tent flap was suddenly flung open, and a scout scrambled in, his face filled with utter terror. "Your Majesty! Something terrible has happened!" Tuo Bajingang paused in wiping his axe. He didn't turn around, but spoke coldly. "What's the panic?" The scout trembled as he pointed outside the tent. "General Batu and his brothers who went in pursued their heads." Tuo Bajingang suddenly turned around. He stepped out of the tent, and immediately spotted the lone cart in the center of the camp. On the cart were piled the heads of Batu and more than 50 other barbarian warriors. Each head had its eyes wide open, and the fear and resentment of death still lingered on its face. Tuo Bajingang's body froze. He walked step by step to the cart. He reached out and picked up Batu's head from the pile of skulls. He looked at his bravest general, at his bloodied and mangled face. The surrounding barbarian soldiers all knelt on the ground, not daring to even breathe. Everyone knew that their king was about to be angry. Snap! A crisp sound. The incredibly hard wine cup made of rhinoceros horn in Tuo Bajingang's hand was crushed into dust by him. A terrifying aura, visible to the naked eye, suddenly erupted from his body. Roar dash! A terrifying roar, inhuman and seemingly capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart, came from his mouth. The entire camp trembled violently at this roar. Su! Lang! Tuo Bajingang's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, squeezing out the name that had brought him such a great humiliation. He raised Batu's head high and, facing the three armies, made a bloody oath. Pass on my orders! 3 days later, I will personally lead 3,000 iron cavalry to raise Lucheng to the ground. I will personally skin Su Lang and make him into a war drum. Use the skulls of everyone in Lucheng to build a mound of skulls for my fallen warriors. The news, like the most violent storm, swept across the entire northern grasslands in an instant. Prince Jing, Prince Li, and Prince Yen, the three factions, received this astonishing news almost simultaneously. The barbarian delegation was completely slaughtered in Yinzhou. Tuo Bajingang was furious and vowed to massacre Lucheng. An unprecedented and massive storm is brewing. Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm, Lucheng was still basking in the jubilation of victory, completely unaware of the danger. Chapter 135 Perilous Situation. Hundreds of miles outside of Lucheng, Tuo Bajingang, the foremost warrior of the barbarian tribes, is about to personally lead 3,000 iron cavalry. The news that he planned to massacre Lucheng in 3 days spread like wildfire across the entire north overnight. Prince Li's mansion. Ha! Good! Well done, Su Lang! He's truly my fine son! The burly King Li stomped one foot on the table, smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground, and let out an extremely arrogant laugh. Beside him, the strategist with a sinister face bowed, a venomous smile playing on his lips. Your Highness, this is the perfect opportunity to use one tiger to devour another. Tuo Bajingang is brave, but he is a reckless fool. Su Lang is an even more lawless man. Let those two mad dogs fight it out to the death first, and we can sit back and watch them fight. Well said! King Li slapped his thigh and ordered. Send down the order! Immediately dispatch my trusted confidant with 5,000 taels of gold and 10,000 shur of grain to secretly deliver to the barbarian camp. He grinned maliciously, his facial muscles trembling. Tell Tuo Bajingang that I fully support him. Tell him not to wait 3 days. Now! Immediately! Right now! Go and raze Lucheng to the ground. Prince Jing's mansion. The atmosphere, however, was much calmer. The refined Prince Jing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, showing neither anger nor elation. What do you think, sir? His goatee-bearded advisor stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Your Highness, both the Prince of Yen and the Prince of Li are fools and not worth worrying about. Only this Su Lang is unfathomable. That heavenly thunder has always been a major threat. If we can find out its details, the world will be ours for the taking. Prince Jing nodded slowly. What you mean, sir? Muronged Senghai. The strategist uttered 4 words. The prince has treated him with the utmost kindness before. Now, Lucheng is in danger of being captured at any moment. Why not give him another chance to return? This kingship is the time for him to repay the prince. Prince Jing remained silent for a moment, then took a pen from the pen holder. Draft letter. Lucheng, the County Government Council Hall. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to freeze. Murong Tsunghai, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and other generals all stood here, their faces filled with unprecedented solemnity. My lord, the news has been confirmed. Murong Tsunghai's voice was somewhat hoarse. Tuoba Jingang will personally lead 3,000 elite cavalry, and within 2 days at most, his army will be at the city gates. 3,000 barbarian cavalry. These 6 words, like a mountain, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Those were not the infantrymen under the command of the Flame King who were unfamiliar with battle formations, but rather the barbarian elites who grew up on horseback, made a living by plundering, and were fearless in the face of death. The fighting power of cavalry is simply incomparable to that of infantry. Moreover, the barbarian cavalry were the most formidable. Its strength is enough to withstand tens of thousands of ordinary troops from the great Qian dynasty. As for Luqian, at most, the number of soldiers capable of fighting is only about 2,000. Everyone looked at Su Lang in the main seat, waiting for him to order the city's defenses to be reinforced and the city to be defended to the death. However, Su Lang simply leaned back in his chair, playing with a fist-sized, dark, unremarkable metal lump in his hand. His face showed no sign of tension, but rather a hint of excitement. 3,000 iron cavalry, they've arrived just in time. He placed the metal lump on the table with a dull thud. I even thought they were too slow to arrive. He stood up, glanced around at his worried subordinates, and grinned. Pass on my orders. All troops assemble. We're going to launch the offensive. What? The entire council chamber erupted in chaos. My lord! You mustn't! Murong Tsunghai was the first to step forward, saying urgently. The barbarian cavalry are as swift as the wind, and they are especially skilled at charging across plains. Our army consists entirely of infantry. To fight them head-on in the open is tantamount to throwing eggs against rocks. Yes, my lord! If we defend the city walls, we still have the strength to fight. Going out to fight is just suicide. Lu Shitu was also anxious. Su Lang waved his hand, stopping the crowd's discussion. Who said we were going to fight them head-on the plains? He walked to the map, pointed to a narrow canyon called One Line Sky, to the east of Luqian, and made a heavy dot. This is the only way they can get to Luqian. I want to give them a big gift here. He turned around and looked at everyone, his lawless and domineering aura once again showing itself. I will not only win, but I will also leave all 3,000 iron cavalry here, not one of them. Su Lang chose Luqian not only because it was close to Yunzhou, but also because of its many geographical advantages. It was late at night. The lights were still on in Murong Tsunghai's room. He didn't sleep, he just paced back and forth in the room, his mind in turmoil. In the afternoon, a carrier pigeon brought him a secret letter from Prince Jing. The contents of the letter plunged him into an icy abyss. Prince Jing reasoned with him and appealed to his emotions, saying that he would give Murong Tsunghai another chance, forcing him to find out the secret of Su Lang's heavenly thunder, and report on every move in Luqian. The candlelight flickered quietly in Murong Tsunghai's room. He had read the letter in his hand several times. The familiar handwriting of Prince Jing, every word exuding hypocritical benevolence and cold calculation. Explain with reason and appeal to emotions. Give him another chance. A mocking smile appeared on Murong Tsunghai's face. Chance? He recalled the people of Liuqing's reaction when they saw the cartload of barbarian heads. Their fear turned to fervor, and finally, their shouts became a deafening roar. He recalled Su Lang's words in front of the entire city. Those who offend Liuqing, though far away, shall be punished. He then thought of his younger sister, Murong Yanran, in Yunzhou city, holding a pile of newly bought clothes and jewelry, her heroic face displaying an unprecedented, genuinely radiant smile. This is the kind of life a person should live. And what about Prince Jing? He talks a big game about the well-being of the people, yet the people under his rule are starving. He talks a good game about respecting and valuing talent, but behind the scenes he's full of conspiracies and schemes. What a stupid idiot! Murong Tsunghai murmured to himself, slowly bringing the letter filled with beautiful words closer to the candlelight. The orange flames greedily licked the edges of the paper, devouring it bit by bit. He watched as the familiar handwriting twisted and turned black in the flames, eventually turning into a wisp of lifeless ashes that drifted into the air. I, Murong Tsunghai, once thought you were a wise ruler. In retrospect, he was nothing more than a hypocrite blinded by his lust for power. As for Su Lang, my lawless brother-in-law, although he acted domineeringly, he enabled the people of this chaotic world to live with human dignity. It is clear at a glance who is right and who is wrong. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and the cold night wind rushed in, instantly making him incredibly alert. Prince Jing. Your era has come to an end. Chapter 136. A Glimpse of Sky. Within Luqing. At this moment, two completely different atmospheres are permeating the air. Inside the mansion of a wealthy merchant in the city, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. What should we do? That's to Aubergine Gang, the #1 warrior of the barbarians. 3,000 iron cavalry. A single spit from each of them could flood Luqing. I told you long ago, Su Lang is a troublemaker. Now look what's happened, he's really stirred up a hornet's nest. A group of wealthy businessmen, led by Zhang Shoucai, gathered together, each one as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Zhang Shoucai was even more restless. His obese body paced back and forth in the magnificent hall, and the cold sweat on his forehead soaked his expensive hair ornament. No! We can't just sit here and wait to die. He slapped his thigh, making up his mind. Prepare the car. We'll leave the city tonight. Head south. I refuse to believe those barbarians can chase us to the ends of the earth. However, when his butler returned with a mournful face, he brought news that filled him with despair. Master can't get out. The city gates are under martial law. Master Su has given a strict order. No one is allowed to enter or leave before the battle is over. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Zhang Shoucai collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. In stark contrast to the fear of these wealthy merchants were the military camps and streets of Luqing. On the training ground, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Lu Shitu and Zhu Zi were leading their soldiers in high-intensity combat training. The soldiers, shirtless, sweated profusely in the cold wind. Each collision produced a muffled thud, filled with primal and wild power. Give it your all of you! Lu Shitu roared, brandishing his Guangong broadsword. The barbarian swords are much harder than the wooden sticks in your hands. If you don't sweat now, you'll bleed later. A young soldier who had just been knocked to the ground wiped the mud off his face, got up defiantly, and yelled at his comrades. Again! During a break, several soldiers huddled together, panting heavily. Have you heard? 3,000 barbarian cavalry are coming. 3,000? So what? Another soldier nonchalantly wiped his weapon. Last time, weren't Yan Wang's 5,000 elite troops also blown to smithereens by the Lord's heavenly thunder? That's right. What's there to be afraid of? When have we ever suffered a loss while following our Lord? That's right. My parents died at the hands of barbarians. This is the perfect opportunity for revenge. Killing one is enough, killing two is a bonus. Their faces showed no fear, only an almost fanatical trust and a high fighting spirit. Su Lang was their everything. The sky will not collapse. This trust has seeped into their very bones. A biting wind howled atop the city walls. Xiao Bao has been standing here for 2 days and 2 nights. His eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were chapped and peeling, but his hand holding the longbow was as steady as a rock. His gaze, like that of a most vigilant falcon, was fixed on the boundless wilderness to the east, not missing a single rustling sound. Zhu Zi carried a food box and climbed up the city wall. Xiao Bao, come down and eat something first, rest for a while, or your health will collapse. Xiao Bao didn't turn around, he just shook his head. No. His voice was a little hoarse, but unusually firm. My lord has entrusted the east gate to me. I cannot leave here until I see a glimpse of the barbarians. Zhu Zi looked at his thin but straight back, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't try to persuade him anymore. He knew that this was a promise made by the 7 tiger generals to their lord. They risked their lives to protect the city. At the same time, the armory in the backyard of Luqing County Government Office was brightly lit. Su Lang did not deploy his troops in the council hall, but instead personally guarded the place. Dozens of top craftsmen, under his command, are putting the finishing touches on the dark, unremarkable lumps of iron. This pressure spring isn't flexible enough, replace it. Make the fuse waterproof, and add another layer of tarpaulin. I don't care what method you use, you must guarantee that even if you throw it into water and soak it for a day, it will still work. Calibrate the trigger weight of all finished products to 120 gene. Not an ounce more or less, not an ounce less, it's unacceptable. Su Lang's voice was calm and stern. He picked up a newly completed iron lump, skillfully disassembled it, and inspected every part inside. This was the grand gift he had prepared for Toba Gang. Mines. As long as enough of these things are buried in the narrow valley of the one-line sky. 3,000 iron cavalry? They were nothing more than 3,000 moving targets of flesh and blood. Just as Su Lang put the last part back in and nodded in satisfaction, a shrill and urgent cry pierced the night sky of Luqing, echoing from the direction of the east gate. Report! The voice trembled slightly, yet it contained an irrepressible excitement. Smoke signals spotted 30 li east of the city. The armory fell silent instantly. All the craftsmen stopped what they were doing. Su Lang slowly straightened up, dropped the landmine in his hand, strode out of the workshop, and looked up at the east. As night fell, a plume of black smoke rose into the distance, casting an ominous hue over the horizon. They've arrived. 3,000 barbarian cavalry, like a moving dark cloud, stirred up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky, and swept towards Luqing. The thunderous sound of horses' hooves shook the earth, as if the earth itself trembled with fear at the arrival of this invincible army. At the very front of the procession, Toba Gang rode atop a magnificent black horse, his bronze-colored upper body bare, letting the biting wind whip across the crisscrossing scars on his body. The massive axe, wider than a door panel, hung beside his saddle, reflecting a bloodthirsty light in the winter sun. Great King, your divine might is boundless! A sycophantic general spurred his horse to his side and pointed to the mountain fissure in the distance, which looked as if it had been cleaved open by a giant axe. Ahead lies the narrow passage between cliffs. Once we cross this canyon, and after another half-day's journey, that small, dilapidated town of Luqing will be right beneath our feet. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of greed. I've heard that Su Lang has plundered a lot of the people's wealth. All the gold and silver treasures in the city will eventually belong to your majesty. Ha 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 ha! The surrounding barbarian generals all burst into savage laughter. Toba Gang scoffed disdainfully. He raised his hand and touched the broken remains of a wine glass made of rhinoceros horn at his waist. Gold and silver? He licked his chapped lips, and a wild, beast-like light flashed in his small eyes. I have no interest in those gold and silver things. I only want one thing. He suddenly waved his hand, pointed in the direction of Luqing, and roared. Su Lang's head! When the general realized his flattery had backfired, his eyes darted around, and he immediately put on an even more lewd smile. Your Majesty is right. Su Lang's head will naturally be used as your chamber pot. However, Your Majesty, I have heard something even more interesting. Oh? Toba Gang became interested. The officer lowered his voice and winked as he said, I heard that Su Lang is a lecherous scoundrel. He keeps 7 or 8 wives in the backyard of his tiny county office. Each one is as beautiful as a fairy. There are those who are mature and voluptuous, gentle and tender. She has a youthful face and is lively and adorable. There are even identical twin sisters. Hee, Your Majesty, just think about it. What kind of beauty must she be to be favored by Su Lang and kept as a treasure in his home? Upon hearing this, the breathing of the surrounding barbarian generals became heavy. They spent most of their time on the grasslands, enduring wind and rain, and the women they had seen were mostly rough-skinned, robust tribal women. They had never heard of such sensual descriptions. Toba Jingang's face finally revealed an extremely greedy and lewd laugh. Ha! Good! Great! He stuck out his thick tongue and licked his lips, as if he had already tasted something delicious. Pass on my orders! He roared at the 3,000 iron cavalry behind him. After capturing Luqing, kill every single man in the city. You can steal all the gold, silver, and jewels you want. But... His tone shifted abruptly, and the cruel undertones sent chills down everyone's spine. None of Su Lang's women are to be touched. They belong to me. When I'm done playing with you, I'll reward you meritorious warriors. Roar! Long live the king! 3,000 iron cavalrymen let out a thunderous cheer. In their eyes, Luqing was no longer a city, but a huge treasure trove filled with money and women, its doors wide open, waiting for them to plunder at will. Chapter 137 Ambush. The group quickly arrived at the entrance to the narrow passage. This is an extremely narrow canyon with towering, steep cliffs on both sides. The road in the middle is so narrow that only 3 or 4 horses can pass side by side. An older, experienced veteran reined in his horse, a hint of worry on his face. "Your Majesty, this place is too treacherous. It's practically a natural dead end. If our 3,000 cavalry are all inside and then blocked from both ends, we can throw stones and logs down from the cliffs." He hadn't finished speaking. Tuoba Jingang interrupted him with a look as if he were an idiot. "Ambush?" He burst into arrogant laughter, which echoed through the valley. "With that rabble of less than 2,000 men in Luqing? Do they even have the guts? Do they dare to appear before my 3,000 iron cavalry, Tuoba Jingang?" He pointed at the old general and tapped his chest with his riding crop. "Bach, your courage, like you, has grown old. The word fear does not exist in the dictionary of us barbarian warriors." He ignored the old general whose face was flushed, and suddenly raised the scimitar in his hand, the blade pointing straight at the other end of the canyon. "All troops, listen to my command. Speed up. Full speed ahead. The first warrior to break out of the canyon will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and 10 women. A generous reward will surely attract brave men." What's more, they were a group of barbarian madmen who were already fearless of death. "Charge! For gold! For women! Kill all the dogs of Luqing!" All doubts and caution were instantly replaced by endless greed and fanaticism. 3,000 iron cavalrymen transformed into an unstoppable black torrent, roaring and howling as they plunged into the deep and narrow one-line sky canyon. Tuoba Jingang took the lead and charged ahead. He felt the wind whistling past his ears, and looked at the exit getting closer and closer ahead. His face was contorted with a ferocious and gleeful expression of impending revenge. "Su Lang! Your woman, your city, your head! I, Tuoba Jingang, want them all!" The massive black horse beneath him thrashed about, its heavy iron hooves stomping down with tremendous force. On the seemingly ordinary ground where the horse's hooves were about to land, a dry leaf was slightly blown open by a strong wind. Beneath the fallen leaves, a barely noticeable metallic glint flashed by. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the very front of the canyon. At the very front, several barbarian soldiers in the vanguard were blown to pieces in a burst of fire before they could even utter a cry of pain. The scorching shockwave, carrying shattered metal fragments and flesh, swept wildly in all directions. This is just the beginning. Boom! Boom! Rumble dash! It was as if a string of the most explosive firecrackers had been lit, triggering a series of even more intense and terrifying explosions one after another in the narrow valley. The hundreds of barbarian cavalrymen at the forefront were instantly engulfed by this sea of fire. The remains of war horses, human limbs, and broken weapons were hurled dozens of meters into the air by the terrifying force of the explosion, then turned into a bloody downpour that pelted down upon them. The earth was trembling violently, and rocks were even falling from the cliffs on both sides. The piercing screams, the terrified neighing of war horses, and the roar of explosions mingled together, creating a symphony of destruction from hell. "What the hell is that? It's heavenly lightning! It's Su Lang's heavenly lightning! How did the lightning explode on the ground? The devil! This is the devil's trap!" The barbarian soldiers who were lucky enough to escape the attack were utterly terrified when they saw the hellish scene before them. Their war horses reared up in terror, throwing their riders to the ground, and then turned tail desperately, trying to escape this land of death. The entire cavalry formation was thrown into chaos instantly. Tuoba Jingang himself was also thrown off his horse by the shockwave of the first explosion. His massive, towering body tumbled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, but thanks to his well-trained physique, he only suffered minor injuries. He got up and looked at the hundreds of elite subordinates who had been instantly turned into charred remains and minced meat. His small eyes were first filled with extreme shock, and then replaced by endless rage. "Aya!" he roared to the sky, his voice echoing across the land. "Su Lang! You despicable and shameless scoundrel! If you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. What kind of hero uses such underhanded tricks? He launched into a tirade, his voice filled with impotent rage. However, just as he was shouting, the smoke and dust that filled the air ahead were slowly dissipating. A figure appeared at the entrance of the canyon. The man stood there quietly, riding a jet-black warhorse and holding a silver spear. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon behind him, hundreds of archers drew their bows, their cold arrows already locked onto the chaotic barbarian cavalry inside the valley. It was Su Lang. Tuoba Jingeng's cursing came to an abrupt halt. All the surviving barbarian soldiers saw that figure, who resembled a god of death. A fear from the depths of their souls gripped their throats. Su Lang didn't waste any words. He simply raised the silver dragon's spear in his hand slowly, its tip pointing towards the barbarian army that was already in chaos inside the valley. Kill! A cold word escaped his lips. Behind him, Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and 6 other fierce generals were already unable to contain themselves. Kill! With a shout, Su Lang took the lead, urging his black horse to transform into a black lightning bolt, and charged towards the enemy formation of thousands. The 6 tiger generals followed closely behind. The 7 riders, like 7 of the sharpest daggers, plunged headlong into that torrent of steel. At the same time, Xiao Bao began firing arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 Aya! You dared to show your face like that! When Tuoba Jingeng saw that Su Lang still dared to charge forward, his anger completely overwhelmed his reason. Die, you son of a bitch! He casually snatched a battle sword from a nearby corpse and strode forward, actually preparing to fight on foot against Su Lang's cavalry charge. His adjutant was terrified and hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, no! Quickly! Retreat the entire army! Reorganize your formation! But it was too late. Tuoba Jingeng was unwilling to listen to advice. Su Lang's speed is just too fast. The black horse he rode was already a fine steed, and now it was pushing its speed to the limit. A barbarian squad leader who was blocking the way only saw a flash of silver light before his eyes, and before he could even react, a chill ran down his throat. Su Lang's spear pierced his neck, and with a flick of his wrist, the corpse was thrown away. One shot, and he's dead. Lu Shitu and his group were like tigers among sheep. Lu Shitu's Guangong-style broadsword, as thick as a door panel, brought a storm of blood with every swing. The barbarians who stood in his way were cleaved in two, man and horse alike. The pillar's spear, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, precisely reaped a life with each thrust. Just as the barbarian army was thrown into chaos by Su Lang and his 7 companions, unable to attend to their own interests. From the back of the canyon, at the entrance they had come from, came a deafening roar of battle cries. Kill all the barbarians! Die for our lord! A large banner bearing the character Su fluttered in the wind and appeared behind the barbarian soldiers. Murong Tsanghai personally led 1,000 Luqing infantrymen to block their retreat, and launched a deadly surprise attack from the rear. Ahead of them was Su Lang, leading an invincible force of warriors. Behind them were the valiant cavalry led by Murong Tsanghai. On the mountain walls on both sides there was a troop of archers led by Xiao Bao, constantly shooting arrows of death. 3,000 barbarian cavalrymen were completely trapped in a desperate situation. The narrow skyline had transformed into a massive and bloody meat grinder at that moment. The sounds of fighting, screams, and clashing weapons filled the air. Blood stained the entire valley crimson, pooling into streams that flowed slowly among the corpses. Su Lang has only one goal. Ignoring the surrounding soldiers, he rode his big black horse and fought his way through the enemy ranks, charging straight towards the burly figure wielding a sword and frantically slaughtering Luqing soldiers. Tuoba Jingeng also sensed the oppressive killing intent. He turned around abruptly and saw the silver spear, spraying countless blood flowers, thrusting towards his chest. Good timing! Instead of retreating, he advanced, letting out a beast-like roar. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands and, with all his might, slashed down fiercely at the spear tip that was thrusting towards him. He was going to use his brute strength, which he was so proud of, to cut this damned Dacian man in two, along with his gun. A silver spearhead. A blood-red blade. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, they collided heavily. Clang dash! Chapter 138 The First Warrior of the Barbarian Tribe. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing echoed throughout the entire canyon. Sparks flew everywhere. That overwhelming and terrifying force surged wildly along the blade towards Toba. He felt as if his arms had been struck head-on by a rampaging prehistoric beast, and the battle sword, forged from refined steel, almost flew out of his hands. Click! A clear cracking sound rang out. The tiger's mouth on Tuoba Jingung's hand holding the knife was shattered by this brute force that was so brutal and unreasonable. Blood instantly stained the hilt of the knife. How is this possible? He was the #1 warrior of the barbarian tribe, born with superhuman strength, capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart. Strength was his pride, the foundation of his unbridled rampage across the grasslands. But this seemingly not particularly burly man from the great Qian dynasty was actually stronger than him, and far surpassed him, with overwhelming power. Roar! The excruciating pain did not deter Tuoba Jinggang. Instead, it aroused the most primal ferocity within him. He let out a beastly roar, ignoring his bloodied right hand, and with his left hand he gripped the back of the knife, using all his strength to slash down hard at Su Lang's horse leg again. He wants to cripple this horse first. In his eyes, Su Lang, who had lost his mount, was nothing more than a foot soldier at his mercy. Madness. Su Lang didn't even bother to comment. The silver dragon spear in his hand retreated instantly at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and then, in an instant, it thrust out like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave. The spear flashes like a dragon. This shot was incredibly fast and incredibly cunning. The spear tip drew a strange arc in the air, perfectly avoiding Tuoba Jingung's powerful slash, and then, from an unbelievable angle, suddenly thrust upwards towards his jaw. Puff! There was no hindrance whatsoever. The gleaming silver spear had easily pierced through Tuoba Jingung's thick chin, emerging fiercely from the top of his hard skull. The entire battlefield seemed to have been silenced at that moment. Tuoba Jingung's massive body suddenly stiffened. His face, contorted with rage, froze, his small eyes wide with utter horror, bewilderment, and the shock of having his life snatched away in an instant. Su Lang flicked his wrist slightly. Bang! The body of the barbarian's first warrior, weighing over 300 pounds, was lifted high by the spear and then flung away heavily, like a tattered sack, crashing into the chaotic group of barbarian soldiers behind him. All the barbarian soldiers who witnessed this scene went mad. Your Majesty! The king is dead! Impossible! How could the king be dead? Their king, the invincible god in their hearts, the man who could tear a giant bear apart with his bare hands, was pierced through like a skewer of candied hawthorns by a single spear? My last shred of faith has completely crumbled. Panic, like the most ferocious plague, spread wildly through the narrow valley. Run! Devils! They are devils! The formation was completely disrupted. Countless barbarian cavalrymen turned their horses around and rushed towards the only exit behind them, pushing and trampling each other, just to escape this hellish scene. Trying to run now? Too late! Su Lang's cold words were like a death sentence. He didn't stop. The black horse beneath him accelerated again. Man and gun, he transformed into a black bolt of death lightning, charging into the completely collapsed torrent of steel. A bloody massacre has officially begun. Su Lang's marksmanship is devoid of any fancy moves. Every strike is designed for maximum efficiency in killing. With a sweep of the spear, 3 or 4 barbarian soldiers were cut in half at the waist. With a thrust of the spear, a cavalryman was pinned to the ground, horse and all. He kills not like he's fighting, but more like he's harvesting a field of ripe wheat, effortless, carefree, yet full of the rhythm of death. The 7 tiger generals took the word fierce to its extreme. Die, all of you! Lu Shirtu got carried away with the killing, wielding his Guan Gong-style broadsword, which was as big as a door panel, with great force. With a single slash, a barbarian centurion blocking his path, along with his warhorse, was cleaved in 2 symmetrically. Blood and entrails splattered all over the ground. The pillar's spear transformed into a deadly venomous snake. He specifically targeted barbarian officers who attempted to organize a resistance. Each thrust of his spear pierced precisely through their eye sockets or throats, killing them instantly without hesitation. On the mountainside, Xiao Bao's arrows are an invitation from the Grim Reaper. He calmly drew back the bowstring, and with each arrow he fired, a fleeing barbarian cavalryman inevitably fell from his horse. His arrows seemed to have eyes, specifically targeting those who ran the fastest or appeared to be of the highest status. The entire one-lined sky has been completely transformed into a huge and bloody meat grinder. Ahead lay Su Lang, the god of death, leading 6 fierce tigers in a frenzied charge. Behind them, 1,000 elite troops led by Murong Songhai formed a formidable sword and shield formation, like an insurmountable steel wall, firmly blocking their only escape route. Any barbarian who attempted to charge would be instantly hacked into a bloody mess by dozens of long swords. Su Lang's soldiers were also bloodthirsty. They formed groups of 3 and teams of 5, bringing their combined attack tactics, which they had practiced countless times, to their fullest potential. On their faces, there was no fear, only the thrill of revenge and fanatical worship of their lord. The army of Dakian had been fighting the barbarians for over 100 years, but when had it ever experienced such a satisfying and overwhelming crushing defeat? Use infantry to encircle and annihilate the elite cavalry. This was a myth that was unthinkable in the past. And today, they did it. The fighting lasted from noon until dusk. As the last rays of the setting sun cast their crimson glow across the entire canyon, the shouts of battle finally subsided. The air was filled only with the nauseating stench of blood and the desperate cries of wounded soldiers. The entire valley has lost its original color. The ground was covered with a thick layer of corpses, barbarians and warhorses, layer upon layer, with blood flowing like a river. Su Lang's soldiers also suffered casualties. Nearly 300 soldiers fell forever on this land, and countless others were wounded. But the remaining people had no sadness in their eyes, only an extremely excited frenzy of surviving a catastrophe. They won! A resounding victory, worthy of being recorded in history, a victory of unparalleled brilliance. Su Lang rode his large black horse slowly through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His dark black brocade robe was already soaked in blood, turning it dark red. He stopped, looked at the mess on the ground, his face expressionless. Lu Shitu, leaning on his Guangong broadsword, which was already chipped and covered in blood, walked over. He grinned, trying to laugh, but the movement aggravated the wounds on his face, causing him to wince in pain. "My lord has taken care of them all. Not a single one escaped." Su Lang nodded. With the still dripping blood from the tip of his gun, he pointed it at the mountain of corpses and calmly issued a new order. "Pillar. Cut off the heads of all these savage dogs. When I return to Luqing, I will use them to cover the entire street." Chapter 139 Ambitious. Zhu Zi responded and, without the slightest hesitation, picked up his knife and walked towards the corpses. Soon, the dull sound of a blade slicing into flesh echoed within the canyon. "This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine." Su Lang dismounted and planted the blood-stained silver dragon spear in the ground. He walked up to Lu Shitu, looked at the deep, bone-revealing wounds on his body, and frowned slightly. "Find all our fallen brothers. Not one can be missing, bring them all back." His words, lacking the chilling tone he used when facing enemies, carried a heavier weight. "For those with families, the pension and food allowance will be doubled. For those without families, a propitious burial site will be found, and a monument will be erected." The soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield paused upon hearing these words. As they looked at Su Lang's back, their fervent adoration was mixed with a deep sense of belonging. In this world, human life is worth less than a dog's. If a soldier who dies in battle is given a straw mat to cover his body, it is considered a sign of the commander's mercy. But their lord remembered each and every one of them. "My lord is benevolent and righteous." Someone shouted in a hoarse voice. "I am willing to die for my lord! I am willing to die for my lord!" Shouts echoed through the blood-soaked canyon. Su Lang ignored these things and pointed to the warhorses lying on the ground, their deaths tragically gruesome. "This horse meat, though tough and dry, is still meat. Take them all back and let the people in the city share them, so that every household can have some meat." When Luqing won a great victory. Within 2 days. When the news of Su Lang's slaying of Toba Jiangang, the #1 warrior of the barbarians, and the annihilation of 3,000 barbarian cavalry spread like wildfire, all the forces in the entire Dacian kingdom fell into a deathly silence. After the deathly silence came towering waves. Prince Li's mansion. Smack! King Li slammed his hand on the table in front of him, shattering it. His burly body trembled slightly from extreme shock. What did you say? Tuoba Jin Gang is dead? All 3,000 iron cavalry are gone? Yes, Your Highness. The scout who came to deliver the news knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf. It is said that Su Lang used a minefield in a canyon called a Line of Sky to first cripple the barbarian army, and then personally led a charge, killing Tuoba Jin Gang with a single spear thrust. Beside King Li, the sinister strategist's face had completely lost all color. He had originally planned to sit back and watch the two tigers fight, hoping that Su Lang and Tuoba Jin Gang, those two mad dogs, would bite each other until they were both severely injured. But now this mad dog, in his eyes, has swallowed the most ferocious tiger on the grassland whole in one gulp. Your Highness. The strategist's throat was parched. This boy has already shown his mettle. He's no longer someone to be trifled with. He has ambitions to conquer the world. Prince Jing's mansion. The refined Prince Jing remained silent for a long time after listening to the report. He simply looked out the window, and for the first time, his usually calm face revealed an emotion called fear. The goatee-bearded strategist knelt on the ground, not daring to even raise his head. He recalled his previous plan to turn Murong Tsunghai to the enemy's side, and felt a burning pain on his face. My brother-in-law is a peerless villain who can kill Tuoba Jin Gang and annihilate 3,000 iron cavalry. On their own side, they were still thinking of using that ridiculous favor to turn someone else's trusted general against their will? How foolish! How ridiculous! The world is about to descend into chaos. Prince Jing finally spoke, but it was a completely unrelated statement. Meanwhile, in the barbarian royal court further north, when news of Tuoba Jingang's death in battle arrived, the barbarian's new Khan, a man in his prime, drew his golden sword on the spot and cleaved the messenger who had come to deliver the news of death in two from head to toe. Tuoba Jin Gang! My best brother! My bravest warrior! He just died like that! His eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly inside the tent, like a wounded beast. Su Lang! Issue my royal decree! Summon all tribes! I will lead all my iron cavalry! I will raise the great Qian to the ground! I will tear that bastard Su Lang to pieces! The entire northern grasslands were completely mobilized because of this order. The shadow of an unprecedented and larger-scale war is gathering. Luqing. The people in the city were still immersed in the joy of victory. When the caravan, dragging countless horse carcasses, returned to the city, the entire city of Luqing was in an uproar. The people cheered and spontaneously helped the soldiers process the horse meat, their faces beaming with happiness and pride. However, the atmosphere inside the county government's council hall became heavy once again. Su Lang is issuing new orders. Murong Tsunghai Juzi Xiaobao. The three people whose names were called immediately stepped forward. Your subordinate is here! Su Lang walked to the map and placed his finger heavily on the large city next to Luqing. Yunzhou. I will give you 800 elite troops. I want you to go and take Yunzhou from me right now. Even Murong Tsunghai was taken aback when this order was given. We have just finished a major battle and should be recuperating, yet our lord wants to send troops out immediately, and the target is an important town like Yuzhou. My lord, Yunzhou's defenses are formidable, and the garrison commander, Zhu Rong, has 1,000 troops under his command. We only have 800 men, a direct assault would be risky. Su Lang waved his hand, interrupting him. Who said we were going to launch a full-scale attack? He turned around, a domineering yet confident smile on his face. Tuoba Jingang's 3,000 iron cavalry have all become a sight to behold outside my Luqing. Do you think Zhu Rong has the guts to block your way? Murong Tsunghai understood instantly. This is an open conspiracy. Our lord intends to use this glorious victory, and the head of Tuoba Jin Gang, to intimidate everyone. Now, with the Luqing army at its peak, who would dare not retreat? Understood, sir! Murong Tsunghai bowed respectfully, his mind now free of any doubts. Your subordinate obeys! Zhu Zi and Xiao Bao were even more excited, their faces flushed. One day later, at the foot of Yunzhou's city, 800 elite soldiers from Lucheng, clad in black armor and exuding a strong stench of blood, appeared outside the city gate. They didn't carry any siege equipment, they just stood there quietly, yet an invisible aura of menace rose up, making the defenders on the city wall feel weak in the knees. On the city wall, Zhu Rong, the garrison commander of Yunzhou, was trembling incessantly as he held the binoculars. Yes, he is Su Lang's man. That big flag with the character Su on it can't be wrong. What are they planning to do? Are they going to attack the city? The adjutant beside him turned pale with fright. General! What do we do? That's a ruthless man who even killed Tuo Bijin Gang. We can't stop him. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and slammed the binoculars to the ground. Block? Block with what? Are we to send our 1,000 bloodless soldiers to fight against a battle-hardened elite force that just slaughtered 3,000 iron cavalry? Pass on my orders! Open the city gates! Please invite General Su and his entourage into the city with utmost respect. Soon, the gates of Yunzhou city were opened wide. Zhu Rong personally led a group of generals to the city gate, where they greeted Murong Tsanghai and his entourage with the utmost humility. Murong Tsanghai, mounted on his horse, didn't even glance at the obsequious, fat general. He led his troops directly into the military camp in Yunzhou city, turning the tables and taking control. Only then did he take out a pre-written order from his pocket and throw it in front of Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong picked it up with trepidation, unfolded it, and saw words on it that made his heart pound. From this day forward, the defense of Yunzhou city shall be taken over by my department. You, and your 1,000 soldiers, shall be placed under the command of my lord from this moment forward. From now on, Yunzhou will belong to the Su family. Chapter 140 Various Forces. Yes, this humble general is willing to serve his lord to the death. The defending general, Zhu Rong, looked out of place in his magnificent general's armor, which clung to his obese body. Welcome, General Murong! Welcome the heavenly army of Lucheng! Zhu Rong's head slammed heavily against the cold bluestone slab, his voice obsequious to the core. Murong Tsanghai, mounted on his horse, didn't even bother to glance at him out of the corner of his eye. Behind him stood 800 elite soldiers from Lucheng, their bodies stained with blood and their murderous aura still lingering. Their mere presence exuded an invisible pressure that made all the Yunzhou soldiers who had come to greet them feel breathless. Where is the military camp? Murong Tsanghai's words were devoid of any warmth. Zhu Rong quickly got up, bowed, and led the way. He looked more like the lowest servant than a general. General, this way please! The best barracks have already been prepared for you gentlemen. He appeared submissive on the surface, but his heart was filled with resentment and hatred. That night, in Zhu Rong's study at his residence, he blew out most of the candles, leaving only a dim, yellowish light. He spread out a sheet of fine Xian paper, dipped a wolf hair brush in thick ink, and began to write something rapidly. His face was no longer the humility he had during the day, only twisted resentment remained. Su Lang, that arrogant and unruly scoundrel, has forcibly occupied my Yunzhou with only 800 exhausted soldiers. To protect the city soldiers and civilians, I have feigned compliance and temporarily obeyed his orders. However, this wicked man is cruel and ruthless, certainly not fit for a wise ruler. I humbly request your highness, princely, to send your heavenly troops as soon as possible. I am willing to act as an inside agent, opening the city gates and surrendering, to help your highness wipe out this scoundrel. After finishing writing, he carefully dried the letter, put it into a specially made wax pellet, summoned his confidant, and sent it out through a secret passage. The next day, following Su Lang's instructions, Murong Tsanghai posted notices throughout Yunzhou city to reassure the people. The notice was simple and direct. Tax burden on ordinary citizens will be reduced by 70%. The moment this decree was issued, the common people of Yunzhou city were in an uproar. What? A 70% tax reduction? I can't believe my eyes. Good heavens! Is this real? Is Lord Su Lang a living bodhisattva descended to earth? Su Qin Tian! This is the real Su Qin Tian! Countless people knelt before the notice, weeping with joy, and kowtowed repeatedly in the direction of Lucheng. However, in stark contrast to the cheers of the common people were the mansions of the city's wealthy merchants. The atmosphere in the mansion of Qian Wenguan, the richest merchant in Yunzhou, was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Outrageous! Outrageous! Qian Wanguan kicked over the rosewood table next to him, his fat, oily face contorted with rage. Taxes were reduced for ordinary people, but commercial taxes, especially those on silk, tea, and luxury goods, were increased threefold. Customs duties on trade with the barbarians were increased fivefold. Su Lang is trying to cut off our livelihood. He's cutting off our flesh and drinking our blood. At the scene of the attack, a group of wealthy merchants from Yunzhou were all in a state of profound grief. Mr. Qian, what are we going to do? At this tax rate, we'll be bankrupt in less than 6 months. That Su Lang is a man. He even dared to kill Tuobajin gang. How dare we resist? Qian Wanguan snorted coldly, a sinister glint flashing in his small eyes. To openly resist is to court death. He lowered his voice. But we can let him run wild. He looked at everyone and slowly said, His Highness Princely and I have been corresponding for some time. His Highness said that Su Lang is nothing but a grasshopper in autumn, and he won't be able to jump around for many more days. What we need to do now is secretly hoard grain and buy up all the food on the market. When there's no food left in the city, the people will naturally riot. As long as we can hold out until His Highness Prince Li's army arrives, and launch a coordinated attack from within and without, Yunzhou will still be ours. At that time, His Highness Prince Li will repay everyone's losses tenfold. Prince Li's mansion. King Li looked at the 2 secret letters on the table, one from Zhu Rong and the other from Qian Wanguan, and instead of being angry, he smiled. Ha! Good! Great! His unrestrained laughter left even the sinister strategist beside him somewhat bewildered. Your Highness, Su Lang has forcibly occupied Yunzhou and has become a major threat. Why do you? King Li waved his hand, stopping the strategist from speaking. He picked up Qian Wanguan's letter and waved it in his hand. Send troops? Why send troops now? A playful, cat-and-mouse expression appeared on his face. Although Yunzhou is prosperous, it is a complex place with various forces. There are barbarians in the north, Ronin in the east, and many ethnic minorities. It is not suitable to be a main city. Su Lang has offended those businessmen. Let's see how long he can hold out. Prince Jing's mansion. The atmosphere, however, was much more somber. The goatee-bearded strategist knelt on the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat. Your Highness, it was my incompetence that led me to underestimate Murong Songhai's loyalty. The refined Prince Jing let out a long sigh. It's not your fault. Su Lang is indeed no simple man to have the Murong family so devoted to him. The goatee-bearded strategist rolled his eyes and offered a wicked plan. Your Highness, since both a direct attack and attempts to win over the enemy have failed, why not try using a honey trap? He leaned closer and whispered, It's time to activate our shadow pavilions that are hidden throughout the great Qian dynasty. Within the shadow pavilion, there is a top female agent codenamed Red Spider, who is skilled in seduction and disguise, and has never failed. Send her to get close to Su Lang and become his bedmate. Our goal is not assassination. It's to make her steal the secret recipes for making heavenly thunder and landmine at all costs. Prince Jing pondered for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. Approved. Inside the Yan King's palace. Upon hearing the news of Toba Jingang's death, Yan Wang was so frightened that he smashed his beloved wine cup on the spot. Guards! Pass on my order! A full retreat! All soldiers are strictly forbidden from approaching within 100 li of Luqing. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Meanwhile, outside Luqing, a mound of skulls made of thousands of barbarian heads rose from the ground. The frozen faces still bore the lingering fear and resentment of death, radiating a sinister and terrifying aura in the cold wind, intimidating all prying eyes. Su Lang stood alone in front of the mound of Jing, his expression indifferent. This was both a great achievement in deterring villains and a death warrant that would push him to the opposite side of all forces in the world. Just then, a scout rode in on horseback. Reporting to the Lord. News has come from the north. The new Khan of the barbarians originally intended to launch a campaign south, but unexpectedly, a blizzard struck the grasslands, and several large tribes are also embroiled in internal strife. They are too preoccupied with their own affairs to continue the campaign, so the southern expedition has been temporarily put on hold. Su Lang slowly turned around. He knew he had won the most precious chance to catch his breath. He looked towards Yunzhou in the south, and a murderous aura that had just subsided rose up from his body again, making the surrounding air feel cold. Since the tiger isn't coming for now, let's check the surroundings first to see if there are any dogs that want to bite. Chapter 141 Voluntary Submission. The mound of skulls, made up of many barbarian heads, became a Damocles sword hanging over the heads of all the powers in the north. Its deterrent power is greater than that of 1,000 troops. Fear is the best passport. The 4 cities surrounding Luqing, Fenglin, Shijian, Qinghe, and Baiyu, that had been observing the situation could no longer remain idle. Their city lords, almost simultaneously, dispatched their respective envoys, carrying lavish gifts, to rush towards Luqing day and night. They have only one goal: surrender. They offered up their surrender documents, maps, and their loyalty, all in the hope of minimizing the number of their own heads lost on that terrifying mound of corpses. Inside the city, the wealthy merchants who had once been terrified by Su Lang's ruthless methods, led by Zhang Shuotsai, had now completely changed their tune. They carried boxes of neatly stacked gold and silver jewelry, blocking the entrance to the county government office. Their fat faces were plastered with the most humble smiles, all hoping to see Su Lang and personally express their unwavering loyalty. Su Lang had no interest in even meeting these opportunists. A grand celebration banquet was held inside the county government office. The lights were bright, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Su Lang sat high in the main seat, with the 7 tiger generals standing on his left and right. Lu Shitu, Zhu Zi, and the others were all flushed from drinking, talking and laughing loudly about the fierce battle in the first Lion Sky Canyon. On the other side, a host of beauties, including Hua Yorong, Xia Zhiruo, and Nurong Yanran, were all present, a breathtaking sight. The entire hall was filled with a sense of triumphant joy and soaring pride. Bring it up. Su Lang downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and spoke calmly. Soon, 4 richly dressed but deathly pale messengers were brought up by the soldiers. As soon as they entered the hall, they felt the frenzied atmosphere mixed with the smell of alcohol and blood, and their legs went weak on the spot. The 4 of them knelt down in unison with a thud, not daring to lift their heads. The envoy from Fenglin City pays his respects to Lord Su. The envoy from Shijian City pays his respects to Lord Su. They held the surrender document, the city defense map, and the thick list of gifts high above their heads, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. We are willing to lead the entire city's soldiers and civilians to submit to our lord. We will follow your lead without question. Su Lang did not speak immediately. He simply tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his gaze sweeping over the 4 humble, kneeling figures. With his heightened perception, which was 16 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, no subtle abnormality could escape his notice. The frequency of heartbeats, the rhythm of breathing, the tiny tremors of muscles. The first 3 are pure fear, a deep-seated dread. Only the middle-aged man who claimed to be the envoy of Fenglin City experienced a very brief and discordant acceleration in his heartbeat at the moment he swore allegiance. His muscles tensed up in that instant. Although he concealed it well, his face still showed a look of extreme fear. But Su Lang accurately captured that fleeting resentment and unwillingness. Interesting. Even when you're about to die, you still dare to play tricks on me? Su Lang remained calm and collected all the surrender documents and maps. Good. He slowly stood up, and the hall fell silent instantly. Since the 4 of you are so sincere, I, Su Lang, am not an unreasonable person. From this day forward, the 4 cities will be my brother cities of Luqing. He abruptly changed the subject and made a decision that caught everyone off guard. Zhu Lu Shitu and the 2 of you. He casually pointed to 2 other members of the 7 tiger generals. You 4 will each lead 200 elite soldiers and set off immediately to these 4 cities to take over their territory. These words shocked everyone present. 800 men, taking over 4 cities? This isn't confidence, this is downright arrogance. The 4 envoys were completely stunned. They considered countless possibilities. They might be taken hostage, or they might be asked to surrender all their military power. But I never expected that Su Lang would only send such a small number of people. Is this trust, or the ultimate form of contempt? The 4 generals whose names were called were filled with fervor and knelt down on one knee in unison. Your subordinate obeys. I will certainly live up to my lord's expectations. Su Lang nodded and specially dispatched one of the 7 tiger generals, who was the most composed and meticulous in his thinking, to Fonlin City. Go. The 4 generals accepted the order, turned around, and strode away without the slightest hesitation. The atmosphere of the banquet was pushed to another climax because of this incident. My lord is mighty! May our lord live a long and prosperous life! The remaining former subordinates of Luqing, their faces flushed, shouted wildly. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, then sat down again. At that moment Yue, who had been standing behind him silently pouring wine, finally mustered the greatest courage of her life. She carried a white jade wine cup filled with fine wine, and with light, graceful steps, she came to Su Lang. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Those eyes, which usually held a hint of melancholy, now held only unwavering adoration and love. Your Highness, your Majesty's divine might is unparalleled. Your humble servant offers you a cup of wine. Su Lang paused for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the stunningly beautiful courtesan before him, a sight that evoked pity in him. The faint, virginal fragrance emanating from her, untouched by any man, mingled with the smell of alcohol, wafted into my nostrils. The effects of the alcohol were starting to take hold. Su Lang suddenly smiled. He grabbed Yure's slender wrist and pulled her sharply. Ah! Yure gasped in surprise as she fell into a warm and firm embrace. In front of everyone, Su Lang put one arm around her soft waist and used the other hand to pinch her delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head. Then, he lowered his head and, using her hand, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Good wine. Su Lang laughed heartily, his voice filled with an irresistible domineering air. He stood up, holding Yure, who was completely stunned and burning with fever. Tonight you will serve me in bed. Yure's mind went blank. She could only feel her heart pounding in her chest. Subconsciously, she nodded heavily. Yes, ma'am. That night. Inside the bedroom, red candles flickered. A warm, fragrant breeze stirred the thin gauze curtains. Yure had finished bathing and was sitting nervously on the edge of the bed, wearing only a silk nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing. The door was pushed open. Su Lang strode in, reeking of alcohol. He looked at the alluring, curvaceous body on the bed, its form barely concealed, without a trace of pity. He transformed into a wolf and pounced. Ah! The tearing pain made Yure cry out in agony. But soon, the suppressed gasps and intermittent sobs turned into powerless groans under the man's furious onslaught. This frenzied demand lasted for an unknown period of time. When everything calmed down, Yure was already drenched in sweat and had fallen into a deep sleep. Her exquisitely beautiful face still bore traces of wet tears, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly in the candlelight. Chapter 142 8 Wives. When Su Lang woke up, there was no one beside him. A faint, lingering fragrance and the lingering afterglow of last night's passion still hung in the air. He sat up, his gaze falling on the bed sheets. On it, a striking crimson hue, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow. Su Lang didn't say anything, but just watched quietly for a while, then got up and got out of bed to dress himself. For him, last night's frenzy was nothing more than the spoils of conquest, a one born of drunken revelry. He didn't take the matter too seriously. Su Fu was as lively as ever. Su Lang's 7 wives were already sitting around a table, their voices melodious, and their smiles charming. Hua Yurong gently served food to Xia Jiro beside her. Murong Yanran was bickering quietly with Jiang Zhaowe, and Li Xiuji and her twin sisters were eating quietly, occasionally laughing out loud. Su Lang walked in, and everyone stopped what they were doing and stood up at the same time. My husband. Hua Yurong hesitated for a moment, then asked. But what about Sister Yure? Where did she not serve you well? These words immediately created a somewhat awkward atmosphere at the dinner table. Murong Yanran stopped arguing with Jiang Zhaowe. Xia Jiro also opened her eyes wide with curiosity, and everyone's attention was focused on Su Lang. Su Lang paused. No, he replied with 2 words indifferently. Hua Yurong smiled faintly and continued. Since my husband is satisfied, why did you let Yure eat with the servants? This morning I went to my husband's room to clean up and saw the bloodstains on the bed. My sister Yura is already my husband's woman, and she has given her virginity to him. If she is not recognized, wouldn't people think that our Su family is heartless and ungrateful? Her words were spoken with great skill. It not only pointed out the facts, but also attributed everything to protecting the reputation of Su Lang and the Su family. Su Lang looked at Hua Yurong. This woman is always so intelligent, and knows how to consider the bigger picture. He hadn't really thought that much about it, but Hua Yurong's words reminded him. In this era, a woman's chastity is more important than her life. Since he took her as his wife, he should give her a proper status. That's right, my husband! The lively Xiajiro immediately chimed in. Having another sister means we'll have someone to go shopping and play cards with. It'll be so much more fun! Murong Yenran did not voice any objection. Anyway, the family isn't short of a pair of chopsticks and bowls. Princess Jiang Zhaowe, being the proud and arrogant princess, simply pouted. It's your own business, you decide for yourself, and we'll see what you do. Good. Su Lang nodded, which was considered his agreement. He did have feelings for Yur, but he never thought about getting married or anything like that. He just wanted to sleep with her. As for giving you a proper status, that's not a difficult thing. So he went out and found Yur. Yur, come here. Yur's body trembled violently. She looked up, her pretty face, which seemed to evoke pity, filled with disbelief. The dancers around her looked at her with a complex mix of envy and jealousy. She took a deep breath, quickly stood up, and with slightly unsteady steps, walked briskly to the dining table, where she gracefully bowed. Yes, sir. Seeing her anxious and fearful appearance, Su Lang made the announcement directly. From this day forward, you will be my concubine, Su Lang's concubine, and enter my Su family. From now on, eat with me. Boom! Yur's mind went completely blank. Happiness came so suddenly that she was almost overwhelmed. She thought she was nothing more than a plaything for her lord's fleeting whims, but she never expected. Concubine! She actually got a formal title. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she kowed out heavily to the ground, her voice trembling violently with emotion. No, thank you for your kindness, my lord. Thank you, sisters. Just then, a system notification sounded in Su Lang's mind. Ding! Qin Yur's favorability has increased by 30. Current total favorability, 90. Falling in love with you. 90 already? It's just the title, yet it adds 30 points to favorability? This Yur has secretly given me 60 points of favorability without my knowledge. Su Lang's heart stirred, and he took the opportunity to check the favorability ratings of his other wives. Ding! Hua Yurong's current favorability level detected, 370, completely devoted. Ding! Murong Yenran's current favorability level detected, 350, completely devoted. Ding! Xiajiro's current favorability level detected, 380, completely devoted. Ding! Li Xiuji's current favorability level detected, 335, completely devoted. Ding! Jian Zhaoyue's current favorability level detected, 280, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qinghuan's current favorability level detected, 270, completely devoted. Ding! Li Qingyao's current favorability level detected, 270, completely devoted. A series of system notifications made Su Lang feel increasingly comfortable. Unbeknownst to them, these women's favorability ratings had reached an alarming level. Looking at the 8 stunningly beautiful women on the large table before him, each devoted to him, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride welling up within him. He has everything he needs now: food, cultivation techniques, and seeds. Perhaps the system should reward you with something even more awesome. Hua Yurong took the initiative to get up and help Yur, who was still kneeling on the ground, to her feet, and personally wiped away the tears on her face. From now on, we're family, so don't kneel down all the time. She pulled Yur to sit down in the empty seat next to her. By the way, I still don't know my sister's given name. Yur was flattered and quickly replied. Elder sister, my family name is Qin, and my given name is Yur. Qin Yur, what a nice name. Hua Yurong smiled, took off a high-quality jade bracelet from her own wrist, and put it directly on Qin Yur's hand. Since it's our first meeting, I didn't prepare anything fancy. Please consider this a small gift. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Qin Yu was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to refuse. Here you go. This is from Sister Yorong. Xiaojiu also took a delicate hairpin from her hair and put it in Qin Yu's hair bun. This is a gift from me. Following that, Murong Yanran, Jiang Zhaowei, and the others also took off a piece of jewelry they were wearing and gave it to Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu was surrounded by a pile of glittering gifts. She was completely bewildered and could only look to Su Lang in the main seat for help. Su Lang simply smiled and nodded at her. Just accept what your sisters gave you. Yes, my husband. Qin Yu then carefully put away the gifts. Xia Zhua held her hand affectionately and chattered. Little Yu, after we finish eating, I'll take you to the city. I'll buy you lots and lots of pretty clothes. The meal ended in such a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Qin Yu gradually relaxed from her initial restraint and unease. Time slips away quietly in tranquility. Before we knew it, it was already the dead of winter. This December seems unusually cold. Under Su Lang's iron-fisted rule, no major incidents occurred in Yunzhou and the 4 newly surrendered cities. However, as the weather grew colder, more and more refugees came from all over the country. They were poorly clothed and starving, struggling to survive in the freezing cold. Every morning, stiff corpses, frozen to death, can be seen on the official road outside the city. The corpses were curled up, as if, in their last moments, they wanted to hold on to a tiny bit of warmth. The aloof and powerful Great Qian dynasty court turned a blind eye to these matters. In this chaotic world, human life has become cheaper than grass. Su Lang stood by the window of the study in the county government office, quietly looking at the gray sky outside. A cold sensation landed on the back of his hand. Then came the second and third pieces. The first snow of the year has fallen. Next, even more people will freeze to death. Su Lang's brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 143 Su Lang's Decision. The snow fell heavier and heavier. The study in the Luchun County government office was warm and cozy. But Su Lang's heart was even colder than the snow and ice outside the window. He had been standing here for the entire morning. He looked at the official road outside the city, which had turned into a blinding white under the blanket of snow. In that white expanse, some curled up, stiff black dots stood out starkly. That's a corpse. They were refugees who froze or starved to death. Su Lang's perception far surpasses that of ordinary people. He could even see a young mother, until her death, holding her lifeless child tightly in her arms, trying to use her cold body to shield the child from the final chill. In this world, human life is cheaper than grass. Su Lang is no saint. The number of people he has killed in this time is no less than the number of corpses under his feet. But he killed the damned enemy, the barbarians with blood on their hands, and the mad soldiers who didn't treat the people as human beings. These people were ordinary citizens of the Great Qian dynasty. They are compatriots like him, with yellow skin and black hair. Save? How to save him? Now he governs 6 cities. But the hundreds of thousands, even millions, of refugees from the north are like an unstoppable locust plague. If they all flock here, no amount of food will be enough to put out the fire. He will be dragged down. The super potatoes and sweet potatoes planted in Luching are growing well, but the yield is limited and will take time. Is it worth sacrificing the hard-earned foundation for a vague and illusory name of benevolence and righteousness? It's not worth it. Su Lang's rational mind was frantically telling him the answer. But deep down, there was always a thorn that pricked him painfully. A mink cloak with a faint fragrance was gently draped over his shoulders. Hua Yurong appeared behind him without his noticing. Husband, it's cold, don't catch a cold. She followed Su Lang's gaze and looked out the window, a hint of reluctance flashing in her gentle eyes. Husband, are you worried about the refugees outside the city? Su Lang didn't turn around, but simply hummed in response. He couldn't tell Lu Shitu and the others about this trouble, nor could he tell Murong Yanran and the others. But he could be with Hua Yurong. I want to save them, but I'm also afraid that I won't be able to save them and will only get myself killed. Hua Yurong listened quietly. She walked to Su Lang's side, stretched out her soft little hand, and gently grasped his somewhat cold big hand. My husband, we really can't afford to feed them 3 meals a day and make sure they are well fed every time. But we can still provide them with one meal a day, a bowl of hot porridge, and a sweet potato to help them survive the winter. Su Lang's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Hua Yurong continued softly. Moreover, since my husband has the ambition to conquer the world, the people of this world are the foundation of my husband. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Now, the likes of Prince Li and Prince Jing are only concerned with fighting for power and profit, and they treat the people like pigs and dogs. This is the best time for my husband to win over the hearts of the people. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. I believe my husband understands this better than anyone else. We'll save as many as we can. His words were like a wake-up call. Yes, why is he getting so fixated on this? He doesn't need to be a living bodhisattva who saves all sentient beings. He just needs to be a little better than those princes, and that will be enough. Just then, a clear, slightly arrogant voice came from the doorway. Sister is right. Jiang Zhaowei arrived at some point, and she walked in with her hands on her hips, looking quite annoyed. None of my imperial uncles are good people. My father's body is barely cold, and they're already willing to kill their own nephews for the throne. Now they're using the people of the great Qian dynasty as stepping stones. These kinds of people don't deserve to be emperors. She walked up to Su Lang, her beautiful face filled with determination. Husband, haven't you always complained that you have no legitimate reason for your actions? Now I'm giving you that title. In my name, I proclaim to the world that you are acting on my orders as the eldest princess of the great Qian dynasty to raise an army to punish those disloyal, unrighteous, and unjust traitors. I am my father's only legitimate daughter. I have more weight than those treacherous officials. Su Lang looked at the arrogant princess in front of him, who had her head held high and a look that said, Come and use me, and suddenly laughed. Previously, he had been mindful of Jiang Zhaoyue's identity, and hadn't intended to involve her. But now, she's come to me of her own accord. Good! Su Lang no longer hesitated. He strode to the desk, personally spread out a huge sheet of Xian paper, picked up a wolf hair brush, and dipped it in thick ink. Hua Yorong and Jiang Zhaowei, one on his left and one on his right, were grinding ink for him. Su Lang's brushstrokes were fluid and powerful, completed in one go. A manifesto powerful enough to stir up the winds and waves of the world leaps off the page. By the mandate of heaven, the princess decrees. The three traitors, Prince Li, Prince Jing, and Prince Yan, have acted perversely and abhorred both gods and men. Their crimes are threefold. Firstly, with the late emperor's death, the murder of the 8-year-old prince, the only legitimate heir, to usurp the throne is a grave act of disloyalty. Secondly, with the nation in peril and starving people everywhere, instead of opening granaries to provide disaster relief, they amass military power, attack cities and seize territories, treating the people like dirt. This is utterly inhumane. Thirdly, for their own selfish desires, brothers turned against each other, and even laid a trap to relentlessly hunt down the late emperor's eldest daughter, the princess of Dakian. This is a great injustice. How dare such a disloyal, inhuman, and unjust person wield the divine weapon of the great Qian dynasty? Today I, Su Lang, the lord of Luqing, hereby swear by the order of the princess. We will raise an army to punish the three traitors and restore peace and order to the world. All ambitious individuals of the great Qian dynasty are welcome to come and serve. All displaced people of the world are welcome to come to my rule. As long as I, Su Lang, have a bite to eat, you will have a bowl of porridge to drink. As soon as the proclamation was issued, Su Lang immediately ordered tens of thousands of copies to be printed overnight, and sent by fast horses to be posted everywhere in Dakian. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. When the news spread, the world was shaken. Countless forces that were still observing were completely stunned by this manifesto. For those refugees struggling on the brink of death, this manifesto was nothing short of divine pronouncements. There's food to eat. Let's go to Luqing. Lord Su Lang is willing to give us food. It's true. By order of the eldest princess, Su Qingtian is going to raise an army to punish those princes who don't care about our lives. Let's go. To Luqing. To Yunzhou. Even if we die, we'll die on the way to Su Qingtian. In an instant, countless refugees, with their families in tow, gathered from all directions, forming torrents that surged toward the 6 cities including Luqing and Yunzhou. Su Lang kept his word. In Luqing, Yunzhou, and the other 4 cities, dozens of huge soup kitchens were set up outside the city. Large pots were set up, with roaring fires burning underneath. Inside the pots, thick rice porridge simmered with a fragrant aroma, along with soft, cooked sweet potatoes. When those starving refugees, reduced to skin and bones, received the bowl of piping hot porridge from the soldiers with trembling hands, countless people knelt down on the spot and wailed. A living bodhisattva! Lord Su is a living bodhisattva! Thank you, my lord! Thank you, your highness! A thunderous roar of gratitude echoed through the sky. At the same time, Su Lang issued his second order. All displaced people were registered according to their household registration, and building tools and materials were distributed to them. You can eat, but you can't eat for free. If you want a home that can shelter you from the wind and snow, build it yourself. This order, far from causing any discontent, actually aroused the enthusiasm of all the refugees. They had hoped to survive, and even more so, the motivation to rebuild their homes. The entire Luqing area has been transformed into a massive, bustling construction site. Chapter 144: Disloyalty, Inhumanity, and Injustice. Princely's Mansion. Bang! Princely kicked over the rosewood table in front of him, veins bulging on his rugged face. Su Lang! How dare you, you brat! He grabbed the manifesto and tore it to shreds in a rage. Disloyal? Unrighteous? Unjust? Who does he think he is? Does he even deserve to be judged by me? The sinister strategist standing to the side was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Your Highness, please calm down. This Su Lang has clearly lost his mind. He's courting death. With bloodshot eyes, King Li paced back and forth in the hall like a trapped beast. Calm down? How can I calm down? He forcibly seized Yunzhou, which I had my eye on, and I haven't even settled accounts with him yet, but he dares to throw mud at me first. He is declaring war on me. He is declaring war on the entire world. Prince Jing's mansion. The refined Prince Jing stared at the proclamation in his hand, speechless for a long time. But his slightly trembling hands betrayed his extreme inner turmoil. Your Highness, the goatee-bearded strategist spoke cautiously. Prince Jing slowly placed the proclamation on the table and let out a long breath. I underestimated him. His words carried a hint of fear he had never felt before. By order of the princess, haha, what a fine order of the princess! He's not punishing a thief, he's trying to declare himself king. This boy has become a major threat. A real major threat. Yanwang Mansion. After reading the proclamation, Yanwang slumped into his chair, his face ashen. He's gone mad. He's completely gone mad. How dare he? How dare he offend all 3 of us at the same time? Does he have a death wish? He roared madly at the generals beside him in an almost screaming tone. I will personally grind Su Lang, along with his foolish princess wife, into dust. Princely's Mansion. The anger was gradually replaced by the cold reality. King Li sat before the shattered table he had personally smashed, his heavy breathing echoing through the hall. Your Highness, Su Lang's actions, though seemingly insane, are in fact extremely vicious. The cunning strategist knelt on the ground and spoke cautiously. He kidnapped the eldest princess, seized the moral high ground, opened granaries to distribute food, and gathered refugees. If he gets through this winter peacefully, when spring comes, those refugees he has supported will all become soldiers who take up arms and fight for him. At that time, wherever his troops point, those who respond will be as numerous as fish crossing a river. We are in grave danger. A cold glint flashed in King Li's bloodshot eyes. He certainly understands this principle. You mean? Form an alliance. The strategist uttered 2 words decisively. Immediately write letters to Prince Jing and Prince Yen. They surely understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. With the 3 families joining forces and gathering a large army, we will wipe Su Lang, along with his Luqing, off the map with overwhelming force. Humph! King Li sneered. Those 2 pieces of trash dare to join forces with me? Even so, he still waved his hand. Go and do it. 3 secret letters, written at top speed, were sent by 3 of the most elite carrier pigeons to the territories of Prince Jing and Prince Yen, respectively. Prince Jing's Mansion. The refined Prince Jing, upon receiving Prince Li's secret letter, first revealed a knowing smile on his face. Your Highness, Princely has indeed become restless as well. The goatee-bearded strategist stroked his beard, his face also showing joy. Prince Jing put down the letter, but his smile quickly turned into deep worry. Unity is inevitable. But who will go first? He tapped the table lightly. You've all witnessed Su Lang's unpredictable heavenly thunder. How did Tuoba Jingung's 3,000 iron cavalry disappear? Whoever's troops charged forward first suffered the greatest losses. King Li is hot-tempered and brave, but lacks strategy. He would love for our two families to be cannon fodder to deplete Su Lang's heavenly thunder so that he can reap the benefits. The goatee-bearded strategist immediately understood. Your Highness is wise. We must agree to this, but we must not be the ones to take the lead. In our reply, we should say that we are willing to do our utmost to help, but it will take some time for the army to assemble and the supplies to be mobilized. Prince Jing nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yan Wang was terrified upon receiving the letter, yet it was also like grasping at a last straw. He replied almost without hesitation, expressing his willingness to send his most elite troops, on the condition that his troops be positioned at the rear of the allied forces. Thus, the three princes, through a strange tacit understanding and mutual scheming, reached a consensus to jointly eliminate Su Lang. They all wanted to kill the vicious wolf that had taken up residence in Luqing, but none of them wanted to be the first to enter the wolf's den. While the three princes were still scheming and exchanging letters over who should be the vanguard and who should provide support, Su Lang is working on another important matter. Information spread under his rule far less rapidly than those princes had imagined. It seems that countless refugees have flocked in, but compared to the enormous and terrifying number of refugees in the entire north, it is just a drop in the ocean. Su Lang intends to completely transform these people into his own foundation. In front of the county government office, Su Lang summoned Zhang Chaoue, the son of the former village chief. Zhang Chaoue is no longer the naive girl she once was. She is now in charge of some civil affairs in Luqing, and has become quite capable. My lord. Zhang Chaoue bowed respectfully. Su Lang took out several large bags of seeds from the system space and threw them in front of him. These are the seeds for super potatoes and super sweet potatoes. You, immediately organize all the willing refugees to clear the wasteland outside the city. Tell them that whoever clears the wasteland will receive it. Of the grain grown, after handing over 30%, the rest is theirs. Zhang Chaoue was completely stunned when he saw the few unremarkable bags of seeds and heard Su Lang's earth-shattering command. Was the reclaimed land distributed to displaced people? There's no such logic in this world. What are you still standing there for? Su Lang kicked him in the butt. Go now! Yes. Yes. I'll go right away. Zhang Chaoue snapped out of his daze, grabbed the bags of seeds that were more precious than gold, and scrambled away. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang summoned Pan Do, the most daring and meticulous of the 7 tiger generals. Pan Do. Your subordinate is here. From today onwards, you will be in charge of conscription. Su Lang's order was simple and direct. All able-bodied men aged 15 to 40 among the refugees will be registered. Anyone willing to join the army will have meat at every meal. They will also receive a monthly military salary. The families of those who die in battle will be supported by me for life. I have only one request. I want to see a new army of 5,000 men before spring. Pan Do's breathing suddenly became rapid. Previously, the Black Wind Stronghold soldiers, including Murong Tsanghai's soldiers, numbered just over 2,000. 5,000 this time? My lord is about to go big. Your subordinate obeys. Watching Zhang Chaoue and Pan Do leave to carry out their orders, seeing the long lines forming in front of the porridge stalls outside the city, and witnessing countless people moved to tears by a bowl of hot porridge, Su Lang felt a profound sense of peace. War is about population and logistics. That night, inside the dining hall of the Su residence, it was still warm and cozy, with bright lights. Su Lang's 8 wives gathered together. The newly acquired concubine, Qin Yue, has fully integrated into this large family. She is whispering something to Xiajiro, her face flushed with happiness. My husband, the orders you issued today were truly wonderful. Xiajiro was the first to speak, her big eyes filled with admiration. Give the land to those poor refugees and let them join the army and eat meat. My husband, you are the best person in the world. Hua Yurong gently placed a piece of meat on Su Lang's plate and said softly, My husband's actions are the true way of a king. I admire you. Su Lang laughed heartily as he listened to the beauty's praises and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 8 stunningly beautiful faces before him, all of whom were completely devoted to him. A surge of heroic spirit rose straight to the top of his head. Well said! However, just praising someone isn't enough. A wicked smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Tonight you guys need to do something to reward me. He opened his arms and, in an unyielding tone, issued the new order. After you've eaten your fill, let's go to bed and have a 300-round battle. Chapter 145 A Chaotic Scene. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room was astonished. Even the boldest Xia Jiroa blushed with embarrassment. Li Xiuji and her twin sisters buried their heads in their bowls, not daring to look at him. Only Hua Yurong was the first to react. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she still stood up, walked to Su Lang's side, and gently punched him. The night is long. Night. A gash had already been torn open by the faint light of dawn. The bedroom was still a mess. Su Lang opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He sat up, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, his energy was even more vigorous because of the night's intense pleasure. He glanced to his side. The women lay sprawled out, fast asleep. It wasn't until noon. The sun was already high in the sky, and Su Lang was getting hungry, but none of the 8 wives on the bed were able to get up. Su Lang shook his head. It seems their combat effectiveness still needs improvement. He didn't wake them. He walked to the outer room shirtless, instructed the servants to prepare some light porridge and dishes, and then returned to bed. I slept straight through until evening. When Su Lang woke up again, the sky was already tinged with the colors of sunset. He glanced at his side. His wives were still sleeping soundly, not moving an inch. Su Lang was too lazy to wait for them any longer, so he got up, dressed, and prepared to go outside for a walk. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, a personal guard quickly came to greet him. My lord, Lord Zhang Chaowe has been waiting in the study for quite some time. Su Lang nodded and walked straight to the study. As soon as Zhang Chaowe saw Su Lang enter, he immediately bowed and greeted him. My lord. Speak, what is it? Su Lang sat down in the main seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Zhang Chaowe took out several thick rosters from his pocket and respectfully handed them over. My lord, as you instructed, all the refugees who have poured in from all over the north in the past few days have been registered. He swallowed hard, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Including those from Yunzhou and the 4 newly surrendered cities, the total number of refugees we have gathered under our jurisdiction has exceeded 10,000. In accordance with your conscription order, after screening, there are a total of more than 8,300 eligible young men. This number made Su Lang pause for a moment, his hand holding the teacup still. More than 8,000 soldiers. It's only been a few days? In this chaotic world, human life is worthless, but from another perspective, manpower is also worthless. As long as there is food, he can raise a terrifying army in the shortest amount of time. Very good. Su Lang suppressed the turmoil in his heart. How are the arrangements going with Pan Do? Reporting to my lord, General Pan Do has selected 5,000 of the strongest men from these 8,000 men, and they are currently undergoing intensive training outside the city. The other 3,000 men have also been packed up and are ready to be sent to Yunzhou immediately to be placed under the command of General Murong. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he took out 2 ancient books that emitted a faint glow from the system space. One of the books is Sun Tzu's Art of War. One book is The Way to Train Soldiers. These 2 books were rewards he received from the system. He had already mastered it completely, so keeping it now was useless. Make 2 copies of these 2 books and send them to Pan Do and Murong Shanghai immediately. Su Lang tossed the book to Zhang Chaowe. Tell them to practice like crazy, following the methods in the book. I don't care what methods they use. I want to see 2 fierce and powerful armies ready to fight tough battles before spring. Zhang Chaowe accepted the 2 military books, which looked extraordinary, with trepidation and kowtowed deeply. Yes, sir. A few days later. This news, along with Su Lang's proclamation denouncing the traitors, crossed the frozen grasslands and reached the barbarian royal court. The newly appointed barbarian Khan was stunned for a moment after hearing the scout's report, then burst into a deafening laugh. Ha! Good! Great! He shoved aside the dancer beside him and paced excitedly back and forth inside the tent. Those idiots of the great Qian dynasty have finally started fighting amongst themselves. A mere brat dares to declare himself king and challenge the three feudatories? Heaven is truly helping me! His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of greed and excitement. Tuoba Jingong's death grieved him and fueled his deep hatred for Su Lang. But he was also a competent monarch. He knew when was the best time for revenge. Reveal my royal decree! The Khan suddenly drew his golden sword from his waist and pointed it south. Summon all tribal warriors! I need 300,000 iron cavalry to keep watch on the border. As soon as Su Lang starts a war with the three feudatories, we'll head south immediately. I'll flatten Yunzhou, capture Su Lang alive, and use his skull as my wine cup. Roar! Outside the main tent, countless barbarian generals let out beast-like howls. At the same time, further east, on the endless sea, hundreds of Japanese pirate warships also received the news. At the bow of the ship, a short, Ronin samurai with a shaved head licked his chapped lips, his small eyes gleaming with a wolf-like light. The great Qian dynasty is in turmoil. Pass down the order, all ships move closer. Rob money! Rob food! Rob women! An unprecedented storm is rapidly gathering on the border of Dakian. Yunzhou. Outside the city, on the training ground, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Murong Tsunghai, clad in heavy armor, stood on the high command platform, looking down at the dark mass of troops below. 3,000 new recruits who had just been converted from refugees, plus the several hundred elite troops he originally brought, and the 1,000 Yunzhou garrison troops he had incorporated. The army of 5,000 men has already taken shape, although they still seem somewhat disorganized and their formation is rather inexperienced. But the vibrant energy radiating from those faces, fueled by the ability to eat their fill, and the yearning for the future, was something no old-fashioned army could match. This army has a soul. Murong Tsunghai gripped the sword at his waist tightly. 5,000 elite troops at my command. If given more time, they could be properly trained using the divine book bestowed upon them by their lord. This force is enough to contend with any small border country. He raised his head and looked at the large banner with the character Su fluttering in the cold wind. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in his heart. With such a lord, how can we not achieve great things? Chapter 146 Fonlin City. In the depths of winter, Luchin was covered in a blanket of white. Su Lang stood by the study window, looking at the rows of simple houses outside the city, with wisps of smoke rising from their chimneys. The refugees have already put on their cotton-padded clothes and are clearing land, building houses, and training. It is orderly and full of vitality. The scouts reported daily on the movements of the three kings and the barbarians. King Li and King Jing were still scheming against each other, while King Yan was so frightened that he hid in his shell. Although the barbarian Khan was clamoring to launch his iron cavalry, he was hampered by blizzards and internal strife, and was temporarily unable to march south, mainly because he feared Su Lang's heavenly lightning. They wanted the three kings and Su Lang, hoping that the two sides would fight it out so they could reap the benefits. I need to take advantage of this short time to go to Fonlin City. Su Lang recalled the envoy from Fonlin City. When that man swore allegiance, his heart suddenly raced, his muscles tensed, and a flash of resentment and unwillingness crossed his face. He was reminded of Zhang Yu, one of the 7 tiger generals, who had repeatedly mentioned the unbearable suffering of the people of Fonlin City. Fonlin City, that Ouyang Yu. Su Lang muttered to himself. He looked at the map and saw the city next to Luqing marked Fonlin. He decided to go there himself. That evening, at the dinner table, 8 beautiful wives sat around, and Qin Yu had completely blended in, chatting and laughing with Xia Jiro. Su Lang put down his chopsticks and glanced at everyone. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow. The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere at the dinner table froze. Hua Yorong put down her chopsticks, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Husband, is there something important? Su Lang nodded. Let's go to Fonlin City. Murong Yanran frowned slightly. Fonlin City? Does my husband suspect that Ouyang Yu has ulterior motives? Whether he has ulterior motives or not is not important, Su Lang said calmly. The important thing is that the people of Fonlin City are not doing well. Jiang Laowa pouted. How good can those former subordinates of the prince's be? If my husband goes there, he will probably be in danger. Moreover, they may not let my husband see the real Fonlin City. Don't worry, I'll go in disguise. Su Lang smiled and said, Take an alias and blend in as a wandering swordsman. Xia Jiro's eyes widened. Disguise? My husband knows the art of disguise? Su Lang didn't answer, but looked at Hua Yurong and said, I'm leaving the family to you. Hua Yurong nodded gently. Husband, please go ahead. We'll take care of things at home. My husband, please return soon. Li Xiuji whispered her instructions. The two sisters, Li Qinghuan and Li Qingyao, also looked at him obediently. Qin Yu hesitated, then simply nodded slightly. The next morning, before dawn, Su Lang, dressed in a blue cloth robe, carrying a sheathless sword on his back, and riding an ordinary, skinny horse, quietly left Lucheng. His face had completely changed. His eyebrows were thick and his face was marred by a scar that ran across his cheek, making him look completely different from his original handsome self. The skinny horse moved slowly forward, but Su Lang's mood was anything but slow. He knew that Ouyang Yu, the city lord of Fonlin City, was a former subordinate of the Yan King. Since being terrified, Yan Wan has barely paid any attention to Fonlin City. Ouyang Yu then became a local tyrant in the city, occasionally sending some money to the Yan King, and everything was fine. Su Lang wanted to see how this local tyrant governed Fonlin City. As evening fell, Su Lang arrived outside Fonlin City. From a distance, this city was about a third smaller than Lucheng, its walls weathered and worn. The city gates were heavily guarded, and all those entering and leaving were required to register in detail. Name, place of origin, and what brings you to Fonlin? The guard at the gate spoke impatiently. Yi Fan, a native of Yizhou, travels the martial world. Su Lang's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of Jianghu, the martial arts world. The soldier glanced at Su Lang, saw that he was riding a skinny horse and dressed simply, so he didn't ask any questions and quickly registered him before letting him pass. Su Lang entered the city smoothly, but he was slightly surprised by the level of security in Fonlin City. Such caution in a small, outlying town. Inside the city, the streets were not wide, and the houses on both sides appeared low and dilapidated. Su Lang saw several soup kitchens, which were arranged by Zhang Yu, one of the 7 tiger generals. Soldiers from Lucheng were maintaining order and distributing food. But unlike the bustling activity in Lucheng, the people in Fonlin City rarely smiled. Instead, they were mostly numb and exhausted. Su Lang wandered aimlessly, wanting to observe the situation of the people. He discovered that Fonlin City was not as impoverished as he had imagined. Although there were many refugees, he could occasionally see luxuriously decorated carriages passing by him. The horse in front of the carriage was tall and fat, a stark contrast to the thin horse beneath him. It seems there are quite a few wealthy people in this city. Su Lang sneered inwardly. He rode his skinny horse and turned into a secluded alley. The alley was sparsely populated, with only a few houses lit up. In those dilapidated places, one could see more of the real world. Just then, Su Lang noticed several malicious gazes. He turned his head and saw 3 men staring at him, and the skinny horse beneath him. One of them, with shifty eyes and disheveled clothes, was clearly no good. Friend, are you from out of town? The shifty-eyed man approached, a fake smile plastered on his face. The other 2 quietly circled around behind Su Lang, and reached out to take the reins of the skinny horse. Su Lang raised an eyebrow and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Friend, this horse is not easy to lead. Hey! You out-of-towner, mind your own business. The shifty-eyed man's expression changed, and he reached out to push Su Lang in the chest. Su Lang remained still, grabbed the man's wrist with his other hand, and twisted it gently. Ah! The man screamed in pain as his wrist dislocated instantly. Seeing this, the other 2 men, disregarding the reins, drew their short swords from their waists and stabbed at Su Lang. Court death! A cold glint flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and the sword on his back was instantly drawn. The blade flashed like lightning, its cold light gleaming. Pft! Pft! Two muffled thuds, and blood splattered. The two men wielding knives only had time to let out a short wail before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. The shifty-eyed man was terrified and scrambled to escape. Su Lang swayed, and the sword was already pressed against his throat. "Tell me, who are you?" "Sir, spare us. We're thugs from the south of the city. Your horse looks nice, we were thinking of getting some money out of you." The man was so frightened that he wet his pants, and a foul, fishy smell filled the air. Su Lang frowned, his eyes showing disgust. A flash of light. The opponent died instantly. Su Lang glanced at the three corpses on the ground, too lazy to deal with them, and continued on his thin horse. Fonlin City was indeed more chaotic than he had imagined. Of course, it might be an isolated case, and he would have to continue to observe. He hadn't gone far when he heard cries and the sounds of punches and kicks coming from deep within the alley. "Sir, please spare me. My wife is sick, she really can't sleep with you," a man pleaded, his voice trembling with tears. "Stop talking nonsense. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to your wife. If you dare to say another word, I'll beat you to death," a rough voice roared, accompanied by the dull thud of flesh striking flesh. Su Lang looked in the direction of the sound and saw at the end of the alley, a soldier in armor was punching and kicking a man curled up on the ground. The man was begging for mercy, covering his head, but dared not resist at all. Beside them, a thin woman rushed over, knelt down, and hugged the soldier's legs while crying. "Sir, please don't hit my husband. I'll sleep with you, please don't hit him." The soldier kicked the woman away, cursing. "You bitch! Now you know how to beg for mercy? Too late." Su Lang's gaze sharpened. This soldier's armor was not of the Lucheng army standard. He squinted at the arrogant soldier and the desperate couple. He knew that this was the kind of person he was looking for. Su Lang spurred his horse forward, his voice icy. "Stop!" The soldier was taken aback, turned to look at Su Lang, and saw that he was just a wandering knight-errant, riding a skinny horse. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Where did this brat come from? Get lost! Don't delay me from doing my business!" Without wasting words, Su Lang instantly drew his sword. "I told you to stop!" Chapter 147 Undercover Investigation. Su Lang's voice was icy. "Stop!" The soldier was taken aback, turned to look at Su Lang, and saw that he was just a wandering knight-errant, riding a skinny horse. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Where did this brat come from? Get lost! Don't delay me from doing my business! Die!" Without wasting words, Su Lang instantly drew his sword. A flash of light, the cold gleam blinding. "Ah!" The soldier screamed as his wrist, which was gripping the whip, was severed at the root, and blood gushed out. He clutched his severed wrist, and before he could react, Su Lang twisted his wrist again, and the horizontal blade slashed in an arc. Pfft! The soldier's head flew into the air, then crashed to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with unseeing disbelief. The ground was stained red with blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The couple was terrified, collapsing to the ground, staring at the bloody scene before them, too terrified to even scream. Su Lang sheathed his sword and glanced at them. "Are you all right?" The man and woman then realized what was happening, their bodies trembling violently. They scrambled to their knees before Su Lang, kowtowing repeatedly. "Please spare us, my benefactor! Please spare us, my benefactor! We didn't see anything!" The man cried out, his voice filled with extreme fear. The woman also cried and kept kowtowing. Su Lang frowned slightly. "I didn't intend to kill you, why should you spare my life?" The man and woman were startled, then realized what had happened. Yes, this fierce-looking knight-errant had just killed the soldier who had humiliated them. "My benefactor, thank you so much for saving my life." The man suddenly raised his head, his face streaked with tears, but his eyes held a hint of gratitude. "My benefactor, you must leave quickly. These are the city lord's soldiers. If you kill their men, the city lord will not let you off." The woman was also anxious, her voice trembling with tears. The man pointed to the corpse on the ground. "My benefactor, please leave quickly. We will take care of the body for you and we will never let anyone know. Su Lang looked at them. The people of Fonglin City were indeed simple and honest. At the very least, he's quite loyal. Not everyone is bad. He shook his head. No need. I am a chivalrous person, and I will help those in need when I see injustice. If you have any injustices, please tell me. The man and woman exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror. They shook their heads frantically. No! No! My benefactor, we have done nothing wrong, the man said urgently. The woman chimed in. Yes, my benefactor, we're all doing quite well. Su Lang looked at them and understood. It seemed that the people of Fonglin City were terrified of Ouyang Yu to the core, preferring to endure oppression rather than utter a single word. He sighed. Zhang Yu is young and brave, but he's not very perceptive. He probably hasn't noticed anything yet. Su Lang took out a silver ingot from his pocket and threw it in front of the man. Clean up the body. This money is for your wife to buy medicine. The man stared at the silver ingots on the ground, then at Su Lang, and froze. My benefactor, this is too much. Take it. Su Lang's tone left no room for argument. He could tell that the woman was indeed quite ill. Her face was pale and her lips were purple. The man and woman knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times deeply. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Su Lang said nothing more and continued riding his skinny horse deeper into the alley. Instead of rushing to find a place to stay, he continued to wander around the city. As night fell, the streets became increasingly deserted. Su Lang entered an inn and asked for the most basic room. Waiter, what's been happening in Fonglin City lately? Su Lang asked casually, tossing over a piece of silver. The waiter took the silver, his eyes lighting up, his face beaming with smiles. Sir, you've come to the right person. Speaking of the biggest event in Fonglin City recently, it's that Lord Su of Luqing sent people to set up soup kitchens. There's hot porridge and sweet potatoes every day. It saved so many lives. Su Lang's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive. Oh? What about the city lord? Doesn't he care? The waiter curled his lip. Our city lord is so busy with affairs of state, how could he have time to deal with such trivial matters? But I heard that he recently raised the city's tax revenue by 10%, saying it was to pay tribute to City Lord Su. Su Lang's gaze deepened. When will that son of a bitch ever give me more gifts? Sure enough, that bastard Ouyang Yu not only didn't care about the lives of the people, but also took advantage of their misfortune to rob them, even using his own name to do so. What about the rich people in the city? Don't they care about that either? Su Lang continued to ask. The waiter whispered. Those gentlemen are all eager to hoard all the grain in the city, waiting to make a fortune. I heard that Master Qian Wanguan has recently hoarded several more boatloads of grain, just waiting for the price to go up. Money galore? Su Lang sneered inwardly. These old bastards really don't know what's good for them. All right, you can go now. Su Lang waved his hand, and the waiter immediately bowed and retreated. Su Lang sat by the window, looking at the pitch-black night outside. Fonglin City was even more chaotic than he had imagined. The next day, Su Lang went to the soup kitchen outside the city early in the morning. Long queues formed in front of the soup kitchen. The refugees, dressed in rags and looking pale, remained orderly. Soldiers from Luqing maintained order and distributed hot soup and sweet potatoes. Su Lang stood at the end of the line, watching all of this. He noticed that although there were many refugees, there was no fighting or commotion, which made him feel a little better. Just then, a young soldier walked over and stared at Su Lang for a while. Su Lang's heart tightened. Had he been recognized? He spent a lot of money to exchange for this disguise skill from the system, so it shouldn't have been discovered. You're in line, right? Don't cut in line, the soldier said calmly. Su Lang was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been overthinking things. Thank you, Su Lang said with a smile. He lined up and received a bowl of hot porridge and a sweet potato. He found a corner to sit down, looking at the refugees around him wolfing down their food, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Just then, a little girl with pigtails walked timidly up to him, her big eyes looking curiously at the sweet potato in his hand. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, with a thin body, but her face showed a maturity beyond her years. Su Lang looked at her, his heart softening. He broke off half of the sweet potato in his hand and handed it to the little girl. Eat. The little girl first glanced at a woman not far away. Seeing the woman nod, she carefully took the sweet potato and gave Su Lang a sweet smile. Thank you, big brother! The woman walked over and looked at Su Lang gratefully. Young master, thank you so much! She was holding an even smaller child in her arms. Her frail body shivered in the cold wind. Fine. Su Lang waved his hand. The child is adorable. The little girl, Yiya, munched on a sweet potato, her contented expression warming Su Lang's heart. Suddenly, a sallow-faced, emaciated man rushed over and snatched the sweet potato from Yiya's hand. You brat! Your mother is starving, and you're still eating all by yourself. The man took the sweet potato and immediately put it in his mouth. A cold glint flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he raised his hand to slap her. Smack! The man was jolted and stumbled to the ground, the sweet potato in his hand rolling away. The man covered his face, staring at Su Lang in horror. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary knight-errant to possess such strength. If you dare to steal the children's food again, I'll cripple you! Su Lang's voice was icy. The man was so frightened that he scrambled away. The woman quickly hugged Yiya into her arms, looking at Su Lang gratefully. Thank you, young master! Thank you, young master! She introduced herself. My name is Li Celan, and this is my daughter Yiya. Are you from out of town, sir? Su Lang nodded. Li Celan continued. Young master, you are from out of town. You can go to Luqing. I've heard it's like paradise. Fonglin City, where many people starved to death before, was smuggled in by Lord Su of Luqing. He brought us a lot of food. You should go and seek refuge with Lord Su. Su Lang found it amusing, but feigned curiosity. Oh? Isn't City Lord Ouyang good? Li Celan shook her head, but a hint of fear flashed in her eyes, and she dared not continue. Su Lang knew she wouldn't dare to say, so he changed the subject. Do you have a place to rest tonight? Li Celan said. I am a local and I have a small courtyard. If you don't mind, you can stay in our woodshed for the night. Su Lang laughed. Okay. He took a piece of dried meat from his pocket and stuffed it into Yiya's hand. Yiya was 5 or 6 years old and incredibly cute. When she saw the dried meat, she couldn't bear to eat it herself and handed it to Li Celan first. Li Celan couldn't bear to part with it either, and tried to get Yiya to eat it. The mother and daughter declined in various ways. Su Lang secretly took out a few more slices and said, There's plenty more, you can all eat them together. Consider it rent, I'll stay at your place for 2 days. Li Celan and Yiya's eyes lit up, and they nodded quickly. Thank you, benefactor! Thank you, benefactor! Thank you, big brother! Su Lang looked at them and said, Let's go, take me to your house. Chapter 148, All Taken. Su Lang followed Li Celan and Yiya through several narrow alleys and finally arrived at a slightly dilapidated courtyard. The gate was made of wood, and it was somewhat rotten. It creaked when pushed gently. The courtyard was not large, with 2 main rooms and a low woodshed next to it. Young master, this is the place. Li Celan pointed somewhat shyly to the woodshed. Although it's simple, it can keep out the wind and rain. Su Lang surveyed the courtyard. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and although there were cracks, it was clean. A few withered vines in the corner still faintly revealed their former vitality. The intricately carved window frames of the main house, though covered in dust, still exude an air of former elegance. This is unlike the dwelling of ordinary people. It's fine, the woodshed is very clean. Su Lang led the skinny horse and tied it to an old tree in the courtyard. Li Celan hurriedly went to the woodshed to tidy up. She neatly swept away the dust, laid out a few old clothes as a mattress, and then brought out a thin quilt. Yiya sat obediently under the eaves, holding the piece of dried meat, nibbling on it in small bites, and occasionally glancing up at Su Lang. Su Lang watched silently from the side, then suddenly spoke up. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Li Celan paused in her movements, turned around, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Young master, there is no malice in your eyes. Although I am a woman, I am very good at judging people. Su Lang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? What else did you notice? Li Zilan's gaze fell on Su Leng's deep eyes, and she said softly, "Young master is no ordinary person." Su Lang smiled and said nothing more. He sat on the stone bench at the entrance of the woodshed, watching the last rays of sunset fade away on the horizon. Night falls. Yaya slowly licked the jerky, finally finishing it. She ran over and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Big brother, will you stay a few more days?" "Perhaps." Su Lang patted her head. The little girl's hair was a bit dry and yellow, but her eyes were very clear. Li Zilan brought over a bowl of hot water and handed it to Su Lang. "Young master, you must be tired from your journey. Please have some water first." "Thanks." Su Lang took the bowl of water, took a sip, and the hot water warmed his stomach, dispelling the chill of the winter night. The night was deep and quiet, and all was still. Li Zilan and her daughter had already fallen asleep, leaving only Su Lang alone. He stepped out of the woodshed, looked up at the dark night sky, where the twinkling stars could not illuminate the darkness deep within Fonglin City. He knew it was time to act. Su Lang swayed, unleashing his lightness skill, treading snow without a trace, and his figure vanished from the courtyard like a ghost. He didn't alert anyone, nor did he leave any trace. He was going to find Ouyang. The Fonglin City Lord's mansion is located in the city center, covering a vast area and heavily guarded. The walls are high and imposing, with towering corner towers and soldiers patrolling at regular intervals. However, all of this was meaningless to Su Lang. His figure was elusive, as light as a falling leaf, dodging patrolling soldiers, easily scaling the courtyard wall, and sneaking deep into the mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the lights were bright, yet it was completely silent. Su Lang activated his full senses and quickly located the study of City Lord Ouyang. He sneaked into the study, only to find it empty. The desk was piled high with account books, but Ouyang was nowhere to be seen. Inside the room, there was only one woman sleeping in the bed. "Not here?" Su Lang frowned slightly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the door. Su Lang darted away and hid behind a bookshelf. A guard pushed open the door and entered, carrying a pot of hot tea. He placed the teapot on the desk and was about to turn and leave. "Stop!" Su Lang's voice rang in his ears like a ghost. The guard shuddered in fright, nearly dropping the teapot in his hand. He whirled around, only to see a dark shadow flash by, and a cold blade pressed against his throat. "Who are you?" The guard trembled all over, his voice trembling with sobs. "I was the one who asked the question." Su Lang's voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Where is Ouyang?" The guard felt the chill of the blade and dared not conceal anything. Lord City Lord has gone to Qian Wangwan's mansion for a banquet." "Money as much as you can afford?" Su Lang's heart skipped a beat. It really was that unscrupulous merchant who hoarded grain. "Where exactly is it located?" Su Lang increased the force of the blade. A sharp pain shot through the guard's neck, terrifying him to the point of utter panic. "It's in the wealthy district of the east side of the city, at the Qian residence." "Very good." Su Lang sheathed his sword, and with a swift stroke, the guard groaned and collapsed unconscious. Su Lang hadn't killed him. He simply didn't want to cause any trouble. He once again used his lightness skill to speed towards the Qian family mansion in the east of the city. The Qian family mansion. The lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was one of peace and prosperity. Su Lang flashed over the high wall and silently sneaked into the mansion. He quickly pinpointed the direction from which the sound was coming. It was a spacious flower hall where dozens of dancers swayed gracefully. In the center of the hall, two men, one on each side, were enjoying fine wine and food. One of them, a portly man with an oily face, was none other than Qian Wangwan, whom Su Lang had learned about from Zhang Yu. He had a beautiful dancer in his arms, and she was feeding him a peeled grape. The other man, tall and thin with a goatee, was none other than Ouyang, the city lord of Fonglin City. He too was embracing a woman, his face beaming with the satisfaction of a hearty meal. Su Lang, hidden in the shadows, overheard their conversation clearly. "Brother Ouyang, you're living a really comfortable life." Qian Wangwan swallowed a grape in one gulp, squinted his eyes and smiled. "But Su Lang of Luqian gave away all the good grain to those lowly people. What a waste." Ouyang laughed and raised his wine cup. Brother Qian is absolutely right. That Su Lang is nothing but a scoundrel who doesn't understand the way of governing a country. Grain is a strategic resource. How can it be given away casually? Doing so will only breed more lazybones. That's right, Qian Wangguan chimed in. With him doing this, I can't sell any of my grain. But it's all for the best. They'll eat Su Lang's grain and work for us. Cheers, Lord City Lord. Ouyang Yu clinked glasses with Qian Wangguan, downed his drink in one gulp, and said with a smug look on his face, That's right, someone is taking care of the people for me, so we can just enjoy ourselves. Once those refugees are well fed, they will naturally work obediently for us, building roads and cities, mining and farming. Then we can reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with greed and calculation. Su Lang listened to their conversation, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't immediately lash out, but instead took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger. He knew that now was not the time to act. What a brilliant scheme to reap the benefits without lifting a finger! Su Lang sneered inwardly. He turned and left the flower hall silently. He was going to find the Qian family's granary and treasury. Soon, Su Lang found the Qian family's granary. It was a row of huge warehouses, with heavy iron locks on the doors. Su Lang unlocked the iron lock effortlessly and pushed the door open to enter. Inside the warehouse, sacks were piled high, emitting the distinctive aroma of grain. Su Lang looked at the mountain of grain before him and sneered inwardly. This grain, which could have saved countless lives, had been hoarded by this Qian Wangguan, solely for the purpose of profiting from the national crisis. Damn it, I'll teach you all to talk about me behind my back again. Su Lang cursed inwardly. With a thought, he activated the system space, and an invisible force instantly devoured all the grain in the warehouse, sucking it all into the system space. In the blink of an eye, the huge granary became empty, leaving only a bare ground. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. He would use this grain where it was truly needed. After securing the granary, Su Lang began searching for Qian Wangguan's gold and silver jewelry. As the richest man in Fenglin City, Qian Wangguan naturally possessed considerable wealth. Su Lang soon arrived at the most secluded courtyard of the Qian residence. The security here is much tighter than in other places, with several elite guards on duty. Inside, there were two women on the bed. Chapter 149 Rescue. Does the woman seem to be crying? Curious, Su Lang moved swiftly and was already close to the window. He brushed aside a corner of the window paper and looked inside. The room was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, with thick Western region carpets on the floor and a sweet, cloying fragrance in the air. On a huge canopy bed, two young women dressed in thin gossamer garments embraced and wept. The older one was about 17 or 18 years old, with a plump figure and amazing curves. Her oval face was tearful, and she looked pitiful. The younger one looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. She was petite, but still quite shapely. Her delicate face was covered with tears, and her shoulders were trembling. Their cries were very soft, as if they were afraid of disturbing someone. Su Lang pushed the door open and entered. Squeak dash! The slight sound of the door hinges turning was particularly jarring in the quiet room. The two girls on the bed trembled with fright, their crying stopped abruptly, and they looked up in terror. When they saw a strange man standing at the door carrying a sword on his back and with a face full of scars, their faces turned ashen. Lord of the city! The older woman reacted a little faster. She quickly pulled her younger sister off the bed and onto the floor, her body trembling like leaves in the wind. My lord, spare us! We sisters will serve you right away! As she spoke, her hands trembled as she began to unbutton her already thin clothes. The younger sister next to her was also terrified, turning pale. She followed suit, closing her eyes, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. Su Lang looked at them, but the expression on Scarface's face remained unchanged. He didn't understand what was going on. Why are you crying? He asked in his hoarse, Yi-Fan voice. The two girls froze. They secretly glanced up and saw Su Lang's cold eyes, which filled them with even greater fear. Oh no, this city lord probably has some kind of peculiar fetish, enjoying watching people cry and beg for mercy? We won't cry anymore, please have mercy on us, adults. The older woman quickly wiped away her tears, forced a smile that looked even worse than crying, and pulled her younger sister along, trying to crawl towards Su Lang. I'm asking why you're crying. Su Lang's voice carried a hint of impatience. The two girls were completely dumbfounded. We were bought by Master Qian. Tonight we're here to entertain you, the younger sister said, mustering her courage in a voice barely above a mosquito's buzz. Su Lang then realized what was happening. Those two bastards, Ouyang Yu and Qian Wanguan, actually made such an arrangement. He looked at the two girls in front of him, who were terrified out of their wits, but felt nothing. He just found them troublesome. I am not your city lord, Su Lang said calmly. If you were forced into this, you can leave now. Walk? The two girls were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes flashed with even greater fear. We can't leave! The older woman shook her head, crying. Sir, we can't leave! If we leave, we'll die! Su Lang frowned. Afraid of death? What will happen to our parents if we leave? The younger sister cried out. Qian Wanguan has captured our parents. If we dare to run away, he will kill them. I see. Su Lang understood perfectly. This Qian Wanguan was indeed ruthless in his actions. What are your names? My name is Lu Shuer, and this is my younger sister, Lu Qiaoer, the older woman replied. Lu Shuer, Lu Qiaoer. Su Lang read it aloud and nodded. Don't worry, now that I'm here, I will save you and your parents as well. Lu Shuer and Lu Qiaoer stared at him blankly. This man with a face full of scars said he wanted to save them? Who exactly is he? You. Lu Shuer asked in a trembling voice. Who exactly are you? A passing swordsman. Su Lang didn't bother to explain, so he stepped forward and lifted the two of them off the ground, one in each hand. Ah! The two sisters gasped in surprise, feeling a sudden lightness in their bodies, the wind whistling past their ears, and the scenery rushing past them. Before they could even see Su Lang's movements, he had already tucked them under his arm, and like a falling leaf, they silently crossed the high wall of the Qian residence. Where is the dungeon? Su Lang's voice rang in their ears. Lu Qiaoer was so frightened that she couldn't speak, while Lu Shuer remained relatively calm and quickly pointed to an inconspicuous corner in the backyard of the Qian residence. It's over there, under the artificial hill. Su Lang turned again and, like a ghost, sneaked into the Qian residence once more. The dungeon beneath the artificial hill is guarded by 4 guards. Su Lang gave them no chance to react. A flash of light. After 4 muffled groans that sounded almost simultaneously, the 4 corpses collapsed limply to the ground. Su Lang kicked open the heavy iron door, and a damp, rotten smell wafted out. Inside the dungeon, a middle-aged couple was tied to wooden stakes, their bodies covered in wounds and barely breathing. Su Lang stepped forward, raised his knife, and cut the rope. Before they could ask any questions, he used his light-footed skills to carry them away from the money house, one in each hand. Father! Mother! When Lu Shuer and Lu Qiaoer saw their parents, they cried and rushed over to them. Shuer? Qiaoer? What's wrong with you? When the middle-aged man saw his 2 daughters, he was first overjoyed, but then his face was filled with despair. It was this young hero who saved us. My benefactor! The men of the Lu family were the first to react. They pulled their wives and 2 daughters to kneel down heavily before Su Lang and kowtowed desperately. Our benefactor's kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by our Lu family. All right, stop kneeling. Su Lang waved his hand impatiently. He took out several silver ingots from his pocket, and a waist tag engraved with the character Su, and threw it in front of the Lu family man. If you don't want to be captured again, go find a general named Zhang Yu. Show him this badge, and he will take care of you. The 4 members of the Lu family were completely stunned when they saw the silver and waist token on the ground. They knew they had met a true benefactor. My benefactor! The 4 were about to kowtow again, but Su Lang had already turned away. Hurry up and go, don't delay. After saying that, his figure once again blended into the night and disappeared. The 4 members of the Lu family, holding the silver and waist tokens, kowtowed 3 times in the direction where Su Lang had disappeared. Then, supporting each other, they fled out of the city under the cover of night. After seeing off the Lu family of 4, Su Lang returned to the Qian residence. Saving people was just a side thing. The important business for tonight isn't finished yet. He still hasn't found Qian Wanguan's gold and silver jewelry. He sneaked directly into the master bedroom of the Qian residence. Qian Wanguan's wife, a plump and still charming middle-aged woman, was lying in bed, fast asleep. Su Lang walked to the bedside, and the cold blade gently pressed against her neck. The woman was jolted awake. Just as she was about to scream, she saw a scarred face and a chilling blade pressed against her throat. Oh! She forced back her scream, trembling with fear. Suddenly, she felt a heat in her crotch and urinated. "Where is Qian Wanguan hiding his money?" Su Lang's voice was as cold as the deepest hell. The woman trembled as she pointed her shaky finger to a huge rosewood wardrobe in the corner. "There's a hidden compartment behind the wardrobe." "Very good." Su Lang flicked his wrist and gently tapped the back of her neck with the back of his knife. The woman didn't utter a sound before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Su Lang walked to the wardrobe and struck out with his palm. Boom! The heavy rosewood wardrobe shattered with a crash. Sure enough, a hidden switch was revealed on the wall behind. Su Lang pressed the switch, and the wall slowly slid open, revealing a dark door. Su Lang went inside. The next second, even he showed a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Inside the secret room, gold bricks were piled up like a small mountain, and boxes of silver ingots were neatly stacked. There were also more than a dozen large boxes next to it, filled with all kinds of jewelry, jade, antiques and calligraphy and paintings. The jewelry was so dazzling it was almost blinding. "What a richest man in Fonglin City!" Su Lang sneered. "This money is enough to support an army of several thousand people for more than a year." "Mine! They're all mine!" Without any hesitation, he activated the system space with a thought. An invisible force swept out, like a whale swallowing a ton of water, instantly devouring all the treasures in the entire secret chamber. The gold mountains, silver mountains, and jewelry boxes vanished without a trace in an instant. The entire secret room became cleaner than a dog could lick clean. Having done all this, Su Lang clapped his hands, like a king who had finished inspecting his own territory, and turned to leave with satisfaction. He quietly returned to Li Tsulan's woodshed, sat down cross-legged, and acted as if nothing had happened. Chapter 150. Su Lang is enraged, he slays the scoundrels. The sky gradually brightened. As the first rays of dawn shone into the courtyard, Yiya rubbed her eyes and pushed open the door. "Big brother, you're awake?" Su Lang smiled at her, took out a small bag of pure white rice from his system space, and tossed it to Yiya. "Go make breakfast for your mother." Li Tsulan stared at the bag of rice, completely frozen. The grains were crystal clear, gleaming enticingly in the morning light. This was the tribute rice she had only ever seen in her dreams. "Young master, this is far too precious." Her voice trembled, and her eyes instantly reddened. Yiya also came over, and when she saw the grains of polished rice, her little mouth opened into an O shape, and her big eyes were filled with shock and longing. "Let's make breakfast together." Su Lang spoke in a calm tone, as if it were just an ordinary bag of things. Li Tsulan finally couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Holding the bag of rice, she repeatedly bowed to Su Lang, saying, "Thank you, young master! Thank you, benefactor!" Su Lang pondered to himself, having emptied the Qian family mansion last night, it would be the turn of some heartless rich family in the city tonight. A bowl of fragrant rice cooked into congee is much better than receiving just any congee. The aroma of the porridge made Yiya squint her eyes as she ate. Even so, after breakfast, Li Tsulan hesitated before taking Yiya's hand. "Young master, let's go and get some porridge and sweet potatoes." Su Lang was somewhat surprised, but then he understood. In years of famine, food is life. The more you store, the more at ease you feel. This is a survival instinct ingrained in your very being. Go. He did not stop him. Not long after the mother and daughter left, Fonglin City descended into complete chaos. Squads of fierce-looking soldiers and servants surged into the streets, violently kicking open courtyard gates and ransacking the place under the pretext of searching for stolen property. The entire city of Fonglin was in chaos, with chickens running wild and dogs barking, and cries and screams filling the air. City Lord Ouyang Yu and the richest man, Qian Wanguan, were in a complete panic. In the afternoon, they found Li Tsulan's courtyard. Bang! The dilapidated courtyard gate was kicked open, and 5 soldiers dressed in city defense armor rushed in, led by a burly captain with a fierce face. Search! Search thoroughly. Don't miss even the rat holes. Litsulan and Ye had just returned from outside with some porridge when they were terrified by the scene and turned pale, hugging each other tightly. Several soldiers rushed into the house like wolves, creating a chaotic commotion. The captain's gaze, however, fell on Litsulan. Although she was dressed in coarse cloth and looked pale, she could not hide her gentle and charming demeanor, especially her chest, which was heaving violently due to fright, which was particularly eye-catching. Wow, this young lady is quite pretty. The team leader licked his lips, a lewd glint in his small eyes. He approached step by step, a malicious smile on his face. Young lady, we suspect you've been hiding Master Qian's valuables. Come inside with me, and I'll give you a thorough search. If there's nothing wrong, we'll let you go. No, no! Li Tsulan, holding Yiya, retreated in terror, her back pressed tightly against the wall. You're asking for it. The team leader's face darkened, and he reached out to grab Li Tsulan's arm. Mother! Yiya was so frightened that she burst into tears and bit the captain's hand. Ouch! You little bastard! The team leader, in pain and enraged, raised his hand and slapped Yiya across the face. Just then, a dark figure flashed out from the woodshed. Smack! A crisp, loud slap. The team leader screamed in agony as he was sent flying, spinning twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out teeth and blood everywhere. The other 4 soldiers, who had just come out of the house, were all stunned when they saw this scene. Su Lang stood in front of Li Tsulan and her daughter, his scarred face looking particularly ferocious in the sunlight. Roll! He only said one word. Who the hell are you? How dare you hit someone from our city lord's mansion? A soldier roared, his voice trembling with fear, and drew his sword from his waist. Su Lang's gaze turned cold. Without another word, the sword on his back was drawn instantly. A blade of light flashed by at incredible speed. Pfft! The soldier who had been brandishing the knife and shouting spurted a mouthful of blood from his neck. He clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Su Lang. His body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 soldiers were terrified. There's been a murder! They turned and tried to run away. But Su Lang's knife was faster than their legs. The blade flashed like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the narrow courtyard. 3 heads shot into the sky, and 3 headless corpses crashed to the ground, their blood staining the clean blue brick floor. It took no more than 2 breaths. In the courtyard, only the heavy smell of blood and a deathly silence remained. Li Tsulan and Ye collapsed to the ground, staring at the bloody and horrific scene before them, forgetting even to cry. Su Lang sheathed his sword and turned to look at them. Don't be afraid, I'm here. His hoarse voice, however, carried a reassuring power at that moment. Li Tsulan's lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Su Lang said no more. He knew that now that trouble had come, there was no point in hiding. He carried the still-dripping blood-stained sword and strode towards the courtyard gate. Young master, where are you going? Li Tsulan finally regained her voice. I'm going to find Oyenyu. Su Lang didn't look back, and his figure disappeared at the alley entrance. He walked into the street and saw a group of soldiers knocking an old man selling steamed buns to the ground and taking away his only food. Su Lang walked over expressionlessly. The soldiers were stunned when they saw the man with a face full of scars and carrying a blood-dripping sword. What are you looking at? Are you looking for death? A soldier shouted. His answer was a cold glint of a blade. Pfft! Pfft! Several more bodies fell to the ground. The surrounding people were so frightened that they all retreated, but they couldn't help but peek through the cracks in the door and the corners of the wall. They saw that the menacing man, carrying a knife, walked towards the city lord's mansion. Along the way, whenever he encountered soldiers who oppressed the people, he never uttered a single unnecessary word. He drew his knife and killed someone. One cut, one kill, clean and efficient. From the west of the city to the city center, in the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the road beneath his feet was paved with the corpses and blood of more than a dozen soldiers. Fonlin City was in complete uproar. A mysterious scarred man slaughtered soldiers from the city lord's mansion in the street, acting like a madman. In front of the city lord's mansion, The guards at the gate had already received the news, and they were all ashen-faced, their hands trembling as they gripped their spears. They saw that man, that menacing figure, walking towards them step by step. The murderous aura emanating from him was almost tangible, making it hard for them to breathe. "Halt! This is the city lord's mansion!" A guard mustered his courage and shouted loudly. Su Lang completely ignored him. He walked to the gate of the mansion, raised his foot, and kicked the heavy vermilion gate hard. Boom dash! With a loud crash, the two large doors, along with their bolts, were kicked into pieces and sent flying inside. Su Lang stepped across the threshold and stood in the chaotic courtyard. His powerful roar echoed throughout the entire city lord's mansion. "Oh Yang Yu, get the hell out here!" Under the gaze of countless horrified, bewildered, and terrified eyes, he slowly raised his hand and wiped it across that hideous scarred face. He tore off a human skin mask. What was revealed was a young face that was incomparably handsome, yet filled with overwhelming killing intent.